After I crossed over and became Uchiha Fugaku, I realized that the night was the night of the clan's destruction. In order to awaken the legendary Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I ruthlessly dug out my son Uchiha Itachi's eyes and transplanted them into my own eyes. The Uchiha clan is currently facing internal and external troubles. Uchiha Itachi is preparing to eliminate his own family for a just cause, while Danzo and Uchiha Madara are also sharpening their knives against us. However, as someone who has just crossed over, I am not panicking. I already have a plan to save the Uchiha clan. Not only do I want to eliminate the top officials of Konoha, but I also want to cleanse the entire power of Konoha and ascend to the position of Hokage myself. After receiving the memories of Uchiha Fugaku, I learned that there is a gathering at the Naha shrine tonight, which further confirms to me that this is the signal for the night of extermination. It is only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still a chance to turn things around. I shouted loudly, "Ryoichi!" As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in the room like a ghost. I solemnly ordered, "Go find Uchiha Sakura. Tell her I have urgent matters and need to see her immediately." The servant Uchiha Ryoichi disappeared with a swoosh after receiving the order. Not long after, he returned with Uchiha Sakura. I turned and instructed Ryoichi again, "Go find Itachi and bring him back to me immediately, no matter what he is doing or where he is." As soon as Uchiha Ryoichi disappeared, I turned to look at Uchiha Sakura in a white coat, and a rare smile appeared on her serious face. Uchiha Sakura nervously sat down in front of me, full of doubts. The clan head, who rarely smiled, actually smiled at himself. Could it be that he was mistaken? Or is the world coming to an end? He quickly sat up straight and asked with a slight smile, "Clan head, do you have something to discuss with me?" He observed my expression, showing extreme respect. Although Uchiha Fugaku did not educate his children very successfully, he still had a considerable prestige among the clan members. I knew what was going on and went straight to the point. While we were having a secret conversation, in the Hokage Tower office, the foremost influential people of Konoha village gathered together, with Uchiha Itachi kneeling below. Danzo, with his left eye bandaged, coldly snorted and said, "They are going to betray us tonight. We should strike first while we still can." Hatake Kakashi, frowning tightly, felt it was inappropriate. He believed that for the Uchiha clan, who had fought side by side in the past, peace talks should be the top priority. Looking at the respectful Uchiha Itachi, he reassured him, "I will come up with a foolproof plan." Uchiha Itachi, who was originally conflicted, lowered his head respectfully upon hearing this, feeling much relieved. He thought to himself that the third Hokage would surely come up with a solution, allowing the clan and the village to coexist peacefully. However, the cold-eyed Tuanzang had long sentenced the Uchiha clan to death in his heart, and he decided not to delay any longer. He would take action tonight. Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan was having a gathering tonight, which was a perfect opportunity to capture them all. Tuanzang's cold gaze fell on Uchiha Itachi, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he thought Itachi could become a sharp blade in his hands. But at that moment, a voice from the outside said, "Hokage-sama, someone outside is looking for Uchiha Itachi. They are from the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzan's eyes flashed, and he said to Uchiha Itachi, "Your clan members are looking for you. Go and see what's going on. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me, and we'll solve it together." Uchiha Itachi felt some resistance in his heart upon hearing that someone from his clan was looking for him, but he could only obey the order. Soon, he returned to the Uchiha clan territory under the leadership of his servant, Liang-yi. "Let him in." My voice came from the room. There was a hint of complexity in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, thinking that his father was anxious to call him back, surely to inquire about the situation on the Hokage side. Feeling a bit tired, after taking a deep breath, he walked into the room and called out "Father," but did not receive the usual inquiries. He raised his head in surprise, meeting my scrutinizing gaze, sensing that his father seemed different today than usual. At this moment, I suddenly asked, "Do you think you are strong?" Uchiha Itachi's face remained calm, and he replied calmly, "Not really, father." I observed him. Since he entered the room, he had been tense, although he tried to play the obedient child. But I knew the plot well, and I knew that his mind was made up. It was useless to say anything to him now. I continued, "Look up and see what this is." Uchiha Itachi obediently looked at me, and instantly met a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes shaped like shuriken, full of killing intent. Caught off guard, he fell under the genjutsu of my Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. This illusion is an upgraded version of moon reading, which can pull a person's spirit into the illusion world. Seeing him fall into a deep sleep, I did not relax my vigilance. Soon, Uchiha Sakura, carrying a white suitcase, hurried over. Before long, the eye extraction surgery was completed. Uchiha Sakura, with blood-stained gloves, carried a glass container containing an unknown liquid, inside of which two spherical objects floated. I took the container and glanced at it, saying, "Very well, let's proceed to transplant them into my eyes." Although Uchiha Sakura did not understand, she still did as instructed. With her superb medical ninjutsu, the surgery was completed perfectly. After Uchiha Sakura leaves, I am ecstatic in my heart, feeling clearly that the kaleidoscope in my eyes is rapidly merging with Itachi's kaleidoscope, and my eye power is also growing rapidly. It seems that in less than an hour, I will be able to possess the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Originally, I was planning to have a good talk with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, trying to avoid a coup d'etat, but thinking that I will soon have the eternal kaleidoscope, my mindset changed. After all, once I have it, my eyes will not go blind. The impact of using eye techniques on the body will be minimal, and my strength can directly reach the level of a super shadow. The current Konoha village is very weak, with the 3 ninjas leaving, the 4th Hokage dead, and the 3rd Hokage old. The entire village only has the 3rd Hokage and Danzo as the top-level strong ones, with most of the others being high-level ninjas supporting them. If I were still an ordinary Sharingan user and tried to launch a coup with the Uchiha clan, I would definitely fail. But now it's different. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I have confidence. So what if I betray them? A cold light flashes in my eyes, thinking to myself, now the only trouble left is Uchiha Madara. I should deal with him first. Others may not know the details of Uchiha Madara, but I have seen the final episode of Naruto. He is just a Mangekyo Sharingan user with the ability of Kamui. Once you understand this ability, you can come up with a way to deal with it. After being excited for a while, I shifted my focus back to the still sleeping Uchiha Itachi. Although I only put him to sleep once with Tsukuyomi, he would soon awaken once the Mangekyo Sharingan closed. I took his eyes, but I dared not be careless. After all, my eyes were in the process of merging and evolving. If using the Mangekyo Sharingan now would affect the fusion, causing the failure of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan awakening, that would be disastrous. So, during this hour of fusion, I decided never to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even tried not to use chakra as much as possible. Calculate the time, the person who should come is almost here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, an old man with all white hair strode into the room. Impatiently, he asked as soon as he entered the door, "Fu yu eh? The meeting hasn't started yet. Why did you call me over?" With that, he suddenly noticed the figure lying flat on the table. After seeing the face clearly, he found the eye sockets hollow like caves. His pupils shrank instantly, and his face changed drastically. After being stunned for a while, he finally regained his composure and quickly asked, "Fu yu eh? What happened to Yotuo?" Although some of the clan members are a little unhappy with me, I am after all the rightful clan leader. Now someone dares to attack the clan leader's son and even took away his Sharingan. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Uchiha clan. The elder Uchiha Shisuke's face turned pale with anger. I waved my hand and said, "Keep it down. It was me." Uchiha Shisuke's anger disappeared instantly, replaced by embarrassment. A tiger does not eat its cubs. "Fugaku, what are you doing?" Facing his puzzled look, I didn't explain much, but instead asked him to seal away Uchiha Itachi's chakra first, and explain later. "What? Isn't Itachi your son? Seal his chakra? Are you kidding?" Although Uchiha Shisui was full of doubts, since the clan had ordered so, he did not hesitate. He nodded, approached Itachi Uchiha, and solemnly performed the sealing technique with faint blue chakra emanating from his old 5 fingers. I know clearly that among the Uchiha clan, the elder Shisui is the only one who understands sealing techniques, so sealing Itachi's chakra is a piece of cake for him. The reason I did this is twofold. First, I am afraid that Itachi will use the water style that he holds in his hands, the Mangekyo Sharingan, to disrupt my plans. And second, I am also a bit envious of the incredible Tsukuyomi of the water style. After a while, Uchiha Shisuke completed the sealing and asked, "Alright, what's going on here?" I then revealed that Uchiha Itachi had already joined forces with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and disclosed all the Uchiha clan's conspiracy to overthrow the government to the top officials of Konoha. Uchiha Shisuke was shocked to hear this, suddenly stood up, paced nervously back and forth in the room, sweat beading on his forehead. "This is a disaster. I've always said that the path of rebellion is not viable, but you all insisted." He sighed heavily, as he was the leader of the dovish faction and had always opposed the coup. I calmly took a sip of tea and said to him after he calmed down, "Elder, think about it carefully. Since the Nine Tails incident, how has the village treated us? If you still hold on to unrealistic ideas, it will only doom the Uchiha clan." The elder, Seihu, looked at me with an unpleasant expression, acknowledging that what I said was true. However, he also pointed out that a coup was not a viable option. Although the village is currently weak, attempting a coup with just the Uchiha clan's power would be like hitting a rock with an egg. I didn't argue with him much. I just lightly said, "I have awakened the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye." Uchiha Shisui was immediately incredulous, his eyes widening, his voice trembling slightly. What? Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? After nodding again to confirm, he became so excited that his whole body trembled. Can I see it? I shook my head and said. Later, I received information that Konoha will launch an attack while we gather tonight. This is a battle of extermination. Go gather all the senior members of the clan. Meet at the Southern Hei Shrine in an hour. And I will show everyone these eyes then. Alright. I never thought that in my lifetime I would see someone in the clan awaken eyes like Lord Itachi. Although Uchiha Shursui was old, he was experienced and knew some secrets. He no longer worried, and left the room excitedly to gather his tribe. After he left, I instructed Uchiha Ryo to tie up Itachi with a rope and take him to the underground chamber of the Naka Shrine. 1 hour later, the hall of the Nanha Shrine was densely packed with people. I stood at a high place, and the elder Uchiha Shisuke reported, Fugaku, except for those who are on a mission and cannot return, all the senior ninjas in the clan are here. The second and third elders were still unclear about what had happened, looking at Uchiha Shisuke in astonishment. The two of them belonged to the Hawk faction advocating for a coup, usually disagreeing with the elder Shisuke, who led the Dove faction. Today, Shisuke's unusual behavior left them puzzled. At this moment, I suddenly clapped my hands, attracting the attention of many people below, and then said, seeking peace through struggle leads to peace, while seeking peace through compromise leads to destruction of peace. The second elder and the third elder looked at me in surprise, thinking, is this still the same weak tribal chief as before? My words also instantly quieted the Uchiha clan members below. In the face of so many people's attention, Fuyu a little bit not panic, self-centered said, we all know, our Uchiha clan and Shikuma clan jointly established Kiba. This Naruto position should have our Uchiha's seat. However, now and not to mention the Naruto, the nine-tailed event, because the nine-tailed by the eye of the Shat owner control, they suspected us of controlling the nine-tailed, subject to the third generation of their suspicion, will be our Uchiha clan from the village center of the clan land to drive this side corner. The suspicion, will our Uchiha clan from the village center of the clan land to this side corner. I even got the news. The third generation they want to launch an attack on our Uchiha tonight, will be our death of the clan to exterminate the species. You guys say can agree? The following Uchiha clansmen just listened quietly at first, and as Fuyue's story became more and more uptight, one by one, their faces twisted up. Yes, their Uchiha clan is the most prestigious clan in the shinobi world, and they established Konoha together with the Chitose clan. So how come you Chitose people can be the Naruto, but we Uchiha can't be the Naruto? Differentiation? Furthermore, in the Nine Tails incident, they were all blocked by the Konoha's dark sect to prevent them from going out of the clan's land. So how could the Nine Tails be under their control? Where's the proof? Without proof, the dog barks, driving them from the center of the village's most prosperous area to this corner of the nook and cranny. Many of the clansmen looked indignant, and Uchiha Ryoichi, remembering Fuyue's confidences, appropriately shouted, no promise, we are honorable Uchiha. If they want to beat us, we'll fight them. The moment this statement came out, it was like stabbing a bee's nest. At first only a few voices shouted no. To the end it became everyone yelling kill kill kill. Fuyue nodded with satisfaction, casting a satisfied glance to Uchiha Ryoichi in the crowd, and then lifted his hands, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Futsuki's prestige was good. After he raised his hand, the originally emotional clansmen all quieted down at first. I have awakened the supreme pupil art of the Uchiha, the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye, said Futsuki as he opened the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye. Originally he had a pattern of 3 rapiers. After fusing and evolving the eternal eyes with the eyes of the Uchiha weasel, the pattern became a hexagonal shape with 6 rapiers crossed over it. At the moment when the eternal kaleidoscope was unveiled, all the clansmen present sensed the unrivaled suppression from the clan headlord. It was the suppression from the bone, the supreme pupil art that overrode their 3-hooked jade shading wheel eyes. All the clansmen, including the first elder, second elder, and third elder, all had fiery gazes and excited moods. The glory of our ancestors is shining on us. It is incumbent upon my generation to recast the glory of the Uchiha, and the final victory belongs to us. Fuyue made an impassioned and spirited statement. The third Naruto wants to try the sharpness of the sword in our hands, then we will do as they wish. Speaking of this, Fuyu yelled, depart. Not bad. Fuyu didn't intend to wait until night. Taking the initiative was his style. He took the lead and walked in front. Behind him were the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, and then all the 3-hooked jade clansmen. At this time a remnant shadow approached from a distance. The eldest elder's eyes moved slightly to welcome him, and in a moment returned to Futsuki's side and said, Futsuki, there's news. Junzo's people are at the Naruto building, and the 2 advisors are there along with Naruto-sama. Fuyu sneered. These four old things were probably still waiting for the Uchiha Weasel to bring the news back, which just gave him a chance to end it all in one pot. Very well, everyone, target the Naruto building. Full speed ahead. A group of people winded out of the Uchiha clanland. A tree outside the clanland. A darkly dressed Negi ninja rubbed his eyes in dismay. What is the Uchiha trying to do? No! I have to hurry and report to Lord Gunzo. No sooner had the thought arisen than he felt a heavenly spin. And in a trance, he saw a familiar headless body on a tree branch. And next to him, a figure was sheathing his long sword. Who dares to attack him in the village? When he saw the Uchiha clan crest on the figure's back, it dawned on him that the Uchiha had turned against him? He had just come to his senses and everything went dark. At this moment, a dead head just landed on the ground. Uchiha Ryoichi grunted coldly and quickly returned to his team after sheathing his sword. The Uchiha and his group didn't sneak around at all, and took the nearest road, bright and early, towards the center of the village, straight towards the Naruto building. Pedestrians on the road inadvertently looked up and were all shocked to see so many ninjas raging on the rooftops. The Uchiha vigilantes, who used to patrol the streets, recognized that badge. So many Uchiha. What kind of big deal is going on here? A doubt welled up in their minds. Kibun Ninja School. Today was a real-life simulation, and all the students were on the playground. Look everyone! Someone shouted, pointing at the large wave of ninjas leaping across the roof next to the playground. That's a lot of people. Sasuke Uchiha stood crane-like in the crowd with a cool face. He had just scored a perfect score on the bitterless throw, which made him smug. He heard some noise from across the street, but he didn't care, thinking happily of sharing the good news with his brother after school. Sakura and Ino were in a daze. Naruto ran next to Sasuke and staggered. Sasuke, you won this time, but don't get cocky. Next time the winner will definitely be me. Sasuke rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. When someone beside him reminded him, Sasuke, look, is that one of your Uchiha clan? Sasuke looked in the direction of his finger, just in time to see the back of a man speeding past on the roof. Sasuke's eyes widened at the sight of a familiar back. Father? Hey Sasuke, what are they doing there? Someone asked curiously. However, Sasuke was also confused. At this point Naruto's eyes darted around and he said smugly with his hands on his hips, you guys are so stupid. They're going to eat Ichiraku ramen. Idiot, you're the only one who goes to Ichiraku ramen. Sakura said dismissively from the sidelines. The crowd roared with laughter as well, directly ignoring the mischievous Naruto. The ninja school was close to the Naruto building, only about 10 minutes away. To the students in the ninja school, the Uchiha and his party passing by was just a small interlude, and they were talking and laughing, more excited about the practical exercises that would begin soon. Irika Kaino clapped her hands. Class, stand in the order you just did. The practical drills are about to begin. Chapter 5, Red Flare. Naruto Building. Office. Sarutobi Hinata, the third generation, barred his big bong, his pale face hidden in the clouds. Juzo was full of impatience. Mito Mangyan and Turner Kohara were instead sipping tea with a leisurely face. They're waiting for the skunk to come back. Hinata, I'll go first. Juzo glanced at the time once more, not prepared to wait any longer. It was now 5 p.m. and half an hour until dark. He had to get back to setting up his staff. Sarutobi Hinata gave him a look with deep meaning, and persuaded him in a fake manner. Don't mess around. Guzu, the weasel hasn't come back yet. We have to think of a way together. How can we make peace between the village and the Uchiha dash? With a wave of his hand, Raizo interrupted. That's your business. I've got things to do, so I'll head back. After saying that, he straightened his clothes and left the office on his own without waiting for Sarutobi to say anything. Sarutobi Hazuru opened his mouth, but did not continue to say anything. He looked at Mito Menyen in transferring the sleep of Koharu, the big pipe to the mouth to continue to swallow clouds. Anyway, he meant to. Whether or not the group of Tibet to listen to it is none of his business. Turning to her bed, Haru wrinkled her brow and said with some concern, Hinata, it's not likely that Uchiha Weasel won't be coming back, right? Are we still waiting? Wait, he'll be back. Sarutobi Hinata said confidently. After the time he had spent coaching him, he was confident that Uchiha Weasel would strictly carry out the will of fire and would not turn his back on the village. Here, have some tea, have some tea. Mito Menyen poured the tea with a smile. This would be just as Suzu walked up to the entrance of the Naruto building, when he bumped into the Uchiha and his party. Frowning, and in no hurry to leave, Ryunzo chided, Uchiha Futsuki, what are you trying to do by bringing so many people? A rebellion? A flicker of desire flashed in his shadowy eyes. So many Sharingan eyes. Ah, after tonight it's all his. He pressed down the desire in his heart and waited for Uchiha Futsuki to give him a reasonable explanation. What he never expected was that the Uchiha Futsuki, who usually treated him with respect, would directly seize his eyes at the drop of a hat. only to see Futsuki step forward without thinking, the eternal kaleidoscope opening up to meet Tuanzo's line of sight. Upon seeing the pattern of six-sided sharp blades in Uchiha Futsuki's eyes, Gunzo instantly froze in place. Futsuki reached out to Tuanzo's bandaged eye, chakra emerging from his fingertips and cutting through the bandage like a sharp blade, cleanly gouging out this eye and putting it into the glass container he had put away earlier. Immediately he drew out his long sword, cut off the 1,000-hand cell arm transplanted by Tuanzo, and put it into the space scroll. All of this happened in just a few seconds. At this time Tuanzo, followed by the two root ninja, reacted. A face of horror wanting to cry out when the Uchiha Siha touched the near front, and a knife and two knives to finish them off. Uchiha Sure, who looked at the ground like a dead dog like Tuanzo. Who would have thought that he in the last second is still that the formidable say nothing Naruto auxiliary Shimura Tuanzo it. It's not clear why Tomoyuki is doing this, but he definitely has his reasons. Uchiha Sure, who also did not ask why, just waved his hand. A group of red-eyed Uchiha like hungry wolves rushed into the Naruto building. No matter what, see people to kill. Under the suppression of a bunch of three-hooked jade shurikens, the people in the hall fell into a pool of blood without any power to fight back. Where's Mayo? Uchiha Satoru asked as he grabbed a live one. Where has the unknown middle ninja ever seen this kind of scene? Shivering, he replied, in the Naruto's office on the 3rd floor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Uchiha Sahu slit his throat. The unknown shinobi Ao covered his blood-spewing throat and glared at Uchiha Sahu. No martial arts. I told you so and still killed me. 3rd floor. Naruto's office. What's all the commotion out there? Turning to bed, Koharu asked in disbelief. At that moment the door to the room slammed open and a figure hurried in. It's no good, Naruto-sama. The Uchiha clan has mutinied. They are on a killing spree on the 1st floor. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hinata violently stood up with an incredulous look. What did you say? Are you serious? He was in complete disbelief that the Uchiha clan had gone straight to mutiny and had come to the Naruto building to kill people. Had Uchiha snitched on them? On the side, Turner Koharu and Mito Menyen were also dumbfounded. They didn't believe it either. But the fact that a scream suddenly rang out from outside the door confirmed the truth. The Uchiha clan really turned against them. Hearing this miserable scream, Sarutobi Hinata didn't grasp the strength well and directly pinched the beloved smoking gun in his hand into two pieces. How dare they? Turner Koharu and Mito Menyen were shivering with anger. Big deal. How come we haven't gotten any news? Sarutobi frowned. The Uchiha clan had come too quickly. And now it was too late for him to transfer people back to defense. How many came? Sarutobi Hinata hadn't panicked yet and calmly inquired. 3 dozen people, all with 3 hooked shuriken eyes. The Nakanobu couldn't help but shiver as he thought back to the scene he had just peeked into the hallway. All of them Uchiha with their sharpened eyes open and full of murderous intent. A masked, white-haired shadowy figure came in through the window. Naruto-sama. Uchiha. Sarutobi Hinata interrupted. I already know. You go gather your men quickly. I'll stall for time. Yes. As fast as he came, Kakashi Hagi left, and whoosh, he disappeared back into the office as if he had never been there, only the curtains still swaying slightly. Sarutobi felt a headache. The reason why he was not in favor of Tuanzo's use of force against the Uchiha clan was that he did not want to see this happen. The Uchiha clan is fish out of water. The village is already weak. How many good ninja would have to die in order to quell this rebellion? Even if the rebellion is successful, it will bring huge casualties to the village. And the other 4 major ninja villages will not want to let go of this great opportunity. And after that, what will happen to Kiba he cannot even dare to think about. Damn it, Uchiha Futsuki deserved to die. Sarutobi Hinata gritted his teeth. However, now that it had happened, it was no longer useful for him to think about it. He had to talk to Uchiha Futsuki. Sarutobi Hinata wimped out. He was ready to talk to Futsuki. It's better not to fight if you can stay out of a firefight. He walked quickly out of Naruto's office, still holding a slight chance in his heart that he could persuade Uchiha Futake to give up the forceful coup. Kakashi Hagi exited the office and pulled out a flare. Bayou. 3 red flares whistled up into the sky. This eye-catching flare attracted the attention of the village directly. The moment they saw the red flare rise, many of the village's elite top shinobi who saw the scene all had their faces changed drastically, dropping what they were doing and rushing towards the place where the flare rose. A red flare going up in the village represents a level 1 state of alert. 3 red flares in a row represents a crisis of village extermination. All ninjas above the rank of Nakanobu, no matter what they are doing, should drop everything they are doing and rush to the red signal flare immediately when they see it. Chapter 6, Kiba F4 all destroyed. Kiba Ninja School. Iruka Kaino took the list in red. Okay, make the seal of reconciliation. Next match. Sasuke with. He hadn't finished his sentence when he saw a red flare rise in the direction of the Naruto building, and his face suddenly changed as the list book snapped to the ground. Sasuke had just taken 2 handsome steps away from the crowd with his hands in his pockets when he noticed a change in Kaino Irika's demeanor, and he was surprised to see a red flare shoot up into the sky as well. Sensei, who is Sasuke with? Is it me? Is it me? Naruto heard Kaino Irika read halfway through and didn't read the person who fought against Sasuke, so he was scratching his head and kept asking. Irika Kaino ignored him and simply dropped. Class, the drill is suspended and you will return to your classes immediately. With that said, he exchanged glances with a few other class teachers and rushed towards the Naruto building in silent agreement. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the red smoke filling the sky, vaguely sensing in his mind that it seemed to have something to do with his father, who had brought his clan over earlier. Not only the ninja school, but all over the village, there was a figure coming towards the Naruto building. This red signal arrived as if it had stirred up a hornet's nest, and densely packed Kiba ninjas converged from all directions. Sarutobi Hinata had just descended the stairs when he saw a scene that made him stare in horror, only to see Uchiha Futsuki stab Tuzo in the heart. Stop! Sarutobi only had time to cry out before he saw Uchiha Futsuki look up at him contemptuously and slice off Tuanzu's head with another slash, kicking it like a soccer ball to his heels. Looking at his best friend's dead head with one eye missing, Sarutobi Hinata only felt anger rising from his heart, his hands shivering as he pointed at Uchiha Tomoikiake and questioned. You're crazy Tomoikiake. Do you understand what you're doing? Slaying a senior Kiba member. You are bringing the Uchiha clan to hell. Take me to hell? I'm only going to hell if I don't do anything. Fu you, who is familiar with the plot, sneered. According to the plot development, this night, the Uchiha clan will be extinguished, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke as a survivor. Shimura Gonzo killed Stopper and took my clan's Sharingan eyes. The evidence is overwhelming, and he deserves to die, Fuyue said in a cold voice, taking out the arm he had cut off earlier, slashing the bandage with his knife, and throwing it in front of Sarutobi. Sarutobi took a look and realized that it was indeed the arm of Junzo, a ghastly white arm with several 3-hooked shuriken eyes in their open state embedded in the skin. Sarutobi Hinata's face was ugly. He immediately recognized that this arm was the product of Juma's cells. He had long banned human experimentation. He did not expect that Juanzo would have the audacity to not only transplant it into himself, but also the Uchiha clan's sharpening will eyes. As for killing Stopper, Junzo might actually be able to do it. Sarutobi knew that Futake wasn't lying to him. You're confused. You can communicate with me if you feel wronged. Why would you privately kill a Naruto auxiliary? Sarutobi said bitterly. You can stop now. It's not too late. Sarutobi Hinata persuaded. Before Fuyu could say anything, 2 figures came down from this side of the stairs, and it was none other than Turner Koharu and Mito Mangyan who came down the stairs 1 step slower. Turning sleepy, Koharu saw the dead head of her old friend on the ground and fell to the ground in fear. The next instant, as if to cover her cowardice, she climbed up with a grunt and rushed to Uchiha Futsuki, pointing at him and scolding him sternly. Uchiha Futsuki, are you trying to rebel? How dare you kill Reunion? You rebel dash. Fuyu didn't give her a chance to finish, directly lording it over her with a knife. Turn betting Koharu Mizutaki Mangyan Sarutobi Hizen troop hide these 4 scourges do not die. He cannot take charge of Kiba village. Only with their deaths could he take his seat as Naruto. Ah! Mito Mangyan, who saw this scene, shrieked out in shock. Even Sarutobi Hinata's pupils shrank. He looked at Fuyue's cold eyes. That complex pattern. As if he had gone back to how many years ago when Uchiha-zan was still around. How similar it was to those eyes of Uchiha-zan. Upon noticing those eyes, Sarutobi only felt his scalp tingling, his heart beating like a drum, and his entire being doubled in stress. So it is. He figured out many joints in an instant. No wonder Uchiha Futsuki dared to make a move. So it was because he possessed the same eyes as Uchiha-zan. That pair of evil yet incomparably powerful eyes. Kaleidoscope writer's eye. He looked at Uchiha Futsuki with incomparable scorn in his eyes. This is bad. A cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hinata's forehead and a bad feeling rose in his heart. The great crisis. As much as he somewhat hated to admit it, he did feel scared. Sarutobi secretly pinched the flesh of his thigh as his leg went weak. He hadn't even felt this tricky during the night of the 9 tails. Mito Mangyan was scared as he watched Uchiha Futsuki coming this way. He whispered Hinata's name but was shocked to find that Hinata didn't respond at all. He watched as Uchiha Futsuki slashed down Hinata's head. Too weak. Fuyu tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's your turn. He looked at the last of the Kiba F4 with a faint smile. He really didn't expect it to be so easy and smooth. Sarutobi Nichiju has a 1-for-1 ghoul sealing end under an immortal. So he didn't grind with Sarutobi Nichiju and didn't give him a chance to use the ghoul sealing end. He just straight away made him a fool with the Moonska Shinaka, and finished him off easily. I'm afraid that Sarutobi Hizuru didn't expect that he wouldn't even have the chance to cast Ghoul Seal Exhaustion. Looking at Uchiha Futsuki's demonic smile, Mito Mangyan's eyes rolled over and he actually fainted in fear. Fuyu was stunned. then shook his head. How long has it been since this old thing, Mito Mengyen, has not fought, that he has become so timid? It's really a sadness for the Konoha village that such a person holds the Konoha running, followed by going up to fill in the blanks. The Uchiha people saw their own clan chief god descended to earth, chopping and cutting like a vegetable to take out the 4 high-ranking including the 3rd generation Naruto. The heart has long been excited and cannot be self-conscious, was blown up to become the strongest Naruto ever. Sarutobi Hizuru by the clan chief adults easily killed. If not for the pride of being an Uchiha clan, they could not help but shout out in celebration. Lord Patriarch, awesome! Each of them looked at Fuyu with fiery gazes, and at this point in time, even if Fuyu told them to go to their deaths, they would probably be able to carry out their orders without hesitation. Uchiha Sure who secretly staggered. The 3rd generation only a photo on the move. Standing still motionless by Fuyue cut off the head. Should I say that it is worthy of being comparable to the eyes of Lord Zan? So strong. Spinning around, he got excited again. The era belonging to my Uchiha clan has finally arrived. Lord Patriarch, there's someone coming from outside. An Uchiha clan member who was on sentry duty outside ran into the hall and reported loudly. Chapter 7, outside the Naruto building. Go out and meet them. Pei-Leap instructed the clan to take Kiba 4F's head with them and head outside. The rest of the Uchiha clansmen followed his lead with spirited gazes. Stop! A cry rang out from the stairs, and Fuyue turned around to see that it was Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the bodies on the ground in shock, his eyes sweeping over the heads carried in the Uchiha clan's hands before staring dead at the leader. Uchiha Futsuki. The hand rested on the forehead protector that covered his left eye, as if trying to lift it up. Fuyue watched without changing his face as he lifted his forehead protector, and just as he was about to do so, he spoke out faintly. White Teeth's death was done by Sarutobi Hizuru and Tuanzu. Do you want to avenge your father's murderer? Kakashi stopped moving his hand, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Kakashi froze and did not move, Fuyue withdrew his gaze and walked towards the gate. The remaining Uchiha clansmen swept a cold glance at him and followed closely behind Fuyue. Outside the Kiba building, a number of clan ninjas had come. They hadn't heard anything and were only shocked to see the Uchiha clan ninjas holding the gate, unable to see what was happening inside. They didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to rush in at will, so they could only watch from the outside. Inu Deer Butterfly. 3 big families have always worked together. At this moment, the 3 family leaders also stood together, staring at the entrance of the Naruto building with a grave expression. I have a bad feeling about this. Nara Kagura, recognized as a Kiba wise guy, murmured, frowning and whispering, prepare yourselves mentally. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud cry. Coming out. Someone's coming out. All of them stared at the figure walking out of the gate with unblinking dead eyes. After squinting his eyes in an attempt to make out the round-shaped thing the Uchiha were holding, Nara Kagura's eyes snapped wide open, only to feel a rush of cold air from the soles of his feet along his spine and straight to his brain. Boom! On the side, Yamanaka Ohichi's face turned white as he grabbed Nara Kagyu's arm and shook it. Kagyu, is it just my eyes? How come I saw Naruto-sama's head, and the 3 lords of Junzo? On the sidelines, Akimichi Taza was also staring blankly. Nara Kagura sighed, her gaze 3 parts bitter, 4 parts shocked, and a few parts complicated. He knew that the sky was about to change in Kiba village, before the 3 great families of Inu Deer and Butterfly, who were loyal to Naruto, could come forward. Someone shouted angrily, Uchiha Futsuki, you have the audacity to kill Naruto-sama. The moment this person's words came out, some of the people standing on the periphery who hadn't seen it yet were suddenly shocked. What? Naruto-sama was killed by the Uchiha? My god, is the Uchiha that ruthless? There were quite a few scolds, but they were all uniformly not moving much. Can't you see that the 3 clans loyal to Naruto, Inuyasha, Deer and Butterfly, are not making a move? Some smart clan talkers didn't step up, but waited to see what would happen. All these years they suffered from the exploitation of Junzo and had a hard time talking about it. Today many of them saw Junzo's head surprisingly secretly happy in their hearts, and they were more or less angry about the death of the 3rd Naruto Sarutobi, but not much. When people die, they are more interested in seeing what they can get out of it. After all, people are dead and they are still alive, aren't they? The reason so many people are cold feet is also because Sarutobi Hinata has done such a lousy job over the past few years. Since the death of the 4th generation he stepped up to the forefront to re-emerge as Naruto, and instead of solving much of anything he's made a lot of dumb moves, sat back and watched as Gumiharu exploited them. And when they went to the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hinata and told him off, Gumiharu didn't do anything about it at all. They have long been disgruntled for a long time. Leaves don't yellow in a day, and hearts don't cool in a day. 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Yet there was one person. Yet there was something otherworldly. His eyes were on fire as he looked stupidly at Uchiha Futsuki on the front steps of the Naruto building, feeling his blood boiling and burning throughout his body. He is Kiba's high-flying pale blue beast, Mithraea, to be able to kill the strongest Naruto of all times, Lord Sandaime. I'm sure the strength must be great. Looks like my youth is about to burn at its peak. Had to use that trick. The 8 gates of transportation. The gate of death. Before the word Kai could be pronounced, Mithraea was surprised to find Kakashi appearing in front of him to stop him. Kakashi, why are you stopping me from burning my youth? With a shocked and uncomprehending look on his face, Mithraea chattered. This is the most critical time in Konoha when my noble pale blue beast needs to burn its youth. Kakashi grimaced. He had been told by Futsuki earlier that the Sandaime and Tuzo were responsible for his father's death, and he had yet to seek him out to ask him about it. So naturally, he couldn't watch his best friend perform that move and fight Uchiha Futsuki to the death. His best friend had practiced hard for many years. How strong he was after opening the 8 gates even he couldn't imagine. He didn't know if Uchiha Futsuki could resist the art of the 8 gates of the recluse. And in case Uchiha Futsuki died, where would he go to find the truth? His father's death was the pain of his life, and he naturally couldn't see the truth right in front of his eyes and lose this chance to learn it. Calm down, K. With Kakashi's persuasion, Mithraea didn't choose to make a move at all after all. Fuyu was surprised to see so many people looking on coldly. He didn't care about certain guys who only dared to curse in the crowd, and looked at the leaders of a few big giants, saying lightly, sit together and talk? The originally nervous Nara Kagura breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the current Kiba could not withstand the tossing and turning. As long as this Uchiha Futsuki fellow was willing to talk, it was naturally best if he didn't fight. He looked around. The patriarchs of the several famous families had not spoken. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to take the lead, and perhaps there was also an element of fear that Uchiha Futsuki would come down on them. After all, to talk about certainly not in this street in public talk. Present are not little cute. Nara Kagura no longer hesitated. He was worried about the delay. In case Uchiha Futsuki changed his mind, he stepped forward and said, Patriarch Fuyue can naturally talk if he wants to. I wonder how. The people are waiting outside, and the patriarchs of our major clans are sitting together to talk. Nara Kagura nodded as he looked to his left and right and said, a few of you, together? Hyuga Hinata, Oil Girl Shiki, and Inazuka Claw looked at each other and all nodded. Today made such a big fuss. Kiba village except for the mission of the upper ninja almost all here. About more than 100 upper ninja. They do not believe that the Uchiha clan dares to commit public anger to kill a few of them. It's useless to kill them. It's not like they have any grudge against the Uchiha clan. Matriarch Futsuki, please. Nara Kagura thought more clearly, knowing that since Uchiha Futsuki wanted to talk, he definitely wouldn't make a move against them. With Nara Kagura leading the way, the patriarchs of several large clans followed. You guys wait outside. After Futsuki gave his orders, he looked at the approaching Nara Kagura and the others and said please, then turned around and entered the Naruto building. Chapter 8 Who's for and who's against? Countless pairs of eyes watched as the patriarchs of several great families followed Uchiha Futake and walked into the Naruto building. And the atmosphere at the scene was so quiet that dropping a pin on the ground seemed as if one could hear it. Uchiha, Inuyasha Butterfly, Hinata, Oil Woman, Inazuka. These clans are the top prestigious clans in Kiba village, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they hold Kiba village in their hands. Of course, you can add a Sarutobi clan, a Shimura clan, but now that the two topmost big shots in the two clans were dead, they were nothing. Uchiha Fuyue's proposal of several clan heads talking together, they really didn't dare to go and get involved in it, in case the Uchiha clan slaughtered them as well. At that time, there is no place to cry. The smart Sarutobi clan chief, after seeing the impossible situation of a fight, had already sneaked out of the present with his clan's ninjas, ready to run away. Sarutobi Hizuru had used the money he had made from his power over the years to train Sarutobi clan ninjas outside. He was aware of it. As long as the top of their Sarutobi clan was still alive, there was still hope for a comeback. Even the Uchiha clan that Lord Hizuru couldn't deal with, he didn't have the confidence to resist. Walking was the best idea. He was going to meet up with the Sarutobi ninjas outside now. Uchiha Ryoichi stared at the crowd of Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan's people, and when he found Sarutobi clan's people sneaking away, he immediately told the eldest elder Uchiha Sihu about it, before the head of the family. But the lord of the family had given instructions that these two clans were to be eliminated. Uchiha Sure who didn't hesitate. He only left 10 of his clan members behind and ran off with the remaining 20 or so Senkyo Yakuzas to intercept the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Anyway, the clan chief is so powerful that he doesn't need the clan to stand up for him here. The ninjas who surrounded the Naruto building saw that the Uchiha clan's people had moved, as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and had the intention to intercept. But thinking that the patriarchs of several great clans had just entered the Naruto building, coupled with the fact that these Uchiha were leaving this place. They thought about it and still didn't make a move to intercept, and chose to wait and see what would happen. Nara Kagura followed Uchiha Futsuki into the halls of the Naruto building and saw the familiar headless bodies strewn across the floor. A quick scan. Looking at the injuries were all killed by a single blow was cut off the head. It seems that the fight did not last long to end the fight. Uchiha Futsuki is so powerful without being obvious? Nara Kaguya's heart was secretly shocked, but he didn't show his face and remained unchanged. Yamanaka Haichi and Akimichi Chingza, on the other hand, weren't as good at town as he was, and one or two of them practically had worry written all over their faces. Several other patriarchs also had a flash of worry in their eyes. Uchiha Futsuki is too powerful, and that's not good news. Fuyu didn't go upstairs either, so he found a room on the first floor and took the lead in sitting in the main seat. Nara Kagyu and the others were not upset about this. Strength is everything in this world. The fact that Uchiha Futake was able to easily kill the third Naruto shows that his strength has become the number one person in Konoha, coupled with the strength of the Uchiha clan, which was already the first powerful clan in Kiba. Sitting in the main seat was fine with all of them. All sit. Fuyu greeted. He had no fundamental conflict with these prestigious clans, and the moment Nara Kagura led the way in agreeing to the peace talks, he knew that these people would not be brain-dead enough to avenge Sarutobi and the four of them in a deadly battle. The Hyuga clan was forced by Sarutobi Hizuru to cause the head of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Hinata, to commit suicide during the Yunin Kiba peace talks 4 years ago, and to be really honest, it was too late for the Hyuga clan to clap their hands when Sarutobi Hizuru died. As for the remaining several clans, they have all been asked by Junzo to have their clan's geniuses enter the roots, and although there is no direct relationship with Sarutobi Nichiju, but Sarutobi Nichiju harbors Junzo, so I think that these clans have a grudge against Sarutobi Nichiju as well. It was because of this knowledge that he chose peace talks over forceful suppression of all killings. It can be killed but it's not necessary. After all, he still wanted to be a Naruto for a while. And what was the point of killing all these people and not having a few people under his hand to call on? Nara Kagura and the others took their seats. And then they looked to Uchiha Tomoyuki, intending to hear how he would talk about it. Fuyu coughed a few times, said, Woodleaf Village is my ancestor Uchiha Zebra and Thousand Hands Juma jointly established. In the third generation of Sarutobi Hizen's succession, Woodleaf is getting weaker and weaker. The war was won but like a defeated party to cut off the land compensation. White Teeth suicide. The three ninjas out of the country. Behind this have Sarutobi Hizen with the group of Tibetan handwriting. I as a member of the Woodleaf, cannot bear to see the Woodleaf to the demise, and therefore decisively put to death the treacherous. He first set the tone by finding a plausible excuse for the Uchiha's coup, then opened the door. I'll take the fifth Naruto. Who's for and who's against? Fuyu's face was cold, his gaze deep and sharp, and his words were concise and direct, not to be questioned. Hyuga Hinata almost didn't scream. The moment he saw Uchiha Futsuki's eyes, his memory trance almost thought he saw that Uchiha spot. It turned out that at this moment Fuyu opened his eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes to show his strength. Hyuga Hinata came to a realization at the moment, figuring out a few things he couldn't figure out. Why did Mikado get killed in one hit? It turns out that this Uchiha Futsuki guy has the same eyes as Uchiha-san. The Hyuga clan has a long heritage, so naturally they know some secrets that other people don't know. Hyuga Hinata mouth bitter. Why the Uchiha clan's sharpening will I can continue to evolve, while he Hyuga clan white eye stops here. God is not fair. The Uchiha clan's writing will I every evolution of a stage, on the strength of a qualitative leap enhancement, as long as the opening of the three-hook jade writing will I, can immediately be comparable to the upper ninja. This Uchiha Fuyue opened the kaleidoscope writing will I think it must be the strength of the shadow level or above, and his Hyuga clan's white eyes at best gave one the strength of an elite upper shinobi, reaching the upper limit here. Hyuga Hinata's heart dripped with envy. He had seen Uchiha-san defeat his enemies when he was a child and knew the power of these eyes of Uchiha Futsuki, so he did not speak out against it. A few moments of dissatisfaction flashed across the faces of the Oil Maiden and Inuzuka clan leaders. The fifth Naruto is something you say you want? No rules. However, seeing that Nara Kagura, who was known as a wise man, and Hyuga Hinata were silent and didn't object, they also chose not to say anything. Nara Kagura quietly waited for the follow-up. They are here to divide Kiba. He knows that the big head must be Uchiha Futsuki to take. It's good that their several plans can follow and drink some soup. Sure enough, I heard Uchiha Futake continue. Nara clan chief can be Naruto's assistant. Hyuga Hinata can be Naruto's advisor. And the industries in the hands of the clans do not move, everything remains the same. Oil Woman Shiki and Inuzuka Claw looked at each other in dismay. It's gone? Nara Kagyu can be a Naruto auxiliary, and Hyuga Hinata can be a Naruto advisor. So what about them? You're just going to say that the industries of all the tribes are immobile? Chapter 9, Cutting Off the Roots. Nara Kagu's essence flashed, as expected, but there was a little discrepancy. He originally thought that Uchiha Futsuki could give him an advisor's position and that was about it. He didn't expect that Uchiha Futsuki would give him an auxiliary position. However, in the face of Uchiha Futsuki's solicitation, he didn't refuse and smiled. Inuyasha Deer and Butterfly Tribe, have no problem with it. Why are the Inu Deer and Butterfly clans hardcore fans of Naruto's lineage? Is it not because of the benefits? The Nara clan, held most of the pharmaceutical industry in the whole of Konoha, and was the largest herbalist in Konoha, which was a huge profit. The Akimichi clan held the Konoha meat business, and the Hyarinmaru was developed by the Akimichi clan. The Yamanaka clan is tasked with the supervision of the Konoha boundary in addition to the Konoha intelligence officers due to their strong mental powers. It can be said that all three clans, Inu Deer and Butterfly, have benefited from defecting to Naruto. Now that the third generation of Naruto is dead, Uchiha Futake is about to take the throne and gave him a position as Naruto's assistant. And he's a cutie if he doesn't agree. Fuyu nodded. The Pig Deer Butterfly three tribes were originally the same breath. The three tribes have each other marriage, as long as the Nara Deer long promised, the other two tribes and will not oppose. That means he has gained the support of all three tribes. This peace talks he does not intend to get the support of all the clans. The old ancestors left behind to pull a faction to fight a faction. He only need to get the support of the Inuyasha Butterfly. Hinata will be considered a success. The other clans are not enough to be afraid of. Hyuga Hinata is quite vocal. My Hyuga clan is second only to your Uchiha clan. This Naruto auxiliary is not given to me to Nara Kagu, but when he looked up and met Fuyue's gaze, he still nodded from his heart. The Hyuga clan, have no problem with that either. When Uchiha Futsuki's gaze swept in, both Oil Woman Shiki and Inuzuka Claw's muscles tightened. Was this the Uchiha clan's blood relay limit? What a stressful situation to be under. The two looked at each other. Inuyasha Butterfly and Hinata were fine with it. And even if their two clans had an opinion, it wouldn't be of much use. So they said in unison that they didn't have an opinion. Fuyue nodded. Then it is so happily decided. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan have rebelled, and I ask you all to help me. He had finished off Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Tuzo, so naturally there was no way he could let go of the families behind the two. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. After the cake has been divided, it's natural to get down to business. Nara Kagura did not have any sympathy, and rightfully followed by standing up and echoing, Tamagate clan chief. No, now it's time to call the fifth generation of Naruto. Nara Kagura smiled slightly and said, Sarutobi, Shimura two clans with evil intentions plotting to do something wrong. We Inuyasha Deer and Butterfly three families would like to help the fifth generation of Naruto. Time for liquidation. Hyuga Hinata cursed the speed with which Nara Kagu had fallen into the well, but thinking that he had also gotten a position as an advisor. He also said righteously, cleaning up the remnants. My Hyuga clan is not willing to be left behind. Seeing that Inuyasha Butterfly Hinata had taken a stance, Oil Woman Shiki Inuzuka Claw also hastened to speak out. So do we. Fuyue revealed a satisfied smile. A few more details were discussed before the talks ended. As soon as Fuyu came out, he was still a bit surprised to see that most of the clansmen at the entrance were missing, and it was only after he learned that it was the Grand Elder, Uchiha Sihu, who had led the men to intercept the Sarutobi clan that had slipped away that it dawned on him. When the ninjas outside saw that their own patriarch had come out safely, the heavy atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Without delay, Nara Kagura, Hyuga Hinata, and the others hurried back to the pack and began giving orders. Rounding up the Sarutobi clan? The Hyuga clan was a bit turned around by the orders issued by their own clan leader. If it wasn't for the White Eye seeing that the clan leader's chakra didn't have any abnormalities, they would have thought that the clan leader was being controlled by Uchiha Futsuki with his Sharingan eyes. Was I not clear enough? Hyuga Hinata said in a deep voice. In this moment, the majesty of his Zone family's head was visible. That subclan member who had raised his voice shrunk his head. How could he dare to half-heartedly disobey? In the Hyuga clan, the clan is supposed to say one thing, and the subclans dare not resist in any way. Although several other clan members had doubts, after receiving Hinata's eye gesture, they first tucked them away with the intention of asking them later. The same was true for several other clans, and before the clansmen of the Shimura clan who were present could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by ninjas from several major clans. Even though they were doing it to fellow villagers, they didn't hesitate for a second. After all, the order given by the patriarch was to kill without pardon. It was the ninja's duty to carry out orders, let alone the clan leader's orders. In just a split second, the ninjas of the Shimura clan were killed. The civilian ninja on the side looked dumbfounded. What is the situation now? Wasn't it the Uchiha clan that rebelled and killed the third Naruto? How is it that a few other big families are helping to make things worse? It confused them. There was a desire to stop it, but with just the individuals they had, facing several powerful elite ninjas, it was better to think about it. Once the Shimura clan members present had been killed cleanly, a civilian shinobi bravely approached Narakagura to inquire about the situation. Narakagura clapped his hands, looked at the civilian ninjas, said loudly, "Sarutobi Nichiho aged mediocrity. Sell the village interests. Resulting in the strength of the wooden leaf is low. The turn of the bed Saochun. Mito Menyen. Shimura Tuanzo help for the abuse of cruelty. Mutilation of wooden leaf ninjas. The death of deserved to die. I and other agreed to elect the Uchiha Fuyue patriarch line acting as a 5th-generation Naruto. The matter of today shall not be advertised, and for the time being, each go back to their own homes, not to make trouble." Several clan leaders nodded their greetings to Uchiha Futsuki, who was standing at the gate, and then led the way as they flew towards the Sarutobi clan's Shimura clan's land. Several great magnates left with their people, leaving a field of dazed and numbclawed civilian ninjas, in the face of the reason given by Narakagura, although they are not very convincing. But who let others have more people? Among the Kiba upper ninja, the ninja of a few big and powerful clans make up the majority, and a small portion of them are the civilian ninja. It didn't help that they were unconvinced. So, break it up, all of you. A civilian on the shinobu side and yelled out, leading the way. The remaining civilian ninjas gradually dispersed. Soon the only people left around the Naruto building were the people of the Uchiha clan, as well as the ordinary civilian crowds poking their heads around on the streets in the distance. When they saw the commotion over here, they naturally scratched their ears and wondered what was going on over here. When the civilian ninjas dispersed, the blocked line of sight was much more spacious, but it was too far away to see, only to see a few corpses on the field of the Naruto building. At this time, Fuyu left a few Uchiha clansmen to clean up the mess on the ground, and the rest of them were told to stop those ordinary civilian masses not far away, lest they gather around and make trouble. Break it all up, break it up. The Uchiha coldly stepped in front of the eaters to evacuate them. Because of the Lord Clan Chief's admonition, they did not evacuate ironically, but only warned them to disperse quickly. Chapter 10, not a single one of them will be allowed to escape. The Uchiha clan was originally because of the strict law enforcement of the police force in the past without any human feelings, coupled with the deliberate guidance of Sarutobi Hizuru Shimura Tuanzu and others, which made the Uchiha clan in the hearts of the civilian population with an extremely poor reputation. And they are like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and because of this factor, it made the melon eaters disperse extremely quickly. I have to say it's also a blessing in disguise. And at this time, Kakashi also came to Fuyue's body, bound to ask for a result. Mithraea stood just 2 steps behind Kakashi, 2 thick eyebrows crossed, both eyes glaring at Futsuki with the look of opening the 8 gates at any moment. Fuyue didn't care at first when he saw Kakashi coming over, but a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes when he saw Mighty Kai beside him. This 8-door recluse all open, almost kicked out a big finish. Even the 6-road zebra almost overturned. But, to be honest, with mental preparation, Fuyue wasn't particularly afraid of Mithraea. People Spot was excited about the fight, drifted off, thought that the 6th road spot was invincible, wanted to crave a good fight, wanted to try out Mithraea's strength, and stood there waiting for Mithraea to make a move. It's not like he's a cutie, would stand still and give Mighty Kai a beating? And he read a popular thread in his previous life about whether or not Mighty Kai Night Kai could break the ultimate Susanoo in its most perfect form? Does the answer. Plus, he could have stopped Mithraea before he opened the 8 gates, and 1 month's Midori would have had to lay Mithraea out. The likes of Mithraea are most afraid of illusions. Even the likes of Nine Tails had to be controlled when they encountered a normal kaleidoscope, let alone an eternal kaleidoscope with even stronger pupil power. Futsuki split his attention on Mithraea and turned his gaze to Kakashi. When he watched Naruto in his previous life, he kinda liked the character of Kakashi, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted this time. Was what you said before true? Kakashi asked with a grimace. Facing Kakashi's skepticism, Futsuki blandly admitted, of course, why would I lie to you? Do you know the reason why that mission of your father's failed? Wasn't it the mission that failed because you were trying to save your companion? Kakashi said numbly. Have you ever wondered why the foolproof Kiba Shiratsuki failed in his mission? What if I said that before Kiba Shiratsuki received this mission and set off, the information for the mission had already appeared on the table of the enemy ninja? What? Kakashi's face changed drastically as he stared at Uchiha Futsuki dead in the face. How am I supposed to believe what you're saying is true? Mithraea's jaw dropped as she listened. Fuyue spread his hands. Then think about it. Your father, Kiba Shiratsugu, was an outstanding ninja. Everyone in the village respected him at the time, and he contributed so much to Kiba that he was even awarded half of the Naruto sleeve. Speaking of this, Fuyue looked at Kakashi with deep meaning and said, how could someone like your father, Who can wear the Naruto sleeve and has a reputation in the village? Be vilified by the village's grudges just because of a failed mission? There was no one pushing for this. Do you think it's possible? Those dusty memories in Kakashi's mind began to scroll. His face hardened as he listened to Uchiha Futsuki say that. Those weird joints in his memory gradually surfaced. To say the least, it was clearly a confidential mission. Even if the mission failed, it would not be known by the ordinary villagers. However, after his father's mission failed and returned to the village, in less than a day's time, the details of the mission failure had already been flying all over the village. From 80 old men to a few years old toddlers, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't know about it. Now he has also matured. Not that brat back then. As Uchiha Fuyue said, if no one pushed for this, he really did not believe it. Looking back now, the more I think about what happened back then, the more fishy it gets. Father abandons mission to save companion. Inexplicable backstabbing back to village to blame father. At this time Fuyue added another fire. Think carefully. Obviously when the village's public opinion was full of gossip. As long as the third generation Naruto came out to clarify things for your father could be resolved. Why did the third generation Naruto not come forward? Instead, he sat back and watched public opinion fester? Fuyue sneered. Could it be that the culprit who drove your father to his death wasn't Sannin? As soon as those words came out of his mouth, it was as if Kakashi's mind snapped out of it with a boom. The fog that had plagued him for years flew away. Figuring out all the joints, Kakashi thought of all the years he had joined the dark sections faithfully working for his father's murderer. Not only did his anger rise up from his heart, he was so sad and angry that he swept his gaze just in time to see one of the Uchiha clan members picking up Sarutobi Hazuru's head from the ground. With an ah, he rushed over and kicked Sarutobi in the head regardless. Sarutobi Hinata. Damn it! Kakashi growled angrily. Kakashi. Mathreya was shocked to see this reaction from her best friend, and reacted from her jaw dropping, and in a hurry, she tried to go over to calm him down, but she was stopped by Futsuki. Mathreya looked at Fuyue warily, and Fuyue waved his hand. Leave him alone. What's the point of you going over there? With that he winked to the Uchiha clan to the side, who understood and rushed to the side to gather up the other corpses. Hearing Fuyue's words, Mathreya's expression cleared up a little, and her gaze was complicated as she watched Kakashi whipping Sarutobi's body there. Fuyue's mouth smiled slightly. He knew that it shouldn't be too difficult to accept Kakashi. Just need to vindicate Flagwood Tsukumo. Kakashi is still not a handful? On the other hand, since Sarutobi Hazuru became the third generation Naruto, the Sarutobi clan can be said to be one man. Even the entire clan land has moved to the center of the Kiba village, and this has led to the Sarutobi clan land being very close to the Naruto building. Sarutobi patriarch with people just came back, before shouting all the clansmen to run away. Was Uchiha Sihu with the clan elite ninjas blocked the door open to kill? Where could the Sarutobi clan's ninjas stand against the Uchiha clan's elite ninjas? And they were cut down in a single glance. Sarutobi clan leader face indignation. If not Sarutobi Hazuru worried about the impact, raised most of the clan are outside. Not in the village. At this moment will not be able to let the Uchiha so wantonly kill. He gritted his teeth. Did not expect the Uchiha to come so fast. He had no choice but to hastily lead a few clansmen around him to fend off in the face of the raging Uchiha. However, where to block? But a few rounds were decapitated on the horse. The Sarutobi patriarch, who had also retired as a Konoha upper shinobi, was now too old to maintain even the strength of an Akanabu, and was soon finished off by the similarly aged Uchiha Satori. Most of Uchiha Sahu's strength is above his eyes. Even as he gets older, it doesn't affect his strength. Uchiha Sure, whose white beard was stained with blood, wiping his old face, his eyes bursting with murderous anger. Just like a furious lion, don't let any of them go. Kill them all. Chapter 11, A Dead Man's Seal Disappears. At the moment the sun was setting and it was dusk. The end of the extermination that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan was transferred to the Sarutobi clan. The fallen and dying Sarutobi patriarch looked at the blood-colored sky and died in anger. It wasn't long before Uchiha Sure who received a report from his subordinates that a group of ninjas had come outside, and he hurriedly led his men to confront them, and found that the people who had come were the Inu Deer and Butterfly trio, led by Nara Kagyu, who was recognized as the No. 1 intellect of the Kiba. Unease rose in the heart of Uchiha Sahu. Why were they here? Is it possible that the matriarch? He hadn't even worried for a couple of seconds when Nara Kagura announced herself from afar. Ha ha, Elder Sihu. We've been ordered by Clan Chief Futsuki to come and help you out. Hearing these words, Uchiha Sure whose stiffened face eased slightly. I see. Uchiha Sahu nodded. Let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Nara Kagura looked at the Sarutobi clan land with cold eyes. Since he had decided to accept the olive branch thrown out by Uchiha Futsuki, he naturally would not hesitate. Who would say no when people can go further? When Sarutobi Hinata was on the throne, It wasn't even his turn to be a Naruto advisor, let alone a Naruto aide. He was still quite vocal about it. Therefore, he did not have any psychological burden to wipe out the Sarutobi clan. Yamanaka Haichi and Akimichi Tuza nodded towards Uchiha Sahu as a greeting, and then they took the lead, leading the three clansmen to kill them. Help the Uchiha ninja clean up the mess quickly. With the addition of the pig, deer and butterfly clans, the speed at which the Sarutobi clan was exterminated was much faster, and a small red stream even appeared on the ground as a body fell to the ground. But both Narakagora and Uchiha Sahu didn't change their faces. How could they be moved by this when they were all men who had been through the Shinobi War and had hearts as cold as if they had been killing fish at the docks for 20 years? On this side, the three clans of Hinata, Oil Woman, and Inuzuka also rushed into the Shimura clan's land like hungry wolves without saying a word. Before the Shimura clan could understand what was happening, the middle and upper shinobi of their clan rushed over to the flare. Who are you? How dare you? Know what this place is? Wait until Lord Junzo knows. Hyuga Hinata didn't hold back and instantly went over and slapped him to death. Noisy. The old man's hot and obvious blank stare. Are you blind and asking me who I am? This Shimura Ichiban is also too unbelievable. Kill them all ruthlessly, don't hold back. Hyuga Hinata shouted in annoyance. Rude base. Yunzo's right-hand man, Ryoma the oil woman, blushed profusely. His face was unsightly, and a murderous aura erupted in his eyes as he said, Are you keeping this information true? The half-kneeling Negi ninja cried out. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He blended in with the crowd and saw Lord Suza's head, and for a moment he was in a six-pack, and after a moment's hesitation decided to run back and report the news. Ryoma the oil woman's thoughts raced. Who in this Konoha village would dare to kill Lord Reizo? This is nonsense. But, he thought of a way to immediately determine the truth of the message. He only cupped his henchman's chin, removed his mask, and said in a low voice, Open your mouth and stick out your tongue. The root ninja obediently stuck out her tongue, and upon seeing the clean tongue, the oil woman Ryoma's pupils shook. The seal of the tongue scourge root extinction was gone. Seal of the tongue scourge root Jedi. A sealing jutsu exclusive to the roots. This is a spell that keeps people from giving out confidential information. Whenever the person under the spell tries to say something related to a specific matter, his or her whole body will be paralyzed and he or she will not be able to speak or move. Reunion put this spell mark on the tongues of all members of the roots to bind his men so that they could not tell secrets about themselves. There is only one circumstance in which the seal of tongue scourge and root extinction disappears, and that is the death of the caster. My lord is really dead. When the oil woman Ryoma learned of this news, she was so shaken that she didn't even notice the parasitic worms crawling out from under her cloak. The Negi ninja did notice the scene, and through his loose cloak, he could see a dense mass of bugs crawling around his body surface, and it made his scalp numb to watch, even as some of the bugs tried to crawl along the arm of the oil maiden. Ryoma. Towards himself. He was scared to death in his heart, but he didn't dare to move. Roots is so hierarchical that contradicting a superior is punished so severely that the inability to resist is almost a muscle memory. He remonstrated stiffly. Ryoma-sama, what should we do? Ryoma the oil woman is one of the few ninja within the Negi who can use his name as a codename, and he is trusted by Junzo. As if in a dream, Ryoma, the oil woman, loosened her root ninja, a struggle flashing in her eyes as her hands clenched and unclenched their fists, and clenched and unclenched their fists again. Seeing Lord Ryoma let go of his hand, the Negi ninja subconsciously took 2 steps back, and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. As he noticed Lord Ryoma's movements, he was slightly surprised in his heart. It was the first time he had seen Lord Ryoma, who was quiet and acted decisively, like this, as if he was making a very difficult choice. He dared not breathe a word and waited on the sidelines for Lord Ryoma's orders. With Lord Junzo dead, Lord Ryoma is the supreme commander of the roots. For a moment, the oil maiden Ryoma turned around, as if she had made up her mind of some sort. Go and call the oil maiden Takaru Negi, Yamanaka Kaze, and, Yakushi no Neiyu, and tell them I have something very important to discuss with them. Somewhere in a room at the root base, Yakushi no Neiyu's pretty body lay on the bed, her mind full of tangles. She was originally a member of Negi, working for Tuanzu, an elite ninja of the espionage division, codenamed the Walking Witch, who has traveled through many countries and has stolen a number of key secrets. Later, because she was unable to be as cold and ruthless as required by Reunion, she went along with the trend and retired as the director of an orphanage in Kiba village, taking care of a group of orphans who lost their parents in battle. But with so many children, the cost of a day could be imagined, and with the little wealth she had saved from past missions, it was quickly consumed. She made up her mind yesterday to come to her old boss, Lord Junzo, and ask for some silver, but she didn't realize that Junzo was using it to blackmail her into reappearing. On the one hand, the old boss is forcing him to do it, And on the other hand, the orphanage is running out of money and the children are going to starve to death. She had no choice but to agree, and Suzu was quick to give her the money straight away, giving her a day to go back and get settled before coming back. Seemingly not worried about her backtracking, she went back to arrange everything, which led her back to the familiar route base. I'm sure I won't be able to go to heaven when I die. Yakashino Nayu looked at the yellowing incandescent light and thought to herself, I wonder where Lord Guanzo will arrange for me to go. I haven't seen Doodle in the Negi base either. Doodle is a very smart and clever child. 2 years ago by Lord Junzo want to go to the Negi and since then no news. While she was rambling, there was a sudden knock on the door of her room. Sorceress Sama. Lord Ryoma says he has something very important to discuss with you. Chapter 12 Attacks. Is it Lord Gunzo who has returned? Yakashino Nayu asked as he sat up from the bed in resignation. The Negi ninja outside the door hesitated for a second, thinking of Lord Ryoma's instructions. He still didn't say anything about Lord Junzo being dead, and just said, you'll know if you go over there. Yakashino Nayu didn't notice anything unusual, either, and got up and went out. By the time she arrived, Ryoma the oiler, Fetch Negi the oiler, and Wind in the Mountains were all there. The oil girl Ryoma and Yamanakakes are underlings who are deeply trusted by Tuanzu, and have access to a lot of secrets, and some hidden things are given to them to do. An oil woman Takenori looks young and strange, supposedly a descendant who popped up after she retired. Yakashino Nayu guessed in his mind. Before her people could get past her she heard Yamanaka's urging, Ryoma, what's going on? And the witch is here, so you can talk, right? I'm still very busy? I haven't finished what Lord Reunion has given me. Yakashino Nayu silently stood in the corner without saying a word, downplaying his presence. She really didn't want to be involved with Root in any way, and I'm afraid that if she had a choice, she'd never come back here again in her life. Oil woman Ryoma saw that people had arrived, and not selling the story, opened her mouth with a sentence of King Bomb, Lord Guzu is dead. What? Yamanaka Wind, Yakashino Nayu, and Oil Woman Fetch Negi all changed their faces drastically. Anger welled up on Yamanaka's face as he impatiently pursued. What's going on? Didn't Lord Junzo go to the Naruto building? How did he die? The oil woman standing beside him, Fetch Root, did not speak, but her eyes were also on fire. And Yakashino Nayu was the one who, after the initial shock, immediately pulled out a mirror to check his tongue. Oil woman Ryoma observed the change in the three people's expression. Yamanaka Wind and Oil woman Fetch Negi's reaction was expected. Yakashino Nayu was the first to check the tongue scourge root extinction seal. He secretly nodded his head, and thought to himself, I'm sure it's true. After Yakashino Nayu saw the clean nothing tongue in the mirror, it was as if a big stone had fallen to the ground in his heart, and a look of relief flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute, if Suza is dead, does that mean he doesn't have to go back to Negi, and don't have to pay back the money anymore? Surprise flashed in Yakashino Nayu's eyes, and thinking of this, she decisively spoke out. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. She didn't wait for a few people to respond, so she floated away. She didn't really care who killed Lord Junzo. She wasn't interested in avenging Lord Junzo, and she didn't want to get involved. She just wanted to go back to that warm and cozy orphanage to take care of the children. Ryoma, the oil woman, quietly watched Yukushi Nanoyu leave and did not stop him, even stopping Yamanaka's, who was furious and wanted to make a move to leave Nanoyu behind. Yamanaka's jumped to his feet in anger. This damn Lord Junzo has been so kind to her. How dare she not think of repaying her? White-eyed wolf, the oil girl, Fetch Root, also looked pouty. Neither of them noticed a tiny black bug creeping silently up on them. Let her go. She doesn't belong here in the first place. With an inexplicable gleam in her eyes, the oil maiden Ryoma said, Naruto building. After Fuyu mouths a wave of Kakashi, he was just about to move a chair to sit for a while, when suddenly his eyes moved. Brush la la. The ground shook, and Fuyu turned around to see several arm-thick vines emerging from the ground, twining towards him like poisonous snakes. Fuyu is not panicked. Wood disappearance. He smiled, his eyes roamed a bit, and then found the caster hiding on a roof. That's when the cane came to heal. The scarlet light in Fuyu's eyes flashed, and a large mass of black flames appeared out of thin air, just like splashing out water, landing head-on on the incoming rattan, and almost instantly, the rattan instantly melted and was burned to ashes. Tenzo was shocked. What kind of flame is that instantly cracked my Kazuna thorn kill technique? What kind of jutsu is this? Aside, Mithreya asked in surprise, seeing black flames for the first time. Amaterasu, the fire that never goes out until the target burns out. Fuyu glanced at him. He was still in a good mood, so he explained with a smile. After his eyes fused into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was able to use the pupil technique of the skunk kaleidoscope. It was equivalent to saying that there were 4 pupil arts he could use now. Suki no Onaka, Future Line, and Skunks Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi. The future line of this pupil art is a little bit of chicken ribs, a little bit of foreknowledge of the evolution of the future to obtain the ability to obtain information. Pupil consumption is extremely horrible. He saw from the memories of Fuyue used this pupil art a few times, and the results are not great. He would have known everything about the plot. It will be decisively put into the Cold Palace, decided to never use it again. Suki no Ganaka duplicates Suki reading's ability in reverse. All told, you get 1 Amaterasu, which is better than nothing. The fire that never dies? Tenzo also heard the words of the man below and was horrified. He gritted his teeth and his hands flew to form seals. He wanted to see if this black flame was really never extinguished, as the man said. You can break the thorn kill technique. So what if it's this one? Kazuna, storm gun jutsu. Tenzo, low drink. Both palms forming a seal to the end of the sea seal. His shoulders at a surge suddenly burst out of the 2 residual shadow. A closer look. It turned out to be 2 giant trees towards the bottom of the fire shadow building in front of the Futsuki leaped to probe sharply. Fuyue's eyes narrowed. This time he didn't use Amaterasu. Those 2 big trees were connected to Taianza's body. It would be bad if Amaterasu burned over and burned the boy Yamato to death. Yamato, this kid, although the wood power is not 1,000th of the power of the 1,000 hands, but used to build a house, is a good hand. He does not want to ruin this infrastructure master. Since Amaterasu can't be used, let's use that move. The thought passed in a flash, and the 2 giant trees came to heal. How was it? Did it work? Tenzo saw Uchiha Futsuki standing in place looking like he wasn't going to resist and expected it. Yet in the next instant his face changed once again, only to see a huge arm appear somehow, blocking in front of Uchiha Futsuki's body, clutching the 2 large trees steadily in its hands. What's this? Tenzo had never seen a jutsu like this before. What was this huge red arm? It was also the first time Fuyue had used Susanoo, and he was also somewhat curious as he surveyed the Susanoo belonging to Fuyue. The color was red, the same color as Uchiha Weasel's Susanoo in reverse. He didn't manifest the full Susanoo, he just made an arm. This place was not too spacious, and summoning a full Susanoo would inevitably collapse the terrain of the surrounding houses. The coup d'état to seize power had been successful, and he did not want to make too much noise to arouse the curiosity of the surrounding gourds. 1 arm is enough to resist. With a slight movement of Fuyue's mind, he only saw Susanoo's large hand gently yanking down Tenzo, who was at the source of the giant tree. Chapter 13, Collecting Kakashi. Before Tenzo could react in mid-air, he felt as if he was flying in the sky, and the next moment he was confronted with a pair of hexagonal and intricately patterned Sharingan eyes, and his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Futsuki disarmed his Susanoo, and the large hand dissipated into bits of light. Hit by the illusion, Tenzo lost his restraints, bearing down on the ground, and the giant tree that had sprung up from his shoulders clicked and broke off as it ran out of chakra supply. Futsuki glanced twice, knowing exactly why Yamato had attacked him, and he twisted his head to Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi sat motionless against the wall, his eyes lost in thought, as if he was a person who had lost all faith and was lost. Fuyue gave him an interested look, and seeing that Kakashi had no reaction to his arrival, he said to himself, Kakashi, how about making a deal? After I become the 5th generation Naruto, I can vindicate your father and restore his honor. Hearing Fuyue's words, Kakashi's dark eyes grew brighter and brighter, and when he heard that he could restore his father's honor, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to agree without even hearing Fuyue's conditions. Deal. Futsuki smiled slightly, unimpressed by Kakashi's interruption, and then finished, correspondingly, you're going to be joining my immediate dark division and working for me. Since you agree, you will now be given a task. Maitreya froze for a moment as she saw Kakashi rise numbly, his essence seeming to come back instantly. What do you want me to do? Kakashi asked. First order of business, you lead the way to arrest the immediate dark side loyal to Mayim. Kill them for resisting, capture and seal the chakra and throw them in jail. Fuyue laughed. You were supposed to be Miss Hiroku's direct subordinate in the dark side, so this shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Kakashi was silent for a moment. He opened his mouth. What would you do to them? Fuyue thought for a moment and said, let's see how they behave. Those who are obedient can be released after a period of incarceration. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a chill rise in his heart as he looked at the grinning Uchiha Futsuki. Uchiha Futsuki didn't say what would happen to those who didn't listen, but he knew very well that it was nothing more than death. With a co-worker he had been spending time with on one side and his father on the other, Kakashi knew what he had to choose. He looked up with determination flashing in his eyes. I'll do it. Fuyue turned his head and instructed the Uchiha clan members who were almost packed up on the side. In a few, you lead the men to follow Kakashi and listen to his command. Just leave 2 people for me. Uchiha Inaba nodded and greeted, leaving 2 of his clan behind and leading the rest to follow Kakashi. Maitreya was a little confused. How come he was ignored the whole time? He looked at Uchiha Futsuki, who had found a chair to sit down, and then at Kakashi, who had twisted his head and left, and hurriedly caught up with Kakashi, whispering beside him, "Kakashi, are you really going to listen to him to capture your companion?" As soon as Kakashi scooped up the unconscious Tenzo on the ground, he looked at Mighty Kai and said, "Kai, don't you get it? Uchiha Futsuki is going to be the 5th Naruto." Mithraea scratched his head, feeling a little itchy in his brain. He couldn't figure out how Uchiha Futake was about to become the 5th Naruto. Kakashi sighed, kind of not wanting to talk to Kai anymore, and carried Tenzo forward. Actually, Kakashi didn't care if Uchiha Futsuki became Naruto or not, but he cared about the matter of Uchiha Futsuki being able to restore his father's reputation when he became Naruto. Uchiha Clan Land. This is already dark. Both sides of the street is brightly lit. There are vendors' carts yelling business. People come and go, just like a small wooden leaf look. Here, as usual, nothing has been affected. In fact, Fuyu and this action did not inform to these Uchiha Clanland civilians. No, even the middle ninja do not know. After all, this action is only open the 3-hook Jade upper ninja clansmen have the right to participate. Sasuke flew in from the distance and stepped inside the clan grounds, relieved to see that everything was unchanged, and a little worried when he thought back to the time at the ninja school when the Gogo Irika-sensei, Kaino, had cast a complicated look at him when he told them that school was over. He guessed that the flares might have something to do with his father, but he didn't know what the 3 red flares represented, so he didn't think much of it and flew home, intending to ask his mother what his father had done. "Hey, is that little Sasuke back? Young Master Sasuke, what did you learn at school today?" "Hello young Master Sasuke." Across the street, people greeted him all along the way. In the face of these enthusiastic clan boss mother, Sasuke is not good high and cold not to reply. He is a little embarrassed and reserved, nodded his head to hastily agree 2 times, even if it is a response. Finally, we came to a large mansion. Familiarly, he pushed open the door, saw the light on in the house, ran into the yard, and cried out before the man entered the house, "Mother, I'm home." When I entered, there was a hot meal on the table and my mother was sitting at the table. "Welcome back." Uchiha Mitsuru squeezed out a small smile. Sasuke scanned the room, dropping his book bag and having a run into the inner room. Sure enough, he didn't see his father. His older brother had been home late for a while now, so he didn't really care. "Mother, what did father go and do?" Sasuke asked curiously as he sat down next to Makoto. Outside he's the high-strung Sasuke, and when he gets home he becomes clingy. A hint of worry flashed in Mikan's eyes and she rubbed Sasuke's head. She didn't know where her husband, Futsuki, had gone. This afternoon she had left the clan lands to acquire a few things on the street, and it had taken a bit longer than it should have, and she had come back to an empty house and no one there. She was also an upper shinobi before she got married, and she was a little worried when she noticed that all the upper shinobi in the clan lands were missing. She was aware of the clans gathering at the Nanga shrine tonight, and Tomoyuki had talked about it last night before falling asleep in bed with a headache. With that in mind she stopped by the Nanga shrine, only to find it empty as well. Distracted, she hadn't been home long before she saw 3 red flares rising from the sky. The sight of the flares made her even more uneasy, but she couldn't do much about it now, so she silently cleaned and prepared meals and waited for her husband and children to come home. It would be dark. Sasuke had gone home, and there was still no sign of the husband or the skunk halfway around the world. Mikan glanced at the meal on the table, which was going to get cold if she waited any longer. Thinking of this, Mikan got up and went to the closet to get out the fine dishes and was ready to eat with Sasuke first, when she heard Sasuke behind her say, "Mother, I saw father running over there with a lot of clansmen at the school. Do you know what it was for?" Snap! Sasuke turned around in dismay to see a field of broken dishes. "Mother?" Sasuke didn't understand what was happening. Mikan came back to her senses and hurriedly squatted down to clean up the debris, her long, shiny black hair cascading down, and her close-fitting dress wrapped around her peach revealing a perfect curve. Chapter 14. Sasuke smartly ran to get a broom and dustpan and came over, strongly squeezing Mitsuru out of the way. "I'll clean it, mother." Mikan stepped aside worriedly and looked straight at Sasuke as he swept the pieces of dishes on the floor into the dustpan, wondering what he was thinking. Outside the Naruto building, Futsuki waited nicely for Inuyasha, Butterfly, Hinata and the others to return. They've been over there for a little over half an hour, and they're almost back. Their numbers and strength were crushing, and it wouldn't take long to exterminate the 2 Sarutobi Shimura clans. Fuyu looked ahead at the long, brightly lit street with a ghostly gaze. This side of the Naruto building was pitch black and seemed like 2 worlds from the long street over there. It was also dark, and the boy Uchiha Bandu might have already infiltrated the Konoha village. He didn't have a scouting type of pupil. He couldn't find the direction of Uchiha Bandu, and he had to wait for the Hyuga clan to return. He knew where Bandito would show up. Uchiha Clan Land Grove. According to the original, he would wait in the grove for the skunk to meet up with him and then make his move to assist the Uchiha in cleaning up the Uchiha clan. But now that Uchiha Weasel had his eyes gouged out and sealed with chakra and left at the Nanga shrine, Uchiha Bando didn't know about it and would have still been waiting for Weasel in the grove as originally planned. But it can't be ruled out that Uchiha Bandit infiltrated into Konoha village early, found out what he was doing, and temporarily changed his plans. Maybe he's watching him from somewhere in this place? Fuyue slowly rotated his sight, not noticing anything unusual. He snapped his fingers softly, lost in thought. Now with Sarutobi Hizuru as the head of the Kiba F4 group has been killed by him. Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan are being eliminated. Sarutobi clan also outside the secret training ninja. This is not urgent. There is nothing strong inside these ninjas, plus the sky is far away. There is no need to hurry. A few of the great clans have also defected to him, and their participation in the extermination of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan is their pitch. 8 out of 10 obstacles are now before him. There's just one Uchiha Bandai left with the root of the group. Uchiha Belterith. He still has to wait for the Hinata clan to help determine the location. There is no hurry. The root of the group Tibetan is currently understaffed. The root base is there, and he can run away from the temple. He is not in a hurry. Thinking of this, Fuyu let out a long breath and revealed a small smile. Take care of these last 2 threats and the day will be complete. That said, if everything he's been through was written as a novel, then he'd be considered a man of destiny. After traveling to the Naruto world for only half a day, he's about to become the 5th Naruto. On the contrary, the Naruto novels he read in his previous life, some of the protagonists traveled to the Naruto world, miserable from a cannon fodder to start, while disliking the 3rd generation of the eye, but also with him to the snake, with the tiger for the skin. Unlike him, he just took out the 3rd generation and usurped the Naruto throne. Oh, Fuyue smiled to himself. Suddenly his eyes moved slightly and landed on a certain spot. A figure emerged from the shadows. That's when the clan members standing behind him like 2 gatekeepers also noticed the man in the darkness and picked up their flashlights and shined them directly at him. The visitor was dressed in a long black robe, with a Kiba forehead protector and dark sunglasses. This outfit is a very classic Oiler Girl 1 outfit. Fuyu looked at him curiously. At first he thought that he was an Oil Woman clan member who had returned to report after the extermination on the side of the Shimura clan. But when he noticed the blood on the box he was carrying in his 2 hands, his mind was suspicious of his identity. Suddenly he thought of something and his mind moved slightly. Could it be? His gaze brightened slightly as he guessed the identity of the visitor, and the corners of his mouth ticked. So he really did speak of the devil. As Fuyue sized up the Oil Girl Ryoma, the Oil Girl Ryoma sized him up as well. Looking at Uchiha Futsuki, who was sitting in a chair and smiling, it was hard for Ryoma, the Oil Woman, to connect the weak Uchiha Futsuki in her memories with the murderous man who had killed the 3rd Naruto and Lord Suzo today. The last time I remember seeing Uchiha Futsuki was during the Night of the 9 Tails, when Lord Juso took the Negi ninjas to the Uchiha clan lands and stopped the Uchiha clan from going out of the clan lands. He was standing behind Lord Juanzo at the time, watching Lord Juanzo stand there as one man, scolding the Uchiha Fuyue with a red face. Nya did not dare to retort. On the way over, he also wondered if the Negi ninja could have misread the situation. Wasn't it actually Uchiha Futsuki who killed Lord Guanzo? But as he stood and looked at Uchiha Futsuki, who had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he knew that there could be no mistake. His whole demeanor was completely different from that night. If I had to ask him to describe it, it was becoming confident from the bone. The Oil Maiden Ryoma took a deep breath and moved over from a long distance, bending over with a respectful face. Before he reached the front, he pushed the gold mountain down and pounced on the ground, respectfully shouting, "Oil Woman Ryoma, meet Lord Uchiha Futsuki. What do you have in that box?" Fuyue asked with interest. Oil Woman Longma replied, "Back to your honor. These are the 2 loyal dogs under the rebel Tuanzu, who have been killed by me." With that he respectfully held up 2 boxes. Before Fuyue could say anything, the Uchiha clan members standing beside him had the good sense to trot over. It just so happened that this man had been standing on Tomoyuki's side during the Night of the 9 Tails, and recognizing the black-robed man as the one standing behind Tuanzu, he had nothing good to say to him. Snatching the box from his hand with a cold grunt and going back to the Lord Clan Chief's side, "Open it up." Uchiha Hyo hurriedly opened the box for a closer look and replied, "Patriarch, it is indeed 2 heads." After checking that the box was free of traps, he handed it to the Lord Patriarch. Fuyue glanced twice at the 2 unfamiliar heads, and he wasn't interested in looking at them anymore. Waving his hand, and Uchiha Hyo hastily took it away. Futsuki looked thoughtfully at the Oil Maiden Ryoma and said, "So you are?" The Oil Woman Ryoma respectfully kowtowed and said, "My lord." The traitor Tuanzu relied on the seal of Tung Scourge Root Jedi to ensure that the Negi ninjas were loyal to him. and either beat or scolded his subordinates, and in severe cases, even executed them. In fact, most of the Negi ninjas had no loyalty to Tuanzu to speak of, and after Tuanzu's death, the seal of Tongue Scourge Root Jedi was dissipated as well. I've been following Tuzo around since I was very young, and I'm deeply trusted by him. And the people in the Root Ministry who are truly loyal to Tuzo total 29 including these two, and they've all been killed by me. The oil woman Ryoma took a deep breath and said, the rest of the people are mostly forced, or for various reasons have to become accomplices of the group of Tibet. I hope that adults can let them a way of life, although their hands are stained with blood, but also for the sake of the village. Adults to understand. Ryoma, the oil woman, knocked heavily on the ground as she finished. A hint of surprise flashed in Fuyu's eyes. He didn't expect that this oil woman dragon horse, who didn't have a high presence in the original, had done a good job. Chapter 15, The Grove. He narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't believe one person's words from the oil maiden Ryoma, but when he thought about it, there wasn't really anything wrong with what the oil maiden Ryoma had said. He remembered a certain article he had read in his previous life, Naruto. He should have been defined as a complete villain, but a single sentence barely cleared him. In Kishimoto's setting, the counterpart to the whitewashing of Junzo is that he is the root of the guardian of Konoha, and protects Konoha with strong-arm tactics in the shadows. Simply put, there had to be someone in the Konoha village who did the dirty work, and that job fell to Junzo. Whether or not Junzo washes his hands of it is up in the air, and the bastard does have a selfish agenda and has done more than he can count. For example, he is power-hungry and is obsessed with the Naruto position, having sent someone to assassinate the third Naruto. He has harbored Orochimaru and hooked up with him after he defected, colluding with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, and forcing Yahiko to commit suicide, leading to Nagato's blackout, and laying a huge hidden danger for Kiba, resulting in the Scourge of Pain, as well as the original plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan tonight. This was a pot he couldn't shake off. That's a bit of a stretch, but overall, Negi is just a tool in the hands of Reunion, and the tool depends on who is using it. When he became Naruto, he would need someone to do the dirty work as well, and Futsuki appreciated. You're a smart man. You're doing a great job. He thought for a moment and said, tell you what, I will let you live and forget about it. The oil maiden Ryoma was overjoyed. Many thanks, my lord. I'll go back and disband the Roots and let them go back to their homes. No, the Roots don't need to be disbanded. Futsuki's faint words came, and the delighted oil girl Ryoma froze in place for a moment. Don't think too much about it. Fuyu waved his hand and said, it's just a way for you guys to keep doing your old job. The oil maiden Ryoma sighed in her mind. It really wasn't that easy. Seeing that you are so familiar with the Roots will be yours. Remember, from now on, you Roots only have to follow my orders. The oil maiden Ryoma replied in resignation. Yes, well, you go back, keep an eye on the Roots, and don't make a mess. Fu jumped and gave the order to leave. The oil maiden Ryoma nodded as he hesitated for 2 seconds and said, my lord. There are actually some more Negi ninjas who were sent by Junzo to intercept the Uchiha clan returning from outside the village. Fuyu narrowed his eyes, thinking that before the rally started, the Uchiha clan had recalled the clansmen who were out on missions a week in advance, and not many of them had returned. No wonder after the Uchiha clan was extinguished, there were no stray bloodlines outside, so it turned out that they were intercepted by Tuanzu's people. The rally was supposed to start tonight, giving the outlying clans a week to get back. And those who hadn't come back by now must have been in a bad way. Alright, I know. Then this matter will be left to you. You go and track down whoever killed the Uchiha clan and arrest them. Execute them all. For these unlucky to be intercepted by the Uchiha clan. Fuyu did not feel angry or something. After all, he just crossed over less than half a day. There is no emotion. But this matter of being intercepted and killed. These 2 Uchiha clansmen next to him also heard it. And if he didn't make a decision to deal with it, wouldn't it affect his reputation in case it was spread to the mouths of other clansmen? He must therefore pass judgment on this matter in the presence of both clans. Whoever kills an Uchiha pays for it. Plain and simple. Yes, the oil maiden Ryoma was relieved. Just paying for her life would have been a fair enough outcome. After all, it didn't involve the other innocent people in the Roots. Although these people who had to pay for their lives were also innocent. Obviously just following the orders of their superiors to pay for their lives in the end. But there was nothing that the oil woman Ryoma could do. They could only accept their own bad luck. The oil maiden Ryoma left at a quick pace and disappeared out of Uchiha Tomoikie's line of sight before disappearing into a stump, quickly appearing on the roof of a house and bouncing off into the distance. Fuyu watched the back of the oil maiden dragon horse disappear into the darkness before he withdrew his gaze. The defection of the oil maiden dragon horse could be considered an unexpected blessing. That left only the Uchiha bandit point to deal with. The thought crossed his mind just in time to see a figure come bounding over the roof. At the head of the group was none other than Hyuga Hinata, the head of the Hyuga clan. Fuyu smiled faintly. It's time to deal with the last of the trouble. The clan lands where the Uchiha clan had relocated were nominally within the Konoha village, but in reality there was a short distance. You're welcome. It could be considered two neighboring villages. Between the two, you need to pass through a small forest. Bright moonlight poured down. Through the leaves, sprinkling spots, a gust of wind blew. The leaves rustled. A figure stood in the deserted grove. However, with flowing, straggly growths of black hair, he wears a single-eyed mask of orange with black stripes, a black robe over it, and a katana at his waist. He stood silently among the trees, his whole being one with the night. If a passerby with a bad heart walked by at the moment, he could probably die on the spot from the shock of his outfit. Uchiha Bandito waited patiently for Uchiha Weasel to return. He had also just arrived recently, and using his kaleidoscope pupil's ability to vanish, he was able to make objects shift back and forth between real space and other dimensions. Finding a random place, he sneaked straight in all the way from the outskirts of Kiba village. It was also his luck that the one he chose just happened to be close to the current Uchiha clan land, and it didn't take him long to arrive at the grove, where he had subsequently been waiting for the Uchiha. He had arrived late and had not seen the 3 red flares that had appeared over Kiba village in the afternoon, so it's not like they know what's going on within the Kiba village. 800 meters from the grove, the end of the street, directly across from the grove, the house was temporarily requisitioned and the owner was moved next door, watched by ninjas so as not to make a scene. Beside the window of the house, Hinata's eyes grimaced at the corners of her eyes, and the veins on both cheeks near her eyes bulged. One of the white eyes abilities, using chakra to multiply the power of the eyes. The eyes can see things within a 1 kilometer radius. Ability 2, seeing through objects, using the white eyes to be able to see the target's meridians, acupuncture points, bones and the flow of chakra. One of them, Otsutsuki Kagaya, can even tell whose chakra it is with his white eyes. Although Hyuga Hinata was the head of the Hyuga clan and the head of the Sauka family, his Hyuga wasn't as powerful as Kagaya's, and he couldn't tell whose chakra it was with his white eyes. All he could see was ominous chakra flowing through the man in the woods, giving him a palpitating feeling. For a moment, Hyuga Hinata closed his white eyes and turned his head to the cold-faced Uchiha Futsuki at the side, realizing that the man was making him increasingly unreadable. How did he know there was someone in these woods? And the man's ominous chakra gave him a very strange but familiar feeling. Chapter 16 Decisions. He looked at Uchiha Futsuki and suddenly froze. Yes, just like the man in front of him. What's this guy gawking at? Futsuki frowned a bit in displeasure when he noticed Hyuga Hinata staring blankly at himself. Nara Kagura, who was off to the side, noticed the scene and coughed softly. Hyuga Hinata winced and hurriedly returned to his senses, awkwardly saying, Lord Futsuki, as you said, there is indeed a person in that forest, and he is not weak. Hinata hesitated in her mind. Should she tell Uchiha Futsuki about her discovery? He opened his mouth or decided not to say anything. Since Uchiha Futsuki knew that there was someone in the woods, maybe that person was from the Uchiha clan. The chakra were so similar. Fuyu squinted at the grove. From his angle he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see Uchiha Bandit at all. He sneered in his heart. You kid is really here. But also apart from this and other Uchiha Weasel? The odds are that the skunk should have woken up by now as well, and might still be there as a mayfly chrysalis like a worm. Fuyue looked at the grove and fell into deep thought. So what should be done with the stupid dog Uchiha Bandu? Most of the Uchiha clan are psychotic due to lesions triggered by chakra stimulation of the brain, and the clinical symptoms are extreme and paranoid. The Uchiha Bandu was one of the best. Too paranoid, plus being used and blackened, and afterward doing a series of heartless things such as killing his master and his mother. Fuyue felt that there was no way to whitewash Bandit, and he never liked the character from start to finish anyway. For him, knowing the weaknesses of the belt, while the belt doesn't know his information and doesn't know that he's opened the eternal Sharingan, it was easy for him to take out the belt now, but taking out the belt didn't solve the key to the problem. There's a black Jedi behind it all. He was at least aware of the plot development now. If he took out Uchiha Bandu here, what would that old six of the black Jedi do? Then the little advantage of being a plot seer would be gone. This put Fuyue in a bit of a dilemma. If only the black Jedi had followed. It would have been great to directly extinguish the black Jedi as the source, and sprinkle flowers. But it's not that good. Fuyue sighed. On the side, Nara Kagutsugu observed his words and noticed Fuyue's distressed look, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Fifth generation, is there something bothering you? There's no harm in telling it, so we can all help you brainstorm. Go dame." Hyuga Hinata rolled his eyes. Nara Kagyu this treacherous and slippery like a ghost of a guy. This Uchiha Fuyue has not yet become the fifth generation of the eye. It is separated this called on the fifth generation of the eye. Really shameless Hyuga Hinata felt a great deal of scorn for Narakagu in his heart. Not just to give you a position as Naruto's assistant? Look at your doggy look. But when Uchiha Futsuki's line of sight swept in, Hinata Hinatsuki, who had been spitting on Narakagura in his heart 1 second, squeezed out a small smile from his heart in the next second. Without stopping, Futsuki's gaze slid past Hinata Hanako to land on Narakagura. Hyuga Hinata put away his smile as if he had changed his face, and comforted himself in his heart. I am by no means bowing down to Uchiha Futsuki for the sake of the Naruto advisor. It's just that the Hyuga clan has a rare opportunity to enter the top echelons of Konoha, and I can't afford to lose out on it for the sake of a small cause. Fuyui brooded for a moment, wondering if he should tell Uchiha Bandit about it, but thought better of it. Hey, forget it, it's useless to tell you guys. It's crowded here, and it's still not the right place to talk about the Black Jedi's business and discuss it. Fuyu touched his eyes, and made up his mind. Anyway, I have a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes, so I'm still afraid of your little old six? It's dry. Fuyu's eyes flashed a hint of sternness. Uchiha Bandu this tumor or have to get rid of it. Staying is not good for him. Anyway, the butterfly wings have already fluttered. He has changed the plot, but also afraid of an egg. There aren't many in today's shinobi world that can him head on with this pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. Even Pain Rokudo he's not really afraid of. How long could Nagato hold out as a consumptive ghost? He directly a full body form of Susanoo who also consumed Nagato to death. So there's no use thinking about all that. Since I was allowed to come to the Naruto world, let me write a new future. After Fuyu made up his mind, he didn't dawdle and ordered, you guys wait here and don't come over. After saying that, Fuyu took big strides outward, walking towards the grove with a harmless look. Narakagu and Hyuga Hinata looked at each other. What did you see? Narakagura broke the deadlock and asked in a tentative voice. He associated it with the fact that Hyuga Hinata had just been dazed, and with the hesitant look he had just finished talking about. He wisely guessed that the old boy should have found something else he was hiding that he hadn't said. Hinata withdrew her gaze towards Uchiha Futsuki's back, slanted a glance at the curious Narakagura, and didn't say anything with his serious face. Narakagu skimmed his mouth. Big brother, you still maintain your persona here? Isn't it a little late? Just now you change face, I can see clearly. Tap, tap. The sound of stepping on dead leaves came. The black-robed masked man, who was as motionless as a stone statue, finally reacted a little, and he raised his head slightly, the only remaining single hole in his mask facing the direction of the sound emitted. A scarlet light flashed under the single hole. Coming? Uchiha Bandito silently watched the visitor. Worthy of being the genius I have my eye on. The pupil power is so huge. Can it grow so fast after only half a month of not seeing each other? It's truly incredible. The visitor's pupil power escaping like no one else. That unsettling flow of chakra. In the eyes of Uchiha Bandu, who was also a kaleidoscope writer's eye possessor, the other party looked like the only beacon of light that lit up in the darkness of the night. So dazzling, so fiery, and so on. Height and build like. Is the body growing that fast without seeing it for half a month? Is it the growth period? Although Uchiha Bandito sensed something strange, he didn't take it to heart. He had infiltrated the Uchiha clan half a month ago, and in the Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Weasel, all the others were drunkards, and no one had the talent to open the kaleidoscope at all. The person who came was obviously a kaleidoscope Sharingan eye possessor, and it was impossible for the three-hooked jade to have more pupil power than him. Just why would this come in a kaleidoscope? Did you find him? Doubts welled up in Uchiha Bandu's heart, and then his heart sighed. It's worthy of being the genius I've been looking at. So perceptive. The thought had just popped into his mind when he saw a pair of intricate and exquisite six-sided windmill kaleidoscopes spinning in the moonlight. Before he could react, he was stunned in place. What is this place? Uchiha Bandito realized that he was suddenly in an unfamiliar environment and looked around calmly. Found himself standing on a huge floating island. Chapter 17, The Last Trouble. There was nothing on the island. It was flat and unrecognizable, and he looked out slightly, and the floating island was an endless white color, with no end in sight. Is this the skunk's kaleidoscope pupils? Uchiha Bandito observed without moving, not only not flustered, but even a little curious. He only knew that the skunk had opened a kaleidoscope. He didn't know what kind of pupils he had yet. At that moment he was suddenly struck by the sight of a silhouette hovering in the upper air, and he got a good look at the other party this time. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly his pupils shrank. You're Uchiha Futsuki? Upon noticing the six-sided windmill kaleidoscope in the eyes of Yukihaman Futsuki, extreme uneasiness suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart, as if something bad was about to happen soon. Under the extreme uneasiness of Uchiha Bandito, he wanted to open his mouth to ask something, but who would have thought that the other party would just flash a weird smile at him? The next moment, Uchiha Bandu felt a sharp pain in his neck. The scenery in front of his eyes changed. a heavenly rotation. His eyes seemed to be covered like a pitch black, and he could not see anything. Uchiha Bando realizes what's going on, and at the first opportunity, he uses the Uchiha clan's inquisitive Pupil forbidden technique, which is able to turn things that have happened over a period of time that are not good for him or her into something that never happened, and chooses to turn only the things that are good for him or her into a reality. The price is the permanent loss of light in the Sharingan eye, but he didn't care. The three-hook Jade Shuriken could be found again when it was gone, and the most important thing now was to make everything start over. He didn't understand why the person who came was Uchiha Futsuki, and what disturbed him the most was that Uchiha Futsuki had opened his kaleidoscope rider's eyes as well. What was even more shocking was that Uchiha Futsuki's pupil power exceeded his own by many degrees. What does this mean? It meant that Uchiha Futsuki's kaleidoscope hadn't been opened recently. What a Uchiha Futsuki, to hide so deeply. In a short breath of time, Uchiha Bandito's thoughts turned 100 times. But no harm done. I still have a chance. Time turns. How come there's no response? With darkness before his eyes, Uchiha Bandito opened his mouth and tried to hiss, but realized that he couldn't make a sound at all. In the grove, Fuyu coldly looked at the head of Uchiha Bandu on the ground. Both of his eyes had been gouged out. Empty. His mouth was opening and closing. The shape of his mouth seemed to be saying Izanaji? Fuyu laughed disdainfully. I've already warned you to use this trick. Still want to start over? Dream on. Bang. At that moment the headless body of Uchiha Bandito also collapsed. Fuyu looked at the ball-shaped object floating in the glass container and let out a long breath, revealing a slight smile. After solving this last trouble of Uchiha Bandu, Fuyu couldn't help but humming Tian Fusion's Little Lucky. Turns out you're the luckiest thing I've ever wanted to keep. He. Fuyu hemmed and hawed. And after checking and reconfirming that Uchiha Bandito was truly dead, he pulled out a storage scroll containing something. The head and headless body of Uchiha Bandito, the one-eyed mask discarded on the ground, and the katana were all packed in. Uchiha Bandu's corpse he back to see if it can be of any use. Death can't make this kid feel better. Putting the storage scroll away, Fuyu walked back in a relaxed manner. Up to this point, the crisis of the night of extermination has been completely eliminated, and today's events can be brought to a perfect conclusion. The land of water. Mizuki's secret room. A small dwarf lay motionless on the bed. His name is Yakura the Berry, and not to mention being so little tall and childlike, he's big and scary. He is the fourth generation Mizukage of the Misty Hidden Village, born with a baby face, seemingly young in age. He actually already has grandchildren. On top of that, he's the second human pillar of Misao Isafuchi. Yakura Berry is able to control the power of the tailed beasts perfectly, and is one of only 5 people in the shinobi realm who can control the power of the tailed beasts perfectly. He is able to use tailed beast chakra to form a tailed beast tunic, an ability that gives him a great advantage in battle. By all accounts, he was a very powerful ninja. However, the sky was the limit and he met the much stronger Tendo Pain Konin Bando, who was first severely injured by Tendo Pain, and then controlled by Uchiha Bando with his kaleidoscope Sharingan illusion. Since then, he has been manipulated by Uchiha Bandit's illusions and has become a puppet. He was in a condition he had never heard of before, and although he was being controlled, he could see and hear. Under the manipulation of Uchiha Bandu, not only did he make the Misty Hidden Village dark, but he also made the Misty Hidden Village lose a large number of excellent ninja, and countless blood succession restriction families were even destroyed because of himself. Very Yakura that is like a knife in the heart. Seeing the gradual decline of the Mist Hidden Village, the guilt in his heart has reached its peak, but he does not have any way. Under the manipulation of the Belt Earth, there is no way to move freely, and never live in a deep place, but also do not fight with the green that has a white eye. Even if someone suspected something was wrong with Yakura Berry, there was nothing they could do about it because no one could beat Yakura Berry, even when he was controlled. Under the maneuvering of Bandito, he was able to fight the Momochi Zabuza, who had come forward to assassinate him. To a standstill, Yakura Berry only felt that the road ahead was dark, and that Misty Shadow's future was going to be ruined in his own hands. But tonight, Uchiha Bandito died at the hands of Futsuki. Bandito's control over Yakura the Berry was, naturally, interrupted. Feeling the control disappear and regaining control of his body, Yakura Berry clenched his fist somewhat incredulously, and then after confirming that the control had truly disappeared, Yakura Berry instantly sprang up from the bed and flew up to kick open the secret room where Bandito had been hiding himself, letting out a roar of grief and anger. Ah, damn you Uchiha! The three-tailed Isabu had likewise been controlled by the eye of the Sharingan for so long, and along with Orange Yakura the Berry's furious roar, a large amount of tailed beast chakra shot up into the sky. This appalling pressure descended, causing many of the upper ninjas, including Shumakado, to rush to the location of Orange Berry Yakura to check it out. Did the three tails go berserk? Everyone was panicking. The misty hidden village was already in decline. If the three tails were to go on a rampage in the village, one couldn't imagine how much damage it would do to the village. The incident of the Nine Tails rebellion that happened in the Kiba village many years ago. They also know very well that the Nine Tails caused a lot of damage to the Kiba, and they don't know how many people died, how many houses collapsed, and the cost of rebuilding afterward was even more of an astronomical figure. However, the Kiba village is a big family and it's still holding up, but they Misty's shadow, out of money, that was really out of money, so poor that they couldn't get a single penny out of it, and even the pay of them, the upper shinobi, had been in arrears for who knows how long. If it weren't for their loyalty to the Mizukage-sama, they wouldn't have lasted long ago. When they converged in twos and threes and arrived at the Mizukage building with nervous apprehension, all they saw was Yakura the orange berry standing in the street with a calm face. Chapter 18, The Great Purge. The tailed beast chakra that had erupted from his body was also withdrawn back into his body. Berry Yakura finally appeared in public, and Terumi gave a wink to Ao beside her. Ao opened his white eyes to do some checking, but the result was surprising as he shook his head towards Shimikazu. Terumi frowned. This wasn't right. According to their speculation, Mizukage-sama should have been controlled. What went wrong? Or is Lord Mizukage really old and dim and making frequent foolish moves? Yakura Berry let out a slow breath even as he saw the arrival of Terumi. All the top shinobi, come to the office for a meeting. I have an important announcement to make. Go dame. Narakagora saw Futsuki return and was busy welcoming him. Not to be outdone, Hyuga Hinata followed closely. Kiba is about to change in a big way. And those who can't see the former big what cups, Uchiha Futake takes the throne. And as promised, he's the new Naruto advisor. Go Daigo. Are you finished on your end? Nara Kagyu looked at the grove suspiciously. Uchiha Futsuki went into the grove just how long Also did not hear any fighting movement This is finished? Hyuga Hinata also glanced at the grove, and had the intention to open his white eyes to look twice, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Well, done. Fuyu was in a good mood now and replied with a smile. Gentlemen, you'll need to work a little harder next? Narakagora knows what Fuyu means. When he came over he reported that although Sarutobi Shimura's two clans were exterminated, there are still quite a few leaks of the two clans in the village, like the ninja school, Kiba Hospital, and so on. There are people from the two clans in important locations. Once these people make a scene, it will also be a bad influence on the stability of the village. He then proposed a village-wide manhunt to arrest all these people to eliminate the root of the problem. But Fuyu said he'd come over here to take care of one thing first, and that the search for the missing fish would come later. Now that it's over here, it's time for a village-wide purge. Yes, in fact, Nara Kagyu on the way back from the Sarutobi clanland, has been a rainy day to let the clan upper ninja to go ahead to monitor those leaks. Not only that, but also left people squatting in the Sarutobi clanland. That will be exactly the time of the end of the workday. Come back to one catch one. Then, fifth generation, I'll go and run my errands. After Narakagora received Fuyuki's affirmation, she hurriedly left with her people, not wanting to miss this chance to show off. Hyuga Hinata also left in a hurry. He was present when Narakagora came back to report on this matter, so he naturally knew the meaning of Fuyua's words of still needing to work hard at this moment. Tomoyuki, what about us? The great elder Uchiha Sahu greeted him with his clan. You guys go too. Tonight shouldn't be very peaceful, Fuyu said. Uchiha Sahu nodded. He thought the same thing. Plus he was uneasy about leaving things all to outsiders. Here we go then. Uchiha Sure who greeted and divided these 20 or so Uchiha elites who had opened the 3-hook jade writing willies into 4 5-member squads, spreading out in all directions. After the people had all left, in the blink of an eye, only Fuyu was left standing alone. Well, it's all gone to work, so what am I supposed to do? Fuyu pondered for a moment, and then headed towards the Uchiha clanland. Trouble are pretty much dealt with. Uchiha Weasel Hands of the other sky god is still a hidden danger. It now empty hands. This time bomb has to be dealt with quickly. Fuyu stepped into the Uchiha clanland unhurriedly, leisurely walking through the streets and alleys, and the Uchiha civilians who saw him greeted him warmly. Fuyu also didn't take any patriarchal stance and nodded in response with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Some of the Uchiha civilians were staggered in place, feeling a bit incredulous. Was this still the same majestic clan leader Sama as usual? Why do you feel like a different person today? Or did the matriarch have some great joy? Could it be that the matriarch's wife was having her third child? These Uchiha civilians who didn't open their sharpening will eyes and weren't ninjas were no different from the civilians in the village. And at the moment they were all transformed into melon-eating crowds, all secretly and privately discussing and speculating after Uchiha Fuyu left. This time Fuyu was walking to the road outside his mansion. The courtyard door is wide open. Fuyu stops in front of the door and stops. The light is on inside the house. Uchiha Mikan should be back. Fuyue looked at it twice and then continued walking, heading towards the Nanga shrine. At that exact moment, Uchiha Mitsuru pushed open the door to the inner room and looked at the empty doorway with a worried expression. Sasuke sat intently on the couch watching TV. He turned his head to see his mother standing in the doorway peering out of the house, thumping over to him as he probed. Is it Dosen and Niju back? No, it hasn't. Uchiha Mitsuru sighed quietly and stroked Sasuke's little head. Sasuke, you should go take a bath. Ohio. Don't. Sasuke beamed. I have to wait for my brother to come back. Your brother must be home late, so do as you're told and take a shower first, Uchiha Mitsuru said as she gently stroked Sasuke's small head. Sasuke tilted his head. But I still want brother to teach me jutsu. Won't I have to take a bath again when I sweat later? The Uchiha Mitsuru was speechless as she thought about how her eldest son, Weasel, had been arriving home after 11 at night for a while now. Looking tired, she couldn't help but raise her voice a bit and said sternly, Niju is very tired from being busy every day. Don't you disturb Niju's rest. Why are you still learning ninjutsu in the middle of the night? Be obedient and go take a bath. Sasuke couldn't argue with Uchiha Mitsuru, so he could only obediently go to the bath with a grumbling face. At this moment, far away from the famous hot spring street in Unakuni, groups of 3 to 5 people with excited faces ran wildly towards a gambling house at the end of the street. Quickly, I heard that the legendary Big Fat Goat is at the Sakura gambling house. Let's go and make a big fortune on her. Hey, I heard that the Big Fat Goat loses every bet. As long as you bet on the opposite of her, you can win. True or not? I'm telling you, it's definitely true. My second brother has a brother-in-law's sister's husband. He was sitting at a table with Big Fatty. Every time he bets the opposite of Big Fatty. And not once did he not win. These men are street skaters from the streets of Unakuni Onsen, who don't do any harm but are good eaters and good gamblers. This time, hearing people say that the Big Fat Goat had come to Sakura gambling house, each one of them was so excited and thrilled that they couldn't wait to fly to the gambling table of the gambling house right away. After a furious run by them, they soon ran into the Sakura gambling house at the end of the street. Where's the Big Fat Goat? Where is it? They puffed and panted and couldn't wait for a break before glaring around the crowded gambling hall looking for signs of the Big Fat Goat. Big brother, found it! An excited man yelled as he pointed to a gambling table. The man at the head of the group looked to have a light yellow ponytail and was wearing a loose sleeveless top with a large word gambling on the back of his shirt. That's right, it's her, the legendary Big Fat Goat. Chapter 19, The Big Fat Sheep Who Loses Every Gamble. The man called Big Brother rubbed his hands together with an excited fly, and just as he was about to go over, he heard the words of his little brother. Oh my god, it's so big. Big brother, why don't we hey. The elder brother was chilled when he saw that his little brother was so horny that he didn't shy away from saying revealing things. At this exact moment, and not knowing if it was heard, the girl standing on the side of the gambling table, on the side of the Big Fat Goat, looked over with a cold drop of frost, and the chill in her eyes made the big brother's sweaty hairs stand on end. He decisively turned around and grabbed the colorful little brother, unceremoniously snapped back and forth a few big mouths and angrily said, Dog gutsy thing, what nonsense, told you to drink a few too less horse urine. The little brother was dazed by his beating, when the big brother secretly noticed that the girl went back to the head, which emboldened him a little, and came to the little brother to whisper a warning. Are you kid looking for death? Know who the Big Fat Goat is? The little brother really didn't know the identity of the big fat sheep and was busy shaking his head. The elder brother said mysteriously, Don't you guys go around talking nonsense. I also heard from my second brother's brother-in-law's sister's husband that the Big Fat Goat's name is Tsunade and she's a ninja. Anyone who dares to make a move on her has grave grass 3 feet high. At this time the beaten little brother a shiver, almost pissed out a few drops of fear. He cried and covered his mouth in horror. Big brother, what I just said was not heard by the Big Fat Goat, right? The corner of the elder brother's mouth twitched. Isn't it too late for you to be scared now? He pointed out the door and showed his little brother the way. I don't know, but it's not too late for you to run. The little brother didn't care if he earned the Big Fat Goat's money or not, whooshed out the door and disappeared without a trace. The big brother saw his little brother running away, and then he led the rest of them to the gambling table where the Big Fat Sheep was. It just so happened that Big Fat Sheep had just finished a game and was in the betting stage. His eyes lit up and his gaze sizzled as he looked at Big Fat Sheep waiting for her to place a bet. Hey, how did you lose again? Tsunade showed a chagrined look, Jingin on the side of the mouth slightly twitching. Well, another loss of 1 million taels. Seeing Lord Tsunade's demonic claws reaching for the box in her hand, she hurriedly shielded the box in her arms, and facing Lord Tsunade's puzzled gaze, she hurriedly said, Lord Tsunade, this is the last of our money. We have to stay at the inn and eat later. Tsunade-sama, you don't want to wait to go hungry on the streets. Don't worry, Mute. I have a feeling we're going to win this one for sure. Definitely make a lot of money. Tsunade said with conviction. Shizune didn't believe it for a second. How many times had Tsunade-sama said that? It wasn't the first time she had said it, and every time she said it she lost all her silver. Shizune was busy shaking her head, refusing to hand over the case. Tsunade, however, did not care about her so much. She is now on the head. Who said it is useless? See, Shizune did not agree, then went up to snatch. Shizune where to protect. A hand will Shizune's arms and the box snatched over. Bring it on you. Tsunade clicked open the case and quickly pulled out the only remaining silver bills from it, dropping them on the table with a flourish. Seeing that the big fat sheep had already placed their bets, the eyes of quite a few wistful gamblers at the table lit up, and they all took out money to follow the opposite bets of Tsunami's men. They had made a lot of silver off of Tsunade this night. Each one of them was shouting, smiling and laughing, with a big frown on their faces, as if they had expected to win the bet even before this bet was opened. Some other gamblers who had just arrived after hearing the news were also not willing to be weak. They also took out all their money to place their bets, and without exception, all of them were the opposite of Tsunade's bets. Seeing this scene, Shizune rubbed her forehead with a headache, thinking about what to do when she ran out of money later. She didn't want to sleep on the street. Tsunade was also displeased as she watched the scene, her light yellow, thin, short diaphanous eyebrows frowning slightly, her light red lips slightly puckered, and her white cheeks slightly flushed because of the alcohol she had just consumed. Looking at this tantalizing scene, many of the gamblers couldn't help but gulp their saliva. Shizune frowned slightly, but Tsunade didn't care as she cursed and slapped the table. Boss, hurry up and make my bets. I'm going to make these guys lose everything, make you all regret it. In the face of Tsunade's urging, the boss also smiled and shouted, come on, by set, 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 by set. Seeing the boss open the bet right away, Tsunade's eyes, hazel from drinking, locked onto the sieve without blinking. Before the sieve was even opened, Shizune, as if she expected the outcome, began to pack up her things with a bitter face, such as the jacket that Tsunade-sama had taken off and such. All the other gamblers looked relaxed, as if they had already won. Only Tsunade's eyes didn't blink. She really just had a strong feeling that she would win. The moment the sieve opened, Tsunade exclaimed excitedly, ha ha, it's me who won. I won. The boss was flabbergasted at the result, and then coughed and announced the result. 5 6s. Leopard. Banker takes all. The dealer in his mouth was naturally Tsunade. The moment this result was announced, almost everyone revealed an unbelievable look. Shizune, who was packing up her things, also jerked her head up with a stunned expression, thinking that she had misheard. How is it possible that Tsunade-sama won the bet? Yet no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, that result wouldn't change. 5 of a kind. The dealer takes it all. And Lord Tsunade made a killing on this one. Not only did she win back the $20 million she lost this afternoon, she also made $30 million. Ha ha ha. Tsunade spring-loaded her feet on the chair and crossed her arms in triumph and laughed. It never felt so exciting. Tsunade winds up shoving all the money on the table into a box and looks at the staring gamblers with a cold grunt, feeling out of breath. Shizune, let's go, said Tsunade, beautifully hugged the money box and greeted Shizuka as she left, paying no attention to the crying parents behind her. After exiting the gambling house, a cool breeze suddenly quieted Tsunade, while the originally sullen Shizune chattered happily. Geez, Tsunade-sama, it's really like a dream. I really didn't think Tsunade-sama would actually win, huh? That's a lot of money. Now we can find a luxury hotel and eat delicious food. Shizune suddenly realized that Tsunade-sama didn't seem quite right. She sneaked a few glances and muttered in her heart, Tsunade-sama won a rare victory. Why isn't she as happy as I thought she would be? Shizune thought it was strange. Tsunade felt strange too, but she couldn't tell. She always felt a tightness in her chest, as if something bad had happened. She rubbed her chest and sighed quietly. I hope I'm overthinking this. Kiba Village. Uchiha Clanland. Nanga Shrine. Fuyu lightly walked to a spot and moved the 7th tatami mat board from the right count to enter the underground chamber. Chapter 20, Late Night Communication in a Closed Room. Turning on the light of the underground chamber, the Uchiha Weasel had indeed awakened and was leaning against the stone tablet that contained many unknown secrets. Legend has it that this stone tablet was written by Rokudo Sannin, and that the only way to see what is on it is to follow the order of writers kaleidoscope writers chakra Fuyu knew what was written on it, plus the stone tablet had been tampered with by Black Jedi, so he didn't bother to read it. Turning his gaze to the Uchiha, who was leaning on it. Uchiha Weasel's hands and feet are bound. Even sit up is laborious. At this moment he is motionless, if not to see his chest slightly rise and fall, No matter who sees him now, this appearance is afraid to think that it is a corpse. Uchiha Weasel's eye sockets were deeply sunken. No eyes, like deep black holes, without the slightest light or life. But his expression was flat, even somewhat relieved. Awake? Fuyu walked up to him and said faintly. Seeing that Uchiha Weasel didn't react, Fuyue laughed and didn't take it personally, saying to himself, the Uchiha clan had a coup d'etat, and I led my clan to storm the Naruto building, killing the third generation, Tuanzu, Mito Mengen, and Turner Koharu. Hearing about the coup here, Uchiha Weasel hadn't reacted. It seemed to be expected of him, but after hearing that his father had brought people to storm the Naruto building and killed the third generation and the other 4 adults, Uchiha Weasel was anxious and subconsciously voiced his denials. Impossible. Fuyu disdainfully said, how is it impossible? Saratobi Hinata, those old things. Do you think it's hard to settle them? The effort of taking a piss. I'll get them all killed in one slash. The Uchiha was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. Father, you've changed, become unreadable to me. He thought he knew his father well, and in his eyes he saw him as a man of majestic but indecisive nature. As the head of a clan, the upper cannot resist Naruto, the lower cannot unite the clan. Externally, in the face of Naruto's line of oppression of the Uchiha, stronger and stronger turn a blind eye, do not want to think about how to fight against Naruto. Internally, in the face of Naruto's line of growing dissatisfaction with the clan's foolishness, also did not have any reaction. He's a great father, but not a great clan leader. And the Uchiha clan is getting more and more tense with the village, and he's doing nothing about it. The Uchiha clan, dissatisfied with the treatment of the Kiba village, attempts a coup to seize power. Once the coup breaks out, the Kiba village will surely be plunged into civil strife, and it is highly likely that other countries will take advantage of the situation and start a large-scale war, bringing about the end of the village. Uchiha Weasel knows the cruelty of war. In order to avoid the village into war, he decided to sacrifice the Uchiha clan as the price, in exchange for the peace and stability of the Kiba village. But I did not expect that he was still hesitant. His father was a step ahead of him to do it, backstabbing at him, but also removed his eyes, and put him under house arrest. And what surprised him the most was that his father had the kaleidoscope writer's eyes as well. The skunk side. What is the use of you killing Naruto-sama? With Naruto-sama dead, Kiba is about to be in civil unrest, and it's highly likely that other countries will take advantage of the situation and start a large-scale war, bringing about the end of the village. Oh, you don't even have hair on your head, you know nothing. Fuyue's unceremonious mockery caused the Uchiha Weasel to hold back his red face. He opened his mouth, and suddenly his mind wandered. The village should have been in chaos, but his father still had the time to come to him? Could it be that? He was a little disbelieving. No civil unrest in the village? The Uchiha asked in surprise. Of course not. Fuyu smiled and said, after I killed the Kiba F4, I was surrounded in the Naruto building, but none of them made a move. The Kiba ninjas have suffered for a long time from the third generation of Tuanzu. I just proposed to sit down and negotiate, and they readily agreed to do so. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Fuyu's face. After all, everything had gone too smoothly, even beyond his expectations. He was expecting a few more fights to quell a bunch of ninjas. Kiba F4? The Uchiha Weasel was confused, having some difficulty understanding the term, but quickly reacted to the fact that his father should be talking about the 4 lords of the third generation of Junzo. What Kiba ninja bitter third generation of the group Tibetan for a long time? What a refreshing promise to negotiate. Uchiha Weasel is listening more and more outrageous. You listen to this said human words? He couldn't help but interject. Father, are you speaking comically? Fuyue rolled his eyes and said, anyway, Kiba can't be in chaos. The negotiations went well. I'm taking up the position of the 5th Naruto. Nara Kagura Naruto as an auxiliary. Hyuga Hinata Naruto as an advisor. And there's one more position of advisor that I'm going to hand over to the Grand Elder. Listening to his father's statement, which did not seem to be false, the Uchiha was silent. This was too outrageous. Okay. He simply couldn't believe this was real. Is it as simple as a coup for the Uchiha clan? Even if father had a kaleidoscope Sharingan, he couldn't have succeeded in his coup so easily. Could he? Just watch. The next Kiba village will get better and better. Fuyue said faintly. The Uchiha opened his mouth to say something but didn't. Fuyue looked at the Uchiha Weasel, who went silent and wasn't talking, giving him a few minutes to digest the information, coughing and speaking again. I've also told you so much. If you don't believe me, go out and confirm for yourself that what I'm saying is true or false. The Uchiha's heart fluttered. Yes, I am after all my father's son. My father can't keep me locked up all the time. But my eyes. Uchiha hesitated. Fuyu waved his hand and said, you don't need to think about your own eyes. I'll have someone transplant a pair of the clan's triple hook jade sharpening wheel eyes for you. Hearing this, There was some bitterness in the corners of the Uchiha's mouth, but soon he didn't care. All he wanted to do now was to go out and make sure that what his father was saying was true or not. There's really no civil unrest in the village? Only the 4 third-generation lords died? The other shinobi didn't object? And the village will get better and better? Honestly, if it had been his father's words in the past, he wouldn't have believed them. But today his father had taught him a good lesson all over again, making him realize that he didn't really know his father. Okay, 3 hooks of jade is 3 hooks of jade. When will you change my eyes? The Uchiha asked, taking a deep breath. Fuyue glanced at him and said, any time, right now, but with a caveat. Fuyu licked his lips, finally coming to the point. A question mark surfaced in the Uchiha's brain. Premise? You say. Uchiha wondered. Give me Stopper's eyes, Fuyu said in a deep voice. At these words, the Uchiha's face changed. Spinning around, he realized something and gave a bitter smile. So you know all about it, father. He thought that everything he did was seen by his father. Even the one kaleidoscope Sharingan that Stopper had entrusted to him was surprisingly known. Fuyue didn't answer him this question, pretending to be mysterious. Chapter 21, The God of Farewell has arrived. The Uchiha Weasel didn't hesitate much and agreed painfully. Father, I'm supposed to have my chakra sealed, right, so I can't perform the psychic jutsu? Seeing that he agreed to hand over Stopwater's kaleidoscope, Fuyu was slightly pleased, but he didn't let his guard down and directly opened his eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes. It's reasonable to assume that his eyes are a level above Stopper's kaleidoscope, but it's doubtful that they can withstand the Beastmaster. After all, no one's ever tried it, and there's no precedent for it in either the manga or the anime. He was a little unsure in his mind, wondering if this Uchiha Weasel kid was playing nice for himself, trying to get him to lift the seal on him so he could take out his Stopper's eyes and use the other heavenly god on himself? I don't think the skunk is that crazy. After all, he said himself that the coup was successful and the village wasn't affected. Had he known to let the others come over, he would have directly guarded the exit. In this way, no matter who was hit by the other heavenly god, it would be impossible to run away from him. After all, the other heavenly god had a limit on its use, and could not be used for a very long time after it was used once. But it's too late for a change, so we can only hope that the Eternal Eye will give some power. After all, it's the Eternal Eye that overrides the ordinary kaleidoscope. Futsuki performed the maneuver that Uchiha Sesshu had told him about, and lifted the seal from Uchiha Weasel's body. Incidentally, he untied the ropes from his body. Once that happened, the Uchiha felt much better, but it was still a bit disconcerting to not be able to see. But he was, after all, a genius of the Uchiha clan, and as if he could see, he slowly stood up, and didn't sway from side to side due to the loss of his eyes, and stood very steadily. Fuyu took a few steps back and looked at him with a grave gaze. As soon as the slightest thing goes wrong, he casts his Susanoo to directly finish off Uchiha Weasel. The Uchiha hadn't realized that his cheap father had turned on him. He stood still and slowly inhaled and exhaled, then bit his thumb in his mouth and made a seal with both hands. Fuyu watched without blinking. Uchiha Weasel's sealing speed was so fast that it almost turned into a residual shadow. It seemed that the loss of his eyes did not have any effect on his sealing speed. Also, practice makes perfect, and seeing or not seeing won't affect the sealing. Hypuyushinwei. As the Uchiha Weasel's unsealed seal was formed, a white cloud of smoke appeared out of thin air with a bang. Fuyue was fully focused and alert, waiting for the smoke to clear. The smoke cleared and a large, black-colored raven stood on the Uchiha's shoulder. Upon seeing the crow, Fuyue was on high alert, but when he scrutinized it, it was a relief. Both of the crow's eyes were normal eyes, and it looked like the skunk hadn't transplanted Stopper's eyes to the crow yet. So where are the eyes? There was no place to hide anything on the crow, and Fuyue's eyes fell on the underside of the crow's wings, where there was a bulge, only to see the Uchiha fumble first, stroking the raven's head, before removing a glass container from under its wings, the same model as the one he was holding. The glass container contained none other than Stopper's kaleidoscope. Father. The skunk took the glass container and handed it forward. Fuyue carefully scanned the circle and found that there were no traces of illusions before he stepped forward to take the glass container from Uchiha Weasel. After confirming that there were no problems, Futsuki took out the kaleidoscope containing the other stopper that he had taken from Tuanzu, put them together in one piece, and restowed them in the storage scroll. Only after doing this did Fuyu breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, Uchiha Stopper's kaleidoscopes were assembled, and he could change the eyes of a loyal clan member at any time. And his side could instantly have an additional kaleidoscope sharpening will eye possessor. And Pupil art don't sky god is the top of the top. Not use it. Use it. No longer thinking about these has-beens, Fuyue looked over to Uchiha Weasel, and seeing that he was stroking the raven's head, he wasn't going to go back on his word, and brought Uchiha Weasel out of the underground chamber and sat him on a stool. You and stay here and don't move. I'm going to get 2 oranges. Ahem. And I'm going to call Uchiha Aiki to come change your eyes. Fuyu subconsciously recited the classic passage of the backstory, and seeing Uchiha Weasel's confused face, he coughed twice and walked away quickly. It's a good thing that Uchiha Aiki is just a middle ninja, not even opening the 3 hooks jade, naturally not qualified to participate in today's action. Just called by him to give the weasel to do an eye removal surgery, and then returned to work at the Konoha hospital. By now, Uchiha Hideki should be home from work. If nothing else, there were so many people in the Uchiha clan. Even if Uchiha Futsuki was the clan leader, there was no way he could remember where everyone lived. However, Uchiha Aiki was one of the few medical ninja of the Uchiha clan, so Futsuki still knew about it. By checking Futsuki's memories, Futsuki quickly found Uchiha Aiki's home address. It was a very ordinary 2-story one-family building, similar to the one-family buildings built in the countryside over in Japan in the previous life. All wooden structures. In fact, it wasn't just Uchiha Aiki's family, but most of the houses in the Kiba village were also made of wood. Of course, the Fayek house is not this style built by one family, but an ancient name house, characterized by wood construction, pure Japanese style, house 150 square meters or more, land 200 square meters or more, with a small Japanese-style garden and vegetable garden. Ancient color is a very good feeling. Ancient name houses where not only Tomoyuki's family, but some of the clan elders in the Uchiha clan also live. At this moment, the lights were on in Uchiha Aiki's house, and Fuyue went straight up and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 1 light, 2 heavy, 3 consecutive knocks. Soon there was a response from the house. Coming, please wait. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Era, it's the matriarch Sama. The middle-aged woman who opened the door to the room immediately curtsied and bowed respectfully when she saw the person standing outside the door. Futsuki nodded. Is Aiki home? Yes, I'm going to get him. The middle-aged woman bowed again, before turning around and flying off with small steps to call for someone. Soon, there was a rush of footsteps, and Aiki Uchiha appeared in the doorway. Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Aiki met with a respectful bend without saying a word. Fuyu swept him a glance and said, "Put on some clothes and come with me." Uchiha Aiki was a little confused as to what the matriarch Sama was here for, and his heart was a little apprehensive. It couldn't be that he was here to settle scores, could it? He was a little worried. Fuyua casually reminded, "Go change the skunk's 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes, and remember to bring your tools." With a long sigh of relief and a heavy nod, Aiki Uchiha ran quickly into the house. Without letting Futsuki wait too long, Uchiha Aiki came to the door carrying a white suitcase that looked exactly like it did during the day. He didn't wear a white coat this time. Go! Fuyu greeted and led the way. Uchiha Aiki hurriedly followed behind the clan leader Sama. After walking for a short while, he realized that this was not the direction to the Lord Patriarch's house, and although he was puzzled, he wisely didn't ask questions, but silently followed behind the Lord Patriarch. Chapter 22 Changing Eyes. Going home. Soon the two arrived at the Nanga Shrine. The doors of the Nanga Shrine were wide open, and at a glance, Uchiha Aiki saw Uchiha Weasel sitting upright on a stool. "There you go." Futsuki waved his hand, signaling Uchiha Aiki to go in and change the skunk's eyes. Uchiha Aiki took a few steps inside and looked back as the clan leader Sama stood there with his arms folded over his chest. With no intention of coming in, he walked quickly to the Uchiha. Hearing the commotion, the Uchiha tilted his head slightly so that his 2 black sockets were pointed at the visitor. "Father?" Uchiha Aiki did not feel anything when he saw this scene. As a medical ninja who had experienced the Shinobi World War, he had seen worse looks than this. He said softly, "Grand Duke, I have come to change your eyes." The Uchiha nodded, his emotions steady and unchanged. "Trouble you, Uncle Hideki." He heard the man's voice and knew who he was. "Then please Uchiha Aiki looked around twice, moved a table similar to an 8 imperial table, and said, "Please lie down on this table." "Okay." The Uchiha Weasel quickly laid down on the table with the support of Aiki Uchiha. Uchiha Aiki opened the white box and put on his gloves first, then took out the pair of 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes that the matriarch Sama had given himself on his way over. The Uchiha Weasel felt something being shoved into his eye. It could have been an instant that passed, or it could have been a long time that passed, and suddenly he heard Uncle Hideki say yes. "Can I open my eyes now?" Uchiha asked. Uchiha Aiki hastily stated that he couldn't open his eyes yet. "Grand Duke, have you ever felt your eyes itch?" Feeling the change in his eyes, which did feel ticklish, the Uchiha replied truthfully, "A little." "Then please let me know when you realize your eyes aren't itching." The Uchiha waited patiently, not knowing how much time had passed, and after his eyes stopped itching, he spoke it out. "Okay, you can open your eyes now, Grand Duke." Uchiha Weasel listened and slowly opened his eyes. At first it was a bit hazy to see, but he didn't rush. Instead he calmly waited for a few moments before his vision became clear. The first thing he saw was the face of Uncle Hideki in front of him. Uncle Hideki, thanks a lot. The new eyes that Uchiha Weasel had replaced became radiantly spiritual, and Uchiha Aiki nodded after observing them for a moment. You're welcome, Grand Duke. It's what the matriarch-sama ordered. Uchiha Aiki quietly pointed to the clan leader-sama outside the door. He didn't know why he had been told to remove the skunk's eyes by Uchiha Futsuki on the White Day, and this time to replace them, but he didn't want to get involved with the father and son at all. He just wants to go home now. The Uchiha nodded and got up to walk out of the Nanga shrine. Father. The Uchiha gave a respectful greeting to Futsuki at the door. Well, Fuyue didn't have a son in his previous life either, and he didn't know how to treat this cheap son. He took on the appearance of Uchiha Fuyue in his memory, and nodded his head in a dignified manner. Then he looked at Uchiha Hidetsuki, who was a bit rattled to the side. Hideki, it's been a hard day for you. Go back and get some rest. Futsuki gave his expulsion order, and Uchiha Aiki couldn't wait to hurry back. He hastily said no hard work, and left at a quick pace. How's the eye? Fuyu still maintained his majestic appearance and asked indifferently. I have to say, Uchiha Futake, this person still looks very dignified. Short black hair, four-sided face, expressionless face, strict and neat features, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression, serious and square. But the Uchiha had seen a lot and didn't feel any discomfort. He looked around and truthfully replied, not bad. Well, Pei-Leap ran out of words, mostly because he didn't know what to say. Uchiha Weasel, his cheap son, had always acted respectfully towards himself, and he was not in a position to be very harsh on Weasel. Father, as previously agreed, I'm going to wander around the village? Seeing his father's silence, the Uchiha took the initiative to bring up the subject. Fuyu knew that he wanted to go and personally confirm whether what he said was true or not, and didn't stop him, but only reminded. It's fine for you to take a look. Don't stop them from arresting the remaining evil. The Uchiha was silent, and with his intelligence, he guessed what his father was referring to as the remnant. I know. Well, there you go. Fuyue flung his arms out. After the Uchiha Weasel finished his respectful salute, he disappeared into thin air with an instantaneous body. It soon appeared on a roof and went off into the distance with a bounce like a flea. Only after watching the skunk's back disappear from sight did Fuyu retract his gaze, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Is he going home now? Or is he going home? Or is he going home? Uchiha Mikan was Tomoyuki's closest pillow, and he had every excuse not to go home now. But what about later? Not going home all the time? What you're going to face anyway? You can't hide from anyway. Plus he doesn't always show the cracks. It wouldn't hurt to show a break. Well, probably. It should. Fuyue took the house in his stride. It would probably be late, and there weren't many people on the streets. Fuyu traveled lightly and saw the ancient famous house from afar, and walked slowly to the ornate gate. The front door was open, exactly as it would have been when I passed by earlier, and there was a light on at the entrance. Fuyue shot a few glances at it. It should have been left for him by Uchiha Makoto. Anyway, having made up his mind, Fuyu is not a mother-in-law, and after looking at it twice, he directly buried his head and walked in, closing the door behind him. After looking down and straightening his clothes and moving his facial muscles to make sure he was okay, he took a deep breath and crossed the courtyard, the entranceway, and looked down to change his shoes. When he noticed an extra slender shadow on the ground, he calmly entered. I'm back. Welcome back. Uchiha Mitsuru moved with lotus steps, gently removing the green vest that only upper shinobi could wear for him, and helping him take off his tight combat uniform. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Wait a moment, I'll go and heat up the food for you. Uchiha Mitsuru started to get busy, pouring a cup of hot tea for Pei-Leap before diving headfirst into the kitchen. Fuyu had just sat down on the sofa when he heard the sound of brushing pots and pans coming from the kitchen. Fuyu originally didn't really feel hungry, but after being reminded by Uchiha Mikan, he was really hungry. Didn't have dinner after all. There is no cell phone as an entertainment tool in Naruto. Unable to pass the time, dry sitting here bored, Fuyu simply turned on the TV. The TV was a bit bulky in appearance, similar to the pre-08 black and white TVs in his previous life, like a washing machine on a table. There are a total of 2 stations that flip around. The first station was similar to the former Center 1, which introduced the economic state of the Land of Fire, national events, and so on. The second stage was 2 guys doing comedy. Chapter 23, Thy Wife and Children I Will Raise. Seeing this, Fuyu realized why the ferret had asked if he was speaking comically before, and the source came out here. After watching for no more than a moment, Fuyu's eyes moved slightly and he looked towards the kitchen, and a beautiful figure came out with a steaming bowl. She was seen with her long black hair tied in a simple ponytail, smooth and shiny like a strip of black satin, and wearing a pink hanging neck apron. This apron is held in place by a strap around the neck and also has a string tie around the waist. This style provides good protection for the front and back. Even in a simple apron it is hard to hide its elegance. The curves undulate like a masterpiece sculpted by nature, with just the right combination of fullness and slimness, so that people can't help but marvel at its beauty. The unpowdered face was not inferior to certain first-tier big stars in the previous life. Her eyebrows are as slender and curved as willow leaves, her eyes are soft, and she shows elegance and calmness between her hands and feet. This is Tomoyuki's wife, Uchiha Makoto. No, it's my wife from now on, Fuyue thought to himself as he eyed Uchiha Makoto. Hurry up and eat. Uchiha Mitsuru noticed her husband's gaze motionless at herself in the afterglow, but didn't find it strange. At her age she had long since passed the time of shyness. She just smiled and urged him to hurry up and eat. Fuyu looked down. It was a bowl of very classic Japanese curry rice, and there were two bowls next to it, one containing braised pork ribs with onions, and one bowl of miso soup sprinkled with scallions. His eyes were quickly drawn to the bowl of braised ribs with onions. A whole, uncut onion. The scent is like a naughty kitten that goes straight to the nose. Fuyu's eyes lit up after he took a bite. This tastes good. It's delicious. Soon the bowl full of curry and rice was wiped out, the ribs eaten, leaving a nibbled onion, and the miso soup all finished. Fuyu revealed a satisfied look as he was full of food and drink. There's more curry and rice. I'll get some more? At that moment, Uchiha Mitsuru, who hadn't said a word the entire time he was eating but just sat on her knees on the tatami mat and looked at him with soft eyes, said, "No, it's full." Fuyue waved his hand. Uchiha Mitsuru then got up and cleared the dishes from the table. Soon, Uchiha Mitsuru walked out of the kitchen, this time removing her apron. She moved lightly with lotus steps and came behind Fuyue. The next moment Futsuki felt Uchiha Makoto's hand caress his shoulder, giving him a squeeze. Knowing that Uchiha Mikan would definitely ask him what he went to do today, Fuyue closed his eyes and enjoyed Uchiha Mikan's massage while mentally organizing his words and waiting for her to open her mouth to ask. But to his surprise, Uchiha Mitsuru never asked. He closed his eyes, his mind crossed over the bits and pieces of Tomoyuki's time with Mikan, and his heart was relieved. This really was a gentle and wonderful woman. Uchiha Mitsuru didn't take the initiative to ask, but he took the initiative to speak up. Today, I led my people in a coup. Seeing that Uchiha Mitsuru didn't say anything, he continued. Everything is going well. Probably after tonight, the village will have the last name of Uchiha, and I'll take up the position of the fifth Naruto. After saying that he added, you don't have to worry about the village's strained relationship with the Uchiha, it'll get better in the future. Tough luck, Tomoyuki. The Uchiha Mitsuru listened quietly, and though she heard her husband speak so easily at the moment, she knew it wasn't easy. The rebellion of the Nine Tails, a clan questioned and suppressed, Sasuke's birth, Weasel's growth, the storm within the clan, the village's attitude. Over the years, a whole bunch of messy things had caused Uchiha Futsuki, who was already carrying a mountain of pressure, to become more and more haggard. Being the patriarch required him to display a cold and majestic style on weekdays, and over time, the smile became less and less. Being her pillow, she took it all in silently. Uchiha Mitsuru massaged his temples and supported him silently with a gentle bosom. Fuyue was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Is Sasuke asleep? After being quiet for a while, Fuyu suddenly remembered that in addition to Uchiha Weasel, the cheap elder son, there was also a younger son, Sasuke. Well, I just fell asleep and got into bed and was talking about waiting for my brother to come back. Uchiha Mitsuru softly whispered, there's no need to wait for him. He'll be back late. The light in Fuyu's eyes flickered as he said, good. Uchiha Mitsuru nodded slightly. Rest. It's been a long day. Fuyu looked at the time, just at 11 p.m. sharp. Uchiha Mitsuru then ended the massage and got up thumping like a gust of wind to go prepare a bath for him along with the clothes to wear. Fuyu revealed a look of satisfaction. What more could a man ask for when he has a wife like this? Spinning around, his dislike of the skunk deepened a bit. This ungrateful son, if he hadn't crossed over to Futsuki, according to the plot, then wouldn't Uchiha Mikan have been driven to suicide tonight by this rebellious son? LMAO. Good thing he crossed over. The kid's been pooed a bit badly by Sarutobi. He'll have to think of a way to heal him before he can do that. Lest the Black Jedi get teased and ripped off would be a problem. Tomoyuki, you can take a bath now. Uchiha Makoto's warm voice came out. Coming. Fuyu shook his head, putting all these has-beens behind him, and got up to walk towards the bathroom. Getting out of the shower comfortably, he grabbed the cup on the table and took a sip of water before heading upstairs, pushing open the door to his bedroom, where Uchiha Mitsuru was sitting on the edge of the bed in her loose pajamas, waiting for him. Fuyu felt his body get a little hot and ghostly locked the door. Go in peace. Futsuki, thy wife and children I will support. Fuyue thought silently in his mind and walked towards Uchiha Mikan, then omitted tens of thousands of words. The next day, Fuyue awoke from his sleep. The beautiful woman beside him was no longer there. The curtains were neatly tied up. The early morning sunlight poured in. Bright light filled the whole room. After staying in bed for a while, thinking that he had to deal with the village today, Fuyue got up from the bed and went downstairs. Uchiha Mikan happened to come out of the kitchen with a bowl of fragrant noodles, and when she saw Fuyue coming downstairs, she greeted, "You're awake. I was just about to go wake you up. Go and wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast." Uchiha Mikan's face was flushed with color. Last night's pouring had made her seem like she had a second spring, and looking at Fuyue was a bit cocky. Uchiha Mikan noticed her husband's fiery eyes. Recalling her husband's one strange position last night, she also stood up a little unsteadily, and angrily slapped Fuyue's arm. "Quickly go and wash up and eat." Futsuki shrugged and walked towards the bathroom to see a 7-year-old Sasuke sitting on his knees at the table, eating noodles while watching TV. That's when Sasuke noticed him and greeted him with some formality. "Father-sama." Uchiha Futsuki had never had a stern look on his face towards this youngest son, and basically had little to no praise, so it wasn't surprising that Uchiha Sasuke was slightly restrained. Futsuki. This was the norm for the father and son when they were together, as Uchiha Futsuki remembered. Chapter 24 Meetings. Fuyue nodded without saying anything, and just as he walked into the bathroom, he heard Uchiha Mitsuru's urging, "Sasuke, don't trifle. Eat properly and don't watch TV. I'm eating. Aren't you afraid you'll be late for school?" "Kaizen, what time is it?" Sasuke hurriedly lowered his head and sped up when he heard the Uchiha Makoto say it was 8:30. The place where his family lived now wasn't near the bustling center of Kiba, and it would take him more than 20 minutes to walk to school now. When Futsuki came out after washing up, Sasuke was already ready to go out with his backpack. "I'm out the door." Sasuke roared and ran outside. "Have a safe trip and don't come back too late." Uchiha Mitsuru stood in the doorway to see Sasuke off, watching Sasuke's figure disappear around the corner before closing the door and coming back. Today's breakfast was udon noodles filled with fried pork cutlet, candied fried egg, scallions and more. The color and taste are so good that you can't help but look at it and get your appetite going. Seeing that Tomoyuki was about to start without saying anything, Mikan hurriedly stopped him. "Tomoyuki, aren't you forgetting something?" Fuyue was a bit confused. Then he reacted and smiled and folded his arms. "I'm on. Neons do have this habit. Almost forgot." After breakfast, Fuyue went straight out the door. "Still don't know how things went last night?" And it was agreed that there would be a meeting at the Naruto building this morning. Before he could leave the clanland, he saw Uchiha Yashiro coming in a hurry, and after seeing him, he even revealed a joyful color. "Lord Patriarch." Uchiha Yashiro was a loyal henchman of his predecessor, Futsuki, just like Uchiha Inafune. "How did it go last night?" Pei Leap asked. "Just about to report to you." Uchiha Yashiro smiled and said with a straight face, "After last night's capture, the remaining criminals were all captured, but the cell where Kiba closed the prisoners couldn't fit anymore, and many were brought to this side of the police building to be held." With that he suddenly bent down. "I'm very sorry, Lord Patriarch, for detaining people on this side of the police building without your consent yet." Fuyue waved his hand. "It's fine. It's all small stuff." He doesn't care at all. He had expected a few rats to escape Kiba, but he didn't expect them all to be caught. It seems that although Kiba is weak, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and the power that can be exerted when Kiba runs up and down is still great. "Where's the first elder?" "The great elder is in the Naruto building with the Nara clan chiefs, and they asked me to call for you to come over and preside over the situation." "Go." Because the great elder Nara Kagyu and they all stayed up late to do their work and haven't rested until now. Fuyue didn't let them wait for long, and the two of them, along with Uchiha Yashiro, went full speed ahead, and soon arrived at the Naruto building. After last night's cleanup and washing, the street outside the Naruto building was clean and there was not the slightest trace of blood to be seen. Walking into the lobby, it was the same, a refreshed look. "Lord Patriarch, they are in the conference room on the first floor," Uchiha Yashiro reminded. "Come to the door of the conference room." The door to the room was ajar. Fuyue raised his hand and snapped the door 3 times, and without waiting for the person inside to speak, he directly pushed the door in. In the conference room, Uchiha Sihu, Uchiha Shasta and the other 3 elders were sitting on the left side. Next to them, the oil girl Ryoma, who had defected to him last night, was also sitting there, while Nara Kagura, Hyuga Hinata and the other clan chiefs were sitting on the right side, with the main seat hanging empty, exactly the seat reserved for him. Fuyue took a look at the clear-cut distribution, and then he sat in the main seat as a matter of course. Uchiha Yoshiro then exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Fuyue first swept the crowd. They were found to be all weary, but bright-eyed. "Hard work everyone," Fuyue said. "It's not hard work, Kiba is our home. We have to love it. And anyone with a bad heart, we have to destroy it ruthlessly. Talk about hard work, Nara Kagura said with a smile. The other patriarchs chimed in. They have long since stepped into the fiefship of Uchiha Fuyue. Things dry are dry. Soon to get the benefits. Naturally will not be at this time to find themselves unpleasant. Well, Fuyu nodded, coughed, then in accordance with the previously agreed. I serve as the 5th generation of Naruto. Nara Kagura clan head is Naruto auxiliary position. Hyuga Hinata clan head is Naruto advisor position. Uchiha Sihu is Naruto advisor position. In addition to Naruto auxiliary is not concurrently serve as the root department. The person in charge of the root department will be handed over to the oil woman Ryoma. Fuyu said it again tirelessly, and the others listened to it again without the slightest impatience. In addition to these 4 key positions, in order to appease the others, Fuyu is also giving up some of the empty positions. The promotion of the promotion, the award of the award. After last night's big bust, there are so many empty spots in various parts of Kiba. Of course, none of the Naruto dark side positions were given away, and the immediate dark side leader he decided to make Kakashi. Directly under the dark sect he wasn't going to let the other shinobi clans throw their weight around in it. He replaced them all with his own 3 Hooks clan. It turns out that the direct dark part of the allegiance to Sarutobi Hizuru was arrested by Kakashi with his men. Those who were not closely related were released on the spot, and those who were closely related were imprisoned first. An hour has passed. The discussion is almost over. The people present can be said to be the guests and hosts. The atmosphere is so good. Then I'll pick an auspicious day to hold a Naruto succession ceremony and announce you to the village as the 5th Naruto? Nara Kagura asked smilingly. Fuyu waved his hand and said, no need. I think the day after tomorrow is good. Let's hold the succession ceremony the day after tomorrow. This matter should not be too late. Nara Kagura nodded in agreement, but quickly asked another question. Lord Futsuki, according to past regulations, the Naruto position requires approval from the fire countryside. You see? He meant that 3 days might be too hasty. Sending someone from Kiba village to the land of fire and back was more than 3 days. Fuyu knows this rule. Naruto plot explained, is the first generation of Naruto Senjuma with the fire country daimyo royal family set a village and a country system. The appointment of Naruto need to get the nod of the daimyo. He was disdainful of this. A powerful armed organization that needed to get a nod from the weak fire nation's royal family to change its leader? Isn't that funny? He was ready to change the situation. But not now. He was about to become the 5th Naruto and had a bunch of things to take care of in the village. Just inform the fire countryside. It's not the daimyo's turn to dictate the appointment of Naruto. Fuyu hegemony on this matter capped. Nara Kagyu eyes flashed a trace of appreciation. With his wisdom is also so think. The first generation of Naruto adults to establish a village and a country system. At that time just established the wooden leaf village may be suitable, but now is no longer suitable. Sarutobi Hizuru does not let him into the Kiba high level. He is not lazy to give Sarutobi Hizuru advice. Paddling water he does not smell good? Do you have to find things to do for yourself? Chapter 25, the strong go up, the weak go down. But now, Fuyue when this 5th generation I Naruto later how it will be, he still have to observe and observe, paddling or serious work, to see his performance. I see. Nara Kagura nodded, indicating that she would do her best to organize the grand ceremony. Well, I'll leave this to you, Naruto-san, Fuyu said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Lord Gajira. Nara Kagutsugu also gave a heartfelt smile. Naruto auxiliary he Nara clan also ancestor burned high incense did not think that he still had the day to become a Naruto auxiliary. That's a position that's above all others. Well, get a grip. The more Nara Kagura thought about it, the more satisfied she was with Tomoikiake. Like a mother-in-law looking at her new son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. As a matter of fact, from now on, Fuyue was already the 5th generation Naruto, and all the other people's appointments were effective from this moment onwards. And the Naruto succession ceremony in 3 days' time was nothing more than a ceremony to announce to the uninformed civilians of the Kiba village, and to the world, blessed by my ancestors, I, Hyuga Hinata, am also becoming a Naruto advisor. Hyuga Hinata's face was solemn, but in his heart he was happy. Hyuga clan as the 2nd largest clan under the Kiba Uchiha, under his leadership, has never been out of the limelight. Honest, what major decisions he never published more than one opinion. Anyway, the Naruto like me to raise my hand. The Naruto hate me to shake my head. That's why he, Hinata, was sitting tight when the Uchiha clan was tense with Kiba before, but now was different. It was a rare opportunity. How long had it been since he, the Hyuga clan, had made a move? And he still felt a bit angry when he thought back to the Shimura clansman who had yelled at him earlier. It seems that he, the Hyuga clan, has been silent for too long and needs to make some noise. taking on the role of Naruto advisor is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Hyuga clan is going to rise. Hyuga Hinata thought gruffly in his heart. Okay, that's enough of that. Everyone's tired. Get some rest. Futsuki stood up and, along with the 3 Uchiha elders, escorted these clan heads out of the Naruto building. Then they went straight to Naruto's office on the 3rd floor. A 3-hooked Jade clan member was guarding the door of the office with dedication and respect. And when he saw the Lord Clan Chief as well as the 3 elders arrive, he hastened to greet them. Lord Patriarch, 1st Elder, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder. Well, hard work. Futsuki patted him on the shoulder for encouragement and then entered Naruto's office. This thrilled the 3 Hooks clan. He had been part of the hawkish faction in the clan that had supported the staging of the coup before, and now that the Lord Patriarch had led them to success, he could be considered dead to the Lord Patriarch. Uchiha sure who is also in today's meeting to know that he can still be the left advisor. Naruto advisors divided into left and right advisors. Complex powers and responsibilities are different. At this time an old face is still full of red light. Where does he just boil a night-tired look? Well, see Tiger, you're hallucinating. On the side, the 2nd eldest Uchiha Chakra said sourly. He looks skinny and weak, but in reality his strength is not low. He is an elite shinobi who has opened the 3 hooks, and is one of the heads of the Hawk faction. He is an old man of the same era as Uchiha Satoru, but he is also a bit different. He inherited the will of Zan, and is quite dissatisfied with the policy of the 2nd generation Naruto Chikuma in governing the Uchiha clan, and has always aspired to take back the sovereignty from Chikuma's clan, and is a hawkish Uchiha clan. Later on, his movement to incite the Uchiha clan to rebel and cause trouble was noticed by the 2nd Naruto, and eventually, he was arrested by members of the dark sections dispatched by the 2nd Naruto and imprisoned in a prison. It took 10 years of imprisonment before he was released, and if Chibiusa hadn't died, he probably wouldn't have gotten out for the rest of his life. After coming out, it was already Sarutobi Hizuru who ruled, and his thieving heart was undefeated, gathering a wave of Uchiha with the same philosophy as his, transforming into a hawkish faction to fight against Uchiha Sihu, who was the leader of the Dove faction. At this time to see as the Pigeon faction head of the Uchiha Sihu was Uchiha Fuyue, appointed Naruto advisor. Do not mention how sour heart, seeing that Uchiha sure who was overjoyed and happy, he would finally not be able to hold back his taunts. Uchiha Sihu was happy now, and didn't bother to care about this sour, skinny old man, and made a statement to Uchiha Futsuki. Futsuki, no, 5th generation Megami, just keep an eye on it. I'll definitely do a good job as this advisor, and live up to your trust. Futsuki sat down in the seat that had once belonged to Naruto and nodded smilingly, picking up a mountain of papers on his desk and flipping through them. Some of the less important ones were tossed aside and he only looked at some of the important ones, but there was nothing very important at the moment, and it took less than 10 minutes for the pile of papers to be roughly read by him. By the way, where did the skunk go? He tossed the papers aside, suddenly remembering the ungrateful son, and asked curiously. Uchiha Sahu froze. Didn't the skunk make me seal my chakra? Did he run out of the house again? At that moment, the 3rd elder, Masato Uchiha, replied. Matriarch, Weasel went home this morning. Haven't you seen him? Home? Futsuki was stunned. He hadn't even seen the Uchiha before he left the house this morning. Of course, it was possible that the boy was sleeping in his room. After all, he hadn't slept all night last night. Fuyu didn't really care, nodded his head, knocked on the table, and instructed. 3rd elder, I'll leave the matter of disbanding our police force to you. Ask the clansman whoever wants to enter the Dark Division to sign up with you, and you have to give me the list before noon tomorrow. Got it, Matriarch. Masato Uchiha said respectfully. Okay, you guys go about your business. Fuyu waved his hand, signaling them to go out. The 3 elders bowed respectfully and then exited the room. The Uchiha Shasta who walked last carefully taking the door with him. Fuyue retracted his gaze. In Fuyue's memory, the attitude of the 2 heads of the Hawk faction had never been very good to him as the clan leader, bossing him around, which was also the reason why the position of Naruto's advisor, after he had made his choice, he chose to give it to Uchiha Sihu rather than Uchiha Shikura or Uchiha Masato. Of course, after thunderously leading them in a coup yesterday and succeeding, both the 2nd elder Uchiha Shana and the 3rd elder Uchiha Masato's attitudes towards themselves had changed alarmingly. He wasn't surprised. The Uchiha clan had always practiced being strong. There's an old saying in the clan that the strongest are the best and the weakest are the worst. Uchiha Futsuki himself is not a weak person. From a young age, gifted, is a genius in the eyes of his peers. In the Shinobi World War also made a big name. By the enemy people send nickname, Fierce Eyes Futsuki. Fuyue was able to become the patriarch, not through the back door, but all through strength. How can you be a patriarch in a crowd of bigots without power? How can you convince the people? The reason why a small portion of the Uchiha clan, including the second and third elders, were not very respectful to him some time ago is because Futsuki has not done much in recent years, whether it is the Night of the Nine Tails, which was blocked by Tuanzu and did not dare to fight back, or was forced to relocate the clan land. Chapter 26, Calculations. Both took a huge hit to his prestige, but after yesterday, all the doubts he had suffered before disappeared without a trace. That's the kind of respect that is rightfully earned after a show of strength. In the Uchiha clan, the strong go up and the weak go down. Why did Spot leave without his clan following him back then? Isn't it still true that Jumai is stronger than Zan? Of course, there are some other reasons too. General. Knock knock. The door to the room knocked, interrupting Fuyue's contemplation. Come in. A dark-haired, dark-eyed Uchiha came in dragging a tray with both hands. What is it? Fuyue asked curiously. The Uchiha clan member explained. Naruto Auxiliary asked someone to send it to you, saying that it was for your well-made 5th generation Naruto Gashin robe and Naruto Duhat. Fuyu revealed an interested look. Bring it over for me to take a look. Naruto Gashin robe only ninja who became a shadow in Kiba village are qualified to wear it. The Gashin robe of each generation of shadow is basically the same, and it must be made stitch by those who specialize in making Naruto robe in the village. The main body is white with red flames on the hem and the back has the N Dynasty Naruto red lettering. And this one is much the same as the 4th generation's Gashin robe, except that the 4 has been replaced with a 5. Nara Kagyu has a heart. Fuyu laughed. It was good to have a smart person around. He'd forgotten that there was such a thing as an imperial god's robe. A gust of wind blew into the house. Futsuki caught a glimpse of silver in his afterglow and knew it was Kakashi coming. Thank Matriarch Nara for me, and get out. Yes. The Uchiha respectfully exited the room. Kakashi, you received the appointment letter, right? Fuyue smiled as he hung his brand new Gajira Gashin robe on the solid wood hanging rack near the table and sat back in his chair. Kakashi first gazed at the brand new Gashin robe before looking at Futsuki, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked, Roger that, when are you going to do what you promised me before? In 3 days, the Naruto succession ceremony will be held, and I will vindicate your father at the ceremony then. Your father was a hero of the Konoha. During his lifetime he had completed 27 S-rank characters, 123 A-rank characters, several B-rank missions, and made a great contribution to the Konoha in the Second Shinobi World War. He should not be forgotten by everyone and deserves to be remembered by the villagers. Kakashi looked deeply at Fuyue, his heart slightly touched. Being an Uchiha, you know your father so well? Okay, thanks a lot. I did receive the appointment letter. I'll be on board as soon as I can, Kakashi said with an expressionless face. There's no need to rush. You didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? You go back and have a good rest first. Fuyue smiled. Kakashi didn't refuse, and with a nod he left through the window. After seeing Kakashi leave, Fuyue's eyes flickered. He wondered if he should hand over that Shin Megami Tensei kaleidoscope on Kakashi now? With this, a pair of kaleidoscopes was assembled for Bandito, being able to have 2 shadow-class powerhouses at any given time for a short period of time. Even someone like Kakashi, who didn't have the Uchiha clan's bloodline, was able to activate a kaleidoscope to perform pupil magic, let alone someone from the Uchiha clan. But there's no rush now. He had only just gotten Kakashi to return to his heart, so if he was in such a hurry to ask him to hand over the kaleidoscope, it would inevitably make Kakashi upset. After all, that eye of Kakashi's was entrusted to him by his dear friend before he died. It made sense that he wouldn't agree. But now Bandito was really karma. Plus there's not much pressure at the moment to have a high-end fighter. He's got enough to deal with on his own. Unless Nagato joins forces with the Dawn organization to beat down the door. Oh, that said, who is in the Dawn organization at this point in time? Anyone else who's confiscated? How about I pick up the slack? Fuyu supported his head with both hands and frowned as he tried hard to recall. Weasel was supposed to be the one who would have defected from Konoha to go undercover for the Dawn organization after the night of the extermination last night under Sarutobi Hinata's arrangement. And the Oni joined after the skunk, which means the Oni with this person should still be in the misty hidden village. The Oni was lulled away by Uchiha Bando disguised as Uchiha-zan through the Eye of the Moon program. I just wonder if Bando has touched the Oni yet? Fuyue fell into a deep thought. If he could, this tailed beast without a tail, he would like to snub it to come to Kiba. Despite his vicious appearance, he was in fact a good fighter. Once one identifies with a person, one cares and respects them, is very submissive, and even if one complains, remains resolute. That's what he did with the skunk. He's also a loyal person, judging by his anime's secret of protecting Uchiha at the end despite biting his tongue. That's what he liked. Maybe he could send a trip to Suanoku to see if he could trick the Oni back. But, Fuyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly slapped the table. With Uchiha Bandu taken out by him, Wouldn't the 4th generation Mizukage Orange Yakura, who had been controlled by Bandu, be out of control? But disengagement is disengagement. It's none of my business. Mist hidden village by the Belt Earth to make a mess of it. There are silver are sent to the Dawn organization to go. Now the fog hidden village financial needless to think is certainly a deficit. Orange Berry Yakura even because of his reasons early to get rid of the Belt Earth's control. In the face of such a heavenly collapse of the opening cannot do anything. 9 times out of 10, Yakura Berry will commit suicide to give up the Mizukage position to that beauty, Terumi, due to the guilt she harbors, like in the original. Fuyue shook his head. It's a pity about my ghost shark. Since Yakura Berry had awakened, it was definitely not ideal to send anyone back to the misty hidden village. Yakura Berry is, after all, the most perfect human pillar force, and if he is discovered, the person sent to dig will not be able to save his or her little life. Not unless he makes the trip himself. But for Fuyu to make a trip that far especially for Ghost Shark, he shook his head. Sorry Ghost Shark. I'm not that interested in you yet. It's not like I have to have you. Fuyu took advantage of the fact that he had just crossed over 2 days ago and still remembered most of the things, and hurriedly pulled out a notebook from the drawer and wrote and drew. He was going to use pinyin to write down some of the big events in Naruto. The ones that were favorable to him, the ones that were unfavorable, all of them. Later, he'll be able to pick up the book and look at it and recall it. The reason why we don't use Chinese characters and use pinyin is to keep it a secret. Kanji and Japanese still have some of the same characters that can be recognized. After all, the ancestor of Japanese is kanji, which was created by the Neon people using kanji as a base. And if you use pinyin, it's much safer, and even if someone accidentally sees it, they can't decipher it. Chinese characters are profound. Fuyu has this confidence, this lying on the table and writing, that's an afternoon, waiting until Fuyu suddenly back to God. A look outside the sky is going to be dark. Only then hastily stopped pen, picked up the book and flipped through, wrote a full 6 or 7 pages. Phew, that's a lot more peace of mind. Fuyu prettily put the book away in the storage scroll he was carrying. Stow the storage scroll close to your body again. Chapter 27, Meeting Naruto. This storage scroll is remarkable. Not only does it contain the 3 kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes, but now it also puts in the nodes of important big events in the future of the shinobi world. Wouldn't this take off right out of the gate if a fellow traveler got it? Oh, but there shouldn't be just that. There's already a traveler in me. So it's not like there's going to be a couple more travelers in the dogfight. Then I'm really going to have to hurt you. After all, wouldn't it be a mess if there were more people familiar with the plot? A meeting of old folks in a different world is not 2 tears in the eyes, but more likely a stab in the back. Fuyue smiled as he thought about this mess. His stomach grumbled, but it was a reminder that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Futsuki got up and looked at the view out the window and stretched before walking out of Naruto's office. Today that Uchiha clan member was still standing meticulously guarding the door. Fuyue patted his shoulder. Have you eaten yet? This young 3-hook Jade Sharingan clan member replied excitedly. Not yet. Clan Chief-sama oh no. Naruto-sama. Fuyu laughed. Well, good performance. Now you can get off work. Yes, Naruto-sama. This resourceful Uchiha clan member excitedly followed Pei as he leaped down the stairs. No one was looking for himself for an afternoon, proving that there was nothing that needed to be resolved by his own hand. So Fuyu simply headed towards the Uchiha clan land, off work and ready to go home. That's a pretty laid-back first day on the job. Fuyu walked gracefully and thought with a smile, suddenly passing by a ramen store. Fuyu stopped with some hesitation. It's this time of day. Makoto and the others should have eaten, right? Should I have ramen before I go back? Hey. It's a pain in the ass not to have a phone contact. Fuyue thought with a headache. The level of technology in this Naruto world is also a bit outrageous. Obviously the TV and refrigerator are there. Why not the whole cell phone out? Wouldn't it be easier to communicate that way, being able to reach out from thousands of miles away? Fuyu secretly decided in his heart, in the future, he definitely wants to engage in a technology. Not to say that the whole spaceship out of space, but some basic daily can be used in the technology or to hole out. This shouldn't be too difficult for the scientists in the land of fire. After all, with all the TVs, the whole cell phone thing shouldn't be particularly difficult. And it should, probably, be fine if you just throw money at it hard enough. Hands down uncle. Bye. Fuyu was standing in front of the ramen store's entrance hesitantly when a childish, but janky-filled voice came. Then, a tiny dot whooshed out and flopped into Fuyue's leg. Ha! Falling down on the steps. Fuyue surveyed the yellow-haired boy sitting on the steps rubbing his buttocks with one hand and his forehead with the other, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect to run into this Naruto kid. Naruto noticed the man's scrutinizing gaze and scrambled to his feet, his words incoherent as he kept bowing and apologizing, nervousness flashing in his eyes. He wasn't going to get beaten again, was he? He was afraid that this ninja-sama, who hadn't even looked at his face, would be like those villagers, calling him a demon fox and beating him indiscriminately, and he was the one who hadn't looked at the road and bumped into someone else. However, the imagined non-hitting and scolding did not come. Little friend, your name is Naruto, right? Whirlpool Naruto. Naruto raised his head with a start and looked straight into the ninja uncle's eyes. How do you know my name? Uncle. Spinning around he got a little excited. Has my great name spread throughout the village? Even the ninja uncles know about it. Looking at the excited Naruto, Fuyua said smilingly, because uncle is your father's friend, and uncle's wife is also your mother's very good sister. Ha! Naruto was shocked. Uncle, do you know my mom and dad? He had never seen his mom or dad since he knew what to do, and over time he got used to being alone. Of course I know you. Didn't I say it's your father's friend? Go home with uncle. Auntie wants to meet you too. Fuyu is also a whim. He loved Naruto in his previous life. Otherwise he would not have watched all 720 episodes of Naruto without skipping a beat. He'd been so busy the last 2 days that he hadn't cared about Naruto for a while, and now that he'd bumped into him, he wanted to take him home to raise him. Naruto is still young. His sense of right and wrong can still be properly cultivated and corrected. To be honest, Naruto's character of forgiving his enemies for others at the drop of a hat was not one he liked very much. For example, Bandito not only killed Naruto's parents, but also his best friend, and Nagato killed Naruto's mentor, Jiraiya. But in the face of all these people, he chose to forgive. When faced with an enemy, one avenges and repays, rather than gently letting go and forgiving the other. Rarely crossed into the Naruto world and became the 5th generation Naruto. This character certainly need to be corrected, and he was indignant at the injustice Naruto was receiving. Obviously after a hero, Sarutobi Hinata, the 3rd generation, really doesn't do anything. If Namikaze Suikata was still alive, he might regret his decision to seal half of the 9 tails into Naruto's body, right? What about the fact that Yukina is likely to put up a big fight, given her cranky nature? There is another reason. That is, Sarutobi Hinata was killed by him, and most of his immediate dark part was also captured by Kakashi with his men. Now there is no more people to watch Naruto, and Naruto's side needs to make arrangements as soon as possible. After all, it's the 9-tailed human pillar power. Naruto subconsciously hold on to Pei Leap outstretched hand, followed by 2 steps after Naruto suddenly stopped. Pei Leap unknown looked down, only to see Naruto jaw for a few seconds after knowing shivering dolefully pointing at himself, a face of horror. Uncle, you will not be a trafficker it. Fuyu shook his head in tears and laughter. Uncle is not a human trafficker. Look at me here. Fuyua bent down slightly and pointed to the Kiba forehead protector he wore on his forehead. Uncle is a ninja from the village. How could he be a human trafficker? Naruto muttered. But that's how all those traffickers on TV abduct children. And have you ever seen a human trafficker wearing a Kiba forehead protector? Naruto shook his head. That's not true. Seeing that Naruto was still somewhat in denial, Fuyua simply threw out a big move. Naruto, don't you want to know who your mom and dad are? Your mom and dad were heroes who protected Konoha? Fuyu said assiduously. Naruto hesitated, muttering heroes under his breath. He instantly nodded firmly. Wanna know? Everyone else has a mom and dad. Why not him? He had long been envious and wanted desperately to know who mom and dad were. And he had asked Grandpa Naruto, but Grandpa Naruto said he didn't know. Chapter 28, Going Home with Uncle. Now all of a sudden someone is telling him or her that they know who mom and dad are, and that mom and dad are heroes who protected Konoha? It made him so curious that he scratched his ears and couldn't wait to find out. Then come home with uncle, and uncle will tell you when you get home. That's, well, Naruto agreed decisively. Although this uncle didn't look like a good person, something in his heart told him that this uncle wouldn't hurt himself. With a temporary change of plans, Futsuki doesn't eat his face, taking Naruto all the way out of the street, through the grove, back to the Uchiha clanland, and finally to the ornate gates. We're here, come on in. Futsuki noticed Naruto resisting a bit and said softly. Naruto looked up with some fear. Ajushi, are you really not a human trafficker? This is the first time I've known of such a remote part of the village and have to go through such a scary grove. A few black lines popped up on Futsuki's forehead. Naruto's words deepened his resolve to want to relocate the Uchiha clan lands back now. Well, we'll meet tomorrow to bring it up. Hurry up and move. Move. Come on. We're already here. Let's go. Futsuki shoved Naruto gently. Naruto had no choice but to walk in and cross a courtyard to see a light on in the inner room. Fuyua pushed open the door and swept through the foyer, not seeing Mikan, so he called out, Mikan, I'm back. Thumping footsteps came from the ceiling, and the voice came before the person arrived. Welcome back. Uchiha Mitsuru came down the stairs and saw her husband bending over to change his shoes. And beside her husband stood a skinny little beggar. Mikan recognized the identity of the little beggar at a glance. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she immediately looked at Fuyue, her eyes as if saying again, "Didn't you say you couldn't touch Naruto? How did you bring him back?" Seeing her husband wink at her, Mikan suddenly reacted. Yes, the Naruto-sama who gave this order was dead, and her husband was the Naruto now. She walked forward enthusiastically after a moment of obtuseness in place and gently squatted down to touch Naruto's little head. "Hello Naruto, I'm a good friend of your mom's. You can call me Auntie Mikan." Oh, Naruto opened his little mouth slightly in a look of disbelief. He had never felt warmth from anyone other than his Naruto grandfather. This pretty older sister is so nice. Naruto thought to himself. Are you really a friend of my mom's? Yes it is. Then do you know where my mom is? Said Naruto as he looked to the side at Futsuki. Didn't you say you'd tell me when I got here, uncle? Now you can tell me. Futsuki and Mikan exchanged a glance. Futsuki was just about to say Wave Wind Sailor Moon Jukina's name, when the next moment he saw Naruto pointing in front of him in shock. He stammered Sasuke, why are you here? Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke, who just came out from the bathroom, also had a surprised look on his face, and immediately resumed his high and cold face, and the hands that were originally lifting his pants were immediately clasped in front of his chest and said, "Idiot, this is my house. That's why I'm asking you. Why are you in my house, asshole? You guy." Naruto ran up to chirp with Sasuke, because Sasuke's sudden appearance drew all of Naruto's attention. Fuyu had a smile in his eyes. Should I say that it was worthy of being the reincarnation of Indra and Azura's chakra? The timing of this mutual attraction is awesome. Taking this opportunity, Futsuki was also in the Genkan, telling Mikan of his intentions to bring Naruto back for adoption. Mikan raised her hands in agreement. She and Jokonai are very good girlfriends. See Girlfriends Couple 2 in order to protect Kiba Seal Nine Tails and died, while their offspring but in the village suffered from all the blank stares. Dislike. Like a little beggar live. She has long looked at the eyes. Just the third generation of the Fire Shadow Sarutobi Nichijou warned the Uchiha, are not allowed to get close to the Naruto, despite looking at the eyes, but in the face of the third generation of the Fire Shadow of the oppression, she cannot do anything about it. Realistically, you can't ruin the Uchiha clan by trying to take care of your best friend's son. She wasn't generous enough for that, but it's different now. The third generation is dead, and the husband is the fifth Naruto of Konoha. She can take care of Jukina's child Naruto with honor. Mikan glanced at Naruto, who was bickering with his son Sasuke, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. These two kids look like a pair of brothers. A question mark surfaced in Fuyu's brain. One with black hair, one with yellow hair and two mustaches. Where did you get the idea that Sasuke Naruto was two brothers? Mikan thought of something at that moment and hurriedly left the foyer, quickly bringing out several plates full of snacks and fruits, greeting her with a smile. Naruto, come, Auntie has some delicious food here. Don't be polite. Where had Naruto seen so much good food? He ate all the instant noodles and drank expired milk at home, and when he tried to buy good food, those stores wouldn't sell it to him. His eyes were glowing as he looked at one of the novelty snack packages and gulped indisputably. Big sister, can I really eat it? Hearing Naruto's name, Mikan giggled and lovingly touched Naruto's little head, grabbing a large handful of snacks and stuffing them in Naruto's arms. "No, eat. You don't have to be polite. There's so much more good food at Auntie's house." Naruto grinned and hemmed and hawed. Sasuke on the side was not happy. "You call my mom big sister? Then you are not a generation older than me out of thin air? Want to take advantage of me? No way." Sasuke grunted coldly. "You guy, who told you to call my mom your sister? Call Auntie you know. Uneducated guy." He received a blow from Mikan just as he finished speaking. "Ah." Sasuke covered his head and looked at his mom with a puzzled expression. Sasuke, noticing the mischief in his mom's eyes, Sasuke scowled and didn't dare say anything else, waiting for Mikan to turn around and leave the hall before he angrily sat down at the table, glancing at a giggling Naruto and retaliating by picking up a bowl of snacks and eating them as well. Naruto blared and the two scrambled again. Fuyue also didn't bother with the two brats and walked to the kitchen door to call out to Meichin. "Meichin, is there anything to eat? I didn't have dinner." Mikan happened to be washing the pot. "Honey, sit down for a while. I'll fix you dinner. By the way, has Naruto eaten yet?" Futsuki thought of Naruto running out of Ichirako ramen. "So he should have eaten, right?" He casually replied back. "I think I ate ramen on the way back." "Had ramen? That's how long it's been." So Mikan made a separate one for Naruto as well. "Naruto, it's time to eat." Mikan brought steaming hot and fragrant dishes and gently greeted Naruto as he went to wash his hands and eat. Naruto, who was jawing with Sasuke, was flabbergasted for a moment when he saw the exquisite cuisine that suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 29, I wanna be Naruto when I grow up. Big sister, can I really eat it? Naruto swallowed hard and said. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the asshole. He'd told him not to call out to his sister. Mikan smiled and said, of course, this is for Naruto to eat. Aside from that, Fuyu said I'll start and was feasting on the food. He had planned to come back for a ramen dinner, which didn't work out, and he'd been hungry for a long time. Well, then, I'm on. Naruto's two eyes were glowing and he was ready to start dazzling, but he was stopped by Uchiha Mitsuru. Naruto, go wash your hands first. Oh, be hygienic. Oh who? Naruto drew himself to his feet and couldn't wait. Where do I wash my hands? Mikan kindly led him to the bathroom. Sasuke was already jealous as he looked at Naruto's portion and was tempted to add some special spice, like these little snacks, to his buried bowl. But after glancing at his father, who was feasting on his majestic face, Sasuke dismissed the thought, daring only to think about it in his mind. Soon Naruto came swishing back, grabbing his chopsticks and excitedly saying I'm on, and bam dazzle, the look on his face as if he was on some kind of miracle cure. Makoto sat on her knees with a smile on her face. Sasuke, who was on the sidelines, saw this scene and he had a bad feeling about it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Naruto to finish eating and Kazan thoughtfully poured Naruto a glass of juice. Naruto picked it up and drank it all in one go, the corners of his mouth still stained with juice. And Mikan had just reached for a piece of paper to try and wipe it off for him when he saw Naruto reach up and wipe his mouth with a swipe of his shirt, and exclaimed with a look of contentment on his face. I'm stuffed. Thank you for the hospitality. Sasuke looked at the scene with disgust that was substantially overflowing. Naruto, this guy, he's so sloppy and unhygienic. He sat a little farther away in disgust, and the next moment he saw Kazan touch Naruto's head and gently say, Naruto, this will be your home from now on. Oh, ha, X2. Naruto and Sasuke were both confused out loud. My home? Naruto seemed to have thought of something, and instead of calling his sister, he hurriedly said, Auntie, I have a home. My home is on XX Road, XX Street, door number XX. At that point he jerked up and said, it's getting late. I have to go home or Grandpa Naruto will talk about me if he finds out. To his left Sasuke was also commenting in displeasure. No, I don't agree with Naruto living in our house. Mikan glared at Sasuke, who scowled and didn't dare in retort. But he showed his displeasure by getting up violently and running towards the stairs. Mikan didn't bother with him and just looked at Naruto, who ran to the basement door. Naruto thumped to the door, suddenly tapped his head, turned around and ran back. By the way, Auntie and Uncle, you guys still haven't told me who my mom and dad are? Why did you guys say they were heroes who protected Kiba? Where are they now? Mikan looked at Naruto with a smile on her face, as if she had guessed this would happen. She glanced at Futsuki and saw him nod before she said, alright, Auntie is going to tell you. Come on, you sit down first. Naruto hurriedly sat cross-legged in front of Makoto. Mikan brooded for a moment and said, your mom's name is Maelstrom Juyukina. She has red hair and is a very pretty beauty. Oh. Naruto's eyes widened and his mind had a million questions he wanted to ask, like why is mom's hair red and mine yellow? He had heard Narakagamaru, his classmate at school, say before that kids all have the same last name as their dads, but why did he have the same last name as his mom and so on? But he held his tongue and waited for Auntie Mikan to continue. Mikan paused for a moment and continued. Your father's name is Namikaze Suikato, and he's a very smart, kind, and responsible man, as well as an excellent ninja. His healing smile always subconsciously warms people, and his optimistic and cheerful personality always brings hope to the villagers. Naruto thought it was a little strange to hear that. Why did he say it would bring hope to the villagers? Mikan's next words cleared up his confusion. Your father is the fourth Naruto of Konoha village. Boom! As if there was a loud explosion in his head, Naruto's entire face turned red with excitement. My dad, a Naruto? That's great. So my dad's a Naruto. I knew it. They were all lying to me. I'm not fatherless. I have a father. My father is Naruto Shikamaru. Naruto couldn't hide the emotion on his face, jumping and dancing with excitement. When I grow up I want to be Naruto too. Naruto swore. Mikan smiled and glanced at her husband who was watching the TV and nodded with a smile. Well, Naruto is really ambitious. Auntie is sure that you will become Naruto. So, Aunt Makoto, where did my mom and dad go? Naruto asked suddenly. Mikan's smile froze for a moment, and Naruto noticed this as his excitement suddenly and slowly faded. He's not that kid anymore. He's 7 years old. It's not like he doesn't know anything. Seeing the forlorn look on Naruto's face, Mikan stroked Naruto's head. Your mom and dad had something very important to do. They both went far away. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dead, he returned to his smile. So when are they coming back? Naruto, I don't know about this, Auntie. She may come back soon or she may not come back for a while. But your mom sent a letter to your aunt saying that she wants you to stay at her house. Ah, is that so? Naruto's eyes widened. Of course. Wouldn't auntie lie to you? Naruto looked at the gently smiling Uchiha Mitsuru and thought of the previous time when Uchiha Mitsuru had given him snacks and a delicious meal. He shook his head firmly. Auntie wouldn't lie to me. That's it then. Come on Naruto, you can watch some TV with uncle while auntie goes and cleans up the room you're staying in. Good. Without any doubt. Naruto dutifully agreed. It was only after seeing Aunt Mikan go upstairs that Naruto looked over to Futsuki, who was lying on the couch on the side, and slipped in front of him like a little mouse. He scratched his head and said, Ajushi, I forgot to tell you that Grandpa Naruto told me to go home early. Fuyuai casually said, your Naruto grandfather also had something to do and went to a faraway place, so you don't have to worry. Feel free to stay at home. I got the big one right yo. Naruto quieted down. Futsuki glanced over and realized that Naruto appeared to be watching TV. But in fact his eyes were slanted to the pile of snacks on the table, and he was even secretly gagging. Futsuki smiled, reaching out and grabbing a handful of snacks and placing them in front of Naruto. Here, don't be polite. Treat this place as if it were your own home and eat whatever you want. Thank you uncle. You and auntie are the second people besides Grandpa Naruto who aren't afraid of me and are nice to me. Chapter 30 Sasuke, the sky is falling. Naruto's eyes suddenly reddened with emotion. Oh, eat. Fuyue finished with a smile and continued to watch TV. Naruto also crunched on his snack like a little hamster. It didn't take long for Mikan to pack up her room and come down, standing on the stairs and waving at Naruto. Naruto, come on. Auntie will show you your new room. Come on big Baryo. Naruto's eyes lit up and he ran over in a flash. Second floor. Mikan smiled and led Naruto to step into a room. This room was originally an empty room that she had just packed up to use as Naruto's room. Next door was Sasuke's room. Diagonally across the hall was her bedroom with Futsuki, and directly across the hall was Weasel's room. At the moment Naruto looked like Lao had entered the Grand View Garden, his mouth open like he could fit an egg in it. The room was spacious, twice the size of the one he was staying in, and there's a good-sized window with nice curtains, a super king-sized bed that's several times larger, and a table, and chairs. The floor is covered with plush blankets that are warm to step on. How about it? Naruto, still satisfied? Mikan asked with a smile as she leaned against the doorway. I'm so satisfied. Aunt Makoto. He was super excited to run around on the blanket, touching this and sitting on this. So many new and exciting things he was seeing for the first time. Well, then Auntie is relieved. Come on, let's go down. Auntie will give you a bath. Naruto's face instantly reddened at the sound of that, and he stood squirming and rubbing his clothes. Auntie, can I take a bath by myself? Mikan gently refused. No, Naruto, you can't wash it clean. Auntie will give you a hand. Seeing that he couldn't be denied, Naruto had no choice but to nod with a blush on his face. As the two went downstairs, the door to Sasuke's room next door to Naruto's room quietly opened, only to see Sasuke poking his little head out to look at the stairway, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this guy, he's actually going to stay in the house. The bad feeling did happen. Sasuke ran into his brother's room diagonally across the hall, and sure enough, he saw that his brother was still lying on his bed, and he pounced on his brother's bed with a resigned look on his face. When the Uchiha looked up, he was relieved to see that it was Sasuke coming in, thinking it was his father. That's right, he came back before dawn this morning. Then he sat dry for a couple of hours, waiting for his father to go out, and then he went to bed and slept until the afternoon. And when he woke up he didn't go out of the room, but lay in bed thinking, Sasuke, what's wrong with you? What's upsetting you? To this only brother, the ferret is still very loving. See his face aggrieved, not say anything, cannot help but voice out the question. Nasos, Kaizen hit me. Sasuke deflated and complained to his brother. Weasel rubbed Sasuke's little head. Oh, Kaizen's sack stumbled on you, because Kaizen is going to let that nasty guy live in our house. Nasty guy? The skunk was slightly stunned, and without moving, he asked, who is it? Sasuke raised his hand and gestured. It's that yellow-haired brat I told you about. The one called Whirlpool Naruto. He pesters me to death every day at school. Sasuke said in disgust. Naruto. The skunk was shocked at first. He was also one of the few people who knew Naruto's identity and knew that Naruto was the nine-tailed human pillar. How could the Nine Tails human pillar power live in the family? Obviously after the Nine Tails rebellion, the Naruto Lord is strictly forbidden to the family and the Nine Tails human pillar power to have any lifting. Immediately, he thought of something, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Yes, father has succeeded in his coup and become the fifth Naruto, and from now on the village is under his command. It was fine to let Naruto live in his house. The skunk's eyes twinkled. I'm sure his father was trying to get a better close watch on the nine-tailed Rinnegan. The skunk couldn't help but think. In fact, Fuyue really didn't have that in mind. He just couldn't stand to see Naruto living such a miserable life and brought him home for adoption. Okay, you'll be living with Naruto from now on, so get along with him from now on. Weasel knew that his father meant it when he brought Naruto back and said he wanted to live together. And there wasn't much he could do about it but to talk Sasuke into accepting reality. Sasuke ran back to his room with a wow when he saw that even his brother wasn't helping him. The skunk shook his head helplessly. He hesitated, but lifted the covers and walked out of the room. When his father didn't come to him, he went to him. He desperately wanted to know what his father was going to do from now on. The fact that his father's coup d'etat to seize Naruto's power can't be hidden for long. Several other ninja villages must have planted spies in their villages. And after martial law was lifted in Kiba this morning, I'm sure that this news would have long since been sent back to their own villages by these spies who tried to do everything they could to spread the news, right? When the shadows of those villages get the news, will they join forces to invade the land of fire then? Skunk wondered if his father was prepared for how he would respond. He loved the village dearly and didn't want to stand by and see it destroyed. When the skunk came downstairs, he saw his father, Katsumi, lying on the couch watching TV. The TV was playing one, which was also talking about topics like the Fire Nation's raw economy. And the skunk met the yellow-haired child sitting next to his father, stuffing snacks into his mouth like a little hamster. The skunk had also seen the nine-tailed Rinpoche a few times from afar, and knew that he was Naruto, the one Sasuke said he hated. Seeing Naruto casting a curious glance towards him, Weasel greeted him in a friendly manner. Hello Naruto-kun. I'm Weasel, Sasuke's older brother. You'll be living here from now on. We'll all be family, and you can call me your older brother just like Sasuke. After hearing this, Naruto busily swallowed the snack in his mouth, brushed himself up and stood up with a burning gaze and said, "Yes, big brother Weasel." At that moment, when he heard his brother coming down the stairs, Sasuke thought it was his brother who was going to help him out, so he sneaked out of his room and ran to the stairway to watch. As a result, he just happened to hear Naruto call out to the skunk's big brother, and his face went pale and powerless. It just feels like the sky is falling. Damn Naruto, not only do you want to stay at my house, but you want to steal my dear brother. This hateful, evil, yellow-haired brat. Sasuke couldn't hold back any longer at this point, thumping down the stairs and sliding over in a sprint to hold the skunk's arm, glaring angrily at Naruto. Naruto, you're not allowed to call the skunk big brother. Only I can call it that. Naruto scratched his head, wondering why Sasuke was angry. But SAS give. It was Big Brother Weasel who told me to call Big Brother Ah. Why can't I call Big Brother Weasel Ah? Sasuke's angry little face reddened as if it were dripping blood. And you're still screaming, he said in annoyance. Anyway, I just won't allow you to scream. Naruto scratched his head innocently, wondering what had gone wrong for Sasuke to get so angry. Big wow yo. The ferret saw his father glancing towards him and helplessly rubbed Sasuke's skull. Okay Sasuke, stop it. Didn't I just tell you to get along with Naruto? Chapter 31, Because of These Eyes. At this time Mikan also prepared the bath water, stepped out of the bathroom and saw that Weasel was also there. Flabbergasted for a second, then looked at Naruto with a smile. Naruto, the bath water is ready. Come on, Auntie will take you to take a bath. Good. The big-hearted Naruto brushed off his perpetual orange jacket, orange pants, socks, and just the green windshield goggles on top of his head that he hadn't taken off, and ran over to him naked and in a huff. Sasuke's teeth gnashed in jealousy at the sight of Kaizen gently leading Naruto into the bathroom. Why? What the hell happened? Not just mom, favorite brother. Even the bath water was taken by Naruto. Sasuke's roar of grief ran upstairs again, slamming the door with a heavy thud and burrowing into his room. The skunk opened his mouth and still didn't yell for Sasuke. It would finally clear up and he and his father would be the only ones left. The skunk walked over to Fuyue and sat down on his knees next to him, saying respectfully, "Father, something?" Fuyue glanced at him and looked at the TV again. Yes, the skunk nodded. What is it? Say it, Fuyue said faintly. The skunk murmured, "Father, what are you going to do after that?" What about? The skunk froze. You didn't do anything to prepare for this, did you? He was a bit anxious. It's that the news after your coup must have been spread by the spies from the other ninja villages in the village. After they know that the Sandaime is dead, they will definitely sit up and maybe invade us, the skunk said with a stony face. Fuyue's gaze moved away from the TV and landed on the skunk's face, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the stony expression on his face. The skunk's gaze twitched slightly as he saw his father looking over, realizing that his father was finally going to discuss it with him, and couldn't help but mentally anticipate how his father was going to respond. But Fuyue just let out a heckle before it was gone and he went back to watching TV. This made the skunk giggle a bit. Weasel's solemn face, two deep tear grooves. would have let him appear to have a natural loneliness. Since the death of stopping the water, he is more accustomed to solitude. Nature has long been as light as water. But now, he's somewhat broken his defenses. Some of them couldn't maintain their light expressions. What's going on? This isn't right. Am I not father's son? Father, you must have something up your sleeve. Why don't you tell me? The skunk blushed slightly harder. Father. The skunk still wanted to struggle a bit, but he saw Fuyue waved his hand and said, isn't it just the death of an old third generation? Don't worry, it won't be a fight. Curious, the skunk asked. How do you know the fight won't happen? Because I had these eyes. Fuyue twisted his head, and with a flash of red light in his eyes, he opened his eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. The skunk flinched as he looked at the intricate and exquisite hexagonal windmill pattern in his father's eyes. What's going on? Obviously my father's eyes weren't like this yesterday. How come they've changed in just one day's work? He remembered clearly that the pattern of his father's kaleidoscope yesterday was 3 shuriken, which looked full of killing energy. Yet now it's a beautiful hexagonal windmill pattern. What's going on? Seeing that the skunk was stumped, Fuyue didn't intend to hide it from him. This is the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye, which is one notch stronger than the ordinary kaleidoscope writer's eye. Ordinary kaleidoscope sharing will eyes used too many times will burden the caster and risk blindness, whereas eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes have none of these drawbacks, and eternal kaleidoscopes will never go blind. Listening to his father's words, the skunk remembered what he had read with his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye on that stone tablet in the basement of the Nanga shrine earlier, and a shocked look flashed in his eyes. Couldn't help but murmur, so this is the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye. Fuyue closed the eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye and continued. We, the Uchiha clan, when we open the 3-hook jade sharing wheel eye, we can have the strength of an upper shinobi. When we open the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye, we have the strength of a shadow class. And when we open the eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye, we have the strength of a super shadow. The skunk couldn't help but nod his head as he listened to Fuyue's condom-like words. His father was right. It was the truth. I have super shadow strength now. Not many people in the shinobi world can beat the current me. So what you're worried about won't happen at all. And even if there really are head irons, then let them try how many lives they have. Listening to his father's overbearing words, the skunk couldn't help but feel his heart shake with realization. No wonder my father looked so unimpressed. Super shadow level characters he only knew of the legendary one who started Kiba, the famous god of the ninja world. Does even father now possess an existence comparable to the strength of the shinobi god? The skunk suddenly associated it with what was written on that mysterious tablet. And when he thought of how his father had been an ordinary kaleidoscope yesterday, but had become an eternal kaleidoscope today, he had a vague realization in his mind. Father, my eyes. The skunk hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Fuyue nodded lightly and said, that's right. The condition for the evolution of the eternal kaleidoscope is that it requires the transplantation of the kaleidoscope sharpening wheel eye of a close relative, and the 2 pairs of eyes are fused. The chances of success of this process are not high, and it requires an extremely high level of blood relationship and surgical skill. In the history of our Uchiha clan, only Uchiha-zan managed to open the eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, and then there was me, using your eyes, and we were father and son, so we succeeded. Fuyue didn't mention the system's credit, just brought it straight through. It wasn't like the skunk was going to get to the bottom of it, as long as he knew there was such a thing. Upon receiving confirmation from his father that his eyes had been used to help open his father's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the ferret didn't show much anger, but rather some joy, not even a hint of regret for his eyes. This in turn let Fuyuhai look at him, not worthy of the original with his own kaleidoscope into Sasuke open eternal skunk. He is still him, did not change. Since his father had opened the eternal kaleidoscope and stood in the same power class as the god of the shinobi world, Chikuma, he was now not in the position to think that his father's coup was wrong. Instead, he felt thankful that with his father around, maybe the weakened Konoha village would actually rise again. Anyway, that's it. Your eyes. I'm sorry, Fuyue said. Even though the skunk was his cheap son, it was better to live together in the future, and it was best if the relationship could be unaffected. Hearing his father apologize to him, the ferret smiled slightly. Why do you apologize, father? I can't be happier to have my eyes come in handy. Well, that's good. Have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, have your mom. Futsuki's words trailed off as he realized that Mikan was still in the bathroom helping Naruto and wasn't available. I haven't eaten yet. I'll make it myself. The skunk, relieved to be relieved after talking to his father, stood up and got ready to make himself something to eat. Chapter 32 Late Night Reporting. He'd been lying in his room all day, hadn't eaten all day yesterday and all day today, and had been starving for 2 days, and had been starving his chest out long ago. Who knew that his father stood up and patted him on the shoulder? Sit down. I'll cook you something delicious myself. The skunk looked up in dismay to see his normally majestic father flashing a wide smile towards him. Surprised, it didn't get up. Eyes wide open, he watched his father walk into the kitchen. It was the first time he had seen his father enter the kitchen since he knew better. The skunk had mixed feelings of emotion and celebration. I'm glad I was stopped by my father before I made that step. That's nice, the skunk muttered, a look of fear filling his heart. It wasn't long before my father came out with a bowl of aromatic dishes. Eat it, it's probably not as good as your mom's. Fuyu handed him chopsticks and said with a smile. The skunk looked down. It was just a very plain bowl of noodles and soup with a poached egg in it and a sprinkling of scallions. And it was gone. Simple as can be. I'm on. The skunk silently took the chopsticks from his father and raked the noodles into his mouth. The flavor was also average. And indeed, as my father had said, it was far worse than my mother's udon noodles. Yet it was such an ordinary to ordinary bowl of noodles that made the skunk's eyes redden as he ate it. Father, I'm sorry. The skunk choked out a sob. His speech a little slurred because of the spaghetti he was still chewing in his mouth. Fuyue saw him mutter and thought he had put too much salt in. No, I only put a little salt in it. Is it that salty? And you're crying? Fuyu saw the tears dripping down the bowl and scratched his head a bit puzzled by the situation. I'm sorry, father. I almost made a big mistake. Luckily you stopped me. This time the skunk spoke much more clearly after swallowing the spaghetti in his mouth. Fuyu was slightly stunned, seeing the skunk's face full of tears, crying like a child. His heart was slightly moved. Yes, the skunk was originally a child. His age of 12 years old in the previous life was just a small child who had not reached adulthood. In his previous life, children of the same age as the skunk were innocent. Where would they be like the skunk, who had endured so much that he shouldn't have to? Fuyu smiled and touched his head. It's okay, none of it happened, didn't it? Well, the skunk's tears gushed out for no money, running down the two tear ducts on his face and dripping into the bowl. That's when Mikan and Naruto came out of the bathroom. With Makoto's help, Naruto, refreshed from his bath, excitedly wore the brand new pajamas that Makoto had prepared for him and danced around in excitement. This dress is so nice. Thank you, Auntie Makoto. Mikan gently dressed him with a smile on her face. Auntie is happy that you like it. That's when she came into the living room holding Naruto. Noticing the atmosphere between father and son, she froze, then without stopping her feet, she led a yelling Naruto up the stairs, leaving space for their father and son. I'm crying my eyes out. Futsuki could see Mikan's thoughtfulness and smiled, shaking his head. Whoever marries her is truly blessed in 8 lifetimes. Ah, it's me, that's alright. This would be when the skunk's stirring emotions subsided and he felt embarrassed, wiping away his tears in a panic, and after a couple of haphazard bites he got up and headed for the kitchen. I'm done eating. He ducked into the kitchen and finished the noodles and drank the soup before putting the bowl down, coming out of the kitchen without stopping to go straight up one of the side stairs. Fuyu laughed, and resumed lying down on the sofa again. The hidden danger of the cheap son of the skunk is also gone, so it can be said that everyone is happy. Fuyu revealed a satisfied smile. He glanced at the time. It was so late. It was time to rest. Well, something good happened today. Gotta get an early night to celebrate. Thinking of last night's Uchiha Michin's soft and boneless flavor, all kinds of children's inappropriate images, cannot help but slightly chicken, turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. At the same time, a certain part of the woods outside of Kiba village, whoosh, on the trunk of a large tree that was hugged by 2 people, 3 athletic figures appeared, the leading one wearing a beautiful fox mask, silver hair flying in the wind. Caught yet? Kakashi's voice was as calm as water. Sorry, Captain, let him get away. A dark part bowed his head in shame. Kakashi frowned, and then with a sigh of relief, he waved his hand. Forget it, just run away. You can't hide the news anyway. I'll go report to the 5th Naruto-sama. And you guys take the body of the spy master back to the intelligence search department. Kakashi dropped a comment and disappeared into thin air. The 2 remaining dark sections, also wearing masks, looked at each other and similarly disappeared above the tree trunks. A gust of wind blew by as if nothing had happened. But the puddle of blood on the ground said something silent. Uchiha Clanland, the clan leader's house. 2nd floor master bedroom. The bed. Mikan slapped an uneasy paw down on her chest and said, the kids aren't even asleep yet. She glared at Fuyue in a flavorful manner. Fuyu at this time the second brother took over the brain. Where did he care about so much? It's okay, they can't hear you. Fuyu was just about to make further moves when suddenly the window was knocked twice. Startled, Makoto hurriedly straightened her pajamas and covered herself with the quilt again. Fuyu, who was disturbed from his good deed, walked to the window with a displeased face and lifted the curtains to take a look at a bright flash of silver hair floating in the wind. The corners of Fuyu's mouth twitched a few times. Good guy, not very happy. He opened the window and said, what's wrong? It's the middle of the night? Kakashi, however, did not seem to see the dissatisfaction that appeared on Fuyuki's face, reported with a slate. Naruto, tonight there are spies on the run. The number of 3, captured 2. 2 people took poison to commit suicide, ran away from 1 person. Futsuki nodded, glancing obliquely at Kakashi. The eyes seemed to say, is this it? Kakashi's face was expressionless. Fuyu was defeated and waved his hand. Okay, I know. Just run. It doesn't matter. The body was sent to the mountainside, right? Yes. It should have been sent to the intelligence gathering section by now. In the Naruto world, even dead corpses have ways to get the information they want from them. In this, the Yamanaka clan of Kiba village is particularly good at this. Members of the Yamanaka clan specialize in controlling the minds of their enemies and are able to invade and read the memories of the dead. Well, that's fine then. You don't have to report to me on this little matter. You can make up your own mind. Fuyua waved his hand. Kakashi nodded slightly and disappeared in front of the window with a brush. Only then did Fuyua close the window and draw the curtains again, smiling as he walked towards Mikan. Looking at her somewhat immodest husband, Mikan gave him an angry look and took the initiative to lift the covers. Tens of thousands of words omitted below. Chapter 33, Happy Naruto. Early the next morning, the Uchiha family sat down for breakfast in a rare gathering. There's also an extra Naruto. Naruto, is that enough? Not enough. Auntie is adding it to you? Enough is enough. Thank you, Auntie. Grinning, Naruto took the rice bowl full of rice and clunked his head dry, occasionally looking up to find Sasuke casting a sultry glance, which he returned with an uncertain expression. Watching Sasuke wanted to hit someone. Humph. I'm full. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more angry he became, and within 2 bites he was so full that he put down his bowl and grabbed his book bag from the couch and stormed outside. Naruto saw this and hurriedly took a few mouthfuls of rice, his mouth stuffed full, and dropped a slurred, I'm full too. Kana. Then he hurried out. Naruto had just gone out the door when he saw from a distance that Sasuke had just disappeared around the corner of the street. His eyes lit up and he fought to catch up. SAS give. Wait for me. Naruto shouted in an early morning genuflection. His shouts attracted the attention of the Uchiha civilians on the street. Being watched by so many people, Naruto was suddenly a bit hesitant, keeping his head down and his hands and feet together. He was afraid that these people would be as mean to him as the villagers were, throwing leaves and rotten eggs at him. But the imagined scene didn't come. Some of the old men even greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Naruto. Going to school? Naruto looked up in shock to see a friendly gaze along with a smiling face, and his mind's worries instantly emptied as he raised a big, bright smile and nodded heavily. Well, good morning, grandpas and grandmas. Gana, bye-bye. The villagers of the Uchiha clan recognized Naruto because the clan leader Sama had greeted them last night. Uchiha Ryoichi conveyed to them the orders of the clan leader Sama to greet Naruto in a friendly manner if they saw him in the morning. How could Naruto know that someone had set him up? His heart was now full of leaps of joy and happiness as he ran as fast as he could, thinking that he had come back with the older man last night for the right reason. This is where he should be. He should have been here a long time ago. He was even a little chagrined that he hadn't discovered this out-of-the-way place sooner. Kind of an older man who looks a little scary but is very kind to him. Gentle Aunt Mikan. Handsome brother Weasel. The people here are just wonderful. He super likes it here. Naruto was so happy he was going to fly. Over here, Tomoyuki also talked about the matter of moving at the dinner table. He didn't have the habit of not eating or sleeping. Indicated that he would go ahead and make arrangements for this today and wait for his notice on the exact time of the move. Then out the door to work. Although when the Naruto, work time all by his own schedule, do not have to be the kind of cow horse beat workers in the former world. But today was the second day of being Naruto, so it wasn't like he could be too lazy. Even if you're faking it, it's going to take a while. Naruto is still pretty busy in general, with a ton of business politics to take care of. For example, some S-class, A-class, a small part of the B-class task, will be the Naruto first over again, and then in the choice of whether there is an urgent need to deal with. If there is a wooden leaf ninja from the sequence of the selection of their own think reliable distribution down, there is no urgency. It will be sent down to the Ministry of Missions. The Ministry of Missions will be updated every day. Task. Want to receive the task, naturally, will be in the Ministry of Missions to self-selection. This job content, Fuyue planned to streamline it some more. For example, he only needed to go over the S rank and above tasks, and anything below A rank could be thrown to the Naruto Auxiliary to go over. Naruto Auxiliary, of course, has to do a good job of being an auxiliary to him. In addition to that, he also left some irrelevant things to Narakagyu, the Naruto Auxiliary. After a morning of deletions and cuts, his job description as Naruto was considered much easier compared to the previous incumbent Naruto. Of course, he still holds some important matters in his hands. During that time, Fuyue had someone go to the old clan lands of the original Uchiha clan. Ever since the Nine Tails Rebellion happened 7 years ago, it didn't take long for Sarutobi Hinata to force Uchiha Futsuki to relocate with his clan to a remote corner of Konoha, where the Uchiha clan is today. The old clan land was quietly coveted by Sarutobi Hizuru, of which the Sarutobi clan accounted for most of it, and the rest was divided among the 3 ninja clans in which he had transferred the sleeper Koharu, Mito Mengen, and Shimura to Suzu. With such a large piece of Kiba's prosperous lot, the Sarutobi several clans can be said to have made a lot of money in the past few years. Now it's time for them to spit it out. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were destroyed, and the Turning Bedroom clan and the Mito clan, 2 small ninja clans that hadn't been in existence for many years, had also been terminated one after another the night before. Now the territory of the old Uchiha clanland is kind of empty. After a few hours, the clan member who had been sent to deal with the matter returned to resume his duties, stating that the old clan lands had been cleared of all unrelated personnel. It's just that after a few years of restoration by the Sarutobi clans, the old clan lands have changed a bit from what they used to be. This was also expected from Fuyue. He was in no hurry to move. Have someone go tell the Grand Elder that he, the advisor, should handle the move. He figured that he wouldn't be able to move in a week. A week wasn't long though, and soon he wouldn't have to walk so far to work every day. Because the old Uchiha clan land is just a few minutes away from the Naruto building, it's close enough that it doesn't have to be too convenient to go to work later. Most of the other things were split between him, and when he wanted to be lazy, he could just have his shadow doppelganger come over to work. He'll have the option of lazing around at home when the time comes, or he'll be freed up to do something else. All in all, the future is promising. Fuyu reclined in his chair happily planning for the good days ahead. In the past 2 days after Narakagura and the others made arrangements, the death of the third Naruto did not have any impact on Kiba village. One is that the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were destroyed too quickly, but rather that several of the major powerhouse clans have defected to his side. And the third is the Negi's defection. The majority of Kiba's upper ninja are from major powerful families, and in fact there are very few civilian ninja in Kiba village who can become upper ninja by their own efforts. Think about it, the children of other people's rich families have all sorts of resources right from birth. Not only do they have people from their clans teaching them to learn ninjutsu ahead of time, but they also have access to all sorts of ninjutsu that many commoner ninjas want to see but can't. How can you compare this to being left far behind when you start at a different point in your life? Once the several great gentry had defected, the small handful of remaining civilian shinobi couldn't do much at all, and the voices they were able to make were too weak, if not non-existent. Faced with Leap's strength, they could only choose to be submissive. It can't be helped. A few big giants have defected. What can they do? Mighty Kai was originally planning to open an 8-door and fight Fuyue to the death, but after being stopped by Kakashi that day, he temporarily extinguished the idea of fighting to the death. Chapter 34 Ichiraku Ramen. After 2 days of Kiba acting as if nothing had happened, everything was business as usual, and the idea of Mighty Kai fighting for his life was completely gone. Unless Futsuki took power and messed around like the 4th generation Mizukage Orange Ukura, who was controlled by the belt. Some of the top shinobi who were loyal to the village, including Mithraea, were able to put up with it. The village hadn't changed much from the past, just a new Naruto-sama, and it didn't affect them greatly. They were still able to accept it. Naruto-sama, tomorrow's grand ceremony. Well, I'll prepare, please, auxiliary Kagyu. Fuyue smiled and agreed. Nara Kagyu smiled and went back to the next office. His Naruto auxiliary's office was in the room next to the Naruto's office. Only next door to him were the offices of the 2 Naruto advisors, Uchiha Satoru and Hyuga Hinata. He had come this time for the Naruto ceremony. Most of the relevant matters are almost arranged. We'll tell Fuyu some process, in addition to asking him if he needs to prepare his own speech for him. After hearing Fuyue say that he didn't need it, he was a bit surprised, because the previous 3rd and 4th generation heads had asked him to help arrange their speeches on some important occasions. But since this Uchiha Naruto-sama didn't need a speech, he was happy to be comfortable. After watching Narakagura go out the door, Fuyue then crouched down on the table and thought about writing furiously. It's just a speech. Isn't this stuff easy? A few moments later, Fuyu looked at the draft that was filled with most of the pages, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Done. Fuyu put down his pen and touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Let's eat. He had something to eat for lunch, packaged ramen delivered by the direct darkness, and he'd be free to go to the Ichiraku ramen store instead. Change it up this time too. In a previous life, someone had opened a store under the gimmick of Naruto Ichiraku ramen, and not only did they look pretty much the same, but even the people in the store cosplayed characters from Naruto. It's done in a decent way, but that Tsunade character isn't quite cosplayed because the size difference is too much. Fuyu leisurely walked towards Ichiraku Ramen, his mind thinking about all these has-beens, when suddenly his heart slightly moved. That said, Tsunade, Zaraya, Orochimaru and the three of them rebels. When they hear the news that their teacher has been taken out and usurped the throne by themselves, what will happen? Will it come back? This Orochimaru guy probably won't. And even if he doesn't, in the near future, Orochimaru will come up with a Konoha collapse plan and personally send his teacher on his way. Tsunade still suffers from blood phobia, has not been resolved. All the strength cannot be exerted. Even if he came back, he is not afraid. Slightly more of a pain in the ass if you ask Jiraiya, but he's reasonable, and this one rushed back without much trouble. Mainly he had the eternal kaleidoscope, and that was the fundamental underpinning of his lack of fear. Big deal is a fight. Who is afraid of who? Last night Kakashi said that some spies from other villages had run away, and that he'd probably have to wait 2 more days for the usurpation of the throne by leading the Uchiha coup to fester. Thinking about things, I soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Fuyu lifted the curtain, swept around. This will be more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The store is still not much people. He remembers getting off work last night. It was about 6 or 7 o'clock, and by that time the ramen store was so full of talent that it was almost full. There's just one person sitting in the store right now. What would you like to eat? Guest? Fuyu looked up. A 37-8 man smilingly looked at him. Short-inch hair, wearing a white overalls, wearing a white hat. The hat is also embroidered with the word Yile. Shoulders Shanghai with a white towel. This would be the most mysterious Ichiraku otaku in Naruto. Handily typed. A small group of people in the Naruto posting bar are godly saying that Ichiraku Ashii is the best cop in Naruto, punching Rokuto-zan, kicking Otanashi, and so on. Now Fuyu carefully surveyed for a moment, but did not find any abnormalities. The body cannot even feel the chakra. Is an ordinary person. Well, Fuyu glanced at the menu that his hand typed on the table and randomly picked a ramen noodle to try. Taking a seat on a stool, he waited quietly for the ramen to be made. At that moment, a young girl of about 14 or 15 years of age came out of the back kitchen, also dressed in white and wearing a hat just like the hand fighter. Her identity cries out to be Calamus, the daughter of the hand-to-hand combatant. Fuyu curiously surveyed a few eyes, looking quite clear and beautiful. The face value is not bad, but it's only moderately good. Far worse than Mikan. After looking at it twice, Fuyu lost interest. Fuyu put down the bowl with satisfaction. The ramen was eaten cleanly, and there was just soup left. I have to say that Ichiraku ramen still tastes great, and I don't know what special secret recipe Handspring uses. I don't know how many times better than the noodles made by those breakfast places in my previous life. Of course, it's possible that the ingredients are better in this world, right? After all, there is no pollution over here. Technology has not been developed yet. These ingredients are all natural and pollution-free. Money paid. Oh. Fuyu placed the noodle money on the tabletop and tapped the table to get up. Hi yo, welcome to the next visit. The hand-hit smirked. He was just an ordinary citizen in the Konoha village. How could he know that this majestic-looking man in front of him was the current 5th Naruto? Otherwise he certainly didn't have such a casual attitude. Futsuki finished his noodles and went back to the Naruto building. After making sure nothing was wrong, he went home from work. Looking at the time, it just so happened that there were a few minutes left before ninja school let out, so he stopped by the Konoha ninja school. By the time he got to the ninja school, it had already let out and there were quite a few kids heading out. There were also a lot of parents standing in front of the school picking up their children from school. Perhaps it was better to come at a good time than a bad time. He hadn't been there long before he saw the figure of Sasuke Naruto in the crowd. Sasuke's cold little face fell on deaf ears as he walked quickly out the door. Naruto, on the other hand, was staggering along beside Sasuke, passing him at one point and barreling along with his back to him, not sure what he was talking about. The desire to talk anyway. Hearing it made Sasuke want to cover his ears with his hands, but with so many people here, he couldn't be bothered to do so. But luckily, once they arrived at the school's entrance, Sasuke realized that Naruto's voice had weakened and simply stopped talking. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his newly loosened brow furrowed again as he listened to the unmistakable voices coming out of the mouths of the parents at the school gates. As much as he hated Naruto, these people were talking too hard? He also didn't realize why he was fighting for the annoying Naruto. In the past, he just left after school, and hadn't been out of school with Naruto a few times. This time Naruto followed him because Naruto was going to pester him to go home with him. Chapter 35, Picking up the 2 children from school. He was impatient, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made his father and mother actually let Naruto live in the house? But in the back of his mind he planned to run home quickly later and get rid of Naruto. Hey, you guys! Sasuke looked coldly at the parents at the door who had a mouthful of hard words and was just about to tell them to shut up. Suddenly he saw his father in the crowd, and the words came out of his mouth for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't show it so obviously, just a little squirming as he quickly walked over. Father-sama, why are you here? Fuyu also did not do any intimate movements, touching the head or anything, just stood in place with his hands clasped on his chest and smiled. I also just got off work, just by the way, came over to pick you guys up and go home. Ah, uncle, what a coincidence. That's when Naruto yelled from the sidelines. Fuyu cheerfully touched the yellow-haired brat. You guys, how was school today? Saying that, Fuyua absently glanced at those gossiping villagers. He had only instructed Ryochi last night to tell the people of the Uchiha clan about treating Naruto well. He had forgotten that there were also these villagers in the village. Well, there's no need to specifically order it, so I'll just take advantage of tomorrow's ceremony to announce it along with the white teeth thing. Sasuke stood to the side with red eyes, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes as he watched the larger Naruto. Damn you, weren't you there when father was talking? You're still talking about a good coincidence. What the hell? Sasuke's heart rolled in his chest. And why didn't father touch my head when I was clearly here first? Sasuke's heart was breaking. Come on, let's go home, Fuyua said in greeting. Naruto ran forward and backward with a big, perky grin, all the while crossing his arms behind his head and walking backwards in style, all the while with his mouth full of stories about the things he'd encountered today that he thought were funny. Fuyua smiled without saying a word. Ahead, Sasuke blacked out and sped up his feet. The group of three made their way through half of Kiba, through the grove, back into the Uchiha clan lands, and a few moments later home again. Sasuke, welcome back. Where's Naruto? Mikan heard the door open and ran to the foyer to look around, only to see Sasuke walk in alone, empty behind him, and couldn't help but furrow her pretty brow. She had instructed Sasuke before he left the house this morning to take Naruto home with him at night after school, and Naruto must not be familiar with the way home yet since he was new to the city. Sasuke grimaced and spared the word impatiently. Back there. Mikan hurriedly came to the door and looked. And sure enough, she saw a large and a small figure on the street not far from her home, walking in the direction of her home. It was none other than the husband and the little Naruto-kun. Mikan, whose face was originally somewhat serious, suddenly had a face as gentle as water, and her eyes seemed to contain a piece of autumn water. Welcome back. Mikan smiled and greeted the two men as they entered the house. Auntie, I'm home. Naruto is loud as hell. Mikan, however, repeated welcome back again as if she didn't care. She smiled as she took the book bag on Naruto's back and pulled out the indoor slippers she had bought for Naruto on the street especially for the day and gave them to Naruto to change into. Eyeing Naruto as he clattered into the house, he immediately pulled his husband's slippers out of the shoe closet again. Tomoiki-ake, how are things going with the move? Have you finalized when you'll move? Mikoto inquired softly. If we can move back to the old clan land earlier, it will be easier for our children to go to school. Wouldn't have to walk as far to school as I do now. Not yet. There's still some stuff to empty out of the old clan lands. It'll take about a week, so we can move back then. Fuyua said unimpressed. The virtuous Mikan helped take off Fuyua's jacket as he answered and nodded. I know. Brother. Sasuke entered and saw the Uchiha Weasel kneeling on the tatami mat by the table. His original depression was swept away and he ran over to him in excitement. Sasuke, you're back pretty early today, Weasel said with a smile and stroked his head. He was originally a member of Sannin Naruto's immediate secret department. Now that most of Sannin Naruto's immediate secret department has been captured and is in a state of disbandment, he has not been captured by Kakashi's men because he is the son of Fuyue. No one from the clan came to him even after the new immediate dark side was formed. He was relaxed now. Nothing was going on. No, another day at home today. The two brothers had been chatting all day, and were talking until Sasuke was excitedly trying to get his brother to take him to the training ground to contact him about throwing techniques, which would lead to Naruto and Futsuki arriving home on their hind feet. Naruto clattered in. His eyes lit up at the sight of the Uchiha Weasel, and he greeted him loudly. Big brother Weasel, long time no see. Sasuke rolled his eyes. This was just seen this morning alright. You cheeky bastard. The Uchiha smiled and nodded in response. Welcome back, Naruto. Suddenly he saw that his father had returned as well. He gave an apologetic look and nudged Sasuke on the forehead. Sorry, next time Sasuke. With it he got up and went to the foyer without waiting for Sasuke to answer. Sasuke beamed in displeasure and glared at Naruto. You guys, I blame you. A puzzled Naruto scratched his head and wondered what Sasuke was talking about. Why couldn't he understand it? Father, I have something I want to discuss with you. This would-be Meichin had just taken off the jacket that Fuyue was wearing, and the two of them had just entered the house one after the other, when they were blocked by the skunk by the stairs in front of the entrance hall. Most of the houses here have the stairs to the second floor located at the entrance doorway, entry foyer and then the stairs. Seeing her eldest son's solemn face, Mikan knew that her father and son had something to say, so she didn't linger and went straight into the house. leaving her father and son behind. Fuyu was slightly stunned. What is it? The skunk said. Father, is there anything I can be given to do? It dawned on Fuyu that the skunk was idle and wanted to come to him to find something to do. Fuyu pondered for a while. A thought suddenly surged in his mind as he sized up the Uchiha weasel, his heart growing more and more excited. He coughed twice and said, there is something. It just requires a long trip. I don't know if you're willing to go. The Uchiha's face didn't change. You said. Fuyu hesitated in his mind, but still said it. In the country of Water Mist Hidden Village there is an upper ninja. I am very optimistic about him. His ability is very excellent. The person is also very good. The Mist Hidden Village in recent years to engage in what the blood and mist of the mile. This person stays in the Mist Hidden Village buried him. Now the Wood Leaf Village is weak. In urgent need of his kind of talent to join. I do not know if you are willing to run a trip to recruit him to join the Wood Leaf Village for me? When he finished speaking he waited quietly for the skunk's answer. Weasel though without his kaleidoscope. His strength would indeed be greatly weakened. At least the shadow level strength is gone. Chapter 36, S-Class Mission. But with the 3-hook jade, he still has the bottom of the strength of the upper ninja. Plus the skunk was originally a genius. He also mastered a lot of phantasmagoria and ninjutsu. Elite upper ninja strength is certainly there. Coupled with the fact that he had once possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The 3-hook jade Sharingan was surely playing better than the ordinary 3-hook jade clan members under his use. So the skunk is still a good candidate. Even if he went to the crisis-ridden Misty Hidden Village, Fuyu believed that the ferret had the power to defend itself. Even if he couldn't beat them, running away was certainly enough. Without much hesitation, the skunk agreed straight away. I'll go. Aha. Fuyu nodded and rubbed his chin. The skunk didn't have much experience with infiltration. Maybe he could find someone to take him on. At that moment a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. The information about Roots handed over today when the new head of Roots, Oil Girl Ryoma, reported on the information. One of the front and back figures appeared in his mind. Maybe these two are a good combination. Fuyu said, tomorrow you'll come with me to the Naruto building, and we'll give you information on the mission target as well as introduce you to another partner. Yes, father. The skunk claimed yes with a bland face. The uneventful night passed quickly with Sasuke bickering with Naruto. Early the next morning, the Uchiha family sat down for breakfast again. Naruto gulped into his mouth, feeling so happy. Slow down, Naruto. Don't choke. The Uchiha smirked. Sasuke grunted softly and muttered, it's good to choke. Let him taste the pain so he won't dare to eat like that in the future. Naruto slurred something in a wawa. His movement slowed down a bit, but he was still eating fast. Slightly worried, Mikan poured Naruto a cup of hot milk and placed it next to Naruto. Sasuke's eyes glanced over to the disgruntled Kaizen. No milk for me? Mikan apologized. I'm sorry, Sasuke, we're out of milk at home, so just drink the water, and later mom will go out and buy it back. Sasuke had a hard look on his face like he'd eaten a turd. Mikoto, we're leaving. The four of them, Futsuki, Weasel, Sasuke with his backpack, and Naruto, greeted Mikan in the foyer outside the door before heading off. Since it was on the way, Fuyu and the four of them set off together. After seeing Sasuke and Naruto go inside the ninja school, Fuyu and Weasel walked towards the Naruto building, and in less than 5 minutes, the two arrived at the Naruto building. Arriving in the third-floor hallway, he saw from a distance a long-haired figure standing outside the office door. Fuyu curiously walked over and sized her up, comparing her to the woman in the profile picture he had seen yesterday. So you're the walking witch, Yakushi no Neyu? Yakashi no Neyu, who wore glasses and was dressed in a sensible manner. Saw this person with a majestic face in front of him and realized that he should be the newly appointed 5th-generation Megami Naruto-sama who had not been in office for a few days as described by the oil woman Ryoma. So she quickly bent down respectfully and said, yes, Naruto-sama. Well, come on in. Fuyu pushed his way in, and Skunk was friendly enough to say ladies first. Yakushi no Neyu recognized Uchiha Weasel, having met him a few times before when she was at the Roots, and she didn't push her luck, nodding amicably before following into Naruto's office. The skunk walked at the end, closing the door to the room. Futsuki said lightly, no Neyu, I have given the appointment of the tout transferring back to the oil girl Ryoma to do so. Yakushi no Neyu's eyes lit up. The doodle who had been sent by Reunion to be a spy in an enemy country had been worried by her. Originally she was glad that Reunion had died and that she didn't have to be bound anymore. She didn't expect that last night the oil girl Ryoma had found her and said that Naruto-sama was looking for her to do something. She had no choice but to say yes at first, and when she heard that Ryoma said that Naruto-sama would be willing to transfer back to the doodle who had been out there, she was happy to see it. The original worries in his heart also dispersed for the most part. It wouldn't be a big deal for her to enter this dangerous ninja path again, as long as Doodle came back safely. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Even if I die, I will definitely try to complete the mission Naruto-sama has entrusted me with, Yakashino Neyu said with a firm gaze. Uchiha Weasel, who was standing on the side, had a pale gaze and didn't have any expression when he heard that. It's not that much of a stretch. I didn't send you guys to die. Fuyua waved his hand. Yakashino Neyu believed that, and subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Weasel, who was standing aside. She knew that her partner in this mission was Uchiha Weasel, who was now the son of this new Naruto-sama. The fact that Uchiha Weasel was able to participate in this mission meant that the danger level of this mission wouldn't be too high. Here's the information on the person you're targeting for this mission. Take a look at it, all of you. Fuyua dropped a file with a photo plastered on it, with one distinctive feature, a mouthful of shark's teeth. It was the Oni's profile. Yakashino Neyu respectfully took the information from the table with both hands, and without looking at it, first handed it to Uchiha Weasel to read. Uchiha Weasel took it calmly, read it and handed it back to Yakashino Neyu. Fuyu coughed. This mission belongs to the S-class mission. If you guys have no problems, you can leave now. Yes. X2. Yakashino Neyu and Uchiha Weasel agreed in unison and quickly left Naruto's office. At that moment, a shadowy member came in and reported. Naruto-sama. Auxiliary Nara said that the grand ceremony will begin soon and asked you to prepare to go. Well, go. Fuyu bashfully got up and took the brand new Gashin robe and Naruto hat hanging on the coat rack and walked out of the room with great strides. He draped the Gashin robe over his body, with the 5 large characters of Gokudome Naruto embroidered on the back. Today was the 3rd day, the day of the Naruto ceremony. People were coming and going on the streets, all with laughter on their faces. At this time, several major ninja villages have also received the information that Kiba village has replaced the new Naruto one after another. Sand Hidden Village. The Wind Shadow office in the Wind Shadow building. Lord Wind Shadow. Something big has happened in Kiba village. That fierce-eyed Futsuki of the Uchiha clan has led a coup. The 4th generation Wind Shadow, Raza, raised his head curiously. Oh, how did it turn out? Was Futsuki suppressed by that old man Sarutobi Hizuru? Maki gulped. No, Futsuki succeeded. Sarutobi Hinata was killed and Futsuki became the new 5th Naruto. Rosa shook his head. Sarutobi Hizuru is getting old. Even Uchiha Futsuki can't suppress him anymore. He deserves to die. He had a gloating look on his face. Maki also showed his approval. When he saw Lord Wind Shadow get up and come to the window, Maki hurriedly called out to him. Rosa, who was just about to go out the door when the sand coalesced under his feet, froze. What else do you have going on? Maki said. Lord Wind Shadow, the Kiba village was already quite weak, and now we have the death of Sarutobi Hinata, a veteran Naruto. Rosa raised an eyebrow and shook his head after a moment of contemplation. Forget it, Kiba village just died of an old thing and didn't lose anyone to a civil war. We can't get any bargains. Chapter 37 Reactions of the Villages. Maki nodded her head in understanding. Well, that's it. I'll get busy, said Rosa as the soles of his feet once again condensed sand and his entire body flew out of the window. Now that the Sand Hidden Village is on the verge of a financial deficit, he's still busy trying to refine sand gold and sell it to subsidize the village. The Land of Earth. Office of the Earth Shadow Building in Iwaki Village. A short but aura-filled old man sat at the first place. It was the 3rd Earth Shadow Onuki, the personal disciple of the 1st Earth Shadow and the 2nd generation Earth Shadow. Nowadays the Iwagakure village's Iwagakure village fixed sea god. Below him was a group of elders. At the moment, the elder group was chattering and bickering, all of them discussing whether or not they could take advantage of the Kiba village. Anoki slammed the table. Knock it off. The majesty of Anoki was still there, and the group of elders instantly quieted down, their gazes all converging. Anoki clapped. Kiba is only missing one person. Sarutobi Hinata. It hasn't affected them in any serious way, so we'll stay out of it and disperse. The elder group didn't dare to have the slightest objection, and when they left, a little girl came bouncing in. Anoki, who had just been as majestic as a prison, immediately revealed a doting look when he saw the little girl, yet before he could say anything, he heard his good granddaughter say, Grandpa, can I go outside the village to play with brother Deidara? Anoki stiffened and said, No, Grandpa told you, you're not allowed to go to him. Kuratsuchi asked again, so how long is brother Deidara going to be outside the village, and when will he be back? Anoki grunted, let him come back when he's reflected enough. Rock Hidden Village within a house. A young man wearing glasses. Read the note in his hand. Eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Then he swallowed the note. The original numbness of the eyes had become a little spiritual up. He silently went to the window and looked out at the distant sky. Finally he could go back. I wonder if Dean's mom is okay. And his mates. He thought silently, and he couldn't help but leap at the thought of the words on the note about his immediate return. The Land of Thunder. the office of the Reikage building in the cloud-hidden village. A tall, dark-skinned, burly man walked back and forth across the room, his face grave as if he were pondering something very important. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. The burly man snapped his head up. Enter. A tall, thin figure walked in and saluted. Reikage-sama. Well, Darui, you're here. This is the information our people sent back urgently from Kiba village. Take a look? Give it to me for reference. Sure. Reikage AI couldn't wait to take the information from the table and hand it to Darui. Darui has dark skin, long white hair, bangs covering his left eye, and thick lips. He has tattoos of the words thunder and water on his left and right shoulders respectively, and carries a sword behind his back. Darui took the information and read it carefully, unable to hide his surprise in his eyes. I didn't realize that Fiercite Tomoikiake had the guts to use zip power? It's a good thing you're not a soldier, Darui said in amazement. The fourth generation Reikage AI waved his hand and said, Uchiha Futsuki, that eggless man, is not enough? I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to invade the Konoha village? Sarutobi Hizuru, that old thing since becoming Naruto, has basically never left Kiba village. Did not fight with him? Listening to the people of Kiba blow Sarutobi Hizuru is the strongest Naruto of all times. He 4 generations of Reikage is not convinced. But Sarutobi Hizuru was able to be killed by Uchiha Futsuki. So it seems that his name as the strongest Naruto of all times is not true and is just a false name. Darui pondered for a moment and shook his head. Lord Reikage, my advice is to press on. Before Darui could finish his sentence, the fourth Reikage couldn't wait to ask with wide eyes. Why? If other people were to face such an eager lay shadow would definitely be extremely unnatural. But Darui, as the guard of the fourth generation lay shadow, had long been used to this acute nature of the fourth generation lay shadow, and he explained unhurriedly. The reason for that is very simple. According to the intelligence that has been sent back so far, Uchiha Futsuki's coup this time has been very successful, and after killing the third generation Naruto, there has not been any outbreaks of intense civil conflict. Only Sarutobi Hizuru died alone, and there was not much weakening of the strength of the Woodleaf village. Darui thought for a moment and said, it might be a good idea to send more people to get more information before judging whether or not to attack Kiba. Okay, I get it. Then I'll leave this to you. The fourth generation lay shadow agreed with a slight reluctance. Although he was a reckless man, he was not a cutie. After listening to Darui's analysis, he didn't get carried away and agreed with Darui's opinion. Darui nodded and went on his errand. 2 more days passed before the misty hidden village in the land of water, far above the sea, received the news. The misty hidden village did not plant spies in the Kiba village, mainly because they themselves are too busy to take care of themselves. How can they still have the energy to send people to other villages to plant spies off? Ever since Ukura Berry had returned to normal, he had issued a closed policy for the land of water, sealing off the misty hidden completely, starting with a meeting to inform him of his illusionary control and his decision to step aside as soon as someone made a good political achievement. Then, in the face of a dwindling talent pool, he also offered to pardon and recall the misty hidden rebels who had defected from the village, and the news of Kiba village's usurpation was brought back by a certain Kirin rebel ninja in the land of fire who heard the news. At this time the Mizukage building was gathered in the conference room. Yakura Berry rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. After ruling for the past few days, the misty situation had nearly broken him. Huge financial deficits, depletion of human resources, mistrust among the men, and the fear of a repeat of the Orange Berry Yakura. He was also inching his way up. Hearing about Kiba's usurpation of the throne, he realizes that this could be an opportunity. However, after holding a meeting and discussing with the people, the elder Genji, who had the same power and status as the Mizukage, was the first to voice his opposition. He felt that the current misty hidden village didn't have the strength to mess with the Konoha village, which had a big family. Although the Kiba village died a third generation Naruto, but the number of their ninja are basically not sharply reduced. In this coup of the Uchiha clan to seize power, the Kiba village did not suffer much impact weakened. Genji's words were met with the approval of most of the misty hidden upper ninja, and in response, Orange Berry Yakura could only give up on the idea of wool gathering from the Kiba village. But the misty hidden village was literally out of money, so where was he going to get it? I heard from one of my loyal henchmen that the paychecks for the upper ninja class are owed for quite some time. Yakura Berry's head hurt just thinking about it, and he really didn't know what to do about this mess. Meanwhile, 2 people who don't belong here set foot on the island where the misty hidden village is located. Chapter 38, White Teeth's Reversal and Naruto's Identity. In Kiba village, the Naruto ceremony was held in full swing. Outside the Naruto building, with a wooden platform stand supported, Tenzo was no foolish fool, and after being persuaded by his beloved predecessor Kakashi, he was acquitted the next day. By the way, he joins the new Naruto's Direct Dark Division, still under his predecessor Kakashi. And this wooden platform shelf is what Tenzo got. It's worth noting that Futsuki gave Tenzo a new name, named Yamato. Yes, this Yamato was originally his name. There was a huge crowd underneath the wooden platform, and Narakagora had arranged a number of tokusatsu and skewers in the crowd in order to keep the tempo under control. When the time comes, they will be allowed to push, such as yelling "Hail Naruto-sama!" and clapping and applauding and such. And this time, Fuyue was wearing a Naruto bucket hat, clad in the brand new 5th generation Naruto Gashin robe that was newly manufactured not long ago, and was standing on the wooden platform and talking eloquently. The villagers below had solemn gazes, and what they thought in their hearts was unknown to others. But Fuyue could be sure that there were most people who were definitely uneasy about him succeeding as the 5th Naruto, who let the Uchiha clan in charge of the Konoha police force offend a lot of villagers before. But he doesn't care. These civilians, no matter how reluctant they may be, can't turn the tide. These fools who listen to the wind and the rain just need to control public opinion. In this world where force is supreme, whoever has the biggest fist is God. Futake's appearance already looked majestic. Futake was speaking on the stage, and the villagers below didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear of angering this new Naruto-sama. They had heard in the past few days that the great patriarch of the Uchiha clan had arrested a lot of people into the Konoha prison after he became Naruto. They didn't want to go into that dank Kiba prison, so they all listened to Futsuki's speech very honestly, and with the TO arranged by Narakagora in the crowd, it made this Naruto ceremony held extremely smooth. Even turning the tables on Flagwood Tsukumo was a simple batch. A large portion of the following populace had already experienced the Second and Third Shinobi Wars and knew how powerful Kiba Shiratori was. Originally, with Suzo's people guiding public opinion, some of those who respected Kiba Shiratsugu wouldn't dare fight for him. After a long time, no one dared to mention Kiba White Teeth. But it's different now. Now that Negi has submitted to Futsuki, and the person who steered public opinion has disappeared, these people who already respected Kiba Shiratsuki, when they heard that the new Naruto-sama had overturned the case for Kiba Shiratsuki, each one of them couldn't wait to cheer in support. This scene also caused waves to ripple through the mind of Kakashi, the immediate Dark Force leader who was standing by. Father, you really shouldn't have died that simply. After he learned from Fuyue that Kiba White Teeth was forced to die by the Kiba hierarchy, he inevitably felt some resentment in his heart. But now it was too late regardless. His father had been dead for years, and there was no use in grumbling. With just a flash of complexity in his eyes, Kakashi returned to his normal salty eyes. On the side, Yamato heard Kakashi yawn and couldn't help but ask, "Senpai, are you sleepy? Why don't you go take a rest first?" Kakashi glanced faintly at the enthusiastic subordinate and patted his shoulder without saying anything. Yamato stopped talking when he saw this, and instead looked at the new Naruto-sama's speech on the stage with a serious face. "From this day on, all of you will be witnesses to watch our village become better and better." Silently listening to this new Naruto-sama's speech for a while, Yamato's gaze became quite hot. It seems that this Tomoyuki-sama becoming the 5th Naruto is not a bad thing. Listening to the ambitions of this 5th generation Naruto, his expectations for the future, Yamato couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt rise in his heart. "I really deserve to die. Why did I assassinate this Naruto-sama the day before yesterday? It was really a sin." After Futsuki briefly finished, he coughed and brought up the matter of Naruto again, making a grand statement about Naruto being a hero of the Konoha and the son of the 4th Naruto. The people below instantly exploded, and the originally quiet venue became as noisy as a food market. It's really not true. My goodness, that demon fox kid is actually the heir of that lord? Unbelievable. What have I done in the first place? I deserve to die. How could it be a fake? Would Lord Naruto of the 5 generations lie to us? I know that the 5th generation of Naruto adults will not lie to us, but why the past demon fox? The identity of the children of the 4th generation of adults has been hidden? Who knows? The villagers spoke vehemently. You and I, most of them, most of the people's relatives, friends, have sacrificed in the Night of the Nine Tails many years ago, so they are propagandized as a demon fox Naruto, have no good face over, very hate Naruto. Whenever you see Naruto, will think of the death of the 9 tails of the Night of the relatives, friends, to Naruto scolding, directing their own children to isolate have done. When they now heard the new Naruto-sama announce that the identity of the demon fox Naruto was in fact the child of the 4th Naruto who had died heroically in resolving the events of the Nine-Tail Rebellion, they all reacted with great intensity. There is regret, guilt, and disbelief, but those who believed it were in the majority. After all, the newly appointed 5th Naruto-sama had no need to deceive them. They were all shocked when they heard the 5th Naruto-sama explain the origin of the demon fox. My god, so that demon fox was sealed into the body of his newborn child by Naruto-sama the 4th eye? Just to save our Kiba. 4th generation Naruto-sama's sacrifice was too great. Not only did he die because of sealing the 9 tails, but he also used his newborn child as a vessel to seal the demon fox. We survived thanks to the 4th generation Naruto-sama. Yet we still treat his only remaining child like this. At this point, the TOs who had arranged to be in the crowd began to speak with feigned shock. Under their guidance, it was even harder for people who were already guilty. If Naruto appeared in front of them right now, they could probably all run up to him in droves and apologize to him. What the TOs said was true. After all, if it wasn't for the 4th Naruto sacrificing himself to seal the 9 tails in the first place, at least half of them would still be dead before the 9 tails incident would be over. Okay, all quiet. Fuyu raised his hands and pressed downward, and the originally noisy crowd immediately quieted down. In the past, it was the 3rd Naruto who shielded you from Naruto's identity and did not tell you about it, and I will not pursue anything before that. But from today onwards, I do not want to see the appearance of people who sneer at our hero's son. Do you understand? Chapter 39, The 12 Guardian Shinobis. Got it. Understood. It's all the fault of the 3rd Naruto. It's his fault for not telling us. How could we have done that to Naruto if we had known that the Naruto boy was the child of the 4th Naruto-sama? Some parents think about how they usually go to ninja school to pick up their kids from school, and every time they see Naruto they have to say something. And not only that, but they teach their kids not to go near Naruto in front of him. Just thinking about it made them have mixed emotions. Guided by some TOs, some of the guilt-ridden villagers who were listening to the wind were blaming the pot on Naruto's Naruto, the 3rd Naruto, who was hiding Naruto's identity. A trace of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of Fuyu on the stage when he saw this result. In this way, the prestige of the 3rd Naruto fell quite a bit. It's not in his favor. While the Naruto ceremony was being held on the Kiba village's side, the imperial family of the Fire Country's capital also received the news brought from the Kiba village's side. What? Konoha village has a new Naruto? The daimyo of the Fire Country, who had just gotten the news, was so surprised that even his fan froze in midair. At that moment, there was a sudden report from outside. A middle-aged man dressed like a nobleman walked briskly into the hall without waiting for the daimyo to declare his entrance. Daimyo saw this person. Eyes flashed a trace of dissatisfaction. Stiffened fan pointing to come in this to come. Just about to break out. Just to hear this person said, "Greetings to the daimyo. Something big is happening." This middle-aged man seemed to know the daimyo's nature and said in a hurry before he could curse. The daimyo blinked and took a deep breath and asked, "What's the big deal? Speak quickly." Back to the daimyo. "It's like this. There's news outside that the Uchiha clan of Kiba village has staged a coup, and that the Uchiha clan's patriarch, Uchiha Futsuki, has succeeded in assassinating the 3rd generation Naruto, and has become the 5th generation Naruto himself." The daimyo eyes flashed a trace of shock. He said how the letter brought by the ninja of Kiba village said that a new Naruto had been replaced, and before he was even asked for his opinion, he was already organizing the upper Naruto ceremony. So this new 5th Naruto is a rebel? A side of the waiting Kiba ninja faced some undying. This adult, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately, is the 3rd generation of Naruto in action. Let their own apprentice engaged in human experiments, but also in the village of annexation of property in a big way, so that the Kiba chickens and dogs are restless. Our matriarch is the righting of the wrongs. Clear-eyed people can see that the old eyes of the 3rd generation of Naruto stepped down. The Kiba village only to have a better future. The middle-aged man took a look and saw the Uchiha clan emblem on the clothes of this Kiba ninja, and his mind dawned on him. It turned out to be a ninja from the Uchiha clan. His heart shivered. This seemed a little bad to say something bad in front of someone's Uchiha. These ninjas can be murderous, in case they retaliate against themselves. He hurriedly explained, "This little brother. But don't misunderstand. I'm just here to report this information," he said, looking at Daimyo righteously. "Daimyo, this is all rumors spreading wildly outside. I don't know much about it." The Uchiha grunted coldly, but did not say anything in return. The daimyo sitting on the throne's face was a bit gloomy. This damned Kiba ninja even threatened his own subordinate vassal in front of him, when it was really bold. What he didn't notice was that the guardian shinobi 12 who stood behind him to protect him had their faces slightly changed. Instead of guarding the daimyo day and night, the guardian ninja 12 take turns guarding in groups. There are 4 guardian ninja 12 who are protecting the daimyo today: the North Sun, the South Noon, the West Capital, and the East Ushi. The 4 of them also have a name outside, called Rado. 4 people can make a joint effort to make the Jutsu Rado Thunder Dream Thunderman. The strength is not to be underestimated. In the outside world to break through a lot of fame. Toho, the only female of the 4, whispered, "It's not good. If Asuma finds out about this, maybe she'll go back for revenge?" Kitsuko's eyes glazed over. "That won't do. Asuma alone. How can it work? That's the Uchiha, the #1 clan in the shinobi world. No, You guys keep guarding. I'll go find Asuma and tell him not to be impulsive, Toho said as he intentionally glanced at the Uchiha ninja below with his arms folded across his chest. Okay, don't worry. The daimyo is guarded by the three of us. Go find Asuma and tell him not to be impulsive, Susanoo said approvingly. The Guardian Ninja 12 had a bond between them, and they loved each other. And if Asuma knew that her father had been killed, with Asuma's nature, she would definitely run back to take revenge without saying a word. Even that third-generation Naruto Sarutobi, known as Dr. Ninjutsu, died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, so how could Asuma alone take revenge? As Asuma's co-workers and friends, they don't want to see Asuma die a horrible death for nothing. Toho nodded and disappeared in an instant, running out of the palace to find Asuma. Soon enough, Toho found Sarutobi Asuma at the place where they were staying. This mansion was the residence given to them by the daimyo for the 12 guardian ninja. One room for each of them. Toho stood at the window and let out a long sigh of relief at the sight of Asuma in her room, lying on her bed and huffing and puffing. It's okay. It's okay. Toho patted his chest, thinking that it was a good thing that Asuma and the others had been on rotation last night, and that this would be the time to rest and sleep. This is exactly why Asuma didn't know about her father's murder first. When Dong Mao thought of this, he didn't rush in, but went to the other rooms first and woke up a few others. It was just that she might not be able to stop Asuma if she was alone. Having been a co-worker with Asuma for so long, she knew that Asuma was not weak, or at least much more powerful than her. She didn't have the confidence to stop a raging Asuma from leaving, so it was decided to call out the others first, and then find Asuma and tell him the news of his father's death. That should be more than enough to stop Asuma. The first person she looked for was Jiru, who lived next door to Asuma. Jiru was the Fire Temple host. Head in the black market was rewarded 30 million taels. Is their Guardian Ninja 12 sure in the black market was the highest amount of bounty of people? A body strength is also superb incomparable. Has been recognized by several of them. With the Sarutobi Asuma between the middle of the pack, Toho didn't even knock. Not wanting to make a noise that would wake Asuma next door, she just quietly pushed her way into the Jiru room. Jiru was alert, or perhaps not sleeping at all, and the moment Toma pushed the door open, Jiru sat up from the bed and looked at the figure in the doorway with a wary look on his face. Who? Earthland whispered. He knew that he had been offered a $30 million bounty by the black market, and even though he was within the palace, he was still on guard. Without this vigilance, perhaps he would have been killed by some bounty hunters who wanted to take the bounty to exchange his head for the reward. It's me, Toho shushed, signaling Jiru not to make a sound. After seeing the visitor clearly, Jiru then dropped his guard and wondered, Toma, aren't you guarding the daimyo now? Why do you have the time to come to my place? Dilu's face changed slightly as he thought of some sort of speculation, and he hurriedly folded his hands in front of his chest and said Umatba Buddha. Toho looked stunned, wondering what Jiru was doing all of a sudden, and when he heard his next sentence his face reddened. Dong Mao, the poor monk is a Buddhist, not close to women, Earthland said with a compassionate face, looking at Dilu uttering these words with a serious face. Dong Mao poo-pooed, bald ass, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm here for another matter. Seeing that Jilu had misunderstood, Dong Mao hurriedly walked over and clarified and explained in a low voice. It dawned on Jilu that this was the case. He frowned. Was Asuma's father killed? He sucked in a breath of cold air. Asuma's father may not be known to others, but they, the 12 guardian ninja, all knew that Asuma was the youngest son of the third Naruto of the Konoha village in the Land of Fire. So that means the Lord is dead? What's going on? Earthland asked in a hushed voice for a follow-up on the matter. Dong Mao said, I also heard from others that the Uchiha clan of Konoha village had a coup d'etat, and that the head of the Uchiha clan had assassinated the third Naruto, and then became the fifth Naruto himself. Dong Mao seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, by the way, there is an Uchiha clan in the palace right now person. Come to do what? Jiru subconsciously stood up. He was worried that the Uchiha clan would want to assassinate the current daimyo after assassinating the third Naruto. If the daimyo dies, then the Land of Fire will be in chaos. Toho waved his hand and said, don't worry, the Uchiha clan member who came was just an upperclassman, and with Susanoo and the three of them around, the daimyo is safe. Earthland heard the heart of the worry but did not disappear, but frowned and said, Uchiha clan has the Sharingan eye, mastered the profound illusion art. Rumor has it that the Uchiha clan one-on-one basically did not lose. Do they? Chapter 40, Changes in the Villagers. I don't think that Uchiha Ichis is here to cause trouble. The priority right now is Asuma. Dong Mao said gruffly. She still didn't think that the Uchiha Ichis would make a move with the three of them protected by Sito, and she hadn't noticed the man's desire to make a move before she left, so it looked like he was just coming over to deliver a message. You're right. Jiru immediately stopped in his tracks at the sound of that. Originally he had wanted to rush to the palace to protect the daimyo, but after hearing Toma mention Asma, he was in trouble. Asma doesn't know yet, does she? Earthland said worriedly. Toho shook his head. I just looked. He's still asleep in bed. The two of us aren't quite safe yet. Let's wake up Kazuma and the others as well. Then we'll find Asma and tell him about it. Yes. Dong Mao nodded, and the two hurried out the door, closing it carefully behind them, and went to wake up the rest of his companions. While the two were busy with this matter, on the other side, the Naruto ceremony in the Konoha village was about to come to a close. Kiba Shirataka's coffin, because of that incident back then after the death of the village, did not even enter the monument of consolation. Was buried by Kakashi in a Kiba Shirataka used to go to the training ground in life in the woods under a large tree. Now after Kiba Shirata is turned over by Futsuki, Kiba Shirata's coffin is moved to the Consolation Monument. Kiba Ninja School. After school, there were already a lot of people gathered at the entrance of Ninja School, people who had come to pick up their children from school, and this time the kids were heading out. Two children, one fat and one thin, pushed and shoved the yellow-haired child, cursing, "Damn demon fox, stay away from us, don't infect us with bad luck." It was Naruto who was being pushed by him. Naruto wasn't doing anything, he was going to go wait for Sasuke at the school gates. Sasuke had just been called to the office by his teacher and didn't know what to say. He was going to wait for Sasuke to go home with him. As a result, before he could even get to the entrance of the school, he encountered these two unreasonable brats, and he didn't know when he had gotten into trouble with the other. Naruto had long been used to seeing these obnoxious brats come in for nothing. He made a bitter little face and didn't resist. Grandpa Naruto had once told him not to fight with children, and that even if he was being bullied, he had to put up with it for a while and tell him afterward so he could fix it. Naruto was now living in his uncle's house with his aunt, but the habit remained with him. Naruto silently walked a bit farther away, yet the two brats approached without relenting. "Hey, stinking demon fox, get your ass to the bathroom and don't come out until we're all gone," little fatty said in a cold voice. Naruto clenched his fists and scowled without saying anything. Seeing Naruto standing still, the skinny man was disgruntled and pushed him again, this time pushing Naruto straight to the ground. This would be before Naruto could make a move, when suddenly two screams were heard. "Ah! Ah!" He looked up in disbelief to see two adults grabbing the two aggressive brats and slapping their asses hard. "Not coming home from school, I'll make you disobey. I'll make you not learn." This middle-aged woman grabbed the little fat man's hand and carried him with one hand, while slapping the little fat man's buttocks and beating him, making him wail and cry. The other kid was treated the same way, except it was a middle-aged man who hit him. Naruto was a bit puzzled. Suddenly he was a little saddened. It must have been that these two adults saw their children standing with them and thought they were making friends with them again. How many times had he heard that these adults wouldn't let their children play with them? However, it wasn't long before he saw the two adults stop what they were doing and give him a curt smile. "Naruto-kun, are you alright? I'm so sorry, my kid is so naughty." "Don't worry, I'll still teach him a good lesson when I get home." The other man chimed in. Right, he said as he yanked the wailing skinny guy over and snapped, "Apologize to Naruto." The thin man whimpered and looked up with an incredulous face, looking at this familiar dad as if he was seeing how strange matters were. The middle-aged man's face darkened and a hint of anger appeared on his face. "Didn't you hear Dad? Apologize to Naruto." The skinny guy shivered at his yelling and, fearing another beating, hurriedly said, "Yeah, sorry Naruto." The middle-aged man then grunted and pulled another smile at Naruto before pulling his own child away at a brisk pace. The middle-aged woman also slapped the little fatty heavily a few times, and only then did the little fatty reluctantly apologize. "I'm sorry." Only then did a smile appear on the middle-aged woman's serious face. "Naruto, Auntie will go back and educate him properly." "Don't worry," said the middle-aged woman, also pulled the little fatty to leave quickly. Naruto was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. "Naruto-kun, get up." At that moment, little Daisy, who had been hiding and peeking from afar, shyly ran over and whispered, "Ah, so it's Daisy." Naruto giggled and got up from the ground. Hinata saw Naruto looking at her and giggling. Her cheeks instantly reddened like a boiled shrimp and her head smoldered as she scuffed away. Naruto didn't take this interlude to heart, hanging back with his hands behind his head as he made his way to his former throne, a swing under a tree. He didn't stay at his uncle's house as how he sat on this swing, waiting for the others to leave from school before he went home alone. Good thing that won't happen in the future. He was going to sit on the swing today and wait for Sasuke to come out. After sitting there for a short while, even the nervous Naruto noticed that something was wrong. The adults standing in front of the school glanced toward him now and then with friendly glances. There was even a special delivery of a hot, freshly baked burrito from the owner of the snack bar next door. This store owner he can still remember. A long time ago he ran to his store to buy a burrito. That boss is still evil. Not only do not sell him something, but also drove him out. Naruto didn't think much of it though. Not that he was too lazy in his head to think about it that much. You give it to me to eat, then I'll eat it. Naruto was happy and in a beautiful mood as he ate his freshly baked and aromatic burrito. I had just finished eating my burrito when I saw Sasuke coming out of the school gates. Naruto's eyes lit up and he jumped off the swing and ran towards Sasuke. You guys, are you waiting for me? Sasuke said as he glanced at the charging Naruto with squinted eyes. Ha ha, SAS give. Go home together. Naruto said with a grin and licked the tip of his finger that had grabbed the burrito with the tasty sauce on it. Sasuke looked disgusted and walked away quickly. Who wants to go home with you? That being said, Sasuke's pace slowed a bit. Chapter 41, Tatsuya. Naruto didn't know that Sasuke was being tongue-tied and couldn't fit that much in his head, so he just thought that he was going to go home together anyway and caught up with Sasuke like a rascal. Sasuke glanced at Naruto a bit speechless. This Naruto guy had some sauce on the corner of his mouth from not knowing what he had just eaten. Sasuke, who was somewhat of a cleanliness freak, frowned and pulled a paper towel out of his pocket. Wipe the sides of your mouth, Sasuke ordered. Oh, Naruto took it as soon as he could and wiped it off haphazardly, only then realizing that he had sauce on his mouth. He stuck his tongue right out and swirled it around his lips a few times and licked the sauce, showing a happy smile. Sasuke rolled his eyes. It was getting dark. Hot Spring Street far away from Unakuni. The news of the death of the third Naruto of Kiba Village has also reached this side. Tsunade, who had just woken up from a nap after gambling on cards all night last night, was just about to eat a meal and continue to the gambling house, when he heard the news not long after he sat down in his chair. Tsunade's face changed as she swished next door to the gossips and asked coldly, "What did you guys just say about Kiba Village?" Tsunade hoped that what she was hearing was false, that she was hallucinating. So they sought confirmation from a couple of people next door. Yet again, from a few people, the exact message was received. The third Naruto of Konoha Village is dead. The head of the Uchiha clan takes the throne. Tsunade stood frozen in place. The date her teacher died was the same day she had won her only bet a few days ago. I'm so stupid. I knew it. I knew something bad must have happened. Otherwise how could God let me win a bet? Every time I win a bet something bad happens. Tsunade murmured. Shizuka on the side looked at Tsunade worriedly, not knowing how to comfort her. Bear country. A certain bathhouse in a certain town. In a hidden corner on the women's side of the bathroom, a man with hair like a hedgehog hid behind a barrier and peeked out, with a couple of empty wine bottles at his side. The white-haired man was Zirai. His mouth grinned at the corners, his mind reeling with the idea that he'd have good material again tonight. Looking at several young, beautiful white bodies in the pool, Zirai's gaze became more and more mesmerized into it. Just then, he suddenly heard a discussion in the pool. Hey, have you guys heard? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened again? A couple of older women chirped. A flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Could these old women get out of the room and talk? The chattering was interfering with his collection of material. Just as he was about to cover his ears with his hands and watch carefully, he suddenly froze in his movements. I also heard from my sister's brother-in-law's brother that the Kiba village in the land of fire died in Naruto yo. Ouch, my god. A dead Naruto? Really? Wow, really? Really? My sister's brother-in-law's brother surely won't tell lies la. I heard clearly. Said it was three generations of Naruto. Right. He died. The third Naruto. Ha? That must have been a big official. How did he die? I think they said they were assassinated. Something about Shippo's family defecting, killing Naruto and becoming Naruto themselves. TSK. My brother and his family still want to move the whole family to Kiba village. They're leaving tomorrow. No. I'll have to go back and persuade them. Now that the Kiba village is dead with a big official, who knows how chaotic it'll be. That's right. You do have to persuade your brother. Don't bring a family over there to die, it's not worth it. This shinobi world it's not easy to have peace for a few years to be able to live is the best. At the moment Self was in no mood to look at the young woman. His eyes were dull and his mouth was open in a bit of a trance. What did he just hear? The third Naruto is dead? The teacher. He's dead? How is that possible? The teacher was old, but when he left the village, the teacher was still healthy, right? When hearing from the old woman that it was assassinated, Jiraiya was even more puzzled. Even if Sensei was old and his strength had regressed, it wasn't something that some cat or dog could assassinate successfully. As a disciple of his teacher, Zirai was very vocal. When he heard the old woman say something about the Shiba clan, he realized that it must be the Uchiha clan. It turned out to be the teacher that the Uchiha clan had assassinated. Has the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan finally erupted? Jiraiya had been away from the village for the past few years, but the Uchiha clan had been at odds with the village for a long time, and he knew it all too well. Originally, after his own disciple, Wave Wind Swayman, became the fourth generation Naruto, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was eased because of Sumon's good relationship with the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Futsuki, but after Sumon's sacrifice on the Night of the Nine Tails, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan grew bigger and bigger. Sensei, you didn't solve this conflict after all, and even died at the hands of the Uchiha. Jiraiya had a complicated look on his face. If you can assassinate Sensei, I'm sure it's Futake's hand. In Jiraiya's opinion, the strongest person in the Uchiha clan naturally belongs to the patriarch Uchiha Fuyue, who gained the recognition of the enemy by virtue of his strength in the Third Ninja War and reaped the title of Fierce Eyes. If it was Tomoikiake who had struck, it might have been possible that the teacher, whose strength might have regressed because of his age, might not have been able to resist. No, the teacher can't just die. A cold color flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he quickly disappeared into the bathhouse, returned to the inn where he was staying, simply picked up his luggage, and set off in the direction of the Land of Fire. He was ready to go back to the village to see what was going on. It would naturally be better to avenge your teacher if you had the chance. Of course, first we have to figure out what's going on. Jiraiya was no fool. He had traveled for a day and a night to enter the Land of Fire, and instead of rushing to the Konoha village, he found an underground black market nearby. He was going to poke around Kiba village here first. Got intel on the next plan. Find an information merchant from the black market and spend a sum of not much more than silver to buy information about Kiba village. After reading the information, Jiraiya's face sank. He originally thought that even after Uchiha Futsuki managed to assassinate his teacher, it wouldn't be that easy to become Naruto. After all, there were quite a few other clans in the village, so how could they possibly agree to the Uchiha clan becoming Naruto? However, the result took him by surprise. The Kiba village surprisingly did not erupt into any civil unrest. It was calm, as if the death of his teacher did not even set off any ripples. This made Jiraiya wonder, have several great families defected to the Uchiha? In that case, then, it wouldn't be good for him to return to the village alone. He can't handle the whole village on his own. Sensei's family was exterminated, as well as the families of Lord Junzo and a few other lords. He was Sensei's disciple, born with the label of Sensei, the antithesis of the Uchiha clan who assassinated him. Chapter 42 Joint Mission of the Dark Root Division. He's shooting himself in the foot by going back. Jiraiya thought for a long time and twisted his head away. He was going to find Tsunade and Orochimaru and talk it over to see if they could go back to the village together. He was much more comfortable with Tsunade traveling with Orochimaru. If you can't beat them, you can still run away. The three of them were not vegetarians with their psychic beasts, coming and going in a hurry. Jiraiya quickly left the Land of Fire. Follow the trail of two old friends. The border of the Land of Fire. Post. This is a hidden valley. The Konoha village had designated this place as a frontline camp, and had arranged for 5 squadrons of ninjas to monitor the borders from this location. And in the event of a situation arising, they would immediately send someone to report back to the village. And by the way, they would be the first ones to stop the enemies who had entered the country illegally. By time for the village to get the message. On this day, there were uninvited guests in the camp. A Konoha dark part with flowing silver hair wearing a beautiful fox mask crouched on a tree branch, and behind him, densely and silently crouched dozens of ninjas. All of them were dressed like him, as shady ninjas. If any of the higher-ups of Kiba were here, they would be able to realize that it was a combination of Naruto's direct dark sect and the root sect. A rare mission where Naruto's direct dark side and the roots act together. Leading the way was Kakashi, the current head of Kiba Naruto's immediate dark forces, and slightly behind him in a side position was Ryoma, the current head of the Root Division, who wore a hood and sunglasses, hiding her form in a black robe. Figured it out. Tents 1 through 9, inhabited by ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. A shadowy ministry led a few people to appear in a nearby tree, respectfully crouching on one knee to report the information just gathered to Kakashi and Ryoma the oil woman. For this operation, Kakashi is the supreme commander, assisted by Ryoma, the oil girl. A cold color flashed in Kakashi's eyes, swept a glance at the rising smoke in the camp, and faintly said, "Act after nightfall. Sarutobi remnants, not a single one will be left behind." Night, the dark moon and windy night of murder. Like ghosts, the dark sections silently infiltrated the valley camp, and the guards were the first to be taken care of, followed by the people in the tents. After settling the remaining members of the Sarutobi clan, Dark Negi quietly left again. The valley was silent, as if it were no different from normal, but the blood coming out of the tent is an indication of what happened here. The next day, several ninjas of the Hyuga clan woke up from their tents. They're responsible for watching the border. "Something's up," someone yelled. He realized something was wrong. Surprisingly, the camp converged into a red pool of water. He looked around with a horrified face as a dark red stream flowed out of almost every tent, eventually converging into this indented red pool of water. The enemy has invaded? Companions are dead? That was the first thought that popped into his head. The next instant he was puzzled. But why weren't a few of them dead? Were they spared alone? That's not possible, is it? At this time, his clansmen also ran out of the tent one after another, and they were all dumbfounded at this horrifying scene. Daito, what's going on here? The man called Atsuchi was the first of the Hyuga clan to come out. Hyuga Daito shook his head with a confused look on his face. I don't know. I was like this as soon as I came out, said a few of them as they all tacitly turned on their blank stares. After vigilantly scanning the entire camp, he relaxed after finding no enemies, yet a hint of panic also rose in his heart. Under the probing of their white eyes, it was surprising that they were the only ones left in the entire camp. Not a single more survivor. You know they have hundreds of people in their camp. These hundreds of people would take a while to kill even if they were pigs, right? There can't be no sound, can there? But then they didn't hear anything last night, and they didn't get woken up and slept soundly. Combined with this horrifying scene before them, it was clear that everyone in the camp except them was dead. Fuga Daito swallowed hard. It's not safe here anymore. Let's hurry up and pass information to the village. There's an enemy invasion. His people rallied to this decision, just as they were about to move. However, they suddenly noticed a letter nailed to a piece of wood that had been placed at the door of their tent. Come on you guys, found it again. There's a letter. Several of the Hyuga Daito people quickly turned their heads and gathered around. How? Open it up and see what it says. They were now scared in their hearts. After all, they were just a couple of Nakanobu, and even though they had white eyes, they weren't much stronger than the average Nakanobu. You know there are quite a few shinobi in this camp. Even they died without making a sound. What does that mean? It shows that the person who killed them is even more powerful. Where it was something that a few of their Hyuga Nakanos could handle. This letter should be a challenge. Before even opening the envelope, the thought rose in the minds of several people. After all, killing everyone in the camp except for them silently is not a provocation. It's assumed that the enemy is going to war with Kiba. They knew that most of this camp was filled with ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. A number of them were new faces, but after they had been in this camp for quite some time, they learned that they were all from the Sarutobi clan. Now that so many ninjas of the Sarutobi clan had been killed by the enemy, the third Naruto would surely not let up. Their boarder turns out not to have gotten the information from the village yet, and they thought that the third Naruto, Sarutobi Hizuru, was still alive. Upon opening the letter, several people's eyes glazed over. It turns out that the letter was left by Kakashi, Naruto's direct subordinate in the dark. They all recognized Kakashi. Kakashi is the son of Kiba's white teeth, and showed superb talent at a young age. Even a few of them were in the same class as Kakashi. No stranger to Kakashi. Naturally, it turns out that the letter mentions that these Sarutobi clans are all rebel ninja now. The Hinata few weren't puzzled by this. Who made it possible for there to suddenly be so many new faces here that they hadn't seen before? And all wearing Kiba forehead protectors. Who knows where it popped up from? Kakashi was directly under Naruto's dark side, so since he was the one who said it, it should be correct. Hey, Kakashi said that a group of people will be coming to take over this camp this afternoon. Hey, let's clean this place up. Hyuga Daito looked around with a face like dirt and resigned himself to the fact. Damn it, we still have a morning to go. Come on, move it all. A few people over here started cleaning up the mess. Less than 20 miles from the valley, a group of ninjas came this way. One thing they all have is the wearing of the Kiba forehead protector. They are the ninjas mentioned in the letter to take over the border. Led by Uchiha Yoshiro, the team was made up of a number of people drawn from each clan, supplemented by a small number of civilian ninjas. Their next task was to take over the camp to watch the border. Chapter 43, Welcome to Kiba. It's worth noting that the small number of ninjas added happened to be Sarutobi's close associates. Although some of these ninjas passed inspection, they were still dropped off at the frontline border posts. The ninjas of the big families, on the other hand, still act as watchers. These Sarutobi Hizuru cronies would, unsurprisingly, waste many years at the border post. Fuyue, who would be here, didn't know that he had been targeted by Jiraiya. He's working on something right now. Naruto-sama. 2 more spies were captured in the village yesterday, and after the efforts of the intelligence section, the 2 were identified as the Cloud Hidden Village and the Iwaki Hidden Village. Naruto Auxiliary Nara Kagetsuchi is in Naruto's office reporting on the situation. All is well at the border, and so far, it seems that the other villages are trying to poke around for information before deciding whether to strike or not. But I think, sooner or later, they won't be able to resist trying. Nara Kagura concluded. Well, it's okay, they'll chop off their claws if they dare to come. Fuyu smiled and said, he was in a good mood now. Kakashi came back last night, The first joint mission between the Direct Darkness Department and the Roots Department was successful, and the remaining members of the Tobi clan that had been secretly cultivated outside were all cleaned up, relieving him of one worry. Nara Kagyu stayed in the office for a while and then left. He's got quite a lot going on right now. Fuyua smiled as he watched Nara Kagura leave. He was now the equivalent of being a shirker, and he was taking it easy these days. After work, a few minutes walk and he was home. The Uchiha clan finally moved to their old clan land. Yesterday, through Yamato's efforts, the construction of houses in the old clan lands was rapid. Without Yamato's help, maybe a week wouldn't be enough for the Uchiha clan to move. A crypt, above the two huge palms. On each finger stood several phantoms, uniformly dressed in black trench coats embroidered with red clouds and wearing cocked hats tied with wind chimes. On rare occasions the entire Dawn organization arrives for a meeting. Tendo Pain, with a huge Weiya condensed on his body, slowly swept the vacant finger and said in a cold voice, "Genbu, where is Uchiha-zan? What is he up to again? I told you that we're meeting today to decide on the major events of the Shou organization." A genjutsu is a Jedi topped with a hogwash, Jedi said with some embarrassment. "He's missing and I can't find him." He wasn't lying, he really did lose track of Bandito's whereabouts. Tendo Pain frowned. "Uchiha-zan, this guy is mysterious. Always a god. Forget about it." Tendo Pain's frowning brow loosened as he swept a glance at all the people standing on his finger and spoke. "Our manpower in Xiao Xiao is still too small. We still need to absorb more manpower to come in and do things." He looked to the Jedi and said, "Have you found anyone suitable to join lately?" Jedi said, "I found a good candidate in the misty hidden village in the Land of Water. His strength is very good. One called Gon Kakamoto Onayakan, known as the tailed beast without a tail. He can be absorbed into it." A tailless tailed beast, Tendo Pain recited softly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Okay, Mainami, you and Jedi go and do this. Absorb this tailless tailed beast into our organization." "Understood." The slender, purple-haired figure nodded. At this moment, 3 dusty figures arrived at the gate of Kiba village in the Land of Fire. "Stop the comers and show." The 2 partners, Steel Tai and Kamitsuki Izumo, who stood guard at the entrance, were instantly energized when they saw 3 people in hooded robes coming. However, before Kamitsuki Izumo could finish his sentence, the person in the lead took the initiative to lift his hood and reveal his face. Dark hair and 2 deep-tiered ducks on her face. A mount. Kamitsuki Izumo recognized the other party. "So it's Weasel. Ha, come in, come in." Steel Tai coughed and was a little glad that this was Naruto-sama's son, so it was a good thing he didn't have time to stop it. Their 2 brothers enthusiastically stepped back to the sides and greeted the 3 skunks as they entered Kiba village. The skunk swept his gaze across the room, nodding his head in greeting of sorts, leading the 2 behind him into Kiba village at an unabated pace. "Welcome to Kiba village, Oni-chan." Stepping onto the wide streets of Kiba village, the yellow soil on the ground had long been trampled on day and night, becoming a sturdy, hard surface. Uchiha Weasel made a rare introduction for Gon Keiki Onijirai. Yakashino Neyu on the side didn't open her mouth. The smart one had long realized that this talent, who had been pointed out by Naruto-sama as being in need, seemed to have an unspeakable fondness for Uchiha Weasel, and seeing that Uchiha Weasel was willing to introduce it, she was happy to do so as well. "There is the special landscape of Konoha village, Naruto Rock," said the Uchiha Weasel slowly, pointing to the heads on the huge rock wall. The sculptures of human faces carved on it are, from left to right, the first Megami Naruto who founded Konoha village Chibiusa, the 2nd generation Naruto, Chibiusa, the 3rd generation Naruto. Words stuck here. A trace of consternation flashed in the skunk's eyes, for no other reason than the fact that the location where the original 3rd generation Naruto human face sculpture was located had been cut off. It should have been the father who did it. Skunk skipped right over it with a blank expression. The 4th generation of Naruto, Namikaze Suikato. This would be a slight movement of his gaze as he too noticed the 5th completed sculpture. And the 5th generation of Naruto, Uchiha Futsuki. This would remove his hood to reveal his true face. Gon Keiki Onayakan looked at the statue of the 5th Naruto with some excitement in his eyes. "That's that lord?" Weasel and Yakashino Neyu knew the reason he was so excited, before the 2 of them had picked up their mission in Naruto's office before they had even left. His old man, Uchiha Futsuki, had provided a quote for them to bring back the Draika's Onijirai. At that time, the 2 of them were not quite convinced. Dry Kakamoto Oniisama, how to say, is also a top ninja of the Misty Hidden Village. How could they defect just because of such a not quite true words? However, to the Mist Hidden Village to find the dry persimmon ghost shark. At first the 2 were not too smooth, until the skunk thought of his father's instructions, thinking that his father should not be without a target, tried to say that paragraph to the dry persimmon ghost shark. So he and Yakashino Neyu did not expect is that the original reluctant dry persimmon ghost shark really believe. I believe that Kiba village will pacify the shinobi world and shape a peaceful future. My god. This is something that even the skunk and Yakashino Neyu don't really believe in. So how come Dry Kakamoto Anajirai, and out of Village 1, believes in it? Let's just say that the world is a big place. But the two were happy to see the mission accomplished. So they hoofed it back with Dry Kakamoto Anamusha. Yes, that's the statue of the 5th Naruto. Now I'll take you to him. Skunk said with a rare smile. Fine. Go go go. The eyes of the Dryka's ghost shark lit up. And as if sensing his master's excitement, he actually shifted a few times at the back of his robes. The skunk and Yakushino Neyu weren't surprised by this. The two of them knew that the Drykazani Isama's weapon was the great sword shark's muzzle, one of the 7 famous swords of the Misty Shadows. Chapter 44, True or False? Sailor Muscle is a very rare spiritual life of the ninja sword, which is not only able to absorb the enemy's chakra for their own use, but also store a large number of chakra to stimulate the body cell regeneration. Dry Kakamoto Ghost Sharks and Sailor Muscle merged into a fishman strength will be enhanced by a lot. This information was still told to them by Fuyu before they left. Weasel, Yakashino Neyu, and Drykazana Musha headed down the main road to the Naruto building. Dry Kakamoto Ghost Shark eyes with a new strange gaze to observe this lively village. The street people come and go. Lively, compared to a dead mist hidden village, can be said to be a heaven and a hell. Kiba village is worthy of being the first of the 5 major ninja villages. The people are great. In his mind, Drykazana Musha silently compared it to his own village and realized that there was no comparison at all. Over here, the rare appearance of Drykazana Musha also attracted the attention of the passing villagers. One curiously sized up Gonkeki Onayakan. Noticing this, Yakashino Neyu had the presence of mind to advise Drykazana Musha that it would be better to put his hood back on to cover his appearance before he caused a ruckus. But in the next moment he heard the skunk's words. Oni-chan, none of the villagers mean any harm. They're just more curious about you. The skunk blandly explained a sentence. And the Dryka's Oni smiled and cracked his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, his expression looking menacing, but speaking calm words that didn't match. Understood. Got used to it. Hearing those words, Yakashino Neyu once again twisted his head to look at Drykazana Jirai. Long dark blue hair, with a shark-like face, skin color and sharp teeth, and golden pupils. It's hard to imagine this is a human being, Yakashino Neyu thought silently. However, she had long been in the form of a fine workflow and all over the shinobi world, and she had seen a lot of strange things, so she was not so surprised. If the misty hidden village in the land of water wasn't so far out to sea, perhaps Juanzo would have sent her over there to gather information a long time ago. Arrived. The skunk looked at the Naruto building, which hadn't changed much, and gave a rare smile, which faded instantly and turned his head back into a forlorn poker face. Let's go inside. The Dry Kakamoto Ghost Shark also looked up and surveyed the building, silently comparing it to the water shadow building in his mind. This was not a big difference, just different in appearance. He smiled in the sun. After all, the Mizukage building was all copied from Kiba village. The three of them stepped into the hall, which would have quite a few people in it. Weasel casually pointed to a crowded and lively place. There is the mission department, where Kiba ninja receive their missions. D-ranked missions, C-ranked missions, and some B-ranked missions can be received here, while other more advanced missions can only be received from Naruto-sama. In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can go here to pick up your quests. The reward, if you will, is much higher than the misty hidden village as a whole. The Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark secretly nodded. The fog hidden village was messed up by the 4th generation of the water shadow, plus the country of water is far above the sea, far away from the continent. The population is sparse, the trade is low, the economy was not good, the mission's honorarium is naturally not as high as the other ninja villages. Moreover, the fire country is the most prosperous country on the shinobi world. It has fertile land, suitable climate, beautiful mountains, and a large population, and the honorarium of the mission is needless to say. It is not known how much higher than the mist hidden village. Hello, please inform us that we have outgoing missions that have been completed and we need to meet with Naruto-sama to submit them. The Uchiha said to the ninja inside the counter by the stairs. This ninja, a member of the Uchiha clan, looked up and instantly recognized his family's Grand Duke, Uchiha Weasel, and without a second thought, he agreed and sent one of his men wriggling up the stairs to inform them. In fact, it would be fine for Uchiha Weasel to walk up to Naruto-sama directly with his people. But Uchiha Weasel was a person who followed the rules, so naturally, he wouldn't make anything special. While they waited, the appearance of the Drykazana Jirai had once again caused the ninjas there at the mission to gather around. Hey, you guys, look at that guy, he's pretty weird looking. Ha, it looks strange, like it's not from our village. Nonsense, the forehead protector on his head seems to be from the misty hidden village. Can't you even see it here? Who first looked at that ha, but the misty hidden village came to our village to do what Who knows? The ninjas at the quest ready to receive their quests talked in low voices. However, the skunk and the dry Kakamoto ghost shark both have the strength of an elite upper ninja, and their ears and eyes are bright, so they heard the low voices of the Kiba ninja talking clearly. The skunk didn't move and glanced at Draika's Onyakin, noticing that he was calm and even curiously surveying his surroundings. From the beginning of the contact with the dry Kakamoto ghost shark, to the middle of the observation, until now, the ferret also had to say, the father said really right. This dry Kakamoto ghost shark is a talent. Soon, the Uchiha who had gone up to inform them returned, informing them that they could go up. The Uchiha weasel was at the head, the Draikazana Musha went in the center, and Yakushino Neo was a little bit behind. Arriving at the door to Naruto's office, the Uchiha was just about to raise his hand to knock when the door to the room opened on its own. Auxiliary Lord. Nara Kagura nodded with a smile, her gaze lingering for a few seconds on Draikazana Musha behind the skunk. Nodding her head in a friendly manner, Naruto-sama is inside. You may go in. Okay. The Uchiha nodded respectfully. It had to be said that the Uchiha weasel was still acting respectfully in the face of these Kiba executives, and did not have that lonely and isolated look that outsiders saw. Narakagura turned around and went into the next room. Uchiha weasel casually introduced. Just now this is the Naruto auxiliary lord of the Konoha village, equivalent to your village's Genji, but not as much power as the Genji, with power under the Naruto. Draika's Onimusha nodded indistinctly. Get in. The three entered Naruto's office. Yakushino Nayu, who was walking at the end, closed the door. Coming? Fuyue sat on a couch in the waiting area to the right of the entrance and craned his head to see the tall shark head behind the skunk and his eyes lit up. He initially let the weasel and Yakushino Nayu go to a trip to the misty hidden village, but also with the idea of picking up the pieces. Did not expect the dry persimmon ghost sharks were really fooled by the two of them to come. Sit. Fuyu smiled and pointed to the opposite couch. Naruto was his dad, and skunk had nothing to be embarrassed about, so he just sat down. Seeing the skunk take the lead and sit down, Draikazana Jirai and Yakushino Nayu followed suit and sat down next to him. The golden eyes of the Draikazana Musha scanned the majestic four-sided face in front of him. This was the newly appointed fifth Naruto of the Konoha village? The fifth Naruto who said he would unify the shinobi world in the near future and give the world peace? The eyes of the dry persimmon ghost shark were on fire, as if he had seen his idol. He was more impulsive in nature, and just after sitting down, he couldn't help but get up and say, "The skunk said that you have a way to unify the ninja realm. Is that true?" Chapter 45, Susanoo. He couldn't wait to confirm from the other side if he was lying to himself. Fuyue didn't make a fuss. He didn't pull any eye of the moon plans either. Instead he planned to show his strength to Gonkeiki Onyakin. Let him see that invincible power, and he will surely believe it. Originally, he had wanted to have a chat with Draika's Jirai, but now it seemed that there was no need for that at all. Fuyu put down the teapot and got up. It's true. Come with me. I'll let you see the power of the unified shinobi world now. Dry Kakamoto ghost shark half believe half doubt. This will pay leap did not open the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Dry Kakamoto ghost shark naturally cannot perceive in front of this man has how terrifying strength. He only had a vague feeling that the fifth Naruto was dangerous. Nothing else was known. Father, are we waiting for you here? Skunk offered. Yakushino Nayu also sat obediently on the couch without moving. You guys come along for the ride. Fuyu waved his hand and took the lead to walk out of the room. It doesn't matter if it's for one person to see, or two or three, it doesn't matter. Weasel was his own son, and now that Kiba was his own master, there was no condition to go against him. Yakushino Nayu had the orphanage tie, and the only one who could control her, Junzo, was dead. If Yakushino Nayu didn't want anything to happen to the orphanage, loyalty was naturally guaranteed. Lord Patriarch. Along the way, the people of the Uchiha clan all saluted and greeted Fuyue when they saw him. Since the training grounds in the Uchiha clan lands were closest to the Naruto building, Fuyue simply brought the three of them to the training grounds in the Uchiha clan lands. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan have been quite busy lately, and there is no one in this training ground. After telling the skunk, Gon Kakamoto Jirai, and Yakushino Nayu to stand farther away, Fuyue opened his eternal kaleidoscope rider's eyes. The moment the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes appeared, Draika's Onimusha's face suddenly changed. He felt that this man was many times more powerful than before. However, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. A red giant appeared out of nowhere. In order to subjugate Draika's Jirai, Futsuki simply jumped straight to Susanoo full body. This is the full form of Susanoo that can only be opened by someone who has utilized the pupil power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to its fullest extent and has a huge amount of chakra of his own. At this time, the red Susanoo became abnormally large in size. its chakra stabilized, and its power could not only easily split large mountains and meteorites, but also had the ability to fly, as well as being able to make seals to make the jutsu that the caster was good at. A giant with red light flames, huge wings spreading out behind him, holding an 8-inch mirror in his left hand and a 10-fisted sword in his right. Fu Yue, who was standing on top of the giant's head, greeted the full form of his Susanoo for the first time, and he was also curious to survey his Susanoo's appearance. After all, Fu Yue's Susanoo had not been shown in the anime. Looking at the complete body of Susanoo, which was like a god of martial arts and was not inferior to Uchiha Zebra, Fu Yue's eyes flashed with a look of satisfaction when he saw the 8-inch mirror and 10-fist sword held on the hands of Susanoo. Fu Yue was also slightly stunned, not expecting that after fusing Uchiha Weasel's kaleidoscope writer's will eyes, Uchiha Weasel's 8-inch mirror and 10-fist sword had been inherited as well. What a surprise! But did Uchiha Weasel get these two legendary artifacts long before the night of extermination? The Yagyu mirror is a spirit shield without a solid body, possessing all changes in the nature of chakra, and can change its own properties to nullify an attack depending on the attributes of the attack. The 10-fist sword is a type of Kusanagi sword that can release the person it stabs into a world of intoxicating dreamlike illusions and seal them away. After obtaining these two divine artifacts, Fu Yue now even dared to fight hard against Tendo Pain. Fu Yue looked down at the Uchiha Weasel, Gon Kakamoto Onimusha, and Yakashino Neiyu, who were the size of 3 mole crickets below, and with a slight movement of his mind, Susanoo's wings unfolded and incited. As the huge air waves rolled between the flying sand and rocks, the huge red martial god was already floating in the air. The skunk looked at the huge Susanoo complete body and stayed in place for a moment. Naturally he recognized what it was. Before he lost his kaleidoscope he had also tried to summon the third power that could only be unlocked by kaleidoscopes, the power of the gods. But his attempts at that time could barely summon a half-finished product out of it. The second form, with a skeleton-like shape, covered in meridians and flesh and blood on top of the skeleton, wrapped in tunic-like chakra, and able to use weapons, he could sense that there was a subsequent form at that time, but if he wanted to continue, it would consume a considerable amount of pupil power, and it would even be detrimental to his own eyes. So he stopped. Spare me the tears of blood that flowed from his eyes afterwards. It took a long time for the sting to settle down. And father, this Susanoo, is this the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? The Uchiha was lost in thought. The Draikazana Jirai and Yakashino Neiyu standing next to him also looked shocked. The Draikas Oni stared wide-eyed, feeling the massive chakra within the giant's body as well as the powerful sense of oppression. And the shuriken muscle behind his back even communicated to him the idea of being unstoppable. He had a feeling that he wouldn't even be able to catch one of the giant's slashes. Is this the bottom line of this Naruto-sama's unification of the shinobi world? Draika's Onimusha's body trembled slightly, not with fear, but with excitement that could not be contained. Rumor has it that shinobi Shura Uchiha-zan mastered the power of a demon god in general and could summon a giant demon god. And since this lord is also from the Uchiha clan, I guess this giant is not much worse than that shinobi Shura's demon god. At the thought of this, Draikazana Jirai was invigorated beyond belief. Shinobi Shura, that's an existence on par with the invincible shinobi god of the world. It's only half a step behind the god of shinobi. He was thinking that if there was no god of the shinobi world, Chikuma, perhaps Shinobi Shura Uchiha would have gotten the title of god of the shinobi world as well. They, after all, had all been invincible. This lord also possesses a demonic god similar to Uchiha-zan. Lord equals Uchiha-zan equals god of the shinobi world. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded within the heart of the dry Kakamoto ghost shark, and the color of fervor instantly surged in his eyes. Today's ninja world doesn't have the heaven-defying existence of the god of ninjutsu, Ninjutsu Shura. If this lord really has the same strength as Uchiha Zebra, then what he said about unifying the shinobi realm in the near future is really possible. Just like Uchiha Zebra back in the day, pushing across the shinobi world. Who dares to disobey? Draikazana Jirai was tired of being numb to the process of carrying out missions to kill people, which is why he didn't hesitate to agree to follow and come to Konoha village when Uchiha Weasel said that he could create a peaceful future. And at this moment, he did see the power that could unify the shinobi world to achieve peace. Chapter 46. Noticing the change in Draika's Onimusha's expression, Fu Yue smiled slightly in his heart, knowing that Draika's Onimusha had already returned to his heart. So he disarmed his Susanoo and returned to the ground. Summoning a full-bodied Susanoo was not strenuous or even easy for Fu Yue, who possessed the eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. My lord, I, Dry Kakamaki Onimusha, am willing to submit, and I only hope that I can contribute in a small way to your goal of unifying the shinobi world, so that the shinobi world will always be at peace. Draika's Onimusha fervently got down on one knee and said, Well, Oni-chan, don't worry, that day won't be long. Futsuki smiled and helped Drika's Onigiri to his feet. Fuyue was originally a big tall man, and Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark are about the same height. You've worked hard to come back, so rest for a few days first. Fuyue looked at Weasel and said, Weasel, take Onigiri to Uchiha Yoshiro and ask him to arrange a residence in the clanland for Onigiri. Just tell him I said so. Then tomorrow, bring him to the Naruto building to do the formalities for Onigiri's identity. Yes. Well, at that Futsuki looked to the side at the well-behaved pharmacist. No Nayu. No Nayu. Yakashino Nayu had a quick wit and agreed. Doodle has returned to the village, so you can go back to the orphanage and meet him. Fuyue smiled. A hint of surprise flashed in Yakashino Nayu's eyes. She and Doodle hadn't seen each other in years due to the meddling of Gumiho, and she kinda missed the well-behaved and resourceful Doodle that had been at the orphanage. She couldn't wait to go back to the orphanage now to meet up with Doodle, wondering how Doodle had become after all these years. Did you eat properly and on time? Did you grow up properly? But she also knew that Doodle must have suffered a lot after being ordered to go to the enemy village as a spy by Suzu, and it was all good to be back alive now. Seeing Yakashino Nayu's mind flying out of the room, Fuyue waved his hand. Alright, let's dismiss here. I have something to do. I'll go back to the Naruto building first. Weasel, take care of Onimusha. Yes, father. The skunk agreed again, and Peleep smiled and nodded at the Drikazoni before turning to leave. With Fuyue's departure, Yakashino Nayu couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't wait to say goodbye to Weasel and Don Kakamoto Onaikan before rushing nonstop towards the orphanage. Drika's Onimusha whispered, Weasel, who is more powerful, Naruto-sama or that Shinobi Shura? Weasel heard Shinobi Shura first slightly stunned, then reacted, said Ancestor Uchiha Jana. The skunk thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty, they should all be about the same. Yeah, I think so. Drika's Onimusha hemmed and hawed. Come on, I'll take you to someone. The two left the training ground. Just now the time of Susanoo manifestation, to say not too long to say not too short, and did not make a big sound and noise, so in the village basically no one noticed. Even if someone saw it, it would probably just become a drunken conversation piece. As stated at the beginning, Futsuki didn't care about Susanoo being discovered, because the power of the Uchiha is well documented in past history. Even if the village spies had brought back the information that he could summon Susanoo, what would have happened? Would they have a way to deal with Susanoo? Joking. Full-bodied Susanoo, only the god of the shinobi world, Chikuma, can say that he is not afraid. As for others, in that era, the shinobi Shura Uchiha-zan, who possessed the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, was feared by countless powerful people, and who had the courage to face Uchiha-zan head-on, except for the two Chitos brothers? Over here, Futsuki went back to poking around in the Naruto building office. In the time since the skunk left the village, he had worked day in and day out. His back was tired, and naturally he could touch fish when he could at work during the day. The oldest son, Weasel, is not at home, and the only two children left in the house are Sasuke Naruto, who went to bed a long time ago. Fuyu admits that he, an old cadre, still can't resist Mikan's temptation. Far away in the land of soup, the famous and lively onsen town, an unexpected visitor was welcomed at this time. The tall man wore a forehead protector with the word oil, long white hair down to his waist with red markings below his eyes, and was dressed in a red tunic with a teal-colored shirt underneath, with clogs dangling from his feet. He looked calm and soothing to the extreme, but in reality, the light in his eyes flashed from time to time. Observing his surroundings to the fullest, he found a gambling house with extreme purpose. He looked up at the plaque, Sakura Gambling House? From what he had asked earlier, there seemed to be Tsunade's whereabouts on Hot Springs Street, and given what he knew about Tsunade, he was definitely right to come here and ask. Taking a step into the gambling house, he came to the front desk and inquired in a friendly manner. Hello, may I ask, is there a legendary big fat sheep here? It would be the middle of the day. There weren't many people in the gambling house, and the staff at the front desk looked drowsy. They stay up all night on this job. Hearing the visitor's inquiry, the staff member came to life and gave him a prodding glance, saying LOL, you're late, the big fat goat has already left. Jiraiya's face remained bland and unchanged as he continued. When did you leave? Without thinking, the staff member replied. 4 days. A lot of out-of-towners had come asking for news of the big fat goat in the past few days, too, and not just the strangely dressed man in front of him. Is that a ninja with an oiled forehead protector on his head? Just what country is this oil from again? The staff member surveyed the tall man in front of him, muttering and spitting in his mind. Hot Spring Street as the tourist attraction of Unakuni must go to the location. Here people come and go, mixed with dragons and snakes, basically people from all countries. The news here is also complicated. He has been working in this gambling house for so many years, but he has never heard about the country ninja village about the oil. Any idea where to go? The tall man continued to ask. The staff impatiently waved their hands. Who knows? We are a regular gambling house. We won't pry into the whereabouts of our guests. The tall man's face remained unchanged, and he left with a word of thanks. The staff member's thoughts, which had just been interrupted by the tall man, continued again, and he thought and thought and thought, and suddenly his face changed. Wait, oil forehead protector on head, white hair. He suddenly remembered the small talk he'd heard from guests years ago while he was cleaning. The features match up. His eyes glazed over and his drowsiness disappeared instantly. Isn't this the legendary Jiraiya-sama? One of the three ninjas? Yoo-hoo! It was the first time he had seen such a famous figure. He hurriedly ran out of the front desk and rushed out of the gambling house, eagerly looking left and right. But unfortunately that tall figure had already disappeared into the crowd. He sighed and returned to the front desk, pulling a small book out of a drawer, only to see a few small words written boldly on the cover. Make out paradise. Egu. I was trying to get an autograph from Jiraiya-sama. I was so blind that I saw it in person but didn't recognize it. Chapter 47, Old Friends Reunited. After Jiraiya left the gambling house, he searched all the way, and finally, 2 days later, he blocked Tsunade's master and disciples in a border town of Unakuni. Jiraiya, what brings you here? The drunken Tsunade's eyes were misty, her eyes narrowed to slits, and her face was as red as a ripe apple. Shizuka helplessly got up and saluted. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama is drunk. Why don't we talk tomorrow? Jiraiya ignored Shizuka and instead took a long look at Tsunade, and after a moment of silence, spoke in a hushed voice. Tsunade, you already know the news of Sensei's death? Tsunade, who just now had a dazed, ghostly, daydreaming look in her eyes, had a sharp glint in her eyes. Yes, how could she, one of the three ninjas and known as the Saint of Healing, get drunk because of alcohol? It was just a matter of whether she wanted to get drunk or not, and knowing her, Jiraiya could see that she wasn't drunk. Knowing what Jiraiya had come for, Tsunade sighed, sat up straight, and said, what do you want? Without waiting for Jiraiya to speak, she said without a word, you want to avenge your teacher? Come to me to ask me to come along? A hint of despondency flashed in her eyes. But I'm suffering from blood phobia. I can't utilize 10% of my strength, so I can't help you. Jiraiya opened his mouth, somewhat dumbfounded. Yeah, he'd forgotten about Tsunade's phobia of blood, and had just come here in a hot-headed attempt to find Tsunade and Orochimaru. Your hemophobia. Jiraiya felt a headache. How many years had passed, and the knot in Tsunade's heart still hadn't been untied? This hemophobia is so. Tsunade, one of the three shinobi, was almost as good as ruined because of her fear of blood. Confusion flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Tsunade couldn't help herself. So go to Orochimaru? Yes, and Orochimaru. Surely Orochimaru wouldn't deny himself. Tsunade sighed as she saw the light in Jiraiya's eyes grow. Sit down and join us for a drink? Facing Tsunade's invitation, Jiraiya shook his head decisively. I have to go. After saying that, he disappeared into the night without a moment's pause. Go find Orochimaru. Tsunade stood on the second-floor balcony of the inn, looking at Jiraiya's figure as it disappeared into the night, wondering what she was thinking. Shizuka, who had volunteered to go out and purchase a late-night snack downstairs just moments before, returned just in time to see that only Tsunade-sama was left in the room, and asked suspiciously, where's Jiraiya-sama? Tsunade sighed and sat down at the table, savoring the late-night snack Shizuka had bought. He's gone. I don't know why. In the past, these delicious late-night snacks, but at the moment, it is tasteless to eat. Shizuka looked at Tsunade-sama with this look on her face, and instead of asking, she silently poured Tsunade-sama a drink. The next day, the Tsunade-Shizuka duo continued their journey, getting on the big boat for the return trip. Shizuka had something she didn't know if she should ask or not, but she couldn't help but ask after holding it in for a long time. Tsunade-sama, are we going back to the land of fire? Leaning on the railing of the blowing sea breeze, Tsunade squinted. A flock of seagulls spread their wings in the distance and flew over. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been back, so let's go back this time. Tsunade murmured. Kiba village. Yakushino Nayu, who had just come out of the Uchiha clanland, headed towards the orphanage with hurried steps, pulling out the photo he had with him and looking at the young man in the photo. Yakushino Nayu inadvertently smiled happily. She was apprehensive and expectant as she was about to meet Doodle, whom she hadn't seen in years. Passing by a burst of fragrant food stalls, Yakushino Nayu thought about stopping. Long time no see pocket. Also work outside almost a week, did not go back. Have to bring some good food back to the children. Boss, give me 30 skewers of tricolored balls. And 30 skewers of this too. With a soft smile on his face, Yakushino Nayu finished touching his pockets and suddenly blushed. Crap, there seems to be a bit of a shortage of money. She hadn't brought much money with her on this trip out on a mission. The money that Tuanzu had allocated to the orphanage before he died had been left in the orphanage without her. She had brought 100,000 with her before she left the house, and had used it up on her way to Susanoo. Now when I feel my pockets, I pull out 2 1,000s and a couple of coins in the hundreds. Wait, boss, I'd rather not. Yakashino Neyu awkwardly stopped the boss from taking the 3 colored pills. What yo? Want it or not? The owner said, disgruntled. Don't. Yakashino Neyu said in a rush. Embarrassed, she apologized again. Sorry. Came out without money. I'll buy it next time. Yakashino Neyu bowed carelessly twice and was about to get her feet wet when suddenly someone called out to her. Yakashino Neyu? A tentative, good-natured voice came from the rear. Yakashino Neyu looked back in surprise and saw a beautiful figure. You are looking at this beautiful, gentle-looking beauty. Yakashino Neyu was momentarily in hesitation. Suddenly a fragment flashed through his mind. It was back in the days of ninja school, when she was at the same table, the girl who had been gentle since she was a child. You're Makoto? Yakashino Neyu returned to his senses. Uchiha Mitsuru pursed her lips and smiled. It's been a long time. No you. Yeah, it's been a while. Yakashino Neyu also showed a soft smile. When she was in the ninja school, she had the best relationship with her tablemate Mikan. At that time, she was just an ordinary villager's child, while Mikan was the child of the Uchiha's powerful family. But Mikan didn't have the condescending attitude of those powerful children, and treated her gently as well. It wasn't long before the Third Shinobi World War broke out, and she was chosen by Lord Junzo to enter the roots because of her outstanding talent. Once you enter the root, it is like the sea, and from then on the two of you are road users. Speaking of which, this was their first meeting after all these years. That said, Makoto is now Naruto-sama's wife. Yakashino Neyu, who had just revealed a smile, suddenly became a bit formal. Mrs. Naruto Yakashino Neyu put away her smile and bowed in a formal manner. Greetings, Makoto-sama. Yet Uchiha Mitsuru didn't care about her estrangement. With lotus steps, she came to her side and pointed at the 3 colored pills. Boss, she just asked for everything she said. I'll pay for it, said Uchiha Mitsuru, looking down and pulling money out of her bag. Yakashino Neyu with his head bowed sighed in his heart. It was true that Mikan was still the same gentle Mikan, even now that she had become Mrs. Naruto. There was still no change. She looked up thankfully. Thank you, Makoto. I'll pay you back when I get back. Uchiha Mitsuru waved her hand. No need. We're still talking about this between us. Uchiha Mitsuru asked the doubt in her heart that had plagued her for years. Back then, you didn't say anything. You dropped out of ninja school. And where the hell did you go after that? There's no news of you anywhere. Chapter 48, Mother and Son Recognized. Yakashino Neyu pulled back her sideburns. When I was first chosen by Lord Tuanzu to join the Root Division and trained as a spy ninja, I spent the early years gathering information outside, then returned to the village and became the director of an orphanage. Yakashino Neyu was a little embarrassed. So it is. Uchiha Mitsuru sighed. She knew through her husband's side of the family what kind of person Junzo was. Roots. A word. I just saw you coming out of the Uchiha clanland. Uchiha Mitsuru asked curiously. Yakashino Neyu hesitated for a moment, but answered. I work for Naruto-sama now. Uchiha Mitsuru was about to ask, when the owner said, it's all packed. Beautiful. Yakashino Neyu gave an all-apologetic smile to Uchiha Mitsuru. Mitsuru, I'm still in a hurry to get back. Well okay then, bye. We'll get together again sometime. Uchiha Mitsuru smiled. Yakashino Neyu nodded heavily, lifted the 2 bags of packed snacks, and took a step back. Uchiha Mitsuru watched Yakashino Neyu disappear at the end of the street before going to the market to buy food. Soon her husband and kids will be home from work and school, and she has to hurry to buy the groceries and come home to cook. As soon as they come back they'll be almost ready for a hot meal. Yakashino Neyu returns to the orphanage at the edge of the village. When I entered, the children were all in a circle in the yard, chattering about something. Yakashino Neyu vaguely saw a teenager standing inside through the children and excitedly walked over to him. Boys, I'm home. At the sound of Yakashino Neyu's voice, children large and small greeted him with excitement and cheers. Auntie Dean is back. There were also some kids inside the room who didn't come out, and an eager kid ran in and yelled out the information, which brought out several more excited kids. Kids, I bought some goodies for you all. All have a share huh? Don't grab them. Nana, you give them to everyone. 1 bunch of tricolored balls for each person, and this flapjack for each person. Yakashino Neyu was in a hurry to meet up with Taku, so instead of dividing it up himself, he ordered one of the older children, who was usually well-behaved and obedient, to come and divide up the snacks for everyone. Okay, Auntie Dean, leave it to me. The young girl took 2 large bags of snacks from her, and the children were well behaved and lined up on their own, not coaxing at all. At this point, freeing up his hands, Yakashino Nayu searched for the pocket. Toodles? Her gaze fell on the unfamiliar teenager in the courtyard, and a puzzled look flashed in her eyes. Who are you, child? Yakashino Nayu looked at the strange teenager and asked in confusion. The teenager had short silver hair that didn't go past his ears, wore glasses, and was clearly about Nana's age, but he looked as calm as water, with a vicissitude and steadiness that didn't match him. Where did this teenager come from? Where's the pocket? Tu watched the whole thing and heard the children call this beautiful woman Auntie Mother Superior, and memories that had been dormant in his mind for many years slowly surfaced. Yakashino Nayu's features slowly combined with the gentle, mother-like Mother Superior that he remembered so fondly. Upon seeing Yakashino Nayu's puzzled face asking who he was and not recognizing him, Yakashito couldn't help but let a tear fall from his nose. Dean's mom. It's Doodle. The corners of Yakashito's mouth trembled as he tried to say the words, but realized that he was too excited to make a sound for a moment. At that moment Nana, who was sharing a snack, reminded, Auntie Dean, he's Doodle He said his name was Yakushi Doodle. A flash of disbelief flashed in Yakashino Nayu's eyes as she hurriedly pulled the photo she had cherished for so many years out of her pocket. Compare the photo to the teenager in front of you. Not at all. But the more carefully she looked at the teenager in front of her, the more familiar she felt. Comparing it with the memory of her childhood tout want, there are 6 or 7 points of similarity. Suddenly Yakashino Nayu's heart fluttered as if he had thought of something, and his face clouded over. She realized that this picture of the man named Yakashito that Lord Suzu had been giving her all along was a fake. Although she didn't know why Lord Junzo was doing this, she knew that Lord Junzo had to be up to something if he would do this. Yakashino Nayu, for some reason, a trace of gratitude inexplicably rose in his heart, always feeling as if something bad had gotten away from him. It's a good thing Lord Junzo is dead. Whatever he wanted to do, he couldn't do it anymore. Yakashino Nayu dropped the picture and opened his arms with a big, shaky smile. Come here, kid. Pocket couldn't hold back any longer and stormed into Dean's mom's arms. By the way, it's this reassuring embrace. He pined for the arms of Mother Dean for countless days and nights. Dean's mom. I'm home. Yakashima choked back tears. Yakashino Nayu gently patted Doodle's back tenderly, his right hand gently stroking Doodle's head. Tough job, Doodle. Welcome back. Back then, when Lord Gumiho wanted to take Hood from the orphanage, she did not agree. But the next door could not be twisted. Gumiho threatened her that if Hood did not go with him, he would do it to the other children. And Yakashino Nayu was forced to send Hood to Negi Gumiho. Thankfully it's all behind them and no one will ever threaten them again. The Land of Fire, the Imperial Palace, the residence of the 12 Guardian Shinobi. After Toho gets off duty, she goes to Sarutobi Asuma's room with the intention of replacing Saito, who was watching Asuma. However, she pushes the door open to find Saito lying unconscious on the bed while Asuma, who Saito was to be watching, is already gone. Dong Mao was so shocked that he rushed over to wake up Saito. Shido whimpered, rubbing the back of his sore head as he awoke. Opening his eyes to see an anxious-looking Dong Mao, he looked around furiously, but saw no sign of Asmar. His face darkened, knowing that the Asmar guy had let his guard down, knocked him out and ran away. Shido, where's Asma? Although Dong Mao had already guessed the result, he did not die and asked. Shido blushed hard. He ran away. Ah, how could you let him get away? Don't you know how dangerous he is now? The Sarutobi clan has been wiped out. What good can he do going back alone? Toho said as he hated it. Shido muttered in dissatisfaction. What can I do if he wants to run away? I can't even keep an eye on him on my own. Okay. Dong Mao's face was anxious and he was about to say something, when the steady voice of Jilu came from the doorway. Forget it. It's all fate. We can't stop Asma if he wants to go. It's a calamity that belongs to Asma himself. He needs to get through it on his own. What we can do has already been done. No. I have to go help him. Chapter 49, Asma's Departure. Toho gritted his teeth and surprisingly tried to run out of the window to chase after Asma, who had been gone for a long time. Shido's face changed drastically. A hint of hidden jealousy flashed in his eyes as he pulled Dong Mao back and shouted lowly, "You're crazy. Are you going to follow Asma to his death as well?" Toho had a complicated look in his eyes. Sito, aren't we all Guardian Shinobi 12? It's only right that we should watch over and help each other. Shido snorted coldly. We've advised him properly these days, and even took turns guarding him. It's him who can't figure it out and has to go himself. How can we stop him? Didn't you hear what Dilu said? This is his own matter. This would be the other two of the Redo Quartet. Shido's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them and he said sharply, Kitako, Nanwo, you guys have to persuade Toho. She wants to go help Sarutobi Asma? Wouldn't you say it's crazy? Kitsuko exclaimed. Asma's gone? He entered the door and sure enough Asmar was nowhere to be seen in the room. Manhwa, on the other hand, grasped the point and rushed up to persuade. Don't get carried away. Toho, we still have our duty of guarding the daimyo on the line. Asma wants to leave. That's justifiable for him. He's got a big grudge to avenge. But what's the deal with you wanting to leave as well? A look of struggle flashed in Toho's eyes, and at the persuasion of a few people, he sighed quietly, never again talking about catching up with Asmar to help. Seeing Toho's relief, the other 3 members of the Rado Quad were relieved. In their opinion, the probability of Sarutobi Asma getting his revenge is almost zero. They admitted that although Asma's strength was very good, even vaguely surpassing theirs, the 4 of them weren't about fighting alone. They were called the Rado 4 because the 4 of them exerted more power together. And so what if Asmar is stronger than them? There have to be more powerful upper ninja like Asma in Konoha village, right? Not to mention the fact that Asma's enemy was that Uchiha clan, which was known as the #1 clan in the shinobi world. Sarutobi Asma running back now on a hothead is just a death sentence. They had been colleagues with Asma for several years, and it wasn't easy for them to just watch Asma go back to die, but they had done all they could to make it better. And there wasn't much they could do if Asma didn't listen to them and had to go back to die. Toho's thoughts about Asma, though well hidden, couldn't be hidden from the 3 of them. They could understand if Toho wanted to go after Asma to help her, but they couldn't do it if they were to do the same. As co-workers for a few years now, they could only wish Asma all the best at the moment in their hearts. Jilu sighed, said Amatba, and returned to his room. Over here, Asma had traveled all night and just about stormed out of the capital. Sarutobi Asma stopped at a large tree and looked back at the large city where he had stayed for several years, relieved and at the same time a little forlorn after seeing that no one was coming after him. Immediately, he put away all his emotions and gritted his teeth to continue his journey. Father, Kiba Maru. Sarutobi Asma had bloodshot eyes and a hideous facial expression. Damn you Uchiha, I'm going to make you pay in blood. He ran furiously in the direction of Kiba village. 2 days later, Kiba village, Uchiha clanland, the clan leader's house. When Fuyu opened his eyes in the morning, he saw the sunlight spilling onto the floor through the gap in the curtains, and subconsciously touched the comforter beside him, which was unexpectedly empty. The room wasn't soundproofed very well, and he could vaguely hear the cries of the 2 ingrates, Naruto and Sasuke, downstairs. Fuyue came to the windowsill and stretched a great deal. Another beautiful day. He came downstairs with his slippers hanging down, just in time to see the 2 of them, Naruto and Sasuke, grabbing the remote control for the TV station. He couldn't help but curse. It's a day and a half, and there are only 3 channels on TV, so I don't know what I'm grabbing. At the sight of the imposing tall man coming down the stairs, Naruto and Sasuke, who were fighting over the remote control, also moved to call out to someone. Uncle, you're awake, Naruto exclaimed happily. Sasuke was not far behind in shouting, Father. During this period of time, Sasuke could clearly feel that his father seemed to have changed, as if he had become a different person, and was much more kind to him, not having the same harsh attitude as he used to have, which made him relieved that he wasn't as fearful of his father Sama as he used to be. After shouting at people, Sasuke scrambled for the remote. Damn it Naruto, you lost last night. It's my turn to watch the remote today. Do you want to back out? Turns out the 2 had a rock-paper-scissors date last night before they went to bed, with the winner getting the right to watch TV for the rest of the day. Naruto grabbed the remote and refused to let go, muttering, I don't remember. Wasn't I the one who won last night? It's my turn to watch today. Seeing Naruto say he didn't remember at one point and then change his mind to say he won, Sasuke, who knew in his heart that he was trying to pull a fast one, wailed, Damn you, Naruto, you big dummy. Hey, these 2 unlucky kids, they're really noisy all day long. Fuyu shook his head helplessly and ran straight to the restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He saw that Makoto was in the kitchen fixing breakfast, so he had to hurry up and wash his face and brush his teeth. Sure enough, just after brushing his teeth and getting ready to wash his face, he heard Makoto's call. Anata, hurry up, it's time to get ready to eat the noodles. Just coming, you guys eat first. Fuyu answered with his mouth, wiped his face haphazardly, and quickly walked to the living room. At the table, there were several large bowls of steaming noodles, each with a loose egg lying in it, looking colorful and delicious. Sasuke and Naruto sat back in their chairs, watching the TV with gusto, while Mikan was packing up their school bags for the 2 of them. No one eating first. Fuyu knew they were waiting for him and hurried over to sit down. Dinner is served. Fuyu greeted. Naruto was the first to react, moving quickly to pick up the noodles and take a big bite. Sasuke gave Naruto a blank look and moved to consume the noodles with grace. The previous habit of this family was to eat rice in the morning as well, but Fuyu still wasn't quite used to it. so he had Meichin lay down noodles for breakfast in the morning. In addition, before are no chairs kneeling to sit down to eat. Fuyu again defined Yamato. Got chairs out. He always felt awkward and uncomfortable sitting on his knees. Fuyue finished his noodles and sat aside picking his teeth with a toothpick, and was thinking about things when he heard Mikan say, "Anada, come back early today." "Oh, I've called Nan-Neiyu to come to our house as a guest." Futsuki nodded his head with a hum. In the couple's small talk last night before going to bed, Mikan had already told him about her relationship with Yakashino Neiyu. Knowing for the first time about the fact that Uchiha Mikan and Yakashino Neiyu were very good friends when they were young, Fuyue was also surprised. "I didn't realize the two could be related." "Okay, little ones, it's time for us to get going." Fuyue clapped his hands and went to the foyer to change his shoes. Chapter 50, The Surprised Hinata. Sasuke and Naruto also surged to the basement door one after the other. Uchiha Mitsuru hurriedly picked up the two school bags on the couch and chased after them, rambling to Sasuke. "Naruto, bottom line is to be good in school." Fuyue had just pushed open the door when he saw Uchiha Weasel returning sweating profusely. "Father," the Uchiha greeted respectfully. Out training again early in the morning?" Fuyue smiled. In the past few days since the skunk's return, he'd been working out at the clan's training grounds most mornings. "Yes, father." After the Uchiha replied, he saw Sasuke Uchiha, who had just come out of the room, pounce on him and call out Oni-chan in a mushy voice. Seeing his dear brother, the Uchiha also gave a rare and gentle smile. At this point Naruto came out right after, also yelling out and hugging Uchiha Weasel. "Weasel big brother." The smile at the corner of the Uchiha's mouth widened a few more points and he stroked Sasuke Naruto's head in a doting manner. "You too, listen to your teachers at school. Yo, well, get to school, don't be late." The Uchiha smirked. Naruto grinned broadly. "Stupid Sasuke, let's race to see who gets to school first." Sasuke grimaced and ignored him. Feeling a bit bored by being ignored, Naruto put his hands behind his back and kept his head down, wondering what he was thinking. The Uchiha stood in the doorway and watched their tiny figures disappear at the end of the street before shaking his head and going inside. When Mikan heard the door open, she thought it was her husband or the kids who had forgotten something and came out of the kitchen to see that it was the skunk who had returned. Mikan smiled and asked, "You're back. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" The skunk stated that he had eaten on the way back, and said he went into the bathroom to take a shower. Mikan also did not care about this eldest son. The eldest son has grown up. Before a period of time she was quite worried about the psychological state of the eldest son, but now it seems to be a lot better. There is no longer that kind of everything is stifled in the heart of the appearance. She also rest assured quite a lot, and went back to the kitchen to continue to wash the dishes. Sasuke walked out of the gates of the Uchiha clan land and glanced at Naruto next to him, slightly surprised. "What's wrong with this idiot Naruto today? I can't believe he hasn't made a scene in 5 minutes." But it was just what he wanted, peace and quiet, and it was best to keep it that way until school. However, the sudden blast in his ears made Sasuke subconsciously shiver, reacting with both eyes blazing as he looked at Naruto, who was clutching his stomach and wincing with laughter. "Naruto, you idiot, do you want to get your ass kicked?" Sasuke quietly clenched his fists, realizing that something was wrong. Naruto's eyes darted around and he hurriedly sped off. "Stop right there." Sasuke gritted his teeth and went after him. "This idiot Naruto, I knew he wouldn't be so honest." Running near the school, Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw the two girls walking side by side in front of him and he padded over to greet them. "Good morning, Sakura." Sakura with her wide forehead and pink hair twisted her head to see that it was Naruto. How nice it would be if it was Sasuke, Sakura thought to herself. Beside him, Ino said breathlessly, "Naruto, why don't you yell at me?" Naruto scratched his head. "Ino's here too. He smiled awkwardly. Ino rolled his eyes, suddenly seeing the figure appear behind Naruto. His eyes lit up and he quietly elbowed Sakura. Sakura looked away disgruntled and Ino whispered, "Sakura, it's Sasuke." Sakura heard Naruto let out a cry of pain the next moment. Ouch! Naruto clutched his head, feeling a big bump. The relieved Sasuke had just shown a hint of a smile, and after noticing the gazes Ino and Sakura were casting, he instantly turned back into a high-strung poker face. "Sasuke, why are you hitting me?" Naruto muttered disgruntledly. "That's what just came back. You idiot," Sasuke said in a high-strung voice. Sakura's little heart pounded as she looked at the handsome Sasuke, running into Sasuke in the middle of the morning. "God, I'm getting lucky too," Sakura thought with her eyes bubbling. Turning to see Naruto next to Sasuke, Sakura couldn't help but feel jealous. Naruto, the idiot, why does he keep coming to school with Sasuke these days? She hadn't realized that Naruto had taken up residence in Sasuke's house, waiting for a chance to ask Naruto what's going on. Sakura thought darkly. She looked at Naruto, who was holding his head and giggling beside her. and suddenly realized that he had changed a little? Instead of the old orange outfit that I wore for a year, I got a nice change of clothes. Sakura was stuck in her memories. It seemed like Naruto wasn't wearing orange these days? Since when? By the way, it started last week. Sakura suddenly shook her head, shaking this horrible thought out of her head. Horrible. Naruto, get out of my head quickly. Really? Naruto is none of my business. No matter what happens to him, it's none of my business. Sakura thought this. Not far from them, at the end of the street at their feet, stood the magnificent building, the Naruto building. Naruto's office on the 3rd floor. Kiba's top brass gathered together. 5th generation Naruto Futsuki, Naruto auxiliary Nara Kagura, Naruto advisor Uchiha Satoru, and Naruto advisor Hyuga Hinata. The newest 4 bigwigs gathered here early in the morning, preparing for a meeting. Naruto auxiliary Nara Kagura glanced at Futsuki, and after receiving an affirmation, he rose to report. Naruto-sama, the village's finances aren't quite enough anymore. 8 days have passed since the last time the Fire Country's financial department allocated money, and according to the past practice, it was supposed to be delivered the day before yesterday, no matter how much. Nara Kagura spoke his speculative analysis. In my opinion, it should have been delivered on the day of the Naruto ceremony. It should have been the news we sent to notify the Fire Country's imperial family that made their imperial family dissatisfied, and by doing so, they pressed down the money delivery team that was supposed to set off, and wanted to use it to pin us down. Before Fuyu could say anything, Uchiha Sure who jumped out, his beard and hair all aglow with anger like a lion. What? This is outrageous. Their Fire Country imperial family is really living out of patience. Naruto-sama. Uchiha Satoru clasped his fists. Naruto-sama, why don't you let me lead my men to exterminate the Fire Country's imperial family, so that our village can support an obedient puppet of its own? Uchiha Sihu this statement. In addition to Fuyu, Nara Kagyu face expression immobile. The remaining one advisor Hyuga Hinata was shocked, looking at the fuming Uchiha Sihu. I seem to say again, Old Iron, you are serious? Exterminate the Fire Country imperial family? He subconsciously wanted to exit to stop. Suddenly he sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. His heart cautiously put his eyes to look. The 5th generation of Naruto Fuyue was looking at himself expressionlessly, while Naruto auxiliary Nara Kagyu was calmly sipping his tea. Chapter 51, Hyuga Hinata. He took another look at the fuming Uchiha Sahu, and suddenly realized that there were some signs of acting. Swallowed back the words that had reached his throat. With his head down, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his mind was cracking up. Good you Nara Kagura. You guys secretly discussed it and hid it from me, right? Therefore senior meeting. The 5th generation of Naruto has a veto. Naruto advisor Uchiha Satoru is Naruto's people. Naruto auxiliary Nara Kagura also defected to Naruto. This is 3 votes. What is their opinion? Honestly, not much use. These days after becoming a Naruto advisor, the mighty days. Let Hinata a little drifted. Until now. He thought about it, the mindset instantly corrected. Fuyu looked at Hyuga Hinata Hibiki's appearance of being an eye-watcher. The corner of his mouth tugged and almost laughed out loud. This guy, when the advisor floats very. He today meeting is indeed playing to warn Hyuga Hibachi some of the mind. In advance, with Nara Kagura and Uchiha Sihu communication. Did not expect Hyuga Hibachi does not get on the set. Look at his appearance. It seems to think about it. After that it will be honest quite a lot. Pei Leap coughed. And Nara Kagura knew it was time for him to come out. Noticing Nara Kagura casting a hint of regret, Hyuga Hinata's heart shivered, cursing in her mind as she looked up at Naruto-sama with determined eyes wanting to join the party. He decided, whatever decision you, Naruto-sama, are going to make, I agree in one word. Strongly agree. Must agree. Carry out the line of the previous Hyuga clan that exalted the Naruto line to the end. Nara Kagyu eyes flashed a trace of speechlessness, then loudly said, see who advisor. Do not have to be so. Do not have to be so. The old saying is good. First courtesy before the army, and perhaps the Fire Country royal family side of the situation. We can first send people over to inquire about it. After Uchiha Sure who heard Nara Kagyu's exhortation, that anger on his face instantly disappeared into thin air, and he lowered his eyebrows and said, Auxiliary Kagyu has a point. It's the old man, I'm the one who's been rash. Hyuga Hinata watched the two of them put on a tie show, hiding her hands in the cuffs of her wide sleeves and secretly clenching her fists. Counselor Hinata, what is your opinion? Nara Kagura said with a smirk as she looked at Hyuga Hinata. Harder fists. Hinata thought so in her heart, but with her mouth she said, I don't have a problem with that. I think Auxiliary Kagyu has a point. Naruto-sama. Nara Kagura looked respectfully at the 5th Naruto again and paid the leap. Fuyu clapped his hands and said, Auxiliary Kagyu has a point. As the old saying goes, you should give a gift before you send a soldier. Maybe the appropriation sent from the imperial family side of the fire country is already on its way. That's how it is. Advisor Kagyu. Why don't you send some people to the capital of the fire country to see what's going on? Okay, Naruto-sama. Nara Kagura smiled and nodded. I agree. Uchiha Sahu was not to be outdone. Aha! Hyuga Hinata thought to herself, whatever you say. I'll just nod my head anyway. Good. Then, Pei jumped up and escorted the three out of Naruto's office. Kiba Village Gate. The two of them, Kamizuki Izumo and Gekko Tetsu, pushed open the gate with a huff, and behind them was a group of civilians picking out their curtsies. The gate pushed open and a bunch of similarly dressed civilians stood outside as well. Once Kamizuki Izumo and Gekko Tetsu pushed open the gates, they saw to it that they stepped to the sides and stood, ignoring the civilians coming in and out. Some of these civilians came into the village last night to stock up and took them out to sell early the next morning, because Kiba Village is the safest place in the Land of Fire. There are a number of gathering places, which can also be called villages, around the village. These are the people who buy goods in Kiba Village and take them to these villages to sell them. Because of the existence of Kiba Village, the neighborhood of Kiba Village can be considered safe. The reason why I say this is because from time to time, the Kiba Village would issue quests to clear out the neighboring mountain bandits or fierce beasts. This kind of mission would normally be designated as a C-rank mission, and the lower ninja of the Kiba Village. The middle ninja are especially fond of these kinds of missions, against mountain bandits who aren't ninjas. Wouldn't they just love it? Sure, sometimes there were wandering ninjas who didn't want to die roaming the neighborhood, occasionally causing small casualties, but for the large and powerful Konoha village, the deaths of individual lower ninja and middle ninjas were not surprising. Generally speaking, Kamizuki Izumo and Steel Tie would not care if these civilians entered or left Kiba Village. What are their duties? Standing guard. Just a gatekeeper. It can serve as some warning, but not much. After all, the Kiba Village itself is set up with a boundary, and the average small card up to the meter. Even if it can get past them, it can't get into Kiba. And the two of them, they're Nakanabu. The target of their precaution is the ninja, because knots don't work on civilians. They work on ninjas who have chakra in their bodies. Ninjas who wanted to enter the Kiba Village could not enter the Kiba Village that had a boundary set up without a specific hand seal or their permission. And their role is then found ninja. Ask each other the origin of the purpose. Is the village will let them in? Not the village. Will give their superiors to go a message. Ask their opinion. The superiors can decide. Will inform them. The superiors cannot decide. Will go to a higher place to inform the news, such as the Naruto building. That's why they're ignoring all these civilians coming in and out. Izumo, let's get another massage tonight. Steel Tie, who had a white bandage on his face, winked and grinned lewdly. Originally a little sleepy God Moon Izumo. Once he heard him say this, instantly sleepy. You say this, I can come to the spirit. Kamizuki Izumo raised an eyebrow and gave an equally lewd smile. Hey, yeah, I'm switching girls tonight. I'll take that 004 Tekka? Kamizuki Izumo was stuck, struggling to recall. Steel Tie, who was on the sidelines, reminded, it's the mechanic law. A flush of excitement welled up on Kamizuki Izumo's face. Yes, it's the technician. I'm going to order technician 004 tonight. I'm not changing. I'm still ordering that mechanic from last night. Ha 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 ha. The two looked at each other with lewd smiles. They also heard last night that a new store had opened on Old Asakusa Street, right next door to Akito Yakitori, saying it was a massage parlor. Massage they know a little bit about, but is it necessary to have a store that specializes in massage? People I know recommend this place so much that they make sure to try and experience it once. And it's not that expensive anyway. It's the cost of a meal at the barbecue place next door. It wasn't really expensive for the two of them as single ninjas. So the two of them, who had nothing better to do, paired up. Upon arriving at the store, the first thing you see is the 10 photographs taped to one wall. Chapter 52, Yubari read. Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yubari out of the village. Immediately, they caught their eyes, all good-looking girls. They were immediately energized. Immediately afterward, they were entertained by staff dressed as waiters, saying that they should look at the photo wall to see if there was anyone they liked, and that they could designate one of them to give them a massage. Ahem. Of course, it's a regular massage. So they each picked a girl on the wall and the staff introduced them to a dimly lit room. A novel experience that was really a first for their big girl. Let's not talk about the massage, but the service attitude made them very satisfied. Now what kind of store in Kiba Village has this kind of hospitality and serves you a fruit plate so you can eat first? They didn't have to wait long before they heard a knock on the door, followed by the entrance of two girls in black silk. The two fixed their eyes and realized that it was the girl they had just chosen for themselves on the photo wall. Sure enough, it looks exactly like the photo. Well, not photoshopped. A stone fell from both men's hearts. With almost an hour of massage service, the two people can be said to be satisfied out of this massage parlor. And even Steel Z-Tai still can't get enough of looking up at the store signboard, a pine plaque, on which a few big words with a dragon flying on it were still fluorescent in pink color. Panacea. It was money well spent. It feels like all the fatigue of the day has disappeared. At the main entrance, Kamizuki Izumo and Steel Tai had just gotten to work, and were looking forward to the end of the day coming soon. The two of them agreed to skip home from work and go straight to the old Asakusa Street, rubbing it in at Akito Yakiniku, and then going straight next door to Panshin. What are you two muttering about? Smiling so lewdly? A crunching sound startled the two men. The two of them, Kamizuki Izumo and Steel Tai, hurriedly looked over, and it turned out to be the three old classmates, Yuzuru, Tsukimitsu Gale, and Yuzuki Yuzuru. Seeing them dressed as ninjas, Steel Tai said curiously, "You guys are leaving the village to do a quest?" Without waiting for the three to speak, Kamizuki Izumo, who was on the sidelines, asked suspiciously, "Hey, Gale, can you leave the village now?" The moment Godmoon Izumo said this, several other people's faces changed slightly. Tsukimitsu Gale was previously working in the Naruto Direct Art Department, and some time ago when the 5th Naruto came to power, quite a few members of the Naruto Direct Art Department were taken in, and Tsukimitsu Gale was no exception. A few of their old classmates were still partying together that night, and the next thing they knew, they saw Kakashi taking Moonlight Blast away with several red ice. Bluffing, they froze, still not knowing what was going on, and Blast's girlfriend, Usagi Yuzuru, was so worried that she was close to making a move, but was stopped by Kakashi. A few of them are also hastily pulling Yuzuki Yuzuru. Cannot let Yuzuki Yuzuru really do it. This person Kakashi but the dark part of the captain. To him to take a shot can have good fruit to eat? Also Kakashi is an old acquaintance of theirs. They don't think Kakashi will do anything to Gale. Also Kakashi said that there is nothing wrong with Gale, so they should wait patiently. Later they realized that the whole village was under martial law. Something big had happened, and Naruto had changed places. While most of the members of Naruto's immediate dark side were released the next day, they were out of a job as well. Godmoon Izumo this time also just thought of the previous things. Mentioned a mouth. See, a few old classmates' face is not very good. Hurried to explain, do not misunderstand. I do not have any other meaning. Just worried. Worried. Moonlight Blast was not looking too good, with severe dark circles under his eyes. His face was pale with a consumptive look. Now after hearing Godmoon Izumo's words, his face vaguely rose a few moments of redness. He wanted to speak but couldn't help but cough violently for a few times before saying, "It's fine. I went to the Naruto building with Yu Yen and asked about it." Usagi Yuzuru on the side painfully stroked her boyfriend's back. Her good-looking eyes glared at Kamizuki Izumo and opened her mouth to take over the conversation. Naruto Auxiliary Lord said, "Let's not put what happened before in our minds. We can carry out the mission as normal." I said, "Kamizuki Izumo, my family Gale is not a criminal. How do you say it? We can't leave the village yet?" Hey, Yu Yen, didn't Izumo say that he didn't mean it? Steel Tai, who was on the side, saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Usagi Yuzuru isn't spoiled at all. Don't say it's an old classmate. Mess with my blast. I don't care who you are. So what does he mean? That's saying something. We can't leave the village yet, can we? Usagi Yuzuru had a rather impatient nature that didn't match her beautiful and attractive appearance at all, especially when it comes to her boyfriend. It's her backbone. Yuzuru couldn't very well keep quiet at this point. Moonlight Blast and Yuzuki Yuzuru were the ones she had called out to do the quest together. Alright, Yuzuru, calm down. Izumo, you too. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Hurry up and get out of the way. We're going out on a quest. Yubari calmed Usagi Yubari down and glared at Kagetsu Izumo with her pretty red eyes, followed by a look of help towards Tsukiakari Blast. Moonlight Blast also hurriedly whispered to calm down his girlfriend. For Kamiyuki Izumo's words, he didn't do much, just a slightly uncomfortable heart. But we are all old classmates. There is no need to make a stalemate. After this, head up, head down. Yuzuru and her boyfriend were pacified, so Usagi Yuzuru couldn't be bothered to continue her attack, so she had to let it go. Yuzuru breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Let's go. Let's try to get to the Fire Country's capital early. Letting to the two sides, Kamizuki Izumo and Steel Tai exchanged glances, a hint of curiosity flashing in their eyes. Kamizuki Izumo couldn't help but ask, "What kind of quest are you guys doing here? And you have to run to the capital of the Fire Country?" Yuzuru glanced at him and spat out two words without a word, "Keep it a secret." Kamizuki Izumo looked at the three of them's distant backs and scratched his head in embarrassment. Steel Tai gloated on the side, told you to have a mouth without a door. Offended people. Kamizuki Izumo rolled his eyes and muttered, "Che, Isn't this also for the sake of Gale's good? In case Lord Naruto of the 5 generations pursues the matter, won't it be a problem for the two of us? Trouble with us? Steel Tie froze for a moment before reacting and waved his hand. That's not so bad. He looked around and whispered. Weren't all of the members of the immediate dark sect who were previously involved with Naruto-sama amount with the 3rd generation taken care of? The ones released should be fine. Saying that, he slanted a glance at Ayatsu Izumo, and said in a good-natured manner, look at Gale. Isn't it just that he was released the next day? Until now there's not much going on. I think it's just that your kid is thinking too much. Chapter 53, the old man is not happy. Hey, auxiliary lord. Busy? Suddenly he thought of something, urged, you kid, the 5 generations on how long you this heart drifted to him to go? God Moon Izumo's old face flushed red as he denied. Put your mother's ass on the line. I'm just afraid of being held accountable afterward. What do you know about that? The two were silent for a while. Steel Tie raised an eyebrow, and the color of intent flashed in Kamizuki Izumo's eyes, so the two of them came together again to mutter with thieving eyes. When it comes to the highlights, the two of them have a lot of eyebrows raised. The civilians passing by couldn't help but cast an inquisitive glance at the two of them. What's more, looking at the two hearts did not know what came to mind, revealing a chilling expression, hastily accelerating their pace away from the entrance. Meanwhile, at the fence near the gate, there was also a group of people dressed as the dark side who quietly left the village. They stalked through the sea of trees like ghosts, hanging far behind Yuzuru, Moonlight Blast, and Yuzuki Yuzuru. Naruto Building, Naruto's office. Fuyue stood at the window looking out at the blue sky in the distance, squinting his eyes. Elder Kshara is personally leading the team, so it shouldn't miss a beat, right? He certainly hadn't forgotten that there was a leak in the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Asma. With his hands free this time, it was only natural to set about solving this last hidden danger. As soon as the Yubari Red Man appeared in the nation's capital, I'm sure Asma couldn't help but come out to face him, and that's when he died. But it was also true that the appropriation from the Fire Country hadn't arrived, and he'd sent Yuzuru and the 3 of them to the Fire Country's capital to serve as a warning to the Fire Country's royal family, in addition to dangling out Asma. In fact, he wanted to directly destroy the Fire Country royal family, a not much strength but also chiding the Fire Country royal family. Presumptuous attempt to interfere in the Naruto appointment. Who gave you the courage? Is it Liang Jingru? But well, a lot of people in the village didn't seem to be too in favor of taking on the Fire Country's royal family, and doing it would easily affect his reputation, so he stopped for the time being. He is not in a hurry. Rice to eat bite by bite, the road also need to take one step at a time, and so on after a period of time, will be the whole wooden leaf digestion is completed. In the start of the problem of the Fire Country's royal family is not too late. It's not like the Fire Country's royal family is going to grow legs and run anywhere anyway. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Fuyu said without looking back. An Uchiha clan member came in and reported. Naruto-sama. Marusei Kusuke still refuses to accept the upper ninja promotion appointment letter, saying that he once swore an oath to the 2nd generation Naruto-sama that he would only ever be a lower ninja. Fuyu snorted. This old man is still using Chikuma to pressure him. Don't know that his Uchiha clan hates Chikuma the most. The Uchiha said carefully, and he said, say what? Fuyue raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha whispered. He also said that he didn't want to be a ninja anymore, and that he just wanted to live out the rest of his life as an ordinary person in the village. With that he pulled a letter of resignation written by Kusuke Marusei out of his pocket and respectfully delivered it to Naruto's desk. Fuyu looked at the resignation letter on the table and said, I know. You go out. Yes. The Uchiha respectfully exited the room and took the door with them. Fuyu picked up the resignation letter and looked at it. The font is written quite elegant, strong and powerful. However, the content is not good. Is nothing more than to say that he is old, cannot do it, want to retire, and hope that he understands and agrees. Fuyu put down his resignation letter and let out a long breath. There wasn't much that Fuyue could do with this low-profile guy. Marusei Kusuke. The reason why he wanted to pull together Marusei Gasuke, because he knows the bottom line of Marusei Gasuke. This old man don't look like a lower ninja, but he has experienced the 2nd generation of Naruto, the 3rd generation of Naruto, the 4th generation of Naruto ruling period, is the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation of the common recognition of the man. The 3rd generation wanted to promote him to the upper ninja, but Gasuke didn't accept it. The 4th generation of the personal bandage for his wounds. This old man is more than anyone else's roots, possessing a strong will of fire, dedicating his life to Kiba, able to pull together to serve his words. The village can make a part of the living fossil old antique return to the heart of the Uchiha, but the old man wasn't willing to do it, so Fuyu couldn't force himself. What a cheeky thing to do. Fuyu spat and helplessly shoved the resignation letter into the drawer. You want to quit, right? You want to retire, right? I won't agree. What can you do? I'll just drag it out. Fuyu heatedly smiled. You a bad old man, bad very. Figured out my intentions but do not want to submit. Is nothing more than hate me to kill the 3 generations usurped the throne. Well, that's easy. You want to retire and I don't agree. Hey, I'll hold it down. Not only that, I have to find you something to do. He got up numbly and went next door to the Naruto auxiliary's office. Unlike his side, the door to Nara Kagura's office room was always open. The reason for this he also knew. Nara Kagyu was busy taking off and going in and out from time to time, so naturally this door didn't need to be closed. Hey, auxiliary lord. Busy? Fuyu touched his nose and walked up somewhat sheepishly. Of course he was weak. He put aside every day in the office to touch the fish. Nothing to do. On the contrary, next door to Nara Kagyu, busy as a gyroscope, Nara Kagura saw Naruto-sama coming and hurriedly got up. Naruto-sama, what brings you here? He was a little sulky like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time Naruto-sama has come to his office. That's outrageous. Am I Naruto or are you Naruto? Nothing else? Just came to check on you at work. Futsuki rubbed his hands together, and with a thought in his mind, he pulled a chocolate out of his pocket and placed it on Nara Kagura's desk as if offering it as a treasure. Speaking of which, he had prepared this chocolate for his tiredness in dealing with political work at work to replenish his sugar, not realizing that he hadn't been able to use it since he'd been pawing at the fish. Nara Kagyu sat down breathlessly, nonchalantly picking up the chocolate and tearing open the wrapping and stuffing it into his mouth. Naruto-sama, if you have something to say, I'm still busy here. Nara Kagyu rolled her eyes in a no-nonsense manner. Ahem. Fuyu coughed twice in a pretense of seriousness and said, it's like this. Naruto Auxiliary. Wasn't there a rip-off mission before? There shouldn't be anyone who's taken this mission yet, right? Nara Kagura was slightly stunned, quickly remembering that somewhat troublesome mission. He nodded his head and said with some distress, yes, this mission is still pressed upon me. This task had also been agonizing him for a few days now. In the mountains surrounding the village, 2 small ninja clans affiliated with Konoha were having a dispute over the irrigation of their good land. The 2 sides argued with each other, neither one refusing to budge, and eventually the ninjas on both sides fought, eventually reaching the Kiba village, both shouting for it to enforce justice. Because there are a few middle ninja in the 2 small ninja clans, the specification is set as a B-level mission. To go over to the 2 small ninja clans to mediate it, the strength of the person who takes the mission can't be too bad, but this mission the people who have the strength can't look at it, because the reward was too low and the road was far. This led to this task still pressing on him unanswered. Chapter 54, continuing to dig in. He was thinking of forcing this mission down in a couple days if no one really took it. Is it hard to believe that you have someone in mind? Naruto-sama? Nara Kagura surprised him. Yes, I've got a great candidate. You want him or not? I'll send him to you if you open your mouth. Fuyu squeezed his eyebrows. Nara Kagyu was speechless for a moment as he watched the majestic Naruto-sama in this manner. Seeing that he wasn't on board, Futsuki coughed and said in a serious voice, Marusei Kusuki, I think he can pull this off very well. Well, Kusuki Marusei. Nara Kagura fell into a deep thought. Suddenly he picked up the ninja book and flipped through it, only to reach the lower ninja book and see the information of Marusei Kusuki. Looking at the picture of this slightly hunched over Marusei Kusuki with a big black pot on his back and a missing leg, his face looked up oddly with eyes that seemed to say again, are you kidding me, Naruto-sama? Naruto-sama, are you talking about this Marusei Kusuki? Nara Kagura confirmed to Futsuki by pointing to Marusei Kusuki on the ninja sheet. Yes, that's him. Fuyu nodded. Nara Kagura thought, a shinobi. He still had words left unsaid. A shinobi going over to mediate a conflict for a small shinobi clan with a ninja really wouldn't be beaten to death. Fuyu saw his worry and smiled. You don't know. This old man looks unimpressive, but his strength is actually considered an outstanding character in the upper ninja. Just listen to me. Let him go and surely nothing will happen. That's, well, I know. Still choosing to trust Naruto-sama. Nara Kagura immediately called for someone to go and notify Marusei Kusuki to come and collect the mission. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Fuyu did not stay long and returned to Naruto's office. As soon as he went in and saw the domestic servant, Uchiha Ryoichi, there, Fuyu wasn't surprised and pointed to the sofa in the waiting area. Sit. Yes, master of the house. Uchiha Ryoichi bowed respectfully and sat down. It's also been a few days since this Ponzi cave opened. How are things going? That's right. That newly opened massage parlor on Asakusa's old street was the Uchiha clan's industry. To be precise, it was a pilot industry that Futsuki had gotten out of the way. Massage parlors can make money. Fuyu does not doubt that. No matter where. Massage parlors are sure to have a large audience of people. LSP exists everywhere. That's why he got a massage parlor out there in the first place. If you get a restaurant, you need to prepare a lot of things. Now the food industry in the Kiba village is basically mastered by the Akimichi clan. If he wants to insert a piece of the pie, in addition to the taste of their own cuisine to be good, but also need to money to open the way to do a lot of publicity, so as to be able to open up the situation. Now the Uchiha clan does not have much money in hand. After all, the Uchiha clan was driven to the fringe by Sarutobi Hizuru for several years, and the former street industries in the center of the prosperous Kiba were swallowed by Sarutobi Hizuru. Without a place to come up with money, even the Uchiha clan is sitting on a mountain. Massage parlors are the best thing to get into these days. They don't cost much, and any old shyster passing by will surely not be able to resist coming in and looking around. The idea of getting a massage parlor was born when he came home one night before, when the Uchiha clan hadn't yet relocated back to their current clanland and was still in that side corner, and he took a short detour and walked into an alleyway where he found a small, yellow-colored store. It was also the night he saw these girls that gave birth to the idea of getting a massage parlor. It doesn't cost much, the staff is readily available, and all it takes is 2 days of simple training to get up and running and picking up customers. It's peacetime now, and most of the ninjas have nothing to do after nightfall but drink and eat, and there's not much entertainment at all. When this massage parlor of his gets a reputation and a lot of traffic, it will surely be a profitable business. In the face of the family head's inquiry, Uchiha Ryoichi was prepared for it and immediately pulled out a book from his pocket, flipping to a certain page and respectfully handing it over. Lord Family Head, please take a look. I have recorded the business situation of these 3 days in detail, including the number of guests per day, the number of massages, the total amount of income, and so on. Fuyu took the book and looked at the data recorded on it. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Well, good job. Fuyu casually praised him, and later on, after explaining to him about the operation of the store and some of the areas to pay attention to, he dismissed Uchiha Ryoichi. Drinking a mouthful of tea, the idle and bored Fuyu pulled out his own book that recorded the plot's major and minor events and flipped through it. He took a closer look, and the most recent big event was lined up for 5 years from now, which was the time when Naruto Sasuke graduated from ninjutsu school, and Naruto's storyline would officially open. 5 of those years, not so much as a useful event. Why don't we just continue to go digging? The skunk and Yakushino Neyu have also rested for a few days. It's time to go, and there's no use for Draikazana Jirai to stay in the village, so why don't he just follow the skunk and the others? With the addition of Gon Kakamoto Anajirai, the skunk and Yakushino now use safety is also a little more guaranteed. Also thanks to his finishing off Uchiha Bandu in time, Dry Persimmon ghost sharks were cut off by him before Bandu could be lulled into Shao. It made him slightly more interested in digging in as well. 3-hooked Jade's Weasel, plus the tailless-tailed beast Draikazana Jirai. As long as they don't run into those shadows, it's enough to walk sideways anywhere. Deidara, Haiden both joined Hiroshi after Skunk I believe. Let them go ahead and bring back the boy Deidara. After carefully comparing the events of the plot, Fuyu closed the book and retracted it into the storage scroll. Come on man. When Fuyu finished speaking in a loud voice, the Uchiha who were guarding the doorway pushed their way in. Naruto-sama, go tell the ferret that he has a new assignment, and tell him to bring Yakushino Neyu and Draikazana Musha here. Yes. With the Uchiha clan gone, Fuyu had nothing to do again. It's really sad to go to work and not have a fiction game to play. It feels like a year. Fuyu stood in front of the window and stayed for a while, seeing a bookstore in the street below. Suddenly his heart moved. Just then Kakashi arrived. Naruto-sama, there's trouble in the streets again, Kakashi said with his dead fish eyes wide open. When he finished he didn't hear Naruto-sama's reply. The dead fish eyes that were looking at the table suddenly moved and landed on Naruto-sama. Herself realized that Naruto-sama was staring at him in a daze. A wave of doubt welled up in Kakashi's mind, and before he could say anything, he heard Naruto-sama say, Kakashi, you have kissing heaven on you, don't you? Give it to me Kong. Kakashi was creeped out. What did Naruto-sama mean? Did he catch me reading little porno books at work? That's not right. He never looked at it near the Naruto building. Did that crystal ball of the 3rd generation arrive in Naruto-sama's hands? Chapter 55, the best-selling book in the ninja world. And this? Not as good as the Golden Lotus. Many thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind, but on the surface he was calm and collected. His dead fish eyes didn't fluctuate much. Naruto-sama, I forgot the book at home. Why don't I go to that bookstore downstairs and buy one for you? Kakashi pointed out the window, knowing that there was a bookstore right outside the Naruto building. I was surprised when Naruto-sama grunted and sneered. Don't pretend. I know you're carrying kissing heaven. Kakashi exhaled a cloudy breath, mentally certain that Naruto-sama wasn't doing his job, resting there to spy on himself. Why else would Naruto-sama be so conclusively certain that he had brought his intimacy paradise with him this time? Bring it to me, quickly. Hearing Lord Naruto's renewed urging, Kakashi had no choice but to raise his hand and silently reach into his pocket, pulling out a beautiful light red book and handing it over. Seeing Naruto-sama take one, he couldn't help but remind, Naruto-sama, this is a limited edition. It's very expensive. The implication is that Naruto-sama should not be so rough and be gentle. Fuyue looked up at him and moved a little lighter instead. This also made Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief. And then he stared wide-eyed, watching Lord Naruto's every move, thinking to himself, just break a corner of a book for me, and I'll make you pay me for a new one. This limited edition intimacy paradise but his heart love, cannot afford to give others to see. That day does not know the fire gunma want to see. Their own did not give it. That's just Naruto-sama. He wouldn't care about anyone else. Fuyu glanced at 10 lines, quickly flipped a few pages, and then flipped to the last page in one go. And after reading it, he closed the intimacy paradise and fell into contemplation. Make out paradise. A shinobi super bestseller. That's it? I have read countless online articles. 10 years old bookworm Fuyu said. The writing is general. The degree of astringency is also general. Then the golden bottle plum are far worse. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yet it was such a book that had gained the admiration of countless people in the ninja world and had become a super bestseller. The idea of Fuyu just popping out as a copyist became even stronger. This level of book can be a super bestseller. Then I copied from the previous life mo Dear Youth Poor, where the blood of the king will end with the sword. How should your excellency respond? Fuyu's eyes flashed with excitement. He had just discovered that, perhaps because of the reason of crossing over, or perhaps because of the reason of having a kaleidoscope. In any case, his mental power was very powerful, and his memory was also very strong. The novels that he had read in his previous life were able to float in the depths of his mind word by word. It was as if it had been branded with an unmistakable mark. In other words, all he had to do was change the backgrounds and character names in it to something acceptable to the shinobi world. For him now, the copybook is simple. Here comes another way to get money. The corner of Fuyue's mouth hooked. Fans of shinobi, let me give you a little shocker of what's going on in Chinese online literature. With that he returned the intimacy paradise in his hand and Kakashi took it with both hands in a hurry, still baby patting it before tucking it into his arms. Fuyue didn't have the time to pay attention to Kakashi. He impatiently took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and started copying the book from his head. Well, the story takes place in a continent full of chakra. The protagonist, Uchiha Yen, from a teenager regarded as a waste, with the help of his own hard work, guidance from a senior person, and exotic treasures, he continuously collects tailed beasts, and eventually becomes the strongest person in the shinobi continent. Rokudo Sannin continuously improve their own blood succession limit sharpening will eyes and chakra cultivation level, and eventually become the strongest person on the continent of the ninja world. 6 Paths of the Immortals. Futsuki hemmed and hawed at the thought of an interesting plot place, and suddenly looked up to see Kakashi staring daggers at him, and he frowned. Why are you still here? Kakashi grimaced. Naruto-sama, you still haven't given me an answer as to what to do with those troublemakers? Fuyue remembered Kakashi's report just now and frowned. Drinking and causing trouble again? Seeing Kakashi nodding, Fuyue fell into a deep thought. A few drinkers and troublemakers popped up every 2 days, and it was not like the dark sections were always left to deal with them. It seems that the Kiba police force still can't be disbanded, and that it needs to be allowed to be re-established. But the Kiba vigilante is getting a bad reputation. It needs a new name. Fuyu read this and said, I know. I'll have a meeting this afternoon to establish a department out with similar functions as the Kiba police force, and in the future, the policing of the village will be handled by this department. Kakashi, who had gotten the desired result from the Naruto adult, nodded and simply turned around and left the Naruto's office. Fuyu, on the other hand, buried his head and copied the book. Chapter 1. The Falling Genius. Changing some parts to match what the shinobi people could easily accept, such as the clan that came to withdraw from the marriage, could be replaced with the Chikan clan, a powerful clan that was on par with the Uchiha. The eldest daughter of the Chitos family enters the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 sacred places, to practice under the Slug Immortal. By chance, he came home once to hear that Uchiha Yen, who had been betrothed since childhood, had turned from a super genius into a wastrel, and believing that he was not worthy of himself, who was now practicing in a holy place, he brought his servants to the door to withdraw from the marriage. Uchiha Yen faced such humiliation, under the extreme anger, actually accidentally awakened the Uchiha clan blood succession limit, Sharingan, and uttered the words, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, don't kid yourself, and so on. The more I write, the more excited Fuyu is. How do I feel that the more I write, the more engaged I am? It was so long ago that he even forgot to eat his lunch, or the Uchiha who were guarding the door reminded him to go eat. After drying out and coming back, Fuyu was excited to continue writing the book, and it was almost time to leave work before he remembered what he promised Kakashi. Ouch! Fuyu jolted up and looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes left to get off work. Forget it, let's get this done tomorrow. We can't delay everyone from work. Fuyu thought hard for a moment and sat back down. As a matter of fact, he is probably the only one in the Naruto building who has left work on time and on schedule for some time now. Whether it's Naruto Auxiliary Nara Kagyu, or Naruto Advisor Uchiha Sihu, or Hyuga Hinata, they are all so busy that working overtime to deal with their work is now the norm. 50 miles from Kiba village, somewhere in the woods, Sarutobi Asuma, who had been traveling for 2 consecutive days, was sitting on top of a tree trunk to rest for a moment, eating wild fruits picked on the road to fulfill his hunger. Even if the wild fruits are sour and unpalatable, he still eats with an expressionless face and hatred in his eyes. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he heard movement coming from the official road not far away. Not wishing to be nosy, he just took a quick look and withdrew his gaze. However, the next moment his face changed slightly and he jerked his head up to look again. Hertz saw 3 familiar figures flashing by on the official road. One of them was none other than his longed-for sweetheart, Yuzuru. Red? Sarutobi Asuma couldn't sit still and got up to go after him to meet Red. Chapter 56, Sarutobi Asuma arrives in Konoha. But in the next second the thought of the blood feud he was carrying made him stop hard and snuff out the idea of meeting Red. Sarutobi Asuma silently climbed up to the canopy of the tree, looking with extreme fondness in his eyes as Yuzuru's back disappeared bit by bit at the end of the road. The ones next to Red are Gale and Yuzuki Yuzuru, right? Are these two finally making it work? I'm so jealous. When Sarutobi Asuma had a falling out with his father, Sarutobi Hizuru, and ran away from the village back in the day, Gale and Yuzuki Yuzuru hadn't even been announced as being together yet. Now look at them, this like glue look really is enviable. He could not help but think, if he did not leave the village to go outside to make a difference back then, perhaps he is now with Red, is not also together? In addition, he had originally planned to, Guardian of the Endurance 12, go home after this year's work. He had been wandering around for too long, and he was getting a little homesick, missing his curmudgeonly father, his naughty nephew Kibomaru, and Red. But the Uchiha clan is not a proper son. They killed my old father and slaughtered my people. A hard break from his original plan. As soon as Sarutobi Asuma thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sadness and anger. These naturally evil Uchiha, all deserve to die. Sarutobi Asuma angrily spat the wild fruit out of his mouth and gritted his teeth as he continued on his way. Damn you Uchiha, wait for me. I'll personally make you all go to hell. Sarutobi Asuma hadn't been gone for more than a few minutes when a group of people dressed as the dark side stopped at the trunk of the tree he had just perched on. A dark part looked around, came to the ground, saw the remains of the chewed wild fruits on the ground, reached out and touched them without disdain. His eyes lit up, and returned to the trunk of the tree. Elder, it's still lukewarm. That means there was indeed someone here just now, but they left quickly. The leader, Uchiha Chakra, narrowed his eyes and said in a dry, hoarse voice, forget it, don't be nosy, our goal is Sarutobi Asuma in the national capital. Let's go. Yes. The group agreed and whooshed into stumps and disappeared in place. At this point, Sarutobi Asuma didn't realize that he had just luckily dodged a kill. He was now burying his head in the sand and hurrying towards Kiba village. He had grown up in Kiba village, and the surrounding area was even more immensely familiar to him. And back in this land, he knew that it was only a few dozen miles away from Kiba village. Uchiha, I'm coming. Sarutobi Asuma traveled quickly through the forested wilderness with a hateful glint in his eyes. Like a madman. That is, Fuyu was not at the scene, did not hear Sarutobi Asuma this sentence, otherwise he can certainly smile and reply. There is this good thing? You come to a Dura come, or the first time to see rushing to reincarnation. Really long knowledge. A broken fine ninja. Will not think they are invincible, right? Give you a chance to 1v1 with my Uchiha upper ninja? You do not beat it or a question mark, but also want to come to find my Uchiha's trouble. Let's just say that Sarutobi Asuma has really lost his mind, wanting revenge regardless, but not thinking about how much he has. Or perhaps his reputation as the son of Naruto since he was a child had made him too intimidated to take the Uchiha seriously. Anyway, as Sarutobi Asuma was getting closer and closer to sending himself to his death, over here Futsuki had just gotten off work. Off work. The novel continues tomorrow. Fuyu looked at a few large pages full, revealing a satisfied look, and then he stuffed all the books and pens into the drawer and got up to go home from work for dinner. When he arrived home, he noticed that the atmosphere didn't seem quite right, with the usually spirited Naruto sitting on the tatami mat wiping small tears from his eyes. Sasuke sat a short distance away next to him, frowning with an unhappy look on his face. Fuyu didn't think anything of it and walked over and smiled. What's the matter? You two brothers are at odds again? Naruto kept his head down and didn't say anything. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort and looked at Naruto but still didn't say anything. These two unlucky kids. Fuyu saw the two kids ignoring him and simply slipped into the kitchen. Seeing Meichin also frowning there absent-mindedly handling the ingredients, Fuyu hugged Mikan from behind. Who is this that made my wife angry? Mikan whispered. Husband, didn't we lie to Naruto before and tell him that his parents went far away? And he learned today that his parents died. Fuyu suddenly realized that it was this matter. It's okay, we can't hide it from him anyway. Everyone in the village knows that the Naruto couple died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Fuyu said indifferently. He had only lied to Naruto in the first place to get him to stay here. What he knew would happen afterward was no longer on his mind. It was hard for Naruto to run away from home when he knew he had lied to him. This home has given Naruto warmth for a long time, and Fuyu believes that Naruto won't be able to leave unless Mikan opens up to him and kicks him out. So now that Naruto knows, he's just crying and sniveling. What else can he do? That being said, it kind of hurts me to look at Naruto, Mikan said sadly, thinking of her best friend Susanoo. Futsuki looked at the kitchen. In the past, when he arrived home at this time, the meal was almost ready to be served. But today, supposedly because of Naruto, Mikan was still in the picking session. So he said, I'll tell you what, let's go out for a big dinner as a family today. But the skunk isn't back yet. Mikan hesitated. Fuyu waved his hand. He has a mission out of town. Don't mind him. Okay, husband, help me untie the knot in my back. Fuyu helped Mikan remove her apron and the two of them came out of the kitchen. Mikan hurriedly went upstairs to go to make up to go. This is going out to eat. Have to dress up. After all, she is now the Naruto lady. Go out. Or pay attention to the image. Paylite then went to the living room and told Naruto Sasuke about going out to dinner. If Naruto was his usual self, he'd be jumping up and down and making noise with joy at the news. Naruto, on the other hand, was now dumbfounded and unresponsive. Sasuke appeared to be watching TV, but in reality it was turned down low and his afterglow drifted to Naruto every now and then. He usually talks about how much he hates Naruto, but this time he's quite concerned about him. Sasuke, the arrogant monster. Fuyu opened a can of snowflake beer from the refrigerator and lay down on the sofa in a kudzu position. I guess it'll take a little while for Makoto to finish her makeup and come downstairs. He was in no hurry. Sipping his small beer with grace, the setting sun melts gold. The twilight clouds merge. The ancient moat, village, wall on the periphery of Kiba village is more vicissitudes and heaviness in this orange light, as if telling the long years. And here, too, waited a ninja with a Kiba forehead protector on his head. His shadow was drawn long by the setting sun, as if he had crossed the parapet and reached the top. Chapter 57, The Regretful Makoto. The man had long black hair, a goatee, black short sleeves, white bandages wrapped around his small arms, and a white tricot tied around his waist with the fire circular coat of arms in red with a black background. It was Sarutobi Asuma, who had traveled all the way back with great difficulty, who had finally arrived at the outskirts of Kiba village before the day of the fall. He just looked around and immediately cast a seal in a vain attempt to open the outer boundary and enter Kiba village. However, after trying a few times, Sarutobi Asuma's face darkened as he noticed no response from the boundary. As expected, the hand seal that opened the boundary before had failed. And how should I enter the village? Going through the gate? He had just taken a look from afar, and the gatekeepers remained unchanged. Still his old classmates, Steel Tai and Kamizuki Izumo, but he couldn't tell if the two old classmates would expose themselves. His intention was to go in and sneak up on Uchiha Futsuki, as the saying goes, to catch the thief first. But what's the point of a sneak attack if you're spotted before you even enter the village? Sarutobi Asuma drew his sword and looked around with a bewildered mind. He suddenly realized that there was nothing he could do. Entering through the gate is risky. Hard to break the boundary he can do. He himself is a rare wind attribute chakra ninja. Moreover, he has a pair of chakra swords. Can put his wind attribute chakra's sharpness to the extreme. Break the outer boundary in front of him easily. However, there was no guarantee that it would not be discovered by the Yamanaka clan that monitored the boundary. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly felt helpless for a moment, caught in a dilemma. On the other hand, the Fuyu family went out. Fuyu was dressed in an ordinary home dress. Next to him, Uchiha Michin was dressed in a white kimono, with hair sideburns pulled back on her head, and her figure was exquisite. Behind him followed a downcast Naruto, Sasuke slightly half a step behind him. The family exited the Uchiha clan land and made their way to the lively and prosperous streets. This is the busiest area of Kiba village. Even at night, it is still brightly lit, with people coming and going and yelling. Mikan glanced back at Naruto worriedly and quietly pulled Sasuke over and instructed, Sasuke, keep an eye on Naruto. Oh. Sasuke didn't make a scene at this point, and gave a slight nod of his head to show that he knew. The group wandered into a popular-looking restaurant with high traffic, because it was the first time he had eaten out after crossing over. Fuyu took this very seriously and ordered quite a few signature dishes. Seeing Fuyu still want to order, Meichin hurriedly stops it. Enough is enough. Eat first, husband, it's a waste to order too much later. Seeing this, Fuyu also listened to the advice and signaled the waiter on the side that he could go and get ready. The waiter politely leaves. They weren't kept waiting long, and the first course came up quickly. The subsequent dishes were served immediately afterward. Well, it tastes good then. Maiken tasted the dish in front of her, and her eyes lit up slightly. Fuyu also picked up a chopstick and deliberately said, "It's not good. Not as good as my wife's cooking." Maiken's pretty eyes gave him a blank look, but the smile that curled up at the corner of her mouth showed that she was in a good mood. Fuyu happily ate his food and looked at Naruto, realizing that he was still a bit distracted in the face of so much food. He had an idea, and on the pretext of going to the bathroom, he actually cast a shadow doppelganger and handed him over to go to Ichiraku Ramen and pack one over. Watching the shadow doppelganger hurriedly walk out, Fuyu then returned with a flourish to continue eating. "Hey, that jerkadoo, try this, it's pretty good." Sasuke sat down across from Naruto and took a rare chopstick of food and put it in Naruto's bowl. Naruto, however, was having none of it, holding his chopsticks over his rice and burying Sasuke's pinch in it with a long sigh. Sasuke's forehead sprouted two black lines. "This guy, it's rare for me to give you a chopstick, but I actually don't eat it down." The words reached his mouth, but thinking that Naruto's situation was a bit special today, he swallowed them back and ate in silence. A trace of worry flashed in Maiken's eyes and she looked at Fuyu for help. Fuyu winked towards Maiken, signaling her to eat. Maiken was puzzled. Had her husband thought of something to do, or was he not going to do anything? She sighed and put on a smile, giving Naruto a lot of food in her bowl. "Naruto, it's all very tasty cuisine. Come on, try it," Maiken said with a smile. In the past, Naruto's appetite for meals at home was very good, and he ate all the meals in the house. Unlike Sasuke, who was sometimes a picky eater with leftovers, after Naruto came to the house, the leftovers disappeared. It was rare for Naruto to be so unappetizing in the face of good food. It really disturbed her. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret in her heart as to why she had gone along with her husband's lie to Naruto in the first place. Most people in the village know about the fourth Naruto couple's sacrifice, and using their brains they know that it can't be hidden from Naruto for long. Sooner or later, he would hear about it from someone else. LOL. Seeing Naruto's deadpan, Maiken sighed helplessly. The bitter fruit of that day must be swallowed after all. Naruto was torn at this point. On one side, the aunt and uncle who are the best to you have cheated on you. Yes, that's right. In all this time, uncle and auntie have surpassed Grandpa Naruto in his mind, promoted to the number one best for him. He'd heard from Kagyu that Auntie Aji had lied to herself in the first place, so it would be what was called a good lie. But I don't know why. This heart is just uncomfortable. It turns out that his mom and dad are dead. He also learned that the demon fox that killed his mom and dad was sealed inside his body. Although he didn't quite understand what a seal was, what he couldn't figure out was why the demon fox that had killed his mom and dad had to be sealed into his own body. Sealed into my body. How can I avenge my mom and dad? It turns out that Naruto has only learned half the truth from others, only knowing that the Naruto couple died at the hands of the demon fox, and not knowing the follow-up, not knowing that the 9 tails were sealed into him by his father, Mizumon, himself, and not knowing Mizumon's good intentions. Naruto wasn't really an idiot. He could feel his aunts caring love and kindness towards him more than anyone else. He also wanted to be cheerful and smile for dinner, but then, he couldn't control his body, couldn't smile, and didn't have an appetite. Gollum. A grumble sounded in his stomach and Naruto could realize he was hungry. Looking at the beautifully colored food in the bowl but still not having an appetite. Just then, suddenly a steaming bowl of ramen was brought in front of him. Naruto stared blankly at the bowl of ramen. 5 pieces of meaty, soft barbecued pork lined up in a half circle, layered with dried bamboo shoots, fungus, Naruto rolls, and seaweed, which was garnished with a half of a hot spring egg cut open to see its sugary heart. It's also topped with a handful of scallions. It's your own favorite tonkatsu barbecue pork ramen. Chapter 58. What to do with this man? Kill him. Naruto subconsciously gulped as the familiar aroma scrambled into his nostrils. It smells so good. An intense hunger instantly erupted and Naruto couldn't hold back any longer, stirring the ramen with his chopsticks before he began to gulp it down, only to see him open his mouth wide as if he could swallow the entire universe. The noodles were sucked into his mouth with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that it was a bit hard to see Maiken and Sasuke, who still had worries on their faces, react. Naruto's cheeks were so rounded that they looked like they had two small leather balls, and he made a loud bark sound when he chewed. Mikan and Sasuke subconsciously exchanged glances with their mother and son, simultaneously revealing happy smiles. That familiar Naruto, it seems, is back. Fuyuwa couldn't help but sigh. Ichiraku ramen was truly Naruto's elixir. This really is the cure for everything. In no time at all, Naruto picked up his noodle bowl and gulped down all of the noodle soup, putting the bowl down with some embarrassment on his face. Mikan was prepared for this, and reached out gently, wiping the grease stains from the side of Naruto's mouth with a paper towel. Naruto had subconsciously dodged, but after noticing Mikan's gentle eyes, he didn't move and let Mikan wipe his mouth. Sasuke bristled. He really didn't expect this Naruto guy to like ramen so much. Obviously there's so much good food here, but there's no reaction, and when the ramen comes, it instantly turns into a hungry man. He recalled at the moment how in the past, before Naruto had come to live in his house, he seemed to have been chanting something about ramen being the best. By the way, that time when his father passed by the ninja school with his clan, Naruto also said at that time that his father and the others were going to eat ramen, which caused everyone to laugh at the time. Mikan smiled when she saw Naruto looking like he was about to say something and asked, "What's wrong, Naruto?" Naruto hesitated for a moment before hunger finally overcame his wits. I still want to eat." Mikan subconsciously looked at the head of the family. Fuyu had eaten almost as much at this time, so he simply said, "Then let's go to Ichiraku ramen and continue eating. I see that you guys haven't eaten much either." Mikan and Sasuke did get a little distracted, as neither ate much because they were worried about Naruto. Mikan gently took Naruto's hand. "Come on, Naruto, let's go eat ramen." "Aha!" Naruto gave a big smile and nodded heavily in agreement. "It's true that uncle and auntie are still the best to me," Naruto said, touched. Mikan, slightly stunned, followed suit with a smile and stroked Naruto's little head. "Let's go. Let's eat some noodles." Once Fuyue paid at the front desk and came out, the group headed to Ichiraku ramen. Ichiraku ramen was also on this street, and it was quite close to them, and within a few steps, they saw the storefront of Ichiraku ramen. They arrived just in time, and 3 empty seats opened up just as they arrived. "You guys eat. I'm full." Fuyu told them to hurry up and take a seat before someone else took their place. It was the first time Mikan had come to a small store like this for ramen and looked at the menu with interest. On top is a variety of ramen. The tonkatsu barbecue pork ramen that Naruto had just eaten was also on there and was right up front, which showed that it was a popular ramen dish. "Uncle," Naruto said excitedly when he saw Tate come out of it. "Uncle, this is the best aunt and uncle to me. We're coming for ramen." Tate was first flabbergasted to see an excited-looking Naruto, then reacted to recognize him and said with a smile, "Oh yeah? Welcome, what would you like to eat?" "Uncle, I'm the same as always. Big portions." "Hi-yo, I know." Tate nodded cheerfully and looked over at Naruto's aunt again, unable to help but see a flash of amazement in her eyes. What a classy woman. Good looking too. Tate just froze for a moment before coming back to his senses, smiling and asking, "What would Auntie Naruto like to eat?" And this little friend, Sasuke, didn't have trouble choosing. He randomly ordered a different ramen than Naruto. "I'll have the pork bone barbecue ramen too. Just a regular portion." Mikan wanted to try how this ramen tasted, having just watched Naruto eat it quite well at the restaurant. Fuyu stood outside the door and had just lit up a cigarette, and before he had taken 2 puffs, a dark part appeared in front of him. "Naruto-sama," the visitor reported after saluting. "Naruto-sama, Sarutobi Asma has been captured." Fuyue's cozy expression revealed a moment of confusion. "What's going on? Didn't the second elder leave today? It'll take them a few days to get to the capital of the fire country, right? How did they get it so quickly? What's going on?" Fuyu's heart moved slightly, vaguely having a guess. The dark part seemed to find it outrageous as well, and couldn't help but let out a joyful laugh, forcing a smile. "Naruto-sama, he was the one who sent himself to the door. It just so happened to be the junction squad's routine check of the village's external junction this afternoon, and the sneaky Sarutobi Asma was spotted outside one of the fences in the early evening, and the junction squad then notified us, and it didn't take much for us to take him down. He was screaming something about it not being fair when he got caught and asked us to give him a 1v1. This Uchiha dark side snorted, not knowing what was coming to mind. There were 5 dark part at that time, 5 pairs of 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes. No matter which elite upper ninja encountered have to be cool. "Did you guys give it?" Fuyue asked curiously. Uchiha Darkness replied, "It's given, and since he wants to lose convincingly, of course our noble Uchiha will fulfill that wish." True enough, Fuyue secretly thought, Uchiha is this character. It would be strange not to give. It was Lord Inafune who fought against him. The Uchiha Darkness pushed on. Lord Inafune's pupil power is getting deeper and deeper. Even we are not as good as we should be. It doesn't look like the results are any different. Pei leaped a small sigh of relief. He was also worried about what Moffsit, the ninja world rumors of General Shinobi encountered 3 Hokage saw to escape nothing wrong. But Sarutobi Asuma is not big and not small is also a plot character. Also, not to mention that Uchiha Inaba was one of the 3 Uchiha clansmen knocked out by Uchiha Weasel in seconds in the original night of the clan's extinction. But that was only possible with the kaleidoscope versus triple hooker suppression between the same clans. On other people, that Uchiha may wanna hit hard. Yo, Uchiha Inare Fire is at least Uchiha clan's strength of the top ninja. Open 3 Hook Jade has been many years. Pupil depth is not the general clan can be compared. There really isn't much of a problem with cleaning up a Sarutobi Asmar. Fuyu beautifully spat out a smoke ring and casually said, "Where are the people now?" Uchiha Shadow pointed to an alley diagonally across the street, and as Futsuki looked over, he could see several obscure figures standing in the alley. "Naruto-sama, what is to be done with this man?" Darky asked respectfully. "Well, kill." Chapter 59. Fuyu said lightly, as if it was as simple as handing over a chicken that his subordinate had killed. "Yes." The Dark One did not object and respectfully saluted again before brushing away from the spot. Fuyue looked faintly toward the alley, and the few obscure figures disappeared after a few seconds as well. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Mikan came out to take a look and found her own husband squatting there gulping down clouds. Suddenly she didn't know what came to her mind and her face was happy, so she curiously inquired what happened. "What's so funny?" Fuyu didn't hide it from her either, and immediately told her what had just happened. Mikan's expression was also a little taut when she heard it, and she had a mouthful of grooves in her heart that she didn't know how to say. "This Sarutobi Asuma left the village a few years. I heard that the outside world, after listening to my husband, said he was in the Fire Country capital when the Guardian Ninja 12 sure. My husband said to take him out to eliminate the future. They are still worried about the Kshatsura elders' side of the will not be any accidents. Did not think that this Sarutobi Asuma himself cannot wait for a person to send the door to the door. Still not much progress after a few years." Looking at Mikan's constipated expression, Fuyue couldn't help but say, "Ha ha, don't you think this Sarutobi Asuma is a little cute?" He instantly told her again about Sarutobi Asuma's request for a one-on-one fight after being captured alive by the Dark Sect. Mikan heard that the one who fought Sarutobi Asuma one-on-one was Uchiha Inaba, and noting her husband's relaxed expression, she didn't even need to listen to the follow-up to guess that Sarutobi Asuma must have lost. But she knows how to provide emotional value to her husband, and she pretends not to know by asking who won? "I just saw my husband laughing and saying of course Inuyasha won." Mikan pursed her lips. Inuyasha's strength is still evident in the clan. She didn't press Sarutobi Asuma on the outcome of his treatment, but instead changed the subject with a slight smile. "The kids are all done eating. It's a rare trip out together, so why don't we take a walk and stroll around a bit before heading home?" Fuyu didn't have a problem with that. He didn't have anything else to do in the evening, so he agreed. Naruto seemed to have regained his spirit and was giddy and still talking about how good Uncle Ichiraku was, saying something about how great it was to have so much cooking in the bowl for him just now and how he'd have to come back for ramen next time and so on. Fuyue exchanged a glance with Mikan and smiled without saying anything. It seems that Naruto's low mood from learning that his parents are dead has been cured by Ichiraku ramen. Sasuke finally couldn't help but taunt Naruto when he saw that he had become the same staggering Naruto as before. "Are you a rice bucket?" He felt full from just one bowl of his normal serving of ramen, not realizing that Naruto had eaten one bowl at the restaurant and then came here and ate 2 more after eating a supersized bowl of ramen, which really shocked Sasuke to no end. At home also did not see Naruto so able to eat. Not right. Seems to be quite able to eat. Sasuke was staggered as he secretly thought back to Naruto's time at home. He hadn't paid much attention to it at home. He'd gone off to watch TV after dinner, and now if he thought back carefully, he could still pick up on it. "All right, you rice bucket." Naruto grinned and retorted. "Tingy said that it's a blessing to be able to eat." "Sasuke, you're so stupid. You don't even understand that." Naruto clasped his hands to his chest and tilted his head to slant a glance at Sasuke in mock disdain. "Sasuke, Naruto's a kid. When he was in school, just Nara Kagome Akito Tingy had a few words with him, and Naruto couldn't get away from the two of them for 3 sentences. Sasuke was just about to say something when he saw Naruto shout in surprise and swish his way to the front. Sakura, who had come out for a walk with her mother after dinner, felt a little bad luck when she saw that it was Naruto. How did she run into Naruto? Sakura's mom, Haruno Bud Blow, has yellow hair and green pupils and wears a figure-hugging white cheongsam that shows off her thin figure. This would see Naruto, but did not recognize the son of the demon fox, and asked his daughter curiously, "Sakura, is that your friend?" "Just a classmate," Sakura said indifferently. Sasuke's eyelids fluttered a few times when he saw Naruto attentively running up to Sakura. "Naruto, this guy. It wasn't long ago that Naruto was dying, but now he's alive and well again. Really? Sasuke didn't know what to say about him. Sasuke, that little girl is? With a twist of her head, Mikan noticed Naruto running up to a little pink-haired girl dancing around with his hands, and a gleam of gossip flashed in her eyes. Seems like a girl that Milk Ludo likes. Mikan's eyes light up. Milk Dudo's favorite girl? What's the name? Sakura. Sasuke replied truthfully. He guessed what was going to happen when he saw that look on his mother's face, and sure enough the next moment he saw her walking towards them. Sasuke grimaced and reluctantly followed. Over here, Haruno Maibuki also learned the identity of the yellow-haired boy from her daughter. Taking a look at the light, with whiskers on his cheeks, it was really that Naruto, the son of the demon fox. Oh no, now it's the son of the hero. Although Naruto-sama had said that he was not allowed to insult and isolate Naruto anymore, and announced Naruto's identity, the hatred for the 9 tails that the villagers had buried in their hearts for 7 years wasn't going to go away all at once. However, Haruno's family were ordinary villagers and didn't have any family members who died in the 9 tails rebellion back then, so even if they knew that the child in front of them was Naruto, Haruno Maibuki didn't have any prejudice. At that moment Mikan walked over and smiled and bowed. Hello, my Naruto is in your care. Kasuno Maibuki saw a kimono like a beautiful white flower-like beauty, although he could not understand the situation, but he also bowed back in a hurry. Where? And you are? Haruno Maibuki was puzzled in his mind. My family Naruto? Isn't Naruto an orphan? His parents were killed in the 9 tails rebellion. Who is this woman? She was pretty sure she hadn't seen this woman before, and it looked very familiar. Could it be a relative of Naruto's from somewhere? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Naruto's aunt, Uchiha Makoto. A faint smile played at the corners of Uchiha Mitsuru's mouth. Uchiha? Kasuno Maibuki's mind was blown. Naruto-sama's family? She didn't dare to take it easy and hurriedly said, hello there, I'm Sakura's mom, Haruno Maibuki. Ah, Sasuke. When Sakura saw Sasuke, who had come over after Mikan, her original loving expression immediately changed, and she ran to Sasuke with 2 glowing eyes to greet him. Sasuke, what a coincidence. Are you also out for a walk with your mom? This was the first time Sakura had ever seen Sasuke outside at night. Usually she could only see him at school, so she couldn't have been more excited. Sasuke looked at the passionate Sakura. Just faintly hands clasped chest with a face of high and cold stood there without saying anything. It would seem like the wind and water had turned. Just now it was Naruto yakking at Sakura, who was loving it. Now it switched to Sakura yakking in front of Sasuke, who loves it. Chapter 60 Mikan's first experience at the spa. Naruto, am I a clown? Fuyue laughed at the scene and couldn't help but mourn for Naruto's heart. Poor Naruto. Sakura, you can't grasp it. Better give up before it's too late. Hinata is your true love. Yes. Futsuki was leaning towards the Naruto-Hina pairing. He wasn't a huge fan of Sakura. Mikan noticed Naruto's lost expression and looked at Sakura and Sasuke and realized something. Mikan. Ah, Naruto-sama. At that moment, Haruno Maibuki finally recognized the tall man standing behind Uchiha Makoto. She recognized Naruto-sama because this would pay to leap in her regular clothes. She hastened to bow respectfully. Fuyue waved her hand, signaling her to relax. Kasuno Maibuki was a little apprehensive. It was the first time she had been this close to Naruto-sama, and it made her mind apprehensive with a little excitement. Ahem. Mikan, why don't we go to the store? The new store has been open for a few days now. Didn't you say you wanted to check it out? Futsuki offered as he looked at Naruto, who was sadly bucking the trend. Naruto had managed to cure his bad mood at Ichirako Ramen, and it wouldn't be good if he were to repeat it at this point because of Sakura. Fuyue also didn't want to see Mikan worrying about Naruto. Frowning a lot could lead to wrinkles. Mikan nodded dryly as well and said, Haruno mom, we'll take our leave then. Kasuno Maibuki had already learned that Uchiha Mitsuru was Mrs. Naruto, so she hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yes, ma'am, please take your time. With that said she also summoned Sakura in a small, urgent voice. Sakura, the boy. Kasuno Maibuki flashed an apologetic smile towards the Uchiha Mitsuru and rushed over to tug on Sakura, bending her over by her head. Mikan nodded faintly and took Sasuke Naruto's hand to follow her husband. After the family said goodbye to Haruno Maibuki Sakura, they headed towards Asakusa Street. Naruto reads and takes 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Nah! The other Sakura's eyes kept falling on Sasuke. Walking around the corner and out of sight of Sakura, Naruto then turned back and let out a long sigh. The boy. What a little age to sigh like a little old man. Mikan said, disgruntled. A little while later, here it is. Fuyue points to a store and tells Mikan that it's the new store he told her earlier would be very profitable in the future, Panchadon. Meichin curiously looked up at the ambiguously glowing pink signboard, and hurriedly came to Fuyue's ear and whispered, Hubby, Is this store decent? Sasuke and Naruto are still here. Do not bring bad children. Fuyu confidently said, you don't worry. Mei-chin, I didn't tell you or formal well. They are two small children. It's okay. That's not very nice. Why don't we just hang out somewhere else? Mikan was still a bit resistant. But seeing as there were people coming in and out of the entrance, it was pretty much what my husband had told me, that the pantry was very popular. We're all here. So Mikan, why don't you just go in and experience the massage program and let Sasuke, Naruto and the others go home first? Fuyue offered. The last couple of nights before bed, I've been hearing my husband talk about how the new store is doing, and she does seem quite interested. She looked down at Sasuke Naruto with some intent. Sasuke indifferently put his hands behind his head. Kaizen, just go ahead and experience it. I'm a little tired of shopping and want to go home. Naruto, who would have been full of energy again, made a long drawn-out sound with a surprised look on his face. No way. SAS give. You're tired from this? He arched his biceps, making a strong face, and slanted a glance at Sasuke in mock disdain. But I'm not tired at all yet. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched. You idiot, he said in a mock casual manner. If we go home now, we might see Sakura on the way. Oh, go home. Naruto excitedly pulled Sasuke and headed back. After walking a few steps he suddenly remembered something and twisted around towards his aunt and uncle and shouted, Auntie, Uncle, we're going home first. After saying that he hurriedly urged the slow Sasuke, walk faster for me SAS give. You're slow as a snail. Sasuke, who had taken Naruto with precision, rolled his eyes and didn't bother. Well, the kids are home too, so come on. I'll show you inside. Fuyue wrapped her arms around Mei-chan's soft and thin waist and smiled. Mikan wasn't in a position to refuse, and looked around curiously as she walked into the Panacea Cave. The decorations inside the store were quite new, and it was the first time she had seen such a store in Kiba Village. It's no wonder this place is quite popular. What's this? Mikan asked curiously as soon as she entered, noticing the many pictures taped to this wall. These are the staff of the store, the technicians I told you about the other night. The customers who come and see this first and will pick a technician of their choice from here to give them a massage. Fuyue introduced her. Mikan looked over to the wall of photographs where two guests were making their selections. Mikan looked dazed. She whispered, Honey, where do you know so much from? Ha ha, these are nothing. Fuyu smiled and made a pass. Let's go. Find an empty room for you to experience the massage program. Fuyu, as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, all the people working in this store except for the technicians were all clansmen of the Uchiha clan. They had already recognized Fuyu as soon as he entered the door. They originally wanted to come over at the first opportunity, but they didn't come over after Fuyu's eyes stopped them. At that moment Fuyu waved to the staff waiting in the aisle. Uchiha Matsu hurriedly walked over quickly, bowed his head respectfully and asked, Lord Clan Chief, Lady Clan Chief, what are your orders? Is there an available mechanic right now? Pei Leap asked. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Ujimatsu thought to himself that you are here then you must have it, even if you don't have it. Well, any one of them, a spa for my lady, Fuyu said faintly. Now, all the technicians in the Ponzi Cave store are women, and Mei-chin is also a woman, so there's no need to ask how good-looking the technician who comes to serve Mei-chin is, and how good-looking can she be as good-looking as Mei-chin? Yes, Lord Patriarch, Lady Patriarch, this way please. Uchiha Matsu introduced the two of them to a quiet and isolated room and immediately served them high-specification fruit plates, tea, and so on. Mikan looked curiously at one of the flowers on the bed and asked what it was, pointing to the rugby ball-sized hole in the bed. Fuyu explained in the lying massage when the human head and face can be straight down, the whole face directly facing the hole does not affect the breathing. It didn't take long for the mechanic to come in. The technician was a clean-looking 27 or 28 woman. After the technician came in, Fuyu left the room. He told Mei-chin, go to find Ryoichi for something. You can be at ease here to do the massage. Chapter 61, Tsunade is back. Makoto had no objections either. As soon as Futsuki exited the room, he saw Uchiha Ryoichi waiting outside the door. Master of the house. Uchiha Ryoichi greeted respectfully. Futsuki nodded and followed Uchiha Ryoichi to his office. Fuyue had just sat down when he saw Uchiha Ryoichi attentively fetching a ledger from his desk. Fuyue waved his hand. Didn't you read it this morning? I have something else. Uchiha Ryoichi was puzzled, but his hands did not stop moving, and he hurriedly put the account book back on the desk and returned to Fuyue to listen respectfully. Ryoichi, have you ever read about Making Out in Paradise written by Jiraiya? The first sentence of the family headlord's opening thundered Uchiha Ryoichi to the core. Make out heaven? Isn't this that little yellow book? Why do you ask? Uchiha Ryoichi was bewildered, and although he didn't understand why the head of the family was asking such a question, he answered honestly, I've read a little. Well, It's good to have read it. Fuyue nodded and continued. This idea came to me today too. I'm going to write a book to test the waters. You go. Before Fuyue could finish his words, he was interrupted by a horrified Uchiha Ryoichi speaking out. Ha! You're going to write a little yellow book too, master of the house? Fuyue's face darkened and he denied with a black line. No, I'm writing a book with a metaphysical theme. Hearing that the head of the family does not write small yellow books, Uchiha Ryoichi then breathed a long sigh of relief. Noticing the head of the family's unkind gaze, Uchiha Ryoichi hastily pulled out a smile. I'm sorry, head of the family. A momentary lapse of temper, please forgive me. All our bosses who have opened stores. Panicking. What a shame. Fuyue glared at him before continuing. You go to the village to acquire a bookstore and a printing press. When the time comes, I'll write it out. Directly arrange for it to be printed. And when it's printed out, pull it to the bookstore to sell it. Uchiha Ryoichi reminded. My lord of the house, there is no printing press in the village. Fuyue frowned. A big Kiba village. Not even a printing press? Kiba village is called a village, but this is the size of a city. There was no printing press, which was really unexpected. After Uchiha Ryoichi explained a bit, Fuyue then understood. It turns out that when the fourth generation Megumi succeeded to the throne, due to the need to obtain the support of the imperial family side of the Fire Country, there was an agreement with the imperial family that the village's large-scale factories would need to be relocated to the side of the nation's capital, and that this side would not be allowed to exist. This was tantamount to the imperial family pinching the economic pulse of Kiba village. It's no wonder that the generations of shadows that followed couldn't hold their heads up in front of the daimyo. In addition to the agreements set by Chibiusa and the imperial family of the Land of Fire back then, these factors also played a small role in influencing the situation. The royal family of the Fire Country has already taken its death. Fuyue laughed coldly a few times before saying, then you'll make a hard trip, and personally go to the national capital in the next 2 days to acquire a printing factory. Then Fuyue thought that the new store over here had just opened and might be very busy, and he added, forget it, you're not needed for this. I'll find someone else to do it. Fuyue's loyal henchmen aren't the only ones in the family servant Uchiha Ryoichi. To say loyal, after he led the Uchiha in a coup and successfully subverted the Konoha to power, which one of the Uchiha clan isn't dead to him now? He's going to use people, and there are plenty of them. There were more than 30 elite upper ninja clansmen of the Three Hooks alone. Yes. Uchiha Ryoichi didn't have any objections, and he did whatever the head of the family told him to do anyway. In a room not far from the office, Kamizuki Izumo and Steely Tai, a pair of good friends, were lying on the foot spa chair, watching the TV in the room while occasionally stuffing a grape into their mouths. It's so comfortable. It's almost too cozy. Hey, Izumo, I think I just saw Naruto-sama. Am I blind? Steely Tai opened his mouth a bit nervously. Kamizuki Izumo dismissed it outright without thinking. It must be your eyes. How could Naruto-sama come to a place like this? He enjoyed the rubbing and massaging of the technician on his feet and moaned in comfort. Yes, that's good. He too came over today and found a new item in the store. Basic foot baths. The price was fair. Just half a meal for the barbecue restaurant next door. After hearing the staff's introduction that soaking the feet through warm water, coupled with professional massage techniques, can help relieve foot fatigue, he too decisively shot the board tonight to do this. The two of them have to stand guard at the gate all day from time to time because of their work, and after hearing that this foot bath relieves foot fatigue, they of course wanted to try it. The results didn't disappoint them, and it was a blast. It's like being a god. As the technician who was massaging Steely Tai's hands got better and better, Steely Tai squinted his eyes comfortably, never mentioning the sight of Naruto-sama. Over here in the office, Fuyue and Uchiha Ryoichi were talking about the follow-up of the Pancher Cave when someone suddenly pushed the door in. Uchiha Ryoichi burst into a rage. Thought it was which ungrateful. Do not knock on the door to barge in. Just wanted to scold the person. But after seeing a dark part of the dress, the anger that rises in the heart will dissipate. Oh, originally is the dark part. Ah, that's alright. The dark sect is now staffed by the Uchiha clan's three-hooked shinobi, all of whom are their own people. What's wrong? Fuyue asked suspiciously. The dark part lowered his head and reported. Naruto-sama, Tsunade Haim, one of the three ninjas, has just entered the village. Oh, Fuyue's eyes flashed with essence. Surprisingly, Tsunade came back first? He had thought that of the three ninjas, the first to return would be Jiraiya, followed by Tsunade who might return, and finally Orochimaru. Strange. I remember in the original Orochimaru killed Sarutobi Hizuru and later held Sarutobi Hizuru's funeral. Tsunade didn't come back to attend. Ah, what are you doing back here? Fuyue was a bit confused and simply didn't want to think about it. Just Tsunade and Shizune? Pei Leap asked. The Dark One was stunned at first, then reacted to the fact that the Shizune that Naruto-sama was talking about was supposed to be the young woman following Tsunade, and he nodded. adding thoughtfully, and a pig, a pink piglet. Well, I know. First monitor it, no need to rush to contact. See what she wants to do. By the way, Tsunade has a phobia of blood. Each of you monitoring her go to Kiba Hospital and bring a blood packet. Tsunade has any rash action directly throw the blood packet. Fuyue commanded. Yes. With a brush of the dark side, he disappeared into the room, and as soon as Ryoichi Uchiha turned around to confirm the glance, the door to the room was closed. Well, no at all. Uchiha Ryoichi nodded darkly. Where were we? Fuyu took a sip of tea and said, you just mentioned that it is strictly forbidden for a technician to act out of character towards a customer, such as verbally abusing and assaulting a customer, etc. Uchiha Ryoichi said immediately after a quick flashback in his head. Chapter 62, Naruto Tsunade's first encounter. Well, Fuyu nodded his head and said seriously, abusing customers is a big no-no. From tomorrow onwards, before the technicians start working, you all have to take them to a small meeting in unison, admonishing them about the rules of the Ponzi Cave, and those who can't abide by them will be cleared out, and there are plenty of people who can be technicians. Yes, I know. Uchiha Ryoichi nodded in agreement. On the other side of a certain street, Tsunade was walking and strolling unhurriedly, in a good state of mind, not at all like she had come back to look for trouble. Shizun held the piglet in her arms and followed Tsunade-sama's side half a body length behind her like a little follower. It was worth mentioning that the ninjas had something as convenient as a space scroll, and they kept their traveling gifts in the space scroll, so they didn't have to carry large bags every time they traveled. This place is much more prosperous than before. Short-haired, innocent and slightly baby-faced Shizun surveyed the street. She still remembered when she followed Tsunade-sama to leave the village back then. It wasn't long after the Third Shinobi World War had ended, and the village definitely couldn't be said to be prosperous. Everything seemed depressed. Because of the war, many families were torn apart. Missing fathers, missing sons. It's been 7 years. Everything changes, no matter how hard it is, and time smooths things out. Shizun silently sighed in her mind. Shizun, come on. Suddenly the loud voice of Tsunade-sama rang out, and Shizun hurriedly looked over to see Tsunade-sama stopping in front of a steaming stall, waving towards her while already grabbing a bunch of croquettes and eating them with her other hand. Shizun took a few quick steps to the front of the stall and placed her pet pig, guinea pig, on the ground, then took out the small black purse from her pocket, unzipped it, pinched the coins with 3 fingers, and looked at the slightly scribbly-looking middle-aged uncle behind the stall and asked, "Boss, how much is it?" The boss hadn't said anything yet, when suddenly there was a voice speaking from the side. "Sass here, I'm going to eat this." "What are you eating? Haven't you gotten enough of how much ramen you just ate?" "But I'm just hungry. Really hungry. Believe it or not, my stomach is rumbling." A few people looked over to see a yellow-haired teenager with a pitiful expression, hand-grasping a black-haired teenager with a cool expression, pointing to this side of the booth with one hand. All the while, he was dancing around with his hands. "Go home. Kaizen bought snacks today so you can have enough." Sasuke, noting that many pedestrians were casting curious gazes, forced himself to hold back his dissatisfaction and said with a taut face, "Ah, Auntie bought snacks." Naruto's eyes lit up at first, then he glanced over to the fragrant side of the pill stall and his gaze was immediately sucked in by a pill. Unable to hold back the unwilling tears running down the corners of his mouth, he unwillingly tried to struggle a bit more. "Sas give. You want to eat the pills too, right? Right? It smells so good. Don't you think it smells good?" "No, I don't want to," Sasuke denied with a cool expression. "Ah, well." Seeing that it didn't work, Naruto could only hang his head and wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth as he prepared to leave. Just then, a nice voice appeared in his world as if a heavenly light. "Wait, little friend." Naruto, who couldn't eat the pills, turned around breathlessly to see a good-looking short black-haired sister in front of the stall waving at him, then looked at the owner. Boss, get 4 skewers of croquettes for this little kid and pay for them together," the kind-hearted Shizuka said graciously. Naruto's bleary eyes rubbed together and he whooshed over to the stall, nearly bumping into the pet shinobi piggy guppy crouching at Shizuka's feet. The guppy was startled by the reckless Naruto, and with a grunt he ducked behind Shizun. Naruto's eyes lit up when he spotted the guinea pig, but he knew he had to thank the sister who bought him the pills first. "You're a good-looking woman." This sister, Shizuka, who had just paid and put away her wallet at this point, heard Naruto's praise and smiled as she touched his little head. "Giggle. You're a good-looking kid, too." Naruto pointed at the guppy hiding behind Shizun showing a pig's head. "Sis, is this your partner? Is that a pearl necklace it's wearing? So cool." Shizun smiled and bent down to pick up the guppies, dragging them by their armpits for easy display to Naruto. "How's that for cool?" Shizun said smugly. She had carefully made this dress up for Dolphin, and at this moment, when she heard someone praising Dolphin, she was naturally in a very good mood. With both hands in his pockets, Sasuke took 2 slow steps behind Naruto and was hearing this when he subconsciously glanced at the guppy Shizun was holding up, a pet dog-sized pink piglet, with a string of pill-sized pearls hanging from what couldn't be called a neck, was wearing a dark red dress that looked a little out of place. The corners of his mouth twitched at that moment. That's it? Still cool? A human woman with the same perception as Naruto, Sasuke concluded decisively, not moving to take a few steps back. He didn't want to get infected by Naruto and this stupid woman. Sister, you're a stranger. I don't think I've seen you in the village. Hey, Naruto asked suspiciously as he ate the pill. And, does this sister know me? Naruto noticed that the big blonde Oompa Loompa sister next to the brunette sister had been staring at herself. Shizun smiled when she heard Naruto say that. Sister hasn't been back in 7 years la. It's normal that you haven't seen me in the village. Oh. Naruto chewed the pills in his mouth and whimpered indistinctly and slurred. What is your name, sister? And I will repay today's great favor later. Shizun smiled slightly. Little friend, you are very interesting. It. Repayment is not necessary. My name is Shizun. This is the ninja pig guppy. Little friend, you? Shizuka held the pig's hoof of the guinea pig and raised it in greeting. At that point Naruto hastily chewed a few times and swallowed it into his stomach, a big, wide grin raising on his face. My name is Whirlpool Naruto, and I am the man who will become Naruto in the future. Naruto swore his words as if he could really become Naruto in the future. A flash of dismay crossed Shizun's face. Tsunade, who was propped up on the side and eating pills, also had a dazed look on his face. Looking at Naruto, who had a confident gaze and a bright smile, and remembering a character who vaguely overlapped with his appearance. Sister, just don't worry. I'm the man who's going to become Naruto. I'll have no problem going into battle. It wasn't long after her dear brother, Joma Noki, had said this with a smile, that the sad news of him being blown up on the battlefield after mistakenly falling into a trap with a detonating charm came in. Rope tree. Tsunade's eyes showed complex colors. Warm and soft razor subconsciously to the chest. Slender fingers rubbing the necklace crystallized pendant. Only Sasuke, who was high and cold on the side, had a disdainful look on his face. Naruto had heard this more times than he knew what to do with. I remember it was that unspecified night after his father told Naruto that his father was the 4th Naruto of the village, and ever since then Naruto's dream of becoming Naruto in the future has been on his lips so much that he's heard it in his ears. Chapter 63, The Heart's Desire to Leave. Humph, kid, not even a ninja, so don't make a big deal out of it. Naruto's words brought back memories of that sad past, and Tsunade subconsciously uttered a taunt when she thought of her brother Jamono's tragic end. Naruto looked up to see that it was the big oafish sister next to Shizun's sister who had said it. With nothing to be embarrassed about, he touched the goggles on his head and gave a hefty grin. I'm already in ninja school. I'll be a ninja when I graduate. Even though I'm not a ninja yet, I'll try to become a Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke, who was off to the side, spoke up. Milk Ludo, go home. Just because he hated Naruto didn't mean others were free to mock Naruto's dreams. Simply put, it's okay for me, but not for anyone else. After all this time together, despite his heart's reluctance to admit it, Naruto had become part of the family. Oh, Naruto agreed, giving Shizun another word of thanks and turning to run, when Shizun called out to him in a hurry. Shizun snatched a few pills from Tsunade and shoved them into Naruto's hand with a smile. Naruto, study hard at school yo. Looking forward to the day you become Naruto. Naruto's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. I will. Shizun-san. Naruto. Not far away Sasuke prodded again. Naruto gave a panicked yes. Coming. With a firm wave towards his Shizun sister, who had invited him to eat the pills, he turned to catch up with Sasuke. Shizun couldn't help but smile as she watched Naruto run away and turn back towards her with a big grin. Tsunade-sama. Naruto is such a funny kid. She teased the guinea pig and looked back to find Tsunade-sama looking at her unkindly. She realized what was going on and smiled sarcastically, quickly looking at the owner. Boss, 4 more skewers? No, 10 more skewers of croquettes. Tsunade then let Shizun off the hook. Take my pills as a favor. Can of Yule. After getting the pills, Tsunade said, let's go. Shizun picked up the guppies and asked, Tsunade-sama, where are we going now? Home? No, let's go to the Naruto building first. Tsunade said lightly as she took a bite of a pill. Shizun's heart fluttered. It looked like Tsunade-sama was going to go looking for trouble after all. She sighed, but she couldn't change Tsunade-sama's mind, so she could only follow quickly with a bitter little face. After walking for a while, Shizun's face tightened and she whispered, Tsunade-sama, it seems like we're being watched. Tsunade glanced at her calmly and leered. Did you just realize that? Shizun thought to herself that she came back to Kiba village after 7 years and subconsciously let her guard down before realizing that it's not unusual. Tsunade said as she ate her pills full of concern. They've been following us for a long time now, and seem to be trying to come out and stop us since we met up with that brat, and then stopped again for whatever reason. Tsunade's mind was still quite unsettled when she thought of the yellow-haired brat just now. Whirlpool. Naruto? Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the amazing chakra in her body. He must be the new nine-tailed human pillar power, right? Strange. The village would let the nine-tailed Rinpoche run around? Tsunade felt a little strange. Wasn't she afraid that the nine tails would get out of control? If it were the old man, he would have kept a tight rein on the ninjas. Wouldn't he? Tsunade couldn't help but think so. Immediately, a complex color flashed in her eyes. She almost forgot that the old man was dead. It's the Uchiha clan that's ruling Konoha now. Tsunade thought of something and her heart fluttered. Also, the Uchiha clan had those eyes. There was no need to worry about the nine tails getting out of control. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Uchiha Futsuki was able to take out the old man, so she must have opened her kaleidoscope sharing will eyes. She intentionally glanced at the dark sections following her around, thinking that the fact that Uchiha Futsuki hadn't made any major moves since she had entered the village, and had only sent people to watch her, proved that he shouldn't be planning to make a move against himself. The reason why she dared to go back to the village alone was naturally the background of her identity that brought her backbone. As the granddaughter of the first Naruto, she is the princess of the Chibi Mansion, nicknamed Tsunade Hime, and one of the 3 Konoha ninjas. Despite the fact that the first Naruto died many years ago and the Chibi houses are no longer around, their influence on Kiba still exists. Coupled with the fact that she didn't know how many people in the village had been favored by her and had been rescued by her with medical jutsu, she didn't believe that Uchiha Futsuki would dare to take a chance on her. The fact that Uchiha Futsuki just sent someone to spy on her was proof enough. Instead of rushing to the Naruto building first thing, Tsunade took Shizune for a long walk around the village. After a large stroll, Tsunade's mood was slightly more mixed. The villagers they met along the way were all smiling, and the atmosphere in the village was harmonious, completely unaffected by the change of the village Naruto. Even when she asked a few villagers what they thought of Naruto now, they all said it was pretty good. To the villagers, living an uneventful life is the most important thing. In fact, it doesn't matter at all to them if Naruto was replaced or not. Tsunade, who realized this, stood in a daze, suddenly sighed deeply, and her desire to go to the Naruto building faded. She said ruefully, "Never mind, Shizune, let's go." Going to the Naruto building? Realizing that she was going to get into trouble, Shizune was a little apprehensive. "That's the Uchiha clan. Are you really going, Tsunade-sama?" Shizune had grown up hearing about the prestige of the Uchiha clan and had an inexplicable little fear of them, especially since the Uchiha clan was the ones who killed the 3rd Naruto to become the 5th Naruto. She didn't have much love for the Uchiha. "No go. Let's get out of here." Tsunade waved her hand tastelessly. "Ha?" Mute a look of incomprehension on the face of an elderly subway dweller looking at his cell phone. "Leave? Where to? Tsunade-sama. Stupid. Leave the village," Tsunade said as she glared at Shizune. "Ha?" Shizune was a bit reluctant. "Tsunade-sama, it's so late. Why don't we stay the night and leave tomorrow?" It was rare that she came back to Kiba village once in 7 years, and she still wanted to visit her uncle's tombstone. The image of the yellow-haired brat vowing to become Naruto suddenly crossed Tsunade's mind, and her heart lurched as she changed her mind again. "Never mind. We'll just stay the nights then." Hearing Tsunade change her mind, Shizune's face flashed with a leap of joy. "Yeah, so are we going home now?" Shizune asked expectantly. Tsunade was standing on Asakusa Street, looking around aimlessly, when suddenly her eyes were drawn to a sign with a pink glow. "Pansies?" A flicker of curiosity flashed in Tsunade's eyes. What kind of store was this? "Come on, Shizune, let's go over there," Tsunade said with interest as she pointed to the store next to the grill. Chapter 64, Blocking. The rebellious Tsunade. Ah, Shizune was also thinking that she hadn't been back to the house for a long time, so she guessed that a lot of dust had fallen. So if she went back to clean now, she could still get it done before she went to bed. I didn't realize that Tsunade-sama hadn't had enough. Well, ugh. Shizune glanced at the store next to the grill. The exterior looked high-end, and couldn't help but sigh and touch her small, dried-up wallet. Feeling like she was going to hemorrhage money again, Tsunade's eyes suddenly glazed over slightly, and at the entrance to the store, 3 dark sections appeared steeply, one turning to enter the store, while the remaining 2 stood in the doorway blocking the way. "What? This store is open and won't let you in?" Tsunade said in a cold voice with her hands clasped over her chest. One of the dark sections spoke faintly. "Wait, and the reason?" "Why wait?" Tsunade said disdainfully. "I'm going to count to 5. So you guys take this time to disappear or I'm going to do it and make you disappear." Hearing Tsunade's overbearing words, the 2 dark sectors glanced at each other, both able to see the disdain in each other's eyes. Others might be afraid of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, but not their high-minded Uchiha. "Ha? A flash of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes as she saw a slight reddish glow from the eyes of the masked holes of the two dark sectors. Two pairs of three-hooked shuriken eyes? She said, how come these two dark sections dared to stop themselves? So it was the elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Futsuki is just ho-hum. Even the members of the dark sect use their own Sankyu clan. But aren't you looking down on me too much with two Sankyu Uchiha? A cold color flashed in Tsunade's eyes. It's not like she's messing around. She just wants to go in this coiled cave and see what it's all about. She ignored it when this dark part was spying on her. What would be the meaning of this stopping her from entering this store? Had she, Tsunade, been out of action for so long that the world had forgotten her Sannin reputation? But 2-3 hooks. Tsunade eyes sharp. Mouth began to count down 5 seconds. Just like 5 seconds after not letting go really want to do it. Shizune on the sidelines, some anxious on the fire. Tsunade Lord ah. This is not outside ah. This is the Kiba village. Naruto are not your teacher ah. As for hands to cause trouble? But she could tell Tsunade was serious. And there was nothing she could do to persuade her. However, as Tsunade counted down the last 2 seconds, the two dark sectors didn't panic at all. Silently, he pulled 2 dark red blood packets from his pocket. Tsunade Shizune had both spent time in the Kiba hospital, and was naturally no stranger to the 2 blood packets. Tsunade averted her gaze the first instant she noticed the blood packets, but that hasty glance had also caused her to turn pale, and even a nauseous and sickening feeling bubbled up for no reason. It was a good thing she hadn't seen any blood directly yet, or her hemophobia attack would probably have been worse. But that alone was enough for Tsunade. Shizune's face paled at the sight of the 2 blood packets, and noticing that Lord Tsunade's body swayed twice, she hurriedly dropped the guinea pig in her arms and stepped forward to support Lord Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Shizune looked worried. Mean. Tsunade slowed down and spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Didn't this Uchiha all have little brains? How does he know how to use her hemophobia as a weakness against her? Tsunade felt as if these 2 dark sections across from her were 2 fake Uchiha. Where's your Uchiha pride? Over here. The dark part that had just entered the Ponzi cave store had also arrived at Fuyu to finish his report. Not only did he inform Tsunade that he had arrived at the door and tried to come in, but he also informed him of his observations along the way. Wandering around? Making contact with Naruto Sasuke? Fuyu a little puzzled. Do not know Tsunade back in the end want to do what? With Naruto Sasuke contact he is not worried at all. Tsunade, strictly speaking, is not an outsider, will not have any ideas about Naruto Sasuke. Based on the return from the secret department, Fuyue was sure that Tsunade didn't know she was here, and since she wasn't here to find herself, it should just be by chance. Fuyu's face looked odd. I think he saw a store here that he hadn't seen before and wanted to come in to take a look. Fuyu guessed this result and waved his hand. Go tell them that there's no need to stop her. Do as she pleases, but don't divulge that I'm here as well. Yes. The Dark One led the way out and made his way through the gilded corridors to the front of the store, where he saw the dark-haired girl holding Tsunade up and glaring at her companion. He directly ignored the girl's angry eyes, came to his companions and whispered a couple of words. Then a dark part of the first to let Tsunade wait for a moment dropped a sentence, here store business hours. Of course. Feel free to enter. Be my guest. After saying this, the 3 of them disappeared with a brush, and returned to the dark place to monitor Tsunade, Shizune and the 2 of them. Tsunade was also much better at this moment, and when she saw that these few dark sectors were clueless, she only felt a little speechless. Tsunade-sama, why don't we stop watching and just go home and rest? Shizune offered. No, I still have to go in there today and see what's in there that I can't see. Being blocked by those 2 dark sections, and having just let himself out for 5 seconds to make them disappear only to be brutally slapped in the face by the other party. Tsunade's current mood was very depressed and annoyed. It inspired her to rebel and not let me see it. I had to see it. With that she shook off Shizune's hand and barged into the store. Shizune looked at the exasperated Tsunade and lamented, busily picking up the dolphin at her feet and chasing after it. As soon as Tsunade entered, she was greeted by a man dressed as a waiter with a smile on his face. Welcome to Ponzi Cave. We have basic foot bath and massage spa. This side of the photo wall you can pick your favorite technician to serve you. The staff set also introduced the basic foot bath with the specifics of the massage spa. Tsunade was so confused by what she heard that even her anger was temporarily washed away. As the old saying goes, reach for the stars. Tsunade's face looked a little odd after hearing the man's introduction. So it's a shady store that engages in astringent services. Tsunade smiled coldly, full of disdain. What did she think those 2 Uchiha were stopping her for? That's it? The staff's face did not change in the face of Tsunade's mockery. Still smiling, guest, we are a formal establishment. All services are formal. Please rest assured. Tsunade half-heartedly glanced at the wall of photos again. At that exact moment, a couple of customers came out of the hallway who had just finished washing their feet. They are full of spring light to go out. The mouth is still happy to talk about the service is very good. Fatigue are gone. Next time to come back and so on. Tsunade thought to herself. Come what may. And besides, those two darkies stopped themselves for a while. She'd like to see what's going on in this store. Give me a head start on that basic foot or whatever. Shizune didn't stop it this time. She heard the price when the waitress introduced it just now. The basic foot bath chosen by Lord Tsunade wasn't expensive at all. It was only the cost of a weekday meal. Not even 1/1000th of what Lord Tsunade would have lost if she lost a handful of money at the casino. It's a small amount of money. It's just a sprinkle. Chapter 65 Tsunade Shizune Foot Bath First Experience. I'll take a basic foot bath too. Shizune added. Okay, both guests. Basic foot bath service. Please follow me and I'll take you both to your rooms. Tsunade Shizune was led by the attendant through a gilded hallway and into an antique room. When I entered, I saw 3 odd chairs set up inside, supposedly for people to recline on. The room was furnished in an antique style, with carved wooden murals and a small incense burner emitting a light incense. This cozy and serene atmosphere makes you feel comfortable when you walk in the door. Please have a seat, both of you, and wait a moment, the mechanic will be right with you. The staff smiled and sat Tsunade Shizune down on the footbath chair, closing the door to the room gently and leaving. Tsunade paced around the room, observing the room, and scat under her breath. It's quite a mess. Shizune put down her guinea pig and touched the footbath chair with new curiosity. It was soft and plopped down on it, voicing her feelings. Tsunade-sama, this chair is quite comfortable to sit in. Try sitting down too. Tsunade bristled. You're so uneducated. Isn't it just a chair? What can it be? It's not all the same, said she herself in the next door footbath chair. Sit down. Soft touch comes. Tsunade, although the heart is also very satisfied, but the mouth is still hard. It's not much. At that moment there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Come in, Shizune said. The door to the room opened, and it was the same waiter again, only to see him bring 2 cups of green tea, as well as a delicately cut and fully arranged fruit plate. Shizune looked at the fruit plate in surprise. We didn't order any fruit, the waitress said with a smile. Free, in addition to go out and turn right to go to the end is the restaurant. Oh, there are free meals provided, said waiter thoughtfully, asked them once more if there was anything else they needed, and only exited the room after learning that there was nothing. There were 2 more left. Tsunade Shizune. Shizune stuck a slice of pulp with the small fork on the fruit plate and tasted it before her eyes lit up. She smiled. Tsunade-sama, the service in this store is really great. Hey. Tsunade nuzzled and nitpicked. Maybe this store is just a glitzy surface job with a messy service program. She sneered and said, if this what's-his-name basic foot bath doesn't satisfy me later, I want his money back. Jingyin did not say anything, silently eating fruit, thinking I hope your basic foot bath program will not drag its feet off. Otherwise Tsunade-sama could really do the whole refund thing. Shizune kindly prayed for the store, then her eyes lit up at the sight of the TV set into the wall, and she said how she saw a remote control on the wooden table next to it. She walked over and turned on the TV with gusto, cut to channel 2, and slumped comfortably in her chair, watching the comedy beautifully. That's when the door to the room slammed again. Shizune said come in, and this time 2 women dressed in the same attire came in, looking a little familiar to the technician on the wall of pictures that she had picked out earlier. Hello, esteemed guest. Technician 005 is pleased to serve you. Hello, esteemed guest. Technician 007 is pleased to serve you. Smiles spread across the faces of the 2 moderately good-looking women, who bowed and curtsied as soon as they entered. Tsunade looked on coldly without saying anything as Shizune smiled and nodded. Yes, please begin. Then I saw 2 technicians skillfully take out 2 large buckets from the room cabinets and put on a white plastic bag, while Tsunade and Shizune started enjoying the basic foot bath service. Over here Mikan finished the spa, dressed up and left the place with Futsuki and set off on her way home. Hubby, this spa is quite comfortable. It doesn't feel like my neck is sore anymore, and my shoulders don't hurt. On the way home, Meichin, who was experiencing the SPA program for the first time, was excited to share her feelings with Fuyue. Fuyu smiled and responded with a couple of sentences every now and then. With that, it was back home in the Uchiha clan land. The person was in the foyer changing his shoes when he heard Sasuke in the living room say something about being a super-duper idiot. This will be Mikan mood is quite good, but did not say anything, smilingly watching Naruto Sasuke bickering. Fuyu looked at this cozy scene as also the corner of the mouth slightly hooked. Wife and children hotbed family neat and tidy. That's a homey vibe. That's nice. At this time, 100 miles away from Kiba, 3 speeding figures in the woods suddenly had one of them pause and sneeze. The Uchiha muttered something about who's reading me behind my back. He's a ninja. He's in good health. Why would he sneeze? The Uchiha weasel shook his head and tightened his robes as his body transformed into a stump and continued to chase after his companion. Pancake Cave, indoor dining room. The entryway reveals a flowing landscape ornament with a mini waterfall, where fresh water flows out of a hidden spout and falls, making a gurgling sound of water. This will be after 11 p.m. at night, which is the time when Pansy Cave has the most traffic. Tsunade Shizun sat in a corner of the restaurant. Shizun was a little staggered as she looked at the nearly full restaurant. Tsunade-sama, this store is so popular. It feels like there are more people sitting here than at the grill next door. Shizun whispered. Tsunade grinned broadly. The food is free here, so there must be more people than next door. Shizun thought to herself that free is one thing, but the service here is really great. They had just finished washing their feet, and it just so happened that Tsunade was hungry, and with the whoring idea that there was something free for nothing, Tsunade dragged Shizun, who wanted to go home, to this place. Hello, the beef noodles and dumplings for the two beauties are ready. Finally, I'm starving, Tsunade muttered and rubbed her stomach, sitting in her seat without moving. Shizun, for her part, got up self-consciously and walked quickly. When I got there, the beef noodles and dumplings were thoughtfully placed in a tray. This added a few more points to Shizun's favorable opinion of the store. Ugh, beautiful, take it in 2 batches, don't spill it. The chef, seeing that the girl coming over wanted to greedily carry away 2 trays at once, kindly warned, the noodle dumplings are fresh and hot, so don't burn the girl. Shizun smiled at the chef, held the 2 trays steady in her hands, and turned back towards Tsunade. A hint of surprise flashed in chef's eyes. Well, so this girl is still a ninja. He is the middle ninja of the Uchiha clan, responsible for the squad's food during the war, and then when the war ended, he opened a restaurant in the clan's land, which was liked by many of the clan's young and old because of his great cooking skills. The Pancake Cave cafeteria had just opened for business, and the cooks couldn't be recruited for a while, so he had been called in yesterday by Ryoichi Uchiha to help out for 2 days. The clan now knows that the Pansy Cave is its own property, and Uchiha Dafu naturally came over as a matter of course, painstakingly and neatly. He could tell that the girl had applied chakra to her palms, making the 2 trays stable. Chapter 66, Tsunade, the sky is falling. Returning to the village after 7 years. Home is gone. Strange, the girl is a ninja. Why isn't she wearing a Kiba forehead protector? Uchiha Dafu thought strangely to himself, but quickly got busy and left this unimportant matter behind. The beef noodles recommended by the matriarch Sama were indeed quite popular, and most of the customers who came to the restaurant in the past 2 days ordered beef noodles. After Tsunade and Shizun finished eating, they came out of the Pancake Cave, and there were very few people left on the streets. It was late at night, and the lights on the streets were out a lot. Tsunade-sama, are we going back now? Shizun said as she hugged Shinobu Dolphin. Well, go back. The two headed toward home. 10 minutes later, Tsunade Shizun stood in front of a building and stopped in her tracks. Tsunade looked around blankly. Shizun, we're not going the wrong way, are we? Where's our home? When she came back from the battlefield, the clan land of the Thousand Hands clan was taken up by her teacher, and she was assigned a place in the center of the village in a family built. She was all alone at the time, and she didn't have much of a problem with it. After all, the clan members of the Chitos clan had died in battle, and those who were left or had followed the orders of the matriarch to integrate into the village as a whole. What's the point of having clan lands when the Chitos clan is gone? When she returned to the village, she took up residence with Kato Break's niece, Shizun, and the two of them became dependent on each other. She had also lived in this one family-built home for quite a while before she ran away from Kiba. Even though she hadn't been back in 7 years, her memory certainly wasn't wrong, and she was sure she hadn't gone wrong. But what about my house? Where's my big family? And where did this aquatic market come from? Tsunade-sama, we didn't make a mistake. Look, this cherry blossom tree, the scar left by my bitterness throw at the time is still on it, Shizun said as she ran to a cherry blossom tree in front of the building and found the marks on the tree. Damn it, what kind of ungrateful person is this that demolished our home and made such an aquatic market out of it? The smell of fish hit Tsunade as she kicked over the box that was set out to contain the fish in annoyance. Shizun grimaced bitterly. Tsunade-sama, what should we do then? It's so late. We couldn't even ask anyone if we wanted to. Let's go and find a hotel to stay in first, and wait until tomorrow to come back here to ask which one of the bold ones dared to tear down our house. Tsunade said with a black face. That'll have to do. Shizun sighed. Luckily, within 2 steps, the two saw an operating hotel and checked in without incident. The next morning, Shizun got up early, washed up, and went to the next room to wake up Tsunade-sama. Just as I opened the door to my room, I smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Shizun frowned, feeling bad, and sure enough, she came in to take a look and saw a Tsunade-sama lying inside a floor of empty wine bottles. Seeing this scene, Shizun couldn't help but grin at the corners of her mouth and rubbed her forehead with a headache. Here we go again. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say you were going to ask who demolished our house today? Why were you drinking again last night? Shizun sighed deeply. Based on past experience, Tsunade-sama didn't bring herself to get up until after the big afternoon. Shizun skillfully opened the windows in the room to let in fresh air, leaned down to pick up each bottle and neatly arranged them outside the door, and then moved Tsunade-sama, who was unimaginatively exposing her white belly, onto the tatami mat, tugged off her clothes for her, and tucked in the covers again. After getting this done, Shizun then gently closed the door and exited the room. Originally, they only had a room for one night, and according to the usual practice, they were to leave the room by 12 o'clock noon on the following day. The mute went downstairs to the owners for another night's refill. Only then did he go back to his room to lead his guinea pig out for a walk plus breakfast. Walking out of the inn, Shizun led Dolphin past the fish market from last night, which was open and filled with people. Shizun took a closer look and realized that this aquatic market was, indeed, built on top of this part of Tsunade-sama's home. Not only was Tsunade-sama's home demolished, but even the former Tsukuma izakaya next door was gone. All the other buildings are still there. Just 7 years on, there have been considerable changes. She could understand the loss of the Tsukuma izakaya. After all, business hadn't been good when she and Tsunade-sama were still in the village. It's normal to go out of business. But why did you give Tsunade-sama's home to tear down? Shizun couldn't figure it out. Don't the people who demolished it know that this is Tsunade-sama's house? She's still got a lot of stuff in the house. It's all full of memories. The more Shizun thought about it, the angrier she got. And she almost didn't hold back from asking alone, breaking in time as she walked to the entrance of the fish market. Never mind. I'd better wait for Tsunade-sama to go with me. If I go by myself, Tsunade-sama is going to be upset afterwards. Shizun exhaled a depressing breath and turned to leave the area. I came to a baozi store, bought a drawer of xiaolong bao, soy milk, and 5 large meat buns for Dolphin, and led Dolphin to the corner to sit down. Just as she was eating a xiaolong bao, Shizun heard a familiar staggering voice. SAS give. I'll beat you in today's practical training. She looked up and saw a yellow-haired teenager with a backpack in front of the bakery, and next to him stood the dark-haired, high-strung teenager from last night. It's Naruto. Shizun would smile at the thought of last night's encounter with Naruto-kun, but she didn't get up and go over to greet him either, just looked away and ate her xiaolong bao slowly and methodically. The dark-haired teen seemed to notice her sight and turned his head over to look, his mouth opening and closing to say something, and the next moment he saw Naruto jerk his head to her side. Naruto's eyes flicked around and then landed on her, his eyes lighting up. Ah, it's Shizun-san's big barrio. Naruto yelped in surprise and ran into the store in excitement. Shizun guffawed. Hello Naruto, we meet again. Is this you going to school? Right, Shizun-san. I'm telling you, we're going to train in real life today. I lost to Sasuke last time, but I'm definitely going to win this time, Naruto said with a smile full of confidence, as if the victor was already him. Ah, if it isn't tonkatsu, Naruto said in surprise at that moment, noticing the ninja pig Tonkatsu eating a large bun under the table. Tonkatsu's such a good eater. The guppy seemed to understand Naruto's words and grunted twice in displeasure. Sister Shizun, the guppies seem to understand me. Naruto looked shocked. Shizun laughed. The guinea pig is a ninja pig. Oh, not only does it understand you, it can also release ninjutsu. Oh, ah. Naruto was dumbfounded and said incredulously, Dolphin still knows jutsu. He didn't know the basic 3-body jutsu until now. And now when he heard Shizun-san say that this pig could do ninjutsu, it was as if he had heard a heavenly story. Chapter 67 Re-establishment of the Police Department. Shizun-san, you must be lying to me. How can a guinea pig know jutsu? Naruto hemmed and hawed, deciding that Shizun-san was lying to him. Naruto, you people? At this time Fuyu's voice rang out. Shizun was just about to ask Dolphin to show Naruto his hand when she heard Naruto say, Uncle is calling me. I'll go over first. After saying that he ran out again like the wind. Naruto, what would you like to eat? Futsuki saw Naruto running out of the bakery and didn't care what he had gone to do, asking him what he wanted to eat. They didn't have breakfast at home today because Mikan got up late on a rare occasion, so she made the 3 of them buy breakfast outside to eat. Naruto looked left and right and finally asked for 3 fries and 3 large meat buns. Fuyue paid the 2 kids for breakfast and left. Sasuke saw Naruto still wanting to go back to the bakery and called out to him. What are you still doing? Going to school. Just give me a second. Naruto stormed into the bakery with a vengeance and came to Shizun. Shizun-san, we're practicing in the morning. Do you want to come to school and watch me defeat Sasuke? Naruto heatedly scratched his head as he took a liking to the sister who had bought him pills to eat last night. Today's rare real-world training was his chance to get revenge on Sasuke, and he wanted to call out to Shizun's sister to go over and observe. Morning Ken yo. Shizun thoughtfully and cheerfully agreed. Anyway, Tsunade-sama had only woken up in the late afternoon. so it was fine for her to go to the ninja school and hang out. Ninja school? Ha! It's been a while since I've been back. I remember when she was sent to war before she graduated. Most of her classmates at that time were not able to come back to the village and stayed in that dangerous land forever. Originally she was one of them, but it was only because Tsunade-sama arrived in time to save her, and has taken her with her ever since, that she's been lucky enough to survive the bloody hell she's been through. Then say yes. Naruto ran off with a hefty giggle. Ugh. It's been a while since I've been back to the village, and it's still a lot of emotions. Shizune shrugged it off, putting some of the sentimentality behind her. The guppy arched her calf and Shizune looked down. So soon you're done eating. She bought 3 more large vegetable packets and threw them at Dolphin. Over here, Fuyue also arrived at the Naruto building, not forgetting what he promised Kakashi yesterday. He sent someone to notify Naruto Auxiliary, the 2 advisors, and the heads of departments of a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. As the saying goes, there are small meetings for big things, big meetings for small things, and no meetings for important things. After the heads of each department were notified, they came to the meeting room on the first floor one after another in advance. There was Kakashi, the head of the Dark Force who was actually exercising the rights of a minister, and the head of the mission department, Masato Uchiha, who was also the 3rd elder of the Uchiha, head of intelligence, Uchiha Kshara, also known as the 2nd elder of the Uchiha. Intelligence and missions have always been the top priority, so Fuyu naturally wouldn't give these 2 important positions away, but instead arranged for his own people, and the other positions he split. For example, the head of the medical department, Nara Jubilee. This person is the younger brother of Naruto Auxiliary Nara Kagura, an upper ninja of the Nara clan, who specializes in the use of shadow mimicry, and whose shadow mimicry is at the top of the list in terms of sophistication among the Nara clan. The Nara clan was already in charge of the village's medical system, and the others wouldn't say much if this ministerial position was given to the Nara clan. The head of the administrative department is a clan of the Hyuga clan. The administrative department before the power is still quite big. One is in order to assist the work of the Naruto, give some correctness of the opinion. The second is to serve as a bridge between the Fire Country and the Kiba, to convey the information of the country, receive the financial expenditure allocated to the village by the country, and also to respond to the daimyo some of the state of affairs and the situation of the village. But after Futsuki took over Naruto, he slashed a lot of power from the administration department, and instead of a minister, the highest officer of the administration department was Naruto Auxiliary, followed by 2 advisors, the Minister of Education by Fuyue himself. Kiba cultivation of the next generation of top priority, he naturally will not let out. The interrogation department was still held by the head of the Yamanaka clan, who was good at interrogation, and the police department had been abolished by him before, because if it was continued by the Uchiha clan, it would be too bad for the Uchiha clan's reputation and have a bad influence, so he didn't hesitate to abolish it. But now that he thought about it, it was still too hasty. A village the size of Kiba village, with over 30,000 families and a population of 100,000 or so, said it was a village. It was about the same as a small town in his previous life. Then responsible for dealing with the village's security cases or have to police department too. But in order not to affect the Uchiha clan and the village's popularity, he decided that the police department does not need to use the Uchiha clan of people on the line. At most, the minister of the police department to be held in the hands of the rest of the whole can be given out. Let each of the major families arrange for a little manpower, and this police department will be formed. In the future, when the police department handles law and order cases, the villagers won't just blame the Uchiha clan. After all, the members of the police department that handles you have all kinds of people, so you can't blame them all, right? Maybe there's someone from that family sitting around listening when you complain? Wouldn't that be an offense? So when the meeting started and Fuyue brought up the decision to rebuild the police department, the others didn't feel surprised or anything, especially when they heard Fuyue say that the head of the police department would be Uchiha Inafune. They were even more unperturbed. I thought to myself that it looks like the second police department in the village that can travel the armed forces besides the armed forces of the dark sections is going to be in the hands of Naruto-sama. After all, before the police department was abolished, it was the Uchiha clan that was in charge. And Naruto-sama wants to take back the police department, but there is nothing wrong with that. But upon hearing the next paragraph, the faces of the other heads turned a bit subtle. The police department is not the Uchiha's one and only, and each clan has to arrange for someone to join the police department in a key position. With the strength to be a shinobi? The people in charge in the room looked at me. I looked at you, and in the end there was some light in their eyes. The police department. Ah, the department that can exercise armed force in the village. Since Naruto-sama allowed them to arrange manpower, they won't be polite. Ah, They are still very keen on the position in the police department. Only Naruto Auxiliary Nara Kagura's eyes twinkled a bit. Seeing the excited eyes of Nara Jubilee, the Minister of Medical Affairs' cyborg brother, Nara Kagura didn't say anything, even though he knew that entering the police department wasn't a very good choice, because the police department is an offending place. Wasn't it because of the police department's iron-faced handling of cases that the Uchiha clan had such a bad reputation in the village before? Nara Kagura knew the drawbacks, but he didn't show any expression. Instead, he even spoke out in public in support of Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama, we, the Inu Deer and Butterfly clans, would like to offer 10 of our top ninjas to join the police department to help police the village. Chapter 68, Practical Training. Whirlpool Naruto vs. Inuzuka Toa, the head of the interrogation department, Inoue Yamanaka, who was present on the sidelines, didn't have any objections to Nara Kagu's behavior of making a decision without consulting him. He picked Deer Butterfly 3 tribes since ancient times together. Nara clan because of high IQ, in the 3 tribes would have been vaguely leading, so Nara Kagu does not go through him to make any decision he will not hesitate to support. Compared to Nara Kagu's caution, Hyuga Hinata's appetite was much larger. Naruto-sama, I wonder how many shinobi the police department can arrange. Fuyu laughed. Of course, the more people the better. Counselor Hifu. Hinata glanced at Nara Kagura demonstratively and smiled as she held out her hands. We, the Hyuga clan, would like to offer 10 of our top shinobi to support the rebuilding of the police department. Fuyua nodded with satisfaction. Very well, everyone. The awareness of the hibachi advisor is just high. With the leader, the patriarchs of the several great clans present also clapped their hands together and more or less supported a few of the upper ninjas. Very well, come on, Chief of Police, say a few words, Futsuki said with a smile as he looked over to Uchiha Inafune, who was sitting at the end of the table. Seeing the gazes of the crowd converge, Uchiha Inafune was confused. A member of the clan informed him to come here for a meeting, and he came without knowing anything about it. Where did he know that the Lord Patriarch had given him such a big surprise? He looked at Fuyue in the first seat with wildly determined eyes and said, Naruto-sama, I will definitely do a good job and will not let you down. Aha! Fuyu nodded and said, I'll leave it up to Minister Einafire to arrange the specific postings in the police department, so you guys hand over to him and the meeting is dismissed. Fuyue clapped his hands and dismissed the meeting. Back in Naruto's office, Fuyue had nothing else to do and called for a computer to be brought up, which he used to write his novel. The computer was kind of like the desktop computers in that computer room at his last elementary school. The whole big box. The functionality is also relatively simple, but it's still fine for writing novels. While Fuyu's side was immersed in coding, the ninja school had already begun practical training. Shizen skipped along the way to the Konoha ninja school, holding Dolphin by the hand. The doorman turned her away because she wasn't wearing a Kiba forehead protector or something that could prove her identity. There wasn't much that Mute could do. The family register that could prove her identity was presumably gone because her home had been torn down. The Kiba forehead protector was also left at home by Tsunade-sama because she didn't want to wear it and didn't want to remember the sad past. Shizen sighed as she stood at the entrance to the school and looked inside at the playground. Naruto, I'm probably going to miss the appointment that my sister promised you. After an unsuccessful discussion with the doorman, Shizen planned to leave. I didn't expect to meet someone I knew back then at the school gate the next moment, and after some catching up, I learned that the other person is now working as a teacher at a ninja school. So with this old classmate vouching for her, and the doorman making himself unavailable, Shizen managed to get into the ninja school. Big help. I'll buy you dinner next time I get a chance. Shizen smiled and said her goodbyes as her old classmate seemed to have something to do, chatting with her for a while before hurrying off. She also led Dolphin towards the playground. Just as she was at the school gates, she spotted a bright flash of yellow hair on the playground. The playground. Matchmaking exercises are being conducted. The first-year kids had just stepped into the ninja school. They were all still in the stage of learning the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, and basically not many of them knew ninjutsu, except for the kids from the big families. Currently on the field of battle is the two civilian origin. The whole time did not use the jutsu, just hands and feet covered with a little bit of chakra. Three-legged cat kung fu fight you to and fro. There were two Nakanabu teachers present, one in charge of calling the number to register the process of fighting, and one in charge of the safety of both sides of the fight to avoid accidents in the students' fights. Naruto was crouching next to Sasuke boredly drawing circles on the ground with a branch he had picked up, when suddenly a flash of pink broke into his vision. Wearing a pearl necklace and a little red coat. Ah! Dolphin! Surprised, Naruto dropped the branch and tried to touch the guppy, but it whooshed, surprisingly fast, and ran away from his eyes in a flash. As soon as Naruto looked up, he saw Shizen standing there playfully in a long black and gray tunic and pants smiling at him. Ah! Shizen-san, you're here. Naruto hemmed and hawed and laughed heartily. Naruto, I'm not late, am I? Shizen said with a smile. Not too late, not too late. It's not my turn yet. Naruto finished with a sigh, and when faced with Shizen's confusion, he explained, unfortunately, Sasuke is already fighting someone else, so I won't be able to fight Sasuke. Naruto had a regretful look on his face. Shizen snorted. She thought what was wrong. Sasuke, who was off to the side, heard Naruto's words and skimmed his lips without saying anything. Greedy Sasuke's beauty Sakura and Ino stood beside Sasuke. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura couldn't wait to jump out and say, "Stop talking big Naruto. I remember the last time you lost to Sasuke in the bitterless throw, right?" Ino was calmer. Although she also craved Sasuke's beauty, it wasn't as exaggerated as Sakura's. She just watched without speaking. Naruto defended. That was an accident last time. I didn't eat that day. I didn't have the strength to throw it crooked only. Otherwise the winner would have been me. Sakura sneered twice. Naruto, don't make excuses. You dangler. Just admit it. You'll never be as good as Sasuke. Who's the best? Sakura looked at Sasuke in a daze, her eyes glowing. Sasuke listened to Sakura constantly belittling Naruto. It was clear that Sakura was arguing with Naruto for his sake, but he didn't feel happy at all. He even frowned and got a little upset. Sakura's small mouth was still blathering. Last time the whole class had a ninjutsu throw, you had the worst score. And you also had the worst actual combat score. I don't even know where you got the courage to want to challenge Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the lost Naruto and frowned. Enough talk. Shizen looked on thoughtfully, sighing in her heart. Is this youth? It's so nostalgic. Too bad I don't have any youth left. Shizen patted Naruto on the shoulder and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Naruto, go for it in the battle later. Naruto regained his fighting spirit. Wow. Shizen-san, I'll give it my all. Naruto peeked at Sakura and quietly clenched his fists, thinking that he would have to beat his opponent cleanly and impress Sakura with himself later. Next match, Whirlpool Naruto versus Inuzuka Tooth. At that exact moment, it was Naruto's turn to take the stage. Naruto. Shizen pumped her fist, cheering him on. Naruto hemmed and hawed, gave Sakura one last look, and stepped out of the six-parent pace striding through the crowd to the clearing. Sasuke's eyes twitched slightly as he glanced at Inuzuka Tooth on the field and the young puppy lying on his head, thinking that Naruto would be okay with that. Chapter 69 Fiasco. After the previous incident at the school gates, where the two kids who provoked Naruto were beaten up by their parents in public and apologized to Naruto, word of Naruto spread among the kids. After a few days of festering, the kids learned that Whirlpool Naruto came from a very big place, being the heir of the fourth Naruto-sama. I don't know if they'd been instructed to do so by the adults and their families, but basically there are no kids in the ninja school who dare to mess with Naruto anymore anyway. Knowing again that Whirlpool Naruto was the heir of the fourth Naruto-sama, it was as if a powerful filter had been placed over Naruto's head. After all, the children had all more or less heard the adults and their families praising the fourth Naruto-sama. And in their minds, wasn't Naruto-sama the strongest person in the entire village? Whirlpool Naruto, since he's Naruto-sama's heir, he must be pretty good too, right? So for this actual combat training today, the students surrounding the onlookers all thought in their hearts that this must be a win for Whirlpool Naruto, right? After all, the opposing team's Inuzuka Tooth was also a hangdog, and how could having a baby puppy with not even all its teeth on its head help? It was basically negligible. However, to everyone's surprise, Maelstrom Naruto was dry-humped to the ground. Battle not. The teacher acting as an observer saw Naruto knocked to the ground and was about to announce the result when he saw Naruto quickly get up from the ground. I haven't lost yet, Naruto said through gritted teeth. The observer teacher froze and frowned just as he was about to reprimand, but in the next instant he coughed and fell silent when he thought that the boy was looked up to by Naruto-sama. The surroundings were silent, but Naruto could feel countless lines of sight converging on him as if they were pins and needles. There was some bewildering fear in his mind. It was as if he were back to that time when he was unpopular. Since living in Sasuke's house, he felt happy every day, and the old days of being stared at and scolded seemed to have never happened. Naruto swore it was the happiest few days he'd ever had. However, I'm going to win. Shizen-san is right there watching me and I want Sakura to be impressed. Naruto gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but for some reason the chakra attached to his fists was erratic, and every time he made contact with his opponent for a split second, the chakra disappeared strangely and silently. Inuzuka Toa saw Naruto charging towards him and froze for a moment, also clenching his fists to meet him, and the result was that Naruto's punches had no effect at all on his opponent, and he flew backwards as he was hit. Ahem! Naruto curled up on the ground and coughed in some pain with his hands over his stomach. Okay, that hurt. Naruto's face was pale, his lips were tightly closed, and fine beads of sweat were breaking out on his forehead. The observer teacher in charge of the safety of the practical training side and went up to check the situation. And after finding nothing wrong, he announced the result. The battle is over. Inuzuka Tooth wins. Iruka Kaino, who was registering on the sidelines, nodded and wrote down the results. Well, can you still stand up? Observer Sensei asks if Naruto can still make the seal of reconciliation. The pain wasn't so intense at the moment, and Naruto gasped as he climbed to his feet, nodding in silence. Both parties made the seal of reconciliation, and Inuzuka Toa whispered as he missed Naruto, "I'm sorry I didn't hurt you. I'll be more careful next time." Naruto's eyes sputtered at that, but he didn't say anything, just clenched his fists and lowered his head back into the crowd. Isn't this Naruto-kun? You're yelling about beating Sasuke, but you didn't even beat a hangman? Ah la la, what's going on here? Naruto isn't letting off steam. Sakura was the first to jump in and taunt. Naruto's head went even lower. He had been thinking about settling the fight cleanly and impressing Sakura, but it turned out. Hearing Sakura's sarcasm at that moment, Naruto's heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a needle. Sad and sorrowful. Hey, just now it's tempting to say, "Would you get away from me?" Sasuke said coldly, noticing Sasuke's icy gaze fall on his own body. Sakura's eyes flashed with a hint of incredulity, looking around and pointing her trembling little finger at herself as if she wanted to get reconfirmation. "Says you. Sakura, I kinda hate you, can you go away?" Sasuke's words seemed like cold winter flying snow. Sakura heard only felt as if all the hot blood was going to freeze. She still wanted to struggle a little. "Sasuke, what are you talking about?" Sasuke, however, didn't give her a chance to finish and frowned. "Get out." Sakura's eyes reddened as her aggrieved gaze met Sasuke's icy stare, and she walked away at a loss for words. Sakura Ino looked at the cold Sasuke, secretly shocked, and chased after Sakura towards him. Naruto stood still with little reaction, as if a shell of a lost soul. Sasuke took 2 casual steps with his hands in his pockets to Naruto's side, his throat moving without making a sound. Shizune watched as Sasuke shooed the girl called Sakura away and let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, she had never hated a little girl so much. Naruto, even if he lost, there is no need to be so taunting, and there is no big grudge. Are not all classmates? Naruto, are you okay? Shizune asked with concern. Naruto looked up and forced a smile. I'm fine. He patted his stomach as if nothing had happened. Look, it doesn't hurt at all. Shizune noticed the subtle change in Naruto's expression and sighed in her heart that Naruto was such a good boy. She just didn't know why Naruto had taken a liking to that mean little girl. Here, don't move. Sister will show you. A ball of green light emerged from Shizune's hand and pressed it against Naruto's stomach. In an instant, Naruto felt wrapped in a ball of warmth and his eyes widened. Shizune-san, it's so warm and cozy. Shizune laughed. It's a palm fairy technique. It can heal injuries. Oh, how is it? Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? It really doesn't hurt at all. Naruto nodded heavily in excitement. This time he wasn't lying. His stomach really didn't hurt at all. Shizune then withdrew her palm senjutsu as she thought about the scene she had just watched and asked in confusion. By the way, Naruto, why did your chakra disappear during the battle just now? Was it out of control? Sasuke's ears perked up in surprise when he heard this. Chakra would disappear? What's going on here? Sasuke didn't have his Sharingan eyes on right now, so naturally he couldn't see the chakra Naruto had overlaid on his fist escaping. Hearing Shizune talk about it at this point, Sasuke was concerned about it. That would be why Naruto would lose, right? Sasuke thought to himself. It's only now that chakra refining and small applications are taught in school. The current class, as far as he knew, was at that stage, with the exception of a few kids from the big families. Chapter 70, Naruto, Sasuke, I want to train with you at night. And he already knew the 3-body technique. Except that the opponents he dealt with didn't need to use the 3-body technique, and could be defeated with just the physical technique, so he didn't have much to do with the figure of convenience. Naruto scratched his head in agony. I don't know what happened. It's just that the chakra was fine and obedient at first, but when it came to fighting, it ran away. Chakra will run away? Sasuke frowned quietly. It was the first time he had ever heard of chakra doing this. He quietly kept this in his mind, with the thought of asking his father about it when he got home. In fact, he was more inclined to ask his brother, who made him the best of his relationship with him. But last night he learned from his mother that his brother had gone away on another mission and would not be able to return for a while. So it's just a matter of asking father. Well, it's probably an accident, so practice more in general, Shizune said. She didn't have the Uchiha clan's sharpening will eyes or the Hyuga clan's white eyes to see exactly why Naruto's chakra had disappeared. She was an excellent medical ninja, and was just more sensitive to chakra than others. So one can only conclude that Naruto should not have enough mastery of chakra to cause this. Aha, I'll practice hard and never lose to anyone again. Naruto was secretly determined. The feeling of being taunted by my favorite girl today is really too hard to bear. It's comparable to the old days when people threw rotten eggs and leaves. Sasuke, can I follow you to the training grounds tonight to practice? Naruto asked, looking at Sasuke pitifully. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, resisting a bit at his big brin eyes. He pretended to be impatient and said, I know. Just follow me and train with me tonight. Yay, great, Naruto said excitedly. Since you want to train with me, you can't do it halfway. Sasuke warned in a serious tone. Got it, just don't worry. I'm sure I won't give up halfway and follow your good training. Naruto nodded gruffly. Aha. The serious expression on Sasuke's face then soothed. Okay, Naruto, I'm leaving. Newt glanced at the time. It was after 11 a.m. Sneak back to the hotel and get some food to go back. Whoa, bye sis. Next time you want to win. Oh. Shizen smiled and waved her fist. Whoa, I will. Naruto hesitated for a moment and mustered up the courage to say, Shizen-san, can you come and watch next time? I'll win next time. Naruto looked serious. Well, I don't think I'll be able to come next time. I'm supposed to leave Kiba today. Last night Tsunade-sama had said to stay the night and leave. And she remembered it well. Ah, you're leaving here. Shizun-san? Where to? Naruto gave a shocked expression and immediately followed up. Shizen's sister is beautiful and kind. To be honest, he really can't let go of Shizen's sister. If you leave the village, then I guess it'll be hard to see. I don't know yet. We go everywhere. Like other countries. Shizen tells Naruto about the interesting world outside of Kiba village, famous sights from all over, and more. Naruto was so dazzled by what he heard that he couldn't wait to go with Shizen-san. Ah, that's nice. And a hot spring, can I come along with you guys? Naruto asked expectantly. Before Shizen could say anything, Sasuke said, Idiot you. Of course not. Naruto gave a look of pity. Shizen smiled and stroked Naruto's skull. The soft yellow hair was soothing to the touch. She smiled. Naruto, when you grow up. Oh no. When you graduate from school and become a ninja, you can go whenever you want then. Yes? Naruto's eyes lit up as he counted on his fingers and called out. 5 more years. The gleam of excitement in his eyes seemed to disappear all of a sudden. And he sighed. 5 more years to go before I can be a ninja. That's so far away. It's only been 5 years. Time flies. Oh. Shizen patted Naruto on the shoulder. Well, I really have to go. Do well in school. Oh. Shizen greeted Dolphin and waved goodbye to Naruto and left. Naruto waved his hand vigorously and watched as Shizen-san and Dolphin's silhouettes disappeared in front of the entrance to the shinobi school before he recollected his gaze. Ah, Shizen-san is such a nice person. Well, a good man indeed. Sasuke chimed in with a rare comment. Right? It's the good guys, right? Naruto said with some small excitement as he saw Sasuke agreeing with him on a rare occasion. Sasuke pushed Naruto, who was almost on top of him, away from him with some small amount of disgust. You're so dirty and covered in dust. Don't come near me. Naruto looked down. His clothes looked dirty with a lot of dust on them and a few footprints. Ah, no good. Naruto noticed at this time, and hastily patted the dust on his body. And after a good while of patting, the dust of the footprints on his clothes was gradually patted clean. And there was still a little bit of prints left that couldn't be patted away anymore. Naruto apprehensively turned to Sasuke for help. SAS give. What should I do? I can't get this off. Sasuke casually glanced at it, realizing it was just a little bit of a small gray mark, and calmly said, if you can't get it off, you can't get it off. It's not a big problem. Naruto still squirmed a bit at that. He was worried that his aunt would be upset if she saw it when he got back. Sasuke sighed and quietly grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground and rubbed it on his shirt when Naruto wasn't looking, then patted it down, leaving a mark. Look, I have it here too. Sasuke pointed to the white mark on his shirt for Naruto to see. Naruto grinned when he saw Sasuke doing the same. Ha ha, Sasuke, you're in deep trouble. You've gotten your clothes dirty. Your aunt is going to beat you up when you get home. Sasuke rolled his eyes and sort of figured out the reason for Naruto's squirming, which turned out to be that he was afraid of being seen by his mother when he got home and blamed him for dirtying his clothes. I realize you really are an idiot. Sasuke shook his head, an unspeakable helplessness passing over his face. Had he known that Naruto was worried about his mother scolding him, he wouldn't have soiled his clothes more than necessary. From what he knew of his mother, she was so gentle. How could she possibly blame Naruto? Even he was a little jealous of how much his mother cared and loved Naruto these days. Ha! You're the idiot, aren't you? Stupid Sasuke. Naruto crossed his arms and glared stupidly, completely unknown. Sasuke simply averted his eyes for a moment. Naruto had a very persistent style, though, and squeezed back into Sasuke's line of sight. Sasuke looks to the left and Naruto comes to the left. Sasuke looks to the right and Naruto runs to the right. A look that says you're not going to stop until you admit you're an idiot. Chapter 71 Ino Yamanaka vs. Hinata. Breaking news. Sasuke was speechless and simply closed his eyes. Now Naruto had no choice. Scratching his head in place, the other side of the crowd, Sakura was wiping her small tears and sobbing silently. Her heart was like an overturned soy sauce bottle of mixed flavors and sadness. She couldn't figure it out. Why did Sasuke tell him to get lost when he was clearly standing up for him? She remembered it well. Sasuke had said he hated Naruto in public ages ago. She wasn't the only one who heard it either. At the time Ino, Kagome, and Tuji they all heard it. Sakura, don't cry. Ino watched silently for a moment, persuading. She too are good girlfriends and sisters after all. Watching Sakura cry so hard didn't sit well with her. Sakura huffed and choked as she confirmed to Ino. Ino, Sasuke said he hated Naruto didn't he? Ha? Ino looked confused. When had Sasuke said that? How come she didn't know? Looking at Ino's confused look, Sakura reminded. It was just before, when school started. Sakura frowned. How could you even forget what Sasuke said? Ino couldn't remember at first, and when Sakura reminded her of this, a flash of realization flashed through her eyes. But Sasuke didn't explicitly say he hated Naruto at that point, did he? Just told Naruto not to come so close to him. Ino recalled hard, looking at Sakura with a slightly odd gaze. You're the one who's remembering it all wrong. The other Sasuke just said not to come so close to him. When did he say he hated it? Sakura didn't notice Ino's strange sight, her mouth still huffing. You don't even remember what Sasuke said. You really don't deserve to like Sasuke. Ino. Fine. It's not like I like people so much like you. I'm just admiring Sasuke's beauty. Sasuke is like a white lotus flower that can only be viewed from afar. Ino knew that he could only think about this in his mind. If he said it out loud, with Sakura's fiery personality, I guess the two of them wouldn't even be able to be BFF friends. Ino tried to persuade her, but that was when the teacher called out her name. Practical training she's going to be on. Sakura. I'm called. I'll go first. You. Ugh. Ino could only stomp his foot and wriggle his way onto the field when he saw Sakura huffing and wiping her little tears indifferently. Never mind. Sakura will be fine after a while anyway. She likes Sasuke so much anyway. Ino came to the clearing. Thinking so in her heart, she was much more relieved, and was not bothering about Sakura's side. She looked at her opponent with a grave gaze. It was now imperative that she was fully focused on winning this practical training. Practical training to win is a plus for the candidate's daily evaluation and relates to future performance in school that will be recorded in the ninja file. Of course, she had heard that from Kagome. Whether it was true or not, that was another story. Yamanaka Ino versus Hinata. Both sides make the seal of opposition. Iruka Kaino, who was holding the book, finished announcing the names of the opposing sides and reminded the two to make the seal of opposition. Before the start of the battle, both players will make the seal of opposition, symbolizing that they are about to enter a battle. At the end of the battle, both players will extend their seals of opposition and merge them into a seal of reconciliation, symbolizing reconciliation and friendship. Having just watched so many opposing seals and seals of reconciliation, Ino and Hinata were no strangers to this, and very skillfully made an opposing seal with each other. Ino was a bit stressed out. Daisuke she knew, the second most powerful young lady of the village's second most powerful clan, the Hyuga clan, was very strong. Ino's gaze was fixed, and he looked at the posed Daisuke with a bit of trepidation in his heart. On the side of the observer Haino, Iruka's eyes flickered. Both girls had big backgrounds. One was the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, and the other was the Yamanaka clan, the pig of the Inu deer butterfly. He could tell from soon after enrollment that both scions of the great families had studied ninjutsu and already had a good foundation. Coming to school is nothing more than going through the process of plating. Not much could be seen on a regular basis. So he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity for practical training to arrange for the two to fight against each other, wanting to see how far both had mastered the art of ninjutsu. Is it the ability to unleash ninjutsu? Have you mastered the secret arts of the family? The Hyuga clan's soft fist and the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique were both very famous, especially the former's soft fist, which was the family body art of the Hyuga clan and was widely known throughout the shinobi world. When he hadn't yet come to the ninja school to become a teacher, he had teamed up with a clan member of the Hyuga clan to do a mission, and had personally seen that Hyuga clan member perform soft fists on the enemy. TSK, that image was still unforgettable to him. And this Hyuga Daisy, the daughter of the Hyuga clan's patriarch, the Hyuga clan's eldest young lady Qianjin, must have been learning jujitsu since she was a child, right? As for this Yamanaka Ino, the Yamanaka clan's family secret technique is a C-ranked close to mid-range supportive jutsu. Perhaps the threshold of C-ranked jutsu is a bit high for a 7-year-old child, so I don't know if Yamanaka Ino-san has learned it or not. Kaino Irika looked expectant, waiting to see this. As it turns out that Daisuke, who had set up her stance, was planning to go all out. She suddenly became aware of a certain line of sight in the crowd. She subconsciously glanced back and met Naruto's gaze. Bang! 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 Daisy turned back hastily, her snow-white neck rapidly heating up and turning red, and her two delicate little ears turning scarlet, like two boiled big red shrimps. Naruto-kun is looking at me, probably too shy. Daisy's eyes were rolling in circles. Across the room, Ino was too stoned to notice the change in Daisuke yet. Just then, the safety officer, seeing that the two had finished comparing their opposing seals, announced, "The battle begins." Ino was fully focused on the rock-like, motionless Daisuke, and in response to the change of events, she followed suit and stood still in the standoff. However, after the safety officer called out the start of the fight, a second passed and Daisuke was still standing still. Ino's forehead was sweating when she suddenly noticed something was wrong. She looked up and cried out in shock. "Ah, sensei!" Daisuke passed out standing up. "What?" The safety teacher appeared in front of Daisy with a whoosh, taking a closer look and wearing an odd expression, and really passed out standing up. "Off the mark. What's going on here? How did this pass out?" At this time, Kaino Irika also rushed over to check. Jokingly, Deidara is the young lady of the Hyuga clan. Can't have something happen to him. He couldn't afford the wrath of the Hyuga clan, now that his father, the Hyuga clan leader, was an advisor to Naruto. Quick, a couple of the girls, help get Daisy to the infirmary. Chapter 72, I want to eat fish. Irika Kaino greeted the staff in a hurry. Ino was more than willing to lend a hand, calling out to Sakura from the crowd in the process to come help. Sakura hesitated, but wheedled her way over. A few people helped the unconscious Daisy towards the infirmary, and on the way Daisy woke up. Even though Daisuke woke up, Irika Kaino decided to keep a steady hand and send it to the infirmary to see what caused the coma. Only Daisy waved her hand in embarrassment and tried to refuse, knowing full well that she just fainted from being so shy. Nothing more, but too embarrassed to say it. So Irika Kaino greeted the girls and took Daisy straight to the infirmary. As soon as the medical ninja in the infirmary heard that it was the Hinata clan's daughter, he hurriedly called for the female medical ninja on duty and carefully examined Deidara. It was finally concluded that Hinata was all in good health and did not suffer from any illness. Irika Kaino was relieved, and so it was that the group went back to continue their practical training. Naruto building. Naruto's office. Uchiha Sesshomaru knocked on the door and entered the room with Naruto-sama's permission. "Naruto-sama, you wanted to see me?" Uchiha Sesshomaru slightly bowed his waist, his eyes full of respect as if he were on a pilgrimage. Fuyue, who was in the middle of coding, made a movement and looked up at Uchiha Sesshomaru. He wore a gray long-sleeved with an upper endurance green vest over it, a dark orange-yellow tiger-striped horn belt tied around his waist, and a head of long black hair, with a pair of black tiger eyes, glowing and resolute, which indeed had the style of his father's younger days. This person is the youngest son of the great elder Uchiha Sihu, Uchiha Simin. At the end of the Third Shinobi World War to the age of 16 years old set foot on the battlefield, less than half a year. In the teammates died under the stimulation of the opening of the three-hook jade shuriken. In the younger generation, the strength of a very good. After the meeting came out he mentioned to the great elders. The great elders sent him this favorite young son for him to send over for him to work. "Well, there's something for you to do." Fuyue beckoned, and Uchiha Sesshomaru immediately leaned over. "Check it out. It's a novel I wrote." Fuyue opened the text document. Uchiha Sensei glanced over. The first line, a few big words, title, Chapter 1, The Falling Genius. Then another line, is the body of the novel, The Power of Cha. 3 paragraphs. The more Uchiha Sesshomaru watched, the more engrossed he became, and as if mesmerized, he saw the end and snapped out of it. He woke up as if in a dream. "Naruto-sama, is this a novel you wrote?" Uchiha Sesshomaru marveled. "Naruto-sama, this writing is also too good." He compared his thumbs. "Your writing is like flowing clouds in water, natural and smooth, revealing extraordinary talent and profound depth between the lines. Every word seems to carry magic power." Introducing. "Okay, well, you weren't invited here to kiss ass." Fuyue laughed and cursed, interrupting his gushing words. Uchiha Sesshomaru commiserated. "I'm really not kissing ass, I'm telling the truth." He asked curiously, "But there are some parts I'm curious about." "Say." Fuyue was this pat on the back. "The mood is very good." Smilingly leaned back in the chair and said, "Is this novel of yours based on our Uchiha?" "This Uchiha Yen." Fuyue nodded lightly and smiled. "The world has an inexplicable fear of our Uchiha clan, and I intend to instill something different in them." Uchiha Sesshomaru revealed a dawning look. The clan leader deserved to be the clan leader-sama. Thinking about things so far-reaching. "Okay, down to business. You say. The Uchiha Sesshomaru bent over slightly. 2 things. One is to acquire the village's bookstore Giantang, and the second, you have to personally run over to the national capital and acquire a printing factory. By the time I finish writing my novel, I'll be able to print it out directly. When that time comes, I'll first get a batch of them to the village to get Giantang to test the waters. Well, after acquiring the printing plant, you'll go and look for the offline bookstore channels, and by that time, if the feedback from the village is good, then you'll directly contact the other bookstore channels and take the books over there to sell them. Uchiha Sesshomaru listened attentively and repeated. Acquire judo, acquire a printing press, develop bookstore channels everywhere. He nodded heavily. I understand. Naruto-sama, please leave it to me. I won't let you down. Well, okay, you go and do it. The funds you go to Liang Yi to ask for. He is now in Ponzi Cave. This matter I passed the gas with him. In the matter of money, he will support you. Yes, Naruto-sama, I'll get right on it. The Uchiha Sesshomaru looked uplifted. It was an honor to be trusted and entrusted with an errand by Naruto-sama. Looking at the Uchiha Sannin's respectful exit from the room, Fuyu continued to code. After a few minutes to code less than 10 words, suddenly had a feeling in his heart, got up and came to the window, just in time to see the street outside. The Uchiha Sannin ran over and walked into the set of the hall. Fuyu smiled faintly, so that the follow-up to the novel that could pass the time at work was also scheduled. As long as he writes, copies, the shinobi version of doujinshi, he'll be able to do it in a heartbeat when the time comes. Fuyu looked at the time, almost 12 o'clock, simply go to eat a meal in the back to continue to code words. Today he was going for a change and was craving fish, so he walked a little farther to find a store with quite a few customers and sat down. This store is next to the newly opened fish market and you get fresh fish. Fuyu came out to eat and changed into casual clothes, but there are not a few villagers recognized him. He came to the single empty table against the wall and sat down. It was dinner time and the store was busy, almost full, and he sat down and waited a few minutes before a waiter came over to entertain him. Hello, guest, what can I get you? The waiter was a clean-cut young man who politely handed the menu to Fuyu. Fuyu swept a glance. Give me one of your store's signature dishes. This eel rice? And a sashimi platter with salmon sashimi. Okay, have a seat. The waiter ran off at a fast pace. Fuyu had nothing to do after ordering, and was a little bored looking around, or listening to the people drinking and bragging next to him. It didn't take long for the sashimi platter he ordered to be brought over by the waiter first. He said that the eel rice and salmon sashimi would be a while, so he should eat first. Fuyu, since there is no excuse for this plate of sashimi, Fuyu at first ate some not too adaptable, but after eating for a period of time, found that the flavor is not bad. Once in a while to eat is okay. When she was at home, Makoto would occasionally get a raw fish to eat. Fuyu was eating sashimi when a voice suddenly came from the side. Tsunade-sama. Great. There just happened to be a seat open here. Chapter 73, Tsunade with mixed feelings. Tsunade-sama? Hearing this word, Fuyu, who was chewing on sashimi, looked back in surprise and saw a pale yellow double ponytail back sitting with her back to him, and on the back of her green jacket was the word gambling on a red background. How to meet them. Fuyu looked at Tsunade and Shizune and muttered a little in his heart. Shizune, go ahead and order. I'm starving. Tsunade grinned widely and grunted as she rubbed her stomach. Shizune placed her guppy in a chair and responded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I'm on my way. With that said, Shizune hurried off to get the waiter's order. Not 2 slices of sashimi and Mute was back. Returning with her was the waiter who had entertained Fuyu before, only to see him walk over with eel rice. Tsunade sniffed at the scent wafting in and looked at the waitress who had followed Shizune's ass over. Thinking that Shizune's order had arrived, she couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks on the side. Hey, this store serves food so fast. Ha, it's really good. Shizune sat down with a confused look on her face. What are you talking about, Tsunade-sama? I just finished ordering. The next moment she saw Tsunade-sama eyeing the waitress as she walked past. Tsunade slapped her chopsticks on the table in frustration. What the hell? So it's not ours. Shizune then realized and smiled bitterly. Tsunade-sama, it's not that fast law. Tsunade subconsciously moved her eyes to follow the waiter. And then she saw the waiter placing the bowl of fragrant eel rice in her hand on the next table behind her. There sat a man with a majestic face, eating sashimi in a good mood. Tsunade felt that the man looked a bit familiar, subconsciously looked at him more, and met his deep gaze. Tsunade stood up violently. Uchiha Futsuki! Tsunami exclaimed in shock as she pointed her finger at the man. Shizune, who was looking down and teasing the guinea pig, heard Tsunade-sama's exclamation of surprise and quickly looked up. Following the direction of Tsunade-sama's finger, she saw a man with an imposing face, and at the sight of this man, Shizune's heart was slightly astonished. Wasn't this Naruto's uncle? Naruto's uncle who he had seen at the bakery only this morning. Uchiha Futake? Shizune was puzzled 1 second, but reacted the next, her pupils dilating violently as she stood up in equal shock. Uchiha Tamagotake, is that Uchiha Tamagotake? Shizune looked dumbfounded at the man sitting in the corner with a flat face eating eel rice. This is the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Futake who led the Uchiha clan to assassinate the third Naruto and succeeded in becoming the fifth Naruto? That Uchiha Futsuki who is rumored to be ruthless and powerful? I can't believe it's Naruto's uncle? Shizune thought back to the scene in the morning, where Naruto and Uchiha Futsuki were clearly on uncommonly intimate terms. But the problem is, last night he heard Tsunade-sama say that Naruto is the son of the fourth Naruto. Ah, the third Naruto is the fourth Naruto's master's father. How could Naruto be so close to the person who assassinated the third Naruto? Fuyu's face does not change color, does not move, eating fragrant eel rice, but in fact, inwardly helpless to the extreme, did not expect to be so quickly found by Tsunade. He was thinking of sneaking out after dinner, but things have come to this point, there is no need to sneak. After all, there is nothing to hide. Before hiding Tsunade, he is too much trouble. He already has a flower like jade gentle as water wife Michin. Considerate people not to say, but also very understanding. He was already satisfied with this. To other beautiful women, to be honest, Fuyu is far away from, because he knows he may not be able to control in front of the beautiful woman has been. He sighed. Mikoto, I tried my best. With a flash of thoughts in his mind, Fuyue examined Tsunade squarely. Not wearing any forehead protector, you can see the blue-purple 100 mark of Een seal showing on the forehead. Thin and short eyebrows, brown pupils of the eyes, light red lips and red fingernails, white skin and plump breasts. Sure is a good tits big son. Fuyu was secretly surprised. That being said, this was the first time he had ever met up with a real-life version of Tsunade. It really wowed him. I can't hold it in one hand. Is it really a D-cup? Vaguely sensing that Fuyu's sight was not quite right, Tsunade's eyes gradually became dangerous. Asshole, what are you looking at? Tsunade gritted her silver teeth in dissatisfaction. One fist already clenched. Fuyu calmly said, don't get me wrong. It's just pure appreciation. Tsunade looked at the calm Fuyue, hesitated, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, loosened her clenched fists, and sat down again. She originally thought that she would not be able to resist making a move against her teacher's murderer Uchiha Futsuki when she saw him. But what made her feel strange was that her heart was like water in her heart at the moment, and she had no desire to avenge her teacher at all. Why this was, Tsunade herself couldn't say. Perhaps it was because she was so disappointed in her teacher? She had just returned from the aquatic market and inquired about key information. The aquatic market was opened recently, and before the aquatic market was a commercial street, which was established 5 years ago. That is to say, 5 years ago, the year after she left Kiba, her house was bulldozed and a row of shopping streets was established. And this commercial street property belongs to the Tobi clan. Her last shelter was gone, destroyed by the teacher himself. Perhaps the remaining respect for her teacher disappeared from her heart after learning the news. A memory of a scene from long ago passed through my mind. When did the kindly teacher who taught his disciples begin to be unfamiliar? It seems like it started when Sensei became Naruto and became progressively more power-hungry and became progressively. Afterwards, after sitting back and watching public opinion destroy Kiba Shiratsuki, it's even more out of control. Human experimentation. Mass annexation of property to train their own ninjas. That's probably why Jiraiya Orochimaru, as well as himself, have all simply left Konoha in droves, right? I can't see what I'm seeing. Just at this time, the people eating next to hear just Tsunade that sound Uchiha Fuyue, have probed under, seem to recognize Uchiha Fuyue, one by one excitedly surrounded, have shouted Naruto adults. Fuyu smiled and waved his hand. Hello everyone. Ha, just here for a meal. Everyone go back to eating quietly. One by one, the villagers kept bowing and chanting as they returned to their seats, but still peeking at Naruto-sama from time to time with loyalty in their eyes. Fuyue knew exactly why these villagers were so in love with him. Who made him exempt the villagers from the agricultural business tax for 3 years after he succeeded Naruto? Who wouldn't love it if they didn't have to pay taxes to the village this year? But Tsunade, who had just returned to the village, didn't know. She saw the scene, and seeing the villagers love Uchiha Futsuki so much, her heart was even more mixed. Chapter 74, Leaving at Night. No one in the village cared at all about Sensei's death. About the death of the third Naruto, as if nothing had happened. Tsunade thought of the Naruto rock she had just seen, on which the statue of her teacher had been removed. It might also mean that the era of the third Naruto is over. Thinking about this, Tsunade slumped down on the table tastelessly, losing the thought of conversing with Uchiha Futsuki, and not caring anymore about Uchiha Futsuki's offense just now. Shizune saw that Tsunade-sama's mood seemed like a roller coaster, but she was still apprehensive. Seeing Uchiha Futsuki looking this way while eating, Shizune hurriedly lowered her head in an honest and well-behaved manner. Just kidding. This is the ruthless person who killed the third-generation Naruto who succeeded in becoming Naruto. She does not want to have anything to do with this person. Fuyue noticed the change in Tsunade. A series of changes from initial shock to anger to complexion to soporific. A series of changes were all in his eyes. He probably thought of something and laughed softly. Mayo, did you see that? Even your disciple, Tsunade, has gone off the deep end with you? What a good death. You didn't die unjustly. Fuyue secretly thought that Tsunade had already come, and by the looks of her, she shouldn't be planning to pursue anything, with a pose. So should Tsunade keep her? According to the report from Kakashi's side, the spies from the other villages have already been released, so I'm sure there will be a wave of tests from the other shinobi villages soon. He was prepared to pick a village straight off the bat. Who with you to try to go? Dare to provoke. He directly opened full body Gundam hit the door. Let them know what is called the tiger's ass cannot touch. A lot of people would have to die by then. And Tsunade, the medical saint, honestly made him salivate and drool a bit. He was thinking about it in his mind when he heard Tsunade Shizune and the two of them talking. Tsunade-sama, I've heard that all the Saratobi clan has been wiped out, and we can't find that person even if we wanted to, and our family's belongings have probably been thrown away a long time ago, Shizune whispered as she ate her meal. Fuyue's ears were so bright that he could hear him clearly even when he spoke in a low voice. Tsunade wasn't as whispery as Shizune. She wasn't the least bit evasive and didn't care that Uchiha Futsuki was right behind her. She was just still in a bit of a foul mood and her tone wasn't very nice. It's really annoying. That murderer. I still have a lot of old things at home. They're all gone. I was thinking of taking them to pay off my debts. Tsunade cursed and wailed again. Jingyin's face was odd. So you were thinking of taking the old objects in your family to pay off your gambling debts? Tsunade-sama, you're really. Newt had a sentence he didn't know whether to say or not, but after thinking about it, he didn't. Tsunade-sama would be in a bad mood this time, and she was afraid of getting beaten up. She had tasted Lord Tsunade's iron fist once, and the taste, the lesson of blood and tears, was not something she wanted to try a second time in her life. Tsunade-sama, are we still going today? Shizune stole a glance at Fuyue and asked in a small voice. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said, let's go tonight. I don't remember us having much money, do we? Shizune was in charge of the money, and Tsunade-sama was indeed right. Their funds were about to bottom out. Her face reveals a sultry look. Originally from the soup country before the boat back there is still 10 million. Who let Tsunade-sama on the way back and ran to the casino to gamble? Tsunade-sama's gambling luck is still the same steady play. Directly lost a few million out again. She realized that the time before when Tsunade-sama had won a bet and earned tens of millions of silver taels was perhaps the only time in her life that she had been lucky. We still have 500,000 taels out, Shizune said. Ha! Tsunade's pupils contracted in shock when she heard this number from Shizune's mouth. Her face unbelievable. Shizune looked helpless. When you were advised not to gamble, you had to take the money and gamble. You gambled all your money away. And now that you know you don't have any money, who are you showing such a surprised expression to? 500,000. That's too little. Didn't we make tens of millions of silver taels just a few days ago? Tsunade slapped the table in shock. Shizune rolled her eyes. I think you are a nobleman who forgets things. You only remember the time you won money? You don't remember how much you lost when you lost money, do you? Have you forgotten? You lost a lot of money in that dock town in the land of soup. And then in the last few days we've been rushing back to the village from the docks in the land of fire. And on the way you've lost millions more. Shizune laughed bitterly. It's just the $500,000. Or I'm hiding it. If she hadn't seen Tsunade-sama enter the gambling house and skillfully hid 600,000 in advance, the two would have slept on the street last night. Who would have thought that they had only been away for 7 years and had not returned, and that their village home would be pushed out of the way? What a world! Yes, there were 600,000 or so. Last night Tsunade adult shopping bye eat, plus to that Ponzi cave washed afoot, together spent a total of more than 100,000 big ocean. Good in that Ponzi cave can eat for free, is not a loss it, just save a dinner money. Yeah, Tsunade wore a confused expression of innocence. A well appeared on Shizune's forehead, staring at Tsunade-sama without saying a word, her right hand not stopping in its movements, scooping rice and feeding it to her mouth in a mechanical version. Tsunade looked at Shizune with this look a little unnerved, forced a couple of laughs and changed the topic. No money is right. There's no hurry to leave first. Well, let's leave at night. I'll go find my old classmates to borrow some money to use. Shizune heard Tsunade talk about her old classmate and subconsciously thought of Jiraiya-sama who had come to see Tsunade-sama that day. Jiraiya-sama is back already too? Shizune said subconsciously. Spinning around, she realized something and hurriedly shut her mouth. She almost forgot that Lord Jiraiya was planning to come back to the village to find trouble with Uchiha Futsuki, and had come to Tsunade-sama earlier just to drag Tsunade-sama along. But Tsunade-sama hadn't agreed. At that time, she went out to buy a drink for Jiraiya-sama Tsunade-sama, and these were still told to her later by Tsunade-sama. Now that the rightful owner was sitting there, Shizune didn't want trouble to come out of her mouth and get into any trouble. She didn't intend to snitch. After all, strictly speaking, Uchiha Futsuki didn't have anything to do with her, whereas Jiraiya-sama's side was Tsunade-sama's old classmate and old friend, and as Tsunade-sama's entourage, she thought that she had to be a bit closer to Jiraiya-sama's side. But on second thought, the image of the boy who smiled like the sun flashed through Shizune's mind again. Uchiha Futake is Naruto's great uncle and seems to have a good relationship. Newt was a little torn. Should we warn Uchiha Futsuki or not? Is Lord Jiraiya preparing to assassinate Uchiha Futsuki? Chapter 75, Newt trying to get money. But Uchiha Futake is now the fifth Naruto? If Jiraiya-sama assassinated the fifth Naruto, was he trying to rebel against the village? Although she had followed Tsunade-sama out of Konoha for many years, she considered herself still a part of Konoha. On one side was Naruto, who he had just met, and on the other side was Jiraiya-sama, who he didn't know well, but was an old friend of Tsunade-sama. The more Shizune thought about it, the more disorganized she became, unable to figure out what she was going to do. No matter how she thought about it, Shizune simply shook her head, and flung the chaotic thoughts in her head into the sky and ignored them. Nothing to do with me, 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 don't be nosy, don't be nosy, don't be nosy. Shizune mumbled 3 times in her mind, her eyes gradually clearing as she continued to dry her meal. Newt, are you listening? Tsunade said, disgruntled. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Shizune showed a confused expression. She had just been messing around in her mind thinking about something tangential and hadn't paid attention to what Tsunade-sama had said. I say, I've just come up with a great idea that could make money. Do you want to hear it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Shizune. Shizune suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and she subconsciously covered her pockets. Tsunade-sama, why don't we just go borrow some money from your old classmate? Shizune offered with a smile. Tsunade-sama stretched out a finger and sked and wiggled it from side to side twice. Shizune, it's okay to borrow money, but if we earn it first then we don't need to borrow it, ah? Shizune looked at the proud-looking Tsunade-sama and was already extremely uneasy. No, Tsunade-sama, I think. Shizune tried to struggle a bit, but Tsunade knocked on the table with a glare in her eyes and said, Shizune, I don't want you to think that I can make money, said she revealed a kind and loving motherly smile. Following the temptation, come on, give me $500,000. I know there is a fast money-making way. I'll take you to make a lot of money. Don't look at the fact that we only have this $500,000 right now, but we can make it money for money. And when we win, we can turn over our capital. It's $1 million profit. Tsunade drew Shizune a big picture. $500,000 in my wallet, bad, coming at me. Shizune thought to herself, I knew it, and she politely said, Tsunade-sama, 9 out of 10 bets are lost. She said so. In fact, there is a sentence in her heart did not say, other people are 9 out of 10 bets. Your old man is 10 out of 10 bets, 100% of the loss. She didn't dare to say it for fear of Tsunade-sama flipping out and getting her ass kicked. At this moment Tsunade's heart had been prickling like a kitten scratching. She hadn't touched a card in a day and a half so far, and now her hand was itching. Shizune saw Tsunade-sama's eyes gradually reddening, and thought to herself that it was bad. Tsunade-sama was addicted to gambling. Shizune helplessly took out her wallet from her pocket and fleshly took 500,000 taels of silver bills and handed them over. From past experience, she knew that if she didn't give it, Tsunade-sama was designated to make a grab for it. She couldn't beat Tsunade-sama, and the result of Tsunade-sama making a move to grab it would be that the $500,000 would still be uninsurable. So she might as well just give it herself. As expected, after Tsunade-sama got her $500,000 silver taels, she instantly became joyful and smiled. She hemmed and hawed. Shizune, take your time to eat. I'm going to go first. Wait for my good news. We will definitely make a lot of money. Shizune twisted her head and watched Tsunade whoosh as she disappeared into the front of the store, revealing an expression of wanting to cry. Even this delicious eel rice tasted as if it tasted like chewing wax. The baby's heart is bitter. My $500,000. Ah, it's being hoovered up by Tsunade-sama again. Shizune already know that this is being Tsunade adults to the set. Now in retrospect, Tsunade adults' reaction is indeed some not quite right. I should have known that should be less reported a few $100,000, so that you can also save can ensure that the accommodation to eat. It's too late to think about that now. Tsunade adults' side is certainly no hope. The last is bound to lose all, and then again is looking for people to borrow money. but also not reliable. Tsunade adults in the village, there are still a few old classmates can borrow money. Zli adults do not know where people are. It's better to figure out if you can make money yourself. The hotel had been renewed for one night this morning, and they'd be able to stay there until noon tomorrow. And if they didn't have any more money in hand, they'd really have to sleep on the street. What to do? The muted brain raced. This coincided with the sound of conversation coming from a nearby table. Hey, I just completed a C-rank quest. The client is a rich woman. Another 60,000 taels in hand. Ah, you can do this one. Normally the honorarium for a C-rank quest is only 10,000 taels to 50,000 taels, right? Earn 10,000 more. Shizen subconsciously perked up her ears when she heard the word money. How's it going? Getting it up at the Pansy tonight? Engage. Must engage. These 2 days in order to do this task busy enough, is to go to relax a little. In the morning I came back from outside to hear Steel Iron said, Pansy Cave now inside opened a restaurant. Can eat for free. You can actually eat for free? Well, let's say yes. Let's go together in the evening and see how it tastes then. No problem. Newt listened to the whole thing and was stumped. Is the honorarium for C-rank quests so high now? It's usually 10,000 to 50,000 taels? How much was the honorarium for a C-rank mission 7 years ago? It's gone up a lot. Immediately Jingyin slightly relieved. Also right, this is the past 7 years. Not to mention the task honorarium rose. What not rise in price? She glanced at the two middle-aged men at the next table with Kokeshi forehead protectors on their heads in her mind. By the way, I should still have my ninja staffing, so I can go to the Naruto building and get a mission to make some money. Shizun was heartened, and realizing that a heartbeat is better than action, she sped up her eating, even prodding the guppy buried under the table to remind it to eat faster. Within moments, Shizun finished her meal and walked out of the store with her guinea pig dry. Fuyu this time also finished eating. He is not in a hurry. Normal speed finished. He returned to the Naruto building with something on his mind. In the conversation between Tsunade and Shizun just now, he found quite a bit of information. Tsunade Shizun seems to be planning to leave Konoha village tonight? And to top it off, Tsunade Shizun doesn't seem to have any money on her. Just $500,000? It was also taken for a gamble by Tsunade. No one understands Tsunade better than Fuyue, and with her gambling luck, the last $500,000 of the two must have gone down the drain. Then that's no way to pay for it. The two's house in the village seems to have been pushed out by Saratobi's clan. The two have no house to stay in. He calls in a question from the shadowy man who's been watching Tsunade and learns that Tsunade Shizun stayed at a hotel last night. By the time Tsunade lost $500,000, the two were completely out of money. Then you're going to borrow money? Fuyu snapped his fingers and smiled. Hey, no money, right? It's good to be broke, isn't it? Chapter 76, Class C Quest, Retreating the Wild Boar. It's not that you don't have a soft spot. It's that you don't want anything. Want to borrow money? Did you ask me? Futsuki immediately called out to the dark side and told him to inform Tsunade's acquaintances in the village, especially her old classmates, that they were forbidden to lend Tsunade money. The dark part was puzzled, but it was strictly followed. The men of the first team of the dark sect carefully combed through Tsunade's network of contacts in the Konoha village, and then split up into multiple groups, approaching each of them one by one, informing them of Lord Naruto's orders. Note that it is an order, not a consultation nor an informing. At this time, Tsunade does not know that her back road has been cut off by Fuyu. She has just walked half of the village, came to the side of the gambling house, grasping $500,000 in her hand, and happily sat down on a gambling table. This gambling house is still the same flavor of memory. I remember that when I was a child, my grandfather and adults let her sit on the neck to come here to gamble money. That was also the first time she had a marvelous association with a gambling house, and the word gambling had run through her whole life since then. While Tsunade over here was sitting at the gambling table, Shizun had already spent the only silver left in her hand at the Naruto building to make up the paperwork and get her Kiba forehead protector. Shizun thankfully touched her Kiba forehead protector. Luckily she had the last bit of money on her, just enough to cover the cost of the replacement procedure. Otherwise she'd really be dumbfounded. She put the Kiba forehead protector on her forehead and couldn't wait to run down the hall to the quest department to check there for any quests suitable for her to take. Preferably one that is simple and not a waste of time. Shizun made her way to a corner of the hall. This was the mission department, the place where Kiba village ninjas picked up some of their missions. Most of the missions they could pick up would be posted by the staff early in the morning on this large wooden wall. Like the C-rank quest mentioned by those two older men in the restaurant earlier, it was also available here. On the quest wall, there were more D-ranked quests, and B-ranked quests were the least, less than 10 with a glance. D-rank missions are the lowest level and do not directly involve combat or pose a serious threat to life. These are usually between 5,000 and 50,000 taels, such as locating pets, assisting in digging up taro, or acting as a babysitter, and they take on easier, less risky tasks. Class C missions, where the performer is at risk of injury but can still complete them, are usually worth 10,000 to 50,000 taels, such as close escorting, capturing fierce beasts or participating in general crusades. These tasks are relatively low although they are somewhat dangerous. Class B missions, expected to be confrontations between ninjas, are requested by another country to be carried out. Their remuneration ranges from 80,000 to 200,000 Rio, and includes close protection, espionage, and assassination of enemy ninjas. This type of mission requires a high level of personal skill and strategy. Shizun directly ignored the B-rank quests on the quest wall. She now prioritized the day she could do the quests the same day or the next day to get the quest honorarium. Also, there are usually very few B-rank quests that an individual can take on. It's usually a team effort already. She didn't have any companions who could take the quest with her. In this way, the range of tasks to choose from becomes much smaller. Newt looks over from left to right, ruling out one task that doesn't meet expectations. After carefully scanning down the list, she found 3 quests that suited her right now. 3 missions, 1C and 2D. The C-rank quest is that a large boar has appeared in a certain village not far outside of Kiba village, destroying farmers' farmland and causing the local farmers to suffer. So they hope to go and chase the boar away or kill it. The mission honorarium is 20,000 taels. Shizun looked at the address of the mission and found a staff member to ask how far it was from Kiba village, and was slightly relieved to learn that it was only 15 miles away. 15 miles wasn't very far for a ninja. It's probably only about 10 minutes or so at full speed. Half an hour there and back. Then tackle that big boar. Shizun looked at the 2 remaining D-rank quests again. Both were common, searching for pets, and the honorarium for both quests was similar, around 6,000 taels. Well, let's do this C-rank quest first. Shizun considered it for a moment, but decided to go for the C-rank quest first. The pay for this C-ranked quest was higher, more than the pay for doing 2 D-ranked quests, and dealing with a large boar wasn't particularly difficult for her. It's only just afternoon, so if we leave now, if all goes well, we might still make it back before sunset, and then we'll do the 2 D-rank quests if they're still there. Shizun ripped off the C-rank quest posted on the quest wall and went to the nearby workbench where she registered her name and ninja number. Okay, the mission time limit is 2 days. Please complete this mission within the time. Oh. The staff member pushed his eyes up in reminder. Shizun nodded and turned away without saying anything more. Walking out of the Naruto building, Shizun showed a look of emotion. It had been a long time since she had done a quest. It was quite nostalgic. She gathered herself and headed in the direction of the village entrance. Next to the window of the Naruto's office on the 3rd floor, Fu Yu, who had just finished coding a chapter and was looking at the scenery in front of the window, happened to notice Shizun, who had gone out from the Naruto building. What's she doing here? Curious, Fuyua calls for some inquiries and soon gets the full scoop on Shizun. Turns out Shizun had patched up her ninja info again and ran off to take on a C-rank mission to retrieve a boar. Oh, so it's a lack of money wanting to do a quest to earn some money. Fuyu is not concerned about this. A mere 20,000 taels will not affect anything. A couple of meals and the money is spent. Tsunade, that big hand. No, hundreds of thousands of 2 estimates will not leave the village for a while. What will you do if you leave the village? To drink the northwest wind? Fuyu smiled slightly and sat back in front of the computer to continue coding. Evergreen gambling house. Tsunade clutched the last of the 100,000 Rio silver bills in her hand and stared at the dealing dealer dead in the face with a pair of large Kaziran eyes. She has lost 4 hands in a row at this table and lost all 400,000 silver dollars. The dealing dealer was creeped out by her look, but he wasn't very flustered. This was a gambling house that had been open in Kiba for 50 years. A long history. He had never seen anyone dare to cause trouble here before, and the backstage of this gambling house was tough as nails. Tsunade didn't want to make a scene. It was just that she was a little skeptical that this Lotus was cheating. How else could she have lost 4 in a row? Isn't it said that when you come to a gambling house to bet on cards, the house will let the customer win a few small hands first in order to make money? How come she lost all 4? Tsunade kept shaking uneasily on one foot, feeling uncomfortable sitting up. She had boasted in front of Jingyin that she would definitely make money, and she had lost 400,000 dollars without a moment's work. So who could stand it? Tsunade Shio Li's white tender soft razor clutched the silver ticket in a death grip. This was her last chip to turn the tide. She hesitantly stepped away from the table, thinking that it might not be a good day for cards, and that it would be better to go play craps for size. Chapter 77, Chakra Scalpel makes a big splash. Coming over to the craps area, it was bustling with activity, and every table was nearly full. This time Tsunade didn't rush to the table, but stood and watched carefully. She'd like to see if there were any cheating lotteries, and planned to observe and make sure there were no problems before picking a table to play on. Leaving aside Tsunade over here, who was cautiously trying to grab one last chance to turn the tables, Susanoo over here had already arrived at her destination. Looking at the small mountain village in front of us, which had its back to the mountains, it was now past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were already a lot of farmers working in the fields. Susanoo watched for a while, and sure enough, she noticed that the farmland near the mountains showed signs of being spoiled by wild animals. Looking at the tracks, this boar is really quite big. The peasants in the field saw outsiders coming to the village, and after noticing the Kiba forehead protector on the girl's head, they hurriedly went to call the village's most prestigious mayor to come over. This quest to retreat the boar was also a quest that the village chief personally went to the Kiba village to issue. Susanoo hadn't been standing in front of the mountain forest looking at it for a while when she saw a rather old man with all white hair hurrying over with the support of a few people. "May I ask if you are a shinobi-sama from Kiba village?" The old village elder's old eyes were cloudy as he glanced at Jing-in and was about to kneel down to pay homage. Susanoo stopped her in a hurry. Being knelt down by an old man of that age was a lifesaver. "Old man, don't do that." Susanoo stated that she was the ninja from Kiba village who had come to take care of the boar, and wanted to ask the old village chief if he knew the signs of the boar. But the smart girl noticed the hesitant look on the face of the old village chief as well as a few of the people next to her, and knew that these people should have looked at her as young and assumed that she was a soft girl who was worried that she wouldn't be able to take care of the boar. She duly pulled up her long sleeves to reveal the concealed weapon on her wrist to show a few people, and explained, "The Chenben shot from here is smeared with a highly poisonous poison, poisoning a wild boar poking and prodding with more than enough." The old village chief was relieved. He is also to see this girl is young. See her come alone. Worry that she is fidgety and unsteady. If the big boar hurt cannot be good. The whole village gathered only 20,000 taels to go to Kiba village to release the mission. If this girl is injured here, what can be done? Must not compensate for other people's medical expenses But after seeing the girl explaining the solution to the boar, the old village chief still felt that it was quite reliable. No need to fight in close quarters. Only need to shoot poison needles from a distance. This is much more stable. Even if you can't beat the boar, at least you have time to escape. So the old village chief no longer swallowed his words and immediately told the whereabouts of the big boar. It turned out that he also sent a few athletic young boys to try to track the big boar from afar, and found that in the past 2 days the big boar had been lying down to rest in the leeward part of the north slope of the mountain forest, where there was a natural big trap pit, which happened to be used as a nest by the big boar. Letting the girl feel her way over and shoot poison needles from a distance might actually take care of the big damn boar. The old village chief showed a rare smile. This big boar is worried about him, cannot eat and sleep If they don't get rid of it and let the big boar spread out in the field for a few days to spoil the grain, they will all have to drink the northwest wind in the coming year. Really? That's quite good. I'm not familiar with the area. May I ask one of the villagers who knows the location to lead me there? Susanoo said. Sure, no problem. The old village chief nodded and said to a young lad holding him up on his right hand. Who? You're a fast runner. You lead the ninja-sama on a trip. Yes, Moncler. The young lad called Tiger nodded heavily and stood out a little afraid to look Susanoo in the eye. He hadn't been out of the village as long as he had grown up, and this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. However, the other party was a very powerful ninja-sama. So Who was a bit cowering for fear of offending this ninja-sama. Susanoo didn't care, and before it was too late she let the lad lead her to the large boar that was on the ground. I heard from the old village chief that this big boar usually comes out at night to spoil the farmland and then lies down during the day. Just gave her the chance to strike. On the way over she was worried that she still had to find the big boar's trail. She didn't expect to get such a good news. It was good to be on the ground. It saved her time searching. Led by this lad through the woods, Susanoo soon saw the large boar lying in a large pit on the leeward slope. A large boar that looked like a small mountain was extremely large. A normal wild boar wouldn't be able to grow this big, and Susanoo speculated that this wild boar should possess a trace of the bloodline of a psychic beast, which was why it could grow this big. It's not practical to chase away such boars. They are no less intelligent than a 5-6-year-old and understand retaliation. It's better to dispose of them. You, ninja-sama? The boy was shocked to see this ninja-sama slowly approaching the large boar and stared wide-eyed trying to stop it. What was going on? Didn't the ninja-sama say to shoot it with a poisoned needle from a distance? What's the point of getting closer? Susanoo twisted her head and gestured a shush at the lad. The young man hastily silenced himself, though he was now disturbed inside. Surely the shinobi-sama had her reasons for doing so. Originally, Susanoo was planning to simply poison the whole thing, but when she thought of the yellow-faced little children she had just seen, she temporarily changed her mind. The farmland in this small village had already been spoiled by this big boar for a lot of food. The food obtained from the land in the coming year would definitely decrease, and those little children were expected to starve. Instead of poisoning the big boar, it would be better to use the meat of the big boar to contribute to the village as compensation. Poisoning, while you do get most of the meat, as long as you cut off the poison portion of the meat in time, inevitably a little bit of toxicity seeps through, and it's not a sure thing that you'll be okay. That's why Shizen was planning to give the boar a slash in its vitals, which was as simple as eating and drinking for her. A ninja with a mastery of medicine. The young man, Tiger, watched the ninja-sama get closer and closer to the boar. He was afraid that the boar would suddenly wake up. But fortunately, the ninja-sama kept coming to the boar, and the boar didn't suddenly wake up. Then he saw a light blue glow emerge from the ninja-sama's snow-white palm. This was an A-rank medical jutsu performed by Shizen, Chakra Scalpel. Focusing the chakra in her hand, she could cut any part of the body for further medical treatment, as well as transplanting any organ, and could also be used in battle to break the muscles and meridians of her opponents, and could even be used as a weapon to slice through her opponents, which was immensely powerful. This is perfect for cutting the skin of a thick-skinned boar. Tiger then saw the ninja-sama's blue lighting palm gently sent towards the boar's throat area, and the palm easily disappeared into the boar's body. Chapter 78, Borrowing $5 million. The heart of a wild boar is located in the chest cavity and is a central organ for vital activity. Stabbing the heart area causes the heart to stop beating, which can quickly end the boar's life. Shizen calmly stabbed the boar in the heart with precision without changing her face, then quietly waited for the boar to die. The big boar's breath grew weaker and weaker until there was no sound. After checking and confirming that the boar was indeed dead, Shizen then pulled out a paper towel and wiped the blood that had gotten on her arm. Alright, this wild boar has been settled. I don't want the boar meat. You guys can distribute it among yourselves. Shizen asked the lad where there was a water source, and when she learned that there was none on this side, she went ahead and returned to the village, finding a puddle to briefly wash her arms. The old village chief who was looking over here saw Shizen come out of the mountain forest alone without seeing Ahu's figure, and suddenly his body shook and his face changed drastically. He thought the crusade had failed and that Tiger was gone. It was a good thing that Shizen passed by them and said that the people were behind them, and the old village chief breathed a long sigh of relief. Uncle, that boar was settled so quickly? The dark and thin middle-aged man standing next to the old village chief said with an unbelievable face. How long have these two been in the mountains? We'll find out when Tiger gets back. The old village chief was also a little anxious in his heart to know the process, but in front of the village juniors, he still had to maintain his calmness. Seeing the old village chief's calm face, the eager few people around him all seemed to be affected by him and became much smoother. After Shizen cleaned her arms, she didn't go back in, but waited aside. She still needed to get the signature confirmation from the mission's commissioner, the old village chief, before this mission of hers could be considered complete, and before she could hand it over to the mission office and get the honorarium for this mission. It wasn't long before Tiger was seen coming down from the forest. The old village chief and a few others were relieved when they got the exact news from Ahu. One face overflowed with joy. The murderous boar finally died, and that ninja lord even generously gave them the boar meat for free. The old village chief trembling came to Jingyin before to perform a big salute. Good thing Jingyin stopped him in advance, said the salute wild boar meat will be charged. Only then did the old village chief stop himself and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. You are too generous." Shizen smiled and didn't say much. She just took out the mission sheet. Village chief, the mission has been completed. Please sign on it. Okay. The old village chief signed without saying a word, and persuaded. Ninja-sama, why don't you stay for a casual dinner, so that everyone can be properly grateful to you? Shizen declined. No, I have things to do. Bye guys. Shizen waved her hand daintily and turned to leave the area. On the road back to the village. On this side, Shizen was in a good mood and heading back. Tsunade in the gambling house was already looking terrified. How can it be? It shouldn't be. Obviously I've lost 4 in a row. How can I still lose Ami? Tsunade mumbled deliriously. She couldn't figure out why her luck was so bad today. Tsunade bit her thumb and fell into deep thought. This is the end. Losing $500,000. How am I going to tell Shizen? After thinking about it, she still thought it was the reason why the principal of $500,000 was too small. If she gave him another $1 million, no, give her another $500,000, she could definitely turn over. Isn't there an old saying that when one's luck is so bad that the bottom will bounce back, and how unlucky one was before, how smooth one will be afterward? Tsunade managed to talk herself out of it and decided to go borrow some money to continue. There was no need to borrow money from her old classmates first. She knew that there were loan sharks in the gambling houses. Tsunade had borrowed from loan sharks so much that she was experienced. She skillfully came to a certain place in the gambling house and faintly said, "I need to borrow money." She had that matter-of-fact tone, as if she was the one lending out the money. Even the gambling houseboy who was lending the money froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It's coming to life. He coughed. How much to borrow? Let's borrow $5 million first. Tsunade thought just lost should be the problem of insufficient capital. I borrow a one-time $5 million this time. I don't believe I can't win money. Gambling houseboy is a professional, but there are few people who open their mouth to borrow $5 million at one time. He looked at Tsunade for a few times. He didn't see any ninja forehead protector. He looks like an ordinary person, but dressed so beautifully? It should be a mistress adopted by some big man in the village, right? Gambling house little brother did not doubt that Tsunade borrowed money has the ability to pay back. Like their kind of gambling house with ninja backstage. There are people who specialize in debt collection. Not to mention ordinary people. Is the ninja also door-to-door debt collection to you? But having said that, the basic process still needs to be gone through. $5 million. No problem. You can borrow it. Let's register the basic information first. The gambling houseboy skillfully pulled out a book from his pocket, bit off the cap of the pen with his teeth, and said, "What's the name? Where does the family live?" Tsunade made up a fake name with a fake address with a calm face. "My name is Saratobi Sakurako and I live in the old streets of Asakusa." As the gambling houseboy wrote, he followed up with, "Where is the old Asakusa street? What's the door number?" Tsunade thought to herself, "You're asking such a detailed question?" She couldn't think of anything else for a moment here, so she could only blurt out a door number. Without question, the gambler's boy wrote it down carefully and handed it over for Tsunade to make sure there was no problem. "All right, okay, then wait a moment and I'll go raise the money." The gambler's boy pointed to the chair next to him, then walked into a cubicle in the back. Tsunade sat down graciously and waited for the gambling houseboy to bring the money. In about 10 minutes or so, the gambling houseboy came out of the cubicle. Tsunade had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing him come out, his face was happy, but the next moment he saw that he was empty-handed, dumbfounded. "Where's the money?" the gambling house junior said with a bad face. "Money? What money? Give a fake name and address and still want to borrow money?" Tsunade said angrily. "You're investigating me?" The gambling house junior puddled his hands. "Isn't it only natural? It can't be that you want to borrow $5 million just by making a fake identity with two mouths, right? Do you think $5 million is a cabbage on the side of the road? If you want to borrow money, don't make a whole thing out of it. Provide real information and we'll lend you money." The gambling houseboy was not annoyed, and sat down gracefully, lit a cigarette and smoked it. He's seen a lot of these red-eyed gamblers around here, and once the idea of borrowing money springs up, he certainly can't stop it. "Trying to fool me? Oh, you're 100 years too early." The gambler's boy exhaled a cloud of smoke and gave Tsunade a contemptuous look. Tsunade thought to herself that sure enough, this won't work, and in the end, she'll have to provide real information in order to borrow the money. Chapter 79. Tsunade tapped the table in resignation. "Okay, let's start over." When the gambling houseboy heard the truth, the desire of these gamblers came. He took out his little book without haste, this time with a cigarette in his mouth, and he was pulling off the cap of the pen by hand. "Say it, what's the name?" the gambling house junior warned. "Don't think about pulling any tricks this time. We'll all go and investigate to confirm your identity before lending you money." Got it. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. "My name is Tsunade, one of the 3 ninja of Konoha. You can find out my identity information by going to the Naruto building." Tsunade lifted her chin once, confidently. The gambling houseboy's movements lurched, and he raised his head in consternation. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" "Tsunade." The gambling houseboy's face changed, whooshed, put away his pen and book, and waved his hand. "Tsunade, right? No borrowing. Tsunade said in dismayed disbelief. "No loan? On what grounds? I didn't tell a lie, did I? In this Konoha village, no one dares to impersonate me." "Tsunade." Tsunade thought it was the gambling houseboy who didn't believe he was Tsunade, one of the 3 Konoha ninjas. "You don't believe me, do you? Come on, come with me to the Naruto building. There's still a picture of me there." Tsunade tries to drag the gambler's boy to the Naruto building to prove she's not a fake. The gambling houseboy avoided her hand as if he were a snake. No go. "I can't borrow it here. Go somewhere else." Tsunade wondered, what's going on here? Had his reputation for borrowing money and not paying it back spread to the village? Tsunade sighed. It was so annoying. There's no way. If the gambling house won't lend it, she can't rob it, can she? She asked again and again, and found that the gambling houseboy really did not lend. And when she asked the reason for not lending money, he did not say. So Tsunade also had to leave the gambling house in depression. Walking out of the gambling house, Tsunade looked at the time. It was after 3. Who should I go to for money? Tsunade pondered silently. realizing with a jolt that there were no old schoolmates left in the village that she knew. Back then, on the battlefield of the Rain Hidden, out of the same group of classmates, she and Jiraiya Orochimaru were the only three left to die, and it was after that battle that their three ninjas' name became famous. Muddling through these years, Tsunade now looks back and realizes that in addition to Jiraiya Orochimaru Shizune, he has surprisingly run out of acquaintances to whom he can borrow money. Tsunade sighed deeply as she hesitated for a moment, suddenly remembering her former subordinates when she was the head of Konoha Hospital. Why don't we go borrow some from them? The jungle is an emergency. Tsunade thought of a rare goal of borrowing money and hurried towards the Konoha Hospital. Upon arriving at the Konoha Hospital, Tsunade began searching for those former subordinates. But 7 years had passed with many new faces and only a few were found. But what's frustrating is that the guys say they don't have the money. What to do then? Just have to walk away. It was after 6 o'clock in the evening after this flurry. It's dark. Tsunade crouched down on the road with some inner frustration. It was the first time she felt like borrowing money was so difficult. It was clear that in the past, all she had to do was identify herself and a whole lot of people would be willing to lend her money. No one in the shinobi world knew of her Tsunade Heim's name. But why doesn't it work in your own village? Tsunade couldn't help but wonder. At this time, the cause of Tsunade's inability to borrow money, Fu Yu, is lying at home on the tatami mats, comfortably enjoying his wife Mikan's massage. Fu Yu closed his eyes and felt his soul comfortably floating out of his body. Honey, this massage technique of yours is really good. I think you can train those technicians in the store. Fu Yu muttered. The corners of Mikan's mouth pressed upwards as she heard her husband praise her. I'm just an amateur. I can't compare with those professional technicians, Mikan said modestly. Fu Yu laughed. What a specialty. They've only been training for a few days. Mikan was surprised. Is training for a few days that popular? I see a lot of people going to Ponzi Cave. They just have nothing to do. And it just so happens that there's a new thing in the village. And they're just getting along. Fu Yu searched. If the store's technicians are still at this level, after a while, it is estimated that the store's customer traffic will be much less. Mikan nodded thoughtfully. Hearing that her husband seemed to intend to give the technicians of the Panacea continued training to grow their massage skills. Without getting into that, where are Sasuke and Naruto? Fu Yu said in surprise. It is rare to come back from work today did not see Sasuke Naruto two people bickering. I don't see anyone at dinner time either. He too. This will be at the training ground. Makoto covered her mouth and laughed. What kind of a draw is this? Fu Yu said in dismay. He remembered that before, Sasuke would follow Weasel to the training grounds to practice when Weasel was home. But when Weasel wasn't home, Sasuke would relax a lot and go from going every day to occasionally. Since Naruto had stayed at their house, Sasuke had gone from going occasionally to not going once in a while, and basically spent every day at the house fighting with Naruto over the TV and such, playing like crazy. Mikan explained why. It seems that the children were training in the school today in real combat and Naruto lost. As soon as they got home the two children didn't eat their meals, dropped their school bags and ran to the training ground. Fu Yu nodded his head. Mikan said tentatively, hubby, Naruto has been in our family for a while now. When are you going to teach Naruto some jutsu? Naruto's foundation is just too poor. He doesn't even know the three-body technique. Sasuke knows the three-body technique. It's not even too late for Naruto if he starts building his foundation now. Mikan is harboring a tinge of guilt over her best sister's child. After all these years, one can only watch the good sister's child being bullied and abused by the villagers in the village. And one has yet to do anything. If Jyoshina found out, she would definitely blame herself. Well, that's true. It's true that you don't learn much in a ninja school. Hearing Mikan say that, Fu Yu suddenly remembered that the books in the Kiba ninja school also needed to be cleaned up. That old thing, Sarutobi Hinata, had made up a lot of lies in his favor in the books and textbooks of the ninja school during his tenure as Naruto. It was for the purpose of brainwashing the Konoha ninja from a young age. Something about himself being the strongest Naruto or something like that. It's almost laughable. Children who don't know the history of the past and learn the textbook that Sarutobi Hazura specially made up, then naturally, they believe it to be true. It's just a slightly stronger regular shadow class player. Can you even beat the third Raikage as a question mark? Chapter 80, Arrangements for Naruto. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to light up the village and germinate new leaves. This concept was introduced by the first Naruto, Chikanji, to emphasize that the older ninja should guard the power of the newer generation and, if necessary, should be sacrificed for them. That's what Shikuma did so well, breaking off and sacrificing to buy time for Sarutobi and the others to safely evacuate. Let's just say that if Chibiusa knew that Kiba in the future would be messed up by Sarutobi Tenzu and the others, would he still choose to break off and sacrifice himself? According to Chibiusa's temperament, odds are he'll clean house, right? Fu Yu couldn't help but be amused at the thought. Sarutobi Hinata. The old man. What did he do with himself when his teacher, Chikuma, carried out the will of fire to the point of death? The Third Shinobi World War Kiba was already in enough of a crisis, wasn't it? The Battle of Mt. Rostoma was fought on the doorstep. Kiba is fighting one against many, and because of the lack of manpower, even the students who have not graduated from the ninja school are urgently promoted to the lower ninja and middle ninja to send to the battlefield, and he himself, old god, sitting on the end of the big back of Kiba, commanding everything. Hard not on the battlefield. Where is this the successor to the will of fire? What happened to the promised emphasis on the older ninjas guarding the new generation and sacrificing for them if necessary? Even small children of a few years old were sent to the battlefield, and he was still sitting at the rear. Shouldn't he be marching to the front himself at this time? How good is it to have a king for a king? The big deal is that you'll die, and you'll leave a good reputation for future generations. You look at others: 3 generations of the Eye of the Thunder Shadow, 3 generations of the Eye of the Earth Shadow, which is not pro-expedition. The same are 3 generations. Can only say that there is also a gap between the 3 generations. Honey, are you listening to me? As Fuyue was lost in thought, Meichin's gentle voice came to his ears. I'm listening. What's wrong? Fuyue asked as he came back to his senses. Maiken didn't care that her husband had wandered off as she gently massaged him while saying, I mean, what should Naruto do? He's so far behind his peers. Futsuki mused for a moment and said, Naruto's talent is still there. After all, neither of his parents were ordinary people. Maiken nodded in agreement. Naruto's father, the 4th Naruto, Namikaze Suikato, was not only very proficient in the flying raikage technique and the spiral maru, he had also learned the sealing techniques of the Maelstrom clan and the senjutsu of Myokiyama, whose yellow flash of fame resonated throughout the shinobi world. Naruto's mother, Joshinna, is a member of the Whirlpool clan, born with powerful chakra and strong vitality. She specializes in sealing techniques, able to suppress the special chakra of the tailed beasts, the 4 elephants seal, sealing techniques, Vajra blockade and other techniques in her hands to use freely. From the point of view of sealing techniques alone, Joexayanai, called the first person in the village of Konoha, is not too much. With such awesome parents, there's an old saying that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son, and Naruto should have inherited both of the couple's talents as well, and Naruto still has the 9 tails sealed inside him. With that thought, Makoto's mood suddenly became much better. It's not too late to properly train Naruto from now on. Naruto is only 7 years old. It's not too late for everything. From now on, the couple is Naruto's strongest support. Tell you what, when the skunk comes back, we won't need him to go out, he'll teach 1 as well as 2. For his eldest son's strength, Maiken is very recognized. She personally watched Weasel grow up, and knows that Weasel is the Uchiha clan once every few decades out of the super genius. High IQ, learn everything quickly, and even can learn by example. That's really following his dad's lead. Maiken looked at her husband Pei-Leap with a small smile. Speaking of which, when hubby was a kid, he was also called a super genius by his clan once every few decades. It's true that like father, like son, like father of a tiger, Makoto thought with a sigh. When's the skunk coming back? Maiken asked curiously. Fuyue thought ponderously. If all goes well, he'll be back in about a week. Maiken nodded. Well, a week isn't that long. It's acceptable. Then I'll teach Naruto some of the basics before the skunk comes back. Tread water. Go up a tree or something. Maiken chuckled. Whatever, Fuyue said indifferently. As the couple talked, movement came from the foyer. It's Sasuke coming back from training with Naruto. I'm back. Normal volume. I'm back. Super loud. Era. 2 little friends. Welcome back, Maiken said with a smile. She swept a glance at Sasuke Naruto. Both were sweating quite a bit. Are you hungry? For dinner, the rice is warmed up in the rice cooker, and the dishes can just be warmed up in the microwave. Naruto's eyes lit up and he rubbed his stomach and opened his mouth to say he wanted to eat when he heard Sasuke say, I'm going to take a shower before I eat. Naruto hesitated for a moment, thinking that he had learned a lot of useful knowledge from following Sasuke tonight, and that if he wanted to become powerful, he would still have to strike up a good relationship with Sasuke, and he forced himself to fight back his hunger and said, I'm going to take a bath then, too. Sasuke, let's do it together, Naruto said with a big grin and tried to follow Sasuke into the bathroom. Sasuke blushed and held Naruto back. I refuse. I'll wash first. You can do it after I'm done. With that said, Sasuke pulled the wooden door to the bathroom closed with a thud. Naruto thought to himself, it's your own fault for not letting me take a bath with you, so I'll go ahead and eat. Naruto smiled and ran to the kitchen, pulling out a bowl and serving himself a large bowl of rice. When Maiken saw Naruto run into the kitchen, she got up and went to serve the food and put it in the microwave to warm up. Wow! Aunt Maiken, we have this for dinner today. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the dish in the microwave. Mikan smiled and replied, "Yeah, made Naruto your favorite dish-o? Next time you eat before you go to training, okay?" Naruto was tempted to nod right away, but hesitated as he thought about his plans to train with Sasuke. "What's wrong, Naruto? You have to keep a good diet, right? You can't train until you've eaten enough, right?" Mikan said in a serious tone. "Okay, auntie, I know. That's a good boy. By the way." Mikan smiled as she brought the dish out of the microwave and onto the table, and Naruto immediately sat down at the table with a bowl full of rice and began to chow down. After heating up the last of the dishes and bringing them to the table, Mikan smoothly took a seat next to Naruto. Naruto was so focused on eating that he didn't notice Aunt Mikan sitting next to him until Mikan spoke up. "Naruto, who did you lose to in your practical training at school today?" Mikan asked curiously. "I think it's called Inuzuka Tooth. That guy, with a puppy hat on his head," Naruto said as a description of Inuzuka Toa's appearance with a patterned face and a puppy dog on his head flashed through his mind. Chapter 81 The Family. "So you just want to follow Sasuke to the training grounds to train, is that it?" "Aha!" Naruto nodded heavily, chewing and whimpering incoherently. "I want to beat that guy." "That's nice, huh? Naruto has a goal too, huh?" Mikan said with a smile. Naruto grinned a little embarrassed and suddenly put down his chopsticks and danced around. "Auntie, this is the first time I've ever known Sasuke to be that good." Mikan was surprised. "Really? What's so great about Sasuke?" Naruto's expression was exaggerated as he squeezed his eyebrows and stretched his hands with 5 fingers open in a chest-expanding motion. His loud voice audible even in the bathroom. Sasuke can turn into a log. "Ah, this one is the substitution technique then," Mikan said with a smirk. "Right." Naruto snapped his fingers. "Substitute jutsu. There's 2 more. What's it called? We learned this in school the day before yesterday. Irika-sensei taught us this stuff." "Weird. Can't think of it all at once." Naruto scratched his head, his big clear eyes revealing a stupidity. Luckily, Mikan added in time. Substitute jutsu, doppelganger jutsu, and transformation jutsu. These 3 jutsu are collectively known as the 3-body jutsu. "Yes, auntie, that's what I was going to say." At the bathroom door, the washed-up Sasuke held onto the doorknob, half pulling it open. Sasuke was still pretty happy to hear Naruto over there talking about how great he was, and he immediately pulled the door open and ran out of the room after he snuck in to hear Naruto and his mother start talking about his brother. "Naruto, when your big brother Weasel comes back in a few days, let him teach you ninjutsu, okay?" Naruto's eyes widened and he nodded impatiently. Yeah. Mikan had just cracked a smile when she saw Sasuke wash out of the bathroom and yell, "I don't agree." Mikan's nice eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Sasuke, what's wrong with you again?" "Brother can only teach me," Sasuke muttered. "This kid, it's the Weasel's fault for usually spoiling him too much." Mikan was a bit helpless, but this was something that she and her husband had already agreed upon, and it certainly wasn't going to be changed because of Sasuke's wishes. In the face of Sasuke's irrationality, Mikan chose to directly throw out the big move. "Sasuke, I've already discussed this matter with your father, so if you have any different opinions, it's just a matter of finding your father and communicating with him." Sasuke subconsciously glanced back at his father, who had a majestic face, and his heart subconsciously beat a retreat. Sasuke hesitated for a few seconds, unable to move his feet as if they were rooted. After struggling for a while, Sasuke then heard his mother say, "I told your father that your brother won't be busy with his mission, and that he'll be at home to focus on teaching you two the art of ninjutsu, so you'll be able to spend a lot of time with your brother next? Aren't you happy?" But a few moments of hesitation appeared on Sasuke's face. Mikan increased the dosage. "It's just one more Naruto. Naruto is now family with us too. Oh?" But a few moments of hesitation appeared on Sasuke's face. Mikan picks up where she left off. "You saw Naruto lose today, didn't you? Do you want to watch Naruto keep losing to others?" Sasuke's mind flashed back to the image of Naruto being knocked to the ground by Inuzuka Tooth during the day, and in defeat, he resigned himself to his fate. "Okay, I get it. I won't object is all." Mikan smiled and touched Sasuke's head. "That's a good boy. We should help each other as a family, right? What did you guys practice at the training ground?" Facing Mikan's curiosity, Sasuke twisted his head. "It's nothing. It's just plain, as usual." Naruto wasn't as preachy. He had a great desire to share and said with gusto, "Sasuke said for me to practice my chakra, and that it's easy to defeat that Inuzuka Tooth guy, so if I just follow Sasuke's practice, I'll be able to defeat Inuzuka Tooth in no time." "Yeah, our Sasuke really has a way of being an older brother." Mikan covered her mouth and laughed. Sasuke's ears went red and he disgruntledly whispered, "Mukluk-sai, you're the one who talks too much." Naruto just happened to hear it and followed up with a puzzled look on his face. Why? I'm just being honest." Naruto laughed nervously. Sasuke was speechless when he suddenly remembered what the female ninja had told Naruto during the day. But while practicing at the training grounds, he noticed that Naruto didn't appear to have chakra escaping on its own. Since he had never had a chakra escape before, he didn't know much about this situation with Naruto. So he told the situation of Naruto's fight during the day and then asked, Kaizen, does chakra escape on its own for beginners like Naruto? Mikan thought for a moment and said, it does happen to beginners then. Oh. Sasuke nodded. Then this should be a normal situation for Naruto today. Nothing major. Just practice more. Speaking of which, who is that sister who cares about Naruto? Mikan asked curiously. It's not often that a girl who has good intentions towards Naruto is seen in the village. Sasuke said indifferently. Just last night when I came back, Naruto was clamoring for pills and that female ninja bought Naruto a few skewers. Naruto was energized by this, and hurriedly gulped down the food in his mouth, excitedly saying, Auntie, Shizune-san is really a very nice person. She's kind and good-looking. When I was buying buns in the morning, I ran into Shizune-san. I wanted to ask her to come to the school to watch our practical training, but it turned out that Shizune-san also came. Naruto couldn't stop talking when he did. However, Mikan didn't have any impatience. Hearing Naruto all the way through, she smiled and clapped her hands together. So that sister is called Shizune-san. Ha! That's really nice. Naruto met someone very nice. Aha! Naruto nodded with a wide smile and hastened to ask Sasuke's opinion again. Sasuke, you also think Shizune-san is a good person, right? Well, it's not bad. Sasuke rubbed his nose. In a rare move, he didn't refute Naruto's words. Mikan became even more interested in this Shizune sister. Mute, Mikan blinked, feeling like she'd heard the name from somewhere, but it was not something she could think of for a moment. Naruto, the next time you meet Shizune-san, invite her over to our house for dinner. Oh. And we'll have to thank her properly for the pills she bought you. Mikan began to teach parenting lessons. Be grateful. Naruto nodded his head back and forth excitedly at first, but then suddenly thought of something and wore a lost expression. Mikan was slightly startled. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto sighed. Shizune-san said she was leaving today, so she might even have left Konoha village by now. Chapter 82, Naruto's Inner World. Mikan thought to herself, I see. So in that case, there's no way to invite someone to dinner. She would love to meet this Shizune. The three of them on this side of the table were chatting away. Fu Yu, who had changed into a kazoo-lying position to watch TV, had a glint in his eyes. Chakra escapes on its own? Well, it's true that Naruto is a beginner, but the fact that Naruto's chakra escapes on its own isn't a beginner's fault. After all, it's not like Naruto is really a civilian orphan. His parents are legitimately strong. By the gift of parental genes, Naruto's talent is actually not weak, and can even be said to be very strong. In this generation of Kiba 12 small strong is considered to be one of the best, compared to Sasuke is not much worse. Who made Naruto and Sasuke both two hanging cups? Not only does Naruto come from a good background, inheriting his parents' excellent genes, he is even the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra, from Naruto's own study of color seduction, which had the Invigilator falling for it, being cheated by Mizuki teacher to steal the scroll after learning Shadow Doppelganger, but also quickly learned. And even for the purpose of the third generation of Naruto used the art of the harem, a large wave of nude beauties directly let the third generation of Naruto blood. From these can be seen, Naruto talent is extraordinary, but he did not follow the rules, according to the teacher taught to do, so it appears to be relatively weak. And the most important point is that Naruto's body sealed Nine Tails, which to a large extent suppressed the Naruto talent. Nine Tails hooked his finger to make a mess. Naruto's chakra will be interfered with. Who would be able to withstand this? It's just that if you put Mizumon on it, you might just be able to do nothing but stare at it. So Nine Tails, you're messing up? Futsuki looked straight at Naruto, his eyes landing on his stomach area. That's where the seal is. Should we meet with Nine Tails? Fuyu only hesitated for a few seconds before he had already made his decision. Of course I want to see it. I just don't pay much attention to Naruto these days. So now that I've caught up with this, why not just give Nine Tails a welcome party? Since the Nine Tails messed around with Naruto's practical training and made him lose, they should be trying to catch Naruto's inner weakness after his defeat and try to take control of him, right? It's a shame that Naruto's stuck with Sasuke now, so you're out of luck. Futsuki withdrew his gaze. He wasn't in a hurry, letting Naruto finish his meal. When Naruto finished eating and saw Mikan urging Naruto to take a bath, Futsuki simply waited until Naruto was done. After a while, Naruto finished his shower and ran out of the bathroom. Suddenly hearing Futsuki call out to him, he swished around the corner and sat down next to Futsuki at once. Uncle, you called me? Naruto asked, tilting his head. Well, there's something going on, so close your eyes for a moment. Naruto obediently complied with Uncle's request and closed his eyes. Now to him, Uncle and Mikan were the most important people in his heart. Even Grandpa Naruto couldn't compare. But he'd still be curious to ask is all. Uncle, what's up? Is it some kind of fun game? Right. You're not allowed to open your eyes without Uncle's consent, or you'll be considered a loser. Futsuki said casually, pressing his hand to Naruto's head. Naruto dutifully obliged. After Pei Leap's hand was placed on Naruto's head, swish, his consciousness entered Naruto's inner world all at once. To the eye were dim and damp corridors with puddles of water on the floor and an extraordinary number of switchbacks on either side. Fuyue just casually glanced at a few forks in the road and selected one to walk forward. That huge, oppressive chakra was just ahead. It didn't take long to see a huge, immense red-painted cell door, and the light inside was rather dim, so that only a large blur of dark shadows could be seen. Getting closer and closer, Fuyue curiously surveyed the red-painted cell door, when suddenly a pair of huge vertical pupils opened inside and looked at him viciously. As the dark figure rose to the front of the cell door, the bulk of the dark figure's body was revealed. An orange fox with 9 tails. This is 9 tails? Sure is a bit handsome up close. This is the first time Fuyue and 9 tails want to see each other. When the characters in the anime remembered in the mind live action, the shock brought to Fuyue is very sufficient. Fuyue was surprised at 9 tails' face when he heard a rumbling sound. A huge claw slapped against the cell door, and the entire door made a muffled thud. Futsuki snapped out of his surprise when he heard 9 tails, whose voice was tinged with anger and hatred, growl lowly, Uchiha. Fuyue's flashed a trace of surprise. He looked down. His own embodied body of consciousness is ordinary civilian clothes. There is no fan on it that represents the Uchiha, right? Seemingly catching the hint of surprise that flashed through Fuyue's eyes, 9 tails said in disgust, I can smell the stench of your body from a long distance away. Fuyue suddenly realized that it was his Sharingan pupil power that was sensed by the 9 tails. Oh, since you know I'm an Uchiha, you should know what I'm here for, right? Fuyue said with a smile. 9 tails' copper-bell eyes glanced at him carefully and said disdainfully, just a pair of 3-hooked jade? How dare you try to come and control this great master? 9 tails' eyes rolled, and slowly and methodically he plopped back down again. The sudden tap on the cell door just now didn't scare this guy either, and I wonder what this guy is here for. 9 tails was so relaxed, also because it did not perceive that the other party had any malice towards it. It has suffered from millennia of war, hatred, and betrayal, and is a collection of hatred, because it is the most emotional. It is able to feel more and more intense pain and hatred, and has a keen sense of malice. From the time the man came in, it realized that the other man had not entertained malicious thoughts towards it from the beginning, but was in a state of rationality. That's what made it curious. The 2 Uchiha it had met in the past were both very maniacal and crazy, and it was curious why this Uchiha wasn't like them. One thing though, the tone is all so wild. A pair of 3-hooked jades and you come to make a deal with yourself? That's right. It knew what the man was talking about. Wasn't it just interfering with the stinky little kid's chakra today? It wanted to see what the man was going to say. Regardless, it wasn't going to give up on trying to take control of Naruto, and as long as it induced Naruto to tear the sealing charm off the cell door, it would have a chance to break through the damn seal. So for this Uchiha man, 9 tails was looking at it purely with the mindset of passing the time and watching the fun. Fuyue looked at 9 tails' unimpressed expression and said with a smile, 9 llamas, how about we make a deal? A trace of shock flashed across the face of the originally unimpressed 9-tailed fox as it glared deadpan at the smiling man outside the cell door. Where did you hear that name? 9 tails asked with an impish grin. Chapter 83 First Meeting. Now standing before you. Guess I'll have to show this to you then, or you won't seem to be talking to me very well. As Fuyue joked, his eyes had changed patterns from the 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes. 9 llamas. First time I've met you, and now standing before you is Uchiha I Clan Patriarch, Konoha Village's 5th generation Megami Naruto, Uchiha Futsuki, Fuyue said with a smile. 9 tails watched in dismay as the 3-hooked jades in the man's eyes turned into a 6-sided windmill pattern crossed by 6 hand swords, and as the huge ominous pupil power escaped, 9 tails felt the familiar sense of fear that he had been dominated by in the past. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? No, you're a higher level kaleidoscope? 9 tails a shiver, ears erect, eyes sharp, tail upright, rubbing a moment from the ground almost jumped up, followed by bending down low. Subconsciously make these reactions of the 9 tails. The next second thought of something, full of scorn away from the door of the cell. Kaleidoscopes is its nemesis. Especially this guy is not a normal kaleidoscope. It's a higher level of kaleidoscope. It is even more terrified by this. It had been dragged out of Rinnegan's body the last time it was forcibly enslaved by a pair of the Uchiha's ordinary kaleidoscopes, and it remembered it vividly, hating the Uchiha who had brought it so close to freedom and then immediately turned it away from it. What it hated most was not the Shikimon Naruto who had sealed it, but the Uchiha who had enslaved it. Nine-Tails panicked for a moment, suddenly sensing that the other party still did not have any malicious intent. It was quite relieved. In order to cover up the fear that had just been revealed, Nine-Tails viciously said, "What is your relationship with that Uchiha that controlled me 7 years ago?" "Ah, you mean that guy? He's already been killed by me." Fuyu spread his hands and laughed. A flash of dismay flashed through Nine-Tails' eyes. "Killed? It wasn't a 3-year-old child. It wasn't that easy to be coaxed." It sneered. "That's easy to say. He's equally as Uchiha as you are. You're willing to kill him?" From the man's self-introduction just now, it already knew that the man in front of it was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. So would the patriarch kill the kaleidoscopes of his own clan? Little cutie. That's the only way to do it. That guy is a renegade ninja of the Uchiha clan and has caused me a lot of trouble. Killing him is considered light. Fuyu said indifferently. His mind moved slightly and used his pupil power to outline a scene similar to a memory clip to play it to Nine-Tails. It's like a projector projecting a video in mid-air. This is Naruto's inner world. This is a projection of Naruto's inner self. And coming in as a conscious body allows him to do such things. Nine-Tails looked at it for a few moments and instantly recognized the black-robed man in the mask as the guy who had controlled him in the first place. A flash of pleasure passed through Nine-Tails' heart when he saw him get his head chopped off with a single slash by the man in front of him. The man is then seen stowing the body in a jutsu scroll. And the memory clip ends there. The Nine-Tails that had finished reading was in a much more comfortable mood, but it still had a stiff upper lip and said, "Humph, who knows if this is an illusion that you purposely made?" Futsuki didn't argue, but said, "I remember you can borrow Naruto's perspective to hear and see everything Naruto sees and hears out there, right? Even this he knows?" A light flickered in Nine-Tails' eyes. Not only did he know his real name, but he seemed to know himself like the back of his hand. What a strange fellow. It didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing. Fuyu faintly said, "I don't have to lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll let you see his corpse when I get out of here later." Right now his corpse is still preserved in the ninjutsu scroll. Seeing that the man was so sure of what he said, Nine-Tails also somewhat believed the man's words, but it did not appreciate it. "So what? My lord didn't beg you to kill him. And besides, I'd rather kill it myself," Nine-Tails said with a vicious grin showing the sharp fangs in his mouth. "Come on Nine Llamas. Stop pretending. There's no one else here, and you're going to kill him yourself? Give away your head?" Fuyu couldn't help but finish. Noticing Nine-Tails' gloomy face, Fuyu changed the topic and said, "Let's talk about making a deal." Nine-Tails' face a little clear, and then learned that the enemy is dead. Also did not ask the man from where to get his real name. It once again lazy down. Raised his eyes, glanced at the man standing in the cell door with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, coldly laughed. "You want me to be friendly with this stinking little brat? Come up with a ridiculous play of intimacy and mutual help?" Fuyu thought to himself, "Don't you know this very well?" But instead of saying that, he shook his head. "You're mistaken." A strange light flashed in his eyes. "Naruto has 5 more years to graduate. How about you don't interfere with him during that time, and I'll give you your freedom when he does?" The Nine-Tails initially had disdain on its face, thinking that this cunning Uchiha was painting a picture for it, but after hearing the 2 words freedom again, its heart still couldn't help but swing. "Don't think that this lord will believe such lies that lie to a 3-year-old, Nine-Tails said dismissively, but his eyes peeked at the man outside the cell, staring at the change in his facial expression. Yet the man still had that breezy expression that made Nine-Tails unable to see anything. "There should be no concept of time for you, right? After all, you've been imprisoned for so many years." Seeing the Nine-Tailed Fox's face welling up with anger, Fuyu spread his hands. 5 years isn't too long for you, right? You won't lose anything if you just try, right? Nine-Tails' anger came and went quickly. It looked at Fuyu suspiciously. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, it looked down thoughtfully. Although it didn't quite trust the Uchiha, it admitted that there was a little bit of truth in what the man was saying. Time was nothing to him, and 5 years might just feel like a snooze to it. Just trying it out then. The more Nine-Tails thought about it, the more he was moved, and he looked up and said, "Are you serious? Set me free in 5 years?" Fuyu nodded seriously. "Of course, I swear by the Uchiha clan that you, the 9 Llamas, will not interfere with Naruto for 5 years, and after 5 years I will set you free. If there is any falsehood, let my Uchiha clan be exterminated." Shock flashed in Nine-Tails' eyes. Swearing on the Uchiha clan? Nine-Tails, who had never experienced the oath of Luo Shuei, already believed 7 or 8% of it. "You mean just don't interfere with the brats for 5 years? Nine-Tails asked tentatively. Fuyu nodded. "No need to give the brat help? No need to give the brat my chakra?" Fuyu nodded again. "No need." Nine-Tails' doubts are all gone. Thinking that he just do nothing, wait 5 years will be able to regain their freedom. Just 5 years. What's the harm in trying? Ninetales' expression straightened up. Fine. Then this great master will make this deal with you. Chapter 84. Very well, then. Ninetales looked at the man with a smile on his face, and for some reason, even though it didn't feel an ounce of malice from the man, but barring that, it always felt a little weird somewhere. The man's smile made himself a little less comfortable. Now that it's agreed, let's get going. Ninetales blushed and began to rush the people. Fuyuai didn't linger much. There wasn't much to see here. He gave Ninetales one last, slightly deeper look, and his conscious body exited Naruto's inner world. I said I released you after 5 years, but I didn't say which you. Isn't that other half of you inside Mizumon also you? Fuyu thought in his mind and opened his eyes with a smile on his face. But he does keep his promise to release the 9 tails inside Naruto after 5 years, and then just seal the other half of the 9 tails inside Mizukage back into Naruto. As for Mizumon still being in the belly of the Shinigami, all he had to do was send someone to Vortex Land within 5 years to bring back the Shinigami mask from the Vortex Land ruined shrine, then lift the Ghoul Seal exhaustion to release Mizumon's soul, followed by the Filth and Earth transmutation of Mizumon, which would give him access to the E9 tails within Mizumon's body. Anyway, Filthy Earth transmutation state of Mizumon won't die even if he loses the 9 tails in his body. These 5 years is the time for Naruto to develop, even if he didn't have the strength of a top shinobi, but surely a middle shinobi is not a problem. It's not like Naruto was put in a ninja school and put out to pasture like in the original, with Naruto now having Weasel's tutelage, plus no interference from the 9 tails. Naruto would be truly rotten if he couldn't grow up in 5 years. So is Naruto rotten? The answer is of course not. To be honest, Fuyu was looking forward to what Naruto, who enjoyed the same starting line as the disciples of the big families enjoying more resources, could develop into in 5 years. Will the genius attribute explode and shock the whole Konoha? Or will it be like in the original story, where there is little progress and he will always be the tail end of the race? Naruto, give me something to look forward to. Futsuki looked at Naruto, who still had his eyes obediently closed, but his fingers were fidgeting all over the place, and gave a small smile. Okay, Naruto, you can open your eyes. Fuyu rubbed his little head, a hint of doting flashing in his eyes. Tiny Naruto, that's pretty cute. Ajushi, I never opened my eyes. Oh, this game, it's my 5 times Maki Milk Ludo win. Naruto braced himself in triumph and laughed maniacally. Sasuke was watching the TV. Hearing Naruto's words he didn't hold back from throwing him a glare. Well, it's your win. Futsuki smiled and took the milk candy from the table and shoved it into Naruto's hand. Naruto was even more pleased to be recognized by the older man himself. He noticed Sasuke shaking him off with a blank stare, and he quickly padded over to Sasuke and shoved the milk candy into his mouth, deigning to say, "SAS give. Are you upset that I won?" Seeing Sasuke ignoring him, Naruto continued, "Let's have a man-to-man duel. Let's just compare glaring at each other. Whoever can't stand to avoid the sight first loses." Naruto seemed to have thought of something and laughed twice in a sneaky way. "Hey, the one who's right will have to carry the winner's school bag in the morning." Boring. Sasuke clasped his hands to his chest and breathlessly pushed Naruto away from in front of him. Go away. Don't block me from watching TV." Naruto cut in, full of disinterest as he took a seat on the sidelines and happily watched the TV together. This wonderful atmosphere was a beautiful dream that he had fantasized about countless days and nights in the past. Every time he lay alone on his bed in that cold room, late at night when he couldn't sleep, he would try to fantasize about having a nice warm family, and this time he would fantasize in his mind about having this dream later. Naruto's mouth chewed on the sweet milk candy and his heart was sweet. Old Asakusa Street. A certain alleyway entrance. Tsunade sighed, seeing pedestrians continue to come in and out of the doorway of the pancake shop across the street. His heart couldn't help but froze slightly. This store is bursting at the seams. So many people running to wash their feet. She thought back to last night's foot washing experience at the coil, and her heart was a little stirred. That comfort is really nice. But, Tsunade sighed again as she touched her empty pockets. There's no money. It's hard to beat a penny. It was the first time Tsunade felt how painful it was to be without money. So hungry. Tsunade couldn't help but touch her stomach when she heard it make a gurgling sound. There's no money for food. Why don't I go back to the hotel? A hesitant look flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She does not want to go back now. After all, when she took the money from the hands of Jing-in in the afternoon, she boasted about it, and she just went back. With 2 hands empty, she did not know how to face Jing-in. Tsunade, a little annoyed, pinched down the crushed stone head on the wall, crushing it into powder, and suddenly froze as her vision swiveled. Only a few bills lay quietly scattered on the ground next to him. Tsunade flinched for a second, subconsciously turning her head from side to side, and after realizing that no one was paying attention to the place, Tsunade bent down almost as quickly to pick it up. After picking up all the bills on the ground and checking the surrounding area and realizing that they were gone, he then checked the bills he had picked up. One of the largest share of 10,000, then one of 5,000, 4 of 1,000, and a couple of 500 taels. Tsunade counted the bills in her hand, her eyes glowing. Wealthy, picking up 20,000 taels for nothing. There was a sudden bit of movement from a spot behind her, and Tsunade tucked the bill deep into her chest almost instantly before turning back alertly to check the situation. Tsunade was relieved to see that it was a black cat passing over the eaves of the house. She had thought it was the owner of the lost money returning. This was not a place to stay for long, and Tsunade pulled out the bill she had just stuffed into the ditch in her haste, put it in her pocket, and left the alley at a quick pace. Leaving from the alley, Tsunade's mood was kinda jumpy. I didn't think that dang Tsunade Heim, would even have the time to pick up money. Oops, today's luck is good, but why do I keep losing? Tsunade didn't take 2 steps before the thought of going to the gambling house popped back into her mind, but the next moment her stomach rumbled again, and the idea of going to the gambling house was instantly snuffed out. Hobbies had no comparison in the face of hunger. Giving up on the chance to go to the gambling den to make a comeback, Tsunade skipped down the street eyeing for a good restaurant. However, when I went in and asked about the prices, I found that they were all quite expensive and not very filling. Damn, is a meal so expensive now? This is too much of a pitfall, isn't it? Tsunade walked out of a restaurant disgruntled and cursing. In the past, no matter what she did, staying or eating, Shizen was the one who paid for it, and she only used the money when she was at the gambling house. Generally it is hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars of gambling. Not at all put money in the eyes. Anyway, no money. The top of the Tsunade Heim's name to just go to a place to borrow money. And even some people, in order to beg for her to cure the disease, rushed to run to send money to her. Chapter 85, No Exchange. She's the one. All those rich people who came to her door begging for a cure were offering millions and millions of dollars. So she didn't have a very important perception of money, but today was really making her feel frustrated. I didn't realize that 20,000 won't get you a good meal. The 20,000 is edible, but it's all about dishes that don't taste very good. Ugh, it used to be so hard to be quiet. It was a rare thought that popped into Tsunade's mind. As she walked, Tsunade came to the front of the yakitori queues. Tsunade glanced over at the grill queue. A flash of nostalgia flashed in her eyes as she looked at the familiar storefront. In the past, when they were shinobi, they used to come here for get-togethers, vacations, barbecue queue get-togethers, celebrations after completing missions, barbecue queue get-togethers. Yakiniku Q is a very popular yakiniku restaurant in Kiba village, where ninjas like to gather. As a regular at the grilled queue, Tsunade was well aware of the price of the grilled queue. Of course, that was the price 7 years ago. After 7 years away from the village, it didn't take much to realize that the prices at the grill queue must have risen by varying degrees. Tsunade just looked at it for a few moments and didn't go in, instead casting her eyes to the next door, the Pancake Cave. From time to time, people walk into the pancake shop in groups of 3 or 5. Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up. How had she forgotten about this? 20,000 may not be enough to eat at other restaurants, but 20,000 can be spent washing your feet at the pantry. As long as she consumed it, she could go to that free restaurant inside the Ponzi Cave, and then she could eat whatever she wanted. I'm so stupid. I should have thought of that. Tsunade clapped her hands in chagrin, then walked briskly into the Pancake Cave with gusto. Hey, that guy. Once Tsunade entered and made her way to the lobby, she didn't run for the wall of photos that had a bunch of people gathered around it, but instead went straight to one of the staff members. Greetings, honored guest, and welcome to the Panacea. The attendant smiled professionally as he said his welcome words, and he was just about to direct Tsunade over to the photo wall to pick out a technician, as it were, when he realized that the big cow customer was saying casually, "Which technician is the most popular in your store?" The waitress froze for a moment, swallowed back the words that had reached her throat, and replied, "It's technician 006. Tsunade continued, "So is she giving services now?" The waiter thought that Tsunade wanted to point this technician. Do not have to look at the technician on the clock. Know that 006 must be on the clock. After all, the store is now on the 006 technician. The best techniques. Looks also beautiful, almost every time you go to work. Come to the store, guests are endless point her. Which also led to the 006 technician is almost in short supply. Busy, and even the time to take a breather is not. After a game, not with the same is true for the other two. That's why they, the staff, know the 006 best. He first nodded, then apologized. "Excuse me, ma'am, technician 006 is already on the clock. It's probably going to be over in about half an hour. I'll suggest you get a different technician over here." He thought to himself that even if this guest wanted to experience the most popular technician, the probability was that he wouldn't wait for half an hour, right? Previously, there were also those who rushed to Technician 006, but after hearing that they would have to wait for more than half an hour, they gave up and changed to another technician. The waiter was smiling, just when he thought that after saying so, this lady would change her technician, but the next moment this lady revealed a smile and waved her hand. No, I'm not changing, she's the one. You arrange a room for me. Huh? A question mark popped up in the waiter's mind. There are really people who wait for half an hour in order to experience the service of 006 technician, but you're not a guy, are you? Is 006 that attractive to you? The waiter felt odd in his heart, but his professionally trained face didn't show any irrelevant expression and nodded with a smile. Yes, ma'am, please follow me this way. The waiter didn't persuade much, since people's guests wanted the experience and were willing to wait for half an hour. It was just a matter of taking people to their rooms. Mr. Liang said in the meeting this morning that the customer is God, and no matter what they ask for, as long as it's not too much, then it can be satisfied. This common civilian attendant from the Uchiha clan led Tsunade to a room. It was a small room with 2 footbath chairs, a room dedicated to one person for 2, leading Tsunade into the room. The waiter skillfully inquired, "What kind of tea would you like? We have black tea, green tea, chrysanthemum tea, Genmaica stem tea, and sake beer." Tsunade couldn't wait to interrupt his gushing introduction. Sake, yes, please wait. The waiter was just about to exit the room when he saw the guest walking towards him. The waiter motioned. He thought it was a guest who wanted to consult himself about something, but then he heard the lady say, "Ah, you don't need to worry about me. I'll go to the restaurant to have something to eat first, and what's her name 6 technician will be free in half an hour, right?" "Ah, yes." The waiter nodded. "Well, then I'm going to get something to eat. Waiting for nothing is too boring," Tsunade muttered, looking out the door and down the hallway to her left and right. While she was recalling the route to the restaurant, she heard the waiter behind her respectfully say, "The restaurant is on your left-hand side, go straight to the end and turn right and then left again and you'll be there." Good. Soon, Tsunade arrived at the free restaurant in the pantry. The restaurant wasn't very crowded, and Tsunade found a spot where no one was sitting down, waiting for the people they're ordering to go away before going over and ordering. She didn't order the beef noodles this time, intending to try some other different food, because the chef didn't come out that fast. Tsunade first organized some cupcakes and snacks or something to cushion her stomach, and while Tsunade's side was feasting, Shizen had bought dinner and was waiting for Tsunade-sama to return from her hotel room. She hadn't finished her mission until after 5:40 p.m. And then she had hurriedly bought her meal and headed back to the inn. But there was no sign of Tsunade-sama. Then they waited, but waited and waited and waited. And several times they went to the inn door to watch and saw no sign of Tsunade-sama. It was dark and Tsunade-sama hadn't returned. Shizen wasn't really worried about Tsunade-sama. This was Konoha village after all. She was just puzzled. Tsunade-sama said she was leaving tonight. Why isn't she back yet? After she came back from that small mountain village in the afternoon, she went to the Naruto building to submit the task. With the signature of her employer, she smoothly got the honorarium for this single task of retiring the wild boar. In addition, she found out that those several D-level tasks had not been picked up by someone, so she completed these several D-level tasks by the way. It's not that difficult to find the small animals. There is a general range, and by casting the shadow splitting technique to split up and search for them she was able to find them. It's just a little bit of time consuming, time consuming. Chapter 86 Tsunade, Shizun, you're so nice. After completing these D-rank quests at 5:40 or so, she came back from buying food still thinking that Tsunade-sama should be hungry from waiting. She honestly didn't have any hopes for the whole flipping her money and making a lot of money thing that Tsunade-sama was talking about. If Tsunade-sama had been able to gamble and win money so easily, the previous 7 years wouldn't have been filled with so many windy nights on the streets. Shizen's heart hesitated a bit as she looked at the gradually cooling meal. Should we eat first? No, 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 no. The two little people in Shizen's head were each fighting in a messy way. After waiting for another hour and realizing that Tsunade-sama hadn't returned, Shizen then devoured her cold meal. And that's when Tsunade stepped out of the pancake cave. After eating her fill in the Ponzi cave and washing her feet beautifully, Tsunade was now beautiful in her heart. But it didn't take long to walk out of the Ponzi cave before Tsunade began to regret it. Damn! I should have gone to the gambling house to block the last hand. Being able to pick up the money shows that my luck is still there. AI. What a pity. Sorely missing a chance to turn over my money. Tsunade shook her head in deep pity. After wandering the streets aimlessly for a while, Tsunade eventually made her way back to the inn. She wandered around outside the hotel a few times, debating whether to go up or not, when she heard the muted voice. Tsunade-sama? Why don't you go up? Tsunade stammered. That, Shizune, I'm unlucky today. I lost $500,000. Shizune said without a care in the world. It's fine. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you eaten yet, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade looked at Shizune's unchallenged demeanor and revealed a touched look. Shizune, you're so kind, he said as he hugged Shizune. Shizune gasps a little at the ball impact and rushes to break free. Tsunade-sama, have you eaten yet? If not, let's go eat first. Tsunade was too embarrassed to say that she had already eaten, so she could only acquiesce without speaking. She suddenly remembered and wondered. Shizune, aren't you broke? Do we still have money for dinner? There was a gleam in Tsunade's eyes. If there's still money in muting. Tsunade had just been feeling guilty, and in the blink of an eye, she was better for it. Shizune shook her head and denied. Before that there was only $500,000 left. It was all taken away by you. The money I have in my hand now is the honorarium I earned from a few quests I went on this afternoon. Although it's not much, a few days of food and lodging can still be taken care of. Tsunade snapped. Ah, so that's how it is. There was some surprise in her eyes, not realizing that Shizune had actually run off on a quest. How was it? It's been a while since I did a quest. How does it feel to suddenly do one now? Tsunade lets out. Shizune smiled slightly. It's alright. It's just like that. But the prices for quest honorariums have gone up a lot nowadays. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Even the price of meals at restaurants has gone up. Shizune froze for a moment. Hotel? Tsunade hurriedly said. Didn't we go eat eel rice for lunch today? Wasn't that price a bit high? I remember eel rice was cheap in our time. Shizune let out an oh-so-subtle sound and continued. Then let's go have a meal first if you haven't eaten yet. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said, pointing to the restaurant next door to the inn. Tsunade rubbed her nose, a little unsure of how to answer. She had come out of the Ponzi Cave restaurant with a full stomach, and now her stomach was still a little full. But Shizune's good intentions were too good for her to refuse, so she could only nod her head and decide to endure the pain and eat a little more. Entering the restaurant and seeing that Shizune had only ordered the amount for one person, Tsunade hurriedly asked, Shizune, aren't you going to eat? Shizune then will tell Tsunade that she had already bought dinner before. But Tsunade-sama, you didn't come back, waited for you for a long time, and then ate the dinner for two, and her stomach was a bit full now. Ah, Tsunade closed her mouth in some embarrassment. So Shizune had waited for herself to come back for dinner. She must have ended up with cold food and cold drinks, while I was still dashing around in the pancake cave. I'll be damned. Tsunade's heart sighed continuously in depression, and she looked at Shizune with even more love in her eyes. When I make a lot of money from my gambling house, I'll make sure to let you have big fish and meat every day. Tsunade swore silently in her mind. Here, Tsunade-sama, the food is here. Eat it while it's hot so we can be on our way. Shizune said as she saw the waiter bring the meal over. Tsunade, who had just pulled a pair of chopsticks out of the chopstick tube, sprouted 2 question marks when she heard that. Up the road? What on the road? Shizune laughed. Really? Tsunade-sama, you just said something at noon and you forgot it so quickly? Tsunade questioned. What did I say? Shizune said. You said we leave the village at night. Tsunade drifted off. Ah, you say that again. Tsunade's gaze moved with the rice. Just then the waitress brought the meal to her. Tsunade coughed. Here's the rice. Eat first, after the meal. A hint of suspicion flashed in Shizune's eyes. Why did it feel like Tsunade-sama didn't really want to go anymore? And dragged up. As per usual, that's a breeze to get on the road. Whereas in this case, today drags tomorrow and tomorrow drags the night. So, Tsunade-sama, did you borrow money from your old classmates? Shizune was interested in this matter. It concerned the quality of their lives after they left the village. Her honorarium for a couple of quests wasn't a lot, and she'd spent it all on a few meals and a couple of hotel stays at the most. It would naturally be better if Tsunade-sama could borrow money. Hey, I've been out for so many years that I've gotten mixed up in remembering all my old classmates except for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Huh? Nothing? Shizune froze. Tsunade said, yeah, died in that big battle back then. Shizune let out an oh. So that's how it was. She had quite a few classmates who stayed on the battlefield in the beginning and never came back. If Tsunade hadn't taken her, she'd be dead too. Just like her uncle, Kato Break, who died on the battlefield. It was thanks to Tsunade-sama that she was still sitting here properly today. That was the fundamental reason why. She had willingly followed Tsunade-sama around the world as a maid. 7 years, heartfelt. For Shizune, after following Tsunade-sama for so many years, She had long since treated the other as her only family in the world. That's okay, Shizune offered. Tsunade-sama, why don't we leave later? Tsunade's gaze rose hesitantly. Later? Ha? Shizune nodded her head and explained. I can pick up quests in the next few days. And after I earn some money, it won't be too late for us to leave. Seeing that Tsunade didn't speak and kept her head down to eat, Shizune said. Or if you don't go, it's fine. Tsunade-sama, what do you think? Do you still want to travel around the world? Chapter 87 Tsunade, let Uchiha Tomoyuki compensate a house. Shizune wasn't that interested in traveling the shinobi world. It's just that when Lord Tsunade insisted on leaving the village back then, she was following Lord Tsunade. And to her, Lord Tsunade was the most important. And wherever Lord Tsunade went, she followed. From what she knew of Tsunade-sama, it seemed that this time back, Tsunade-sama's resistance to Konoha village was not as high as it had been in the past. Shizune speculated in her mind, was it because Tsunade-sama's teacher, the third Naruto, had died? Newt actually guessed right. Tsunade wandered back to the village for 2 days, and seeing how peaceful the village was, she really thought that Kiba was pretty good right now. At Shizune's offer, Tsunade pretended to hesitate for a few seconds before agreeing readily. Okay, so we're staying for a couple more days of that? Shizune nodded. Aha! Tsunade nodded. Since she was going to be staying in the village for a while longer, she couldn't always stay at the inn. Tsunade slammed her chopsticks down on the table and said, I'm going to find Uchiha Tomoyuki right now and make him pay us for a house. Shizune, Shizune had the presence of mind to remind Tsunade-sama if it wasn't a bit disrespectful to call the fifth Naruto by his first name, but the thought of Tsunade-sama calling her teacher, Mayum Naruto, an old man as well, dispelled that thought. Tsunade-sama's great-grandfather and second-grandfather were both Naruto. Her teacher was the third-generation Naruto, and her friend's disciple was the fourth-generation Naruto. So it can be said that Tsunade-sama's background is such that no one in the Konoha village can surpass her. At Tsunade-sama's words, Shizune was also somewhat moved. With a place to stay, so they don't have to spend extra money on hotels. The feeling of having your own home in the village is still not comparable to staying in a hotel. After all, it is the village that grew up, or have to have a place home. No home to come back to Kiba village as if it were a foreign traveler to do the same. The heart is not stable. Feel strange. Our home was not bulldozed by Lord Naruto of the 5 generations. So isn't it a bit difficult to have Lord Naruto compensate us for our house? Shizune whispered, looking a little worried. Tsunade grinned widely and waved her hand. Who said it has nothing to do with him? If he didn't destroy the Sarutobi clan, isn't it true that we can still find trouble with that Sarutobi and ask him to pay for our house? And now that the Sarutobi clan has been destroyed by him, then won't we just find him to pay for it? Shizune blushed oddly and thought to herself, that's kinda true, but would your teacher Sarutobi Hinata come out of his coffin board if he heard you? It's settled. I'll get him later. Shizune coughed. Tsunade-sama, isn't this too late? Why don't you go tomorrow? Newt glanced at the time. It was after 8 o'clock at night. Tsunade waved her hand indifferently and said, how late can this be? The old man used to work at the Naruto building until after 10 before he went home. This Uchiha Futsuki is a new officer. He must be more diligent than the old man, right? No need to think. He must still be working overtime at the Naruto building this time. He can't have gotten off work that quickly. What time is it? It's just after 8. Shizune. Well, as long as you're happy. Would you like me to accompany you? Tsunade shook her head. No need. Just wait for my good news at the inn. Tsunade flashed a smile. I'll definitely have to ask Uchiha Futsuki to compensate us for a big house in a good location this time. Silence wasn't so much of a concern. She thought a house that 2 people could live in would be fine. But looking at Tsunade-sama's full smile, Shizune would not be able to hit Tsunade-sama's motivation this time. I hope everything goes well for Tsunade-sama. Shizune mentally prayed for Tsunade-sama. Tsunade ate a lot faster when she thought about going to ask for a big house later, and winded up eating all of her meal. It wasn't at all obvious that Tsunade had come here on a full stomach. The 2 men exited the restaurant and parted in front of it. Well, Shizune, go back and wait for my good news. Tsunade waved her hand and braced herself to move her feet in the direction of the Naruto building. Shizune watched Tsunade-sama's back disappear around the corner before she shook her head and returned to the inn. 10 minutes later, at the Naruto building, Tsunade was blocked at the door. The ninja standing guard said righteously, it's off-duty time for the mission department, and no one is allowed to enter. Tsunade said irritably, I'm not here to get a quest. I'm here to find Uchiha Futsuki. The ninja standing guard had a bad look on his face. Who was this woman to call the clan chief-sama by her first name? What a nerve! So he said indifferently, go away, go away. Naruto-sama is not here. Tsunade fidgeted on her feet and frowned with her hands clasped over her chest. What's not here? Go away. I want to see Uchiha Futsuki. The standing ninja's gaze moved slightly, quietly opening a pair of three-horned jade shuriken eyes, and coldly said, "I told you, Naruto-sama is not here." Tsunade saw that he looked like he was about to make a move at the drop of a hat, and skimmed her lips. It was true that they were from the Uchiha clan, and one of them couldn't understand a word. She wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty, but the thought of those two Uchiha dark sections who had taken out blood bags to disgust her last time was a bit mental. In case this guy pulls out a blood bag too, will I be dizzy or not? Dang it, it's too embarrassing. She can't afford to lose this one as a Sannin Tsunadeheim. Blaring fiercely at this stubborn Uchiha, Tsunade huffed and prepared to leave, when suddenly a surprised voice came from behind. "Tsunade-sama?" Tsunade looked back and was a bit skeptical to see this guy dressed in a Naruto support costume with a ponytail. Nara Kagura realized that it was really Tsunade-sama and came forward excitedly. "Tsunade-sama, it's really you. It's been a long time." Tsunade looked at the enthusiastic and excited guy and suddenly remembered. "Ah, you're Nara Kagura?" Nara Kagura was more than 10 years younger than her, and she knew that the other party was also in the great wars of the past, and that this son had come up with a number of constructive strategies that had resulted in a number of victories. This son is wiser than his father ever was. "It's me. I didn't think you'd remember me." Nara Kagyu was touched. After he remembers, he often heard in the village, the three excellent disciples of the third generation of Naruto adults in the outside of the outstanding achievements, grew up, but also joined the war. Witnessed the three recognized by the demigods to obtain the name of the three ninja. Since then, Tsunade has been wearing the three ninjas name in the outside of the very active. The three ninja for the only strong and beautiful women. He is very much adored and adored. "Oh, I didn't expect you to become a Naruto auxiliary. It seems that Uchiha Futsuki's vision is not bad." Tsunade smiled and patted Nara Kagura's shoulder, her eyes full of appreciation. Chapter 88, Finishing Folding Clothes. "Wherever, it is Naruto-sama who trusts me," Nara Kagura said humbly. The Uchiha standing guard saw that annoying woman chatting with Naruto auxiliary, and with a somewhat irritated light grunt, closed his Sharingan eyes and stood aside without looking away. "Even if you know Naruto auxiliary-sama, that's no reason why you can be disrespectful to Naruto-sama. What a shame," he thought darkly. If only the woman had dared to make a move, then he could have taken the woman down for just cause and thrown her in jail to let her taste the consequences of disrespecting Naruto-sama. It's just a shame the woman didn't have the guts to do it. The Uchiha standing guard sighed and shook his head, feeling sorry for himself. "What? Uchiha Futake is really off duty?" Tsunade said in dismay. She thought that the Uchiha at the door had made it up and just didn't want her to go in, but she didn't realize that the Uchiha hadn't really lied. She knew that the odds were that Nara Kagura wouldn't lie to her, so Uchiha Futsuki was really off duty. Tsunade sipped his teeth, a face of toothache. This Uchiha Fuyue engage in what the hell how when the Naruto are not overtime? This is only more than 8 o'clock Tsunade was shocked when from Nara Kagura whispered that Naruto-sama got off work at 6 o'clock sharp. "Nice guy. I'm straight up nice guy. So you get off at 6 o'clock? Is it that easy for you to be Naruto?" Nara Kagura only revealed up to this point and said no more. After all, he was a Naruto auxiliary who was promoted by the 5th generation and couldn't afford to make a mistake. He was only telling Tsunade-sama about Naruto-sama's off-duty hours. That information wasn't exactly hidden, and there was no harm in telling Tsunade-sama since everyone else could have inquired about it. "Have you eaten, Tsunade-sama? Why don't I treat you to a casual dinner?" Nara Kagyu said with a smirk. Tsunade subconsciously wanted to nod when she heard that she was going to treat herself to a meal, but thinking that her stomach couldn't hold out any longer, she hastily shook her head and refused. Next time, I'll go first." With that she hurried off, lest you be dragged to dinner. She was literally unable to eat at all. Since Uchiha Futsuki wasn't here, there was no reason for her to stay. Passing by the Uchiha clanland, Tsunade looked at the Uchiha clan members at the entrance of the clanland and thought better of it. She wasn't even allowed in the Naruto building, let alone the Uchiha clanland. It's probably going to be blocked as well. Now that we know the outcome, there's no point in going over there, lest we can't help but get angry and do it. These damn Uchiha, they were getting into it, carrying around blood bags that were very much restraining her. Who could stand up to that? Anyway, she's hemophobic and can't really top that. Slipped and slipped. Tsunade returned to the hotel in a huff. Shizen saw Tsunade at the window a long time ago and came downstairs to greet her. "Tsunade-sama, how's it going? Do we have a house to live in?" Shizen was thinking that if she had a house now, she could go ahead and get the tools to clean and air it out now, and then she could live in it tomorrow. But Tsunade-sama's answer disappointed her a bit. "Nope, that Uchiha Futsuki went home from work at 6. What a disgrace in Naruto." Tsunade thought of his great-grandfather, 2 grandfathers. Teachers, in the Naruto are conscientious. Every day not until the depth of the night by no means go home. Where like this Uchiha Fuyue, not think about it, 6 o'clock on the job home, when it's really not a shift at all. It's fine. It'll be the same tomorrow during the day. Although it was a little bit of a small disappointment, Shizun pretended to be comforted as if nothing had happened. Well, it'll just have to be tomorrow too. Tsunade cursed. Now the Uchiha clan's really ass up in the sky. I just want to enter a Naruto building did not let me go in. Blocked me outside. Damn. Say my identity to scare you sleep. Shizun face odd. People are the Uchiha clan. The patriarch is Naruto. Even if you say your identity cannot scare people. But she was smart enough not to sing against Tsunade-sama. Thus she did not say what was on her mind, lest she cause displeasure to Tsunade-sama. Let's go to our rooms and rest then. It's getting late. Shizun looked at the time, it was after 9, and said, well, go to your room. I'm tired after a long day. I need to take a bath to slow down. Tsunade rubbed her aching shoulders and tediously dragged her 2 tired balls with a somewhat saddened look on her face. They were so big she wondered if she'd have to have them surgically cut smaller. Walking with your chest out every day is exhausting enough. It was also that Shizun didn't hear the sputtering in Tsunade-sama's heart. Otherwise she would have said, Tsunade-sama, you're in a blessed state and you don't know what you're doing. How many people in the world would like to have a, but you're not happy about it? Uchiha Clanland, the clan leader's house. Honey, isn't it my turn to take a shower? Seeing Meichin coming down from the 2nd floor, Fuyu got up from the ground, tugged at his crotch, and walked towards Meichin with a smile on his face. That's right hubby, the bath is ready for you. I was just about to ask you to go. Maiken had just come down from the 2nd floor with Fuyue's clothes in her hand. Well, my wife is so nice. Maiken was booped on the cheek by Pei Leap, nudged Pei Leap, looked at the 2 children who were intently watching TV, and whispered, the kids are here. So what? I kiss my own wife. Fuyue grinned and booped Maiken on the cheek again, which came down to symmetry. Maiken muttered, there's no proper form, gouging him out. She shoved the clothes in her hand to Fuyue. Quickly go take a bath. By the time Futsuki came out of the shower, Naruto Sasuke was no longer in the living room. Makoto was sitting on a tatami mat, folding clothes. They went to bed? Maiken nodded. Then why don't we go to bed too? Fuyu said with an impish grin. Meichin blushed slightly when she saw Fuyue bulge somewhere and whispered, let me finish folding these clothes first. Fuyu looked down and saw that there weren't many clothes left, so he said okay, grabbed a pillow and stuffed it behind his head, and lay down to watch TV. TV programs are very scarce, and even if the comedy is well told, it creates visual fatigue after watching it for a long time. And the other station repeatedly talks about information about the Land of Fire, which isn't much to look at. Fuyue couldn't help but secretly think that when Yuzuru and the 3 of them returned, if they couldn't ask for the Fire Country subsidy, they could proceed to eliminate the current Fire Country's royal family. If you know what's good for you, you can still live for a while. If you don't, then you can only say bye-bye after this time. It didn't take long to see Maiken gently come to his side and say, I'll go to my room first. Fuyu watched Meichin fleeing as quickly as she could up the stairs, the 2 peach twists and turns, and her belly burst into flames. Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. Maiken was the mother of 2 children. How could she still look like an innocent young girl? Chapter 89, Deidara. But that's pretty good. After all, women in this world are much better than women in the previous world. Maiken is gentle, considerate, generous and a model of a good wife. Fuyu dabbed up, turned off the TV, paused for a few seconds in front of the light switch, turned off the light and then quickly sprinted, rushing upstairs. That upstairs speed was no less than a 100-meter sprint, as if there was something behind him. When Fuyue entered the bedroom and closed the door, this restored calm. It was as if the panic that had just occurred was an illusion. Even though Fuyu's explicit strength was already the number 1 in the ninja world, this habit brought from his previous life was still with him and could not be easily changed. It's as if you graduated from college, left home alone, came out to work, went to a new place, and in the dead of one night, you, a single dog, ghostly watched an island action blockbuster, and that's when you'd hold back from rewarding yourself with a shot? If you can bear it, then forget I said it. After all, you're not Fuyue, and people are not the same. Honey, I'm coming. Fuyue laughed and pounced over, and Meichin, who had already changed into her vacuum pajamas, reminded in a low voice, keep your voice down. Don't wake up the kids. She had just gone upstairs to see that Sasuke and Naruto were both asleep. Naruto, in particular, slept soundly, supposedly giggling twice as he had some kind of good dream. Fuyue got under the covers and started his baby-making program. Maiken is still young and he wants to have a child of his own. The process of watching Makoto conceive and give birth to a child herself was different. Weasel and Sasuke, the 2 former biological son, to the current him, after all, is not his own. Watched a little bit of birth grew up, so it's hard not to feel a twinge of alienation. To put it bluntly though, having another child wouldn't change the fact that the child's bloodline came from half of this body, but Fuyue just wanted to enjoy this process of becoming a father. The bloodline didn't matter. This body was all his own, so what was there not to accept? One is Futsuki, and Futsuki is oneself. The night passed with a suppressed mosquito-like hum. The sun rises and the warmth of the sun pours down on the earth. The curtains in the best room on the second floor of the Uchiha clanland, one of the largest ancient name houses, whooshed open. The sunlight scrambled into the darkened room and the bedroom was instantly permeated with light. Fuyu, who was sleeping on the bed wearing only a pair of underwear, seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Mikoto, what time is it? Futsuki yawned sleepily and asked Mikan, who pushed open the window. Mikan was glowing after the ground was watered last night, and her whole body seemed to glow. Mikan smiled and replied, honey, it's time for you to get up. It's 8:09. 8:09? Fuyue closed his eyes again. I'm taking a nap. Wife, you can call me in 20 minutes. No breakfast? Mikan took out the clothes Fuyue was going to wear today from the closet and put them beside the bed, asking gently, no more food. No more food. I'll buy buns for dinner. Fuyue covered his face with the quilt and grunted. Mikoto shook her head and left the room. He came downstairs and slipped a bottle of warm milk and a tea egg into each of Naruto's and Sasuke's book bags. Glancing at Naruto Sasuke, who was sniping, Mikan clapped her hands together and reminded, kids, don't talk while you're eating. Over here Mikan sends Sasuke Naruto out of the house after breakfast. In the land of Earth, thousands of miles away from Kiba village, this rocky alpine territory welcomes three men in high-collared trench coats. The three of them did not stay much longer, but rushed towards the Iwaki village in a very directional manner. Before they set out, they received exact information from Yakashino Neiyu's godson, Yakashido, the target of their trip. Deidara has been kicked out of the village to live outside the village by the third generation of Tojimura Onuki, because of a mistake he made in the village. Their destination was none other than a certain rocky hill outside the village. Originally, the ferret was planning to bring Yakashido along, but Yakashino Neiyu wouldn't agree, so the ferret could only give up. The terrain here is different from the Land of Fire, which is basically all bare rocky mountains, making it extremely easy to misidentify the direction. It's a good thing Yakashino Neiyu was also here to scout for information. That's one of the reasons the skunk made a stop. With Yakashino Neiyu leading the way, they didn't take too many wrong paths, but quickly reached the vicinity of the Iwaki village. Because of Tout's information, they learned that Deidara wasn't in the village, but outside of it, so they didn't have to infiltrate the Iwaki village. Just look directly outside the Iwaki village for the rocky mountain with a similar attachment to Tout's mouth. I heard from Doodle that the place where Deidara resides has an extremely recognizable shape of rock resembling a large snake. The skunk, Drika's Anajirai, and Yakashino Neiyu split up and began searching around the Iwagakure village, quickly finding a rocky shape that resembled a large snake. After the three rendezvoused, they quietly went up to check things out, and sure enough, they saw a small house built of stone on a platform on a rocky hill. A teenager was crouching not far from the house, cupping something in his hand. Drika's Anamusha wondered, is this brat playing in the mud? No matter how he looked at it, the brat was needing clay. The skunk observed for a moment and said calmly, I think he's working on some kind of clay bomb. He had read in the information given by his father that Deidara was a talented young man, a disciple of the third Earth Shadow, Onuki, who had joined the Iwakamura demolition unit before quitting, and had been living alone for 3 years after being kicked out of the village by the third Earth Shadow, Onuki, at the age of 9 for frequently causing horrific incidents. That said, the troubled teen was the same age as himself. The skunk thought darkly. He observed his surroundings, living alone for 3 years at the age of 9 and squeezing clay bombs like nobody's business. Someone like this who can endure isolation and has a strong willpower will succeed wherever he goes. And the information given by his father mentioned that this Deidara, although I am self-motivated, crazy, bold, and a little bit cruel, there is a side of caring for his companions in his cruel and crazy character. So inviting Deidara to join the Kiba village, the skunk did not object. The Iwakunin village did not have the ability to recognize people and left this one genius outside the village. Although there was also some element of self-inflicted suffering, but there was also the reason why the third generation Suchikage did not discipline him. It's better to let us Kiba educate Deidara for you. Come on, go and meet him for a while. The skunk remembered his father's instructions before he left. Wanting to take Deidara was simple. Deidara the guy was of a more simple, straightforward type, especially obsessed with his art of kneading clay bombs, calling it art, and obsessed with his art above and beyond the norm. Chapter 90, My art is the most beautiful. Deidara has little actual belonging to the Iwakamura, so it's not hard to take Deidara away. You just have to start with his art to cure him. His father told him that he could successfully take him away by telling Deidara that his Sharingan is also art and having an art duel with him. The skunk was convinced of this. After all, his father's authority was now unrivaled in his mind. Fuyu said so, in fact, is also in accordance with the plot. After all, in the original, it is the skunk, dry persimmon ghost sharks, scorpion. 3 people came to the Iwaki village to recruit Deidara. Is also the skunk defeated Deidara. Deidara followed to join the Dawn organization. Although the skunk's writing while I was no longer a kaleidoscope, the skunk's body had long been more than a cut above the average 3 hooks Jade Uchiha after being nourished by the pupil power of the kaleidoscope when the eye was opened. One night father and son were speculating together that Uchiha Weasel's current strength should be above elite upper shinobi, below shadow level, with a high probability of touching the shadow level threshold, the equivalent of a first-time shadow class player. Although without the power of the pupil art moon reading Amaterasu, he couldn't use Susanoo, but the current Uchiha Weasel was still able to deal with the current Deidara hand-to-hand. After all, Deidara is still far from the late-stage Deidara with his great strength, and he still has a lot of bomb types that have not been created yet. The current strength is at best an elite upper ninja level, right? There's also a big power gap between elite shinobi and elite shinobi. It's like the skunk and Deidara with the 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes. Weasel, Drika's Onajirai, and Yakushino Neyu ascended the rocky platform to the front of the stone house. Deidara noticed the 3 strangers as well, only glancing at them and ignoring them as I went about my business, returning her attention to the clay in her hands and concentrating on kneading the newly thought-out art. The giant bird. It was a thought born out of a flash of light when he woke up in the morning and lay in bed, seeing the birds flying through the sky outside through the window. If he could pinch a giant bird out, wouldn't he be able to use it as a flying tool? When the time came for him to travel the skies on a flying bird, there was nothing more pulling. Well, that's his art. When the time came that the giant bird art was successful, he would get on the giant bird and fly to the village to show that stinky old man his latest art. To put it bluntly, they are bored of living here and go into the village to fool around. Old man Inoki stink not let him enter the village. Then he flew through the sky is not considered to enter the village. It does not make sense that the sky of the village also belongs to the scope of your village. The idea of Deidara giving birth to a giant bird also had an element of gambling with Inoki in it. It was a combination of the two that led to the creation of the giant bird. Who are you? Go away, go away. Don't block my sunlight. Get lost. Deidara looked up with displeasure at the sight of the 3 long shadows stretching across the room and said with nonchalance on her lips. Drika's Anamusha looked at the little kid with long blonde hair that was naturally draped in a short braid at the end, clearly looking like a svelte little kid. But what about the moment he opened his mouth and it was exposed? He's the same age as Mr. Weasel. But what's the difference? Drika's Anamusha mentally spat. He glanced aside at Yakushino Neyu, and realized that Yakushino Neyu had winked at him, and realized that the walking witch had the same idea as himself, and couldn't help but grin. Yakushino Neyu. No matter how many times he looked at Drika's Anamusha, he felt that this guy was not a human being. He should be a foreigner like a shark, right? We heard there was art here, and we sought it out to see it. The Uchiha was not the least bit offended by Deidara's offense and simply said lightly, "Art?" Hearing this out-of-the-way word abruptly from the man across the room, Deidara's face snapped. Deidara stood up excitedly. "You know art too?" The Uchiha nodded. "Of course, my Sharingan is art," said Uchiha Weasel as he opened a pair of 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes and displayed them to his opponent. "This is my bloodline limit. Sharingan, how is it? Is it beautiful? I think it is the unique and most beautiful art in the world." I don't know if it was that sentence that irritated Deidara, only to see Deidara, who had just been full of excitement, frowning with a cold face. "You call that art?" Deidara sneered. "Ridiculous. My explosions are the art." Deidara carefully lowered the giant bird body clay in his hand, made fists in his hands and squeezed them together and opened them violently, reciting a thud with his mouth as he opened his hands outward. Bang! "A moment of beauty is the most beautiful and strongest art in the world," Deidara said with a sickly grin. Drika's Anamusha and Yakushino Neyu glanced at each other and thought to themselves that this guy was really a problematic teenager, just as the information given by Naruto-sama had said. So now let's see what the skunk plans to do about it. Both of them turned their attention to the Uchiha. "So you don't think my Sharingan is art too?" the Uchiha asked faintly. A hint of hesitation flashed in Deidara's eyes. He didn't want to scare the man away after a rare encounter with a fellow traveler. Instead he rubbed his nose and said, "Well, yours is barely art, but not as good as my explosion art. My art is the most beautiful in the world," Deidara emphasized. The light in the Uchiha's eyes flickered as he said, "You say your explosive art is the most beautiful? I don't believe it." "Don't believe me?" Deidara froze and subconsciously said, "Why don't you believe me?" In the next second it dawned on him. "Ah, you've never seen my explosive art, have you?" He sized up the 3 for a few moments. You're not from the village? Where are you from? Well, not having seen my art, then I really don't know either. Well, I forgive you, Deidara said graciously. In that case, I'll show you what the most beautiful art in the world is. Deidara took a piece of clay out of her pocket and tucked it into the palm of her right hand as she looked to herself. The Uchiha's gaze twitched slightly, and if he looked closely, he could see a mouth with teeth and a tongue in the center of Deidara's hand. It's exactly the same information that father gave. That would be the mouth made by the secret art of explosion that Deidara practiced, specially used to perform his art of explosion. In no time at all, the mouth in that hand spat out a piece of white clay, just by rubbing his hands together a few times with an excited look on his face. Deidara transformed into two lifelike spiders. Deidara threw his hand to the ground, and with a face full of excitement, he put his hands together to form a seal, and shouted, "Hey, you guys, watch this." Deidara a few seconds to finish sealing. Thrown on the ground clay spider bang white smoke, and then from one into many smaller size of small spiders. These small spiders crawling a small distance, climb to the distance from the weasel onyx while now you three people slightly far away from the rock, will be densely wrapped up. Chapter 91, Competition. From a distance, it looks like a bunch of real spiders wrapped around the rock. In the next moment, as Deidara drank from her mouth, the small spiders wrapped around the rock sprouted a blinding white light, followed by booming continuous explosions. A puff of dust flew up, and in looking at it, a not-so-small crater had appeared where the rock had been, and as for the rock, it had already disappeared. Well, see my art? Deidara confidently braced himself and laughed. Does it make you feel like your art can't compare to my exploding art? The skunk raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I'll admit your art is good, but I still think my Sharingan is the strongest art in the world. What? Deidara was shocked. He didn't expect this guy's mouth to be so hard. He had clearly seen his most beautiful explosion art, but he still didn't admit that his explosion art was the most beautiful. Deidara's face darkened. What an eyeful. My explosive art is the strongest in the world, he argued. The skunk took advantage of this and suggested, how about we have a contest? Whoever wins will have the strongest and best art in the world. Unwilling to let his art be inferior to others, Deidara did take the bait. Yeah, let's compare. Deidara, who had never encountered a ninja of the Uchiha clan or experienced a poisonous beating from the Sharingan, thought himself invincible in the art of explosions. Even knowing that his opponent was a Sharingan, Deidara wasn't the least bit afraid. The Uchiha heard Deidara agree in a heartbeat and his mouth smiled as he paced over. Deidara had gotten into the swing of the contest, calmly pulling clay out of his pocket, ready to shove it into the mouth of his hand to create a pinch bomb of clay. All ready? Deidara asked as she looked at the Uchiha who was walking over to her. The Uchiha shook his head. Wait, I have a few questions for you before we start the contest. Deidara could no longer resist the urge to start a fight right away to defeat this cocky-tongued guy to make him admit that his art of explosions was the most beautiful and best art of all, and he urged a little impatiently. Ask what? Hurry up and ask. The Uchiha weasel asked knowingly. What kind of person are you? Why do you live alone in such a remote mountain? Without giving it much thought, Deidara bristled. This doesn't really concern you, does it? In reality, he just didn't want to tell the other party the embarrassing story of being kicked out by the stinky old man from the third generation. It's too much of a pushover. After all, he was bragging about his explosive art being the most beautiful and best 1 second ago. How can you say such an embarrassing story about being kicked out of the village by the Earth Shadow? So, you're not from the Iwakamura? Deidara doesn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Iwaki village, or he wouldn't have continuously terrorized the village when he was 9 years old. The last incident resulted in some casualties, which led to the pressure on the third sojourner to get rid of his beloved disciple Deidara. Deidara said indifferently, well, it doesn't really count. It's pretty much the same thing, and this has nothing to do with me competing with you, does it? Let's just get started. Deidara was a little impatient. The skunk's eyes flashed. It's not much fun to compete like this. How about some color? The lottery? What lottery? Deidara hadn't interacted much with anyone in over 3 years, except for that little girl, Koratsuchi, who occasionally slipped in here to play with him. He was still a little slow to respond. The Uchiha explained. That is, the loser must not only recognize that the winner's art is the strongest and best, but also work for the winner. Deidara was no cutie pie. He asked a little warily, work? For how long? Though he didn't think he'd lose his art to the other, he still wanted to ask. He just happened to be researching the giant bird short of manpower. If someone to help join in, then it will be much more convenient. Such as digging clay do not have to go themselves. You can let this guy to dig clay, as well as to make lunch for themselves, cooking dinner and so on. At the thought, Deidara became a little more intent. Uchiha Weasel pretended to ponder for a moment and said, how about this? We don't have a limit on how long we can work, just until the art exceeds the winner's art before we can leave. What do you think? Good. Very good. That's it. Deidara couldn't help but clap her hands at the idea. Not a word out of art, when it was right up his alley. Deidara's eyes filled with appreciation as he looked at the skunk. The Uchiha also laughed softly. Well, in that case, let's get started right away. How about having my companions count down 3 seconds before our contest officially begins? Deidara heckled. No problem. Weasel flashed a look at Drika's Onimusha. Drika's Onimusha nodded his head. He still recognized Weasel-san's strength. After all, he had fought before in the misty hidden village. Even though it was just a small test, he could see that Weasel-san's strength was deep. I guess it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this troubled teenager. 3, 2, 1, start. The Drikas began to count down. And as the countdown was completed and the start was called out, the Uchiha Weasel remained standing still, just calmly looking at Deidara on the opposite side of the room. Deidara also stood still and didn't move, except that the clay he had prepared long ago was stuffed into his hand and mouth, which began to chew violently. This guy, he's really looking down on me, isn't he? Deidara noticed that the other party had no movement, a calm expression, a little annoyed, but the action is not much fluctuation. Calmly pinched out 4 spiders, threw it out, sealing a clap. 4 spiders changed into countless small spiders, fell to the ground densely towards the Uchiha Weasel, darted and climbed over, as if to recreate what just happened to Big Rock. Once again, Deidara pulled a piece of clay out of nowhere and stuffed it into his mouth as a backup, watching the little spiders approach the guy right away. But the guy hadn't budged yet, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Deidara's mind hesitated for a second, revealing a sardonic smile. Fine. You cocky bastard. You deserve to be blown up. Take your companion to work for me when you die. On second thought, the little spiders swarmed. That's the time. Deidara presented a seal with one hand and let out a low drink. Once the command came out, the small spiders wrapped densely around the man in the high-collar trenchcoat instantly erupted in a burst of faintly blinding white light. And in the next instant a succession of explosions rang out in a boom 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 boom. Deidara couldn't take his eyes off the man, a cruel smile on his lips. However, the bloody scene he imagined of the man being blown to pieces didn't appear. Instead, a large rock was blown to pieces, dropping a trail of debris. Deidara's pupils snapped. When? Chapter 92, The Snake and the Scorpion. He hadn't seen the man form a seal to use a jutsu, so how had he dodged it? Suddenly he remembered the man's eyes, and the gossip the village ninja used to talk about. Ramblings about the sharing wheel. So I was under an illusion? When? Deidara grimaced and snapped his tongue, trying to free himself from the illusion. With the stimulation of the pain on the tip of his tongue, he really got rid of the illusion. His eyes shook, and in the next second he realized that he was lying on the ground. Deidara rose to his feet in shock to see the man standing over him, the bitterness in his hand aimed at the vitals of his throat. You lose, Uchiha said faintly. Deidara was in a trance. This was a loss? He didn't even realize when he fell for the other party's illusion. If this had been a fight to the death, I'm sure he'd be dead. Your art. Deidara. Recognize it. Deidara said as she conceded the bet. At the same time, he mentally resolved to exercise his left eye and train it hard until it was able to counter the Sharingan's illusions. As promised, come with us. The skunk looked at Deidara and put the shuriken away. Deidara didn't play around, and without even a second glance at the stone house behind her where she'd lived for 3 years, she followed the skunk, just curious enough to ask an extra question. Where are we going? The skunk didn't hide it, but answered truthfully, Kiba village. Deidara muttered, so far away. Then a light flashed in his eyes. He said with gusto, hey, wait, I have a baby that's almost finished. We can take a flying bird to Kiba village. What do you guys think? Deidara pointed to the clay model of a flying bird's body that was sitting on the ground with a flinty expression. In that case, it would be a double whammy, developing the giant bird and avoiding such a long walk. The skunk thought about it and agreed. If it's true what Deidara said, then why not if you can save yourself the trouble? With that, Weasel, Drika's Onijirai, and Yakushino Neiyu stayed here for the time being. According to Deidara, it would only take a day or two for the giant bird to get it out. By then they could fly all the way back to Konoha village in the giant bird that Deidara had mentioned, and that would greatly save time on the journey. The skunk was still very interested in what Deidara had said about the flying bird that could take down multiple people. If this giant bird could be mass-produced, then the impact on Kiba would be enormous. There are no ninjutsu capable of flight in Kiba village right now, not one as far as he knows, and so on. Weasel thought back to the day his father demonstrated the so-called full-bodied Susanoo. That one seems to be flyable. Well, before father had the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, there wasn't a single one in Konoha village that could fly, As far as he knew, there weren't many in the shinobi world that could fly. The current third generation of the Iwakamura, Tsuchikage, counts as one. The Iwagakure village does have a jutsu that can fly. I think it's called light and heavy rock no jutsu. This jutsu is rather secretive, and the Kiba village has tried to sneak in and steal it without success. It is a real pity. Now with the birds of prey it would be possible to form an air force. When the time comes to hold the advantage of the skies, it will be Kiba's call if they want to fight relieve. He was on the battlefield until it was brutal. With the Air Force, Kiba Village's battlefield advantage was about to expand to its maximum. Air Force plus Hyuga Ichi Reconnaissance, where everything is invisible under the white eye. This is about to be the strongest intelligence scouting combo. What is fought on the battlefield? What is fought is intelligence profits, and then the hard power of both sides. The skunk's gaze towards Deidara was vaguely glowing. Father is truly a godsend, and this brat is a great talent. The skunk twisted his head to look at the rock-encased Iwakuni village across from him under the rocky peaks. Such talent, and the Iwakuni village doesn't care. Really? The skunk shook his head and didn't know what to say, but it was good to be picked up by their Kiba. Somewhere on a deserted path in the shinobi world, the figure wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, a bucket hat with a wind chime tied to it, a ring with his code name on his finger, and fingernails painted with nail polish walked unhurriedly along the path. They wear a scratch on their forehead guards to indicate that they are rebel ninjas. Soon they walked into a small town. The town was bustling with people coming and going. This unique costume makes them very conspicuous on the road. Quite a number of civilians cast curious gazes towards them, and when they touched the forehead guards on their foreheads, they all retracted their gazes with an electric shock. Those who could wear the forehead protector were not characters that civilians like them could mess with. This is common knowledge in the world of shinobi. Who in their right mind wears a forehead protector besides ninjas? Not to mention the fact that these two had a scratch on their forehead guards. This renegade shinobu was even more of an existence that ordinary people couldn't afford to mess with. Those who would become renegade ninja were usually ninja who had committed 10 heinous crimes and had no choice but to defect from the village. And such people were extremely dangerous. Some of the civilians on the road see these two strange people and have the good sense to stay away and get out of the way to let them pass. One of them, with long black hair, long vertical golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and greenish-blue hooked earrings. It was none other than Orochimaru, whom Jiraiya had been pursuing so diligently. Orochimaru surveyed the fairly prosperous town with interest, thinking that he could build a base near here, and then supplies and such could be replenished nearby. The ugly ninja off to the side, much shorter than Orochimaru and only up to his waist, hissed, "This way." Scorpion seemed to have been here before, leading Orochimaru lightly through the streets and alleys, finally coming to an unoccupied house and opening a cupboard to reveal a dark passage downward. Entering the dark passage, cramped at first, after 10 or so steps it opened up and a brightly lit underground darkroom appeared in front of him. The underground foot traffic is not weaker than the above-ground town, even more lively and prosperous. Orochimaru looked around and became more satisfied, thinking to himself that he would turn around and come over here to find a suitable address to build a base. Scorpion noticed Orochimaru's distracted appearance and mentally grunted as he ignored him and walked forward on his own. He already had a problem with Orochimaru. When Orochimaru entered the Dawn organization, he was extremely opposed to the absorption of Orochimaru. From the very beginning he did not trust Orochimaru, perhaps because he turned out to be a sand-hidden ninja with natural hostility towards Konoha ninjas, or perhaps because he detected that Orochimaru had impure intentions. However, his opinion was not agreed upon and he even became a partner with Orochimaru. Scorpion was quite vocal about this, and even went on strike at one point, but after Minami's side said that the funding for the research puppets was doubled, he reluctantly accepted it. Chapter 93, Yun Yun's Attack. In this way, the two partnered up to accomplish a number of missions, with the occasional guest appearance in the bounty ninja trade, brought to the gold exchange for bounty. This time they just got lucky with an unlucky guy who had a bounty on him in the gold exchange, and he and Orochimaru easily killed him and came here to exchange for the bounty. Orochimaru was unconcerned by Scorpion's unabashed dislike and even laughed softly, which didn't bother him in the slightest. He looked distracted as he looked from side to side, but he was actually keeping pace with Scorpion with precision and not falling behind. Soon the two came to a spot. Scorpion pulled out a scroll from under his wide robes, and after a seal was formed, with a thud, a head that had been marinated in a special treatment appeared on top of the table. The staff seemed to have experienced more. Seeing the sudden appearance of the head on the desktop face did not change color, and even came over to carefully observe for a while before taking the head away, picking up a book and flipping through it, finding the page of the target person to cross out with a pen. Iron Message. Disciple of Iron Kingdom Admiral Mifune. Bounty 3 million. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, another person turned in and brought out a box. Scorpion took the case and opened it full of money. He counted it and made sure the amount was right before nodding and turning to leave with the case. The usual rules. Scorpion dropped a line and took off on his own. Orochimaru didn't follow this time and instead wandered through the black market alone. It was something he had discussed with Scorpion. Free to move around after it was okay and meet at the entrance in 2 hours. Scorpion was going to see if there were any suitable puppet materials. And Orochimaru was going to see if there were any suitable used research materials. Each has its own needs, so the rule was set early on. Not even 2 hours later, Scorpion and Orochimaru left this underground gold exchange after an early rendezvous. Almost 3 hours after they left, a broad figure in clogs arrived here. It's exactly the same since. Jiraiya's intelligence skills were outstanding, and over the course of a few days, he searched hard all the way through, only a few hours away from blocking Orochimaru in. Based on the information that there was a gold exchange underneath the town here, Jiraiya quickly found the entrance to the underground gold exchange. Wandering around the black market, I don't see Orochimaru again, but this time I get good news. The suspected Orochimaru had appeared in the town a few hours ago, then disappeared for a while, then reappeared and waltzed away. Jiraiya hypothesized that it was during the time Orochimaru disappeared that he entered the underground gold exchange. Just like the previous information, Orochimaru should have joined an organization called Dawn by now, and the person with him should be his current partner. Jiraiya was searching for the trail while summarizing the information from these days so that he could make a judgment. Realizing that he was about to catch up with Orochimaru, Jiraiya couldn't help but show an excited look. Suddenly thinking of Orochimaru's current status as a member of the Dawn organization, Jiraiya was a little worried about whether Orochimaru would return to the village with himself to check out the situation. At first he was planning to go back to his village to avenge his teacher. First, he found Tsunade, and after realizing that Tsunade was unsuitable, he turned his head to find his helper, Orochimaru, and on his way to find Orochimaru, he pried out quite a bit of information about the Konoha village. After realizing that Kiba village wasn't as broken as he thought it was, his heart was actually a little shaken. His great justice was the village, and if the village was fine, he could actually barely take the death of his teacher. Contemplated for a moment, Zelaya settled down. Never mind, no matter how. Hearing is false and seeing is believing, or have to personally go back to the village to know in the end how the situation is. Jiraiya fiercely accelerated the speed of his feet and flashed through the woods like a swift thunderbolt. The wind brought on by that excessive speed rattled the branches of the trees. Kiba village. Naruto building. Fuyu just turned off his computer and got up to go home from work. At that moment there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock on the door of the room. Pei saw this and sat back in his chair again and said, "Come in." The door to the room pushed open, and Uchiha Shasta walked in with a heavy face tinged with a bit of excitement. "Matriarch." Fuyu frowned slightly. "It's fine for you to call me matriarch in the clanlands. What are you going to call me in the Naruto building?" The Uchiha chakra reacted by hastily recalling, "Naruto-sama." "Well," Fuyu nodded in satisfaction. "What is it?" Uchiha chakra said excitedly. "It's like this. Our spies placed in the Cloud Hidden Village have sent back news that the Cloud Hidden Village has dispatched a troop towards our border, and it will arrive at our border in about 2 days, which is the outpost that Yashiro's band is stationed at." "Oh, finally came?" This fourth generation Raikage guy still can't help himself. A hint of playfulness flashed across Fuyu's face. Previously several villages of spies intentionally let go a few. I did not expect that it was still the fourth generation Lay Shadow who took the bait. Perhaps after waiting for a while, the third Earth Shadow, Onuki, would not be able to resist. But he wasn't going to wait. This fourth generation Raikage guy had always been jumpy, and in the original was just wild to the core. Today Fuyu is going to teach him to be a human being. Let him see what is called eternal kaleidoscope sharing while I let him know what is called complete body Susanoo. Thinking of this, Fuyu calmly said, "According to the original plan, have Yushiro stuck in time to lead the retreat?" "Yes." The Uchiha Chara nodded excitedly and went off to deliver the message. After many years, he hadn't seen that demon god's world-destroying might since Lord Zeb had left the village. I didn't think that Shuei Lao would still be able to see this power after a handful of years. Uchiha chakra felt very strong even walking. Can't wait to fly to the border right now. Futsuki also began to gather his things and put on his 5th generation Naruto Gashin robes. He was going to lead a personal expedition today, not only to eat this offending Cloud Cloak force, but also to fight his way into the Land of Thunder and up to the Cloud Cloak village. The old saying about going out on a limb means that there is a legitimate reason for the crusade. His reasoning for becoming the 5th Naruto was to assassinate the 3rd Naruto to take the throne, and it wasn't a solid one. The Kiba of the moment is weak and incomparable. He can become the 5th generation Naruto. Immediately said that he will go out to conquer other shinobi villages. This is in addition to their own Uchiha. Who can follow you? Who believes you when you say you're an eternal kaleidoscope? Comparable to Uchiha's zebra? Even if you believe you have that strength, will the ninjas of the village follow you on your journey with their lives? It's not a joke. When you go to war, you can lose your life if you're not careful. This is why it is extremely important to make a name for yourself against leaps. One slip-up could wipe out his prestige, and with a legitimate reason, such as the cloud-hidden village initiating the offense. Then at this time you don't have to be polite. Just take your people to the front line and dislike them, push them through flat out and be done with it. At this time with the battle achievements, the Kiba ninjas saw how powerful and invincible Fuyue was. Which one of them wouldn't follow behind and wail forward? The opportunity to build a career doesn't come along all the time. Chapter 94, Naruto-sama is going to? Putting on the Gashin robe and straightening his clothes, Fuyue walked out of Naruto's office in stride. There are small meetings for big things, big meetings for small things, and no meetings for important things. Before the team assembled, he had a small meeting with the Naruto auxiliary and the 2 Naruto advisors to let them know. After all, it was impossible to hide it from these few executives when they were going to lead an expedition to the Land of Thunder. After his departure, Naruto was still needed to assist Narakagyu in stabilizing the main rear. One of the Naruto advisors was from the Uchiha, and the Uchiha Grand Elder, Uchiha Satoru, had known about this for a long time, so all he had to do was inform Narakagura and Hinata. As for what comes after that, it's up to Narakagura to appease the other clan chiefs. He just needs to bring back news of a great victory. Then you can make a long drive and go straight for the hills, attacking the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder and enjoying the fruits of victory. Looting the resources of the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder to allow the Konoha village to grow further. It's just as well that we don't have to wait for the silver subsidy from the fire countryside, so we can just attack the Thunder country for a big wave. A few minutes later, the Naruto auxiliary office. Regarding the news thrown out by Fuyue, even Narakagyu was a bit unresponsive, and Hyuga Hinata was even more shocked. The only one who knew the news in advance was Uchiha Shiryu, whose face was steady and didn't change much. Narakagura glanced at Futsuki, pondered for a moment, and spoke after his mood had calmed down. Are you sure? Fuyue nodded confidently. Full assurance. Narakagura saw Fuyue's confident expression, and after associating it with the fact that he had taken out the third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinata in a swift move earlier, he still decided to trust Fuyue, and he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes became firm, and he even revealed a faint smile. Good. I'll do my best to help you stabilize the village. You don't have to worry about the big back. Fuyue waited for his words and smiled. I won't take away the dark part. The 33 Hokage Uchiha are at your disposal. Whoever makes trouble. Fuyue raised an eyebrow and didn't finish his sentence. He believed that Narakagura could understand what he meant. Narakagura's heart was slightly shocked, not realizing that Fuyue didn't even intend to take away these 33 Hokage Uchiha. Was the Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye enchantment so powerful? The fourth Raikage is no pushover, but since he chose to trust Gajira, he wouldn't rub it in. He nodded his head dryly, saying only one good word. Kakashi, your mission is to work with Naruto Auxiliary and maintain order in Konoha with the Konoha Police Department. A white-haired shadowy dressed figure stepped out from behind Fuyue and said yes. Seeing that Futsuki was really going to the cloud-hidden village, Hinata hesitated for a moment, and thinking of his brother's blood feud, he said with red eyes, Naruto-sama, can I go with you? He originally thought that his younger brother's revenge will never have the opportunity to report. After all, the death of his younger brother is the current strength of the strongest cloud-hidden village. The original third generation of Naruto is also an accomplice, although not explicitly, but they are clear in their hearts. If it is not his younger brother initiative to take the blame for the death of the person who died is to do it to kill the cloud-hidden emissary of the him. This is also why the Uchiha Fuyue launched a coup to kill the third generation of the Naruto after his Hyuga clan did not have any movement. The reason to wait and see what happens. He has long been secretly hated by the third generation of the Naruto, just do not have the ability to retaliate. Uchiha Futsuki killed the third Naruto for him, and he even secretly had to clap his hands. Now the fifth generation of Naruto brought a message that the cloud-hidden village had invaded, and he was going to lead a personal expedition to the front line. And listening to the fifth generation of Naruto, it seemed that he was also going to fight his way up to the Land of Thunder and attack the cloud-hidden village. So does he have it in him? Gajira? Hyuga Hinata wasn't sure, but he was willing to take a gamble and trust Gajira for once. This is an unparalleled opportunity for revenge, betting his Hyuga Hinata's life. It was also the case that the other clan members of the Hyuga clan were not here, or else they would have stopped him after hearing Hyuga Hinata's words. After all, the Hyuga clan had long ago made it a rule that the clan family was not allowed to go to war. It was a lesson learned in blood from a previous battle. On a battlefield in the past, Asauka died in the midst of a battle with the Misty Hidden Village, and his body was taken by the Misty Hidden Village. the only instance of the Hyuga blood relay limit White Eyes being taken by an outsider. This is because the Hyuga clan branch has the caged bird restriction, which is activated upon death and destroys the White Eyes, and is meant to protect them from leaking out, whereas the clan is not subject to this restriction. Since then, the Hyuga clan had an emergency meeting, and even received Naruto's tacit approval that the Hyuga clan would no longer go to the front lines of battle. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's words, a trace of surprise flashed in Fuyu's eyes. He did not expect Hyuga Hinata to suddenly get together for anything. He glanced at Hinata and saw that he had a serious look on his face. He thought about agreeing to it. It just so happened that he was planning to let some of the Kiba ninjas follow along to witness how powerful he was, so it would be good for the Kiba ninjas to feel at ease. He wanted this war to bring the Konoha ninja back to their hearts and show them that it was under his leadership that the Konoha village could grow more glorious and powerful. Good. Counselor Hinata has a heart, so let's go together, Fuyu said faintly. Soon, the Kiba shinobi who had received the message converged outside the Naruto building. They were still 3 to 5 each inquiring for information, trying to find out what was going on, when Naruto-sama suddenly gathered them together. But most of them couldn't make sense of it either, and one by one they were confused, waiting patiently for Naruto-sama to appear after getting no news from their companions, because they had received the notice that they were to be fully armed with weapons and hire Inmaru. Each of the upper ninja present had a serious expression, and even those who had experienced many battles couldn't help but be a little nervous. Keep in mind that this is the second time such a big move has occurred since this 5th generation Naruto took office. The last time was that night when the whole village caught the remnants. The atmosphere became heavy, as if the air was being pumped out. As time passes by and no more upper shinobi arrive here, Fuyue's figure also walks out from the Naruto building, behind him to the left and right followed by Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Shikora who are in military attire. The moment Fuyue appeared, the gazes of all the Shang ninja present converged. Fuyu did not change his face, swept a glance at everyone and said lightly, "We just received news that Junin village has reneged on its alliance and sent a troop to invade our borders. The border outposts are in urgent need of support. Our target is the border outposts. Full speed ahead. Set off." He did not speak at length, but only gave a brief account of the current intelligence on the border. The Kiba ninjas' gazes were heavy as they sensed only one message from Lord 5th Naruto's words. War. It's coming. And what surprised them was that Lord Naruto of the 5th generation was going to personally lead a team to support the border? Chapter 95, a familiar scene. This is something that hasn't been done in decades. It can be said that since the 3rd Naruto-sama succeeded as Naruto, it basically stopped happening before the Konoha Naruto himself went there. They were expecting a handful of them when the 4th Naruto took office earlier. After all, the 4th generation had been active with them on the front lines of battle before he was Naruto. However, after the 4th generation succeeded Naruto, there was no war in the shinobi world, and the 4th generation, Naruto-sama, didn't take long to sacrifice his life for quelling the Nine Tails rebellion. I didn't realize that this regret was something that the 5th Naruto was going to make up for them. Looking at the back of Lord 5th Naruto, who was leading the way ahead, a group of Kiba ninja felt inexplicably lit up. In the crowd, a green leotard Mithraea, even more so, had a gaze that burned like fire. The youth of the 5th Naruto-sama is just about to burn ow. Mithraea was thrilled, only to see these 60-odd upper ninjas like a flea, bouncing on the rooftops as they hurried along. The scene was spectacular, drawing curious glances from the villagers on the street below. Soon they passed the ninja school. It was the end of class time at ninja school, and a bunch of people were standing in the hallway outside the classroom chatting and mingling. Sasuke was also leaning against the railing in boredom when suddenly he heard someone call out to him from the side. "Hey, Sasuke, look, is that your father?" Sasuke subconsciously looked over and saw a good-sized group of people skimming by on the roof outside the playground. His eyes pinned on the lead figure, the familiar form, the 5 large, gold-stamped letters of Gokumiai Naruto prominent on the Gashin robes that fluttered in the wind. It's really the father. A flash of surprise passed through Sasuke's eyes. At this point next to him Naruto was staggering around looking left and right and screaming, "Where is it? Where?" Soon Naruto exclaimed, "It's really an uncle." Naruto happily raised his hand while yelling, "Hey, uncle! I'm here, uncle!" Probably because Naruto's voice was louder. Futsuki actually looked back at the ninja school side. Naruto then saw the older man wave his hand at himself before continuing on his way without looking back. Naruto laughed out loud. "Did you see that, Sasuke? Uncle waved at me." Sasuke gave him a breathless look. "It's not like it's anything to brag about. And that's my dad, not yours. What are you trying to do by getting so worked up?" At this point the bystander asked curiously. "Sasuke, did you hear that your father is now Naruto-sama? Do you know what Lord Naruto and the others are going to do?" Naruto propped himself up and dejectedly said, "You guys are so stupid. Uncle and the others are obviously going to eat Ichiraku ramen da. Sasuke was a little lost in thought for a moment as he heard the conversation between the Roadrunner and Naruto and looked at the somewhat familiar scene. He felt like this scene was déjà vu. It always seemed as if it had happened before. Sakura, who was on the sidelines, was tempted to give Naruto a hammer to the head, but thinking of her mother's teachings at home, she held her tongue and just spat madly in her mind that Naruto was a big dummy. The students around them weren't laughing at Naruto like they did last time, because they all knew now that Naruto was the son of a hero, and his father was the famous Yellow Flash, the 4th generation Naruto, and Naruto is still living in the house of the 5th Naruto, can't afford to mess with it. Some civilian ninjas' parents had emphasized to them from time to time at home not to mess with people at the ninja school, and some of the family sons were even warned by the elders of their clan about the people they could least afford to mess with, a Naruto and a Naruto's son, Sasuke Uchiha. It's often said that a ninja school is a small community. Ever since Futsuki became Naruto, the aura around Uchiha Sasuke has shone even brighter. Not only is he a genius in his own right, but he also has a dad who is Naruto. Wherever Sasuke went in the ninja school, he gained a ton of fangirl stares. That's why every time Sasuke takes Naruto with him, just to be a shield, with Naruto around, those girls were able to restrain themselves a lot. Sasuke watched his father's figure disappear at the end of the roof's horizon and shook his head to withdraw his gaze from attention. His father had become even more towering in his mind after becoming Naruto, and no matter what happened, his father was sure to be able to fix it. Sasuke thought so he didn't care and planned to ask his mother when he got home to find out what happened. Nah, SAS give. Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen after school, Naruto offered with both eyes as he wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth. He vaguely seemed to be smelling tonkatsu ramen now. Sasuke was speechless. Are you an idiot? What ramen when mother's cooking at home? Naruto got a reminder from Sasuke, and all of a sudden he too came back to his senses and smiled sarcastically. I'm just kidding. Sasuke squinted at him, not bothering to poke him. While a few people were joking around, Fuyu had just left the gates of Kiba village with his improvised team. Fuyu looked around and spotted the beautiful figure leaning against the wall. The massive murder weapon was conspicuous. Fuyu waved his hand to pause the procession and landed calmly in front of her. Thinking about it? Instead of answering his words, Tsunade looked him up and down and said playfully, the 5th Naruto is so bold, to march to the front line himself. Are you serious? She taunted. What a big mouth to beat up on the cloud-hidden village. Don't you dare play it off and ruin the Konoha village. She had just returned to the inn from the Naruto building not too long ago to tell Shizune the good news that Futsuki had compensated her with a house in the center of Kiba's prosperity, and it hadn't been long before she was told by the dark side that Cloud Cain had come to attack, and that Naruto-sama was planning to bring his own men to the front lines to fight his way up to Cloud Cain's village. Even the well-informed Tsunade was thunderstruck by the darkness words. You think Cloud Cain is that easy to beat? Although the 3rd generation Raikage is dead, the 4th generation Raikage, who took up his mantle, is not weak, and there is also an 8-tailed Rinpoche with whom he has a loud combination, the Abi combination. When this young Abi combo made a name for itself on the battlefield, it was a tough bone to pick. If it wasn't for the yellow flash wave wind Mizumon pestering them, I don't know how many Kiba ninjas would have died at the hands of them on the cloud-hidden Kiba battlefield. Tsunade thought very simply. She felt that this Uchiha Futake was purely after killing his teacher. He felt that all of these one-village shadows were very easy to deal with, and his mind drifted. Fuyue didn't care about Tsunade's mockery and just said lightly, no need to say any unnecessary words. Since you're here, it means that you find the conditions given to you acceptable, right? Seeing that Fuyue's expression didn't waver, Tsunade coldly grunted and said, promising me isn't enough. There's another 3% to be added. Chapter 96, The Preoccupied Tsunade. Fuyue's gaze moved and did not bargain. Okay, just add another 3%. Let's go. Tsunade's heart was slightly shocked. She didn't expect Fuyue to be so forthcoming, knowing that 3% was not a small number, together with the 5% of the total assets of the Cloud-Hidden Village that was originally promised to her. This would be 8%. Cloud-Hidden Village in recent years as the war has gained huge benefits, relying on the wealth made in the war, and became the top of the 5 villages in one fell swoop, the strongest ninja village in the open. This also has the credit of the Kiba village, who let the Cloud-Hidden Village come to Kiba 3 times to beat the autumn wind, and the teacher also humble and cowardly agreed to a large sum of compensation. If Sensei had been like Uchiha Futsuki and dared to take the initiative, perhaps the Cloud-Hidden Village wouldn't have been so wild. Tsunade shook her head, shaking the jumbled thoughts out of her head, and followed Pei Leap's lead. Following Futsuki back into the crowd, Tsunade swept over to see a number of familiar faces that had been treated by her medical skills. Many of the people who saw Tsunade's arrival also showed surprised expressions, and they all greeted her in a friendly manner. Tsunade-sama. It's been a long time, Tsunade-sama. After 7 years of separation, how is your health? Tsunade nodded somewhat uncomfortably in the face of these friendly greetings. Fuyue coughed, interrupting their greetings and drawing everyone's attention to him, clapping his hands together. This is Tsunade. I'm sure everyone recognizes her. So enough of the small talk. Tsunade will be accompanying us as a medical ninja. So I'm going to give you all a minute to check your respective equipment. Hearing that Tsunade would be the one to accompany them, many of them showed expressions of surprise, and more than anything else, happiness, because they all knew that Tsunade's medical skills were at the top of the healing mountain, and her medical skills were superior, so they would all be in good hands if she was there. Even if they were seriously injured, it was possible for them to become alive and kicking within a few days of Tsunade's treatment. Fuyu saw that the atmosphere was much better, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The reason he had called for Tsunade to be brought in was to settle the group's minds. Not having started fighting yet, these Kiba ninjas had yet to see his power. The reason why he had to bring Tsunade with him even at the cost of 8% of the Cloud Hidden Village's total assets in order to avoid some of the has-beens. Depart! Fuyue raised his arm and took the lead in rushing ahead, with the Kiba ninjas following in his wake. Tsunade took a deep breath and followed suit. This time she didn't bring Shizun with her. It was still too dangerous to engage Cloud Crypt, and now that she hadn't recovered from her blood phobia, she wouldn't necessarily be able to protect Shizun, and she might even become a liability herself, which wouldn't be good if she got Shizun involved at that time. For that reason she hadn't even told Shizun about answering the question about going to the front line together with Kopleep, just said there was something to take care of and left. Shizun didn't press the issue, which was a relief. Tsunade watched so many figures jump and run in front of her, and her gaze fell back on the figure at the very front. Looking at the 5 big letters of the 5 generations of Naruto that were conspicuously stamped in gold, Tsunade's mood became complicated to the extreme. Let's hope you really have the strength, or else the entire Konoha will be buried with you, Tsunade murmured in her heart. These more than 60 ninjas are the high-level fighting force of Kiba. Almost all of the Kiba elite upper ninja that she can name are here. If he lost this time, it could be said that Kiba village was going to be in big trouble, to be annexed by the Cloud Hidden Village. The Kiba village is her grandfather's blood. She doesn't want to see the Kiba village destroyed just like that, and that's the main reason she agreed to go along with Fuyue, not just for that little bit of money. The main thing was that it was still a matter of whether or not they could beat Cloud Crypt now, and Fuyu was taking 8% of the total assets of the Cloud Crypt village to give himself a deal. Wasn't that a pie in the sky? It's like not even knowing if it's going to rain tomorrow, so you come and say, hey, it's going to rain tomorrow, why don't you help me dig up the dike in the field, so you can see the future and know you're going to win? Or maybe you're so confident that you're sure you'll be able to defeat the 4th Raikage, the 8-tailed human pillar. Tsunade shook her head. She had known for a long time that the Uchiha clan was arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. She had known this since she was a child, and could often hear it from her second grandfather's mouth. Something along the lines of something about this inherently evil Uchiha. She had a lot of preconceived notions about the Uchiha clan, but with the intervention of her great-grandfather, it was evened out, and between him and her second grandfather, Tsunade preferred to listen to the great-grandfather. That was why she had always had a hands-off mentality towards the Uchiha clan. This side of Tsunade's mind was preoccupied, and the Konoha ninja school was already dismissed. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was still nostalgic, smelling the aroma of ramen wafting out of the store and craving Naruto's mouth. Sasuke couldn't look away and tugged Naruto's book bag to leave quickly. Unimpressed, Naruto gulped. Sasuke, do you want some ramen? Why don't we go home? And you tell your aunt that you're craving ramen. Sasuke denied flatly with a black face. No, I don't want ramen. Naruto looked regretful. That's a shame. Ugh. Sasuke was speechless. Eat what ramen? Hurry up and go home. Come with me to the training ground after dinner. Do you still want to get stronger? Once he heard Sasuke talk about it, Naruto finally got a little more serious. And as soon as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth he said with a straight face, think. He struggled to break free from Sasuke's clutches and took a few quick steps to rush in front of Sasuke, still turning back and urging, hurry up. Sasuke, you're going too slow. A few black lines popped up on Sasuke's head, but he didn't say anything and silently increased the speed of his feet. The two crossed the street and turned their heads into the Uchiha clan land. It was dark at the moment and lights were on everywhere. As he passed the training grounds in the clan lands, Sasuke even looked in a few times and realized there was no one there. Mentally, he was quietly relieved and hoped that no one was there when he came to. Unlike Naruto, he wasn't very fond of dealing with people he didn't know very well. Soon they were back home. Naruto gleefully pushed the door and ran into the entryway, changing his shoes as he yelled, Auntie, we're back. Meichin poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled. Welcome back, you're hungry, aren't you? We'll start dinner when your uncle comes back. If you're hungry, eat a fruit first to pad your stomach. Good da. Naruto dropped his book bag on the couch and ran to the table to grab an apple and nibble on it. Sasuke, who had changed his shoes right after him, wandered toward the kitchen. That's strange. Didn't Otozen take the men away? Doesn't Kaizen know yet? Kaizen, it seems like Otozen can't come back right now? Sasuke went into the kitchen and told Mikan about seeing his father take someone away from school. Chapter 97, Running Laps Improves Endurance. Mikan nodded her head, unimpressed. Then it should be. Your father should be busy with a temporary assignment. So let's start the meal. Sasuke, take the dishes and tell Naruto to serve the food. Sasuke walked out of the kitchen with the dishes and saw that Naruto had turned on the TV and was sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat. Naruto, go serve the food. Sasuke put down his dishes and called out. Coming. Naruto hooped up and ran towards the kitchen. Is uncle back? Naruto asked, looking back and forth across the kitchen foyer twice as he probed. Your uncle is probably going to be late, so let's eat first. Mikan finished with a smile and dumped the pot into the dish. Oh, Naruto nodded indistinctly, taking a bowl of food in one hand and bringing his hands closer to serve another bowl with his two little fingers, for a total of 3 bowls of food. Sasuke, who had come back to serve the dishes, hurriedly made way for Naruto so that the guy wouldn't furtively drop them. There was a time before that was like this. Could serve 2 bowls of food do not serve? Have to be greedy to serve 3 bowls. The result of a careless, 3 bowls of food were dropped. The whole Kaizen again to redo the dishes. Sasuke picked up the remaining 2 bowls of miso soup and followed them over, seeing Naruto put the dishes down before saying, why are you serving 3 bowls again? You haven't absorbed enough of the lessons from last time, have you? Naruto muttered. It's okay again. Last time it was because you suddenly blocked me. Seeing that Naruto wouldn't admit to dumping on himself, Sasuke grunted and said with a roll of his eyes as he thought of something, before we train tonight, you're going to run 3 laps around the training field. Ha! Naruto drooped. More laps? Seeing Naruto's bitter face made Sasuke feel much better as he grunted. Of course, running laps improves your endurance. Okay. Mikan saw this scene as soon as she came out and covered her mouth and laughed softly. Naruto, we're going to run laps later, so hurry up and eat more. You'll have the strength to run when you're full. Okay da auntie, I'm going to eat 10 big bowls of rice today, Naruto said with bravado. Sasuke subconsciously looked at the rice cooker, skimmed his mouth, but also 10 bowls of rice. A total of add up to have a 10 bowls of rice are good. Mikan laughed but didn't say anything, just held it down a few more times as she served Naruto his food. After eating, Naruto Sasuke rushes out the door to go to the training grounds, and is stopped by Mikan, who says he has to digest before going, so Naruto Sasuke stays home for half an hour. That's when Uchiha Ryoichi, who had gotten word from the Dark Clan, arrived. He told Mrs. Patriarch the message left by the Lord Patriarch word for word in its entirety, and then left. The Ponzi cave side was a busy time once night came. The message Fuyu left for Meichin was practically nothing and very simple. It was to tell her not to worry, that she would hear the good news he brought back from the front in at least 5 days, and to be at ease at home with her baby and so on. Having said that, Makoto was still a little worried in her heart. After all, war was no joke. If you're not careful, you're going to die. Uchiha Ryoichi's message reporting back to the clan leader Sama was not hidden from Sasuke Naruto. Sasuke noticed the hint of worry that passed over Kaizen's face and stepped forward to hold Kaizen's hand and comforted him. Kaizen, don't worry, we'll hear good news from Udasan soon enough. Yes, auntie, uncle will surely bring back good news, Naruto said with a confident look on his face, as if it was as simple as going to the vegetable patch and cutting a cabbage as he perceived it. Uncle, Mikan hurriedly hid the worry on her face and said with a smile, you guys are right, if you want to go to the training ground, you can leave now. Oh, Sasuke hesitated and said, how about not going up tonight? He wanted to stay home with his mom, and now that his brother wasn't home either, she'd be alone in the house once he left with Naruto. Naruto hadn't thought that far ahead, and he was a little sorry to hear Sasuke say he wasn't going tonight. I don't know why today at school, but it always feels different than it used to. A smooth batch in a class on refining chakra, all in one go. He was still thinking about seeing if the chakra refining was still going well after he went to the training grounds tonight. Mikan saw Sasuke's thoughts at a glance. She smiled and touched Sasuke's little head. It's okay Sasuke, go ahead and train well with Naruto, and then let your brother teach you properly when he's coming back in a few days as well. Sasuke mused for a moment, and his eyes lit up as he said, Kaizen, why don't you come with us? You can teach us ninjutsu too. Sasuke remembered that Kaizen had been a ninja in the past and suggested this. Naruto looked surprised. Auntie knows jutsu too? Well, he's never heard of it. As far as he could remember, Auntie looked so gentle and didn't feel like a ninja. Sasuke, disgruntled, righted himself. Kaizen, Of course Kaizen knows jutsu, and Kaizen is a shinobi. Naruto was dumbfounded. Auntie's a shinobi? He kept looking at Makoto, trying to see something different. Mikan was amused by Naruto's goggle-eyed expression, and thought that since she didn't have much to do at home alone anyway, she might as well go to the training grounds with Sasuke Naruto, and also see just how well Naruto was grounded now. It's good to have a good idea. Auntie was a ninja when she was young. Oh, she just retired after marrying your uncle and having your weasel big brother. Naruto's eyes lit up. Tie pants are hot. Naruto gushed. Auntie, why don't you come with us to the training grounds? I want to learn ninjutsu too. After seeing Sasuke perform the three-body jutsu that night, Naruto couldn't stop thinking about it. 4 days and nights in a row. He fantasized about how popular he would be at school if he knew jutsu. Fine, Auntie will go with you. Mikan smiled and agreed. And Sasuke gave a fluttering look. He hadn't been to the training ground with his mom in a long time. Mikan told Sasuke Naruto to go ahead and change his shoes in the foyer while she cleaned up a bit and went upstairs to change into her going out clothes before closing the door and holding Sasuke Naruto's small hand as she headed for the clan grounds training grounds. A number of clansmen greeted them on the way, and Makoto smiled and responded to them all. Soon, the trio arrived at the training ground. Sasuke raised his head and took a quick look around, relieved not to see a silhouette and in a happy mood. Looks like the training ground is their families today. Auntie, teach me the three-body technique, Naruto said with a double take. Before Makoto could say anything, Sasuke frowned. Naruto, didn't I tell you to run a few laps first? In reality Sasuke wanted Kaizen to practice his jutsu with him first. Really, it was rare for Kaizen to come to the training ground once. How could he let Naruto disturb himself? First he lulled Naruto into going for a few laps. Chapter 98, Mikan's ninjutsu teaching begins. Ah, well, Naruto agreed a bit reluctantly, and started stretching in place, doing the preparations before running laps. Mikan didn't stop her. It was easier for little kids to run around for a bit to digest their meals, but she let Sasuke run with Naruto. Sasuke didn't expect to pit Naruto on his own head, but since Lord Kaizen gave the word, Sasuke could only follow Naruto and run laps. After all, they have eaten the bitter fruit they have sown. 3 laps quickly run through. He too of the physique are unusual, not like ordinary civilian children. Run 3 laps for Naruto. Sasuke is just a small appetizer. Face without redness and breathlessness back to the side of the machine. Auntie, it's time to teach me ninjutsu, Naruto asked expectantly. Sasuke's brow furrowed quietly. Having tried to detach Naruto to run laps earlier and enjoy Kaizen's jutsu instruction himself, he hadn't realized that he had miscalculated. There wasn't much of a good excuse right now, so Sasuke had to shut up and keep quiet. With a bitter, big, unhappy face, Mikan noticed Sasuke's displeasure, but she didn't say anything and smiled. Before we teach the jutsu, Naruto, you refine your chakra once to show your aunt. You too, Sasuke. Sasuke's expression turned cloudy as he flashed a smile and began to refine his chakra. After the two had refined their chakra once, Makoto was surprised to find that Naruto was just a bit slower than Sasuke. It is still possible to increase the speed of lifting chakra when the action of lifting chakra is corrected. Sasuke was also surprised. Obviously Naruto was still slow as a turtle in refining chakra before. How come he was suddenly so fast tonight? He was a little puzzled. Had Naruto improved so much after a few nights of training? Could it be that Naruto was a hidden genius? Sasuke shook his head and laughed. How was that possible? Naruto was just a hangover from school. Sasuke thought in his mind when he heard Kaizen say, Naruto, when refining chakra, don't move your hands. Oh, you hear? A hint of jealousy flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he watched Kaizen carefully teach Naruto. Auntie, that's so nice of you. I've never had anyone tell me about this before. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it, Naruto said as he took Auntie's words of caution to heart. Word for word. Hearing Naruto say that, Sasuke took some pity on Naruto for a moment. The jealousy in his eyes also quietly dissipated. Thinking back to the miserable days before Naruto came to his house, Sasuke sighed. Never mind. Just let you enjoy Kaizen's teachings. I won't argue with you. Mikan stroked Naruto's little head to show her comfort, turned her head to look at Sasuke and praised him. Sasuke, your chakra lifting maneuver is perfect. You don't need to do anything to improve it. Just keep it up. Sasuke scratched his head in embarrassment, showing a touch of petulance. It's nice to be praised by Kaizen-sama. Sasuke suddenly noticed Naruto's quirky expression and coughed, his expression returning to its cold look. Naruto hemmed and hawed. Sasuke, you just looked so funny. Roadless race. Sasuke grunted softly and put his arms around his chest to act high and mighty. Mikan clapped her hands together. Okay, Naruto, how about Auntie teaches you the 3-body technique next? Naruto's eyes lit up. Yeah. So which one does Naruto want to learn? Mikan asked with a smile. Naruto asked in disbelief. Can't we learn them all? Sasuke sneered. With that idiot brain of yours, can you even learn to learn? Mikan said. Hey Sasuke, you can't talk about Naruto like that. Oh, you two brothers need to get along. Who is two brothers with him? Sasuke arrogantly denied it. Naruto raised his hand. I'm going to be a big brother. He braced himself and looked at Sasuke smugly. Sasuke, when I learn the three-body jutsu, whoever bullies you from now on, just tell me and my brother will help you beat him up. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Are you an idiot? But Sasuke wasn't going to back down on the matter of whose brother, and argued reasonably. I'm older than you. I'm your brother. No, I'm your brother. Naruto also pinpoints that he doesn't want to be a brother. Makoto shook her head helplessly and threw out a triple body jutsu to tempt Naruto. Naruto, do you remember which three of the three body techniques I told you about before? Naruto took the bait, and instead of arguing with Sasuke about whose brother, he looked down and thought for a few seconds and replied, split, substitute, and a transformation. So which one do you want to learn first? Naruto gruffly said. Which one will allow me to defeat my opponent at the next practical training session? Mikan smiled. That would be the split technique, which allows you to split into a doppelganger to help you fight your opponent. That's a good one. Then I'll learn that first, Naruto said expectantly. Okay then, watch this. The sequence of the semblance jutsu seals goes like this, Mikan said as she formed her seals at an even pace. And since she was teaching Naruto, she made it a point to slow down the speed of her seals so that Naruto could see them clearly. On Sin, there are only 3 seals in the split. With a bang as he spoke, Naruto saw a second ant appear after a puff of white mist. It looks exactly the same. No difference whatsoever. How about it? Naruto, did you memorize those 3 seals? With a thought, Mikan disengaged her doppelganger, and the doppelganger disappeared with a thud. Naruto nodded excitedly. Auntie, I remember. Then you try to perform the split spell now. Yes, Naruto obliged, and his hands began to form seals, and he mouthed the words, on Sin. Mikan watched without blinking. Naruto was slow to form his seals, but better than that, he didn't make any mistakes, and slow seals could be changed with practice. With the 3 seals successfully completed, the next moment Naruto felt chakras surging through his body, and with a thud, Naruto saw a cloud of white mist appear at first glance beside him. The white mist quickly cleared and a doppelganger exactly like Naruto stood here. Naruto cried out in surprise. Auntie, look, I did it! Seeing that Naruto succeeded in his first split jutsu, Mikan was surprised and said, you can do it Naruto. You succeeded on your first try. Congratulations! Dumbfounded and incredulous, Sasuke circled Naruto's doppelganger twice, and when he saw that Naruto's doppelganger even snapped his booger at him, Sasuke was convinced that Naruto had really succeeded, successfully performing a split jutsu in one go. Was this still the hungover Naruto he knew? Although he himself had learned the split jutsu all at once before, but Naruto was different. Naruto was just a hangman. This, Sasuke couldn't believe it for a bit, but it was indeed Naruto's doppelganger, and he had no choice but to recognize reality. That is, Naruto seems to have that little bit of ninjutsu talent. Great. I'm going to win the next practical training. Naruto hemmed and hawed. When the time comes, I'll have my doppelganger go up and fight first, to drain the opponent's stamina, and then I'll be on top. Chapter 99 Sasuke, impossible, absolutely impossible. Mikan's face was a bit odd. Who taught Naruto all this? She coughed and corrected herself. Naruto, the doppelganger of the doppelganger jutsu actually has no combat power. The doppelganger can only help you to take some of the damage or be used to confuse the enemy to attract the enemy. Naruto was stunned. Clearly auntie you didn't just say that. Mikan looked at Naruto's silly look. She knew that Naruto misunderstood what she meant. She smiled and explained. Auntie just said that the doppelganger technique can help you fight with your opponents, that's right. But the doppelganger cannot play a lot of roles. The doppelganger is more fragile and cannot withstand too much damage. So, okay. Naruto sighed in disappointment. He thought he would be able to rest on his laurels once he learned the art of doppelganger. Seeing Naruto a little down, Mikan hesitated and said, Naruto, in fact, there is an advanced version of the split jutsu called the shadow split jutsu. The summoned shadow split is different from the normal split. The shadow split has a fighting power. It can help you fight. Mikan smiled. Do you want to learn? The lost emotion in Naruto's eyes was swept away as he excitedly said, I want to learn. The art of shadow divergence is a B-ranked ninjutsu that isn't taught in ninja schools. And at this moment it shows the role of a big family with heritage. Being able to teach the clan's children the advanced ninjutsu that their own families included possessed. Some clans even had specialized secret techniques to teach. Auntie can teach you the art of shadow divergence. But there's one condition. Naruto couldn't wait to follow up. What conditions? You've already learned the split body technique. Next learn the remaining 2 of the 3 body techniques and Auntie will teach you the shadow split technique. Then what are we waiting for? Auntie, let's get started quickly. I can't wait to learn the shadow splitting technique, Naruto said excitedly. Mikan smiled slightly. Naruto was really motivated. The shadow divergence technique? Sasuke's eyes reddened. Kaizen never said he was going to teach him that. Who the hell is Kaizen Susanoo? Could Naruto be my half-brother? Sasuke glanced at Naruto suspiciously, then shook his head frantically. No. What was I thinking? That's just not possible. Sasuke exhaled a cloudy breath and said, Kaizen, I want to learn the shadow divergence technique too. Mikan looked at Sasuke with some difficulty. The only reason she wanted to teach Naruto the art of shadow splitting was because she saw that Naruto was very talented in the art of splitting. Plus the amount of chakra Naruto had was huge. Sasuke's chakra isn't quite enough yet, and it's still a bit too much of a stretch for him to perform the B-rank jutsu shadow divergence technique. Seeing that Kaizen didn't say anything, Sasuke got a little anxious. Why don't you say something, Kaizen? Sasuke muttered disgruntled. Can't Naruto learn it and I can't? Mikan saw Sasuke look like he was on the verge of tears and told the truth. Sasuke, it's not that mom doesn't teach you, it's that you don't have quite enough chakra. It's dangerous to perform the shadow divergence technique if you don't have enough chakra. Sasuke's eyes widened. His chakra wasn't quite enough? He looked skeptically at a dumbfounded Naruto, who had more chakra than he did. How was that even possible? Sasuke was a little unconvinced. Mikan explained. Naruto has the blood of his mother, Joshina's Vortex clan, and has a much higher amount of chakra than the next person. Coupled with the fact that Naruto's body is sealed with the 9 tails, the amount of chakra is even more like an ocean. Inexhaustible. Just the chakra to perform the shadow split technique is completely sufficient. And even the advanced version of the multiple shadow split technique above it can be performed. This multiple shadow doppelganger technique turned out to be a forbidden technique in the village. In the Book of Seals, watched very closely by the 3rd generation, and even they, the Uchiha clan, did not have a collection of this technique. However, the Book of Seals should be in my husband's hands now, so I'll wait for him to come back and see if I can get Naruto to learn the art of multiple shadow diversion. Rarely was Naruto's talent in ninjutsu good, coupled with the massive amount of chakra in his body. After learning the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, it would be a huge boost for Naruto. Okay. Sasuke could only nod helplessly as he watched Kaizen begin to teach Naruto the remaining 2 jutsu of the triple jutsu. Naruto, the transformation technique is the simplest. Only one seal. Mikan demonstrated once, and with a thud, transformed into a cat with fur as smooth as white silk. Naruto's eyes lit up, just thinking how fun it was to transform into a small animal. His eyes suddenly glazed over a bit. Wait, can't shapeshifting become anything? Naruto thought about the unhealthy little yellow books in the little room he lived in. Maybe he could turn into a big beauty. But when he saw Aunt Mikan change back with a thud, he suddenly winced and dismissed the thought. If you turn into a shirtless beauty, you should get beaten up by Aunt Mikan. Naruto didn't want to get beat up or be hated by Aunt Mikan. He felt happiest now and didn't want to be kicked out by Aunt Makoto. He wants to keep living here. Naruto, see what I mean? Do you need me to demonstrate it again? Mikan looked at Naruto's dazed look and assumed he hadn't learned it, so she planned to demonstrate it again. Naruto quickly stopped it. No auntie, I will. With a solemn gaze, Naruto followed Mikan's example, his thumbs stretching upward and overlapping, his left thumb on top, making the unseal. In the next instant, Naruto felt the chakra surge and visualized an object to change in his mind as Aunt Mikan had taught him. Bang! A white mist appeared. In the blink of an eye the white mist dissipated and Sasuke stood frozen in place with his arms crossed, looking at Aunt Mikan giggling, making hee-hee-hee noises. Well, Aunt Mikan, did I succeed? Sasuke covered his face. That idiot. Who told you to take my shape? Hurry up and change back. Sasuke screamed in exasperation as the more he looked, the hotter he felt. Mikan grinned, looking from side to side, observing the real and fake Sasuke, and finally concluded. Not bad, Naruto. You made it. The transformation was great. Mikan smiled and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Sasuke scratched his head in amusement and grinned. Sasuke blacked out. Idiot, don't change back yet. Bang. Fake Sasuke reverts to his Naruto form. Sasuke, how's it going? Did I become like it? Naruto asked with a smirk. Like hell you are. Sasuke warned. You're taking on my appearance without my consent, and I'm not going to be nice to you. Naruto beamed. Geez, it's not like I did it on purpose. I was thinking about changing into something and suddenly your appearance popped into my head, and then it happened. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, his hands clasping his chest in dissatisfaction. This is the only time it will not happen again. Chapter 100 Learning the Shadow Divergence Technique for the first time. Okay, Okay, Sasuke, you be generous too. It's not like Naruto turned out to be doing anything bad to you. Too harsh. Oh, not a big brother. Mikan finished Sasuke on the sidelines and said Naruto, you too. In general, you can't turn into someone else to do bad things. Oh. Naruto nodded with seeming understanding. Okay, next up is the last of the 3 body techniques, the double. Mikan eloquently said, the substitution art to not the seal is the most in the 3 body art. There are 5. Anohyo Ugliasioin is tantamount to the substitution art before and after the seal remains unchanged. To the middle of the C seal replaced by the Ohio Ugliashio, the 3 seals. Come to Naruto with me to read. Anohyo Ugliashioin. Naruto read along in a loud voice. Ano Ugliashioin. Read it a few more times. Memorize it and start. Mikan added the trick of explaining the substitution technique. After Naruto had familiarized himself with it a few times, he was ready to perform the substitute jutsu. There was no problem with the nodding. And there was no misremembering. The nodding was done as Aunt Mikan had said, and the chanting locked onto a branch or a rock within sight. Naruto was looking at a dead branch a few meters away. With a thud as the chakra surged through his body, Naruto felt a heavenly shift in his vision before he found himself a few meters away from Auntie and Sasuke. And where Naruto had just stood, a dead tree branch appeared. Naruto looked around in surprise, and the spot he was standing in was exactly where the dead tree branch had just been. Naruto excitedly ran over to Mikan. Auntie, this double jutsu is so much fun. It's much more fun than the transformation jutsu split jutsu. Mikan smiled and stroked Naruto's little head. Not bad, not bad. Naruto did a great job. Mikan saw the excited look on Naruto's face and thought to herself that maybe Naruto had his father's talent? Perhaps he could learn a handful of flying thunder god techniques like his father. But the substitute jutsu is only a small spatial displacement, and doesn't yet reflect whether Naruto has a good talent for spatial jutsu. The prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God's art include a few main points. 1 is space jutsu talent. Flying Thunder God's art is a kind of high-level space jutsu. Like Naruto, his father Wave Wind Watergate has a very strong space jutsu talent. I do not know whether Naruto inherited to his father's space jutsu talent. From what I've seen so far, Naruto's ninjutsu talent is pretty good. Basically all 3 jutsu in one go. The second is the amount of chakra. The use of the Flying Thunder God jutsu requires a large amount of chakra to be consumed, especially when performing long distances or frequent displacements. The learner needs to have a sufficient amount of chakra to support the frequent use of the Flying Thunder God's jutsu, which Naruto has already fulfilled. During the reign of the 3rd generation, in order to learn the art of the Flying Thunder God, one would also need to inherit the will of fire and be recognized by the Konoha village, technically by the 3rd generation, in order to learn the art of the Flying Thunder God. After all, the Flying Thunder God is a jutsu that was developed by the 2nd generation, and included in the Book of Seals as a forbidden art, and it's usually the ninjas from the lineage of Naruto who can obtain the learning qualification. But not anymore. Now that Naruto was his husband, all Naruto needed to do if he wanted to learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu was to speak to his husband himself. It was too early to say anything about that. The multiple shadow divergence technique and the Flying Thunder God technique were both in the Book of Seals. Mikan shook her head and buried her mixed thoughts in her mind, planning to wait until her husband returned. Auntie, can I learn the art of shadow divergence? Naruto asked expectantly. Now that he had mastered all 3 of his body techniques, he was waiting for his aunt to commit him to the shadow divergence technique. I don't know why, but after he heard Aunt Mikan's introduction of the shadow divergence technique earlier, he had developed an extreme fondness for this jutsu, and even felt that this jutsu was made for him, and that it was inherently related to him. Fine, Auntie will teach you the art of shadow divergence now, haha. Mikan smiled slightly and began to teach Naruto the essentials of the shadow divergence technique. Sasuke watched coldly from the sidelines with his arms folded over his chest. The shadow divergence technique was a B-rank jutsu, and he just didn't believe that Naruto would be able to learn it all at once like he had learned the 3-body technique. It's completely impossible, because he's still learning the C-rank jutsu Howling Fireball no Jutsu, and he hasn't succeeded so far. It doesn't make sense that Naruto would be able to learn a harder B-rank jutsu in one sitting. Speaking of which, Naruto was here last night practicing climbing trees with chakra attached to the soles of his feet. Why does he seem like a different person today? Not only did the chakra refinement not go wrong, but even the 3-body techniques were easily learned all at once. Naruto couldn't have been possessed by a ninja cat from Granny Cat store. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a haunted look in his eyes. Granny Cat was the owner of the weapon store used by the Uchiha clan. His brother had taken him on a trip to the weapon store before and he thought Granny Cat was a sterno-basin. And the ninja cats in the store were oddly intelligent. Not like cats, but more like people. Still, Sasuke dismissed the odd thought born in his head when he thought of the dumb demeanor Naruto had just displayed. Naruto seems to have gotten better at jutsu, but he's still the same big idiot. Alright, Sasuke thought to himself. While Sasuke was rambling, Naruto had also begun to prepare his seal to perform the shadow divergence technique. Seeing Naruto begin to form a seal, Sasuke's gaze froze. What Kaizen had just said. The shadow divergence technique had a total of 8 seals, but they had to be completed within 4 seconds. And after seeing the speed at which Naruto had just performed the triple body technique to form seals, Sasuke knew that Naruto wouldn't be able to do it all at once. Sure enough, it took Naruto 10 seconds or so to stutter through the 8 seals. The corner of Sasuke's mouth quirked. I knew it. How could it work with Naruto being such an idiot? While Sasuke was feeling smug, he heard Kaizen say, Naruto, you should practice the speed of your sealing first now. After you become proficient, you don't actually need to use all 8 seals for the shadow divergence technique. You only need to simplify it into one action to successfully activate the shadow divergence technique. Naruto followed his aunt's motion of crossing the fingers of his hands into a cross and exclaimed in surprise. Oh who? Really, auntie? Of course. When has auntie ever lied to you? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment as he realized his slip of the tongue. Auntie, I didn't mean it like that. I was just feeling particularly surprised. Sorry. Naruto snapped. Mikan looked at Naruto's careful appearance and just felt her heart ache. Stroking Naruto's little head to comfort him. It's okay, Naruto, you're not at fault. So what's the point of saying you're sorry? Just practice hard. Aha! Naruto nodded heavily and began practicing his sealing technique. They had learned to make seals at ninja school, but they weren't particularly skilled at it. They simply knew how many kinds of seals there were. Chapter 101, Sasuke, the great filial son. So if I mistakenly thought my father was dead, would I be able to open my eyes as well? Of course. Other children of families from large clans and students with ninja backgrounds in their families are excluded. Only students like Naruto, who are orphans or students from commoner families, are in the realm of simple knowledge of nodding. Like Sasuke, who was already able to form seals very quickly. Just now when Mikan was teaching Naruto the art of shadow diversion. Some important points, Sasuke also secretly memorized in his heart, intending to practice later when he had more chakra. If you want to become an excellent ninja like your brother, you definitely need to know the shadow divergence technique. Sasuke saw that Kaizen was idle and immediately said, Kaizen, I want to learn ninjutsu too. Mikan laughed. Sasuke, don't you know all 3 body techniques? Do you still need mom to teach you? Sasuke shook his head. Other jutsu. Ah, you've taught Naruto the shadow divergence technique. You're going to have to teach me a jutsu as well. Sasuke pouted as he hugged Makoto. Okay, then mom will teach you the art of Ho Fireball. Okay? Sasuke immediately shook his head. My father already taught me that one. Change it. A hint of surprise flashed in Mikan's eyes. For Sasuke to learn the art of Howling Fireball she had just learned. You know the art of Ho Fireball? Mikan wondered. A flash of embarrassment crossed Sasuke's face. This, not yet. Mikan's face flashed a narrow smile. Seeing Sasuke's small face reddened before saying, well, although the Howling Fireball technique is a C-rank jutsu, it's not at all a low level of learning. Sasuke nodded approvingly. I told you so. Why is it so hard to learn? So it is. Mikan thought for a moment and named a few fire ninjutsu. They, the Uchiha clan, are the best at fire escape ninjutsu in the shinobi world, and it turns out that there is also a Sarutobi clan that is on par with them in terms of fire escape fame, and they are both clans that specialize in fire escape ninjutsu in the shinobi world. The family has the largest collection of fire ninjutsu. What level of jutsu are these? Sasuke said. Naruto had learned a B-rank jutsu, and not intending to be left behind, he decided to learn a B-rank jutsu as well. Mikan read Sasuke's mind and smiled. These are all C-rank jutsu that mom is talking about. Oh, Sasuke, if you want to learn B-rank jutsu it's still a little too early. You don't have enough chakra. Sasuke's little face drooped. Not enough chakra again. Is my chakra that low? Sasuke looked sad. Mikan consoled. Sasuke, you don't have to compare yourself to Naruto. Oh, Naruto's advantage is the amount of chakra. But you're not so bad. You have the bloodline limit that only our Uchiha clan has. The Sharingan eyes. Sasuke at first still some defiant mind. What do you mean do not compare with Naruto? He is to be the same as his brother early graduation. Even Naruto cannot compare, then how to graduate early? But when he heard the back Sasuke's heart fluttered. Yeah, he had Sharingan eyes. As long as he had the Sharingan eyes, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. And becoming several times stronger would not be a problem. Sasuke asked expectantly. So when do I get to open my Sharingan eyes? Mikan mused. Opening the eyes is easy to say and hard to say. It needs to be stimulated through strong emotions, and the probability is that the eyes will open. Sasuke was confused by what he heard. Strong emotional stimulation? What do you mean? How come he couldn't quite understand it? Sasuke's small face was stony and in deep thought. He thought for a moment, suddenly looked up and asked, "So mom, how did you open your eyes in the first place?" Upon hearing this topic, even Naruto silently stopped his hand movements and perked up both ears, looking at his aunt curiously. Mikan subconsciously thought of the memories of opening her eyes in the first place, and as soon as she looked down and noticed the two little ones' probing gazes, a hint of shyness flashed across her face, and she looked away, just not saying how she opened her eyes. This, Uchiha clan's Sharingan, is the eye that maps the mind. Most of the clan members have delicate hearts. No clan has a deeper love than the Uchiha. Once the Uchiha understand love, the feelings that have been bound will be released. See Kaizen and eloquent talk. Just do not say how he was opening eyes. Sasuke listened to some impatience, seized an opening to interrupt. So how did you open eyes in the first place? Interrupted by her baby son, Mikan coughed softly and hesitated to tell her past about opening her eyes. In fact, it is not something difficult to talk about. Is when in the battlefield. That time she and Futake is still in the stage of secret love. Once Futake followed the clansman out to block the hostile ninja did not return. A clan member brought back bad news. Mistakenly thought that Futake death Mikan so open a hook jade writing will eyes. After Sasuke's repeated urgings, Mikan told the truth. That's it? Sasuke was thoughtful. Mikoto smiled. Yes, it's as simple as that. Kaizen, you mistook Dosen for dead and opened your Sharingan. Sasuke muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then I mistakenly thought Tasuku was dead too. Can I open my Sharingan eyes? Mikan gave him a blank look. You big filial son. Your father is leading a personal expedition right now, and here you are cursing your father to death. Mikan said seriously. This is theoretically possible, but not practically, because no one can kill your father right now. Mikan smiled with a confident face. Her husband had talked to her through the bottom of the night before bedtime, chatting before. Nowadays in the world of ninjutsu, opening the eternal kaleidoscope of him, almost no one can be defeated. There are so many that can't be beaten, but killing him is impossible. Therefore Mikan was actually willing to trust her husband when it came to him going out to personally fight on the front lines, but she had also never seen him in his full fighting strength nowadays. So the worry was still there. Even Mikan still felt worried after hearing Futsuki himself say that the shinobi world was almost invincible today. Not to mention those Konoha ninja who weren't too familiar with Futsuki. In reality, with the present prestige of Fuyu, it was not enough to start a war with the outside world. This time it was Pei Leap who took the trick of using the reason that Union was coming to attack and the border post needed support before integrating these Kiba ninja. Using the sense of honor to protect the village and the sense of responsibility to support their fellow ninja. This, coupled with the entourage of the medical sage Tsunade, steadied these apprehensive Konoha ninja. Over here, Fuyue led the Kiba ninjas on a starry night journey. Speaking of which, this was still the first time Fuyu had traveled out of the city for a long time since he came to the world of Naruto. At first it was relatively new, although not as convenient as transportation, but the experience of chakra attached to the soles of the feet using instantaneous jutsu to catch the road was great. The soothing night breeze slapped on the face, the wind in the ears rinsing. None of them do not let a person's mood happy. It was an exciting and refreshing feeling for the long-time office worker in his previous life. This kind of flying and flickering among the branches. Chapter 102 Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Under the nourishment of the Eternal Eye, Fuyu's body physique has long had a skyrocketing improvement, and at this time rushing is a piece of cake for him. And after rushing for many hours in a row, Fuyu still didn't feel any fatigue, and even used less than a little bit of chakra. This is the Eternal Eye. If the reincarnation eye is added, that's even better. I paced directly in the air. Fuyue thought to himself, but flying in the sky was something he could do with his eternal eyes now, and full-bodied Susanoo could fly through the air, but sustaining Susanoo required chakra as well, and he wasn't about to make a useless waste of it. It's still a long way to the border, and it's too much of a luxury to use Susanoo to catch up. If he were alone it would be fine to use his Susanoo to catch up, but with these Konoha ninja behind him he was planning to give them a little shock to get them to return to their hearts, so he wasn't about to reveal his bottom card first. Full-bodied Susanoo just has to be shocking enough at first glance. In the Konoha village, the training ground of the Uchiha clan land, hearing Kaizen's words, Sasuke scratched his head in distress. Then how do I open my Sharingan eyes? Mikoto shook her head in love as well. Ask your brother when he comes back. Mikan decisively tossed the dilemma to Baby Goodyear and left Sasuke to annoy the weasel. How many more days until brother returns? Sasuke's eyes lit up when he heard Kaizen mention his brother. Mikoto had no idea about that, only a vague time. It should be just in the next few days. Mikan said, Hey, brother is so slow, can't he come back soon? Sasuke said bitterly, Okay. Are you still learning C-rank jutsu? Learn. Sasuke thought to himself that it would be a waste not to learn. And anyway, His current amount of chakra wasn't enough to learn B-rank jutsu, so he would have to learn C-rank jutsu first. Which one are you going to learn? Just this Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Sasuke didn't have much hesitation and picked one at random. In his opinion, these C-rank jutsu were all similar. There was no difference. In fact, even though these fire escape jutsu are only C-rank jutsu, in the hands of a strong person, they can still be used to maximize their effect on certain occasions. Rank does not limit the power of a jutsu in the hands of a powerful person. But the young Sasuke doesn't understand this now. Mikan had also been retired for years, and hadn't thought of that to teach Sasuke for a while. So she nodded and began to teach Sasuke the C-ranked Naruto jutsu, Phoenix Fairy Fire Jutsu. Naruto listened to the ant to open the eyes of the small secret story. Originally intended to continue to practice the shadow division of the nodding technique, but after hearing that the ant is going to teach Sasuke fire ninjutsu, Naruto cannot help but want to join in the fun, and thought that I learn one more ninjutsu. The next time the chances of practical training to win the game will be even greater. With a big grin, he asked, Auntie, can I learn this fire escape jutsu together too? Michin laughed and said, Can be, but Naruto, you have to know that greed is not good enough. Oh, you'd better learn the shadow diversion technique first. After the fire escape ninjutsu you want to learn, Auntie can teach you at any time. Naruto nodded with seeming understanding, no longer curious about the fire transportation ninjutsu, and obediently began practicing the shadow split technique sealing technique in one sitting. 20 minutes passed. Sasuke began to form seals. The Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu had 6 seals just like the Howling Fireball Jutsu. He had a better foundation in nodding than Naruto, and was introduced to nodding earlier than Naruto, and started practicing early. As such he was able to form seals quite a bit faster than Naruto, become more familiar with nodding techniques. Now that he had initially grasped the knack of the Phoenix Immortal Fire art, he was ready to start casting it for the first time. Z-C-H-U-D-C. Sasuke mentally recited the sequence of the seals as he made them to make sure he didn't make a mistake. With the completion of the last Tora seal, Sasuke could visibly feel the chakra in his body surging towards his chest and gathering towards his throat. The throat became burning. Sasuke's face was slightly tense as he subconsciously opened his mouth and a wisp of blue smoke came out of it. And then there was no more. The gathered chakra receded again like a tidal wave. Sasuke was a little deflated. Again, a similar situation as he practiced the art of Howling Fireball. It's obviously so close to the last step. It's just stuck in this throat. Sasuke looked to Makoto for help. Mikan said that she still practiced less, and that she could only practice more, and practice makes perfect. Sasuke sighed and glanced aside at Naruto, who had insisted on practicing his nodding techniques for 20 minutes, and regained his composure. If Naruto was this serious, it didn't make sense that he couldn't be. In his teenage competitive mind, Sasuke began to concentrate on practicing. Seeing both children practicing earnestly, Mikan quietly stepped back and sat down on a chair to quietly watch. If anything goes wrong she can stop it first. As the minutes ticked by, it was soon 10 p.m. Mikan also offered to go home at the right time. Naruto Sasuke stopped his hand movements with some nostalgia. After practicing all night, the two of them still hadn't mastered their respective newly learned jutsu. Although the practice was slightly boring, Naruto Sasuke seemed to enjoy it. Maybe they could have continued practicing like this if Makoto hadn't told them it was time to go home. Home. You have to get up early tomorrow to read, so you can't sleep too late. Mikan greeted the two men as they headed home. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the three men. 1,000 miles away from Kiba, an unnamed grove of trees, the two figures that were walking stopped, and the huge scorpion tail that the scorpion had hidden underneath his robes uneasily drilled out, swinging from side to side in a lifelike manner. Scorpion said faintly, "There's a tail. Are you going or am I?" Orochimaru felt the familiar scent and ran his tongue over his lips. "It's my old friend coming. I'll go meet him." Listening to Orochimaru's raspy voice, a flicker of disdain flashed through Scorpion's eyes. "Don't make me wait too long," Scorpion said coldly. Orochimaru smiled in disbelief and walked towards the spot. Turning his head, the smirk on Orochimaru's face slowly tightened, a cold color crossing his eyes. He's like a serpent. He's got a deep, dark mind, and it's hard to know what he's really up to. To Orochimaru, Scorpion was nothing more than a juggling ninja fiddling with puppetry, and he didn't know where he got the courage to boss him around in front of him, a powerhouse who had been famous for years. If he hadn't been interested in the eyes of the leader of the Dawn Organization, plus the fact that the Dawn Organization could now give him a substantial monthly research grant, he would have killed this companion and broken away from the Dawn Organization long ago. Orochimaru put the grimness in his eyes and came to a large tree, looking up at a trunk with a smile. There, standing in a wide shadow. Chapter 103, joining hands again after so many years. It's been a long time. Jiraiya, Orochimaru said in greeting with a smile. Jiraiya jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Orochimaru. Looking at his former friend in this brand new outfit wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds and a bucket hat tied with a wind chime on his head. And then finally his eyes swept over Orochimaru's forehead. And when he saw the Kiba forehead protector that had been scratched, a complicated look appeared on Jiraiya's face. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Jiraiya opened his mouth and said nothing in silence. Originally, he had planned to drag Orochimaru back to the village with him immediately after he found him. But after seeing Orochimaru in his current outfit, the idea in Jiraiya's mind quietly changed. The words that were meant to be uttered are now somewhat unspoken. Orochimaru, seeing Jiraiya's complicated face and not saying anything, smiled and snapped. Here to find me back in the village? Jiraiya murmured. You know all about it, don't you? Orochimaru said, unimpressed. The murder of Sensei? He snapped his fingernails and laughed full of concern. That fellow Uchiha Futsuki dared to assassinate Sensei. It's indeed out of my expectation. I didn't think that he would have the guts to stage a coup and succeeded in doing so. In his impression, Uchiha Futsuki was just a cowardly guy, and the Uchiha clan he led would sooner or later be eaten up by Sensei and Junzo. He didn't realize that by the time he was in the middle of hearing the news of the Uchiha clan, it was already the news that Uchiha Futake had succeeded in his coup d'etat and had become the fifth Naruto. When he learned of his teacher's death by assassination, Orochimaru didn't really feel too much sadness. In fact, he had an idea that was unknown to him and perhaps seemed a bit of a big deal to others. The idea was not quite perfect, but he was seriously considering it. The teacher has grown old and turned into an old fool. As Sensei's disciple, he would have preferred that Sensei would have ended up as a generation of shinobi heroes, rather than as a pathetic man who was corrupted by power in his heart and still held onto the seat of Naruto in his dying years. He had wanted to help the teacher decent himself, but he hadn't realized that someone was one step ahead of him. But this is good. He does not want to fall into the name of a regicide. After all, this name is not very good. Jiraiya's heart sank when he saw Orochimaru's careless look, though he hadn't been very hopeful in the first place. After all, Orochimaru had been kicked out of the village and pressed into service as a rebel by his teacher. Orochimaru had resentment and grudges against his teacher he could understand, but he had no objection to what his teachers were doing. Who let Orochimaru conduct harmful human experiments in the village? After the exposure for the village people cannot be tolerated. By the teacher kicked out of the village is also Orochimaru's own self-inflicted blame. Cannot blame anyone. To be honest, Jiraiya thought that as far as this result was concerned, it was still the result after Sensei's intolerance. It was clear that Sensei had brought people to block Orochimaru, and it was entirely possible to bring Orochimaru to justice. But Sensei had deliberately let him go. Take the village old and young, innocent villagers, and even the children of the big families as human experiments. Orochimaru did those repeated evil deeds, are enough to let him die a few times. If not, the teacher intentionally let Orochimaru go, caused public anger, Orochimaru would have been put to death. For that alone, Jiraiya thought it necessary for Orochimaru to avenge his teacher. That's why Jiraiya didn't hesitate to leave from Tsunade and turn his head to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru owes his teacher his life. That's all. No matter how much Orochimaru had suffered before, he would always be Sensei's disciple. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Go back and check? Good. Orochimaru smiled faintly and agreed with a bite. A flicker of surprise flashed through Jiraiya's eyes. Honestly, he'd been holding out for a rebuff from Orochimaru, not realizing that Orochimaru had agreed. But soon the surprise in Jiraiya's eyes was replaced by surprise. Fine, let's get going straight away then? Jiraiya now wanted to rush back to the village with impatience. Poking around outside was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes after all. He wanted to get back quickly to see what was going on in the village now. Whether it is by the Uchiha clan blood suppression control released false news, or really as rumors that everything is usual as if nothing has happened. There's no rush. I'm going back with you on a condition. Orochimaru's golden longitudinal pupils narrowed slightly, flashing an eerie light. It is rumored that Uchiha Futsuki possesses the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope writer's eye. He thought that it would be difficult to capture the eyes from the sight of the leader of the Dawn organization, so he might as well check out Uchiha Futsuki's kaleidoscope writer's eyes first. He was interested in all of these types of blood relay limitations and would love to get them to study. Since it won't work on this side for now, let's go back to the village and see if we can get Uchiha Futsuki's eyes. And it just so happens that we now have Jiraiya as a helper as well. This would also coincide with what he had just thought. He had put up with that annoying guy Scorpion for quite a while. It's just as well that Jiraiya is there to help him take down this Scorpion guy. On what terms? Jiraiya's face was stunned. Orochimaru's narrow tongue licked the corners of his mouth as a hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. I want you to help me take that guy down with me. Orochimaru gestured to the woods behind him. There was a puzzled look in Jiraiya's eyes as he subconsciously lowered his voice. What's going on? Wasn't he your companion? I've heard that you've joined the Dawn organization now. Why did you kill him? Orochimaru said absently. Just can't stand him. How about it? Help or not? Orochimaru gave him a threatening look. If you don't help, don't expect me to follow you back to the village. Oh, now it's Jiraiya who's begging for his help. And unbeknownst to Jiraiya, he's interested in Uchiha Futsuki's kaleidoscope rider's eyes, and with intent, Orochimaru can easily take Jiraiya down. Jiraiya was in deep thought. He had tracked down Orochimaru before, and after learning that the other party had joined a force of little renown, he had in turn gathered some information about the Dawn Organization. What he had learned was that the Dawn Organization was currently an illegal mercenary organization that provoked small wars and then raked in the cash by monopolizing war commissions for small countries at low prices. Jiraiya didn't hesitate much as he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll help you. Since none of the members of this group were good people, killing them would be a way to get rid of the people, and Jiraiya was not burdened by it. Maybe killing this guy will save more innocent people from disaster. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth ticked, his raspy voice taking on a bit of a grim tone. Very well, let's do it without delay. It's been a while since we've cooperated. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chapter 104, Immortal Mode. Jiraiya nodded rightfully. Of course I haven't forgotten. And then he revealed a few moments of puzzlement. Is your companion very powerful? How dare you need both of us to fight together? Knowing that both of them were veteran shadow class powerhouses now, there weren't many people in this shinobi world that the two of them could team up against, but they should never be obscure characters. He had just taken a look from afar, and Orochimaru's companion seemed to be a hunched old man, a figure he didn't recall in the shinobi world. Orochimaru had been teaming up with Scorpion for a while, and had seen Scorpion strike, so naturally he knew a bit more than Jiraiya. Orochimaru showed slight scorn in his eyes and said, "This guy is from Sand Hidden and has a wind shadow puppet in his hand." Hearing Orochimaru's revelation, Jiraiya's face changed. Wind shadow puppet? He thought of a certain incident from years ago. The strange disappearance of the Sand Hidden village's third-generation Kazekage became the trigger for the Third Shinobi World War. Jiraiya's heart stirred, and a look of gravity crept onto his face. Are you saying that the wind shadow puppet in his hand is the third-generation wind shadow that disappeared that year? Orochimaru didn't say for sure, but that wasn't far off. After all, there are only a few wind shadows in the next-door Sandy Hidden village, and except for the missing third-generation wind shadow, the Generation 2 wind shadows are all fine, and no news has been rumored. Then the wind shadow puppet in Scorpion's hand would have to be the missing third-generation wind shadow. Jiraiya nodded slowly. If that was the case, then it was indeed worth taking them both seriously. Back then, it was possible to get the third generation of the wind shadow away quietly. The strength undoubtedly exceeded the third generation of the wind shadow. Otherwise it would not be possible to take away the third generation of the wind shadow in the Sand Hidden village without a sound. At least there is also a strength above the shadow level. After so many years had passed, it was thought that the strength had become even more unfathomable. How? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru would understand. A faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Still the same as before. Then wait and let me get a little hang of it. Jiraiya smiled mysteriously at Orochimaru, formed a seal and let out a low, psychic jutsu. With a thud, a cloud of smoke cleared and two pale toads appeared in Orochimaru's line of sight. Sensing the unusual aura within the two toads, a glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. This is. Looking at the two short toads, Orochimaru did not underestimate the other party at all, because these two toads were not small in origin. They were one of the higher-ups of Myogi Mountain, with extremely powerful senjutsu chakras stored in their bodies, and possessed the title of Immortal. Back then, he had seen Jiraiya summon these two, without exception, were summoned in extremely dangerous danger. Visible in the heart of Jiraiya, these two is able to pocket the existence. The green toad with the white beard and white eyebrows is called Fukasaku-senpai. And the purple female toad next to her is Shima-senpai. Little Jiraiya, what are you calling us here for? We're eating. Disgruntled voices rang out. Jiraiya nodded and smiled with him. Big sister, there's something I need your help with. Really? You always have this inability to pick a time to summon us. Shima-senpai, who still had half of the bug left outside of his mouth, blankly glanced at Jiraiya and said as he stuffed the bug into his mouth and chewed and ate it. Fukasaku-sennin said kindly. Little Jiraiya, in some kind of trouble again? Fukasaku-sennin looked around and froze when it saw Orochimaru off to the side. Then its face eased. Apparently it recognized Orochimaru. Orochimaru, long time no see ha. Fukasaku-senpai greeted with a smile. Fukasaku-sennin, it is an honor to see you again. Orochimaru said with the same smile. Facing Fukasaku-sennin's doubt, Jiraiya said, Boss, do you remember that incident back then when the third Kazekage disappeared? Fukasaku-sennin's memory wasn't very good, and he let out a hum as he fell into remembrance. Shima-sennin, who was on the sidelines, reminded, the kid's dad, that's the one. Ah, it said as it looked to Jiraiya. The guy who caused the Third Shinobi World War. Little Jiraiya. Am I right? Jiraiya praised. Big sister has a good memory. In fact, right now we are about to fight the mastermind of the disappearance case of the third generation Wind Shadow back then. He refined the third generation Wind Shadow into a puppet. I don't know how strong he is. I'm going to play it safe and use the immortal mode before I fight him. Well, not bad. Young Jiraiya. Nothing should be taken lightly. Go all out. You're doing a good job of that. Fukasaku Sannin nodded in approval and appreciation. Please, boss, big sister. Jiraiya folded his arms and said, leave it to us. Fukasaku senpai nodded and whooshed up onto Jiraiya's right shoulder. Shima senpai followed suit and jumped onto Jiraiya's left shoulder. Orochimaru, give me a moment. I'm going to use immortal mode. With those words, Jiraiya closed his eyes and sat down on his knees in place. The two toad immortals on his left and right shoulders also had grave faces and closed their eyes with folded hands. Watching this scene, surprise appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Did Jiraiya just mention immortal mode twice? What is the immortal mode? This was the first time Orochimaru had heard of this. Curious, he chose to be silent and watch closely. Intended to see what kind of changes Jiraiya would make when he used this whatever it is immortal mode. Listening to Jiraiya's tone, immortal mode should be able to add a lot of strength to him. The clever Orochimaru vaguely guessed that this immortal mode should be a secret technique unique to the Holy Land. If Myogi Mountain has it, then Longdi Cave, which is the same name as Myogi Mountain, should have it as well. Orochimaru's gaze deepened as he wondered if he should turn around and make a trip to the Dragon Earth Cave sometime to ask the White Snake Immortal about the immortal mode. Let's take a look at this so-called immortal mode of Jiraiya first. Over here, after sitting down on his knees, Jiraiya concentrated and began to absorb the natural energy in the air. He absorbed it slowly, but he had Fukasaku senpai Shima senpai to help absorb the natural energy, so he quickly built up enough of it. That's when Jiraiya began to fuse natural energy and chakra into Senjutsu chakra. Immortal faces gradually appeared on his face. Jiraiya opened his eyes again, and they had changed from human pupils to toad pupils. The cheeks have dark red veins next to the eyes, commonly known as fairy faces, probably because Jiraiya's mastery of Sannin mode wasn't skilled enough, and he's a bit more froggy. Not only did the eyes turn into those of a toad, but even a mange appeared on the nose, like the kind of mange on a toad's back. It no longer looked like a person, more like a monster alien. Orochimaru, let's go. We can do it. Jiraiya's aura became heavy and thick when he entered immortal mode, watching Orochimaru's heart flutter. In his perception, Jiraiya's aura was at least several times stronger. Chapter 105, Immortal Laws Gomen. Orochimaru's heart was on fire. It didn't occur to him that there was such a secret art in the Holy Land that could increase his strength up to several times. If he could also learn this immortal mode, or if he could then refine and enhance the immortal mode from increasing it by several times to dozens of times, wouldn't he have the opportunity to capture the eyes of the leader of the Dawn organization? Thinking of that legendary pair of chakra eyes made Orochimaru's heart burn, and for a while even the attraction of Uchiha Futsuki's eyes wasn't that great. Comparing the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope writer's eye to the legendary Eye of Reincarnation, Orochimaru definitely wanted the Eye of Reincarnation more. Seeing Orochimaru stay still, Jiraiya cast a puzzled look. Orochimaru snapped back to his senses, the light in his eyes narrowing as he kept pace with Jiraiya. On the way over, Orochimaru tries to pry for information on the immortal mode. Jiraiya, how long will you last in this immortal mode? To Orochimaru's inquiry, Jiraiya didn't hide it from him and replied, I'm not too proficient with the Sannin mode yet, and it's only about 6 minutes or so we'll have to hurry up. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. Jiraiya was considered to be the least talented of their three ninjas, but the one who worked the hardest. He could only last for about 6 minutes using the immortal mode, so it was conceivable that it probably wouldn't last for too long after he became proficient at it. Orochimaru thought to himself that he would have to improve it a bit, but it's too early to say that. Let's finish off this scorpion guy now. Orochimaru quickened his pace as a brightly colored viper fell from his sleeve, wriggling and crawling in the direction of where Scorpion was. The night was silent, and I don't know when it began, but the crescent moon was obscured by a cloud, and the woods were plunged into darkness. Scorpion was still standing there, holding a golem arm in his hand. Suddenly he heard a little movement across the room and he looked up impatiently. Too slow, Orochimaru. You. Before he could finish his sentence, he was answered by a swift, white slime tentacle that bound him solidly. A shrill female voice rang out from behind the tree. I got him, the baby's father. Oh. No sooner had the steady voice dropped than a torrent of water that easily cut through the hard rock shot out from behind the tree. Almost immediately, the white slime tentacles blinked into view. Scorpion's pupils constricted violently for a moment as he felt a coldness that couldn't be shot at. The scorpion's reaction was extremely fast. His body lunged forward, the scorpion's tail hidden under his robes wrapped around the white tentacle that was trapping his body, and that white tentacle snapped apart, and the location where it was cut was even tinted with an ebony purple color. Unbound, Scorpion braced his hands toward the ground and twisted and turned his wrists, dodging the torrential water jets while steadily regaining his footing. Sannin was the first to notice the difference in his tongue, and decisively bit off his long tongue, sealing the wound on his tongue with Senjutsu chakra. "All be careful, he's got poison smeared on that tail," Shima-senpai said with an ugly face. She didn't realize that the sneak attack didn't work and she lost a piece of her tongue instead. It turned out that the slime-covered tentacle was its tongue. Luckily, it was casting a secret tongue technique, and cutting the outside section of its tongue didn't hurt much. "There's a bit of a gateway to this guy. Little Jiraiya. Looks like we're going to have to get serious," Fukasaku-senpai said gruffly. Shima-sennin nodded approvingly, summoning up a 12% spirit to prepare for battle. Jiraiya had already completed his sealing at this moment, and with an expressionless face, he opened his mouth, and a fire dragon with a dark red color swept out. Immortal technique Howling Fire Dragon's art. This Hwa Dragon Jutsu cast by Senjutsu Chakra was smaller in size than normal Hwa dragons, but it was more solid, and its power went up by more than a few times. Dark red dragons of fire swept through the trees, the blazing heat burning the path black. Before he could reach him, Scorpion felt a wave of heat sweep across his face. Scorpion's face sank as the scroll he had just held in his hand unfolded, and with a pang, a dry and thin figure whose entire body was hidden in a white robe appeared in front of him, only to see the white-robed figure raise his hands. A large amount of black-brown sand and soil appeared out of nowhere, forming a tight wall at an extremely fast speed. Magnetic transportation, sand and iron wall. Use sand and iron to create strong walls. It was too late. The moment the wall of sand and earth first appeared, the howling fire dragon crashed headlong into it. With a boom, fire splashed, and a huge narrow hole appeared in the sandy soil wall. But upon closer inspection, the hole had not even been punctured. Sand and iron? Sure enough, it's a magnetic recluse. The Fukasaku immortal had seen a lot and recognized it at a glance. How pathetic, being the shadow of a village, being refined into a puppet. Shima-sennin said with a sigh. Jiraiya's expression didn't change when he saw this scene, and he said in a deep voice, "Boss, big sister, use that move." With that move? Well, the third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage of all time, did deserve to use that move? Son of a. The baby's mom. Fukasaku-senpai Shima-senpai looked at each other and began to form seals with a heartbeat. Jiraiya was also forming seals quickly. One person and two toads completed their seals almost simultaneously. In unison, he droned, "Senpai Gomen." Jiraiya clenched his hands into fists and sunk them down to his waist, sinking his chi into his dantian, his mouth bulging out in wow, spitting out dark yellow oil. Shima-sennin heats it into boiling oil with his fire escape, and Fukasaku-sennin accelerates it with his wind escape. The combination of the three techniques produces a tremendous killing power, capable of burning opponents to the ground on a wide scale, and this specially created toad oil can theoretically devour all shaped matter. This is Senfa Gomen, more spectacular than the art of Ho Fire Dragon hot rolling oil in the wind escape fire escape. Under the addition of the sky swept away, all the trees that came into contact with, all melted in an instant. In an instant, it was in front of the sandstone wall, eroding, an ear-piercing sound rang out. And the hard sandy iron was then corroded quickly by the rolling oil. In the blink of an eye, a wall of sand and iron was turned into a thin side by the corrosion of the rolling oil. Despite the constant replenishment of a steady stream of sand and iron, it was still no match for the rate at which it was being corroded. The sand and iron walls only held firm for a few seconds before they disappeared into thin air under the rolling oil. Devouring the sand and iron wall, rolling oil charged furiously towards Scorpion and the third-generation wind shadow puppet suspended in the air with unabated momentum. Before the rolling oil even got close to the 3-meter range around his body, Scorpion's real body hidden inside Himoroku Amber felt the temperature of Himoroku Amber heating up rapidly. It was important to realize that none of the previous Howling Fire Dragon techniques had caused such a change. You can imagine how horrible the temperature of the boiling oil should be. The power cannot be underestimated. Never take it hard. Scorpion's fingers moved slightly, and the third-generation wind shadow that was hovering in front of him brushed and flew to his heels, carrying him up into the sky, intent to fly into the air and avoid the move. However, just as he made this movement, a large amount of shadows fell overhead. Chapter 106, Death of Scorpion. Stalking Snake Hand. At the moment, illuminated by the firelight as if it were day, there was no longer a problem with sight, and Scorpion recognized the move the first time he saw so many snakes. Scorpion's eyes widened in anger. "Orochimaru, it was really you. You want to betray the organization?" Orochimaru turned a deaf ear and just kept pumping in chakra, making the subterranean shadow snake hand grow thicker and thicker. The giant snake flew down. Caught off guard, Scorpion only had time to control the third generation of the wind shadow to use the sand and iron wall to wrap the two people. It was swallowed by the submerged shadow snake hand bite. Not waiting for Scorpion to break free, the rolling oil has already arrived. The rolling oil that came to the surface was spread out in the sky with the addition of wind evasion, and in an instant it drowned the head of the snake that had swallowed the wall of sand and iron. Orochimaru saw the opportunity to disconnect the submerged snake hand that stretched out from his right arm, and with a brush disappeared from his spot, only a piece of wood falling straight down into the rolling oil below disappearing with an etched sound. A suppressed and dull scream could be heard as the snake's head, which had swallowed the sand and iron wall, was flooded with boiling oil. Orochimaru stood in a tree not far away, his face expressionless as he heard the scream. Below, Jiraiya was still spitting out more boiling oil, and with the added force of Fukasaku Senjin Shima Senjin's wind escape and fire escape, a steady stream was injected into the deep pit that had melted and collapsed in front of him. In Orochimaru's line of sight, he only saw that the sand and iron wall that the third wind shadow puppet had hastily made was quickly chipped by the rolling oil, revealing the third wind shadow puppet and Scorpion inside. The moment the gap appeared, those rolling oils didn't enter into it, and this time, without even hearing the screams, Orochimaru saw the third generation Kazekage puppet at the front being the first to be devoured by the rolling oils and turned into ashes, followed by Scorpion. Orochimaru's sudden gaze moved slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but thinking of something, the surprise in his eyes quickly disappeared. It turned out that the Scorpion's flesh and blood was melted by the rolling oil, but did not see the white bones. A closer look, it turned out to be wearing a puppet on the outside, the Scorpion's real body hidden inside the puppet. No wonder this guy was usually weird looking, so he was wearing a puppet. Soon the outer layer of puppets were also dissolved by the rolling oil, and Orochimaru soon saw Scorpion's true form. Looks like a little kid. In his perception, the Scorpion was already lifeless. The Scorpion hidden inside had died when the outer layer was eroded. In a matter of seconds, the rolling oil devoured the Scorpion's true body. Not even ashes remained. Fukasaku-senpai, Shima-senpai, both of whom have powerful senses, noticed at the first opportunity that their enemy was dead, and disarmed their senjutsu, telling Jiraiya of their enemy's death in the process. With the benefit of hindsight, Jiraiya then stops releasing the special oil, which actually doesn't have much left in stock, and thankfully the enemy is already dead. Before heading to the Konoha village, he had to go to Miyuki Mountain once more to refill the special oil, and he might clash with Uchiha Futsuki when he got back to the village. Gotta be ready for anything. Jiraiya wants to be well prepared for his enemies and does not fight unprepared battles. Jiraiya folded his arms and slowly deactivated the immortal mode. Technically, this was the first time he had fought using immortal mode after learning it. Good thing it turned out okay. With his cooperation with Orochimaru, he smoothly disposed of his opponent for the duration of the Sannin mode's hold. When entering the immortal mode, with the help of Fukasaku Sannin Shima Sannin, it entered very quickly, but now disarming the immortal mode Fukasaku Sannin Shima Sannin couldn't help, so Zio took a good deal of time to disarm the immortal mode. The immortal scowl on his face slowly faded, but a mange sprouting from his nose didn't disappear of its own accord. Jiraiya had gotten used to it when he first learned the immortal mode, rubbing his hand vigorously over his nose a bit to rub a mange off. Soon the gaping hole in his nose was oozing dark red blood mixed with yellow pus. Unperturbed, Jiraiya tore off a scrap of cloth and simply wiped it off. Sort of. If he could do medical jutsu, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. If only Tsunade were here. Jiraiya couldn't help but think of Tsunade's face. The voice of Fukasaku-senpai Shima-senpai brought him back to reality. Little Jiraiya, now that it's over, we're heading back. Shima-sennin says they have to go back and continue eating, or else the bug dishes won't even taste good when they get cold. Okay boss big sister, you guys take care, Jiraiya said with a smile. Fukasaku-senpai and Shima-senpai nodded slightly towards Jiraiya, and with a bang in the next moment, Jiraiya disarmed his psychic jutsu, and Fukasaku-senpai and Shima-senpai disappeared into a cloud of smoke over his shoulder. That's when Orochimaru came along. Any after effects? Orochimaru asked with interest as he glanced at Jiraiya's bubbling, bloodied and pus-filled nose. In his perception, Jiraiya had not become false. If the cost of turning on immortal mode was just a bloody nose with pus, it would be worth it. Unaware that Orochimaru had taken a keen interest in the immortal mode, Jiraiya just assumed that Orochimaru was concerned, and somewhat less naturally wiping his nose repeatedly with a scrap of clothing, he said, "I'm fine, Orochimaru," he said gruffly, "as we agreed before, I've already helped you get rid of this guy, so it's time for you to come back to the village with me." Orochimaru didn't recoil and nodded. "Of course, if you're okay with it, we can leave now." Orochimaru glanced back at the large pit, a flash of pity in his eyes. Had he known about the immortal mode earlier? he might not have chosen to rebel against the Dawn Organization so soon. After all, the funds allocated to him by the Dawn Organization smell good. But now that the wood has been turned, and Scorpion has been killed by him and Jiraiya, it's possible that the Dawn Organization will soon find out. Orochimaru thought better of it. The eyes of the head of the Dawn Organization should wait until he had time to go to the Dragon Earth Cave later and learn the Immortal Mode. Now first, go back to the village with Jiraiya. It's just as well to meet the Uchiha clan's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't back out, Jiraiya's heart was relieved. Then a happy smile appeared on his face as he leapt up from the ground and patted the dust on his buttocks. I'm fine with that. Let's set off back to the village now. A gleam flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He wanted to see if the news spreading about the village from the outside world was true or not. Kiba Outpost, border of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Yashiro's one-man tent. Uchiha Yashiro hadn't rested yet and was sitting in meditation to refine his chakra. Suddenly sensing something, he opened his eyes and saw that with a thud, his psychic beast Shinobi Cat appeared in front of him. The Shinobi Cat licked its paws as soon as it appeared, wearing a scroll around its neck. Uchiha Yashiro's face was solemn as he removed his scroll and opened it for inspection. Chapter 107, Squad 4. The information on the scroll was only a few short sentences, and Naruto-sama's orders were pretty much the same as what he had said before, which was that he was to retreat in a stuck time, and that he should properly sacrifice a few pricks who were loyal to the third generation. Uchiha Yashiro expressionlessly placed the scroll in the fire pot and watched it burn to ashes bit by bit, his eyes glittering with an icy cold light. He was already considering which of the pricks to use to form a squad and send them out on daily patrol duty in 2 days, during the time frame of the arrival of the Yunin troops. In this way, they will just happen to bump into the incoming Yunin troops. With the Yun's arrogance, will surely silence the small team, in order to prevent spooking the snakes. After all, their purpose is to destroy all the outposts without alerting the Woodleaf village, attacking the Fire Country. After a certain amount of achievements, only then will they talk to the Woodleaf village about the conditions, and then it will just be the same sets of the past, claiming reparations for the land and so on. Soon enough, Uchiha Yashiro had locked down the members of this death-defying squad, and early the next morning, Uchiha Yashiro broke up the scouting party altogether, getting a squad up with the assassins he had fought up last night, and get them out on patrol starting today. In this way, even if he bumped into the Cloud-hidden unit 2 days later, it wouldn't be blamed on him. After all, it wasn't like he was the one who had formed the squad that day to let them go out and die. But even then, no one could blame it on his head, only bad luck. Uchiha Yashiro was even more cautious, so he rearranged his team today and sent them out on patrol without giving anyone a chance to mouth off. At the border post, most of the others were cronies of the third generation Sarutobi Hinata sent here, except for Uchiha Yashiro with a few of his clan cronies he had brought with him, and a few of the original Hyuga subclans. Today's grouping did not cause them any misgivings. From the moment Uchiha Futsuki sent them here, they knew their political careers were over. As long as Uchiha Futsuki was Naruto, they would never make it. Who made them cronies of the third Naruto Sarutobi? They knew very well in their hearts that this Uchiha Yashiro was sent to spy on them. It didn't matter to them about that. From being sent here, at first they were a bit terrified, afraid that they would be driven to extinction by the fifth generation fire image being the same as the massacre of the Sarutobi clan, the Shimara clan. But after a while, nothing happened, and part of them started to put up a bad fight. There is also a part of the population that puts their hopes on Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Naruto. They were far away from the Konoha village and didn't yet know that Sarutobi Asuma had died by volunteering to serve food. 2 days passed in a flash. That night, the people at the border post turned out their lights and went to bed, and only the members of the 4 squads came out of the valley fully dressed. They're going on their last patrol of the day. The 5 upper ninjas of the 4 squads, all the remnants of Sarutobi's party who had pinned their hopes on Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Naruto, hadn't yet swung for the fences to lie flat, and were still in a good frame of mind, laughing and joking as they went out from the valley to carry out the dull and boring patrol duties that were carried out day in and day out. They didn't know at this point that they were about to meet up with the incoming Yunin troops. Originally, every squad patrolling the mountain would be equipped with a Hyuga clan member, but the few people from the Hyuga clan all ate bad stomachs 2 days ago, and are still lying in bed. Who made it so that this place is not yet equipped with medical ninjas? There was nothing for them to complain about this. Nothing was going to happen on this patrol anyway, and even if there was a situation, they were confident that the squad of 5 upper ninjas would be able to take care of it easily. And shortly after the 4th team left the post, lights came on in Uchiha Yashiro's tent. On the tent, 6 shadows appeared. They were all fully dressed, crisp black high-neck tights embellished with Uchiha donuts, with the green vest that signified a Konoha shinobi over them. In no time at all, 3 sneaky people felt their way into this tent belonging to Uchiha Yashiro. It was none other than the surviving Hinata from the original outpost, who moved about with great vigor, and did not look like they had eaten badly at all. Hinata Daitu was pushed to the front by a few people behind him. His face just flashed with a huffy look. When he noticed the cold gaze cast by Uchiha Yoshiro, he immediately showed a hint of a respectful smile. Yoshiro-sama, we're here to report. Uchiha Yoshiro nodded. Where did Cloud Crypt get to? Noticing that the 6 Uchiha's gazes had all converged on his body, Hinata Daitu felt a small fear in his heart and said stiffly, the Cloud Hidden's people have already arrived 5 miles away. We don't dare to get too close lest we be detected by the Cloud Hidden's sensory ninjas. Uchiha Yoshiro nodded. With 5 miles, the 4th squad that had just departed would soon meet them, estimated to be about 10 minutes later. Very well, go back to your stations and wait for my order to evacuate at any time, Uchiha Yoshiro said. Yes. Several of the Hinata Dato people hurriedly bent down and bowed and exited the tent. As soon as they were out, the Hinata Dato wiped the sweat off his face and exchanged a heartfelt glance with a few of his clansmen. A member of the Hyuga subclan was about to say something when he was glared at by Hyuga Dato and surreptitiously pointed at the tent behind him. The Hyuga subclan members shut their mouths knowingly, and several of them hurried back to their tents. Back in their tents, a few of Hinata's taut faces were still unable to hide a few looks of shock. Dato, why do you think Lord Yoshiro is hiding it from them? This Cloud Cane is touching so close. A member of the Hyuga branch family asked impatiently. Hyuga Dato blared at him and warned. Shut up, don't ask so many questions. We just need to listen to the lord of the house and act on the orders of Uchiha Yoshiro. The rest doesn't matter to us. Don't go after the root of the matter. Daitu is right. Don't be so curious, you kid. Several other members of the Hyuga subfamily agreed with Hyuga Dato's words. 5 miles from the post in a dense forest, densely packed with ninjas from the Cloud Hidden village. Their faces were stern, and at the head was a tall, burly man with dark skin, draped in a white cloak revealing tan and lean muscles, wearing a white obi belt around his waist. Almost there? The tall, burly man said casually. The Cloud Hidden ninja at the side immediately said, Lord Lay Shadow, it's still 5 miles from the Konoha outpost. The 4th Reikage AI nodded, his voice like a bell. All of you, pick up the pace. We'll try to exterminate the outpost tonight and stay in the town's inn. Yes. All the Cloud Cloak shinobi shouted in excited unison. They had been rushing and resting in the wild for the past 2 days, and at this time, when they heard that they were able to stay at the town inn, each of them showed an uplifted look. Not far from them in the forest, 5 figures looked up. Chapter 108, Catching a Spy. They all wore Kiba forehead guards on their foreheads. It's the 4th team out on patrol. There seems to be movement over there. The direction that Cronier was looking towards was exactly where Yin and the others were. And that side also happens to be within the range of their patrols. Come on, go over there. A few people settled down in a few words and felt their way toward the place where the commotion had been made. Dara was a member of the Cloud Hidden Scout Squad. Strength Nakanabu. This is his first time to set foot on the land of the Fire Country, and also his first time to participate in a battle, so it is inevitable to be excited. So he rushed a little bit forward, rushed out of the Cloud Hidden Sense Ninja's sensory sphere. Like his scout teammates, with the experience of having participated in many battles, they didn't make such low-level mistakes as he did, and one by one, they were all very careful to feel their way forward in their own perception ninja's perception sphere, looking out for traps set by the enemy to mark them well. Daro suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet around him. Just as he showed a look of caution and was ready to retreat at any time, he was already too late. 2 figures appeared on the branches of the tree in front of him. Daro seemed to sense something and jerked his head back to see 3 figures standing on the road from which he had come. These 5 figures blocked all of his retreating paths. As a scout, he naturally recognized the green vests of the Konoha shinobi that these 5 men were wearing. Surprisingly, there were 5 shinobi. If the average person encountered this situation, they would probably be shivering already. Yet Daro was calm and collected, as if it wasn't him who had been caught, but rather him who had caught these 5 Konoha ninja. Unease rose in the passerby's mind. How did this guy get here? He looked up and down, not finding a forehead protector or anything that could prove his identity, and asked with a frown, "What are you, Captain? What's the point of wasting words with him? Just take him down and bring him back for interrogation. This kid crossed the borderline in the middle of the night. Maybe he's a spy from some village." Roadrunner B said with a smile. In his opinion, this kid was already considered a credit. At the outpost, there happened to be ninjas from the Yamanaka clan. As long as this kid was brought back to the people of the Yamanaka clan for some interrogation, there would definitely be something. Whatever his origin, crossing the borderline in the middle of the night, there must be something wrong. Who in their right mind crosses the borderline at night? You're right, Roadrunner B. You escort him back, and the 4 of us will continue our patrol to see if there are any more of his associates. Roadrunner A readily agrees with Roadrunner B. With the Yamanaka at the outpost, who had specialized in learning to interrogate, they wouldn't have to waste their time here. Take it back and be done with it. Leave it to me, Captain. Passerby B smiled and walked up, taking a rope out of nowhere in his hand. Kid, I advise you to be honest and save yourself from the pain of the skin. Roadrunner B warned. Daru didn't resist, realizing that he couldn't do anything at all as a middle ninja under the watchful eyes of the 5 upper ninjas across from him, and cooperatively held out his hands for Roadrunner B to tie him up. Seeing that he was cooperative, Roadrunner B nodded in satisfaction and tied the half-grown boy up. Roadrunner B looked like he was scratching his head, but in fact, he knocked Daru out with a surprise hand slash. Daru fainted without any fighting back, and when he was about to land face down, he was accurately picked up by the neck collar by Roadrunner B. Pathfinder B easily hoisted Daru on his shoulders and said, "Then, I'll wait for your return at the camp." Roadrunner A waved his hand. There was just a bit of patrol range left, and it didn't really matter if Roadrunner B was there or not. Passerby B simply walked away, and Passerby A observed and looked in the direction from which the half-grown boy had come, and realized that it was the very direction from which he had just made a bit of a commotion. I don't know why, the heart that had just relaxed was lifted up again, always feeling that the dark dense forest in front of him was eerie, bringing him a bad feeling. Let's go over in that direction and see, Roadrunner said, pointing to the path the half-breed had come from. It was disturbing to him if he didn't go over there and take a look, so the Roadrunner took the remaining 3 of the 4 squads and continued the patrol. It hadn't been long since Daru had been captured over here, not far from them in the dense forest. The sensory ninja Kamder came quickly to the 4th Raikage-sama to report. Raikage-sama, Scout Daru has lost contact, and I haven't sensed his chakra for 5 minutes. We may have been discovered by the Kiba village. The 4th generation Lay Shadow was not surprised. How to say that it was also close to the border post of the Kiba village? It would be abnormal for the people of the Kiba village not to have discovered it yet. Although he liked to take advantage of the Kiba village, he had to admit that the ninjas of the Kiba village were the strongest ninjas in the 5 villages in terms of single combat. Except for them, the Cloud Hidden village. The Kiba ninjas were all pretty capable of fighting one another, and the yellow-haired guy he'd encountered back when he was a fledgling brat in the 3rd Shinobi World War, with Kairabi as the 2 of them in an AB combo, had been a tricky one. Speaking of which, that guy also became the 4th generation Naruto of Konoha village, and like him, the guy who was qualified to be his rival is really powerful. It's just that this yellow hair didn't have a long life, and was ridiculously killed by his own family's tailed beasts early on. Look at him, the Cloud Hidden village. Will this problem occur? Not at all. Kairabi had taken control of the 8 tails a long time ago. It wouldn't even let him worry about the tailed beasts. Not only that, but they, the Cloud Hidden village, were able to put tailed beasts into battle. Unlike other villages, one by one, the tailed beasts are guarded like anything, not daring to let the human pillar power leave the village a step. That's one of the reasons why their Great Cloud Hidden village was able to catch up with Kiba and become the #1 village in the shinobi world. Still have to be the 3rd generation of Lay Shadow adult foresight, when sent to participate in the extermination of the Whirlpool clan to get a large number of sealing art of the remains of the collection. Research belongs to the Cloud Hidden village sealing method, so that the tailed beasts can be used for the village. Keep the group on their toes. We should be in contact with the Konoha ninja soon. The experience of the 4th Raikage told him that the Konoha ninja were about to show up, and perhaps had appeared not far from them by now to spy on them in secret. The sharp eyes of the 4th Raikage swept through the dense forest. The moonlight could not spill into the dense canopy, and the woods were so dark that it was impossible to see anything. Thinking that the scouts had been captured and their whereabouts might have been exposed, the 4th Raikage decisively ordered his men to light torches. In an instant the dark dense forest lit up with a ball of flame and became bright. Although he believed that each and every one of the warrior men of the Cloud Hidden village was not soft, he understood that the Konoha village had the weird secret art of invading the brain to gain information, so he didn't hold out any hope. Anyway, it has already been discovered, so let's fight over it openly and honestly. And anyway, he, the 4th generation Raikage, hasn't been afraid of anyone in a hard encounter. Chapter 109. Almost 1,000 meters or so up the mountain from the dense forest where the Cloud Hidden ninjas were located, the 4th squad paused in the trees looking with stunned faces at the large flames emerging from the dense forest below the mountain, and a bad thought rose in their hearts coincidentally. Bad. Enemy country invasion. Judging from this large fire, the enemy was definitely not small, estimated to be more than the men stationed at their post. Although they were ostracized by Commander Uchiha Yoshiro at the outpost, they all coincidentally had one thought in their minds at the moment, and that was to hurry back and report the news, because they all have the same identity, which is a Konoha ninja. In the face of an enemy invasion, the great right and the great wrong, they are still clear. Behind closed doors that's a family affair. But when the enemy comes, it's a united front. Without going far, the leader of the fourth squad, Luorengia, realized that the enemy's traveling speed was faster, not much slower than theirs, and at this rate, the enemy would be one step behind them and arriving at the outpost. In that case, there would be little point in their going back to ventilate. Neither gave the post time to prepare for the sentinel. Someone still has to stay behind to break the back and stall for time. The Roadrunner was experienced and made up his mind in a flash. He took the initiative to stay behind to break the back. I'll stay behind to stall for time. You guys hurry back to report. The ones we captured earlier should be enemy scouts. Whether to go or fight. Tell the big guys not to mess up and listen to the orders of the Uchiha Yashiro. With his last words, the Roadrunner turned decisively to meet the fire behind him. The other three remained unchanged and didn't even stay for a second longer. Hearing the last words of the Roadrunner captain before quickly leaving, they were all experienced upper ninja. Each one of them could be a unique person when carried out, and they could naturally think about the Roadrunner's considerations. They recognized the actions of the Roadrunner, and if they were in the position of captain, they would have chosen to stay behind to break the back and buy time for the person who reported the news. Just before leaving, they all coincidentally tossed the bag of ninjutsu they were carrying to the Roadrunner. Inside was 1,000 copies of all the detonation charms bitterness they were carrying. Pathfinder caught it without looking back, quickly took out the explosive charm bituminous inside, came to a place suitable for setting up traps, and quickly set up the explosive charm trap. With so many people on the other side, they were bound to be equipped with perception ninjas, and the detonation charm trap that he had hastily laid would likely be discovered by the other side, and although it might not be able to have much effect, it was better to do it than to do nothing at all. Just in case, the detonation charm trap he had set up wasn't just a bittersweet trigger style, but he had also made it a remote detonation jutsu. As long as the enemy was close, even if he didn't touch the switch bitterless, he could detonate all the detonation charms from a distance. Of course, this could only be used in the worst case scenario, because once it detonated, all the starter charms would be wasted. It couldn't cause a lot of casualties to the enemy, but it had the advantage of a loud explosion that could alert teammates. It wasn't too far from the outpost, just 4 or 5 miles, and the sound of so many detonation charms exploding together could definitely be heard from the other side of the valley. In this way, perhaps the sound of the explosion would also alert his companions at the post faster than his teammates who had rushed back to report it. The wayfarer had just hidden himself in a canopy of trees when the firelight came to his part of the forest. Roadrunner held his breath and collected his whole body. The body was buried in the canopy and motionless, as if it were a dead head of wood. He watched the fire below him with unblinking eyes. It was densely packed with torches, and upon seeing the crowd clustered around a strong dark-skinned man with a white cloak, the Roadrunner's pupils snapped shut. He recognized the other man. He had met this burly man back when he happened to be assigned to the battlefield against the Cloud-Hidden Village in the Third Shinobi World War. He was the AB combo that shook the Shinobi world back then, and now he's the fourth Megami Reikage who inherited Reikage's name. It's actually him personally leading the team? Damn Cloud Kane, what an appetite, coming here on a whiff. Luringia Icanthus. Since the end of the Third Shinobi World War more than 10 years, this Cloud-Hidden Village is thinking of ways to touch the porcelain Kiba village, but also really buy him to get a lot of money and land. As much as they all wanted to fight Cloud-Hidden, how was being bullied by the Cloud-Hidden Village like this and digging for meat any different from boiling a frog in warm water? Nay, the third generation of Naruto adults just do not agree. Often say ninja to endure the common people cannot endure. Kiba is now a period of weakness. To endure, wait for the younger generation to grow up and the future will be good. And so on. They were originally the loyal supporters of the third Naruto, and despite their discontent, they did not dare to refute the third Naruto-sama. One can only admonish oneself in one's mind that what the Sandaime Naruto-sama said must be correct, and one must believe the Sandaime-sama. So they could only watch as the flaunting Yunin emissaries took away much money and resources from the village. Past memories flashed by, and the passerby's gaze was fixed when he saw the other party stop in front of the forest. The passerby saw a man walking quickly to the fourth Reikage saying something with his mouth opening and closing, and glancing at the forest. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. It really didn't work, did it? He was still discovered. Thinking of this, the Roadrunner no longer hesitated and directly made a seal to detonate all the detonation charms. He was afraid that if he slowed down a bit, it would be too late. Back then on the battlefield he had seen the 4th generation Reikage perform the Rado Chakra mode. The amazing speed was able to rival that of the 4th generation Naruto Lord, and the speed was as fast as blue lightning. After the 4th Naruto-sama's sacrifice, this 4th Reikage should be the fastest person in the shinobi world. He was afraid that if his position was discovered by the other party, he wouldn't have time to form a seal and detonate the detonation charm in front of the 4th generation Reikage. Sure enough, just the next second after detonating the detonation talisman, he got a chill down his back. feeling locked up by a ferocious beast, and subconsciously looking over. He met eyes with that fourth-generation Raikage. Found myself. The Roadrunner panicked in his mind, and just as he tried to force himself to calm down, he realized that the figure of the fourth Raikage had disappeared from his sight. Pathfinder felt a strong crisis, and his years of combat savvy made him use his double at the first opportunity, switching places with a log under the tree. As soon as he appeared under the tree and looked up, he saw a burly man covered in blue light and entwined with lightning appearing where he had just hidden, and the canopy of the tree was even shattered by the fourth-generation Raikage's punch. The back of the passerby's back went cold. Cold sweat kept breaking out, just a little bit short of his death. However, the thought of celebration had only just arisen. The next moment he smelled a burning odor, followed by a pain in his neck. He then reacted to the fact that he had actually been grabbed by the fourth Raikage's large hands. Too soon, even though there was some anticipation in his mind. After the real contact, the speed of the fourth-generation Raikage still made him unable to react. Chapter 110, Early Detonation. As expected, he was the fastest person in the shinobi world after the fourth Naruto-sama. A sharp pain came from his neck. A trace of sadness and bitterness rose in the heart of the passerby. He felt that the other party should have withdrawn his strength, or else he would be able to pinch his neck off with just this one blow. With his neck grabbed by the other party, he already understood his fateful downfall, but he wasn't going to fold his arms and struggle to make a seal against the discomfort in his neck. Noticing the Konoha ninja's movements, the fourth Raikage grunted coldly, and with a few flashes of lightning, the Roadrunner's hands drooped limply and helplessly. Despair welled up in the passerby's heart. The gap was too great. He didn't even see his opponent's movements before his own hands were broken. But at this time, the detonation charms also finally began to explode. Violent explosions rang in his ears, accompanied by a dazzling burst of fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A succession of explosions rang out, and the Roadrunner's heart was relieved. Fortunately, he had allowed the detonation charm to detonate successfully. In this way, he had accomplished his final mission, though it didn't succeed in stalling Cloud Cuculander. But he did the best he could. Who let him run into the fourth Raikage? The pervert himself, leading the team. Not to mention him, even the entire fourth squad couldn't make waves here. The fourth Raikage was a monster, and perhaps only the fourth Naruto-sama could stop him, just like he did on the battlefield back then. Look what I caught. A bug. The fourth generation Raikage did not care about the rumbling explosions, and at nearly 2 meters tall, he pinched the Roadrunner as if he were an adult pinching a toy. He grabbed the passerby by the neck with the strength of a pinch that wouldn't kill him and carried him to the front of the room and asked, "Are you alone? Where are your companions?" At that moment, the cloud-hidden Senshi ninja came nearby, and hearing the words of the fourth generation Lei Shadow, he replied, "Lei Shadow-sama, there is no one else nearby anymore." The passerby's eyes reflected the cold-faced fourth generation Raikage, and at that moment, for some reason, the figure of the fifth generation Naruto Uchiha Tomoyuki suddenly flashed through his mind. I wonder if the fifth Naruto can stop this monster. Originally, he was very disapproving of Uchiha Futsuki, who killed the third generation Naruto, and even wanted to get rid of him, but at this time of foreign enemy invasion, the first person in his head who thought that he could stop the monster that was the fourth generation Raikage was surprisingly Uchiha Futsuki, whom he disapproved of the most. Although he did not approve of it on his lips, he actually understood in his heart that Uchiha Futsuki, who was able to take care of the third Naruto-sama in a single shot, was perhaps the last hope of being able to hold back this monster. Uchiha Futsuki, don't let me down. Don't let Jonin take anything away from the village again. The fourth Raikage frowned and carried the Konoha ninja who had grabbed his neck a little closer to hear what the other man was muttering, but in the next moment he sidestepped a little with his athletic stance. The sensory ninja on the sidelines glanced at the bloodied spittle on the ground, his face undying. It turns out that this damn Konoha ninja had the audacity to spit in Raikage-sama's face, but luckily Raikage-sama dodged it. "Raikage-sama, please leave him to me," the sensory ninja volunteered. "No need." The fourth generation Raikage looked at the Roadrunner, and instead of being shocked, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes and said, "I appreciate people with backbone. Are you sure you really don't want to say anything?" Roadrunner sneered, could feel the piercing pain in his neck, felt a sharp pain coming from his neck when he took a breath. Even talking was a bit difficult, so Roadrunner shut his mouth and just looked at the fourth generation Raikage coldly. The fourth generation Raikage looked at the Roadrunner silently for a few seconds to make sure he really wasn't going to say anything, then said, "What a shame. I'll give you a hard time for honoring your backbone." Saying that, Shikamo Raikage's hand exerted force and crushed the Roadrunner's neck with a dry click. The Roadrunner didn't even feel the pain or ache this time and just died. The fourth Raikage casually tossed his body away, looked at the woods in front of him, which had become a mess due to the explosion, and said loudly and expressionlessly, "Keep moving." He didn't care about the commotion coming from the detonation talisman explosion. So what if he knew ahead of time? He had just prepared his heart to be found out by Kiba ahead of time. Now it was just officially a clear sign. The fourth Raikage just wants to tell the people of the Konoha outpost that Yunin, have come. Can you block it? Since the attack plan had gone bust, the second plan would be to knock down the Kiba post if it didn't go away. And if it did, then that was fine. It was going to be a night's rest in a town in the Land of Fire today anyway. It just might not have been a deterrent to the people of Kiba village if they hadn't destroyed the outpost. Now it was this Uchiha Futsuki who was in charge. And I wondered how this guy would deal with him. Cloud Crypt? Should I back down like the old man Sanjum before me and pay them reparations all over the place? Or should I fight them? To be honest, the fourth Raikage preferred the latter. He hadn't had a fight in a while and his hands were itching for one. He preferred that this newly appointed 5th generation Naruto had a head of iron and touched base with him. And then he would be able to seize more of the Konoha village's resources. The itchy hands were one thing. He had a big appetite, and was honestly a bit full from all the compensation given by the previous Sandaime Naruto. Now that the sons and daughters of Cloud Hidden have become more spendy because of the new training program, they have to loot more resources back to be able to afford to feed the people in the village, while Roadrunner A on this side was dying. Roadrunner B, who had been the first to head back with his captives, had reached the post. He was just about to enter the valley with the captive on his shoulder when he heard a rumbling explosion and jerked his head back to realize that the direction from which the explosion had risen was really the direction of their 4th squad's inspection. What's going on? Something wrong? Rody D's face changed slightly. He didn't hesitate and rushed into the valley with his men. Now it didn't take much thought to realize that the explosion that had just gone off must have had something to do with this captive they had taken. As long as the captives were immediately handed over to the Yamanaka clan's people to ask for information, they would know exactly what had happened. Wayfarer B ran with his captive on his shoulder towards a certain tent, in which he remembered the clan of the Yamanaka clan living, passed by the Uchiha Yoshiro's tent, saw the light on inside. The passerby did not think much. He thought it was the Uchiha Yoshiro heard the sound of the explosion, which is why the light is ready to come out to check the situation. He couldn't get to Uchiha Yoshiro first to explain. The priority now was for the Yamanaka clan to check the memories of the captives to figure out the enemy. Yes, he thinks there's been an enemy invasion. Otherwise the captain and the others wouldn't have made so much noise. The captain and the others were all experienced upper ninjas who had participated in several major battles. There was no way that they would make such a big explosion just because of a little chicken scratch. Chapter 111, Yamanakoshi's secret technique of reading memories and obtaining information. There must be an enemy coming. Roadrunner B was sure of it. He walked briskly past the Uchiha Yoshiro's tent, hesitating for a few seconds instead of choosing to stop. He dove headfirst into the tent where his clan was in the mountains. At this moment, in the Uchiha Yoshiro's tent, Uchiha Yoshiro and the others did not show any surprise when they heard the explosion. Oh, already exchanged blows? A three-hooks Jade Uchiha heard the explosion and calmly said. They all already knew what Uchiha Yoshiro was plotting, and knew that the 4th squad was specially selected by Uchiha Yoshiro to be pushed out to die. This would be an honorable way to dispose of political opponents who disobeyed the Lord Patriarch. It won't cause gossip in the village. The main thing, of course, is to cooperate with the Lord Patriarch's plans. These 3 generations of Sarutobi Hazuru's old department will not really return to the Uchiha easily without the death of a few hardliners. Even if they had seen how powerful and invincible the Lord Patriarch was, they would still be undeterred from doing anything about it. Fuyu was not going to let this great opportunity slip through his hands, so a few hardliners had to die. That was why he had sent his right-hand man, Uchiha Yoshiro, to the border post himself. Yoshiro-sama. Anyways, the 4th squad is also 5 upper ninjas. Can those Cloud Hidden village people really take care of them? At this point one of the Uchiha raised a question. Uchiha Yoshiro said, I heard the information that came back from the detail was that Cloud Hidden had mobilized quite a few people to come here. So it shouldn't be much of a problem to deal with 5 upper ninjas, right? Uchiha Yoshiro was also somewhat unable to say at this moment. Who let the spy just planted into the Cloud Hidden village not long ago, and could send back the information that the Cloud Hidden village had sent people to attack the border post would already be considered his ability strong. It's just a shame that the person in charge of the spies planted into the Cloud Hidden village by the previous Konoha village was a member of the Sarutobi clan, and was accidentally taken out by the clansmen when they exterminated the clan. It was a one-way connector with the Cloud Hidden village's spies, to keep them safe, and more people knowing about it risked exposing them. However, this also had a drawback, which was that the Cloud Hidden village spies were prone to losing contact after the sudden death of their handler. After Sarutobi Karma, the handler in charge of the Cloud Hidden village spies, Sarutobi Karma, the Konoha village was cut off from the spies who had been planted in the Cloud Hidden village. In the details of the Cloud Hidden village is someone mixed into the Lay Shadow building. The position is quite high, But it's a pity that otherwise it is not so passive. Only knowing that the Cloud Hidden sent a force over, but even the other party's leading commander does not know who it is. I'm afraid that the Cloud Hidden village is full of trash. Masato Uchiha said quietly. No matter. If we can solve a few is a few. Even if we can escape and come back a few. When we find a way to make them break the back later is. Uchiha Yashiro said coldly. He originally did not intend to retreat directly, but intended to lead the people with the people of the Cloud Hidden village to meet once in the side fight while retreating, so that the people in the outpost to experience a wave of defeat. However, in the wait until the Patriarch of the Lord support to come over to the sharp defeat of the pursuing Cloud Hidden ninjas. In that case, these people will not obediently the Patriarch of the Lord as a god? As long as these people were willing to submit to the clan leader Sama, then there would basically be no opposition in the Konoha village. The manpower that can be used can also become more available and more can be done. But an accident happened that Uchiha Yashiro didn't expect. Several people in the Yamanaka clan's tent watched with bated breath as Yamanaka Koshi cast a secret spell on the young lad lying on the ground. It was the same captive that Roadrunner B had carried all the way back. Yamanaka Koshi was using a secret technique to invade the depths of the captive's mind to read his memories. This kind of operation is usually carried out after the interrogation has been completed and nothing more can be asked before this step is taken, because invasive memory reading secret arts are usually cast on the dead, and if they are cast on a living person, the odds are that they will turn the person into a demented cutie. But now listen to the words of the Roadrunner B seems to be in a bad situation, and there is no extra time to slowly interrogate. So Yamanaka Bashi in the Roadrunner B's urging, under the haste to cast a secret spell on the captive, and do not care whether it will make this captive will not become demented little cute. I'm not sure if it will turn the captive into a demented little cutie. Intelligence is what counts. Because the captive was unconscious, Yamanaka Koshi's secret technique was cast successfully and unhindered, quickly invading the depths of the captive's mind and beginning to read his memories. Yamanaka Koshi excluded some useless memories and looked specifically for the most recent occurrences. Useless. Skip. Useless. Skip. Skipping over some useless memories, he soon arrived at a memory clip of the Cloud Hidden village mobilizing ninjas in preparation for an expedition. Yamanaka Koshi's mind shook with a jolt. Finally reaching the important memory fragment, he stared and began to check it out. The more he looked, the more he was shocked that the Cloud Hidden village would send so many ninjas to invade the Land of Fire this time. Is this serious? You're going to do this for real? Or is it just like the old days of staging troops at the border to intimidate and then sending emissaries to Konoha village to Leonize the village? But in the past, we haven't seen the Cloud Hidden village actually enter the Land of Fire, or even attack the outpost, have we? Listening to what Rody B just said, it seems that their fourth squad has engaged the enemy, and he did hear that explosion. It really didn't look like a small fight to see that movement either. That means that the people of Team 4 have already engaged the Cloud Hidden village? Yamanaka Koshi silently mourned for them in his heart. The Cloud Hidden village had quite a few ninjas on this expedition. From this scout's memory, there are no less than 30 upper ninjas alone, and then there are 10 or so special upper ninjas, plus 90 or so ninjas and lower ninjas accompanying the team. The number of high-end fighters has to be 10 times that of the fourth team, and the number of people adds up to 100 or so people in total. If this is surrounded, it's going to be bad luck. Even if the outpost meets them, they will lose more than they win, and there is a high probability of risking total annihilation. Luckily the fourth team found them in advance. Yamanaka Koshi was grateful in his heart, spared from the crisis of being attacked by Yunin. This way they still have time to prepare whether to fight or retreat. The initiative is in their hands. Yamanaka Koshi didn't have time for a moment of silence for them. He had to make time to check the remaining memories of the scouts, get more information, and most importantly see who the commander was who led the expedition this time. It was about their choice to block the enemy or retreat. A high-end combatant is capable of deciding whether the battlefield is won or lost. For example, the Cloud Hidden Village's AB combination that shook the ninja world back in the day. One is the current 4th generation Raikage, and the other is the perfect human pillar power that can unleash the full power of the 8 tails. Either band was in existence they couldn't afford to mess with at the border post. As if watching a movie, the Yamanaka clan's secret technique had something like multiplied viewing speed, and soon Yamanaka Koshi saw the commander leading his troops out on the battlefield. Standing at the front of the troop was a tall man with a strong body clad in a white cloak of bronze skin. He had light yellow hair, and when he turned back to Yamanaka Koshi, his heart nearly choked as he took in the other man's face. 112. Emergency evacuation. This face he has never forgotten. In the past, the Third Shinobi World War, he was assigned to fight with the Cloud Hidden Village on the battlefield. His team met the not-so-famous AB group. They are like ants met elephants, completely without the power to fight back. A strange look wearing sunglasses and singing a strange rap of the guy is tough as hell, holding a few knives to cut the vegetables like his teammates. all destroyed, when he was left to be killed immediately. Good thing the fourth generation of Naruto adults appeared in time to save him away. Otherwise he would have died in the hands of that strange guy. Later, with the AB combination killed a lot of powerful wooden leaf ninjas, shocked the ninja world after the popularity of the wind. He only know, those two horrible guys are AB combination. Did not shoot the person called AI. The other slaughtered his teammates of the strange guy called Kairabi. Is the cloud hidden village of the 8 tails of the human pillar force. Surprisingly, it's the fourth generation Raikage himself leading the team. From the memories of his captors, he saw that Kairabi stayed at the entrance of the village to see him off, while the fourth Raikage set off with his troops. Yamanaka Koshi came back to his senses and immediately interrupted the secret technique. Seeing Yamanaka Koshi open his eyes with a solemn face, Roadrunner B hurriedly inquired about the results. How's it going? Who is the enemy? Yamanaka Koshi hurriedly got up from the ground. It's too late to explain. Quickly follow me to see Lord Yushiro. With that he took the lead and ran out of the tent. Wayfarer B, and a few others in the tent also hurried after him, running back and forth with Yamanaka Koshi into the tent where Uchiha Yoshiro was. Seeing a swarm of people running in, the leader of which was the anxious-faced Yamanaka Koshi, Uchiha Yoshiro had a hidden suspicion and asked, pretending not to know, what's going on? Yamanaka Koshi said, it's no good, Yoshiro-sama, the cloud-hidden ninjas are hitting us. Uchiha Yoshiro said with a bland face, don't panic, but it's just the cloud-hidden shinobi, how many have come? But Yamanaka Koshi's next words made the breezy Uchiha Yoshiro's face turn pale. 100 or so, led by the fourth Raikage. What? Uchiha Yoshiro's face changed drastically as he jerked to his feet, his face in shock and disbelief. It's surprising that Shikimon Raikage himself is leading the team? This was unexpected. If it was the fourth Raikage himself leading the team, the previous plan would be null and void, because none of them could block the fourth generation Raikage. If they followed the original plan of fighting and retreating, it was likely that they wouldn't even be able to hold out for half a quarter of an hour, much less last until Lord Patriarch came. Although the clan chief Sama had also departed this way ahead of schedule, it was obvious that the people from the cloud-hidden village were faster. After all, by the time they received the news, Cloudcrypt had already set off for some time. According to their speculation, it would take about another hour for the clan leader Sama to meet them halfway after Cloud Kukulander arrived at the outpost. But now it wouldn't last half a quarter of an hour, let alone an hour. So a side-by-side withdrawal is out of the question. His goal was to keep at least the majority of these people at the post. Sacrificing a small number of them was acceptable, and if he chose to fight and retreat, the odds were that he would have to destroy them all. That would be a far cry from the original intent of the Lord Patriarch. So Uchiha Yoshiro decisively changed his plans, abandoned the original plan of withdrawing while fighting, and choose to lead a direct retreat to avoid the enemy. The fourth Raikage is not something they can handle. It still has to be left to the Lord Patriarch. He had no doubt that the clan leader Sama was stronger than the fourth Raikage. To be precise, he was confident in the Kaleidoscope Rider's eye. Growing up hearing about Lord Uchiha's heroic deeds, he knew how powerful the eternal Kaleidoscope Rider's eye was. In that era when strong people came out, Lord Uchiha-zan with the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan could push through the ages. And now that the old generation of the shinobi world has passed away, in the present-day shinobi world where there is not enough green or yellow, you can imagine the gold content of the clan leader's lord opening the eternal Sharingan. Not to say that the world invincible at least a small fourth generation of Raikage is certainly no problem. Notify everyone that a full emergency assembly is in order. Abandon the camp and prepare to retreat. Uchiha Yoshiro bellowed. The originally cozy Uchiha several people also thoroughly stood up and rushed out of the tent with solemn faces, going to inform the people in the camp. Most of the people in the camp had just woken up because of the explosions coming from the distance, and the lights of the tents were coming on one after another. They quickly assembled in full dress in the clearing after getting word of the emergency assembly. Uchiha Yoshiro came down to the front of the crowd surrounded by Yamanaka Lutetsu B and the others. The ninjas present looked at Uchiha Yoshiro in silence, waiting for him to explain what was going on. Uchiha Yoshiro glanced at passerby B and said, just now the fourth squad captured a scout. Yamanaka Koshi intruded into the memory to read a piece of information. The fourth generation of the Raikage personally led the team. With 100 or so people have already arrived in the range of 5 miles outside of the outpost. The fourth squad has already been ferocious. And just now the explosions that you have heard are reminding us that the cloud hidden has already come. I'm going to abandon the camp and retreat backward. I've just gotten word that Naruto-sama is heading our way with his men. Let's rendezvous with Naruto-sama first. Uchiha Yoshiro's order was immediately recognized by everyone present. The fourth Raikage was not something they could deal with, and evacuation was the right choice. At this time they didn't sing anything against Uchiha Yoshiro, but acted quickly, following Uchiha Yoshiro's order to bring one day's rations. and burn those they couldn't take with them on the spot. Soon the valley was ablaze with black smoke. As they were preparing to withdraw, 3 figures fell into the valley. "It's the 4th squad that's back," someone shouted. Uchiha Yoshiro sniffed and looked over. Seeing that the 4th squad still had 3 people back, the light in his eyes flickered, and in his heart he cursed the 4th generation of Reikage for being such a waste. This was all exchanged but still managed to put 3 people back, together with Rody B, who had returned early to report. This 4th squad had lost 1 person. Uchiha Yoshiro gave a dark cry of regret. Spinning around he greeted them and asked how they were doing. Passerby B also followed the past, busy asking the captain where is he, though he already had the results in mind. Sure enough, he heard his teammate from the 4th squad say, "Captain, break off. We're coming back to report that it's someone from the cloud-hidden village that's coming. We already know, and you all follow us in a hasty retreat." When Uchiha Yoshiro finished speaking, he turned around and shouted, "All retreat!" One silhouette after another whooshed and disappeared into place, transforming into many flea-like bounces. The remaining 3 members of the 4th squad rejoined Roadrunner B, and not being able to grieve for their captain, they too rushed to follow the group and quickly left the valley outpost. Not long after they had left, the figure of the 4th Reikage had appeared above the mouth of the valley, and he looked out over the smoking valley below, where many of the tents had burned down for the most part. Behind the 4th generation Reikage were densely packed cloud cloak ninjas. "Humph, these rats are running pretty fast," the 4th Reikage said disdainfully. Chapter 113, Yunyan's Pursuit. The sensory ninja sensed carefully and came to Lord Lei Shadow to report. "Lord Lei Shadow, there is another person in the valley. It should be the scout who was just captured by the Konoha ninja." The 4th Reikage was surprised. "Still alive?" The sensory ninja nodded. "Yes, alive. Then what are we waiting for? Bring him here and call the medical ninjas to stand by." A few cloud-hidden shinobi came out of the group and whooshed down into the valley, observing vigilantly and seeing no traps before bringing back the scout who was lying motionless on the ground in his tent. The guy was also lucky that the tent he was in had only just burned down and didn't kill him. The medical ninja checked and found no injuries and realized that he was just unconscious. He woke up the scout, only to find him dumbfounded, and after some examination, he concluded that the scout's brain showed signs of having been enchanted by a Konoha ninja. The scout has had his brain memories invaded by a Kiba ninja and is now a cutie. The medical ninja informed the waiting sensory ninja of the results, who in turn relayed them to the 4th Reikage. The 4th generation Reikage slammed his fist into the tree with such force that it broke and cracked the tree at the waist. Damnable Kiba thieves, only capable of performing some despicable jutsu. Might as well give his captors a hard time and die on the battlefield like he did. Such a way to make a captive into a cutie. The behavior is really disgraceful. The 4th generation Thunder Shadow finished venting his frustration in his heart and commanded, "Come someone to take him home. The village will take care of everything in this warrior's life. Reikage-sama is truly a bodhisattva, and this warrior's family will surely be grateful to you when they find out," the sensory ninja said with a pat on the back. The 4th generation Reikage waved his hand and glared. "I was planning to let them off the hook, but now I've changed my mind. Give me a chase after this enemy force and destroy them all." "Yes," the Cloud Cloak Shinobi responded. They also looked at the scout's demented appearance, and agreed with what the 4th Reikage-sama had said, that the Konoha ninja were the ones who would develop some disgusting jutsu. "Can't you just go toe-to-toe with them on the battlefield?" The cloud-hidden ninjas, led by the 4th Reikage, began to pursue the Konoha ninjas in the direction they had withdrawn from. After chasing after them for not much longer, the 4th generation Lei Shadow resented the cloud-hidden ninjas for being too slow, so he himself turned on his Rado Chakra mode, and chased after them alone first. The cloud-hidden ninja did not feel bad about the 4th generation Reikage Lord leaving them alone to go after them. In the cloud-hidden village it was strength that was honored, and they all revered the powerful. And the 4th Reikage-sama, who had suppressed the tailed beast's rampage many times, and had even severed the left horn of the 8 tails with one hand, was the person they admired the most in the village. Compared to the 4th Naruto of the Kiba village who was killed by the tailed beast, it was obvious that the 4th Reikage of their village who was able to crush the tailed beast was more powerful. The last most admired person is still facing 30,000 Iwatobi left behind to break the back of the force to fight for 3 days and 3 nights to die of exhaustion of the 3rd generation of Reikage adults. When the 3rd Reikage-sama sacrificed himself, he became the 4th Reikage. They weren't worried about the 4th Reikage-sama who had gone after them alone. In their opinion, the 4th generation Reikage-sama, who was so powerful, there was simply no one from the enemy who could pose the slightest threat to the 4th generation Reikage-sama. In the past, there might have been a yellow flash that could be a threat to Lord Reikage, but how long has the yellow flash been dead? And now there's no one in Kiba village who can even stand in Lord Reikage's way. While the 4th generation Reikage here was chasing up alone, there was also a group of people hurrying in the dense forest less than 50 miles away from this place. The person at the head of the face is majestic, Behind him the Imperial God robe hunting, fluttering with the wind. The 5 hot gold characters of the 5 generations of Naruto seem to glow. In the dark night is very bright. This person was none other than the 5th generation Naruto of Kiba village, Fu Yue. Behind him was a big boobed beauty with a very bright figure, followed by a single Kiba ninja with a solemn face and head buried in the road. At that moment, a dry and thin Uchiha ninja overtook Tsunade and ran behind Futsuki. Naruto-sama, the Yashiro has been contacted. Uchiha Chakra's hoarse voice rang out. How's it going with him? Futsuki turned back and swept Tsunade intentionally, gave Uchiha Shasta a look, and suddenly picked up speed, throwing Tsunade away by 10 or so meters in one go. Uchiha Shasta got the hint from Fuyue's eyes and also increased his speed. Thus he was not thrown off by Fuyue, but followed closely behind him. Tsunade was caught off guard, and while she was puzzled, she knew that these two had to be about to say something that they didn't want her to hear, so she had the good sense not to go after them. Got in touch with Yashiro? What the hell? Tsunade muttered unsteadily, maintaining the speed she had just been going. Uchiha Shasta looked at Tsunade, who was about 10 meters behind him, before saying, the plan didn't go too well on the 8th generation side. The 5 Sarutobi Hinata sold party hardliners that were sent out to die died only 1, and 4 escaped back. Fuyu frowned slightly. How many people came from the cloud-hidden village? How come you couldn't even get rid of 5 upper ninjas? Uchiha Shasta also had doubts on his face. That's the most outrageous part. According to the news coming from the 8th generation, more than 100 people came from the cloud-hidden side. The upper ninja and special upper ninja added up to 40 or so. And it's still the 4th generation Thunder Shadow personally leading the team. Oh, it's Reikage himself. Fuyu sneered. Forget it, live and let live. Having a battle record of defeating the 4th generation Reikage head-on should be about right. How far are they from us? Fuyu asked casually. He still retained most of his chakra. The rush hadn't cost him much chakra, and the amount of chakra was still very much there. It's about 40 miles to go, Uchiha Chakra said. Because of the appearance of the 4th Reikage, the Yashiro temporarily changed his plans, and instead of retreating as he fought, he directly led a retreat toward us. Well done. None of them can hold off the 4th Reikage. Withdrawing while fighting is purely and simply looking for death. Pass it down and speed it up. Try to join up with Yashiro sooner. Fuyu said faintly. Yes. Uchiha Chakra agreed and lowered his speed, quickly falling behind Tsunade. And the next second Tsunade heard Uchiha Chakra's broken voice shouting there. Naruto-sama has an order to increase speed. The Kiba ninjas didn't say much at that. They just silently increased the speed of their feet. A remnant of a shadow flickered out of the woods. The scene was spectacular. Except that there wasn't much moonlight at night. And the scene looked so slightly creepy, like 100 ghosts walking at night. At this time the hidden village of Kiba in the Land of Fire. 2 uninvited guests were welcomed. Chapter 114, Infiltrating Konoha. So nostalgic. Orochimaru stood under the gates of the Konoha village, looking around and smiling. Jiraiya looked at the gate of Kiba village with a stoic face, his eyes sharp as arrows. I'm back, Kiba village. Here, put this on and let's go in and get some intel. Jiraiya fished out a half mask from somewhere and tossed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru casually caught it, sized it up for a few moments, and said as he put it on, I don't like the color. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru and saw that he was wearing a red mask that covered the upper half of his face, revealing only his nose and mouth, and rubbed his nose to hold his tongue. I'm sorry, I'll pick them out better next time. Orochimaru said with a black face. There will be no next time. How are you going to get in? Orochimaru sensed the situation and realized that the boundaries outside the village had been replaced with new ones, and that he couldn't get in with the hand seals from the past. He asked, squinting at Jiraiya. This isn't easy. Just watch me. Come with me. Jiraiya called to Orochimaru and walked lightly along the wall, coming to a stop in front of a drain. Are you going to drill through here? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya shook his head. Of course not. With that, he cast his psychic art and summoned a toad. At the sight of the green toad, a dawning realization flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had almost forgotten that Miyaki Mountain had various types of toads. Come in. Jiraiya pulled a reluctant Orochimaru into the toad's mouth. The toad was obviously not very big, but its one mouth was like a bottomless pit, swallowing 2 large living people far beyond its own size into its belly. And then with a bounce of both legs, it popped into the drain with precision, frog-legged paddling, and dived into the water. Toad belly. Orochimaru surveyed the pink-walled space of flesh and said, this toad has a boundary laid inside it? That's right. And there's also a boundary space that covers the chakra effect, so even if you use a scrying jutsu you won't be able to detect it. And besides, the village's boundary doesn't cover the drains. Jiraiya said lightly, next toad will take us through the drain and swim into the drainage canal to infiltrate the village. Orochimaru shrugged non-committally and didn't say another word. I don't know how much time passed, or maybe it was a short moment. Orochimaru then heard Jiraiya say, "Come on, it's already in, let's get out," only to see a passageway appear when Zirai touched the inner wall to do something. Orochimaru followed Jiraiya out of the toad's mouth. The toad's tiny mouth sprouted first from one of Lia's large hands, then his head, and the whole thing crawled out with his hands propped up on the ground. A whole lot of change. Then Orochimaru drilled out of the gourd. "Toad East, thanks." Toad East waved his hand, indicating that it was all a small matter, and that he could still call out to it if he needed anything. At his beck and call, Jiraiya finished thanking him, and only then did he undo his psychic spell. Toad East disappeared in a thud of smoke and returned to Myoki Mountain. It was nighttime, and they came out of a dark alley without attracting any attention. "I'll go ahead and poke around for intel, we'll meet back here in an hour." When Jiraiya finished speaking, he turned and disappeared into the bustling crowd. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya leave and waited for his figure to disappear before withdrawing his gaze. "So what should I do?" Orochimaru muttered. He had originally planned to drag Jiraiya directly to Uchiha Futsuki, but Jiraiya obviously had his own plans, so he let him go for now, take a casual walk. Orochimaru didn't have much of a plan, so he simply wandered the streets. Old Asakusa hasn't changed much from before. As Orochimaru walked, he was suddenly caught by a store. Next door to the Grill Q Grill, a new restaurant he hadn't seen before had opened. Ponzi Cave? What a strange name. Orochimaru thought about it and decided to go in and take a look. He still had an hour to meet up with Jiraiya and he was worried that he had no place to pass the time. Orochimaru casually threw off the mask on his face and transformed into another feminine face with a thud using his transformation technique. Then Sure stepped inside the Panshin store. The decor is not bad, but what's it for? Orochimaru entered and looked around and was soon greeted by a waitress. "Welcome, how many are you?" the waitress asked skillfully with a smile on her face. Orochimaru stared straight into the waiter's eyes, straight into the waiter's goosebumps, and his smile was somewhat gone, before he faintly said, "1. What do you do in this store?" Orochimaru said with a smirk. He noticed the markings of the Uchiha I clan crest on the other man's clothing, and instantly realized that the store was related to the Uchiha I clan. It made him come slightly more interested. The waiter felt that this guest was too eccentric, but thinking of the command from above, he still introduced with a forced smile. "Our store is a foot bath and massage service. There are basic foot baths, spa. May I ask which one you would like to try?" Orochimaru chose one at random. "Basic foot bath it is." "Okay, why don't you come this way and see which technician you'd like to pick for your service?" The attendant brought Orochimaru over to the photo wall. Orochimaru glanced at the pictures of beautiful women on the wall. His gaze didn't fluctuate much. Beauty was like a floating cloud to him. He chose one at random and was taken to his room by the attendant. Laying down on the footbath chair, Orochimaru felt slightly new. It was the first time he had sat in such a style of chair, and it felt good to sit in it. Maybe he could get a whole 2 chairs like that for his research base, Orochimaru thought to himself. On the other hand, Jiraiya, who had separated from Orochimaru, circled around and also arrived at the old Asakusa Street, and the target he chose was the Yakitori Q Yakitori restaurant. Generally speaking, he prefers izakaya because such places are the easiest to gather information, but he just looked around, and it seemed that several of the izakaya he used to frequent had gone out of business. It's all sealed up, and I don't know why. So he made his way to the old Asakusa neighborhood and was going to the Yakitori Q Yakitori restaurant to see what he could find. Once inside the door, Zio was surprised to find that in the Barbecue Q Barbecue restaurant, which used to be filled to capacity after nightfall, there are not many guests now, and there are only a few tables eating. Strange, is the Grill Q Grill so unpopular anymore? Somewhat puzzled, Jiraiya asked the shopkeeper leaning against the wall and yawning in boredom. "Hey, why are there so few people in your store?" The store assistant said with an obscure face. "Hey, guest, you can't mention it." He spat out in a low voice. "A massage parlor opened next door, and all the people ran away to them." Jiraiya asked in confusion. "Massage parlor? What does a small crowd have to do with a massage parlor? It's not like it affects people coming to your house for dinner." Chapter 115, Takuya's first entry into the Ponzi Cave. The store assistant looked at Zio in surprise and smiled bitterly. "This guest, you're not from the village, are you?" Jiraiya didn't move. "Oh, why would you say that?" He was a bit puzzled. What did he reveal about himself? How could this shopkeeper tell at a glance that he was not from the village? Technically he hadn't been back to the village in a long time, so that was true. "Hey, how hot is Ponzi Cave now?" "There's not a single person in the village who doesn't know about Ponzi Cave," the shopkeeper explained. Jiraiya nodded with seeming understanding. He was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it just a massage parlor? Is this Panchur Cave so popular? "You haven't answered my question." The store assistant sighed and said, "It's this Ponzi Cave itself that opened a free restaurant. not only engaging in massage services, but also providing free meals. You say this is even so. The problem is that the free meals they provide are fancy and rich in variety. And the key is that the damn thing is still thieving and delicious, which is also too outrageous. This Ponzi cave opened not even a week's time. In the village burst fire, regardless of men and women, young and old. Now is all to go to the Ponzi cave. Point a basic foot bath. Is not very expensive. You can eat a free meal, or want to eat as much. This is not. All run the Ponzi cave to eat and massage to go. There is what to come to us to eat. The store assistant looked at the tables in the store. Right now there are only a few regular customers who are used to eating barbecued meat who are still willing to come to our place to eat. It's just that after they finish eating the odds are that they will still go next door for a massage. Jiraiya was staggered by what he heard. Was there some kind of magic in the services of this massage parlor? Can it attract so many people to it? It suddenly occurred to Jiraiya that he had just inadvertently glanced at the sign before he entered and saw the sign bubbling with pink light. And his mind twitched. Could it be one of those stores? Jiraiya subconsciously gulped as he coughed and asked in a low voice. The massage parlor next door. They have that kind of service? Jiraiya squeezed and winked. The store assistant understood this customer's hint in a second. He shook his head. That's not true. They have regular services in the store. It's just that. Right. The service in their store is a little different. Like a foot bath. Who would have thought that there is something so comfortable about washing your feet? Once you've experienced it once, you can't forget it. Every other day, I guess. And the thought of going again is always in the back of your mind. The shopkeeper said with a hint of reminiscence running across his face. He smiled heatedly. Jiraiya looked at him with this expression and muttered. This guy wouldn't have gotten a foot massage and washed his feet as well. Shopkeeper. This way for a dozen of soju. There's a guest shouting over there. The store assistant hurriedly turned around and gave a hey. Coming. He looked to Jiraiya and said. I'm not talking to you, big brother. With that said he rushed to the back and carried a dozen of shochu. Hurrying past Jiraiya to deliver the shochu to the table of guests. This wagyu is still delicious. Give us 10 more plates. Okay. The store assistant nodded and agreed. Jiraiya saw the shopkeeper busy, and looked at the tables of people eating lively. Shook his head. This point of people still pry what information Jiraiya walked out of the grill and subconsciously looked next door. Just in time to see a few people walking in groups into the next door pancake cave. Jiraiya's mind moved. Since this pancake cave is so lively, I think there should be a lot of people. Go to his restaurant and see if you can get anything. Thinking of this Zelaya no longer hesitate. Directly stride into the Ponzi cave. Once inside, Jiraiya felt a very different treatment from the one he had just received at the grill, only to see a waitress with a nightmare of a smile greet them quickly. Welcome, how many on your side? Handsome? The waitress, a young girl with a nice figure that fit Zirai's sexual proclivities, subconsciously glanced at the deep cleavage, and whirled around with a tactical cough. I heard that eating here is free, the waitress replied with a smile. Yes, handsome. As long as you do service in our store you can eat in the free restaurant. The quantity is big and full of good taste. Keep you eat and want to eat. Jiraiya was a bit fluttered by the girl's call of handsome, and the corners of his mouth turned up as he said, Really? What kind of services are available then? Give me a. Jiraiya touched his parched pockets, remembering that he didn't have much money left on him, and that he hadn't even bothered to collect his draft fee the other day in order to find Orochimaru. He changed his tone. How much for the cheapest service? The waitress was still full of smiles and her attitude hadn't changed at all. The cheapest thing in our store is the ear-picking service. It only costs 5,000 taels. It was the first time Jiraiya had heard the word and wondered, what does ear-picking do? Ear-picking services clean the ear canals and improve hearing, as well as relieve stress and provide a unique relaxing experience. Professional ear-picking in our store effectively removes earwax through professional techniques, keeping the ear canal healthy and helping to improve microcirculation in the ear, giving you a comfortable feeling. The waiter seemed to have memorized the passage and spoke it fluently with his mouth open. Jiraiya nodded in bewilderment. So it was literally ear-picking, he thought. It was stomping on the ear with his foot? Jiraiya's hand felt into his pocket, and his fingertips twirled the only remaining coins. 5,000 taels. Jiraiya flashed a smile and waved his hand with bravado. Then give me this ear picker. Okay, handsome, please follow me, I'll show you to your room. Without moving his feet, Jiraiya asked, Is it okay if I want to go to dinner before picking my ears? With a deliberately embarrassed smile, Jiraiya rubbed his stomach and said, I didn't eat at night, so I'm hungry. The girl waitress said, Of course you can. In this way, I will take you to your room first, then I will take you to the restaurant. When you are done eating you can go back to your room. There is a bell to press in the room. As long as you press the bell, our technician will come to serve you yet. Jiraiya was staggered to hear. TSK, so advanced? Okay, just do what you said. Jiraiya dangled behind the girl waitress, looking around at the gorgeous outfits like Lao Lao had entered the Grand View Garden. You must have spent a lot of money on this decoration. You can't even find a store this nice over in Unikuni. The Ponzi Cave was kind of the first store that Jiraiya had seen that was so lavishly and ornately decorated. After being taken to the room by the waitress, and thanking the waitress for taking herself there and asking her to tell her the location of the restaurant, Zirai found her way there on her own. Looking around the store before heading over, Zirai headed to the restaurant. When we arrived at the restaurant, it was packed and almost all the tables were quite full. Looking at Jiraiya surprised. This is a massage parlor? I'd even believe it when I say it's a restaurant. Chapter 116, seemingly picking ears, but actually eating. Jiraiya glanced around the restaurant and pulled out a chair at a table that wasn't full. That's when he looked at this guy sitting at the same table who felt a little familiar, but the face was unfamiliar, and he was certain he had never seen it before. But there was something familiar about the way this man was making himself feel. Jiraiya stared at the shady-looking man. And you are? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who was sitting down with a mask on his face, with an odd expression on his face, and released a little of his chakra breath slightly. It's me. Jiraiya felt his opponent's chakra and was stunned, Before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya reacted by instantly closing his voice, looking around, realizing that no one was paying attention to this side, and looking at Orochimaru and lowering his voice. Why are you here? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Then why are you here? Jiraiya said righteously. I'm gathering information. Orochimaru squinted at him. Gathering information at a massage parlor? Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiraiya said, what's wrong with a massage parlor? With so many people here and everything, it's the perfect place to scout for information. Then I'm here to pass the time. Orochimaru said, looking down and inhaling the strong beef noodles, taking a few bites and elegantly wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. While chewing, he looked over at Zirai. Seeing Orochimaru eating so well, Jiraiya probed and smelled a scent, and immediately felt his stomach getting hungry as well. So the matter of prying for information was put behind him for the moment. What kind of face do you have? Jiraiya asked, gulping. Orochimaru picked at the sliced meat in his bowl. Can't you tell from the beef? So this is beef noodle? Orochimaru nodded. Give me a bite, Jiraiya said as he was about to grab the bowl of noodles in front of Orochimaru, but it was served away by Orochimaru, who was prepared for it. Orochimaru had spent most of his life with Jiraiya, and it was safe to say that he knew what fart to expect when Jiraiya raised his butt. It's free over there. Just go ahead and order one, Orochimaru said as he raised his chin towards the restaurant bar. After all these years, you're still so petty. Jiraiya gave Orochimaru a grudging look at the bowl of noodles in his hand and got up to go to the bar to order. Orochimaru placed the bowl of noodles back on the table and ate unhurriedly, occasionally looking around, a glint in his eye from time to time. So far, he had found several Uchiha clan ninjas. None of them gave him a weak feeling. The weakest ones were at the level of Nakanobu or above. But exactly how it would be depended on whether or not they had opened the Uchiha clan's blood succession limit Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips, just wondering if there was a three-hooked shuriken here. He was now interested in the Sharingan eye, and wanted more material. Like a one-hooked jade, two-hooked jade, three-hooked jade Sharingan eye. He wanted it all. There may be good material in this massage parlor right now. Hey, the Uchiha's people can't really tell if they've opened their Sharingan if they don't take the initiative to open their Sharingan. Orochimaru slightly regretted that he couldn't tell which one was the Uchiha with his Sharingan eyes on. The scope of the capture was much greater, and there was a chance that things would quickly fall apart, drawing a siege from the Uchiha plus the entire village of ninjas. He, Orochimaru, wasn't a brick wall, and even with Jiraiya combined, he couldn't hold back that many ninjas. Orochimaru glanced at the back of Jiraiya who was ordering at the bar, plus the fact that this Jiraiya guy was historically nosy and this guy couldn't help but stop him. Orochimaru still resisted the idea for the time being so as not to startle the enemy. The two of them should have no problem catching the fallen Uchiha Futsuki. As powerful as the kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes were, they shouldn't be able to stop him from joining forces with Jiraiya. Originally, Jiraiya's strength was already not to be underestimated. Plus there was an additional immortal mode undercurrent. It could be said that as long as Uchiha Futsuki had a chance to fall in the village, he would be able to get Uchiha Futsuki's kaleidoscope rider's eye. For the sake of Uchiha Fuyua's kaleidoscope riding will eye, Orochimaru will never lose a lot for a small reason, and he has never considered such a thing as losing a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. Perhaps if they went well, after finishing off Uchiha Futsuki, and if there was still time, he could come back here again, or even if he was bold, it wouldn't be out of the question to get a few pairs of eyes right into the Uchiha clan land. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. Jiraiya! Make up your mind to do it quickly. I can't wait. Orochimaru thought to himself as he looked at Jiraiya's back. Jiraiya did not know the thoughts of Orochimaru behind him. He ordered some old food at this time, did not wait long, carrying freshly baked dumplings smiling back to his seat, and feasted on them. Over here, Shizen had just cleaned her new home without a speck of dust. Seeing that it was also quite late, Tsunade-sama didn't say when she would be back. Shizune, who hadn't eaten dinner, was already hungry, and she planned to go out to eat. In fact, she would prefer to buy the vegetables back to cook and eat by herself. But unfortunately, the kitchen of the new home is not ready yet. There are quite a few things missing, and tomorrow she still has to go out to purchase daily necessities, such as kitchen knives chopsticks oil and salt These things, after buying back, you can cook in the new home from tomorrow onwards, without having to go out to eat at a restaurant and spend unnecessary money. Today is the last meal out. Shizen went out and skulked around, intending to find a cheap restaurant. Just about to walk into a restaurant, looking in through the doorway to see the prices of the meals marked on the walls, Shizen suddenly stopped in her tracks with a twitch in her heart. The price of this meal. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Shizen suddenly thought of something and her eyes brightened slightly. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that the price of a meal at this restaurant was a bit more expensive than the cheapest ear-picking program in the Ponzi Cave. Here a meal may not be enough to eat. Go to the Ponzi Cave ear-picking. Then, not only can spend less money, but also to the Ponzi Cave free restaurant to eat unlimited. Want to eat as much as you want to eat as much as you want to eat. The flavor of the meal is also delicious and tasty. So why doesn't she, go to the Ponzi Cave? Trying to understand, Shizen turned on her feet and headed towards the Panacea Cave. The old Asakusa Street was not far from the new home, and thanks to the fact that the new home that Tsunade-sama had asked for from Naruto-sama was located in the center of Konoha's bustle, it was easy to get to anywhere. Soon, Shizen arrived at the Pancake Cave. Shizen had already been here once and breezed into the store, not waiting for the welcoming attendant to say anything about doing an ear-picking. Once the waitress brought her to the small room where the ear-picking was done, Shizen asked if she could go eat first before doing the ear-picking. The waiter was quick to comply with the mute request and told the store that a new button feature had been added to the room, so that if you press the button, a waiter would come over to serve you. Chapter 117, Shizuku Pancher Cave accidentally runs into Jiraiya. Tattletale? By the time the waiter had just gone out in front of her, Shizen had gone out of the room in the back, and the waiter had thoughtfully waited at the door to give Shizen directions to the free restaurant. After saying goodbye to this beautiful and kind-hearted lady, Mute in a good mood headed to the free restaurant. Walking down the gilded corridors, one could unintentionally see people in the rooms on either side. With such great service, it's only fitting that your business is booming. A smile played at the corner of Shizune's mouth, but then it suddenly occurred to her. Was it possible that there were others, like her, who used the cheapest service and actually came here to eat? With more people taking advantage of the situation, maybe Pancake doesn't make any money at all, right? It might even lose money. Shizen did some mental math and realized that the cost of this free restaurant might not be a small number. Thinking that way, so much conscience grew in Shizune's heart. The next second her stomach grumbled. Shizen instantly threw the uneasiness in her head out of her mind. She shook her head. No matter. Eat first. I'll make up for it by ordering a couple of the most expensive services in a few days when I make a lot of money doing tasks. Newt walked around a corner and could see the free restaurant up ahead. His eyes continued forward, landing at the bar. And suddenly his face froze. A tall white-haired figure stood at the bar, facing sideways to this side of the doorway. Despite the mask on the man's face, Shizune recognized him instantly. Jiraiya-sama? Shizune covered her small mouth in shock and subconsciously retreated behind the corner. Lord Jiraiya is really here? A torn look appeared on Shizune's face. She was still thinking about that the other day when she met the fifth Naruto over eel rice at that seafood restaurant. Jiraiya-sama wants to seek revenge on Naruto-sama. Should she tell Naruto-sama? Then she went off on a mission to make money and forgot all about it. By now, after seeing Lord Jiraiya again, she had brought it back to mind. For Lord Jiraiya to be here, I'm guessing Lord Orochimaru is here as well? Shizune, however, remembered clearly that Tsunade-sama had told her that Jiraiya-sama had gone to Orochimaru-sama after being rejected by Tsunade-sama. Shizune quietly poked her head out from behind the corner and surveyed the restaurant across the street. Unfortunately, the view from the hallway aisle was such that she couldn't see the entirety of the restaurant. Only the bar and a few chairs in the aisle. Jiraiya-sama soon left the bar with her food and walked away where she couldn't see it. Shizune clenched her small hands, caught in a tangle of indecision. What was before her now was whether or not she should go and tell Naruto-sama. On the one hand, Tsunade-sama's old acquaintances, Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama. And on the other hand, the fifth Naruto-sama. The former didn't know her well, only having met her a few times, while the latter, just today, gave them a new home in the busy area of Kiba. Shizun didn't hesitate for long, and quickly came to a decision, only to see her turn around and walk away, as if she had made up her mind of some sort, her gaze firm as if she were a will of fire inheritor, hurriedly heading to the Naruto building. Halfway down the road, he suddenly remembered the words Tsunade-sama had spat out last night when she returned from the Naruto building. They say that Naruto-sama doesn't work overtime and comes home from work right on time. Then by now Naruto-sama should be in his own home. After Shizun figured it out, she rushed towards the Uchiha clan land. At this time, Jiraiya did not know that his infiltration into Konoha was about to be exposed by Shizun. Over here in the dining room, Jiraiya was unknowingly still feasting, with 5-6 clean and empty bowls already stacked on the table. Honestly, the meals served in this massage parlor tasted really good. And unlike the food he had tasted in various places outside the world, the meals here tasted like home. It's so delicious. Boss, have another one. Jiraiya clunked his bowl and ate it clean, raising his empty bowl towards the bar chef and shouting. The chef didn't show the slightest impatience and agreed with a smile. Hi-yo, right away. Customers can eat more, like to eat, just to recognize his cooking. This spiritual satisfaction will make him willing to work harder. Satisfied with his drink and meal, Jiraiya half-lounged in his chair, cozily picking his teeth with the toothpick provided on the table. There was no sense of urgency to probe for information. Orochimaru couldn't look away and reminded, "Aren't you going to gather information yet? When are you going to do it? What's the hurry? I've just finished eating. Let's rest for a while. It's easy to gather information. We'll work later." Jiraiya grunted as he rubbed his rolled belly in comfort. Orochimaru. And at the same time, a large bird flew over in the night sky outside of Kiba village. If you look closely, you can see several other figures sitting on the back of the large bird. On closer inspection, one can see that the big bird's wings are clearly flying steadily with little stirring motion. Big bird back, the view pulls in. In the moonlight, the teenager standing in front of the bird's neck wore a whitewashed dress with a few holes in it, a high-collared black robe jacket over it, and dark blonde hair with his left eye blocked by hair that hung down to the bottom of his face. The top of the head has raised braids, pilgrimage braids, and the long hair underneath is hidden in the dress. The young man curiously looked down at the ever-closer Kiba village. This was the first time he had ever traveled to the land of fire, and the first time he had ever seen Kiba village at night. Kiba village at night, the lights spread to the sky like a poem. A river of stars twinkles overhead, and lights glow underfoot. Stayed in the stone mountain 3 years of teenagers, even if the character of jumping out of my way, in the first time to see such a beautiful night scene, also cannot help but fall into a stagnation. A long time cannot come back to God. At that moment, the teenager with 2 tear ducts on his face came to his side, and after admiring the beautiful Konoha village night view for a while, he pointed to the head of the spectacular Naruto rock wall and introduced, "That's the landmark of our village, the Naruto rock, and the heads carved on it are the Naruto-samas of our village through the generations. It's similar to the Earth Shadow Rock, the iconic building in your village that honors successive generations of Earth Shadows." "I'm going to be working here from now on?" Deidara snapped back, a little depressed. That said, working for a Konoha village ninja, does that count as defecting from the village? It was only then that Deidara's mind flashed to the old man's serious face, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Well, we've arrived." Land. The skunk pointed a bearing to the very center of Kiba village, the Uchiha clan land. He was going to let Big Bird land directly on the head of the Uchiha clan land, and save himself the trouble of having to come in through the gate again. Chapter 118, On the Honor of the Uchiha Clan. I give you my word. Okay. Thoughts came and went quickly, and Deidara quickly threw the old man under the bus, answering casually and maneuvering his beloved Big Bird to begin landing. Over here, Shizun also arrived outside the gate of the Uchiha clan land. She was just about to enter when she was stopped by the Uchiha at the door. "Stand there. What for?" the Uchiha asked, reaching out to stop Shizun. Her nostrils turned up. After the re-emergence of the Uchiha clan these days, it has to be said that some Uchiha are really drifting a bit, and it is the norm to see people talking with their noses in the air. Of course, this situation is mostly seen in the middle and lower ninja in the Uchiha clan, and most of the upper ninja of the Uchiha are kinda normal when they work as undercover agents around Fuyue. I have an important matter to see Naruto-sama. Can you let me in? No, it's fine if I wait here. Please inform Naruto-sama. I have something urgent to tell him. Shizun, this being the first time she had ever snitched, was a little nervous and her face wasn't very natural. The snub-nosed Uchiha glanced at Shizun, seeing that she was a model good girl, and muttered, "What's so important to see Naruto-sama at this hour of the night?" But it was about Naruto-sama, so the Uchiha shinobi guarding the door didn't dare to be abrasive as he said seriously, What's your name? Shizune hurriedly replied. My name is Shizune. After she finished remembering that Naruto-sama probably didn't have much of an impression of her, she hastened to add, I'm Tsunade-sama's maid, and I have something very urgent to tell Naruto-sama. The Uchiha Shiminobu had also heard of the Sannin Tsunade's name. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, thinking that it was the Sannin Tsunade who was looking for the clan chief-sama on an urgent matter. He didn't dare to delay even more, and hurriedly said, Wait a moment. I'll go to inform Naruto-sama right now. It was also Shizune's good looks that gave her points. If a fresh-faced male had come in, the Uchiha shinobi would have said, before asking for a name, who are you? And is Naruto-sama something you can see whenever you want to see him? Have you made an appointment? If you don't have an appointment, get lost. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go tell Naruto-sama. The Uchiha shinobi spoke to his companion and left in a hurry. Shizune walked back and forth a little apprehensively, something in her heart wanting to flinch, but thinking that all have already come here. Come all. That Uchiha even went to inform. Has already reported himself? Now want to slip also too late. It's okay, Shizune. You're doing the right thing. Don't be afraid. Shizune thought about what she had seen and heard in the village over the past few days. Everything was so harmonious and stable, and she had also made a lot of money by working together with a few kind ninjas to complete a multiplayer quest. I wonder what would have become of Konoha village if the fifth Naruto, who brought all this about, had been assassinated by Lord Jiraiya. Thinking of this, Shizune stiffly suppressed the thought of retreating and patiently waited for Naruto-sama to arrive. She didn't have to wait long before she saw from a distance two figures appear on the road hurrying towards the gate. Coming. Shizune breathed a sigh of relief, yet when the two figures approached and saw that the figure behind the doorman was a woman, subconsciously uneasiness rose in her heart. Why is it a female? Where's Naruto-sama? The Uchiha Shiminobu who went and returned seemed to see what Shizune was thinking in her heart and opened her mouth to explain. Naruto-sama is not here. This is Mrs. Naruto. What important things do you have to say to this adult as well? With that said, the Uchiha shinobi had the good sense to step aside. So it's Mrs. Naruto. Shizune shot a glance at the beautiful airy and elegant woman in front of her. Uchiha Mikan also looked at this well-behaved looking girl, and compared it to the little girl in her mind from back then when she left after Tsunade-sama. And there was indeed a 7 or 8% resemblance in her appearance. Shizune, right? You came to see Naruto-sama. Is something wrong with Tsunade-sama? Seeing Shizune's expression of uneasiness and anxiety, Uchiha Makoto took the initiative to ask with concern. Shizune instantly shook her head, thinking that it should be the same with Naruto-sama's wife snitching in his absence. Shizune looked around as a thief and whispered, Ma'am, what I'm about to say has to do with Naruto-sama. I'll leave when I'm done and would prefer that you don't disclose that I was the one who informed you of the news. Is that okay? She didn't want Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama to know that she was the one who told on them, and she was going to finish the story and then swallow it in her stomach without telling anyone. Even Tsunade-sama doesn't say anything. After all, the matter of informing on her is her own initiative. If she makes Tsunade-sama inside and outside, it's not good. As long as the Uchiha side didn't say anything, then no one would know that they had ratted on him. As Uchiha Mitsuru listened to her solemn tone, her face became serious and solemn as well after being slightly stunned. Something to do with the husband? Uchiha Michin solemnly said, Don't worry. I promise you on the honor of the Uchiha clan. Today's matter, out of your mouth, into my ears. Any information about you, I will not tell anyone else to know. Shizune took a deep breath and whispered. It's like this. Earlier Lord Jiraiya found Lord Tsunade and wanted to ask Lord Tsunade to return to the village with him to avenge the third Naruto. When Shizune saw the slight change in Uchiha Mitsuru's face, she hurriedly said, Of course, Tsunade-sama didn't agree to Jiraiya-sama's request and refused it on the spot. Noticing that Uchiha Mitsuru's face looked better, Shizune continued. Then Lord Jiraiya went to find Lord Orochimaru, and then just now, I saw Lord Jiraiya at the free restaurant in the Pancher Cave, and Lord Orochimaru. I didn't see him but I guess I should have come as well, and they were supposed to come to assassinate Naruto-sama, and I think that this is something that we should hurry up and tell you guys about. Uchiha Mikan gratefully held Shizune's hand. Thank you for coming to inform us of this matter. We, the Uchiha clan, will remember your kindness. Shizune's other hand hastily waved her hand. It's fine. It's fine. You'd better hurry up and tell Naruto-sama. This matter can't be delayed. Then I'm going to take my leave first. Now that the situation was urgent, Uchiha Mitsuru was not in the mood to leave Shizune behind to thank her for some time. Okay, you take your time. When this matter is over, I will be solemnly thanking you, so please be sure to show your face at that time. Okay. Shizune nodded her head, looked around, and left at a quick pace. After running away, Shizune couldn't help but look back at the gates of the Uchiha clanland, rubbing her chest in a much better mood. It was always a matter of getting the story out. As for what would happen afterward, that was none of her business. Shizun didn't dare to go back to the Ponzi cave either. Maybe there would be a fight there later. Shizun then found the restaurant next door for dinner, and after eating apprehensively, rushed back to her new home. This side of the Uchiha Mitsuru watched Shizun walk away before departing for the Naruto building without stopping. Chapter 119, You're harboring Jiraiya Orochimaru? Nara Kagu's persistence. The message her husband left for her mentioned that in case there was anything she couldn't solve, she could go to the Naruto auxiliary to discuss it. Even though her husband wasn't in the village right now, Uchiha Mitsuru was actually not that scared, because the husband's message said, the dark part he did not even take away. The Uchiha clan's upper ninja all stayed in the village. More than 33 Hook Jade upper ninja is where her bottom line is. Isn't it the Sannin Jiraiya Orochimaru? Others were afraid of them, but the Uchiha clan was not. And it's not the old Kiba village anymore. Now Kiba village is their Uchiha clan's home turf. Jiraiya returned to the village with Orochimaru, a renegade shinobi, and arguably threw himself into the net. Soon, Uchiha Mitsuru arrived at the Naruto building. Without any obstacles, Uchiha Mitsuru arrived on the third floor, just in time to run into the Grand Elder Uchiha Sahu, who had just come out of his office. He had the papers in his hand, ready to go to Naruto Auxiliary's office to get Nara Kagura to sign them. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto, who had hurriedly arrived, Uchiha Sahu was surprised. Mikoto? What brings you here? Grand Elder. Something has happened, Uchiha Mitsuru said. Uchiha Sahu's eyes glazed over. What happened? It's Jiraiya with Orochimaru. Seeing that the Grand Elder was still going to pursue the matter, Uchiha Mitsuru said, Grand Elder, let's go to Auxiliary Lord's office and I'll explain it together. Uchiha Sahu nodded and the two hurried to the Naruto Auxiliary office. Nara Kagura was taking care of political matters when he saw Uchiha Satoru come in with Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mitsuru had never been to the Naruto building before, and by suddenly arriving while this Naruto-sama was out, the smart Nara Kagura immediately sensed something. He immediately put down the political affairs in his hand and stood up with a grave gaze. What happened? Seeing that Nara Kagura was so cooperative, Uchiha Mitsuru immediately told the whole story. Before Nara Kagura could say anything, Uchiha Sihu said angrily first, even if Jiraiya is fine, Orochimaru, this renegade ninja even has the guts to go back to the village. I think he's looking for death. Uchiha Sure who blew his beard and eyes out. Auxiliary Lord, let's gather our men to surround Jiraiya Orochimaru immediately. Nara Kagura calmly said, Counselor Sihu, please be at ease for a moment yet. He looked to Uchiha Mikoto for confirmation. Mikoto-sama, where did you learn of this news? Can the authenticity of the news be confirmed? Uchiha Mikan's eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both long-established ninja. In order not to beat the bushes, she has not yet sent people to check out the Ponzi cave since she learned of the news, but instead, she came here at the first opportunity. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Mitsuru decided to trust Shizun for once, and she nodded. I can be sure of that, because the Panzori cave is the property of our Uchiha clan, and one of the clansmen discovered Jiraiya with Orochimaru. A glint flashed in Nara Kagura's eyes as he said, so where did you learn that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were returning to the village to assassinate Naruto-sama? Facing Nara Kagura's question, Uchiha Mikan was a bit embarrassed. She had already promised Shizun that she wouldn't reveal it to others to know, and for a moment she couldn't say anything. Uchiha Satoru frowned. Nara Auxiliary, what do you mean by that? He coldly said, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are originally Sarutobi's disciples. It is not wrong to return to the village to avenge their teacher. Where is the need for any reason? If you don't want to send someone, then we, the Uchiha clan, can handle it ourselves. Seeing the Grand Elder speak up for herself, Uchiha Mitsuru was slightly relieved. Or are you trying to harbor Jiraiya Orochimaru? A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of Uchiha Shirhu. Nara Kagura hurriedly said, Advisor Sihu, I have no intention of harboring anyone. I'm just worried that it's the other villages that are taking advantage of this. After all, now that Naruto-sama is out of town and has left the village in my hands, then I have to be cautious as well. Seeing that Nara Kagura was speaking sincerely, Uchiha Shirhu's face also cleared up a little. Uchiha Mitsuru also explained, that's true. I heard it from someone else as well, and I'm sorry that I've promised her to keep her identity a secret. Nara Kagura nodded in understanding. In fact, he could see that the Uchiha Mitsuru was covering it up, and that was probably it. He mused and said, since you said that Jiraiya and Orochimaru are targeting Naruto-sama, then we don't have to rush into it at all. We can wait and see first. Seeing Uchiha Shirhu and Uchiha Mikan reveal a puzzled expression, Nara Kagura explained, the strength of Jiraiya and Orochimaru are not to be underestimated, so if you want to solve them, there will definitely be casualties. Since the two of them were targeting Naruto-sama, they would definitely wait for Naruto-sama to show up before choosing to strike. And since Naruto-sama wasn't in the village right now, how would they assassinate him? I mean, now in addition to the Cloud-Hidden village has launched aggression, and the other three major villages are still in an unknown state of affairs. We had better be prudent. To Jiraiya Orochimaru as a wait-and-see treatment. They cannot find the target. The probability will not make a move. We only need to send a person stationed in the Uchiha clan land, to prevent them from not being able to find the Naruto Lord, to relocate the wrath of the Uchiha clan. If they do, it won't be too late to round them up then. Nara Kagura said, here's my opinion. What do you guys think? Uchiha Mitsuru and Uchiha Sahu glanced at each other, and Uchiha Sahu asked, is Auxiliary Lord so confident that Jiraiya and Orochimaru won't cause trouble in the village? He preferred to mobilize his manpower to clean up Jiraiya and Orochimaru right now. The clan leader Sama didn't take the dark part with him. The power of their Uchiha clan was in the village. Even without the help of the village, he was confident that by gathering the whole clan's power, he could completely take care of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Nara Kagura explained, from what I know of Jiraiya, he is an excellent Konoha ninja who loves the village very much and possesses the will of fire. It's not true that he has a personal vendetta against Naruto-sama because of the third generation, but I believe that he shouldn't cause trouble and destroy the village because of his selfishness. As for Orochimaru, Nara Kagura frowned, a little less sure of this one's words. This one is a ruthless character who has done human experiments in the village and is capable of doing anything, so this one should really take precautions. As I just said, dealing with Jiraiya Orochimaru is indeed doable with our current strength, but there will be casualties. Now that Naruto-sama is at the border to expel the invasion of the Cloud-Hidden village, and with several other villages unknown, I think it's better for us to save our strength and not waste unnecessary casualties, Nara Kagura said insistently. Chapter 120, Sorry Naruto. Sorry Sasuke. Alright then, let's do as you say, Uchiha Sahu said helplessly. After all, Naruto-sama left the village in your hands, so it's up to you to decide. Uchiha Mikan also said, Nara Auxiliary. In the message Futsuki left me, he said that he had something to discuss with you. I believe in your decision, so let's do as you say. We Uchiha will cooperate with you to the fullest. Seeing that both Uchiha Shiryu and Uchiha Mikan agreed with his decision, Nara Kagura revealed a happy smile. Thank you both for your trust. Please don't worry. I've already promised Naruto-sama that I won't let anything happen to the village, so please trust me. I won't let Naruto-sama down with this trust in me. Nara Kagyu had a determined look in his eyes. The three then made a deal about what was to come next. Mostly Nara Kagura was talking, with Uchiha Mitsuru and Uchiha Sahu nodding. Soon after, Uchiha Mitsuru left in a hurry. Following her was the Direct Darkness Team 1 and 2, led by Kakashi himself. They would deploy their defenses in the Uchiha lands, plus a ninja from the Hyuga clan would go forward to help with scouting duties. However, whenever Jiraiya and Orochimaru approached the Uchiha clan land, they would be the first to be detected by the white eyes of the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. On top of that, Nara Kagura takes the remaining three teams of the Dark Sect, accompanied by Hyuga Hinata Uchiha Sesshu, and heads to the Panchur cave to meet back with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. He planned to have a showdown with Jiraiya Orochimaru and tell Jiraiya directly about Lord Naruto's absence from the village. Since Jiraiya is here to trouble Naruto-sama, let's ask him to go to the border to seek revenge on Naruto-sama. From what he knew of Jiraiya, this one shouldn't be able to implicate anyone else in the village. And as for Orochimaru, he couldn't say. But as long as they took care of Jiraiya and made sure that Jiraiya wouldn't interfere, then they wouldn't be afraid of Orochimaru even if he tried to make something happen. Nara Kagura glanced at the 10 dark sectors behind him, feeling a little less safe. After all, they were the long-established Sannin. He simply went and called for the upper ninja from the Inu Deer and Butterfly clans to accompany him again. Looking at the grand group of upper ninjas behind him, Nara Kagura's heart was much more at ease. A large group of people marched towards the old Asakusa Street. As Uchiha Mitsuru returned to the Uchiha clan land, Deidara also maneuvered the big bird to land smoothly in the training ground of the Uchiha clan land. It's spacious and good for landing. The large bird lowered itself in lifelike fashion, and Deidara was the first to jump off the bird's back, bouncing in place a few times and doing a few chest-expanding exercises as he glanced around. Weasel, Yakashino Neyu, and Draikazana Jirai also jumped off the back of the bird one after another. Come on, let's go see Naruto-sama first. The Uchiha took a few people towards his home. It was this time of the day, and my father, who was under the impression that he never worked overtime after becoming Naruto, should be at home. Not far from the training ground, there was a sudden shout of surprise from behind him. Nissan! The Uchiha turned around mentally and saw his brother Sasuke with Naruto. The Uchiha flashed a smile and waved towards his two younger brothers. The next moment Sasuke and Naruto rushed over like a wild horse out of control. Nissan! Sasuke ran over to him and paused in his tracks a bit fearfully when he saw the stranger beside his brother. Naruto was a different story. Whooshing past Sasuke and around Yakushino Neu Onimusha Deidara in a precise hold on the skunk's thigh. "Brother Weasel, you're finally back. Where did you go for fun?" Naruto asked with a curious look on his face. Weasel smiled and stroked Naruto's head. "Went far away, oh." Weasel drew circles with his hands. "There are so many big bare rocky mountains there. Wow. I've never seen that before. I'd like to see the big bear mountains too," Naruto said longingly. Last time he had heard Sister Jingin say that there were so many fun places out there, and he had long wanted to go and see them. "Sorry Naruto. Next time." Weasel smiled and stroked Naruto's head. Sasuke's eyes glazed over. "Damn you Naruto, that's my prerogative. That action of my brother can only be done to me." Jealous, Sasuke didn't care about strangers anymore. He just squeezed over and wrapped his arms around Weasel's other thigh, burying his head in Weasel. "Listen, you promised me last time that you'd teach me jutsu, so let's go now before it's too late." Sasuke looked up expectantly. A flicker of embarrassment flashed across the skunk's face as he said, "Sorry Sasuke, brother's got things to do right now." Seeing Sasuke's lost expression, the Uchiha Weasel thought to himself that he had also excused his brother too many times, and it wasn't good. So he said, "Tell you what Sasuke, why don't you and Naruto wait for me at the training grounds, and I'll come to the training grounds for you after I've gone to see my father-sama." Seeing his brother finally agree, a hint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, but then he said, "Listen, father isn't homo." The Uchiha was slightly stunned. Was the sun coming out of the west? How could father be working late at this hour? However, Naruto's next comment made him show surprise. "Uncle is out of town too," Naruto muttered. Naruto was honestly feeling a little lonely not being able to see Oju without being at home for the past few days yet. "Out of town?" With a bad feeling in his heart, the Uchiha Weasel hurriedly asked, "Sasuke, what happened?" Sasuke scratched his head. "I'm not really sure but Kaizen should know. You can ask Kaizen at home." The Uchiha Weasel had been worried before that the other villages would take advantage of Kiba's weakness to attack the village, and now that his father-sama was suspected to have left the village, something big must have happened. At this point the Uchiha Weasel couldn't care less about teaching his brother ninjutsu, he just wanted to know what was going on right away. "I'm sorry Sasuke, my brother might not be able to come down to the training grounds later, so you and Naruto have a good training session. Next time I'll." With that said, the Uchiha greeted a few people and prepared to leave. When the next moment he saw his mother coming over the main gate of the clanland, the Uchiha's eyes lit up, and before he could lean over, he saw a number of dark sections following behind the Uchiha Makoto, led by a silver-haired Kakashi. The Uchiha was flabbergasted and slightly glad that it seemed he had come back just in time. As soon as he came back, he came across something big happening in the village. He rushed to meet him. "Kaizen." After listening to Nara Kagura's analysis, Uchiha Mitsuru's worry in her heart had actually gone for the most part, and she was more worried about Sasuke and Naruto, who had stayed in the clan's land. While she was gone, the two boys stayed in the training grounds training as before. It wouldn't be good if they were targeted by Jiraiya Orochimaru. She came back quickly, but she didn't expect to see her oldest son back as well. "Weasel, you're back just in time." A hint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Mitsuru's eyes. Chapter 121 The Skunk, carrying out the last wish of Sansui, guarding the peace of Konoha. She was more at ease with her oldest son. At that moment, Kakashi waved his hand, and as if receiving a signal, the other dark sections whooshed and scattered from their positions. They were originally the upper ninja of the Uchiha clan. Returning to the clanland at this time was no different from returning home, and quickly and swiftly set up a dark sentry. 3 steps, 1 sentry, 5 steps, 1 guard. Even without the Hyuga clan coming to help, they were confident that no one would be able to break through their line of steel defense. These 23-hook jade shuriken eyes are no joke. Even if a shadow-class powerhouse came, he would have to peel off a layer of skin. The Uchiha walked up to him. By this time the dark clan members had already dispersed, and he was busy asking, "Kaizen, what's going on? I heard Sasuke say that Father-sama went out of the village? Did the other villages call?" The Uchiha was filled with concentration. Uchiha Mitsuru said, "Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me and I'll tell you slowly." Seeing that his mother was still calm, the Uchiha realized that things shouldn't be as bad as he thought yet, but he had just associated it with the scene just now. Even the clansmen of the Dark Division had come back in such large numbers. What had happened to cause the need for so many clansmen to come back from the clanland? At this time, Uchiha Mikan also began to explain the situation. "It's like this. 2 days ago, the Cloud Hidden Village's spies sent back news that the Cloud Hidden Village had sent a troop to attack the border post, with a large number of people, and your father was worried that the border post wouldn't be able to carry it off, so he personally led the troop to go to support it." "So what's going on now?" Uchiha asked with a frown. It's hard to believe that the people from the cloud-hidden village bypassed father and hit the village neighborhood? What's going on? Uchiha Makoto didn't react for a moment. No news had come back from the front line yet, and she didn't know how Futsuki was doing now. Puzzled, the Uchiha asked, "What are the clan shinobi doing back here?" "Ah, you say that," Uchiha Mikan explained. "Actually it's Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the three ninjas who have returned. They are disciples of the third generation Sarutobi Hizuru, and I've gotten word that they've come back to seek revenge on your father. Right now, I'm in Panchur Cave, so I just went to the Naruto building to get help from the Great Elder and Nara Auxiliary. Nara Auxiliary's countermeasure is to have the dark sections protect the Uchiha clan lands from an attack by Jiraiya Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Orochimaru from the Sannin." "Ha?" Uchiha Weasel indistinctly. When he was 4 years old on the battlefield, these two had long been the commander of a side of the battlefield, mighty and powerful. With the strength of the force, it's no wonder that the clan's upper shinobi seniors are needed to return. The Uchiha was puzzled. "If you know where they are, why don't you make the first move?" Uchiha Mitsuru replied. The Great Elder thought so too, but Nara Auxiliary disagreed. He said that fighting is possible, but there will be casualties. At present, except for the cloud-hidden village, the movements of several other villages are still unclear. It is best to focus on preserving strength. It is best not to fight if you can. After all, your father isn't in the village right now, so even if they wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't be able to find your father. Just in case they can't find your father in turn to implicate the Uchiha, let the dark sectors come back for defense. The Uchiha nodded. This seemed conservative, but it really was a good way to deal with the situation as it stood. Zirai, he also knows, is an excellent Kiba ninja senpai who loves the village very much and possesses the will of fire. It's just a shame that such a good Konoha ninja has to make an enemy of his father Sama. Obviously we're all Konoha ninja. How great would it be if we could protect the village together? The Uchiha sighed. In the next instant Uchiha's face was solemn as he said, "Kaizen, let me help as well." Anyone who tried to destroy the village would not be tolerated by him. It was also Stopper's will to guard the peace of Konoha. Uchiha Mitsuru nodded her head readily and said, "Okay, you find Captain Kakashi and communicate. I'll take Sasuke and Naruto home first." "I know." The Uchiha Weasel nodded and looked to the side at Kakashi respectfully. "Kakashi-senpai, I'm going to trouble you again. Over here, Nara Kagyu and the others have also arrived at the Panchur Cave. Because it was a secret visit, Pansy Cave did not receive any message alerts and remained in business as normal. Every now and then people come in and out in groups of 3 or 5 in pairs." Nara Kagura asked gruffly. "Takuma, how is it? See them?" Next to him, the youthful-looking Hinata Takuma grimaced out of the corner of his eye, his white eyes opening to look into the pansies. "Just a moment, Auxiliary Lord." Hinata Takuma slowly rotated his vision and suddenly paused, his face serious. "There, these two huge amounts of chakra should be Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Originally, when the third generation was still around, they would respectfully address Jiraiya as Jiraiya-sama when they saw him, but now that the third generation is dead, they naturally don't need to be respectful to Jiraiya anymore. And at the moment, they are all calling him by his name with a mouthful of Jiraiya." "Good." Nara Kagura's eyes flickered as she said, "Come 5 people and go in with us. The others stay outside, and if there's a fight, you guys can come back in. They're too senior. A Naruto auxiliary, a Naruto advisor, are not like the transfer bed Xiaochun Mito Menyan, like the strength of the regression of the vase. All have the strength of the elite upper ninja, a total of 8 upper ninja. Even if one of the 3 ninjas Zelaya and Orochimaru teamed up, but also cannot be quietly and instantly solve them. Plus, Nara Kagura judges that the probability of Jiraiya striking out at them is low, so they only need to watch out for the renegade Orochimaru." Uchiha Satori had no problem with this and picked out 5 shinobi from the group behind him. Hinata Takuma's white eyes hadn't closed yet, and led them ahead into the Panchur Cave, towards where the amount of chakra far exceeded that of the others. "Counselor Sihu, this seems to be your clan's property, right? Recently, the Pansy Cave has been a big hit in the village. I wonder if there's still a chance to get in on it now." It was almost time to meet up with Jiraiya Orochimaru, and Nara Kagura was even in the mood to joke about it. Uchiha who laughed, Nara Auxiliary joking, "Is the clan juniors try to get a little business? I did not expect to let them get up. If you want to join the shares, I will let him come to you." "Forget it, my family is too busy with the herb business." Nara Kagura smiled and shook her head. That's when Hinata Takuma spoke up. "I can see it, it's in the front restaurant." Nara Kagura Uchiha Sahu also put away his laughter and his face became serious. A few people stepped into the crowded restaurant, and Hinata Takuma pointed to 2 figures sitting there. Nara Kagura took a look at the tall white-haired man with the mask and knew at first glance that it was Jiraiya, and the shadowy man sitting with him was unfamiliar but thought to be Orochimaru without a doubt. Chapter 122 Orochimaru, something's wrong, allies seem to have been turned. And at that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked over as if they had noticed something, and locked eyes with Narakagura and the others. Narakagyu only felt a pressure come over him. Well, in the next moment it disappeared without a trace, only to see Jiraiya smiling as he got up and removed his mask. It's been a long time, Kagyu. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a Naruto auxiliary yet. Narakagura actually had only an average relationship with Jiraiya, and in the face of Jiraiya's playful attitude, Narakagura responded with the same smile. Jiraiya-senpai, it's been a long time, so why don't we change to a quiet place to catch up on old times? Jiraiya didn't refuse and agreed. Good thing too. Orochimaru wasn't hiding it either, unlocking his transformation and reverting to his true form with a thud. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya speechlessly and said, "What's the use of your mask? You might as well use your transformation technique. Now people have found out." Jiraiya expressed his disavowal of the black pot. "Nonsense. It definitely wasn't me. Maybe it was you who was exposed at some point." The two fought and followed Narakagura and the others out of the restaurant and into an empty room next door. Just now, Uchiha Sahu had called the head of the Panchur cave, Uchiha Ryoichi, and asked him to quickly clear out an empty room for them to use. "The two of you have come uninvited, so please forgive our poor hospitality," Narakagura said with a smile. Jiraiya's smile had tightened. "How did you find us?" He was pretty sure he had been careful after sneaking into the village. He shouldn't have been noticed. Narakagura didn't answer his question, but got right to the point. "Jiraiya-senpai, without further ado, you're here to see Naruto-sama, right?" Before Jiraiya could reply, Narakagura continued on her own. "To tell you the truth, Naruto-sama is not in the village at the moment. 2 days ago, our spies in the Cloud Hidden village passed on the news that the Cloud Hidden had sent people to attack the border post, and Naruto-sama has already brought people to personally go to support them." There was a glint in Jiraiya's eyes, and Orochimaru frowned even more. He made a rare trip back with Jiraiya to get Uchiha Futsuki's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Now you're telling me that Uchiha Futake isn't here? Oh, is Godame so timid? Hearing that Jiraiya and I are here, you're too scared to hide to see us?" Orochimaru said mockingly. Uchiha Sure, whose eyes glared as he angrily said, "Orochimaru, you traitorous shinobi of the Konoha village. Watch your tone of voice. Naruto-sama is not someone you can denigrate," Orochimaru said in disbelief. "Isn't that so? Is there such a coincidence? As soon as we came back, the Uchiha Futsuki went to support the front line?" Without waiting for Narakagura to explain, Jiraiya spoke up. "Orochimaru, they weren't wrong. Uchiha Futsuki may have actually gone to support the front lines. Not long ago he had finished his meal and was resting when he happened to see some of his old buddies in the dining room and approached them for information. These old fellows did not hide anything from him, but told him all they knew. Although he didn't know the movements of Naruto-sama, a number of the village's top shinobi had been drawn away and had disappeared for 2 days. Upon comparing it to what Narakagura was informing at the moment, there was a 90% truth to it. Even if they weren't going to support the border posts against Cloud Cain, they were making some kind of big move. After all, normal things didn't require so many shinobi to be involved in the action. A hint of surprise flashed in Narakagura's eyes. It seemed that Jiraiya had acquired the information he needed. As expected of Jiraiya, he had a knack for acquiring information, but accordingly, it could be seen that there were still rats in the village that hadn't been cleaned up. Even if Jiraiya's ability to acquire information was strong, it wasn't as if he had learned of Naruto-sama's movements so quickly. It can only be that someone snitched. Narakagura secretly made a mental note to pursue this matter later when he had time to find out who was eating his words. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. But he really wasn't in the village? Then he hadn't come all this way for nothing? Since Uchiha Futsuki isn't here, it's good to collect some interest first. Orochimaru thought to himself that he would go to the Uchiha clan land to get some eyes later, and wait until the next time to call Jiraiya to come along to the village to get Uchiha Futsuki's kaleidoscope. The village is facing a crisis right now. Jiraiya-senpai, you're still a Konoha ninja now. I hope you'll keep the greater good in mind, Narakagura said. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about that. I want the village to be safe and sound more than anyone else, and I won't spare anyone who dares to disrupt the peace of the village." Listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru's gaze twitched slightly at how something didn't feel quite right anymore. What is it with allies suspected to be turning into enemies? Noticing that Jiraiya gave himself a look, Orochimaru's face turned not so good. He had a strong premonition that Jiraiya had just said this seemingly to himself. Damn it, didn't this guy just say that he went on an intelligence trip and slipped back? Did he meet with Narakagyu in advance? Jiraiya's attitude was clear now, acting like he wasn't going to make any noise in the village, and seemed to be trying to keep an eye on himself to keep him from making any moves. That's a tough one. allies are suspected of being turned. This made Orochimaru a little depressed. Jiraiya-senpai is right. If I were to say who in the village loves the village the most, it would be you. Narakagora smiled and complimented, then looked at Orochimaru and said in a difficult manner. In addition, Orochimaru is a renegade shinobi of the Konoha village, so I'm sure you're well aware of that. So could you hand Orochimaru over to us? Without thinking, Jiraiya refused. No, he didn't come all this way to find Orochimaru's help just to send Orochimaru to his death. It was just that he didn't realize that Uchiha Futsuki happened to be absent from the village. However, his thoughts have changed a bit now. It's not necessarily a fight with Uchiha Futsuki. Based on the various measures that Uchiha Futsuki did after becoming Naruto from his old friend's mouth, it was clear that Uchiha Futsuki was genuinely running the village. The exemption from agricultural business taxes for 3 years was bold, and just by doing that, it had made Jiraiya give up the idea of revenge. And there really wasn't much of a discrepancy between what I'd heard outside earlier. The village seems to have grown even better after the loss of the teacher. Jiraiya had mixed feelings as he thought about it. Since we can't hand Orochimaru over to us, is it possible to keep Orochimaru from showing his true colors in the village? In the face of Jiraiya's decisive refusal, Narakagora didn't look surprised, but continued with a calm face. I'm sure you're well aware of what Orochimaru did in the village back then, when Orochimaru was expelled from the village by the third generation himself, branded as a traitorous shinobi. Chapter 123, House Demolition Effect. Naruto-sama will be here soon. If Orochimaru were to be seen in the village, it would make things difficult for us as well. So what do you mean? Jiraiya's eyes flickered. Narakagora said, I hope that Jiraiya-senpai will keep an eye on Orochimaru and not let him walk around the village or reveal his true form for the villagers to see. His previous offer was a prelude to that statement. There's an old saying, if you want to open a window in a house, everyone disagrees, but if you want to lift the roof, everyone else agrees to open the window. He had known that Jiraiya would not agree to hand over Orochimaru. Sure enough, he saw Jiraiya hesitate a little for 2 seconds before agreeing. I know. I'll keep an eye on Orochimaru, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. He glanced at Orochimaru once more. He wasn't going to do anything about it since he now knew that the village hadn't been affected in any way. He could vaguely sense what Orochimaru was trying to do. Anyone who tried to destabilize the village, he wouldn't let go. Not even Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face clouded over. It really made him feel right. If Jiraiya kept an eye on him, he wouldn't be able to go to the Uchiha clan lands to collect interest. Good. We do want to believe in Jiraiya-senpai. I hope you do what you say you will do. We have things to do, so we'll take our leave. After Narakagora finished speaking, she got up and walked away with her men dryly. Because he had previously said that he would leave the matter to Narakagora, Uchiha Sahu had only warned Orochimaru with a sentence before saying nothing. And at the moment Narakagora was about to leave, and he followed in silence. Walking out of the pancake cave, Hyuga Takuma couldn't help but say, Auxiliary Lord, are we just going to leave? Narakagora glanced at the boyish-looking special upper ninja of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Takuma, and didn't ignore him just because he was from the Hyuga branch of the clan, but patiently said, Jiraiya is still trustworthy, there's no need to worry about it that much. That's why Naruto-sama hasn't declared Jiraiya as a renegade ninja. He loves the village itself. Hyuga Takuma nodded with seeming understanding. Narakagora shook his head. That is, quite a few upper ninjas of the Hyuga clan were taken away by Hyuga Hinata. There was not much manpower left to use, or else they would not be able to use Hyuga Takuma as a special upper ninja. The reason that almost all of the top ninja of the Hyuga clan had poured out was because for the first time ever since that incident, a Hyuga clan member had left the village to go to the front lines, and it was also the head of the Hyuga clan. It could be called a big gamble, putting his life on the shoulders of the fifth Naruto-sama. Even Narakagutsubu somewhat admired Hyuga Hinata's boldness, knowing that the Hyuga clan's white-eyed blood relay limit was a flavorful bun. If Hyuga Hinata could return safely this time, not to mention whether or not he could defeat Cloud Hidden, just this pressure, the credit from the dragon is enough to make Hyuga Hinata sit firmly in the seat of Naruto advisor. After all, this was the first major crisis that the fifth Naruto had faced since succeeding him, the invasion of Cloud Hidden. Regardless of whether he lost or won, Hyuga Hinata's move to follow Naruto-sama to the front lines with him this time would have a place in the heart of the fifth generation. Narakagora rubbed her brow with a bit of a headache as she remembered that there were still a lot of governmental matters waiting to be taken care of. Also he was a little worried about Naruto-sama who had gotten up and rushed to the front lines. Counting the time, they should be almost there. Perhaps all of them had already fought with Yun-in at this moment. The intelligence only knows that the Cloud Hidden village will send someone to attack, but the scale and size of the commander is who? Through and through do not know. Too passive. But there's no use saying anything now. We can only trust Naruto-sama. Hopefully news of the victory would come soon, or he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Nara Kagura thought silently. Somewhere in the unknown woods outside the border town of the Fire Country, a group of Konoha ninja wearing Konoha forehead protector were retreating urgently. The sound of zip, zip, zip suddenly came from the distance. Upon hearing this strange voice, the Uchiha Yashiro and the crowd immediately revealed a grave expression. Quite a few people subconsciously looked back and saw a blinding and dazzling human-shaped thunderbolt rapidly approaching towards them in the darkness of the night in the distance. It's the fourth Raikage coming after us. Many of the Kiba ninja who had seen the power of the fourth generation Raikage couldn't help but panic in their hearts. Only the Uchiha's ninjas were each calm and composed beyond words. Hinata Dai too, who was following closely beside the Uchiha ninja, couldn't help but say, "Yashiro-sama, it's not good. The Raikage is coming after us." He darted a glance back and saw the humanoid thunderbolt rapidly approaching, his heart thumping uncontrollably, his breath catching and his palms sweating. Uchiha Yashiro swept a glance, taking in the reactions of the crowd of Konoha ninjas one by one, and was not surprised but pleased to see the panicked looks of most of them. It's good to be afraid. It's good to be afraid. I'm afraid you're not afraid. Uchiha Yashiro thought to himself, the more you guys are afraid, the more you'll be obediently bowing your heads when Lord Clan Chief shines in the guise of a savior? And the main reason why he didn't panic was because he had just finished contacting the Lord Clan Chief's side, and the Lord Clan Chief was already very close to their location. A few minutes to arrive. They have a lot of upper ninja here. Not a fish and meat to be slaughtered. He did not believe that the fourth generation of Raikage has such a cow. Can be in just a few minutes to all of them to be killed. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is not the fourth generation of Naruto. If the words of the fourth generation of Naruto, he really believe. After all, the fourth generation of Naruto adults in a short period of time to kill a large number of ninjas in seconds is not quite a lot of deeds. No matter whether it is the upper ninja or the middle ninja lower ninja, are chopped up like a melon and vegetables. To kill a pig is so simple, and the speed is also fast. That's one of the reasons why Shikamaru, a civilian, was able to become Naruto, because he was strong enough, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. To be honest, their Uchiha was responsible for the Third Shinobi World War with the mist-hidden ninja side of the battlefield. For the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's cognition, he just through the past intelligence battle results learned. He knew that the fourth generation Raikage was strong and powerful, but he didn't know exactly how strong it was. To let them last an hour in the hands of the fourth generation Raikage, that was unrealistic, but to take them all out in a few minutes, he, Uchiha Yoshiro, was the first to be unconvinced. Uchiha also have their own pride. They have 3 hook jade riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha. One can beat several of the same level. What's wrong with you, fourth generation Raikage? I can't do it for an hour, but I've got no problem dragging you around for a few minutes. Uchiha Yashiro thought well, however the reality was bone-chilling. Don't panic everyone, Naruto-sama will be there soon, Uchiha Yashiro said loudly and soothingly. This was about to be caught up by the fourth generation Raikage. These people must have been scared to death, and he was telling them this news now to give them hope in their hearts for Naruto-sama. Chapter 124 Righteous Thunder Sinking Angry Thunder Axe. They will only be emotionally maximized and grateful to the Lord Clan Chief when he steps in to rescue them. Then he smoothly submits to the Lord Patriarch and takes in as a dog. Some of the ninja who had originally felt despair couldn't help but show excitement when they heard that Naruto-sama was arriving right away. Just then, the sound of piercing electricity flashed over the heads of the crowd. The crowd looked again, and a tall figure bathed in thunder and lightning stood in front of them. A piercing, stabbing murmur rang out, the sound of the leaves and branches on the ground being scorched by the lightning that sprang from the figure's body. His entire body was covered in lightning and blue chakra, forcing his way through the moonlight darkened night. Dark-skinned, pale yellow hair standing on end, shirtless, revealing lean, large muscles, obviously is a lone chase, but the face cannot see any fear, as if one person is 1,000 troops, full of confidence. Only his knife-carved eyebrows rose, his eyes were fierce, and he said in a deep voice, "Scum of Kiba, are you ready to bear my wrath?" This was Uchiha Yashiro's first meeting with the fourth Raikage, and he was in a trance, as if he had seen a humanoid beast. Feeling the other parties stirring in tyrannical Rado chakra, Uchiha Yashiro's heart sank, almost forgetting about this damned Rado chakra pattern. In that case, the effect of their Uchiha's proud Sharingan illusion technique might have to be greatly reduced on him. Don't even panic, he's alone. Uchiha Yashiro was the first to exit. When the fourth generation Raikage looked over, he saw several pairs of 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes. So it's the Uchiha. The fourth Raikage averted his gaze guardedly. The best way to handle a fight with the Uchiha clan was to not meet their eyes, and he knew this by heart. Seeing that the fourth Raikage quickly averted his gaze and the illusion technique didn't have time to be activated, the Uchiha Yashiro secretly let out a cry of pity. As expected of the infamous fourth-generation Raikage, his reflexes were uncharacteristically fast. The moment the fourth Raikage disappeared, a scream rang out from the woods. It was as if this scream had flipped a switch, and within the next few short seconds, another steady stream of screams rang out one after another. Uchiha Yashiro's forehead was sweating. Even with the three-hooked jade shuriken eyes in his eyes, he could not capture the fourth-generation Raikage's figure at all. All that could be seen was a blue lightning bolt weaving through the trees. With each pause, one Kiba ninja fell. All close to me, Uchiha Yashiro shouted anxiously. Aside from the few Uchiha who were by his side from the start along with a few people from the Hyuga clan, everyone else approached towards Uchiha Yashiro in panic. This scene was too frightening. They couldn't even see the silhouettes of their opponents, and only kept hearing the miserable screams of their companions. This scene resembled the fighting style of the fourth Naruto. As the Kiba ninjas approached towards the Uchiha Yashiro side, the fourth Raikage didn't stop them, but quickly cleared out the ninjas on the periphery. In less than 30 short seconds, the Uchiha Yashiro looked at the number of people beside him that had shrunk by half. His face became gloomy, and at the same time, he felt great pressure. Is this the fourth Raikage? It's true to its name. The strength is amazingly powerful. There was even a shadow of the fourth Naruto-sama fighting. In a short period of time, so many of them were taken out. There was even no shortage of shinobi among them. It was almost as if Naruto Shikamon was alive. As the last scream rang out, the woods suddenly became quiet. As if a pin dropped on the ground could be heard clearly. The remaining hugging Uchiha Yashiro and the other 10 or so people didn't dare to breathe a single breath, looking around nervously as they searched for the location of the fourth-generation Raikage. However, the surroundings were silent, and it was as if the fourth Raikage had disappeared. Where did it go? In the night, several pairs of reddish-glowing three-hooked jade shuriken eyes were constantly patrolling the woods in a vain attempt to find the location of the fourth-generation Raikage. Nay, the moonlight is dark. The trees block the line of sight. Their riding wheel eyes, although powerful, but after all, more embodied in the illusion. Hypnosis, insight ability is not as powerful as the white eyes. Cannot see through the trees to find the fourth generation of lay shadow position at the first time. Look out! Spread out! That's when Hyuga Dato and another Hyuga clan member seemed to realize what was going on and screamed in horror. The 10 or so remaining survivors were almost all upper ninjas, and there were special upper ninja middle ninjas as well, but not many. After Hinata's 2 loud reminders, the fully focused ones had to dodge at the first opportunity. However, the enemy was too fast. The fourth generation Raikage's right leg was raised high above his head, his body covered in Rado chakra descending from the sky, and the Rado chakra on his right foot was the most dense. With lightning flashing, he lay sinking Rage Thunder Axe. This move concentrates the Rado chakra in the foot to create a powerful destructive force. The moment the shouts of the 2 Hinata fell, almost all of the Kiba ninja present could detect a slight tingling sensation from the top of their heads. The moment Uchiha Yashiro looked up, he saw the scene of the fourth Raikage jumping and slashing down with his right leg raised high. Feeling the berserk chakra contained on this kick, Uchiha Yashiro's face changed greatly. If he took this blow, he would be seriously injured without dying. His hands flew to form seals, at which point he noticed that a few of the Nakanobu were still frozen in place without moving. But he didn't stop moving his hands and withdrew his gaze indifferently. With a thud, it replaced its position with a piece of wood not far away in a puff of white smoke. Before the Uchiha Yashiro could stand still, the ground shook violently as if it was an earthquake. Uchiha Yashiro stumbled. Then chakra quickly surged the soles of his feet attached to the ground and stabilized his stance. The next moment he first looked toward the place where he had just stood, only to see the sky of dust and fog rising there. As if a meteorite had struck the ground, a few large trees fell to the east and west, breaking apart. The ground was like a spider's web, inch by inch broken, appearing in a huge crater. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Uchiha Yashiro's forehead. What a terrifying destructive power! Under the observation of his Sharingan eyes, only the chakra flow of a silhouette was visible in the dusty mist. It was the fourth generation Raikage. That meant that the few Nakanobu who hadn't had the time to dodge just now had already karma'd. Uchiha Yashiro wasn't heartbroken. Most of these ninjas below the upper ninja level would have been discarded anyway in the original plan to set up the enemy's powerful ferocity. How can one set off a strong enemy without dying more? And how can one set off the valor of the clan leader who defeats the enemy when he comes to support him? It's just that the enemy was led by the fourth generation Raikage, interrupting his original plan, and he didn't expect that after they retreated, the fourth generation Raikage would still be able to catch up and take out so many of them. Let's just say it's crooked. Uchiha Yashiro even managed a small smile in the face of the current situation as he saw the Lord Clan Chief coming. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the fourth generation Raikage surrounded by lightning. Chapter 125, King Against King. The fourth Raikage didn't meet the Uchiha's eyes, but he heard laughter, and he asked in disbelief, Still laughing? As expected of the Uchiha clan, they're all freaks, the 4th generation Reikage taunted. Speaking of which, your clan leader is also a freak. To assassinate the Naruto of his own village and do such treasonous things is truly a crime that cannot be pardoned. Uchiha Yoshiro didn't pay any attention to him, but instead looked in a direction with a frenzied expression on his face. At that moment, the 4th generation Reikage also sensed something and looked in that direction with a lightning-like gaze. Herself then saw shadows and figures approaching. Oh, so there are reinforcements. The 4th generation Thunder Shadow gave a cursory glance and sneered disdainfully. And in the next moment, after noticing that the leader was wearing a Goshin robe, his gaze froze slightly and he revealed an interested smile. Funny. The 4th generation Thunder Shadow looked up to the sky and laughed. Your shadow has finally gone to war. Uchiha Futsuki, truly a freak. The 4th Reikage clasped his hands to his chest and watched coldly as the enemy drew closer and closer, joining up with the few who had survived his hand in front of him. And at that moment, a sound came from behind him, and a dense crowd of people came behind him. It was his Cloud Cuculander unit that arrived late. Rather, it came at the right time. Lord Patriarch, Uchiha Yoshiro including the few remaining Uchiha shouted with fervor on their faces. Fuyue nodded slightly as a response, and his eyes fell on the tall figure wrapped in lightning across from him. This guy should be the 4th generation Reikage. Fuyue opened his eternal eyes and thought to himself. Just now he heard that loud ringing sound, and as he immediately approached the battlefield, he opened his eternal eye in advance, which was called being prepared. The 4th Reikage was fast, and he was ready to turn on his Suzaku at any time to save his life, lest he get his chicken stolen. Naruto-sama, the first to spot the 4th Reikage, Hinata Atsuchi, along with another Hinata clan member, also survived because they were quick to dodge. The two were also excited to see Lord Naruto arrive at this moment, and the next moment they were even more shocked to see their own clan leader behind Lord Naruto. Clan Chief, Fuga Daido's eyes were wide with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet nothing had changed. The clan leader Sama was standing right behind Naruto-sama. Hyuga Hinata ignored the two clansmen and instead looked at the tall figure across the room with a deadly stare. This is the same 4th generation Reikage who nearly drove him to his death when he sent someone to the Hyuga clan land to steal his baby girl and he found out about the incident and took her out. If Sarutobi Hinata was the accomplice, then this 4th generation Reikage was the culprit of the incident. The 4th Reikage who killed his brother Hinata. It could be called a meeting of enemies, and Hyuga Hinata was already full of anger. If he hadn't been afraid of the power of the 4th Reikage, he would have rushed up to take revenge. Seeing the wretched battle marks at the scene, Hyuga Hinata quickly calmed down. Oops, late to the party. Sorry guys, Fuyue said with a fake sigh. Uchiha Yoshiro reacted extremely quickly and replied, Naruto-sama, you have to avenge us. The enemy came too fast for us to be able to stop them. Everyone is left with just a few of us. At these words, the dozens of Kiba ninja standing behind Fuyue glanced at the wretched Uchiha Yoshiro several people, and their hearts were secretly shocked. Aren't there so many people at the border post? How many are left? Many of the Kiba upper ninja who had originally participated in the cloud-hidden battlefield had stony faces. Seeing this wretched scene was like a reminder of that time when the young AB combination was killing on the battlefield. Unstoppable. Looking towards the 5th generation Naruto-sama standing in front, a look of worry appeared on one's face. Does the 5th Naruto have the ability to stand up to the pressure of the 4th Reikage like the 4th Naruto did? Simply from the number of people, they do not seem to have much advantage. The opposite side is also a huge piece of people. From now on, then, the key to winning or losing for both sides lies in the shadows on both sides. Whichever village has the stronger shadow is more likely to take this victory. One side is invading to seize resources, and the other is defending its homeland. And both have their own reasons for not retreating. Damnable cloud-hidden shinobi. Let me, Konoha's proud pale blue beast Crazy Kai meet you. Seeing the bodies of his companions on the floor of the scene in the east and west, Mithraea shouted angrily. Uchiha Yoshiro hurriedly stopped him. He didn't know how powerful Mithraea was. He just didn't want him to open the send and be easily taken out by the 4th Reikage. Affecting our morale. Calm down. The enemy is powerful. Trust Naruto-sama. Uchiha Yoshiro said gruffly. Mithraea sniffed and glanced at Naruto-sama. Remembering Kakashi's instructions before he left, Mithraea thought better of it and retreated back into the crowd. Fuyu spoke in a domineering manner at this time. 4th generation Thunder Shadow. Are you impatient to live? As soon as he said this, both the Kiba ninja behind him and the Cloud Cloak ninja on the other side revealed unbelievable expressions. Our Kiba ninja mentality, my god, is Naruto-sama so crazy? The opposite side is at least the old and powerful 4th generation Reikage who is powerful and has had amazing battles. Enemy Cloud Cloak ninja mental, is this new 5th generation Naruto so crazy? How dare he speak out against Lord Reikage? Is he afraid he won't die fast enough? On the one hand, there is the fourth generation Raikage, who is famous in the ninja world. And on the other hand, there is the fierce-eyed Futake, who has shown his face in the misty hidden battlefield, and has remained silent for many years after his reputation has not shown up. Not to mention the cloud-hidden ninja. Even the upper ninja of the Konoha village were a bit jittery and extremely skeptical of their own Naruto-sama. The Kiba ninja thought that Naruto-sama would negotiate peace with the other side, but they didn't expect the opening to be asking for the other side's offense. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow really listened and threw back his head once again and laughed. After laughing he scoffed, "Uchiha Futsuki, I know you, the shrunken head of the Uchiha clan. I heard that after the Nine-Tail Rebellion in your village, you were driven to the edge of the village? What? You became Naruto by stealing a coup from the third generation and think you're invincible?" The fourth generation Thunder Shadow's tone was as cold as winter. "Not to mention you, even your third generation Naruto, when facing me, had to rely on session to seek peace. What kind of thing are you that you dare to bark wildly in front of me?" Listening to the other party's fourth generation lay Shadow's undisguised disparagement, lifting the cloth of shame. The hearts of the Konoha upper ninja behind Fuyue were half cold. Yeah, even the third Naruto-sama didn't dare to turn the other cheek and bow down to please the cloud-hidden village. What exactly is the fifth Naruto-sama planning? Do we really have to fight for our lives? Hinata's eyes went red bloodshot, when she heard that. Although the aura spread by the other party alarmed him, he chose to trust Uchiha Futsuki, who possessed the same eyes as Uchiha's. If others don't know, doesn't he know? The Uchiha Futsuki of now is not the same as before. Chapter 126, Seed Naoetsu and pay another $1 billion. He decisively shouted out, "Fourth generation Thunder Shadow, don't be too complacent. In the past, when Kiba bowed down to you, it was all because of the third generation Naruto, the old dog that eats and kills. We and Kiba endured you at every turn. And now that the fifth generation Naruto-sama is here, if you dare to come here today, don't think that you can go back properly." As if they had heard some good joke, the cloud-cloaked ninjas laughed out loud. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow's eyes flashed with a brilliant light and said, "Uchiha Futake, I'll give you one more chance. If you concede Naoetsu to me, and compensate me for another 1 billion, how about I just back off?" As soon as Fuyu heard this straight Jianjin, he still had some idea where he was talking about. Hinata, who was on the sidelines, was aware of the situation, and he said angrily, "Naruto-sama, Naoetsu is a major city that is an important foreign port for our fire country, and it must not be ceded to them." At this time, after Fuyu was reminded by Hyuga Hinata, his mind also recalled the memories about Naoetsu. It turns out that this is a harbor city on the eastern edge of the fire country, strategically located across the sea from Vortex Island, and close to the archipelago where Yukon is located. Fuyu couldn't help but sneer, amused at the fourth generation Raikage's greedy lion's mouth. Thought he was that old bully Sarutobi Hizuru of the third generation? Today came to be prepared to completely destroy you. Cloud hidden this squad. You 4 generations of Raikage followed can only be said to be a good head to send. It would allow him to maximize his prestige and get this group of Konoha ninja behind him to return to their hearts while at the same time being able to carry out his next move. There are few in the shinobi world today that can stop his eternal eye. And with the Konoha ninjas homing in on him, he'll be able to lead them into war. Although now he can fight alone. But fight down. No one in the hand, and what is the use? So the wooden leaf ninja return to the heart is extremely important step. They couldn't do that much with just the few people in their Uchiha clan. By the time the news of taking out the fourth Raikage got back to the Konoha village, those wallflowers placed their bets and the entire village was at his disposal. When the time comes, we'll just fight the fourth shinobi world war. Anyway, at this point in time he has a pair of eternal eyes. Open full body up to 4 villages who can top him, take down Cloud Kukulander first, then push them across one by one, make war money and put Kiba village on a fast track. When the time came, he would have less shackles on what he wanted to do and could let go. There's no point in talking more. My head is right here. Kill me and the entire fire country is yours. Come and get it if you want it. Fuyu said in a cold voice. You were given a chance and you don't know how to appreciate it. A hint of playfulness appeared on the fourth Raikage's face as he smiled and shook his head, mocking the fifth Naruto's insensitivity. Just as well. Since you want to egg on a rock, let's give it a try. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow said in a domineering manner. Do you want to fight one-on-one? Or in a group? If I were you, I'd come up here myself and die obediently, without dragging the lives of my men into it. Truly speaking, the quality of the opposite side of the Konoha was quite high. Just now the sensory ninja whispered in his ear that those dozens were almost all upper ninja. It was quite a bit more than the number of shinobi he had brought with him this time. If it was a melee, the odds were that his side was going to suffer. That's why he said it. It's trying to force the fifth Naruto to fight him in a 1v1 real man battle. Before Fuyu could speak, Hyuga Hinata couldn't wait to jump out and retort. Are you kidding me? there are only dozens of upper ninjas on your side, and the rest are all middle ninjas. In terms of high-end combat power, it's obvious that we're the ones who have the advantage. Hyuga Hinata persuaded. Naruto-sama, don't listen to him, let's go together. When the Woodleaf ninjas heard Hyuga Hinata's words, one by one, they sighed in their hearts, but then they revealed a serious look. Some of them took out their bitterness from their ninja pouches, and some of them took their respective weapons, and all of them silently got ready for the battle. In their minds, there was still a gap between the 5th generation Naruto and the infamous 4th generation Raikage. Simply put, it's a belief that the 5th Naruto is inferior to the 4th Raikage. So does Naruto-sama choose to fight one-on-one or in a group? Definitely the latter. Immediately having to fight the 4th generation Raikage, the pressure in the hearts of the Kiba ninja was great, especially after seeing the misery of the scene. The pressure was on. The corpses on the ground had a number of familiar faces that had been the village's upper ninja, and their strength was not much worse than theirs. Even so, he was killed by the 4th Raikage. This shows the strength of the 4th generation Raikage. However, a sentence from Lord Naruto of the 5th generation caused them to freeze. No, since the 4th Raikage wants to fight me one-on-one, I'll grant him this small wish. All of you stay back 1,000 meters so that you won't be accidentally injured. Fuyua said faintly. Uchiha Yashiro had known that the Lord Patriarch would use the power of God, so he shouted loudly, by order of Lord Naruto, all of you stand back 1,000 meters. Hinata was slightly startled, and although he was puzzled by Lord Naruto's intentions, he did all of them, greeting the Konoha ninjas along with Uchiha Yashiro as they backed up the way they had come. Seeing that Uchiha Futsuki took the bait and even told his men to back off 1,000 meters, the 4th generation Lei Shadow did the same and said, you guys back off 1,000 meters too. For Uchiha Futsuki, he was confident in defeating his opponent, and with his character, he didn't give a damn about dirty tricks. He wanted to beat his opponent squarely. Let Uchiha Futsuki feel fear. Let him realize that there is a huge gap between him and himself, and let him lose in front of his own men. The words of the 4th generation Thunder Shadow had just fallen. Fuyu looked back at Hinata and the others, and after seeing them retreating far away, his intention moved with his heart, and red chakra instantly sprang out from his body. As if the whole person was lit up with a rushing sky of blood flames, blood flame chakra surged like a tidal wave, and huge crystalline ribs emerged, then quickly filled with illusory muscles. The half-skeleton that appeared in a flash became flesh and blood in a matter of seconds, and braced its hands on the ground as if it had burrowed out of the ground. The lower half of the body inch condensation, stand up at the same time, from head to toe covered with Utengu armor, left hand holding a red light ancient shield, the right hand holding a red flame spitting red gold gourd. Behind the back of the growth of a huge wings, its size beyond the mountain peaks, as if a god of martial arts standing in the world of man. Fuyu hands clasped chest, in the center of the brow of the 5 prism crystals of the complete body of Susanoo, looking up at the sky crescent moon as if it were within reach. Looking down on the 4 generations of Lei Shadow is as small as dust. What is this? Tough as the 4th generation Raikage. Seeing this giant whose size was terrifyingly beyond the peaks of a mountain also could not help but be dumbfounded. That's a foul. Is this still a power that humans can use? The 4th generation Raikage forcibly suppressed this very unpleasant feeling in his heart and said stiffly, "Humph, it's the illusion technique of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan eyes, isn't it?" Chapter 127, The Complete Body of Susanoo. Don't think you can scare me by getting a guy this big. The 4th generation Raikage thought he had found the right answer, and his mind became quite calm. Since the other party was ready, he didn't dilly-dally, and an instantaneous art disappeared into a blue thunderbolt. By activating the cells in his body for high-speed movement through Rado, and using his instantaneous body technique in Rado Chakra mode, the 4th generation Raikage seemed to be transformed into a blue lightning bolt. The Kiba crowd, who had just retreated 1,000 meters away, had just turned around when they saw a huge, imposing giant appear where Lord Naruto had originally been standing. Seeing this red giant that was over 100 meters tall and as tall as a mountain, the Kiba ninjas sucked in a breath of cold air. What is it? Is it a monster made by the Raikage of the Cloud-Hidden Village? Most of these elite upper ninja of Konoha were people who had never seen Uchiha Susanoo, as Uchiha had already left the village long before they were even born. The two are not from the same era, and some of the people who have seen Susanoo and know Susanoo are in the ground, and some of them are so old and senile that they are not here at all. Only a few people from the Uchiha clan had frenzied looks on their faces and muttered under their breath, "God's power. This is the power of God." Hyuga Hinata, who knew about Susanoo, also felt incredibly shocked when he saw the scene with his own eyes. Knowing is knowing, but it's not as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. This height of more than 100 meters of the giant, bring people the visual impact of Hyuga Hinata. Hinatsu at this time cannot think of any words to describe the feelings at this time. It's almost like the devil has come down. not at all like something that can appear on Earth. He heard the Uchiha Yashiro to the side murmuring about God's power, and his heart was moved. Indeed, no wonder it was called God's power. Such greatness is simply beyond the reach of human beings. Where's Naruto-sama? Naruto-sama is gone. A Kiba ninja asked in an anxious voice. A sharp-eyed Kiba ninja saw Lord Naruto in the five-pronged mirror on the giant's brow and cried out in excitement. I see Lord Naruto. He's in the giant's forehead. This giant was made by Lord Naruto. Many Kiba ninjas' complicated and worried moods were instantly lightened after hearing that the giants were the means of Naruto-sama. Most of the pessimism in their hearts disappeared. After all, the giant looked and felt like he was not to be messed with. Maybe Naruto-sama had a chance to win? They have been looking forward to this. Much like the Kiba ninja side, the cloud-hidden ninja side was also in an uproar and chaos after seeing this huge giant. But soon they quieted down as they trusted their own powerful Raikage-sama more. Although this giant looked amazing in size, the tailed beasts could sometimes be this huge. And their own Raikage was a powerful being who had suppressed the tailed beasts many times, and had even chopped off one of the horns of the tailed beasts. So even with this giant, who was even taller than the tailed beasts, they were convinced that Raikage-sama would be able to take care of it. It's like solving the tailed beast. Raikage has disappeared into thin air. A Kiba ninja exclaimed. Most of the Kiba ninja were worried, fearing that their own Naruto-sama would be attacked. The only ones who were confident were the few ninja from the Uchiha, and after seeing the power of the Lord Patriarch's god, each of them had a triumphant look on their faces, as if victory was already within their grasp. Hinata knew the terror of Susanoo and did not worry too much about it. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow made an instantaneous appearance, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the nearness of the complete body of Susanoo, and jumped in the air. Looking at the giant foot in front of him, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the fourth generation Thunder Shadow. Thunder Abuse Level Chiomai. The high-intensity current formed by the Rato Chakra was focused on his hand, and with a low shout, the fourth Raikage raised his hand blade and swooped down, intending to give the giant a hand chop. He had used this technique to single-handedly cut off the left horn of the eight tails in the first place. Today, I plan to repeat the same trick. Fuyue didn't make any moves and just watched with cold eyes. The electric current sound cut through the air with a sharp and ear-piercing sound, and in the next moment, the four-generation Raikage's electric right hand slashed heavily at Susanoo's foot. Splintered. But it doesn't seem right. The touch of his right hand gave the fourth Raikage an extremely unpleasant feeling. Although the splits hit, nothing came of it. The fourth generation Raikage's face was unsightly as he took a glance, and sure enough, not even a trace appeared where he was struck. Solid as a rock. This defense is horrible as hell. Fuyue looked down and couldn't help but smile disdainfully when he realized that the fourth generation Raikage's attack hadn't even caused any damage to Susanoo. Hand slashing my full-bodied Susanoo. Are you a comedian invited by monkeys? Countless people watched this scene with dead eyes, and when they saw that the fourth generation Raikage's attack did not cause any damage to the giant, they all let out a cry. With hideous eyes and open white eyes, Hinata saw more clearly than the others that the fourth Raikage's attack had caused no effect. There wasn't even a single white mark on the surface. Hyuga Hinata had an odd expression on her face. The whole half a day. It's making a mess. Not even Naruto-sama's defense has been broken. He thought the fourth Raikage was so awesome. But this? Or kaleidoscope writing will I cattle he Hyuga Hinata real name and be jealous. If only there was a time when his Hyuga family's white eyes could use this kind of greatness. Hyuga Hinata thought with envy in his heart, wishing that he could see white eyes evolve in his lifetime. The fourth generation Raikage felt very bad at the moment. The Thunder Abuse horizontal Chio dance, which was able to cleave through the left horn of the eight tails, hadn't even broken through this giant's exterior. Also this represents the bad news that the giant is not an illusion at all. Illusions don't feel so real to the touch. He had been on guard since the beginning, not locking eyes with Uchiha Futsuki, and the raging Rato chakra in his body was all normal. He didn't think he had been caught in Uchiha Futsuki's sharpening will I illusion technique. So this giant, it's real. The fourth generation Raikage couldn't help but look up at the giant that couldn't be seen at a glance, his heart instantly flooding with unease. But he didn't want to give up just yet. Since Thunder Abuse level Chiomai didn't work, what about this move? A large amount of lightning was focused on four fingers, jutting forward at extreme speed. As the number of fingers decreases, it will make a 3-book slam, a 2-book slam, and a 1-book slam in succession. The power of this technique is maximized when only one finger is used. It was a unique technique developed by his father. Proudly the strongest spear. Can you resist the hellish thrust known as the strongest spear? Hell's Assault, Shikamoto Slam. The fourth generation Raikage's face grimaced as he roared in a low voice. The veins of the veins on his neck exploded with blood. His right hand exploded with a piercing and eye-catching blue light, as if he was holding a small sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. Chapter 128, The Young Plot. Fourth generation Raikage's choice. Most people subconsciously averted their gaze, and even Hyuga Hinata, who was using her white eyes, shed tears from forcing herself to look directly at them. What a terrifying chakra reaction. Hyuga Hinata sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but worry. Could Naruto-sama's divine power defend against this move? He stared dead on, not averting his eyes even as he shed tears. As that light collided with the giant, the dull sound duong. The fourth generation Raikage's face showed his disbelief as he used the Sanbon slam, the second slam, and the first slam in succession, used Father Sama's strongest spear, and yet, the giant's body surface remained unbroken. His eyes widened as he caught a faint white mark that disappeared before a second had passed. This giant can still heal itself. The fourth Raikage was a bit skeptical. Not even the Hell's Surge, which was known as the strongest spear, was able to break through the enemy's defense. Fuyua didn't care if the Thunder Shadow was dumbfounded or not. With a thought, he only saw Susanoo hanging the 10-fist sword on his right hand on his waist, drawing out his own taijutsu, and plainly slashing down towards the fourth generation Thunder Shadow. Despite seemingly not moving fast or slow, the blade actually came down and cut through the air, erupting in sharp air bursts. The chopping airwaves whistled towards both sides, blowing the large trees on the ground towards one side, and there were even quite a few trees that were blown uprooted, revealing the intricate root systems underground. The fourth generation Raikage's heart was alarmed. Looking at the taijutsu that fell from the sky and covered the sky, he was now in the strongest Rado no armor mode though, with a strong ability to avoid damage, and even the wind escape that restrained Rado was difficult to penetrate. However, in the face of the blow swung down by this giant, his heart could not generate any thoughts of resisting. Absolutely no catch, not to mention catching it, even rubbing it and touching it, he guessed it would be hard enough. The fourth generation Raikage brushed into a bolt of blue lightning in a vain attempt to evade it. He was extremely fast, and surprisingly, he had actually dodged it. In the next moment, the taijutsu chopped on top of the earth, and the small half of the forest was directly cut off diagonally, and in a cacophony of booming sounds, the upper half of the wood collapsed, kicking up a large amount of dust. Before the fourth generation Raikage could stand still, he saw a wave of air lifting up within the dust, and a huge taijutsu burning with flames ruffled towards his direction extremely quickly. The fourth generation Raikage had already seen the extraordinary power of the taijutsu, and didn't dare to receive it at all, turning into lightning to dodge again. This upward teasing blow fell short. The body of the taijutsu blade flew out. A dark red blade gas almost grazed the body of the fourth generation Thunder Shadow and flew past, landing on a small hill. In the eyes of everyone's horror, the small hill was actually split in the middle. The falling rocks rolled, and a huge crack appeared in the middle of the small hill. The mountain was split in half. The fourth generation Raikage felt a fiery pain in his back. Even if that sword chi didn't touch his body, the Rado armor that covered his exterior surprisingly didn't protect against this damage. It still did him no great harm. The fourth generation Raikage glanced at his back and saw a large abrasion, followed by the sound of rumbling rolling rocks crashing from behind. He turned around and let out a cold breath. Even the mountains were split open. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The fourth Raikage was sweating profusely from his back abrasion, and the moment the sweat appeared it was vaporized by the lightning that covered his body. No more hiding. The fourth generation Raikage stopped abruptly, and behind him was where the cloud-hidden ninjas were. The giants seemed to be tired of him ducking and dodging, and slashed down towards the direction where the cloud-cloaked shinobi was, forcing him to make a choice. If he didn't care, the cloud-hidden ninjas didn't have the speed like him. They couldn't dodge. It was a dead end. With the terrifying blade chi that was just observed with the naked eye to be able to split the mountain apart, the cloud-hidden warriors definitely suffered heavy losses, and it wasn't even impossible to be completely wiped out by this strike. If he went in the way and bought some time, even if it was for a few seconds, odds were he could get his men out of the way in time. The fourth generation Raikage swept away with a single glance, and saw his men, one by one, still in place, with dismay on their faces. It seemed that they didn't expect them to hide so far away, and the taijutsu fell over their heads in an instant. Totally didn't realize how the fight got them involved. This giant was too huge. Along with that, the body of this taijutsu blade was also a batch too long, and the place where they were was completely encompassed within the taijutsu's attack range. The fourth generation Raikage clenched his teeth and stiffly rushed up against the taijutsu that covered the sky with its majestic aura. His body was surrounded by lightning and bursts of electricity. Rado chakra mode pulled to maximum. Full peak mode. He did not choose to retreat. In front of his father, the third generation of Raikage, in order to let his subordinates safely evacuated, left alone to break the back to block 30,000 Iwakunin with the strength of one person. The example is in front of him. How can he at this time be afraid of death? Retreat? There are no cowards in Cloud Hidden Village. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow against the wind, getting closer and closer. The oppressive feeling brought by the taijutsu also went straight to the sky. Obviously the taijutsu did not look like a solid body. The hilt of the sword is still bubbling with illusory flames generally burning, but there is an incomparably sharp feeling. Before he even touched the taijutsu, the skin of his body already felt the stinging sharpness. It was like being cut by a knife. To know how many years it had been since mastering the Rato chakra mode, he had never experienced this feeling of being cut by a knife. The fourth Raikage crossed his arms over his head, and a small pillar emerged from the steel gauntlet he wore on his lower arm, electric current flowing through it to energize the maximum power. This is a special chakra weapon that conducts electricity better and enhances the power of Rato chakra. It is made of special materials and is indestructible. Ever since his father had given this weapon to him in the Third Shinobi World War, he had fought against I don't know how many weapons with his steel gauntlet, and no weapon had done any damage to it. Even when suppressing the tailed beasts, there was no breakage. However, the steel armguards that had been through countless trials and tribulations didn't even hold up for a second before snapping apart under the slashes of the taijutsu. As if it was like tofu, it was easily sliced by the taijutsu, cutting off his arm along with it. The fourth generation Raikage only felt a numbness in his hands, instantly losing any sensation. Both arms were as if they weren't his own anymore. He did his best to rotate his body, and in the next instant a violent shot blasted through his shoulders. Although he reacted quickly and mobilized his entire body chakra to converge on his shoulders, there was no build-up. As with both hands, his shoulders went numb, followed by a total loss of consciousness in half of his body. All of this happened in just a few seconds. The fourth generation Raikage immediately followed by a heavenly rotation. The whole person as if a broken ball was blown away. Blood spilled into the sky, a rolling splash of hot blood scattered on the ground, and more of it directly turned into blood mist and evaporated directly. Chapter 129, The Miserable Raikage. Tsunade, fishing for it. The strongest Rato armor that the fourth generation Raikage was proud of broke right through under a casual strike from Susanoo with his taijutsu. The Konoha ninja watching the battle let out a gasp as they saw the giant slash and send the oncoming fourth generation Raikage flying. Hinata, who had opened his white eyes to watch the battle, watched more closely, an abnormal flush welling up on his face as he witnessed the fourth Raikage's wrists being chopped off. Cut off both palms. If it wasn't for the fourth generation Raikage twisting his body in the emergency, what was originally a taijutsu slash from the top of the fourth generation Raikage's head turned into a slash on his right arm. In other words, the fourth Raikage was almost split in half alive, but chopping off two palms, plus a right arm severed at the root, was also a very shocking result. And the battle was completely crushing on one hand. It's like an adult beating up an 8-year-old toddler, easily and comfortably, casually swinging, it will beat the enemy's head. The fourth generation of Raikage completely dare not receive the move, only dare to dodge around. As expected, he was the fifth Naruto who had the same eyes as Shinobi Shura. The power of God is as terrifying as it is. Hinata's mind was even more determined to follow Uchiha Futsuki all the way to the black. Uchiha Futsuki was so powerful, all he had to do was to cling to Uchiha Futsuki's thighs. Why would he worry about Hinata not prospering? In everyone's eyes, the fourth generation Raikage was like a blue ball of leather being sent flying out, and all the trees that came into contact with it were all cut off at the waist, and hundreds of meters of dust flew up before the speed slowly slowed down. It eventually stopped at the bottom of a cliff. The Konoha ninja watching the battle over here shouted in excitement. It was just that Tsunade on the side was a little dizzy and sick in her mind. She had just seen the rain of blood that had drifted down, momentarily triggering her phobia of blood. But she was in a wonderful mood even though her heart wasn't in it right now. The scene she had just watched was just too good for her. Beating the fourth Raikage is completely crushing. Uchiha Futsuki's strength was beyond her expectations, and she guessed that Uchiha Futsuki should have not only awakened the kaleidoscope sharing will eye, but probably the level above the kaleidoscope sharing will eye. When she was a child, she heard her second grandfather say that this should be the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eye, a more advanced form above the kaleidoscope sharing will eye. It is possible to summon this kind of Musashi Susanoo that is over hundreds of meters tall, as Uchiha-zan did. Even if the second grandfather was reborn, he probably couldn't do anything about Uchiha Futsuki, right? Perhaps the great-grandfather should have been able to beat Uchiha Futsuki if he did, since the great-grandfather had Kizuna, and could also summon the art of summoning wooden people that were over hundreds of meters tall. This Uchiha Futake should be the equivalent of Uchiha-zan in the world. While Tsunade was happy, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Second grandfather had said that the Uchiha clan was an inherently evil race, and after hibernating for so many years, Uchiha Futsuki had now gained power comparable to that of Uchiha Zebra. Uchiha Futake had first staged a coup to seize his teacher's Naruto position, and now he was leading the village shinobi on a personal expedition to the front lines, where he had easily defeated the fourth generation Raikage. So the next step is really going to be to fight up to the cloud-hidden village. as Uchiha Futsuki said? 8% of the total assets of the cloud-hidden village that Uchiha Futsuki promised her. How much would that be? Wouldn't she be rich then? As soon as Tsunade thought about this, the nausea in her heart surprisingly disappeared in a bizarre way, and she felt much better, and even got all worked up about it. An abnormal flush welled up on his face just like Hyuga Hinata's. Hyuga Hinata that was excited to watch the fight. She, on the other hand, was excited at the thought of that much money. Once so much money was in her hands, she instantly became super rich. Even those gambling debts owed in the past can be settled at once. Tsunade couldn't help but giggle as the corners of her mouth turned up in a heated giggle. She'd really come to the right place this time. Now Tsunade's mind was completely occupied by 8%, and what she was worrying about before was all but forgotten. The cloud-hidden ninjas over here who had scattered in time because of the 4th generation Reikage spit for time could not help but see this scene with their eyes wide open one by one. Reikage-sama! Many people shouted anxiously and chased after the 4th generation Reikage towards the dust and smoke caused by him being sent flying out. A portion of the group gritted their teeth and pulled out their bitterness starter charms to greet the giant, intending to buy time for their companions to save Reikage-sama. Futsuki stood expressionlessly in the pentaprism crystal in the heart of the brow of Susanoo's complete body looking down. It did not care about the attack that the Cloud Cloak ninjas were launching against themselves. The bitterless explosive charm was completely painless to Susanoo, and couldn't even break the defense. Futsuki took 2 steps in control of his Susanoo. The giant's stride was so large that he easily overtook the Cloud Cloak ninjas who were trying to check out the situation to save Reikage's life, and arrived in front of the hill where the 4th generation Reikage had stopped. This cliff that was dozens of meters high for a normal person was less than waist high for him, Susanoo in full form. Fuyu looked at the dusty and unreadable smoke below, and controlled his Susanoo to blow, and the smoke and dust that blocked his vision was blown away in an instant by the fierce wind from Susanoo's mouth, revealing the true appearance below. It could be clearly seen that the bloodstained and wretched 4th generation Reikage had fallen unconscious in a pit at the bottom of the cliff, missing a right arm. Both palms were also empty. The naked upper body was densely scarred. There were also a lot of tree branches inserted. The right chest was even penetrated by an arm-thick tree branch. The ends were stained with blood. It looked very frightening. Both legs were also irregularly folded under the body, and it was obvious that the bones in both legs were crushed and fractured. Good grief! Fuyu shook his head, his mouth saying how miserable it was, but his eyes contained a hint of excitement. This was the second time he had used his full-bodied Susanoo since crossing over to the Naruto world, and in the first battle, the full-bodied Susanoo had been simply too gripping. A casual blow can open mountains and break the sea, and beating the 4 generations of Reikage, a strong person who can be ranked in the shadow class, is also like a game, and a slash kills in a second. It's almost like it's invincible at all, and he hadn't consumed much chakra up to this point. Fuyue looked at the cloud-hidden ninjas in the woods that were as if they were the size of ants, and maneuvered his full-bodied Susanoo Noho to slash away a slash of chakra. The dark red blade chi that covered the sky flew out from the taijutsu blade and landed in the woods, just like dropping an atomic bomb, erupting into a roaring explosion. Quite a number of Cloud Cloak ninjas were annihilated by this blade chi without even having the time to utter a scream, not even being able to leave their entire bodies behind. The minds of the Yunin ninjas who had managed to survive in the periphery instantly collapsed, their faces covered with horror as they witnessed their companions being beaten to a sieve in front of them by debris that flew from who knows where. Chapter 130, Death of the 4th Reikage. Even though their minds told them to go and save Reikage-sama, it was as if their feet were rooted and they couldn't move at all. Some people looked down and realized their legs have disappeared, but no pain could be felt at all. There's a false sense of unreality. It was only when they touched the base of their thighs, which were gushing blood furiously, that they realized the intense pain. The few Yunin ninjas who were lucky enough to be unharmed saw this hell-like sight and turned pale with fear, screaming in terror and turning around to run, not even realizing that they had lost their ninjutsu bags. The cloud-hidden ninjas who had gathered the courage to launch an attack towards Susanoo earlier also hurriedly arrived at this time, just in time to see this scene, and a shockwave saber aura killed most of their companions who had been rescuing the people in front of them, and even that area of the woods was blasted out of a huge crater. They looked up at the giants dressed like samurai in Utina armor that covered the sky and couldn't see the top at a glance, and a great sense of powerlessness surged up in their hearts unanimously. It's not something they can handle. They saw from afar the smoke and dust that filled the area being blown away by the gusts of wind exhaled by the giant, and saw the badly injured and unconscious 4th generation Reikage in the pit. Seeing the miserable state of the 4th generation Reikage's body, each of them had a look of despair on their faces. Even the 4th generation Reikage couldn't last more than a few rounds. Just one slash and he was knocked into a seriously injured and unconscious state, and they took one slash and almost lost it all. Fuyu saw another wave of cloud-hidden ninja. Susanoo once again hand up the sword, threw out 2 shockwave blade chi, the speed of the fast, fleeting, Cloud Hidden Ninja have each cast ninjutsu to escape. However, the two shockwave caused damage to a wide range. Even if they used the substitution technique, used the recluse ninjutsu, did not escape in time to escape from the scope of the attack. It was as if the forest had been plowed over by a meteorite, with almost no intact trees surviving, almost all broken and in shambles. The flies disappeared, and Fuyue once again turned his gaze to the fourth generation Raikage in the pit at the bottom of the cliff, who was still in an unconscious state. Without any hesitation, Futsuki only saw Susanoo raise one foot and stomp down towards the fourth generation Thunder Shadow in the pit under the horrified gazes of the few Cloud Cloak ninjas who had survived the outermost part of the pit. Yaba! A Cloud Hidden Endurer broke down and shouted. However, without a moment's pause, Susanoo's big foot thudded down. Everyone in this land felt the vibrations from the soles of their feet, and the earth shook as the giant's foot went down. Susanoo stepped on it and crushed it as if he were stepping on a bug that was still afraid of being crushed, before lifting his foot. Fuyue re-looked, only to see that a larger footprint pit had appeared where it had originally been, and the original pit was completely covered. The ground was deep, and the figure of the fourth generation Raikage could no longer be seen. You can't see anything in the giant footprint pits, just dirt. If you enter the footprint pit and look closely, you can still notice that the mud is mixed with the meat foam of the fourth generation Raikage. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow was directly crushed into crumbs under this kick, melting into one with the dirt. Seeing that the fourth generation Thunder Shadow was finished off, Fuyu was also satisfied and came out of the pentaprism crystal, walked to the palm of the Susanoo, and was carefully placed back on the ground by the Susanoo. Fuyu returned to the ground, and then deactivated the Susanoo's complete body, only to see the red martial god that covered the sky and the sun dissipate into points of starry red light. Soon the giant disappeared. Seeing Naruto-sama return to the ground, the Konoha ninja watching the battle from afar also ran over filled with excitement. A few of the Uchiha clan ran the fastest, followed by Hyuga Hinata Tsunade. Curious, Futsuki jumped into the pit to take a look and found what was suspected to be fourth generation Raikage's body tissue, confirming his death before returning to the ground. Confirmation complete. The fourth Raikage did not escape and was stomped to death by this kick. He had just come out of the pit when the Konoha ninjas came to heal. Lord Clan Chief, the battle heroics of Susanoo really thrilled my subordinate. Shocking, the leading second elder, Uchiha Shasta, said excitedly. The Uchiha Yushiro several people also agreed with a look of adoration. Hyuga Hinata didn't give up on this good opportunity either, and followed suit by kissing Fuyue's ass. Naruto-sama is mighty. Your invincible gesture just now, my subordinate was touched by the sight of it. Kiba village will be glorious again under your leadership, Hyuga Hinata said with a firm face. Fuyue smiled and nodded. Alright, don't kiss ass. Elder Shikora, have your men tell Kiba the news. Uchiha Chakra agreed, and hurriedly called for his men. Most of the members of the intelligence services have special ways of passing on information, and can travel thousands of miles to get the news back in a short time. The henchman that Uchiha Chakra shouted at was a middle-aged man in his 40s, only to see him pull out the book he carried with him along with a pen, and looked at Fuyue with a look of adoration as he asked, Naruto-sama, how should I write this? Fuyu pondered for a few seconds and said, just tell the truth. Just say that the fourth generation Thunder Shadow was killed by me on the spot, and the Cloud Hidden Ninja who came to infest the area have been repelled. As the saying goes, the country can't be without a king for a day, and the family can't be without a master for a day, and the Cloud Hidden Village lost the fourth generation Thunder Shadow, so it's the right time for a counterattack. Next I will lead you to take the lead in counterattacking the Cloud Hidden Village. Have Nara Auxiliary send someone to the Cloud Hidden Village with more storage scrolls, and when the time comes, bring down the Cloud Hidden Village so that you can bring all the resources and wealth back to the village. For Fuyu's arrogant tone, it was as if the Cloud Hidden Village had become a lamb to the slaughter. But the Kiba ninja present no longer showed the slightest thought of doubt after hearing that, because in the battle just now, Naruto-sama had already demonstrated his unfathomable and invincible combat power. Although the fourth Naruto was also able to manage to completely destroy that Cloud Hidden unit just now, the process was nowhere near as simple and easy as that of the fifth Naruto-sama. While the fourth Naruto had to take them out one by one, the fifth Naruto took them all out with just a flick of the knife. The fourth generation Naruto has fought with the fourth generation Thunder Shadow on the battlefield, and it is indistinguishable, and it is not possible to distinguish between victory and defeat. While the fifth generation of the Naruto Lord just a sword, the fourth generation of the Thunder Shadow to hit serious injuries and unconsciousness, the two Naruto who is more powerful, their hearts are as clear as a mirror, invincible. Each of them had a look of anticipation on their faces, counterattacking the Cloud Hidden Village. If this had been during the period led by the third Naruto-sama, this sentence would have been unthinkable. Some Kiba ninja curiously came to the edge of the pit to observe below, They were curious how the fourth generation Raikage turned out. Fuyu didn't care about them either, and looked at the intelligence officer and said, "That's exactly it. And then you can just organize your own language and send this message back." The intelligence officer nodded solemnly and said, "I got it," while picking up a pen and writing on a piece of paper. Chapter 131, The News of a Victory. Fuyu then instructed, "Leave a few people to clean up the battlefield. The enemy's bodies are burned to prevent rotting and plague. Our own bodies are collected and brought back to the village for burial. Well, let's leave another squad behind. With Hyuga ninjas, I think they ran off some Cloud Cloak ninjas earlier, so they don't have to make a comeback." "I understand, Naruto-sama. Then let me arrange for those who remain." Hyuga Hinata took the initiative to take this on. A few minutes later, Hyuga Hinata finalized the members of the squad that stayed behind. 5 in total. An Uchiha Shinobi, a Hinata Shinobi, plus 3 regular Shinobi. There weren't many Cloud Cloak ninjas that ran away, and this squad configuration was enough to deal with the surviving Cloud Cloak ninjas that ran away earlier. "Okay, set off. Target the Cloud Hidden Village in the Land of Thunder." Fuyue shouted and once again walked ahead. The other Kiba ninjas followed him one by one with excited faces. Kiba Village. Naruto Building. Naruto Auxiliary Office. Narakagura finished a job again and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Only then did he stop the action in his hand, closed his eyes and pinched his brow, calling in the darkness to inquire, "What's the situation on Jiraiya Orochimaru's side?" The dark part replied, "Back to Auxiliary Lord. Everything is fine with Jiraiya Orochimaru. They have stayed in the Pancher cave and have not come out." Hearing that answer, Narakagura was sort of relieved. He was then worried that Orochimaru Jiraiya would run to the Uchiha clan land to cause trouble, and when the conflict broke out he would have no choice but to take action. Luckily, Jiraiya was still sensible and didn't give him any trouble. It seems that Jiraiya still sees the village as important as before. Even when his own teacher was killed by the 5th Naruto-sama, he still kept his cool and didn't rush off to implicate the Uchiha clan. Nara Kagyu took a break and moved on to his next job. By the way, he asked the dark side to make a trip to his house and bring the quilt for him. And by the way, tell his family that he won't be going back tonight. Originally, he had planned to work late until about 12 p.m. and then go home from work. But because of the whole Jiraiya Orochimaru thing, he was going to stay away from home so as not to have any accidents. Sitting in the Naruto building, if there are any emergencies, it is also good to deal with them in a timely manner. Not long after the dark side had left, there was a knock on the door and Narakagura said, "Come in," without looking up. His office door was always open. "Auxiliary Lord, there is good news." The visitor could not wait to shout at the top of his voice as soon as he entered. Narakagura looked up calmly and glanced at the visitor, recognizing him as someone from the intelligence department by the name of Yamanaka Juchiro. "What's the good news?" Narakagura asked expectantly. He vaguely guessed that there should be news from Naruto-sama's side. "Great news. In short, see for yourself." Receiving the contents of the intelligence from Yamanaka Saikiro, Narakagura did not open the envelope right away, but could not help but glance at Yamanaka Saikiro, who had an agitated and excited look on his face. "What's the good news that's worth selling?" Narakagura couldn't help but quickly open the envelope, and when he saw the first line, Narakagura's eyes widened. The 4th Raikage was killed by Naruto-sama? Narakagyu subconsciously rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was still no mistake. The envelope paper plainly stated that the 4th generation Raikage was killed on the spot by Naruto-sama, and that the Cloud Hidden unit was routed by Naruto-sama, with the few remaining people escaping. The more Narakagyu looked, the more he couldn't help but hold his breath. That's an amazing result. It's another shadow who died outside after the 3rd Raikage who died on the battlefield. The intelligence was very brief about the battle between the 5th Naruto-sama and the 4th Raikage, with only one short sentence. The 5th Naruto-sama summoned the Tenjin warrior, who stood over hundreds of meters tall, and severely wounded the 4th Raikage with a single slash, then stomped him to death. Narakagura recalled the scene before Naruto-sama left the village, confidently told him with full certainty. His heart was stirred. The 5th generation of the Eye is really true to his word. Even the reputation of the powerful 4th generation of the Raikage was also resolved. Narakagyu suppressed the surprise in his heart and continued to look down. When he saw that Naruto-sama was still going to lead a counterattack against the Cloud Hidden village, he couldn't help but feel anxiety in his heart. After all, he hadn't seen the scene of the 5th Naruto-sama's battle at that time, and just wondered if Naruto-sama would be too forward. Even if he managed to resolve the 4th generation Raikage, crush the Cloud Hidden forces and defuse this invasion crisis, counterattacking the Cloud Hidden village is no joke. The Cloud Hidden village can be said to be the biggest winner after the 3rd Ninja World War, only losing a 3rd generation Raikage, while the Iwakunin village paid a huge price in casualties for this, and the Kiba village was weakened by being outnumbered by a large number of ninjas who were also sacrificed in the Third Ninja World War. At the same time, the Cloud-Hidden village had extorted a large amount of money from the Konoha, and after so many years, it was estimated that the Cloud-Hidden village's strength had increased again by a large amount. As of now, the Cloud-Hidden village had only lost a fourth-generation Raikage, plus 100 or so others, which was nothing to the Cloud-Hidden village, which had a large family. To know the Cloud-Hidden village of the 8-tail human pillar force 2-tail human pillar force are still in the, plus so many ninja, just 5 generation I Naruto adults plus 60 or so top ninja, want to attack the Cloud-Hidden village, is not a little too big? But then Nara Kagura thought, Naruto-sama's Sharingan eyes are the nemesis of tailed beasts, whether it's the fact that Uchiha-san once used his Sharingan to control the 9 tails, or the Sharingan that appeared in the eyes of the 9 tails in the 9-tail rebellion. It shows that the Sharingan can control tailed beasts. That means the 2-tailed beasts in the Cloud-Hidden village might not be much of a problem for Naruto-sama. So much for Nara Kagura saw that in the information. Naruto-sama said that he should prepare more storage scrolls. Thinking back to Naruto-sama's confident face before he left the village, and thinking of Naruto-sama's impressive battle results, Nara Kagura intends to go one way and choose to trust Naruto-sama. Quick, go get Counselor Siho to come to my office. Nara Kagura snapped her head up and commanded. As soon as he said that, the intelligence officer, Yamanaka Juchira, was just about to make a move to go next door to call for someone, when the next second the shadowy men waiting in the shadows went out with a whoosh. Yamanaka Juchira then stopped and stepped aside obediently. He thought for a moment and asked, Auxiliary Lord, is it necessary for my subordinate to recuse himself? No, I'll need you to write back to Naruto-sama later, Nara Kagura said with a wave of her hand. It didn't take long for Uchiha Sahu to arrive in a hurry. Auxiliary Lord, what happened? Uchiha Sahu still didn't know what was going on and asked in a confused manner. Good thing. Look at it. Nara Kagura flashed a smile and handed the envelope in her hand to Uchiha Satoru. Chapter 132 Change of Mind. Uchiha Sahu took the envelope and read it. Soon, Uchiha Shuru's pale face quickly revealed a color of ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Sihu laughed wildly with a blossoming heart, then thought of something and immediately said, Auxiliary Lord, there's no time to lose. Let's urgently deploy the manpower and hurry up to get them going. Uchiha Sihu had no doubts about his own clan leader Sama's decisions, and had been 100% confident that he would be able to eliminate this incoming group of Cloud-Hidden ninjas since before the clan leader Sama left the village. I just didn't expect the enemy to still be led by the 4th generation Raikage. It was quite a surprise when he saw that Lord Clan Chief was going to counterattack the Cloud-Hidden village. The first thought in his mind was to hurriedly deploy his manpower and collect a large number of storage scrolls so that they could hurry up and set off. Don't keep the clan leader Sama who attacked down the Cloud-Hidden village waiting. Looked at the impatient Uchiha Shuru consultant. Nara Kagyu cannot help but feel in his heart. It seems that he is still aware of some of the low. Look at the Shuru consultant. Obviously is 100% believe that the Naruto adults can attack down the village of Cloud-Hidden well. Good. Then we immediately start this matter. Nara Kagura gruffly said. The remaining upper ninja in the village I do not recommend all move. To leave them to guard against Jiraiya Orochimaru. The middle ninja can all mobilize immediately first departure. Nara Kagura frowned at that and looked aside at Yamanaka Joichiro and asked. What are the movements of the other villages so far? Yamanaka Juchiro reported. As of 11 o'clock tonight, everything is normal in the Iwashin village and the Sand Hidden village, and there is no news of the spies sent by the Mist Hidden village. Uchiha Satoru narrowed his eyes. What was Auxiliary Nara trying to do by asking about other village movements at this time? He asked gruffly. Auxiliary Lord, you are thinking? Nara Kagura said. Since everything is going well on Naruto-sama's side, I'm wondering if I should make a move on Jiraiya Orochimaru. It's not a good idea to keep the upper shinobi to defend against them. I believe in Jiraiya, but the renegade shinobi Orochimaru is too unstable, and this time bomb that could explode at any time is something that must be removed. Before the Naruto-sama had sent back the news, he had wanted to focus on stability, but now that the Naruto-sama's side had sent back the good news, then there was no need for him to cower any longer. If everything was fine with the other villages and they hadn't colluded with the Cloud-Hidden village to invade, then he might have the option of taking on Orochimaru. If Jiraiya blocks it, he can do it all together as well. By taking care of these two, the village's top shinobi could be sent over to Lord Naruto's side to take over the Cloud-Hidden village. So it is. Uchiha Sahu nodded. Nara Kagura gruffly said, who is more powerful between Jiraiya and Orochimaru? None of us know for sure except for themselves. I only said that before to stabilize them, to slow them down. The reason I sent someone to watch them outside the Pancher cave was because I was worried that Jiraiya wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Orochimaru. See, Uchiha Sihu showed a thoughtful color. Nara Kagura continued. Orochimaru, this guy has long had a previous record. In the third generation of Naruto, when the time of the unscrupulous grabbed the village to do human experiments, now he became a renegade ninja. No one cares about him, I guess. Then we do need to get our hands dirty and get rid of this time bomb. Now that everything is going well on Naruto-sama's side and he's going to attack the cloud-hidden village in a few days, we'd better hurry up and get rid of the troubles in the village. Uchiha Sahu expressed his full support. Nara Kagura nodded. You're right. Then we'll split up and move in two directions now. You go back to the Uchiha clan land and take a team of 1 or 2 dark sectors to the Pancher cave. And I'll dispatch the village upper ninja over to meet you. I know. I'm on my way. Uchiha Shuru nodded heavily and left the Naruto auxiliary office quickly with a hint of joy. He had been displeased with Orochimaru for a long time now, and had the audacity to speak out against the clan leader Sama. If it wasn't for the sake of the greater good, he would have led the Uchiha clan's upper ninja to rush up and kill him. Although Orochimaru had a reputation and had power, the 30 or so upper ninjas of their Uchiha clan were no slouches. 30 pairs of 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eyes? Just ask who can carry them. Not to mention Orochimaru, but even the previous third Naruto they dared to touch. Now that Nara Auxiliary had changed his mind and was planning to go after Orochimaru, he threw his hands up in favor of it. Watching the Uchiha Sithu advisor leave, Nara Kagura also called for the village's remaining top shinobi to be deployed. Naruto adults took away 60 or so upper ninja. The village has been weak in recent years, but a few big clans squeezed a little, or can come up with a few dozen more, plus 30 upper ninja on the side of the Uchiha clan, adding up to almost 100 upper ninja. Now that Naruto-sama has delivered the good news and the other villages have not moved for a while, it is the perfect opportunity to deal with Orochimaru. Even if there were injuries, he could live with that. 100 shinobi. Can you handle it, Orochimaru? Nara Kagura's eyes flickered. Now it was a question of liquidating Orochimaru and whether or not Jiraiya would intervene in the matter. From previous encounters, he was asked to hand over Orochimaru, and Jiraiya decisively refused to do so. From this, there's a good chance that Jiraiya will harbor Orochimaru, and will even take a shot at them for Orochimaru's sake. Nara Kagyu couldn't care less. Naruto-sama's side was attacking the cloud-hidden village right away. He had to pull out the tumor in the village right away. Orochimaru was the one who had to clean up the mess. And if Jiraiya was going to make a move, it would have to be along with Jiraiya. Nara Kagura changed into a clean combat uniform and walked quickly out of the office. Walking out of the Naruto building and looking down the quiet streets, Nara Kagura thought to herself that tonight was not destined to be peaceful. Uchiha clan land. Because there was no one in the Uchiha clan who knew about boundaries. There were no boundaries, and it was generally simple for outsiders to sneak into the Uchiha clan lands. However, there was one problem. And that was that the Uchiha clan was located in the center of Konoha, and if an outside enemy wanted to sneak into the Uchiha clan land, they would need to pass through the boundary on the outskirts of the Konoha village before they could do so. The Uchiha clan is famous, and the people in the village don't dare to come to the Uchiha clan for petty theft. It's a real killer when you get caught. This was also thanks to the deterrent of the Kiba vigilante. Because of the Konoha police force Uchiha clansmen's harsh enforcement of the law and lack of mercy, the villagers of Konoha not only loathe the Uchiha, but also fear them greatly. And now close to the Uchiha clan land around the patriarch's house, a lot of tents appeared on the road, and the house around the patriarch's house was full of people, and those who couldn't live there would live in the tents on the road outside. For the sake of the safety of the Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Mikan discussed with the two elders, Uchiha Sesshu Uchiha Masato, and had the clan members move around close to the clan leader's house to get through these few days first. Chapter 133, this is also a practice of art. Because the manpower was only 30 shinobi, it was not enough to completely protect the Uchiha clan land. That's why the clansmen were told to gather together and shrink their defenses, so that the area of protection was much smaller and easier to defend. In the shadows around the patriarch's house, the 30 Uchiha shinobi were divided into two groups, one resting and one standing guard. The top floor roof of the patriarch's house, Uchiha Weasel, Drika's Onimusha, Deidara, Kakashi, and Hinata Takuma, who had come to provide support, stayed with a couple of Hinata clansmen who were also special top shinobi like him. This is the highest ground with the widest view. If Orochimaru Jiraiya runs in to attack, he can spot them first. As for Yakashino Neyu, he knew that Yakashino Neyu was still attached to the children at the orphanage, so he didn't keep her down to help and sent her back. Despite the fact that Yakashino Neyu herself had said she wanted to stay and help, the Uchiha thought better of it and let her go. Although Yakashino Neyu also had the combat power of an upper ninja, there were 30 clan seniors here. And it wasn't as if Yakashino Neyu was one of them. So boring. So what, Big Snake King, what? Come or not, oh? Deidara spat. It's been hours. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. The Uchiha glanced at Deidara and was about to say that Deidara should go rest in his room, But the thought of Deidara's jumpy nature and the thought of his dangerous bombs put that idea to rest. Next door to his room was Sasuke's room. And across the hall was Naruto's room as well. His two younger brothers were sleeping. And he didn't want to let Deidara, a dangerous guy, stay at his house. So he said decisively, "Deidara, have you forgotten your promise? Is your art so worthless?" Listening to the Uchiha weasel talking about art, Deidara instantly became sleepy. "Humph, isn't it just working for you? I didn't say I won't do it, but it's just that cows and horses have to sleep. Right, can't work for you 24 hours a day, and you have no one here. Why don't you tell me where that what's-his-name Ozeki King is, and I'll go and finish him off, not just that, and wait for him to come here. It's too inefficient. People are called Orochimaru, not King Orochimaru." Deidara-chan, Drikazana Jirai warned from the sidelines. "Impudent fellow, didn't I say no calling me little brother?" Deidara said with a black face. "In the Big Bird on the Time Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, this fishman has shouted their little brother. They have said that they are not allowed to call little brother. Did not think that this guy still dare to call their little brother? I should have known that in the Flying Bird on the time of this fishman threw down, so that he will have a long memory. I'm sorry." The Drika's Oni grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "I forgot. Don't smile towards me, you annoying fishman. It's creepy." Deidara shivered and got goosebumps as she looked at the inhumanly terrifying smile of the Drikazana Musha, hugging her arms, and said, "He grew up in the village of Iwaki, surrounded by rocky mountains, with no view of the sea, and under the village's closure, so few travelers would come their way. So it was the first time he had seen a human as strange looking as Drikazana Musha that day." Sometimes Deidara wondered if Drikazana Musha was even a human. It was so strange to have a head that looked like that, and there were even fish gills on his cheeks, and his teeth were all pointy, nothing like human teeth, and his skin was this similar silvery blue pale white color. Drikazana Musha touched his nose. "A mouthful of obnoxious fish people. Who the hell is taking the liberty? Rude brat." He glanced at Uchiha Weasel and thought to himself that Mr. Weasel was still the most agreeable, nice and very polite. And even though his father was the Naruto-sama of the Kiba village, he didn't have any bossy vibe at all, and he treated people with kindness. He kinda liked spending time with Mr. Skunk. "I'm sorry, Deidara. Just bear with me. It's a practice of art, isn't it?" the Uchiha said with a glint in his eyes. "What art practice, la? My giant bird was successfully built. You wait for me. When I practice my left eye to the point where I can break your illusion, then I'll let you know whose art is the most beautiful." Though Deidara muttered and grunted in displeasure, he wasn't saying anything about going to bed. Drika's glanced at Deidara, who had quieted down, and then at the cool, white-haired Darkside, who always spoke little and wore a mask, and he thought for a moment as he turned to the Uchiha. "Weasel-san, what you told the lady earlier, that Naruto-sama had gone to support the front line, is it possible that Naruto-sama will carry out his plan?" Hearing this, Kakashi, who had been soulful, couldn't help but glance at Drika's Onimusha Uchiha, quietly perking up his ears, intending to listen to what things they were saying. Aboard Deidara also cast a curious glance and muttered, "What is it? Tell me too so I can hear it." The Uchiha Weasel knew what the plan that Gonkeki Onaikan was talking about was something that his father had promised Gonkeki Onaikan. He thought about it. Kakashi-senpai was now his father's subordinate, and although Deidara's personality was jumpy, he couldn't get along with the general public, and it was assumed that he wouldn't divulge the secret either. So he said, "I'm not sure about this, but it was the cloud-hidden village that took the initiative to invade, and Naruto-sama was supposed to only be there to repel them, right? After all, how long had it been since father's words about making peace in the shinobi world? Not even a month. How is it possible to execute a plan so quickly? Besides, he was the one who didn't really believe his father's words about unifying the shinobi world, and it was only Drikazana Musha who believed what his father said. Even if father had the eternal kaleidoscope and could use the strongest divine power, it wouldn't be that easy to unify the shinobi world, would it? The shadows of the other villages aren't to be messed with either. Anyway, the Uchiha was of the opinion that this matter was not that easy. It's expected to take a long time." At that moment, the Uchiha saw his mother's figure coming up. "A few of you have worked hard. I've cut up some fruit and a tea snack, so everyone pad your stomachs." Uchiha Mitsuru smiled gently as she approached with a tray holding a tea and fruit platter of snacks. Because of his respect for Naruto-sama, Drikazana Jirai was also very respectful to Naruto-sama's wife under his love for her, and he said respectfully, "Your wife doesn't have to go through so much trouble. None of us are hungry." Uchiha Mitsuru smiled as she put her things down and greeted a few people with some food and drinks before getting ready to leave, when Uchiha Weasel suddenly called out to her, "Kaizen, the Great Elder is here." Uchiha Skunk saw the figure of Uchiha Satoru appear on the road. "I'll go see what's going on," Uchiha Mitsuru said, rushing down the stairs. "Oni-chan, you guys wait for me." The Uchiha finished walking down the wall from the roof. Chakra attached to his feet allowing him to ignore gravity. He had just reached the ground when he saw the Mother Superior come out of the house. Chapter 134, Naruto, I also know the art of shadow division. Uchiha Mitsuru wasn't too surprised to see the ferret in the doorway. She figured it was about time for the ferret to take on some more responsibility. After all, he was 12 years old. The two men greeted them. Great Elder, how's it going? There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Uchiha Mitsuru was referring to Nara Auxiliary's trip to the Pancher Cave to negotiate with Jiraiya Orochimaru. Uchiha Satoru had a joyful look on his face. Mikan, there's good news. Futsuki has already killed the fourth Raikage and is now heading to the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder with his men. The big stone in Uchiha Mitsuru's heart had just fallen, and then lifted up again immediately afterward as she said in disbelief. What's the point of going to the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder? Didn't we all defeat the enemy? The letter from Futake says that he's going to take advantage of the enemy's loss of the fourth Raikage to attack the cloud-hidden village. Let's not talk about that for a moment. The priority right now is to take care of Orochimaru, that renegade ninja. Uchiha Sahu said gruffly. Uchiha Mitsuru couldn't be bothered to ask about her husband, and busily said, was there an accident in the negotiations? Why are we suddenly fighting Orochimaru? There were no accidents, but Nara Kagura was uneasy about Orochimaru. He said that before it was a reprieve, and now that the news has come in from Naruto-sama's side, there is no need to worry, and Orochimaru can now be dealt with. When Uchiha Sahu finished speaking, he shouted for the Dark Clan members to show up and gather. Before the leader of the Dark Force could give his word, one Uchiha Dark sect came out of the shadows and quickly came to converge in front of Uchiha Shirhu, and this time Kakashi came down from the roof. Kakashi didn't say anything about the scene, and to be honest he didn't really care about his men being commanded by the Uchiha Sesshu. After all, the members of the Dark Ministry are all from the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Sahu, as the Uchiha clan's Grand Elder, followed by the position of Naruto advisor, has no problem commanding the Dark Ministry. Counselor Sihu. What happened? Kakashi asked in a flat voice. Uchiha Sahu said, let's go. Let's talk on the way. Uchiha Bansho was much worse to Kakashi than he was to Uchiha Makoto. He answered every question Uchiha Mitsuru asked just now, and in response to Kakashi's inquiry, Uchiha Sahu just dropped a line about talking on the road and began to greet the members of the Dark Sect by turning their heads and leaving. Kakashi silently followed Uchihasu. Mikan, I'm going to take them and meet up with Nara Kagura first. You take the kids and don't stay here. In case we don't finish off Orochimaru and the others and let them escape, there's a chance that they could come here. Before Uchiha Satoru left, he gruffly admonished Uchiha Mitsuru to take the child into the underground chamber built to hide him. Uchiha Mitsuru and Sasuke can't afford to have anything happen to them. Therefore, Uchiha Sesshu also purposely left behind 5 members of the Upper Ninja Clan, and brought the remaining 25 to urgently rush to Asakusa's old street to meet up with Nara Kagyu. Mother, I'll stay and protect you and Sasuke Naruto. Seeing Uchiha Mikan cast her eyes, Uchiha Weasel said without thinking. He analyzed it clearly. The eldest elder had already brought so many clan Upper Ninja seniors over. Plus there should still be a portion of Upper Ninja on Nara Auxiliary Lord's side. So many shinobi, not one less than myself. He thought that the defense on this side was going to be a bit weaker, and it was very likely that a veteran powerhouse like Orochimaru had some kind of secret life-preserving technique in his hands. Just as the Great Elder had said, in case something happened on their side and allowed Orochimaru to escape, there might be a real possibility that Orochimaru would come this way to retaliate. He wasn't too comfortable with his mother's brother being protected by only 5 senpai of the Upper Ninja. Well, it's good that you're staying, so go wake up your 2 younger brothers, and I'll go shout for the rest of the clan to join us in the underground chamber. When Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, she instructed the 5 Upper Ninja clansmen who had stayed behind to go get the other sleeping clansmen up and hide in the underground chamber. Uchiha Weasel detached a shadow doppelganger and told the doppelganger to go to the rooftop and give the message to Draikazana Musha along with Deidara and a few of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha came into the courtyard. His mother hadn't come back yet. The Oni and Deidara with the few Hyuga clan members were already there instead. The Uchiha looked at his shadow doppelganger, who then telepathically came over and carried Naruto and Sasuke from his hands. Sasuke was still awake when Naruto said in surprise, "Wow, there's 2 Weasel big brothers." After a few seconds Naruto's eyes lit up and he responded, "Weasel big brother, is this a doppelganger technique?" Uchiha Weasel's real body had stepped out into the courtyard and the shadow doppelganger holding Naruto Sasuke replied with a smile, "You got half of it right. It's the shadow doppelganger technique. Weasel big brother. I also know the art of shadow doppelganger." Oh, Naruto said excitedly. After practicing for 2 nights since Aunt Mikan taught him the shadow divergence technique the day before yesterday, he was finally able to learn the shadow divergence technique tonight. To celebrate, he dragged Sasuke outside the clan lands to get something delicious. As soon as he came back, he ended up seeing Brother Weasel. Yeah, Naruto is awesome. A trace of surprise flashed across the Uchiha Weasel's shadow doppelganger's face, and then he exclaimed in admiration. The shadow doppelganger also has the memories of the caster, with a consciousness independent of the caster's main body and a certain amount of resistance to blows. Shadow Split is a B-rank jutsu, and the split will evenly distribute the body's chakra. If you want to learn a B-rank jutsu, normally, the threshold would have to be at Nakanobu to have a chance to learn it anymore. Naruto had only been enrolled in ninja school for less than a year, and unlike other family descendants who were exposed to ninjutsu early, Naruto was really surprised that he could learn the art of shadow doppelganger, but he was relieved to think that Naruto was the child of those two. Naruto's father is the fourth Naruto, Namake's Mizukado, and it seems Naruto has inherited his father's talent as a beautiful jade, and Naruto inherited his mother's vortex physique, with a huge amount of chakra since he was a child. Several of the requirements for learning the shadow divergence technique Naruto met perfectly. Naruto scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, "It's Aunt Mikan who taught me well law." The shadow doppelganger smiled slightly. The only person he could think of to teach Naruto jutsu was his mother. Looks like it was his mother who tapped into Naruto's talent. The shadow doppelganger would smile. Before he knew it, he had become Naruto's teacher, immediately taking on the responsibility of making Naruto stronger. Soon, Uchiha Weasel followed Uchiha Makoto back to the courtyard, followed by the 5 Uchiha upper ninjas. "Come on, let's go to the chamber," Uchiha Mitsuru said. Chapter 135, Surrounding Pansy Cave. Preparing to take action. Weasel took Naruto Sasuke from his shadow doppelganger and then deactivated the shadow doppelganger. The shadow doppelganger's memories returned to the main body, and a flash of color flashed in the Uchiha's eyes as he looked down at Naruto. "Brother Weasel, where are we going?" Naruto asked curiously. The Uchiha said, "We're heading to a secret room oh so soon. Asakusa Old Town." Uchiha Sahu arrived in a hurry with a bunch of people. From a distance he saw Nara Kagura's figure in the crowd. "Auxiliary Nara, I apologize for being late." Dozens of figures stood behind Nara Kagyu, and the street was densely packed. After the two sides converged, the street was even more crowded. Uchiha Shiho looked away from the Pancher cave and said gruffly, "How about it? Shall we do it now?" Nara Kagura should have considered this and said directly, "Surround the Pancher cave first, then evacuate the people in the Pancher cave, and the people in the surrounding area as well, so as to avoid accidental injuries." "Good," Uchiha Satoru greeted, and all the top ninjas all acted, quickly leaping across the rooftops and settling into position around the Pancher cave. They all already knew the target of the trip, which was Orochimaru, once one of the 3 ninjas, and there was even the possibility that Jiraiya would be involved in the battle. At one time they had all served under these two lords, but that was a thing of the past. Now that Orochimaru is a renegade shinobi and Jiraiya's position is still unclear, fighting them for Orochimaru would be a target to clean up together. Uchiha Sahu knows very well why he didn't evacuate before. The probability is that he prevented Jiraiya Orochimaru from noticing the difference. It wouldn't hurt to evacuate the Pancake Cave now that it's surrounded, even if Orochimaru Jiraiya wanted to escape while there were many civilians. Nara Kagura had already made up his mind that these two were able to sneak in silently ignoring the village boundaries. "We can't let them go this time. What if they sneak in and do something next time? Wouldn't they be passive then? Even at the expense of the villagers' lives, Orochimaru must be taken down." Fortunately, all went well with the evacuation mission. The evacuation of villagers in the Pansy Cave and the surrounding villagers outside the Pansy Cave was carried out together and went smoothly. All the villagers around the Pansy Cave were evacuated, and then a group of people in the Pansy Cave also ran out. The one who came out first was none other than Uchiha Ryochi, who had received a message from the Grand Elder. Behind him were all the technicians of the Pansy Cave, each dressed seductively as a thief, causing the upper ninjas that surrounded the Pansy Cave to each resist casting their eyes toward them. There are on the patient's thought. I have long heard that the Pansy Cave and the beautiful young lady. I did not think that it really did not lie. If you get the chance, you'll have to come to the Panhandle to experience it next time. And this is so many customers. At first glance, it is clear that Pancher Cave has the real thing, so popular that it is said to be the hottest store in Kiba village. It wasn't until the people in the Pancake Cave had cleared out that Zirai's figure appeared in the doorway of the Pancake Cave. He walked out of the store without slowing down. Seeing this battle outside, his mouth hooted. His eyesight cruised around and saw many familiar faces. Many of the upper ninjas saw Jiraiya's figure and a complex color flashed in their eyes. Jiraiya didn't have any nerves and even waved hello to them with a hint of a smile. The upper ninja who were greeted by Jiraiya blushed slightly and moved their hands, not daring to greet Jiraiya, now that Nara Auxiliary was standing next to them and watching. On the way over, Nara Kagura had told them that Jiraiya might be the one to be purged together and might become a rebel shinobi. If they greeted Jiraiya, Wouldn't they be in Narakagura's shoes later? That's a risk the old guard, wouldn't dare to take. It's no fun. Jiraiya muttered as he saw each of these familiar faces avert their eyes before looking at Narakagyu squarely. Kagyu? Oh no! Auxiliary Lord. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya looked around. There were people all around the Panshur cave. It was already surrounded. And he saw quite a few familiar faces. He didn't even need to sense it to know that all of these people should be upper shinobi level ninja. Narakagura said in a deep voice. Jiraiya, I won't hide it from you. Originally we could naturally be at peace with each other. But the situation is different now. The news has already come from Lord Naruto's side. The fourth Raikage has been killed by Lord Naruto. Oh, Jiraiya's eyes stared. The fourth Raikage was killed? That's a lot of news. Although he hadn't fought with the fourth generation Raikage, he hadn't read much of the previous information and had heard his disciple, Wave Wind Watergate, talk about it, that the fourth generation Raikage was a difficult character, and that even he couldn't win easily. But now, the fourth Raikage was decapitated by Uchiha Futsuki? What does that mean? Jiraiya knew it in his heart. After the news came back from Uchiha Futake's beheading of the fourth Raikage, his position as the fifth Naruto on the basis of a coup d'etat assassination of his teacher was considered to be secure. That one battle credit alone was enough to send his prestige in the village through the roof. There wasn't a single upper ninja in the Konoha village who didn't know the power of the fourth Raikage. Many of them had followed Mizukata on the Cloud Cloak battlefield to fight against the Cloud Cloak ninjas. Looking around at the stupidly moving upper ninja, Jiraiya frowned, his heart filled with uneasiness. Now that's real trouble. Jiraiya muttered. Is Uchiha Futsuki coming back from his class? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. Earlier, I learned from Narakagura that it was the Cloud Hidden Village that sent people to invade the border post of the Fire Country, and that Uchiha Futsuki was the one who brought people to support them. Now that Uchiha Futsuki had solved the enemy and killed the fourth generation Raikage, it was a fruitful experience and should be on its way back. Narakagura should be trying to show off in front of Uchiha Tomoyuki by going after them now. After all, the reason he came back to the village with Orochimaru was known to Narakagura, to avenge his teacher's death. But now, to be honest, Jiraiya's thoughts of making a move against Uchiha Futsuki had diminished a lot, especially after just hearing that Uchiha Futsuki had killed the fourth generation Raikage. He didn't want to do anything about it. The reason is very simple. Uchiha Fuyue can kill the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, has proved that his strength exceeds the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, which means that Uchiha Fuyue's combat strength may have become the first of the 5 villages. There is Uchiha Fuyue in the day. The Woodleaf village will not be coveted by other villages. And for the fact that Uchiha Futsuki was able to travel to the front lines himself, he appreciated it much better than a teacher. There was also resentment in Jiraiya's heart towards his teacher. Otherwise he wouldn't have left the village for so long and often didn't come back. His reason for coming back now was also more for the stability of the village. With the teacher coming second, he valued the village, and anyone who tried to disrupt its peace and stability was his enemy. Chapter 136 Reverse Psychic Technique. Although he had run away from the village because of his displeasure with his teacher, he had also gathered a lot of information for the village to pass back to the village. If he didn't value the village, he wouldn't have gathered information for it. Narakagura's eyes flickered for a moment as she said, "It wouldn't hurt to tell you that Naruto-sama is already on his way to the Land of Thunder." What? Hearing this news, Jiraiya couldn't help but voice out in surprise. What was the reason for going to the Land of Thunder? Jiraiya quickly gave birth to an unthinkable speculation in his heart. What else could Uchiha Futake do when he traveled to the Land of Thunder? Just to catch up with the enemy? But Uchiha Futsuki is that confident with just a few dozen people? Although the Cloud Hidden Village has lost a 4th generation Raikage, the number of ninjas in his village is quite large, isn't it? He had also traveled to the Cloud Hidden Village in the Land of Thunder over the years and had gathered quite a bit of information about it. The number of upper ninja in the Cloud Hidden Village he guessed was probably between 200 and 300. This includes the special Kamenabu, and Kiba Village now includes the special top shinobi. The number of top shinobi should be less than 200. This is in the Third Ninja World War and the sacrifice of too many people. The peak of the Kiba village on the ninja, but the number of the 5 major villages first, and the strength of the strength is also undoubtedly than the other villages are higher than a cut. That's enough of the small talk. Jiraiya, you're free to go. As soon as Narakagura finished speaking, the Hinata clan member on the side whispered a reminder. Auxiliary Lord. No sign of Orochimaru? Narakagura's eyes glazed over, and the first thing she did was look at the ninja who had guarded the area before. What's going on? Where are the people? Weren't you guys watching the whole time? This Hyuga ninja scratched his head. It was just in there. Narakagura looked more or less at Jiraiya. Wait, Jiraiya, where's Orochimaru man? Receiving Auxiliary Lord's signal, the ninjas who had originally made way for Jiraiya quickly closed in again, blocking Jiraiya's path. Hand over Orochimaru. Jiraiya. And you should know that I'm not kidding you right now, Narakagora said in a cold voice, not giving Jiraiya any more face. Jiraiya spread both hands. This has nothing to do with me. Seeing Narakagora's unkind eyes, Jiraiya explained, you guys asked me to keep an eye on Orochimaru, and he had nothing to do. So he used his reverse psionic jutsu to go to the Dragon Earth Cave. It hasn't been long since I was there, Jiraiya added. Apparently he had just heard Narakagora's conversation with the Hyuga clan. It's actually the reverse psychic technique. The corner of Narakagora's mouth tugged. Could it be that Orochimaru had sensed some danger? I can't believe he's running so fast. He's really counting his blessings. Shaking his head helplessly, Narakagora had the Hinata clan carefully check the Pancher cave over with their white eyes and found that there really was no trace of Orochimaru. Sending someone in to do some checking and finding traces of the reverse psionic jutsu being used in just one room. It was then that Narakagora fully believed what Jiraiya had said, and it seemed that Orochimaru had really gone to the Dragon Earth Cave. In that case, it's quite good that there will be no casualties. Without the threat of Orochimaru, he could proceed to send a separate group of the village's upper ninja to the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder. If we set out now, we might still be able to catch up with the Nakanin force that had just recently departed. Narakagora discussed this with Uchiha Sahu, and then led the men out of the Pancher cave and back to the Naruto building, where they divided the upper ninjas into batches and set off with their supplies. As for Jiraiya, the guy wouldn't be messing around in the village, so Narakagora didn't bother with him and just let it go. Jiraiya watched Narakagora leave right away again with his men, his heart itching like a cat's scratch. He was curious about the situation on Uchiha Futsuki's side, but if Narakagora had just gotten the news, then Uchiha Futsuki should still be on his way to the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Thunder, and might not even have entered the Land of Thunder yet. After all, the Land of Fire is still separated from the Land of Thunder by the Land of Iron. Jiraiya sighed. Now that Orochimaru was gone as well, by the looks of him, he probably had a bad opinion of him. After all, he was the one who called Orochimaru here, and in the end, he ended up watching Orochimaru in turn. But Jiraiya had no regrets. It was his long-cherished wish to guard the village, and even if it was Orochimaru, he would not allow the other party to cause trouble in the village. Next time you run into Orochimaru, apologize to him again, Jiraiya thought to himself. Over here Kakashi returned to the Uchiha clan land with an Uchiha shinobi from the dark side. The Uchiha shinobi led the way to the secret room where Uchiha Makoto and the others were hiding. The door to the chamber room opened, and the Uchiha Weasel stepped out vigilantly to check it out, realizing that there was no danger, before disappearing into thin air with a thud. Turns out what came out was a shadow doppelganger. In the chamber, Uchiha Mitsuru asked. Well, Uchiha replied, safe, it's Kakashi-senpai and Don-senpai. Uchiha Mitsuru knew in her heart that they had to be looking for something. Perhaps Orochimaru Jiraiya had been taken care of to inform them. Uchiha Mitsuru hurriedly stepped out of the chamber and saw Kakashi and the Uchiha Dong at the doorway bending down to salute her. Kakashi was bending perfunctorily, not even seeing the extent of the bend, while the Uchiha Dong was different, bowing directly 90 degrees. Mikoto-sama, there's nothing more to be done, so you can let all the clansmen out of the chamber, Uchiha Dong said. Uchiha Makoto wondered, was it Orochimaru who was taken care of? The Uchiha Dong shook his head. No, it was Orochimaru who used the reverse psionic jutsu and ran away, not leaving him behind. Reverse psionics? A light flashed in the Uchiha Weasel's eyes, and he instantly thought of one of the three holy places of Orochimaru's contract, the Dragon Earth Cave. Reverse psychic jutsu is a very advanced form of jutsu, and only some psychic beast races with self-inheritance are able to perform reverse psychic jutsu, and it must be spiritually intelligent enough to have the ability to perform advanced jutsu in order to do so. Like the three holy places, the three Naruto's Saruman clan, the Uchiha clan's shinobi cats, all of them had the existence of psychic beasts capable of performing the reverse psychic technique. The reverse psionic technique could be said to be an extremely useful means of escape at certain moments. Of course, it would take time to cast it, as one would have to summon the contracted psychic beast over first, telling it to go back and cast the reverse psychic technique to summon it over there. If you can't fulfill the conditions, it's best not to try this move, as it's easy for the enemy to take advantage of the situation. Like Uchiha Weasel, who doesn't know this move, and his contracted Raven, while not bad in terms of spirit, is not capable of not qualified to perform the reverse psionic jutsu. The dead people do not count, only Uchiha Weasel know. Nowadays it is estimated that only the three ninja, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, these three contracted the three holy places of the people to be able to perform the reverse psychic jutsu this move. Chapter 137, Naruto, The Art of Shadow Separation. No one else is expected to be quite good enough. Good. Let's go inform the clansmen now, Uchiha Mitsuru said easily. With Orochimaru now on the run, it's a temporary relief from the trouble. Although there would be worries, Orochimaru shouldn't be returning to the village anytime soon, and by that time, his husband would probably be back from the front lines. By the way, I don't think Jiraiya will make a move against our Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha Mikan suddenly remembered that there is also a Jiraiya who has a grudge against her husband, and hurriedly stopped her hand movements to ask. Uchiha Dongrin said. Auxiliary Lord said that there is a high probability that Jiraiya will not. At that point he turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was off to the side, signaling for him to explain. Kakashi said, Mikan-sama, I've already communicated with Lord Jiraiya, and he said that he will not make a move against the Uchiha clan, and even if there is a grudge, it's between him and Lord Naruto the fifth who killed the third generation. Uchiha Mitsuru froze, still a bit confused by Kakashi calling Jiraiya-sama, when suddenly she remembered Kakashi's identity. Kakashi was a disciple of the fourth generation's Namikaze Suemon, who was a disciple of Jiraiya. Uchiha Mitsuru didn't show any dissatisfaction with this, but instead smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'm relieved. Since it was Kakashi who had communicated with Jiraiya, there should be no need for Jiraiya to deceive him as his apprentice grandson. Weasel, please, do a little shadow divergence for me and tell the clansmen in the chamber to come out and go back to their homes. Uchiha Mitsuru originally wanted to perform the shadow divergence technique herself, but after thinking about it, she planned to leave it to her eldest son. The oldest son had been sent by his husband to spy on the third generation's side during those previous depressing days, so he rarely showed himself in front of the clan. And after her husband became Naruto, Weasel was sent on a mission by her husband without spending more than a few days at home. There's not much contact with the clan at all. Uchiha Mitsuru didn't think that was a good idea, so she was going to take advantage of this opportunity to show the Weasel in front of the clan. The Uchiha didn't think about it so much and simply agreed. Okay Kaizen, leave it to me. Uchiha Weasel made a quick seal and whispered, Shadow Divergence Technique. Bang, bang, bang. The white smoke cleared, revealing 5 shadow doppelgangers identical to the skunk. At this time Naruto, who hadn't been asleep, also ran out, and seeing so many Weasel big brothers, his eyes lit up with excitement. Weasel big brother, what are you playing? I want to play too. Naruto hugged the thigh of none other than the skunk's original form. Weasel smiled and touched Naruto's little head. Brother isn't playing, oh, he's on business. Naruto's eyes lit up at that. I will too. Let me help you. As he spoke, Naruto put his fingers together and set his hands in a cross. Shadow split technique. In the eyes of the crowd, a white smoke appeared out of thin air. The white smoke cleared and 7 Narutos appeared. 2 more than the number of skunk shadow doppelgangers. Looking at so many Naruto shadow doppelgangers, the Uchiha was once again surprised for a few moments. Although from the memories transmitted back from the previous contact with the shadow doppelganger, I knew that Naruto would be able to perform the shadow doppelganger technique, but now I saw it with my own eyes and it was really a bit more shocking. Naruto really had a lot of chakra, and was able to cast 7 shadow doppelgangers at once. Not only the Uchiha Weasel, but the Draikazana Jirai on the side was also shocked and stared wide-eyed. What's with this yellow-haired brat? At such a young age, he can perform the B-ranked ninjutsu shadow fracture technique? And to be able to summon so many shadow doppelgangers at once, there has to be 1, 2, 7 shadow doppelgangers. Draikazana Musha was secretly surprised. It was the first time he had seen a child so young with so much chakra. He hadn't visited the Uchiha's house since he came to the Konoha village, and lived a bit away from the clan leader's house even though it was also in the Uchiha clan land, so he didn't really know Whirlpool Naruto. Technically, this was considered his first meeting with Whirlpool Naruto. Naruto, you've got too many of them. It's enough for you to leave 3 shadow doppelgangers. Disarm the rest. After a brief moment of surprise, the Uchiha skunk spoke out in admonishment. Naruto scratched his head in disbelief and wondered. Ah, why is that? I think the more people doing something the better. Facing Naruto's confusion, Uchiha Weasel explained, the jutsu, shadow divergence, actually has some burdens. Your shadow divergence's memories are transmitted back to the main body after dissolution. You are still too young to receive too many memories at once. 3 shadow doppelgangers are already enough, and after you become skilled, it doesn't matter if the number of shadow doppelgangers is slowly increasing. Oh, so that's it, I see. Naruto was obedient enough to dissolve the 4 shadow doppelgangers, leaving only 3. At this point the skunk's shadow doppelgangers also began to greet Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, 1 greeting each to take them away. They were going to the clan lands to find the secret rooms where those Uchiha clansmen were hiding and inform them to come out and return to their respective homes. Big brother Weasel, I actually feel kinda relaxed, and I can summon more shadow dividers, big ones. Yo, Naruto's really good at this. He's just learned how to summon so many shadow doppelgangers in a short time. The Uchiha smiled and praised. I don't know if I heard something, But Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly ran out from the secret room. Nissan. Sasuke looked like he had just woken up and was still in a daze. As soon as Uchiha Mitsuru wrapped her arms around Sasuke, she pulled a spray of fragrant lavender handkerchief out of her pocket and wiped Sasuke's eye boogers. Slow down. Slow down. Don't move. Mommy will wipe it for you. Keep your clothes on too. And don't leave them open, so you don't catch cold. Mikan finished wiping it off and straightened Sasuke's clothes again. Naruto grinned when he saw it and ran over to the dejected man. Sasuke, you're late. I've already used my shadow doppelganger to help Brother Weasel with his work. Sasuke burst into a rage when he heard that. Good for you, Naruto. Sneaking around in front of Nissan-sama while I'm sleeping. So the two began to fight. The Uchiha watched his two younger brothers bickering there, smirking from the sidelines and not going over to be a peacemaker. He'd seen this scene many times, and at first he'd talked it out, being a peacemaker, but then he hadn't, because he felt that this was supposed to be a way for the brothers to grow their bond, because he noticed that every time Sasuke and Naruto was done arguing, the two seemed to get a little bit closer. At this time, Drikazana Jirai came behind Uchiha Weasel and asked curiously, Weasel-san, is he your brother too? Yeah, I think I told you. The black-haired one is called Sasuke Uchiha and the yellow-haired one is called Whirlpool Naruto. The Uchiha smiled and introduced his two younger brothers to the Drikazoni. They're all so cute. Wait, I'll introduce you to them. They'll be so interested in you. Chapter 138 Counterattack of the Daimyo Province. The expression on the Uchiha's face softened as he spoke of his two younger brothers. Seeing this softer expression on the Uchiha's face, the Drikazonaikan smiled knowingly and nodded. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. He touched the gills at his cheeks and said, just worried if I'll scare them with this look. The Uchiha waved her hand. Don't worry, neither of them will be afraid of you just because of your appearance. That's a relief. Drikazana Musha also grinned a smile. On an official road 100 miles away from Kiba village, two women and a man are on their way back. It was clear from their athletic strides and precise jumps above the branches that these three were ninjas. The view pulls in and one can see that all three are wearing identical forehead protectors on their foreheads, which are their identifiers as shinobi. The design on the forehead protector is an abstracted leaf, representing the three as ninjas of the Konoha village. Both girls are iconic and beautiful. The only man had severe dark circles under his eyes, was pale as a sheet, and looked as if he had overindulged and been sucked dry by two girls. In truth, the man's name is Moonlight Blast, and he was born from a young age in poor health, suffering from a peculiar and strange disease. From a young age, he was much weaker than others and had a constant uncontrollable cough. It couldn't be cured, but it didn't affect his life. The three were none other than Tsuki Akari Blast, Yuzuki Yuzuru, and Yuzuru, who had taken the quest from the village to set out for the capital of the Fire Country a few days ago. They had left the capital of the Fire Country yesterday and were now on their way back to Konoha village. The three couldn't hide the tiredness on their faces. From the beginning of the departure, the three people on the high intensity of the rush, all the way non-stop footsteps without a moment of rest to the capital of the Fire Country, and then in order to grasp the completion of the task entrusted by the Naruto adults. So the three people to find on the daimyo house, said the intention, was hung out to dry for a good half day without any response. The three men couldn't have been more annoyed. They are with the Naruto Lord's mission to come, for which they even rushed 2 days and nights without rest. The result is that here the daimyo is good. Drying them is a good half a day. But they didn't waste any time. After waiting for a while at first and realizing that the daimyo people deliberately left them hanging, they didn't rush or make a fuss. They simply took this time to rest and get their spirits up. It was dark when I was notified to enter the daimyo house. Into the daimyo house, Yuzurihon three people thought that they could see the daimyo. A fist rubbing. Did not think that even the daimyo people did not see? A name not to be named officials to them. The official said nothing about what the three of them had said about the payment sent to Kiba village, and changed the subject one way or another. This officer has lived most of his life, the old fox, into a fine person. Yuzuru Red Moonlight Blizzard Yuzuki Yuzuru are not very old, playing Tai Chi whereas the old fox's opponent. The three were confused by the old official and couldn't find their way out. Seeing that the officials wouldn't answer the questions positively or allow them to meet the daimyo, Yuzuru was the first to sit down. When she took the mission, she had heard auxiliary lord say that if she did a good job on this mission, she could be considered for a promotion to the position of upper shinobi. In this case, the mission has come to a direct standstill, and when you can't even meet the daimyo, how can you talk about the payment issue? Seeing that this old fox's mouth can talk, I guess it's useless to say half a day more. Just as Yuzuru was about to cast an illusion spell to probe the bottom of the old fox, 4 people suddenly came out of the screen behind the old fox. 4 people. Tall, short, fat and thin. 3 men and 1 woman. One common feature of the dress was that they all wore a tricot around their waists with the word fire in red letters on a white and black background. Yuzuru saw the four people suddenly appear. Her heart was vaguely wary, and her movements that were just about to cast an illusion spell stopped. Tsukiakari Blast coughed twice, narrowed his eyes, and warned in a low voice, "It's the Guardian Shinobi 12. It dawned on Yuzuru that this was the Guardian Shinobi 12? Yuzuru sized up the four. They didn't look anything special. Their looks were all average, and their strength couldn't be seen for the time being. Speaking of which, Asuma joined the organization, right? Yuzuru's blurred face of Sarutobi Asuma crossed her mind. It had been a few years since she had seen him, and the Asuma she remembered was a little fuzzy and couldn't remember much. Yuzuru sensed the four opponents and none of the chakra responses were weak, so she whispered in Tsukiakari Blast's ear, "I've heard that each of the Guardian Ninja 12 has the strength of an upper ninja, so the numbers aren't in our favor. Calm down, Red. This isn't Kiba Village." Usagi Yuzuru touched Yuzuru's arm and whispered a reminder. "I know." Yuzuru nodded, or she wouldn't have stopped moving just now. She had just tried to cast an illusion on the officer when these four Guardian Ninjas jumped out at her, seemingly defending themselves against them. Plus the fact that they have been dragged around since they arrived at the daimyo's residence and the daimyo doesn't show up, thus showing that the daimyo doesn't want to see them. What do you mean by that? Despite the fact that there were four suspected upper shinobi level people on the opposite side, Yuzuru did not have much fear, although she herself was still a small middle shinobi right now. But behind them was the Konoha village. The number of shinobi alone was I don't know how many times that of this guardian shinobi. She wasn't afraid of the other party. The reason why she didn't make a move was just that she didn't want to bring something into the open and make it look bad for everyone when the time came. After all, they had come with a mission, and their every move represented the Konoha village. If it affected the relationship between the daimyo house and Kiba village, she couldn't afford to take the blame. Yuzuru hadn't realized that the daimyo house had been seen as a thorn in the side of her own Naruto-sama, and she just hadn't had the time to take a shot at getting rid of it yet. It doesn't mean much. Just came out to say hello to everyone in Kiba village. The four guardian ninjas didn't speak as the officer replied with a leathery smile. When he saw the four guardian ninja come out, he also realized that these Konoha ninja might not be too honest, perhaps trying to perform some special jutsu to get any information from himself. Otherwise the guardian shinobi arranged by the daimyo wouldn't have shown up. After tearing their faces apart, the official didn't have much of a good attitude towards them anymore, and after casually saying a few words, he led the four guardian ninjas out of the room. After that the three of them were also in not seeing anyone, as if they had been forgotten. Yuzuru see this situation. Sleepless, cannot help it. She even wanted to force the daimyo residents to meet the daimyo to complete the negotiation task. But both Tsukiakari Blast and Yuzuki Yuzuru were calm enough to put a stop to Yuzuru's thoughts, for no other reason than that the daimyo was guarded by the Guardian Ninja 12, and they couldn't break through. In response to this, Yuzuru comes up with the idea of going to see his old friend Sarutobi Asuma and asking him to help deliver a message to the daimyo and blow some steam in his ear. Chapter 139 Failure of the Mission. Tsukiakari Blast and Yuzuki Yuzuru also thought it was a good idea. After all, Sarutobi Asuma, though now a guardian of the 12 shinobi, was more of an old friend of theirs. The three agreed that for their request, Sarutobi Asuma would surely help with this small favor. However, they were surprised to learn that Sarutobi Asuma was not in the daimyo residence at all and had gone somewhere. They had no choice but to stay in the room until dawn, and then they went to find someone to beg for an audience with the daimyo. However, the daimyo still did not reduce them, so they had no choice but to leave. After all, we haven't met the daimyo, and we've failed in this mission of negotiation. In the woods, Yuzuru said with a worried frown. Usagi Yuzuru, who was a body length behind Yuzuru, heard Yuzuru's sigh and comforted her. There's nothing we can do about it. They just won't see us, so we can't just barge into the daimyo's place. The daimyo has at least 12 shinobi guarding him. We can't do it with just the three of us. Moonlight Blast also said. Yu Yen is right. Ahem. When we go back and explain the course of the mission, the higher-ups won't blame us. Ahem. Moonlight Blizzard suddenly had a tickle in his throat, and he hastily stopped at a tree with a violent cough. Yuzuki Yuzuru also stopped by Moonlight Blast's side and gently patted him on the back. There was nothing else to do. A scene she was used to and accustomed to. Gale's cough is an old problem, and it's not getting better with medicine. Yuzuru stopped at the tree in front of them and waited for the two of them. Even though Usagi Yuzuru had a point with Moonlight Blast, she still felt deflated. The auxiliary lord made a rare reference to the fact that this mission had something to do with her promotion as a shinobi. The mission had failed, and naturally there was no more news about her promotion to shinobi. She hadn't capitalized on this opportunity, and she didn't know how long it would take until the next shinobi promotion. The Konoha village was full of elite shinobi, and there were plenty of people who wanted to be promoted to upper shinobi. The thought of her father, who was sacrificed in the Nine Tails Rebellion, made Yuzuru's mood more and more irritated. The reason she had worked so hard, practicing her illusions day and night, was so that one day she could be promoted to shinobi and put her father in the 9 springs at ease. Looking up at the starry sky, a river of stars reflected in the sunset red eyes, he couldn't recognize which star was his father. Well, Red, let's keep going. I think we'll be back to the village soon. Usagi Yuzuru surveyed her surroundings as Tsukiyakari Blast coughed, recognizing this place by the landmarks buried in the official road. In his heart, he probably knew where they were now, and it was probably less than 100 miles away from the village. This would be when Lunar Blizzard finished coughing, and Yuzuki Yuzuru was proposing to continue on her way. Go! Yuzuru retracted her gaze and gave a breathless response. The 3 of them continued their journey in the night. This time, the 3 of them were in less of a hurry, and after rushing for a while, they would rest for a while before continuing on. Originally, they could return to the village in most of the day, and they insisted on spending more than half a day more to return to the village. Seeing that the 2 figures at the gate of Kiba village were 2 strangers, there was still a small bit of doubt in the mind of Moonlight Blast. Strange, where did Kamizuki Izumo Steel Tie and those 2 guys go? I remember it should be the 2 of them on duty all this time, right? Moonlight Blast said in disbelief. Who knows? Forget about those 2 guys. Let's hurry up and submit the mission. Usagi Yuzuru said with a scowl. Looking at the somewhat distraught Yuzuru, Usagi Yuzuru sighed. She had also just learned not long ago that this mission also had something to do with Red's promotion to Upper Ninja. There's no way around it. It's done. You have to choose to accept it. Red, let's go. To the Naruto building. Usagi Yuzuru said as she patted Yuzuru's shoulder. I know. Go. The 2 Negi ninja guarding the gate had a stern face and carefully checked the papers of the 3 ninja wearing Kiba's forehead protector before letting the 3 of them into the village. Hey, have you guys noticed that there seems to be a lot of people missing from the village? On the way to the Naruto building, Usagi Yuzuru suddenly spoke out. When you put it that way, it seems true. Tsukiyakari Blast looked to a street-side ninjutsu store to retrieve his gaze. There was one of the best business ninjutsu stores in the neighborhood. It had been open since he could remember as a child. The winds blew and the snow fell. It never closed, but today it was closed. Moonlight Blast was surprised by this. Maybe something happened in the village? Moonlight Blast's heart tightened with a bad feeling. You're overthinking it. You see, the villagers are no different than usual. Usagi Yuzuru said as she gestured to the bustling streets of people coming and going. No, there's still something wrong. Think about it. It's always been Gekko Tetsu and Kamitsuki Izumo watching the gate. Why the change this time? And it's 2 ninjas I've never seen before. Tsukimitsu Gale said gruffly. I've seen most of the village's Nakanobu. Even the ones I've met on one side I'm a bit impressed. But those 2 Nakanobu at the door, I'd say I've definitely never seen them once. And looking at their age, they don't look like they just rose to the Nakanobu ranks. So where in the world did they pop out from? Moonlight Blast felt puzzled. That's when Yuzuru chimed in. Don't think about it. We'll find out what happened when we get to the Naruto building. Yuzuru quickened her pace, stomping athletically up the wall a few times before she was up on the roof, bouncing like a flea on the roof. Tsukiyakari Gale and Yuzuki Yuzuru exchanged glances and jumped onto the roof as well, picking up speed to catch up with Yuzuru, taking a shortcut on the roof. The Naruto building was soon in sight. Generally speaking, ninja other than those directly under the dark sector forbidden to jump around on top of the Naruto building. So the 3 of them got off the roof honestly before arriving at the Naruto building and walked quickly through the doors of the Naruto building. Looking around, Yuzuru was surprised. It's the afternoon. There are usually a lot of people coming here at this point to pick up quests. But now there was no one at the lobby task but a staff member sitting behind the counter. When the 3 saw this scene, their hearts went cold. With this uncharacteristic scene, the 3 of them, even in their slowness, could think that something must have happened in the village. The 3 of them rushed over to the mission, and Yuzuki Yuzuru, the one with the hottest temperament, was the first to ask, "Little brother, did something happen in the village? Where did everyone else go?" The young man at the mission pushed up his glasses and looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Why are you guys still here? After saying that he realized something, seeing the dusty appearance of these 3, he looked back and realized that these 3 were probably ninjas who had just come back from being out on a mission. Chapter 140, Go and Relax. I just got back from being away, so it's normal that I didn't catch it. Little brother reveals a smug look, tone with honor. You guys still don't know it. A few days ago Cloud Hidden Village took the lead in tearing up the Covenant. The 4th generation Lei Shadow personally led the attack on our border post. The 5th generation I Naruto Lord personally led the team to support. Not only did he kill the 4th generation Lei Shadow, but also led the people to attack the Cloud Hidden Village. And now all of the people of the village have gone to support them. X3, Yuzuru, Tsukiyakari Gale, and Yuzuki Yuzuru all out in unison, their faces full of questions. They had only left the village for a few days, and the village was fine when they left, So how come it was like this as soon as they came back? Lord Naruto of the 5th generation has personally marched to the front lines and killed the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Hidden Village? Even so, Naruto-sama is going to attack the Cloud Hidden Village? It has to not be so magical. The three of them were a bit giddy, always feeling like they were listening to heavenly books, with a sense of unreality. Shao was not surprised to see this reaction from them. Before the three of them, there were several rounds of ninjas coming back from outside missions. He had already explained this several times, and seeing them all showing this incredulous look, he was somewhat used to it. After all, Lord Naruto of the 5th generation's decisions were too surprising. Now who in the village does not know that today's Cloud Hidden Village to be more powerful than Kiba? During the reign of the 3rd generation of the Eye, in the face of the Cloud Hidden Village's threat, the village which time is not both compensation and seed land, it was so close to falling to my knees and begging for mercy. Now after the 5th generation of Naruto came to power, it can be said to be a two-level reversal. The original powerful Cloud Hidden Village, under the leadership of the 5th generation of Naruto, it can be said to be broken at the touch of a button. Now that the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Hidden Village has also been killed head-on on the battlefield by the 5th Naruto, the Cloud Hidden Village, which has lost its shadow, will soon face the conquest of the 5th Naruto, and I wonder if the Cloud Hidden Village can hold off the 5th Naruto? If Lord Naruto of the 5th generation succeeded in capturing the Cloud Hidden Village, it would truly be a precedent in the history of the shinobi world. After all, the ninja villages of the 5 major nations in the shinobi world had never been invaded by an enemy since their establishment in history. Now that the 4th Raikage has been killed and the Cloud Hidden Village is leaderless, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Cloud Hidden Village. Has the auxiliary lord gone for support? Yuzuru asked out loud. Shao nodded. Yes, the matter advisor Sama who led the team to support. Let's go. Let's go submit the quest first. The three of them looked at each other and headed upstairs. Arriving at Naruto Auxiliary's office, the door to the room was left open, and standing in the doorway he could see Auxiliary Sama inside. Sitting in front of his desk with his head buried in serious work, Yuzuru carefully knocked on the room. Only the auxiliary lord said come in without looking up. Only then did the three of them cautiously enter the room, bowing low on one knee. And seeing that the auxiliary lord did not speak, the three of them did not make a sound either. So they waited quietly. Nara Kagyu this document is still a little bit close to finish writing. Hard to finish writing. Nara Kagyu only then looked up. See as Yuzuru read. Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yuyen, out of the voice, you guys came back How was it? What was the reply from the daimyo? The three of them who had been lightly and quietly waiting for Nara Kagura since they came and raised their heads when they heard auxiliary lord's question. Yuzuru, on the far left, replied, I'm sorry, auxiliary lord, the mission failed, and the daimyo didn't see us from start to finish. Yuzuru was both lost and apprehensive. Lost because the mission was a failure and this possible promotion to the position of upper shinobi was out of the question. Apprehensive because perhaps the auxiliary lord would give her another chance? Nara Kagura wasn't the least bit surprised to hear this reply, and nodded as if she had already known the news. Seeing that auxiliary lord wasn't surprised at all, Usagi Yuzuru couldn't help but ask, Auxiliary lord, you don't seem surprised at all? Nara Kagura smiled. I expected this to happen before you left. Tsukamitsu Gale looked at auxiliary lord's breezy appearance, and couldn't help but think in his heart that it was worthy of being the #1 intellect of the Konoha, and that he really did have 2 brushes. The possibilities of the mission had been considered before they set out. It didn't show any pity for that. This was something he had to learn from the auxiliary lords, not to be disorganized when things went wrong, and to be pampered. He was still too young. It turned out that when he had just left from Daimyofu he had felt nothing, but on the way back, probably because of the influence of Yuzuru, it made him a little deflated as well. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes, since the auxiliary lord had already anticipated this. He must have come up with a plan to deal with it, right? Well, since the mission was not completed, there is no honorarium for the mission, and if there is nothing else, you may leave, Nara Kagura said. Yes. Seeing that auxiliary lord didn't state the follow-up, Moonlight Blast was a bit lost. Then, auxiliary lord, we will take our leave. Yuzuru was extremely upset in her heart. The auxiliary lord hadn't said anything now, and she'd gotten the message that there was no chance of the shinobi promotion. But there was nothing that could be done about the unwillingness, and Yuzuru could only respectfully bow out. After exiting the Naruto building, Usagi Yuzuru sighed and said, this is a big loss. The mission quest wasn't completed, and we didn't make it up to the mission to support the Cloud Hidden Village. Hearing Usagi Yuzuru say this, the two of them, Moonlight Blast and Yuzuru, who were originally still a bit reluctant, had some regrets in their hearts. This mission went out for a complete waste of time. You guys don't have anything else next, do you? Let me buy you guys dinner. Yuzuru shot up and offered with a forced smile. She was the one who had found Tsukiokari Gale and Yuzuki Yuzuru in the first place and asked them to join this mission. She was a little upset that she hadn't gotten anything out of this mission and had made the two men travel for nothing. Well, at least treat the two to a meal. Tsukiokari Blast and Yuzuki Yuzuru looked at each other. And it was Tsukiokari Blast who spoke up to oblige Yuzuru's invitation. Now they really didn't have anything to do. And they hadn't had a good meal in the last few days of rushing. So of course they had to have a good meal now that they were back in the village. Okay, so let's go grill Q, Moonlight Blast said subconsciously. In the past, when they came back from a mission, they would follow the tradition of going to a barbecue Q grill and rubbing their hands together. It's been a tradition for ages now. Yuzuru had little spirit and nodded without saying anything. Usagi Yuzuru was the one who said, "Hey, how many times have I been to the barbecue Q? I'm a little tired of eating it. I heard that next door to the barbecue Q isn't there a place where you can eat and get a massage at the same time? I'm tired of doing the quest. Why don't we go there and relax?" I'm fine with that. Since his girlfriend had asked. Of course Moonlight Blast was unconditionally in favor. Red, what do you think? Usagi Yuzuru asked. Looking to Yuzuru. Yes, where is this store? Chapter 141 Natural Barrier Cloud Thunder Gorge. Yuzuru hadn't listened much just now. And she hadn't even interacted and communicated much with people during this time when she was deep in her home practicing her illusions and polishing her ninjutsu. So she hadn't known that a massage parlor had caught fire in the village. It's right next door to the barbecue Q. I heard from a friend that it's so luxurious. Made of gold everywhere. Usagi Yuzuru said with a smile, and when she smiled, two small cute dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, making Moonlight Blast feel a lot more relaxed just by looking at her. The three of them walked toward Asakusa Old Town. Somewhere in the land of thunder. Narrow and deep valleys. Both slopes are steep and often V-shaped in cross-section. This was the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Only 20 miles away from the cloud-hidden village. The environment here was treacherous, the terrain was complicated, and the natural geographic advantage made the Cloud Thunder Gorge a natural barrier for the cloud-hidden village. At this point the group stopped at the front of the canyon. The first person, short black hair, square face, expressionless, strict features, giving an unspeakable sense of oppression, serious and square. On the inside, he wore a tight combat suit, and on the outside, he was draped in the Gokudome Naruto Gashin robe. Behind him, densely packed with excited-looking Kiba ninja stood. Naruto-sama. This is the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Through this canyon we will see the cloud-hidden village. Beside Futsuki, Uchiha Chakra said with a heartfelt pang. Aha. Fuyu nodded his head faintly and looked at the canyon in front of him, seemingly waiting for something. It didn't take long for a few dark shadows to whoosh and move over. The leader of the group was none other than Hyuga Hinata. Hinata is also excited. They will soon be under the leadership of Lord Naruto to attack the cloud-hidden village. Who would not be excited? This is exactly the time to wipe out the shame of the past. When the cloud-hidden village was over the head of the Konoha village, did you ever think that there would be today? Hinata, with a few upper ninja of the Hyuga clan, quickly returned to the group and came to Naruto-sama's face to report respectfully. Naruto-sama, after my subordinates scouted the area, they did find enemy camps on both sides above the canyon. One camp numbers about 20 people, and there are a total of 40 people, of which the upper ninja chakra count is 10. The others are middle and lower ninja. Fuyu secretly nodded his head. Cloud Thunder Gorge is the gateway to the cloud-hidden village. Arranging 10 upper ninjas could show the cloud-hidden village's importance to this place. Can I touch it? Pei Leap asked. Hyuga Hinata thought for a moment and shook her head. There is no cover on the cliff wall, and there are people arranged to keep an eye on both sides above the canyon. So it's basically difficult to feel your way up there and not be detected. Maybe wait until the evening to try it. Fuyu looked up at the sky. It was already after 4 p.m. when they arrived here, and it didn't take much time for Hyuga Hinata to bring someone to check out the situation. There was about 15 minutes. It's still a good hour before dark. So it's going to wait? Fuyu pondered for a moment and looked up at the towering cliff face again. With a twist of his head, seeing the silent men and noticing the excitement on the faces of the Kiba ninja, Fuyu already understood that his reputation was considered to have been completely turned around in their hearts. Perhaps they were not as good as the unconditional fanatical following of his own family members, but they could act on his orders and would not be questioning them in their hearts, like this Cloud Thunder Gorge in front of him. For example, if he sent someone to knock down the outpost above him, someone would surely go there of their own accord, even knowing that there may be casualties. That was the impact of summoning a full-bodied Susanoo to take out the fourth Raikage earlier. As the saying goes, a soldier is a wimp, a general is a wimp. When the leader is courageous and invincible, the flock that follows him will be fearless of any risk. Naruto-sama, should we wait until night? Hyuga Hinata inquired again. Fuyu laughed. Not waiting. said Fuyue as red vapor chakra began to emerge from his body and the giant quickly took shape. Skeletons, flesh and blood, and armor. In an instant, over 100 meters of martial god giants clad in Wu Tengu armor appeared out of nowhere in front of the mouth of the canyon. He was even taller than the cliffs of Cloud Thunder Gorge. At this time the cloud-hidden ninjas standing guard on the cliff face also discovered the huge red giant that appeared in front of the Cloud Thunder Gorge, and at the sight of the scene they all drew a breath of cold air. What is this? A Cloud Cloak shinobi looked at the giant that was taller than Cloud Thunder Gorge and muttered with a dumbfounded expression. From his position, he could only see the giant's waist. He could clearly see the oversized taijutsu hanging from the giant's waist. Quickly go inform the village that unknown giants have appeared outside the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Is this giant a new-tailed beast? That size is even more massive than the 8 tails. It's still possible. Let's inform the village first and see what we can do about it. The sudden appearance of the huge giants outside the Cloud Thunder Gorge caused the Cloud Cloak ninjas at the 2 outposts above the cliff face to go into disarray. Outside the Cloud Thunder Gorge, Fuyue still stood in front of the Kiba ninjas, this time summoning his full-body Susanoo. Instead of going into the brow pentaprism like he did last time, he maneuvered Susanoo to hang the 10-fisted sword at his waist, leaned down, and put his right hand in front of them with an open hand, and then he had the Kiba ninjas step up to the palm of his hand. The Konoha ninja looked at the huge palm in front of them, and when they heard Lord Naruto's order, each of them leapt to their feet. With hardly any hesitation, they scrambled to jump onto the huge palm. Some of the Kiba ninjas went up even faster than a few of the Uchiha clan. This made the Uchiha Shasta, who had not been the first to go up, feel resentful in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made it all their own now? Seeing this, Fuyu also greeted and jumped up with Uchiha Shikora, Hyuga Hinata and a few others beside him. All stand firm, Fuyue shouted loudly. In the next moment, it was seen that the 2 wings behind Susanoo's back violently unfolded, and the range of the wings spread out was so large that it even covered half of the sky, causing the sky above Cloud Thunder Gorge to fall into darkness all of a sudden, as if it had entered the night. This sudden scene also sent the Cloud Cloak shinobi on Cloud Thunder Gorge into a panic. Luckily, the darkness didn't last long, as sunlight spread out like a tidal wave, followed by cries of alarm. The giant flies. Under the terrified, shocked gazes of the Cloud Cane ninjas, the hundreds of meter-tall giant spread its wings and just flew over the head of Cloud Thunder Gorge. A huge shadow was cast from above their heads. At this time, Susanoo was hanging on his right hand in front of his chest, and the Kiba ninja were in a mess. Unlike the panic of the cloud-hidden ninjas below, they all had their eyebrows raised and their hearts in a blaze of glory. Flying, we're flying, oh ho! So that's what Cloud Thunder Gorge looks like from above. Woohoo! Woohoo! ##% hashtag. Who's monkeying around? Stop yelling. Ha ha ha. Exciting. Woohoo. Naruto-sama is mighty. Chapter 142, Thunder Shadow Building, Distracted Darui. Fuyu had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was calm in the face of the cheers of the Kiba ninjas. Over here, as they watched the direction the giant flew in, the Cloud Cloak ninjas each exclaimed in shock. They had spotted it, and the giant flew further in the direction of the village. The panic was quickly calmed down by the shinobi, and both outposts, despite not communicating, made the same decision, which was to tell the village about the situation immediately. Let the adults in the village decide what's best. As the carrier pigeons flew out, many of the Cloud Cloak upper ninja panicked and wondered if the carrier pigeons would be able to make it to the front of the giants and fly back. They watched for a moment, and then knew that the probability of this was impossible, for the giant's figure was fading away, and the carrier pigeon was still endeavoring to fly. Immediately after that they began the second set of plans, summoning psychic beasts to bring the message back. They were on their hands and knees as they broke the news to the village. On the palm of Susanoo's hand, because of the chakra shields on their palms, the gusts of wind were blocked out, and the Kiba ninjas were somewhat reckless, lying on their backs to the edge to look down on the earth's light. The terrain over here was completely different from where they lived, and this side was full of towering mountains, and they are now above the clouds. A sea of clouds could be seen as if it had been transformed into the ground, and a mountain emerged from it. Hey, you guys, look over there. I see the cloud-hidden village. Suddenly someone pointed to a spot and shouted excitedly. His cry instantly drew the gazes of countless Konoha ninjas. After all, they weren't here to see the scenery either. They were here to attack the cloud-hidden village. The cloud-hidden village built houses on top of a dense patch of mountains whose height broke through the clouds, and a magnificent building on the highest mountain. There was a huge thunder character on it, representing the building's identity, the Thunder Shadow Building. It is the place where Raikage's office is located, and one of the most important places in the cloud-hidden village. And at that moment, inside the Raikage building, Darui, the wise counselor and auxiliary of the fourth Raikage, The second right hand that the fourth Raikage had personally acknowledged in front of the public was sitting in the fourth Raikage seat, correcting documents. The fourth Raikage didn't like to correct documents, and since taking office, the matter of correcting documents had been completely left in his hands. Writing official papers, for some reason, Darui was always a little distracted. Lei Shadow Lord also left almost a week ago. Until now there is no news back. I do not know how the situation on the front line, whether everything is going well. He was worried that the fourth Raikage did not follow the decision he had discussed with himself before he left. The fourth Raikage always thought one thing and did another, although he would consult himself before major events, but there was a doubt as to whether or not he would be able to do it completely. He still wasn't quite in favor of attacking Kiba's village after the news of the follow-up came back, but the fourth Raikage didn't want to miss this opportunity. Plus the village was vocal about Kiba striking and saw it as a great opportunity. Darui, who had no choice but to agree to the fourth Raikage's request to attack Kiba, set up a rigorous plan to do so. He thought that taking advantage of the opportunity of the change of Naruto, he could make gains, but it was not advisable to bully people too much, and a small attack in exchange for a strategy of bowing down in the Kiba village would be perfectly fine, but avoid a life-and-death battle with Kiba. Although Kiba is now much weaker, but after all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Cloud Hidden Village is now much stronger, but the Iwami Hidden Village is watching from the sidelines, and it's almost impossible for the Cloud Hidden Village alone to gnaw down the Kiba village in one piece. Even if they could gnaw down the Kiba village, the Cloud Hidden Village would still have to suffer a great deal of damage. It would be hard to face the Iwakamura, who had a big grudge. Then, since the sacrifice of the third Raikage, an oversized number of ninjas have been sacrificed on the side of the Iwakamura as well. After all, they were the ones who had dragged Raikage-sama alive with a large number of middle and lower ninja. The Cloud Hidden Village lost the third generation Raikage, and the Iwami Hidden Village lost more than just those middle and lower ninja who died on the battlefield, and one family was torn apart. The two villages are now enemies of the century, the immortal kind. Once the Iwakamura saw the opportunity, with that shrewd old man, Earth Shadow Anoki, he would surely bite it to death. Darui shuddered at the thought of the consequences. He shook his head, wishing Lord Raikage all the best. There's nothing he can do about the mountains. Originally, he wanted to follow Raikage-sama, but Raikage-sama insisted that he stay behind to watch over the village, so he had no choice but to stay behind to watch over the village. Recently, the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of the Moon has also been experiencing some chaos from time to time, and after investigation, it was found that it was a group of wandering ninjas who were behind the Iwakunin shinobi. It was with this in mind that Darui agreed to stay in the village. Fuyue also narrowed his eyes when he saw the most conspicuous Thunder Shadow building. Naruto-sama, what should we do? Do we just drop down for a surprise attack on the Raikage building? Hyuga Hinata asked expectantly. This was the first time he had come to the Cloud Hidden Village and was looking down from such a perspective high in the sky, so he couldn't have been more excited. It could be said that he was thrilled from start to finish, and his excitement never calmed down at all. And the thought that the Cloud Hidden Village, which had killed his brother, would soon pay the price made Hyuga Hinata's mood even more pleasant. What's the point of going down there? The Raikage building must have some high-ranking members of the Cloud Hidden Village in it, so between subordinates, let's just blow up the Raikage building directly and remotely. Uchiha Chakra offered with glowing eyes. He still wanted to see the power of God's strength up close. Fuyue's eyes lit up. This proposal from Uchiha Shasta kind of spoke to his heart. They were going to attack the Cloud Hidden Village anyway, and from the moment the fourth Raikage had been killed by him, the two villages had been in an undying situation. If that's the case, why don't we just play a little bigger? Directly decapitating the top management of the Cloud Hidden Village. The Cloud Hidden Village lost its command and was bound to be in disarray, making it more convenient for them to act at that time. Hinata's eyes also lit up when she heard this suggestion from Uchiha-sama, and she nodded her head in approval when she thought of the wave of light that had swung out from that giant's taijutsu of Naruto-sama's earlier. Wonderful! I'm also in favor of just remotely blowing up the Thunder Shadow building. Fuyu smiled and said, good, let's do it. Naruto-sama, do we need to be put down first, so as not to interfere with your casting? Hyuga Hinata thought of something and suddenly said, it's fine, it doesn't matter. Fuyu said in a domineering manner. The Konoha ninja who heard the conversation between Naruto-sama and Advisor-sama, one by one, showed a look of anticipation. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the shield on the red giant's left hand was affixed to his waist, and then he drew the taijutsu at his waist. Chapter 143, Good afternoon, everyone from the Cloud Hidden Village. The body of the taijutsu blade seemed to be ablaze with a flame, and the giant just swung it lightly, as if turning his wrist, and the red blade wave that was diffusely emanating a strong chakra reaction fluctuation left the body of the blade, and chopped towards the Raikage building, which was the tallest in the position below. Everyone was wide-eyed and unblinking, afraid of missing this historic scene, and at the same time, there was a knock on the Raikage's office on the third floor of the Raikage building, and a man rushed into the office without waiting for Darui to answer. Darui looked up in confusion. What's going on? The visitor's face was full of terror, and he was cupping a sheet of paper meant for intelligence in his hand. Seeing this scene, Darui's heart instantly hit rock bottom. Something was wrong. However, before this cloud-hidden shinobi could answer, the office was suddenly filled with a red glow. Shocked, Darui turned back to the landing behind him, followed by a sight he would never forget, only to see a red wave of light covering the sky like a meteorite coming towards the Raikage building. At the same time the intelligence officer's words arrived. It's not good. News has come from the Cloud Thunder Gorge that a red giant beyond 100 meters is flying towards our village. Darui then also saw the huge figure that stayed in the air stepping on the clouds as if it were a demon god. However, by this time it was too late. The red wave of light was fleeting, and Darui's pupils contracted violently as the red wave of light zoomed in his eyes. Next, boom! The light wave bombarded the Thunder Shadow Building, and the light wave was so large that it even surpassed the Thunder Shadow Building. The moment the light wave touched the Thunder Shadow Building, it was like a destruction, like a black hole hitting a derelict ship, and it was instantly eaten away. All the lives that stayed inside the Raikage building, without even feeling the pain, disappeared in the world without even dust remaining, directly under the violent energy reaction. The top of the mountain on which the Thunder Shadow Building was built was even directly lost to the blast, as if the corpse had been decapitated by a sharp decapitating blade, the cut as smooth as a glass mirror. The Kiba ninja on the right hand of the Susanoo were hardly affected in any way, and the moment they swung their swords, all of them on their right hand were as steady as a mountain, and didn't wobble at all. The Kiba ninja who witnessed the disappearance of the Raikage building and the destruction of the mountain peak where it was located all erupted in violent cheers, and their excitement was instantly exploded at this moment. Almost everyone in the Cloud-Hidden Village heard the violent roar, but most of the people in the Cloud-Hidden Village didn't feel much of anything. Because of the terrain they could always hear the thunder and lightning roar multiple times throughout the day, and they had taken this roar just now as a general thunder and lightning roar. Beneath the real waterfall, a stout body sat cross-legged on a boulder, letting the water above wash over it. The man is dark-skinned with yellowish hair, the word iron representing the iron armor seal on his right shoulder, and the marks of a bull's horn on his left cheek. That's when he heard a muffled sound in the sky and opened his eyes in confusion, closing them again within seconds. At that moment the voice of Yada suddenly rang in his mind. Scrap B, I'm sensing a very nasty aura. Yatsuo's gravely voice sounded in his head. Kairabi's face was instantly grave, and he knew that old 8 wouldn't say anything that wasn't true. It must have really felt something when it said that. Possibly an enemy invasion. In association with the sound of the blast just now that was not quite the same as usual, Kairabi's heart floated a layer of haze. Whoosh disappeared from the boulder. The silhouette appeared by the river, quickly picking up the clothes on the ground, the 7 knives and rushed to the village. In the quick rush, the wind carried the water away from his body, and Kairabi dressed in the process. Now that his righteous brother was away from the village, he had to keep it safe, and all incoming enemies would be cut down by his sword. And it would be. Kairabi was even in the mood to rap. Things are not yet known but nothing is impossible for me. However, when he came out of the woods and saw the massive red color in the cloud gap in the sky, he froze in place. Not only Kairabi outside the village, but people in the Cloud-Hidden Village noticed the tip of the iceberg of the red giant in the sky. The clouds that densely covered the sky above the Cloud-Hidden Village were broken open by Susanoo's sword aura, and through the gaping hole in the clouds, a large red torso could be seen above the clouds. Even though he hadn't seen the whole thing yet, he could tell how massive it was by the huge feet. And at this moment, as if the giant had heard what they were thinking inside, only to see the giant's wings violently stirring a few times, it swept up several hurricanes, and the wind swept away all of the clouds and mist that covered the sky above the Cloud-Hidden Village. It was only then that the giant's full appearance was revealed to the eyes of the world of the Cloud-Hidden Village. A cry of alarm resounded continuously from all parts of the Cloud-Hidden Village. A single cloud-cloaked shinobi also froze in place. At this time, the Cloud-Hidden ninjas who had lost the organization and command of their senior staff had not yet reacted to what they were going to do, and each of them was confused, immersed in the shock of the giant. After the clouds that had shrouded the Cloud-Hidden Village were blown away, a small portion of the population finally noticed the disappearance of the Raikage building, the highest peak in the village. They looked at the smooth break in the highest peak, and each of them was dumbfounded and full of unbelief. What's going on? Where's the big Thunder Shadow building? Why has it disappeared? Someone yelled out in horror. It was only then that more and more people took their eyes off of the giant floating high in the sky and looked towards the highest peak in the village. There was originally a magnificent Raikage building there, and at this point it's bare. Nothing. The Thunder Shadow building seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They all had a fact in their hearts that they didn't dare to believe, and that was the Thunder Shadow Building, which might not have been there in that roar just now. The obvious culprits of this situation are the giants suspended high in the sky that cover the sky. While the people of the cloud-hidden village were terrified, Fuyu also passed through the secret techniques of several Yamanaka clan upper ninja, allowing his voice to be captured by everyone within the entirety of the cloud-hidden village, which meant that Fuyu's voice directly resonated directly in the hearts and minds of all of them. Good afternoon, everyone from Cloud-Hidden Village. I am the 5th Naruto of Kiba Village, Uchiha Futsuki, and a few days ago, His Excellency the lay shadow of your village led an invasion of our borders, breaking the covenant and causing the established fact that the ninjas of my village were killed in action. I'm here today to do unto others what they have done unto me. Uninvolved persons, ordinary villagers, women and children will be given 10 minutes to leave. When the time comes, overthrow the cloud-hidden village. Under the joint secret techniques of the mountain ninjas, Fuyue's voice managed to be heard clearly by all of them within the cloud-hidden village, as if it was a voice ringing directly in their ears. And even if they covered their ears, they could still hear it clearly, without missing a word. Chapter 144 Yatsuo recalls the fear of having been dominated. Kiba Village Naruto? Quite a number of people in the cloud-hidden village revealed a horrified look. This is the cloud-hidden village. The Kiba village is 108,000 miles away from here. How did the Naruto of the Kiba village appear in the village silently? By this time, there were already quite a few resourceful itinerant vendors who had begun to pack up their things in preparation for leaving the cloud-hidden village. They are all from the outside to come into the cloud-hidden village to set up stalls to make money. Not at all cloud-hidden village people. At this time to escape also harmless. In the face of this kind of situation, their choice is surprisingly consistent. Hurry to run away. As for the ordinary villagers of the cloud-hidden village, they made no move to flee. The cloud-hidden village is a village that honors force, and even ordinary villagers who can't be ninjas without chakra talent will learn ninjutsu and go through the school of physical arts. Almost everyone is a soldier, the kind who has been dancing with guns and sticks since birth. And at this time for Fuyu's warning, they did not choose to retreat, but ran back home and everyone took up their weapons. From 80-year-old men down to young children of a few years old, they took their weapons and spontaneously gathered together in groups of two, tilting their heads and gazing at the huge figure in the sky, each with a resolute gaze, without the slightest intention of retreating. The unorganized cloud-cloaked ninjas also stood in front of the general public, acting as a front row. Time passed by, and the giant never moved again. However, the people of the cloud-hidden village below did not relax in the slightest. They had heard clearly that the enemy had given them 10 minutes. I'm sure the enemy will strike after 10 minutes have passed. Seeing that the enemy kept their promise, some of the cloud-hidden ninjas began to think of ideas. He wanted to go to his superiors to take out the secret weapon that he had researched in recent times, but after searching around, he realized in despair that his superiors were all in the Raikage building, and with the disappearance of the Raikage building, they disappeared along with him. They don't have access to the hidden core of the village and have no idea where the secret weapons are kept. For a moment, it was impossible to find any way out. They had no choice but to rally the people to prepare to fight to the death, and they didn't forget to send someone to inform the two human pillars in the village. One is initially hated by them, suffered from the villagers' cold eyes, dislike, ostracized, but always maintain a positive and optimistic attitude, and later by countless villagers admire the 8-tailed human pillar Force Kairabi, the 4th generation of Lei Shadow Lord's righteous brother. One is the 2-tailed ninjutsu, the 2-bit Yakido, who is also recognized and admired by the villagers. It was the fact that these two Rinpoche, who were capable of full-tailed beast transformation, were still in the village that allowed them to still feel hope. The giant was so huge that only the two Rinpoches after their full-tailed beast transformation could fight the giant head-on. They had all seen the sight of a tailed beast going berserk. The tailed beast's size was equally huge, not as big as this giant in the sky, but as massive as a small mountain. Despite their lack of size, they have the advantage in numbers. Lord Kairabi is here. Someone went out to look for it, just in time to run into the returning Chillabai. Kairabi grimaced, his previous ease of traveling all gone. Even he could feel that this giant suspended in the sky was very tricky to deal with. Old Aid also followed up by telling him where the giant's heel in the sky came from. It turns out that the giant's name is Susanoo, the divine power of the Uchiha clan. A divine power that can only be used by Uchiha who have opened their kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes. It was also known through the words of the enemy from before that this 5th generation Naruto of Kiba village, Uchiha Futsuki, was the one who had opened the kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel eyes, summoned the power of God, and was using the Susanoo in its full form. At first he doesn't understand what a full form is, and old Hachi says with a scornful look on his face that anyway, all you need to know is that this is the most powerful form of Susanoo. Bullghost also didn't expect to see the full form of Susanoo after so many years. There was one thing he hadn't said. And that was that if you wanted to summon a full-bodied Susanoo, you couldn't do it just by opening the kaleidoscope rider's eyes. The only way to use full-bodied Susanoo is to open the eye above the kaleidoscope Sharingan, just like Uchiha-san. The reason the cowgirl didn't say anything was because he didn't want to stress Kairabi out too much. Eternal kaleidoscope rider's eye. How many years has it been? I didn't think that someone from the Uchiha clan would still be able to awaken the same eyes as Uchiha-san. When really, it's unbelievable. He could still vaguely remember the situation many years ago when those two terrifyingly powerful guys captured them. A Kitsune no Jutsu, a full-bodied Susanoo. Catching them is as easy as catching a toy. Eight-tailed cow ghost in the human pillar force Kairabi's body. Through the human pillar force's point of view to look at the sky that suspended motionless, emitting a horrible aura of the complete body of Susanoo. For a moment recalled the fear that was dominated by the thousand-handed Jubilee with the Uchiha spot. The two guys captured them and distributed them like toys. And since then the 9 brothers lost their freedom and were sealed into the body called human pillar power. Living a dark and lonely life. This would actually give the cow ghost the idea of trying to run away. In his opinion, it's totally unbeatable. So he hesitated and said to Kairabi, "Scrap B, why don't we just run?" Hearing old Eight's words in his mind, Kairabi felt a bit incredulous for a moment and asked seriously, "Why? Is this giant really that powerful?" He narrowed his eyes at the giant in the air, and seeing the armor on the giant's body, Kairabi asked, "Can the tailed beast Jade break through his defenses to do damage to him?" He was a bit eager to try it for a moment. In his opinion, the tailed beast Jade's power damage was already the highest he'd ever seen, and there was almost no jutsu that could match it. This giant was now motionless. A good target. If he was given a shot of tailed beast Jade, would there be any luck? Hearing Kairabi's words and feeling Kairabi's leaping thoughts, the eight-tailed cow ghost opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not saying it. He fell into silence for a moment at that moment as his mind recalled the image of the 9 of their brothers tailed beast Jade being kicked around like a ball by Juma and Spot back in the day. When Kairabi saw that the bull ghost was silent, he didn't want to give up this good opportunity to sneak up on him, so he hurriedly pressed on. "What's the matter, old Hachi? Tell me quickly, does the tailed beast Jade have any effect on this what's-her-name full-body Susanoo?" Bull ghost sighed. "Don't even think about it. My tailed beast Jade won't work on him." "How do you know? Did you try?" Kairabi, who was not aware of past history, asked suspiciously. Bull ghost nodded complexly. "You're right. Really tried. Is really no way. He can split the tailed beast Jade with a single slash. Don't even try." Chapter 145, No Going, Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Scrap B, listen to me. It's not too late to run. I hope this Naruto isn't coming for us. If he is, it's over, Bull Ghost said in a serious tone. The 8 tails were sealed inside Kairabi's body. As the human pillar of the 8 tails, Kairabi could also feel a trace of the emotions of the 8 tails, and he realized that at the moment, the old 8 was not lying. The old 8 was really a little bit afraid of this Susanoo. Kairabi said in a deep voice, "My village is here. The people I want to protect are here without retreating. At this point in time, how can I leave them behind and run away alone?" Bull Ghost Cow's head face complicatedly said, "Have you thought about it? There's still a chance to sneak away now, but you really can't get away if you drag it on." A trace of determination flashed in Kairabi's eyes as he nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something, and as he turned around, he saw a beautiful remnant of a shadow rapidly approaching. "Sorry I'm late, brother Kairabi," the valiant 2-bit Yukito with a single ponytail said. Seeing the 2 Yukis, Kairabi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked the 8-tailed cowgirl in his mind, "Old 8, now that the Yukis have arrived as well, do we have a chance of defeating Susanoo with the Yukis and the 2 tails?" Seeing that Kairabi was still undeterred, the cow ghost was about to say something when another voice rang out. "Kid, don't be paranoid. This full-bodied Susanoo isn't something I can handle against a cowgirl." Hearing the voice, Kairabi quickly reacted that the one who could speak in his inner world, besides the cow ghost, would be the 2-tailed one inside Yukito. Despite Futao's conclusion as well, Kairabi gritted his teeth and waited for the cowgirl to respond. Bull Ghost shook his head and said, "No chance, not a single chance. Full-bodied Susanoo is not something we can deal with. If it's just a pair of normal kaleidoscope shurikens then we can still try, but full-bodied Susanoo? I can only say run as far away as you can." When the 2-bit Yukito saw that Kairabi didn't answer herself, but instead had a stony face and empty eyes, she knew that he was communicating with the tailed beasts inside him, so she waited patiently. Kairabi was also silent and speechless for a while when he heard the bull ghost's reply. Eventually he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Sorry old buster, I've already decided that I won't give up my village and run away." He seemed to have made some kind of decision and said with relief, "Old 8, I don't want you to stay with me to die. I remember you have a way of substituting for me. I'll unseal the seals and you'll leave behind a tail for me to fight with. And then you'll run away on your own. The bull ghost was silent for a while and let out a deafening laughter. Laughing for a while before saying, "Scrap B, I really wasn't wrong about you, and I won't leave you to escape alone. Since you want to fight, then let's fight together. But let's say in advance, this battle is destined to be unwinnable. Do you still want to fight?" In the inner world, the cow ghost stared with wide, coppery eyes, white pupil-less eyes that looked terrifying. Yet Kairabi was not the least bit intimidated as he solemnly said, "Battle." The eight-tailed bull ghost revealed a pleased smile. "Good, then I'll accompany you to battle one last time." Kairabi heart touched. The two tails and the old eight have already clearly said that this battle does not have a little chance of winning, but the old eight is still willing to accompany himself to fight on. Really is a good brother. Yes. Kairabi looked at the two Yukis and said, "Yukis, have you already heard from Futatsuo?" The two Yukis nodded solemnly, and Kairabi sighed, looking up at the giant in the sky, and thought for a moment. "Yukis, why don't you take the village children and evacuate first? It's still a few minutes before 10 minutes, so it should not be too late to leave now." The 2-bit Yakido was disgruntled. "Big brother Kairabi, what are you talking about? I'm not going to run away. I'm going to stay and fight too." The conversation that had just taken place in the inner world of Kairabi's elder brother had been relayed to her knowledge by the two-tailed and traveled within her. Since she already knew that big brother Kairabi wasn't going to leave, it was naturally impossible for her to leave either. This was also her village, the place she grew up in. The villagers in the village were so kind. How could she bear to leave them behind and run away by herself? Seeing that Yakido rejected his offer directly, Kairabi was also a bit relieved. The little girl who was still crying has grown up. Kairabi's eyes fluttered as he said sadly, "Righteous brother, he reckons, has met with an untimely end." The two Yukis were unwilling to believe it. How could it be? Reikage-sama is so powerful. He inherited all of Sandame-sama's ninjutsu, and even surpassed Sandame-sama. How could it be so easy? Even righteous brother him? I guess it's hard to deal with this giant. Even the tailed beast Jade can't deal with this Susanoo. Kairabi shook his head, already deciding in his mind that something bad had happened to his righteous brother, who he had lost contact with. The two Yukis opened their mouths and weren't retorting. In fact, she knew that Kairabi was right. 10 minutes is almost up. Get ready to fight. Kairabi unloaded the 7 knives on his body and casually tossed them aside. It was the big guy in the sky that had to be dealt with, and the 7 swords wouldn't do any good at all. Yes. The two Yukis also showed a look of concentration, and like Kairabi, chakra began to bubble out of their bodies. Under the expectant gazes of countless villagers, two-tailed beasts the size of small mountains also appeared in the village square. A giant bull with an octopus tentacle tail and only a single horn on top of its head. A cat demon covered in blue chakra flames. The upper ninjas of the cloud-hidden village were well aware of the heights of the two-tailed beasts. The second tail was roughly 51 meters after full-tailed beastization, and the eighth tail was roughly 60 meters after full-tailed beastization, but in reality it was the height of the tails that was accounted for, and the eighth tail size was actually only that much more than that of the second tail by only a few meters, and the two small mountain-sized tailed beasts were as if they were a child compared to the red giant in the sky, only a quarter of what the red giant looked like. With a reference point, it was conceivable that the red giant was at least over 200 meters. One by one, the cloud cloak upper ninja drew in a breath of cold air. Although they had vaguely estimated the giant's height after seeing it, it still shook them to their core after actually confirming it at this moment. A giant over 200 meters. Is this still something that can exist in the shinobi world? The only ones who were old enough to look at the giant in the sky with trembling eyes recalled some bad memories. That shinobi Shura, who was invincible for an era, also had a giant that surpassed 100 meters. How similar to this red giant. Except that shinobi Shura's giant was blue. Chapter 146, Time's Up. Prepare to move. From the moment they saw this red giant, they knew that the Uchiha clan had produced another existence that could rival the shinobi Shura. Truly an enviable clan blessed by the heavens. Correspondingly, the old men, who had seen a lot, understood that the village was expected to end badly. They had lived long enough to have experienced the era when the shinobi god had distributed the tailed beasts with the shinobi Shura. Even though Karabi Kid and Yakido had both mastered full-tailed beast transformation, where were the two-tailed beasts a match for the giant? Looking at the two-tailed beasts that appeared in the village square like a small mountain, the village elders did not look favorably on them. They had also persuaded the people around them to flee. As long as the people were still there, the village could still be re-established. And if they were gone, it was all gone. But the younger generation in the village were stubborn and would not listen to them. Some old people sigh, not listening to the words of the old people to suffer awe, only to see 8 tails and 2 tails tilting their heads back and aiming at the red giant in the sky, opening their mouths wide. A black sphere rapidly took shape, containing a violent and intense energy fluctuation. Instead of losing his mind, Kairabi can preserve his self-awareness when he becomes fully tailed beastized. Eight Tails also did not stop Kairabi from using the tailed beast jade, since Kairabi wanted to try it. Let him have a shot of the tailed beast jade, and when he saw the result, he would naturally die. To be honest, now the cow ghost has not any hope for the outcome of today. The full-bodied Susanoo can completely crush them. Kairabi as the human pillar of the cloud-hidden village. The people of the Konoha village will surely not let him go. Even himself. The probability is that he will also be captured by the people of the Konoha village to be resealed, right? It actually felt pretty good now that it was in Kairabi's body. Still not free, but much better than it had been in the past. But sadly, that's about to end today. But Cow Ghost doesn't regret the choices he's made. It's lived long enough. What's life without excitement? Even if the opponent was a full-bodied Susanoo, it was going to face it head-on. The Bull Ghost, in conjunction with Kairabi, pumped out a steady stream of its own tailed beast chakra. And this shot of tailed beast jade would be its most powerful shot yet. After a full 30 seconds of storing up his power, Bull Ghost, who felt that the tailed beast jade had reached a perfect state, yelled, "Now!" Kairabi heard the cow ghost's voice and decisively blasted tailed beast jade. The pitch-black tailed beast jade swooshed and exploded with amazing speed, cutting a long stream of light in the air towards the red giant suspended in the sky. A slightly smaller, pitch-black tailed beast jade also shot out from the mouth of the second tail speeding behind the tailed beast jade of the 8 tails. 2 rounds of tailed beast jade, one large and one small, arrived in an instant. The Kiba crowd on the palm of Susanoo's hand also looked nervous when they saw the 2 shots of tailed beast jade that shot out. But after noticing that Naruto-sama had a calm expression and was even resting his eyes with his eyes closed, the nervousness in their hearts dissipated a lot. Now Naruto-sama has become a pinnacle of invincibility in their hearts. Even if it was 2 tailed beasts, they weren't afraid. Because anyone with eyes could see that the size of the 2 tailed beasts below was less than a quarter of the size of the giant that was Naruto-sama, the odds are that it won't be a match for Naruto-sama either. And in the next second, 2 rounds of tailed beast jade finally arrived, and the red giant remained motionless, still maintaining a motionless movement. Boom! In full view of everyone, 2 shots of tailed beast jade accurately blasted the giant's face, and violent energy fluctuations erupted, raising a puff of aerosol on the left side of the giant's face downwards. Everyone's eyes widened as they waited for the aerosol obscuring their vision to disappear. The group of Kiba ninja on the nearest hand were even tilting their heads and staring in death, not daring to blink. When the aerosol dispersed, revealing the giant's unharmed face, the 2-tailed beast jades hadn't done any damage to the giant. The Kiba ninjas who were the first to see the scene immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and each of them smiled with joy and raised their eyebrows. The people of the cloud-hidden village on the ground then saw the result, and one couldn't believe that it was this result. The 2-tailed beast's most powerful attack, tailed beast jade, surprisingly did no damage to the red giant. This is outrageous. You know that 8 tails tailed beast jade is capable of shattering a mountain. It was like scratching an itch when it reached the giant. It didn't even leave a trace. Of course there was the possibility that traces had been left behind, as they were a bit far away and couldn't see it that clearly. But what could be seen was that the giant's face, which had suffered from the tailed beast jade's attack, wasn't missing any objects. Many of the people from the cloud-hidden village even wailed, each with a face ashen. The old men, who had anticipated this outcome, shook their heads in surprising unanimity. However, there was still a part of the cloud-hidden village that had not lost faith and had cheered on the 2-tailed beasts. Seeing this result, Kairabi was also finally dead. It was just as old Hachi said. The tailed beast jade couldn't do any damage to Susanoo at all. A touch of powerlessness also welled up in Kairabi's heart. Even the tailed beast jade, which was the strongest means of attack, couldn't do any damage to Susanoo. So what should he do? Hearing the cheering chants of the people behind him, Kairabi perked up again. The 2 Yukis transformed into 2 tails also stubbornly stayed beside 8 tails. Even after seeing the tailed beast jade was useless, the 2 Yukis didn't intend to give up the fight. So what if you can't beat it? If you can't beat it, it's a death. And they, the people of the cloud-hidden village, have never been cowards. There is no kneeling to live. There is only standing to die. The young 2-bit Yukito understood this early on. Yukito, continue the tailed beast jade. Kairabi's eyes lit up at that moment as he heard Yetsuo's heartfelt words. It turned out that in the attack just now, it wasn't as completely ineffective as the crowd had seen. Bullghost said that in fact the moment the tailed beast jade hit, it still did some slight damage to Susanoo. Only Susanoo had healed quickly before the aerosol dissipated. That's what gave the illusion that the tailed beast jade didn't have any effect. Since he already knew that the tailed beast jade had an effect, Kairabi was naturally unwilling to give up, and immediately called on Yukito to continue the tailed beast jade's continuous attacks, aiming to give the red giant a blast to shatter his disguise. And at that moment, Uchiha Shasta sneered and reminded, Naruto-sama, 10 minutes are up. Fuyu opened his eyes and let out a hum, a cold color flashing in his eyes. The crowd of happy Konoha ninja, seeing Lord Naruto open his eyes, also quieted down one after another, looking at their own Lord Naruto with an expectant face. Naruto-sama is going to do it. Overwhelmed the cloud-hidden village now to be. Only Naruto-sama's body merged into the red giant, rising up and going to the middle of the five-pronged mirror in the center of the red giant's brow. Chapter 147 Gap. Desperate Yakido. The hearts and minds of the crowd of Kiba ninja were shaken, knowing that Naruto-sama was about to get real. Back then, when dealing with the fourth Raikage, Naruto-sama also stayed in the middle of the five-pronged mirror in the center of the giant's eyebrow. As Fuyu entered into the five-pronged mirror, the tailed beast Jade was blasted from below once again. That was when the giant began to move as well, seemingly slowly but actually swiftly holding his taijutsu across his body. The Konoha ninja on the palms of their hands showed disdain when they saw the tailed beast Jade flying from below. Still coming? Didn't those two tailed beasts see what just happened? It's obvious that they don't have any effect, and they still have to waste chakra. Akiba ninja sneered. The Konoha ninja standing next to him laughed. Don't you know that the ones from the cloud-hidden village are simple-minded, four-legged gorillas? At this statement, the people around them all laughed in unison. They all thought of the cloud-hidden village ninjas, one dark-skinned, one really tall and robust. They were really like gorillas to say the least. That's an excellent analogy. As the crowd talked and laughed, they saw several rounds of tailed beast Jade whizzing by. One of the rounds of tailed beast Jade was even blasted straight towards the palm where they were. Seeing this scene, the Konoha ninja who had just been talking and laughing immediately panicked a bit. The tailed beast Jade was not harming Naruto-sama's giant mannequins no matter what, but they were staying on top of their palms now, and this boundary that could block strong winds couldn't block the tailed beast Jade. Well, in the next moment they saw the giant's hand move with the taijutsu held across his chest, only to see the giant holding the taijutsu and slashing forward, accurately slashing several incoming tailed beast Jades in succession. Boom boom boom. Successive bursts rang out in midair. The closest Kiba ninja were not affected in the slightest. The sound of the explosion was blocked out by the half-mask boundary formed by the red chakra, and their feet remained as steady as Mount Taishan, without even a hint of shaking, so they immediately settled down. After seeing the tailed beast Jade being sliced up like tofu and the taijutsu blade not breaking in any way, Kairabi once again fell into despair. Even the eight-tailed bull ghost sighed. It can't be helped. The Uchiha sharpening will eyes are too restraining for us. Now it was the opposite side that didn't use the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eye to deal with them, or else they would have to cool off in a single glance. And now Tsunade is finally not being a living target. Watch out. The attack is coming, Bull Ghost said in a deep voice. As soon as Bull Ghost's words fell, he saw Susanoo casually swing his taijutsu a few times, cutting out a few slashes that flew down. Several red blade chi contained powerful might, and looked no less powerful than tailed beast Jade. These blade chi landed at random points, not purposely aiming at their tailed beasts to attack. Kairabi hurriedly greeted Yakido, and together they used the tailed beast Jade to intercept the falling blade energy, just as the two fired their tailed beast Jades to intercept the sword energy. The roar of the eight tails suddenly rang in Kairabi's head. He's coming down. Watch out. Don't meet his eyes. Kairabi's heart flinched, originally subconsciously wanting to raise his head, but after hearing the cow ghost's reminder, he didn't continue to raise his head, but instead slightly lowered his huge cow head. The giant landed on the ground, and everyone felt a violent tremor in the earth. Most of the ninjas relied on their chakra attached to the soles of their feet, and thus stood firmly, but the other ordinary old, young, women, and children, were not so relaxed, and without any accident fell to the east and west in this violent earthquake, unable to stand up steadily. At the same time a large plume of smoke rose from where the giant had fallen. The two Yuki's attention was drawn to the villagers who had fallen over on the ground, when the urgent voice of Futao suddenly came to their ears. Get out of the way. The two Yukis were not that experienced in combat and did not dodge first, getting directly hit in the torso by the taijutsu. The powerful slash was incredibly sharp, directly slicing half of Futao's body. The sound of Futao's screams resounded within the two-bit Yakido, who was sweating anxiously. Another trip. Are you alright? The moment half of the second tail's body was sliced open, no blood was spilled, as the tailed beast was formed from chakra materialization. Immediately after that, countless threads of blue chakra connecting the two sides of the wound sprung up, combining the two sides of the cut body back together. But Susanoo didn't give him a chance to recover, and the next slash arrived. Mentally worrying about the situation of another trip, the two Yukido's ears rang with Kairabi's anxious cries as she noticed the giant's attack and only had time to grab the blade with both of her claws in an attempt to catch it. Previously sharp and sturdy claws, although in a hurry in front of the received this powerful slash. But Susanoo reacted faster. See, the taijutsu was blocked, directly diagonal pull a slash. Half of the cat's paw palm directly by the taijutsu sliced. The 2-bit Yakido had panicked and tried to jump back to avoid it, but Susanoo didn't give her that chance. Flipping her wrist, only to see the taijutsu spinning handsomely in Susanoo's hand, turning it into a backhanded blade, and sticking it down towards Two Tails' torso. Another brigade took over the torso urgently, but this would be too late as the taijutsu slammed into her, penetrating her torso and pinning it to the ground above. Brigade Matabe screamed again. Even though their tailed beasts were formed by another huge chakra materialization, they also possessed the sense of pain. This slash through the body could be said to have caused yet another brigand to suffer a lot of pain. The two Yukis watched the scene in panic, not knowing what to do anymore. She was completely defenseless against the giant's attack. That's when she realized how big the gap between herself and her enemy was. She could only listen to the miserable screams of another brigand in her ears, watching the giant in front of her loosen the hilt of the knife, grabbing towards the cat's body with his large hands, grabbing the skin of the neck. Even though the another brigand struggled frantically, it was of no use at all under the giant's strength, and he was directly lifted up. It was then that the two Yukis were shocked to realize that there were many bug-like figures standing on one of the giant's palms. She realized in despair that the giant was fighting her with one hand from start to finish. The thought had just flashed through his mind when a blood-red eye with a complex and strange six-sided pattern suddenly appeared in his sight. The two Yakido remembered the instructions of the brigade again before the complete tailed beast transformation, and were just about to make a move. However, they had already locked eyes with the Sharingan, and it was too late to do anything about it at that point. In the vision of the two Yukis, she managed to avoid the illusion from the Sharingan and recommunicated with the Matabi brigade well enough to escape from the giant's grasp, joining up with the elder Kairabi brother to continue fighting with the giant. In fact, as everyone watched, not more than a few seconds after Futsuo was lifted up by the giant's neck in a grabbing grip, Futsuo's body began to emit waves of blue air, as if it were a yeti surrounded by flames steaming, which disappeared exceptionally quickly. Chapter 148, Old Buster. Let's go! Last-ditch effort. Not even 10 seconds had passed before the small mountain-like size of the two tails directly disappeared, revealing the two-tailed Rinpoche body at the innermost part. The 2-bit Yakido who had fallen into a comatose state. Susanoo carefully wrapped the 2-bit Yakido on his hand with chakra, afraid of accidentally crushing the 2-bit Yakido, which was smaller than a flea. Throwing the two Yukis into his other hand, he handed them over to the Konoha ninjas to watch over, then turned his gaze to the remaining 8 tails. Don't be impulsive. Calm down. The second tail is hopeless. Bullseye gruffly stops Kairabi, who is trying to take control of his body and rush over to save the day. Kairabi finally calmed down, his face grim. The giant was also too fast. Just after landing down he chopped a slash towards him, wasting his best time to rescue Yakido. Futao didn't delay him from helping either, and was tackled by the giant as he approached and was incapacitated with a few slashes in one shot. Kairabi deeply understood at this moment why both Old 8 and Two Tails had said it was impossible to fight before. This giant power was not only not worse than their tailed beast power, it was even better, and the power of a single blade chi emitted casually was comparable to the tailed beast jade. The sturdiness of the body is also beyond imagination. The tailed beast jade that can shatter a huge mountain surprisingly can only cause very little damage, and being able to heal itself is the most outrageous, not to mention the ability to fly. If he didn't come down of his own accord, he really couldn't do anything about the other party, but the other guy came down and couldn't beat it, and that was simply insurmountable. After Bull Ghost's analysis, even though Kairabi had been mentally prepared that he couldn't fight or defend the village, but right up to the moment when he was faced with the fact that the village was going to perish, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic and unwillingness. There's even regret. Regretting why he hadn't insisted that Yakido evacuate first with the village's hopes. But there's no use thinking about that now. Buster, let's go, Kairabi said firmly. Bull Ghost nodded, and one man and one tailed beast intended to make a last stand. The 8-tailed bull's head roared fiercely. 8 tentacles waved down to cut through the air and emit a burst, wrapping themselves and rotating at high speed, forming a huge storm in an instant. The wind roared, and rushed towards the giant. The size of the 8 tails did not have any advantage in front of the Susanoo. It was like a 7-8-year-old toddler, wielding a spear and charging at a fully armed adult. What will happen? The answer is delivery of food. Facing the imposing 8 tails that crashed over, it was like a gyroscope rolling over in Fuyu's eyes. He knew that this move performed by the 8 tails had obvious characteristics, and the name was Tailed Beast 8 Scrolls, which was the 8 tails power technique. With a calm face, Fuyu did not pick up the taijutsu that was stuck on the ground, but instead took down an ancient round shield from his waist. The shield appeared to be small and compact, but after it was activated, a large amount of fiery red chakra instantly emerged, spreading like a blaze and transforming into a huge shield that was equal to a person's height. equivalent to a height of over 200 meters. It was too late. In the moment after the shield had grown in size, the 8 tails happened to impact on the 8-tailed mirror. In the original story, the Yagyu mirror, which had been used by the Uchiha weasel to resist Orochimaru's Orochi no Jutsu, did not disappoint in this moment, and managed to hold the charging 8 tails at bay. Susanoo didn't take a step back. Thanks to the Yagyu mirror absorbing most of the impact, it made the 8 tails proud power technique, tailed beast 8 scrolls, not cause any effect. Kairabi and Bullwinkle reacted quickly as well, holding onto the shield while their tentacles reached behind it, trying to take the 2-bit Yukito in the giant's other hand. However, in the next second, the cow ghost felt a sharp burning pain, and it turned out that a black flame was burning on all his tentacles. Black flames blazed out of thin air, causing him such excruciating pain that he couldn't even hold his shield anymore. The power of the black flames was amazing, and in just a few seconds, it burned several holes in his tentacles, and even had the situation of spreading towards his body. 8 tails didn't dare to delay, and hastily disconnected the ends of all the tentacles that were on fire. Snapping and snapping, 8 segments of the tentacles that were burning with black flames fell to the ground. The unbearable searing pain only dissipated after breaking off the burning tentacles. The 8 tails gasped and hastily stepped back, glancing very scornfully at the black flames still burning on the ground. With a shake of his shield, which returned to its previous voluminous size, Susanoo slung it around his waist, picked up the taijutsu on the ground, and took a large step towards Yatsuo. Seeing this scene, Kairabi's scalp tingled a bit, and Yatu's pupils contracted for a moment. Not being able to see eye to eye with the giants was too much for them, and fighting like this would be a complete disadvantage for them. Moreover, the other party had this strange means of flames, and was a complete no match, but neither the Kairabi nor the bull ghost chose to be on the retreat. The 8 tentacles that had severed their ends all blinked back to life, and instead of choosing to sit back and wait for death, they took the initiative to rush forward. Fuyu's face was expressionless as he controlled his Susanoo to raise his hand against the 8 tails that were charging again. Kairabi had already seen the sharpness of the blade, and instead of choosing to physically fight it, he vomited thick ink in an attempt to block the giant's view, while still aiming for the giant's other palm. His first goal was still to choose to save the 2 Yukis. There was no chance of winning if he fought alone, and there might be a slight chance if he rescued the 2 Yukis and fought together again. In the square behind 8 tails, countless people of the cloud-hidden village waited and waited, each clenching their teeth and clenching their fists to cheer on 8 tails. Way to go, Yatsuo! Charge, Lord Kairabi! It has to work. Anyone could tell that 8 tails hadn't gained any advantage in his fight with the giant just now, and was even at a disadvantage. Still, a portion of the Union populace had not given up hope, and they all felt their blood boil when they saw the 8 tails charging back up. There was also a part of the smart people who guessed Yada's intention and prayed in their hearts that God would bless Yada to succeed in rescuing second tail. However, in the next second, their hopes were directly shattered, only to see the wings behind the giant's back fiercely inside it at the first time. The huge air pressure swept like a gale sweeping down the leaves, instantly blowing away the thick ink juice spat out by the 8 tails that tried to obscure the line of sight, and at the same time the blade light flashed by, cutting off several tentacles of the 8 tails. The 8-tailed roared, and seeing that the thick ink juice wasn't working, he had no choice but to stick it to the giant. Yet the giant was no less powerful than he was, and even slightly more powerful. Despite not being attacked by that black flame again, the giant's taijutsu had made it very difficult for him to block. Almost every slash cut down his body tissue, and with every piece of body tissue lost, Yata's chakra was diminishing. Chapter 149, Lifting the Seal, Returning the Kinabu to its heart. In just less than 10 seconds, 8 tails' massive body was already riddled with holes. I can't lift the seal and let my main body come out to fight him. The deep voice of the cow ghost rang out from deep within Kairabi's mind. Have you gotten this far? Kairabi exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. There was naturally a big difference between his full-tailed beast transformation and the 8 tails' main body fighting in person. However, lifting the seal and allowing old 8 to come out and fight would also mean that his life was about to reach its end. The seal is lifted, the 8 tails come out of him, and the countdown to his career as a human pillar power begins. The loss of the tailed beasts within a human pillar power is the equivalent of a fish losing its water. But Kairabi didn't have any panic, but rather a bland look on his face, as if death didn't affect him in any way. I know, old 8. I'll leave the rest to you. If you can't, just run. You don't want to die with me, Kairabi said as he lifted the seal on his body. The bull ghost watched silently as Kairabi lifted the seal, and there was a touch of sadness in his eyes, as well as suppressed anger. After spending so many years with Kairabi, he was still a little sad to see Kairabi die. But it can't be helped. The enemy is too strong. He can't afford to leave his tail for Kairabi to save his life. He needs all his strength to deal with Susanoo. Even if he left Kairabi with a severed tail to save his life. So what? He couldn't beat the enemy. And Kairabi's end would still be clear. Nothing more than death. If he dies sooner or later, he has to die. So it's better to let him retain his strength to fight Susanoo with all his might. He knew Kairabi felt the same way, or he wouldn't have uttered his last words. The moment the seal was lifted, the cow ghost felt the taste of freedom. After many years, it was still time to see the light of day again, or when the last Rinpoche died. A huge chakra filled the air, and the surface of his body, which was originally riddled with holes, once again healed rapidly. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't give him any more time to recover, and a swift slash fell from the top of his head. The scalp tingled with a tingling sensation. The eight-tailed bull ghost roared and directly went to the top with his bull horns in an attempt to carry this blade. As long as he carried it, he would have a chance to return to his full strength. Bull Ghost was also taking it for granted that his bullhorn could cut one down even for the 4th generation Reikage. Not to mention Susanoo's taijutsu. Click. Without any suspense, the last remaining horn of the eight-tailed cow ghost was also cut off by the taijutsu, even as the blade trended unabated towards the eight-tailed head. The eight-tailed bull ghost's heart rang with alarm the moment the bull's horns were cut off. Neither had time to mourn his bullhorn, and hastily raised his hands in an attempt to catch the blade with his empty hands. At the same time, the 8 tentacles also reached towards the top of his head, touching the falling taijutsu one step faster than his hands, slowing down the speed of the taijutsu's fall and laying the groundwork for his own empty hand to catch the white blade. Brush up. The tentacles that successively disarmed the taijutsu were all cleanly cut off and dropped to the ground with a dull thud. The moment the last tentacle was severed, 2 large, thick hands slammed down on top of the taijutsu blade. The momentum of the taijutsu's descent slowed, and the force on the taijutsu caused the ground under the feet of the 8-tailed cow ghost, who caught it to crack and sink like a spider's web. The ground let out an amazing roar and dust filled the village, soaring higher than the houses, but only up to where the 8-tailed cow ghost was at the ankles of the giant. A bunch of Kiba ninjas stood at the edge, poking their heads out, overlooking the 8 tails on the other palm of the Susanoo. Yoo-hoo! This 8-tailed is also too ugly looking. Far worse than the tailed beasts in our village. Who says it isn't? Originally there was a unicorn on top of his head, but now, well, the unicorn has been cut off by Naruto-sama as well. When the unicorn was there you could still tell it was a bull's head, but now that the unicorn's gone, it looks like a tetrapod. Well, like a big octopus. Naruto-sama is so powerful, suppressing 2-tailed beasts with one hand. I declare that from this day forward, I'm not done with anyone who dares to say a bad word about Naruto-sama. Me too. Add me. After the Cloud-Hidden Village's tailed beasts are taken down, there's basically no high-end power that can stop us. And for the rest of those ninjas, it'll be our turn to come out then. At these words, many of the Kiba ninjas showed their eagerness to try. During the reign of the 3rd generation, they had been bullied by the people of the Cloud-Hidden Village. The Cloud-Hidden Village's envoys came to the village all high and mighty, causing trouble everywhere, clearly coming to make things worse. Nay, they didn't dare to scold or do anything to them yet. After all, Mikado had given dead orders to hold back and let him handle whatever happened. Being taunted to their faces, being deliberately provoked with their hands, they endured it. But what happened? The next day, as usual, there was absolutely no convergence. The words of the 3rd generation of the Eye said, wait for him to deal with it. There is no action at all. Completely let the people of the Cloud-Hidden Village do whatever they want. Those who don't know still think that the 3rd generation of the Eye is the 3rd generation of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Still, the 5th Daiyukai was more bloodthirsty. Just hearing that the Cloud-Hidden Village was going to invade, he called for a gathering without saying a word, and rushed to the border with them to support them. When the balance of the battlefield dominated, the 5th generation of the Eye in the face of the enemy proposed a single battle. Without hesitation to take the battle, with his own strength, killed the enemy village Reikage on the spot, almost completely destroyed the enemy ninja troops. It can be said that after Ichimai Nichimai, Konoha village once again appeared the Naruto who can lead Konoha to victory. The 4th generation could count for half a dozen. But the 4th generation was shackled by the 3rd generation and the war was over by the time he became Naruto. Before he was Naruto, it was more of a defensive battle. Unlike the 5th generation, who led them straight into the land of thunder and hit the Cloud-Hidden Village. Couldn't be any more awesome. If anyone dared to speak ill of Godigo in front of them now, it was expected that they would all retort without hesitation. And it was even possible for them to make a move. What? The 5th generation became Naruto by assassinating the 3rd generation? You're calling Gajira a traitor? Come on, you deaf? The 5th generation of the Eye that day said it was the 3rd generation of the Eaten and do not act. When the compensation for the Cloud-Hidden so much money, they all see with their own eyes. The fact that Gajira said it was purely a fact is Moreover, the 5th generation of people from more than anyone else. Kiba village is the people of the Uchiha clan and the Chikan clan established. You want to say that the 5th generation of people is a rebel. Who will recognize it? The Chitose clan has been Naruto for 2 terms. It doesn't make sense that Uchiha, who founded Konoha with Chitose, wouldn't be able to be Naruto, right? This 5th generation of the Naruto seat, Uchiha sat, is completely justified and reasonable and legal. If you really want to talk about it, originally belonged to the first village in the shinobi world when the 2nd generation was there, and after the 3rd generation succeeded to the throne, the Kiba village started to go downhill. If the 3rd generation had really acted, wouldn't the Konoha village have been stomped on by the Cloud-Hidden village? Chapter 150, The Eight Tails Rage Against the Cloud-Hidden Village, The Eight Tails Rebellion. To put it mildly, it's all about Sandaime sitting in the seat of Naruto and not acting. In short, the 3rd generation is not worthy of the seat of Naruto in terms of virtue. And with Gajira taking the seat of Naruto, the Konoha village is visibly on the upswing, and Gajira leads them into the Cloud-Hidden village. When the Cloud-Hidden village was taken down by them, one could only imagine how great a fortune could be gained. There will be no shortage of money in the village then. It can give a shot in the arm to a weakened village. That's all thanks to Gajira. Each one of them had boiling blood, and they couldn't wait to rush down right now and kill all those Cloud-Hidden village ninjas, and subsequently scavenge the Cloud-Hidden village's wealth. How the Cloud-Hidden village ate it back then? It will have to spit it out today. And there's a delightful possibility that the Cloud-Hidden village might have to be exterminated today. It's even worse than when they were extorted for compensation by the Cloud-Hidden village back in the day, when they were just humiliated with all sorts of sticker-face taunts about paying out money all over the place and such, while the Cloud-Hidden village had to suffer the extermination of their village. Can only say that there is a cause and effect. When the cause is planted, today's bitter fruit can only be swallowed by the Cloud-Hidden village itself. After all, who would have expected their Lord Gajira to be so fierce, destroying the village with his own power? It seems that there is real hope for the future of Kiba village. After obtaining the entire wealth of the Cloud-Hidden village, the Konoha village is expected to prosper, and perhaps return to the throne as the #1 village in the shinobi world. Looking down at the 8 tails that were struggling to hold on, a group of Kiba ninja even had the leisure to make a bet. Hey, how long do you guys think Yatsuo can hold out? Humph. I guess I'll have to be cut in half by Naruto-sama's machete soon. My, this invincible greatsword of Naruto-sama. I feel it's even more fierce than the legendary Kusanagi sword. Didn't you hear what Lord Shikura said? What Lord Naruto is exerting here is the power of a god, a weapon held by a martial arts god. Isn't that a divine weapon? It would be strange if it wasn't fierce. Nothing wrong with that. The ninjas nodded their heads. You guys, look, the 8 tails can't hold on much longer. Suddenly a man shouted, drawing the crowd's attention quickly. Even the few Kiba ninja guarding the unconscious 2-tailed human pillar power couldn't help but come to the edge and poke their heads down to look. It was seen that the 8 tails had now sunk most of its body under the ground. And although the 2 big thick hands clamped the body of the taijutsu blade in the palms of their hands, it was obvious to see that the 8 tails' arms were shaking violently, and it seemed like they were about to be unable to hold on, and at any moment, they would be slashed down by the taijutsu. Fuyu glanced at the 8 tails behind the distant watching the Cloud-Hidden villagers, thought, a foot into the 8 tails' head. This kick 8 tails caught off guard under the stumbled, clamped the sword body of the hands also loosened. 8 tails in the heart of the horror. This thought bad time, cut down the taijutsu unexpectedly collected, did not split down, just as he was puzzled at the same time. Suddenly in the line of sight appeared a round of huge red complex windmill pattern. Seeing this pattern, Yato instinctively tried to close his eyes, but it was already too late, only to see a round of complex windmill patterns exactly like the one he had just seen appear in Yato's copper bell-sized eyes. In the last second of wakefulness, Yato's mind only had time to flash the thought of something bad before he lost consciousness in the next second. The Susanoo pulled a beautiful blade and inserted it back into the sheath at his waist. Yato stood motionless and frozen in place in the pit without any reaction. At this time, the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden village who saw the scene already had a bad feeling in their hearts. Go, kill those humans you see. Futsuki gave the first command to the 8 tails, who had been controlled by the Sharingan. With a snarl, the 8 tails turned and charged off on a killing spree. A tentacle seemed like a hook-locked scythe from hell, and every strike skewered many people like icy candy canes, with blood dripping all over the place. 8 tails tilted his head to send a tailed beast jade, but also blasted a large area of houses, was shattered by the falling rocks rolling, flattened a large area of ordinary villagers who could not escape in time. Ordinary villagers are weak and helpless, hiding in all directions, letting out sharp and terrified screams, broken limbs and wreckage a mess, just like a scene of hell on earth. Fuyu's face didn't change when he saw this scene, and he didn't have any compassion. He had already given the ordinary people time to escape long ago, but they didn't escape on their own, so who could blame them? I can only wish them a good life in their next life. For his enemies, Fuyu had always shown no mercy. The big picture was now settled. The two human pillars of the cloud-hidden village had all been defeated by him, one captured alive, and the other he looked at. The eight-tailed human pillar had just been unsealed, and the moment the eight tails had broken the seal and come out, Kairabi's life had gone into a countdown. Even if he sealed the eight tails back into Kairabi's body now, it wouldn't help. Kairabi was already a dead man, not to mention that he doesn't know any sealing spells at all, which is a no-brainer. And then again, he's not a fan of Kairabi. Kairabi is not like the two Yakido is a big beautiful woman, can be full of eyes. Kairabi this black-skinned big man even if dead is dead. Not that he cared. The eight tails couldn't run away now anyway, and although he didn't have a sealing technique, he had Sharingan to control the eight tails. After bringing the eight tails back to Konoha village, after trying to find someone to be the eight tails human pillar, feat eight tail big mess cloud hidden village, without the third generation of Reikage, fourth generation of Reikage suppression, stood out to stop the cloud-hidden village. Upper ninja are completely not eight-tail cow ghost's opponent, was unilateral crazy slaughter. The upper ninja of the wooden leaf village watched with great interest, almost moving a small stool to get some melon seeds to rest here to watch the show. Now the cloud-hidden village is experiencing the same nine-tail rebellion as they did back in the day, except that unlike them in Kiba, there is absolutely no one in the cloud-hidden village who can stand up and stop the maddened eight-tail now. Some of the upper ninjas saw the blood-colored hook jade in Yatsuo's eyes, which suddenly caused them to have bad memories, and their faces were more or less out of place. Back then, the nine tails were also like this, controlled by the Sharingan Eye. Could it be that the nine-tail rebellion back then was the work of the fifth generation? They had to think so. Who made this scene so similar to the nine tails rebellion back then? Uchiha Chakra, the old fox, was the first to notice that something was wrong. Noticing the change of expression that was revealed on the faces of quite a few of the Kiba ninjas, Uchiha Chakra quickly associated the reason for the change in their expressions. Uchiha Shasta's heart was a little anxious. This clan leader adult is hard to make the Kiba ninja return to the heart. If because of the nine-tailed rebellion let the clan leader adult do the effort in vain, that would not be good. But now that Lord Patriarch was in the Five Prisms mirror, and there was no way for him to be able to contact Lord Patriarch, he could only stare dryly, secretly anxious in his heart. Watching the eight tails below wreak havoc, Uchiha Chakra suddenly became a little skeptical in her heart as well. Chapter 151, Mindless Acts Risk Bad Things. Did the matriarch open his kaleidoscope writer's eye during the Nine Tails Rebellion? Perhaps the Nine Tails Rebellion was really the work of the matriarch? Uchiha Yoshiro, who was on the side, noticed the change in Second Elder Uchiha Shasta's expression and coughed and whispered in his ear. Second Elder, have you forgotten that the clan leader Sama had a meeting with everyone in the shrine that night? A flash of dawning realization flashed through Uchiha Shasta's eyes, and being reminded by Uchiha Yoshiro, he was also remembering this matter. I almost forgot that on the night of the Nine-Tail Rebellion, the clan leader Sama spent the entire time meeting with his clan at the shrine, and was simply too distracted to control the Nine Tails. Obviously, the person controlling the Nine Tails is someone else, and after the Nine-Tail Rebellion they have discussed who the person controlling the Nine Tails would be, but have absolutely no clue. Because the Uchiha do not have a bloodline that has flowed out of the country not to mention the control of the Nine Tails as a kaleidoscope shuriken eyes can only be done. Either that, or Lord Zeb himself, but counting the time, Lord Zeb was too old to last at the time of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Lord Zan had left an heir outside the village after leaving it back then, and only the heir of Lord Zebra can open the supreme kaleidoscope Sharingan. Of course, all of his clansmen, including the Lord Patriarch, did not believe this speculation of his, because it's not like Lord Zeb to leave an heir, he only has power in his eyes. Uchiha Chakra looked around the circle, taking in the looks of all the Konoha ninja, and knew that if he didn't explain, the Lord Patriarch's means of bringing the Konoha ninja back into the fold might give rise to resentment. Because of the Nine Tails Rebellion back then, a lot of people died, and almost every family wore mourning. The person behind the Nine Tails Rebellion back then never came to fruition, but the village was suspicious of their Uchiha clan. But suspicion was always suspicion, and without seeing with their own eyes that it was their Uchiha who had done it, there was nothing the village could do. But now it was different. They saw the eight tails with the same hook jade in their eyes as the Nine Tails did back then, and made the same move, easily reminding them on the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Uchiha Shana feels some headache. Why the Patriarch adult in this last moment to control the eight tails to engage in such a hand-off, directly caught the eight tails, and then in the use of the power of the gods to sweep away the cloud-hidden village is not on it. He glanced up. The Lord Patriarch was still staying in the pentaprism at his brow, with no intention of coming down, so he wasn't going to wait around. Decisively, he stepped forward and clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the Konoha ninja to him. Big guy, after a little while, we should be able to go down and clean up the battlefield. Naruto-sama instructed that he wanted to give everyone a perk even though they weren't involved in the battle. 10 minutes to get any silver tickets you find for yourselves. The moment Uchiha Shasta said this, the eyes of all the Konoha upper shinobi present lit up. 10 minutes is not too long to say, not too short to say. The presence of all the upper ninja, the speed is not slow at all. Perhaps also really pick up the leakage to get a lot of money. Only to see the attention of the Konoha ninja instantly not focusing on the rampaging Eight Tails, but instead quickly searching for places in the cloud-hidden village where they might have put the money. Seeing that the crowd's attention was distracted, Uchiha Chakra was also secretly relieved. Uchiha Yoshiro, who was on the side, looked puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Second Elder, has the Lord Patriarch spoken about this? How come I don't know?" Uchiha Chakra similarly whispered, "Nonsense. Of course I didn't say that. I took it upon myself." "Ha?" Uchiha Chakra explained. "If they don't find something to distract them, this time, the Matriarch Sama's attempt to get them to return to their hearts is probably going to go awry." Uchiha Yoshiro nodded slowly. He knew what the Second Elder was talking about and thought to himself that the Second Elder was right. It was only a 10-minute scavenger hunt anyway, and the Second Elder had also clarified that he could only collect silver tickets. Other goodies were not included. "I'm sure this is something that the Lord Patriarch can still understand," the Second Elder's approach. The two muttered, and suddenly they saw Tsunade appear in front of them with a disgruntled look on her face, propped up on her back. The two immediately stopped whispering, and a flash of caution flashed under Uchiha Chakra's eyes as she asked, "What are you doing?" He never had any good feelings towards Tsunade, who was the granddaughter of that goddamned white-haired Chikara who made him eat 10 years of jail time. Tsunade looked around and whispered, "Hey, what do you guys mean? Are you trying to back out?" Tsunade's tone was a little bit punchy, and the Uchiha Chakra was dumbfounded to hear it. He looked at Uchiha Yoshiro and saw that Yoshiro was also shaking his head in confusion. Tsunade frowned and coughed twice to remind her, "Have you forgotten? Your clan leader promised me 8% of the total assets of my cloud-hidden village." The Uchiha Shikura's eyes showed a dawning realization. So it was about this. Tsunade didn't say that he had almost forgotten about it. Uchiha Shasta impatiently said, "Who backed out?" "Our clan chief Lord, a mouthful of spit, said to give it to you will naturally give it to you." Tsunade glared. "And what did you just mean by a 10-minute time benefit? Shouldn't you have settled the money you promised me first?" Tsunade's money-loving nature was revealed at this moment. The Uchiha Shasta's brow locked. He had just forgotten about the Tsunade thing as well, but now that the words were out, taking them back was out of the question. Uchiha Kusana's eyes rolled and said, "Naruto-sama promised you total assets, so mustn't we wait for the support people sent by the village to tally up everything of value before we can find out how much the cloud-hidden village's total assets are? It's not like what you were promised has anything to do with 10-minute benefits." Tsunade gave a puzzled look. "Is that so?" Uchiha Chakra nodded her head in a serious manner. That's right. Tsunade, who had been a bit dazed by Uchiha Chakra's words, seemed to understand and turned to walk away. And at this time, Fuyu also came out of the pentaprism and returned to the palm of his hand. Seeing the clan leader Sama return, Uchiha Chakra rushed forward to report his findings with his self-inflicted 10-minute benefit. Futsuki smiled and nodded as he listened, praising Uchiha Shasta for a job well done. He had also forgotten about the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, and was just trying to save some work, not realizing that his thoughtlessness had almost spoiled the situation. He hurriedly connected to the kaleidoscope pupil power left in Yata's body and remotely gave Yata the command to stop. The Eight Tails received the command and obediently lay still like a puppet. And by this time, the ninjas in the cloud-hidden village were pretty much dead. I have to say, the people of the cloud-hidden village are still quite bloodthirsty, no matter whether it is the lower ninja or the middle ninja or the upper ninja. Not a single one of them turned to run away. Even if they know that they can't beat the Eight Tails, they still bravely stood out, and the result was a near-death massacre at the hands of the Eight Tails. Fuyue controlled Susanoo and leaned down to press his palms to the ground, shouting, "Everyone, 10 minutes, first come, first served, woohoo, oh ah." The excited Konoha shinobi ghostly cried out various strange cries and jumped off their hands and rushed out, rummaging through the wreckage of the collapsed houses or looking to collect money from the houses that hadn't yet collapsed intact. Almost everyone rushed out, leaving only Uchiha Shasta, Uchiha Yoshiro, Hyuga Hinata, and the others still standing behind Fuyue. Noticing that Tsunade was still staying put in a good way, Fuyue couldn't help but ask, "Tsunade, aren't you going? I remember you owe a lot of gambling debts, right?" Tsunade grunted, her beautiful eyes revealing a brilliant light. "I have 8% of the total assets of the cloud-hidden village that you promised, so what else am I going to go for?" Fuyue nodded. So Tsunade couldn't see past this small profit.